On the fledgling eastern Huang 3-star within the Yuzhou resettlement zone, rows of steel-forged skyscrapers stood in regimented lines upon the earth stretching on for hundreds of miles. Why should a man not draw his blade and seize 50 stars of the eastern region? Today we take 1 star, tomorrow 10, there is only one path left: battle. Great news! The Jiulong Group offers a special training program. As long as you meet the requirements, Jiulong Group will pay your upbringing loan on your behalf. A series of era-defining slogans blared from a flying shuttle draped with banners falling with perfect fairness into the ears of every user below. In one particular apartment of one particular tower by the floor-to-ceiling windows, an 18 or 19-year-old youth with a delicate face dressed in shorts was contorting his body into all sorts of strange postures. With every shift of his stance, a flicker of pain crossed his refined features, even his teeth chattered uncontrollably. Perhaps the slogans just now had disrupted Bai Jing's rhythm. His legs suddenly gave out and he collapsed bonelessly onto the floor. Damn it, do they really have to blare those slogans 3 times a day? I'm seriously done with this, Bai Jing muttered, speechless, glaring at the flyer shuttle already receding into the distance as he cursed under his breath. He lay sprawled on the floor for several long minutes before finally getting to his feet. Lowering his head, he examined his current physique. 8 distinct abdominal muscles, even his serratus anterior etched like shark lines, add to that his 1.85 m height and refined features. If this were my past life, all I'd have to do is lie down like this and my life would take a shortcut straight to easy mode. Bai Jing sighed with a touch of wistfulness. But the mistake, if one could call it that, lay in the fact that he had transmigrated into an interstellar era, and one embroiled in war at that. Somewhere along the line some generation had gone off the rails. More and more people were unwilling to have children, leading to a severe shortage of human soldiers. After mandatory measures and generous rewards both failed, the federal government helpless turned to cloning and test tube infants. To be fair, the Federation still retained a shred of humanity. All embryos were nurtured ex utero for 10 months, then raised to adulthood. They were given 12 years of compulsory education as a unified cohort and enjoyed a variety of welfare benefits. On the surface it all seemed rather decent, yet everything came at a price. Damn it, nobody mentioned at birth that I'd be saddled with a loan. At the thought of that long string of zeros on his debt, Bai Jing felt a wave of darkness wash over his vision. Others who transmigrated got to enjoy life. He, on the other hand, had crossed over already burdened with an upbringing loan. It was practically a debt from birth. And since it was a loan, failing to repay it naturally meant bearing the consequences. The price was simple: join the Federal Army, spend 3 years on the front lines, and after those 3 years the Federation would write off all his debts. Once on the battlefield, however, he would have to face the races of the cosmos. The weaker ones among those foes were on average as strong as super soldiers. The stronger could literally shatter stars. Of course, to give cannon fodder like them at least a sliver of self-preservation, the Alliance had made certain efforts. For instance, they dredged up an antiquated martial system long since discarded and made it part of compulsory education, teaching the cannon fodder to practice. It was called the old martial path for a reason, because it had been eliminated ages ago. This cultivation method was notorious for its slowness and came with certain side effects. After each training session there would be a period of weakness during which the practitioner needed to replenish with high-nutrient substances. In the words of Bai Jing's previous life, it was like consuming your current health bar to increase its maximum limit. Because of this very trait, the old martial path had long since been tossed onto the trash heap of history. Yet the emergence of cannon fodder like them had given the old martial path a second spring. With my current strength, if I go to the front I probably can't even take down a lowly foot soldier of the cosmic races, he thought. Remembering the training session he had just gone through, Bai Jing felt nothing but bitterness in his heart. He could endure carrying debt as long as he didn't die. He believed he could one day rise above it. But in a month's time he would have to head to the front lines and gamble his life against the cosmic races. At present he could not even truly be called a martial artist. At best he was a quasi-martialist. This level of strength was cannon fodder among cannon fodder. Thinking of the month ahead, Bai Jing gritted his teeth, got to his feet and walked to the refrigerator. He took out a gel-like substance that resembled a cat treat. In just a few slurps he sucked it into his mouth, a complex fusion of flavors exploding across his tongue. Even if it kills me, I have to reach first-level martial artist within this 1 month, he murmured. Due to the limitations of the old martial path, there was practically no time to cultivate. Once on the battlefield, if you happened to be in your post-training weakness when the camp was ambushed, you would be nothing but a fish laid out on the chopping block. Only by reaching first level could one possess a modicum of self-preservation enough not to die the instant one stepped onto the field. As he felt the high-concentration nutrient solution digesting and his strength gradually returning, Bai Jing's anxiety slowly ebbed. Once his condition had recovered for the most part, he began cultivating again, soon drenching himself in sweat once more and collapsing onto the floor. Lying there on the boards, Bai Jing stared up at the ceiling. Suddenly a startled shout rang out from beyond the window. Whoa! Damn! Someone jumped. Hearing the outcry outside, Bai Jing felt no urge to get up and look. Jumping? Who said you were allowed to jump? Soon a broadcast shuttle floated slowly into position above Block D of the resettlement zone. Kai Kun, male 18 years and 1 month old, in violation of the public security punishment law. This individual is hereby sentenced, all rights withdrawn, and he is to be dispatched to the Black Wolf Star domain for 10 years of service. The announcement played over and over in a loop. As his strength returned somewhat, Bai Jing pushed himself up from the floor and glanced out the window. Humanity, after 10,000 years of development, had technology beyond imagination. Suicide was a grave crime. Jumping off a building was sheer idiocy. Ding dong. As his communicator buzzed, Bai Jing casually took it out and glanced at the screen. It was the chat group for Class 2 Senior Year 3. Chi Dachuan, anyone want to come out and have some fun? Zhang Yu. Go out and have fun now. 1 month. Chi Dachuan, now is exactly when we should have fun. There'll be no chance later. Anyone interested, come meet up here. As the group fell into silence, Bai Jing received a private message. Jingzi, stop training. Even if we had another 2 months, we still couldn't reach first level martial artist. Better to enjoy ourselves while we can and at least leave a few good memories. The sender was indeed Chi Dachuan. In his predecessor's memories, he and Chi Dachuan had been on fairly good terms. Reading the message, even Bai Jing felt his resolve waver. In the half-month since his transmigration, he had done nothing but cultivate, eat nutrient paste, and then continue cultivating. He had not even taken the time to explore a single city of this interstellar age. His fingertips hovered over the virtual keyboard, about to type OK, but in the end he sent, "I still want to give it another try." Almost at the same moment a reply came back. "Forget it, suit yourself. Just don't regret today's decision once you're on the battlefield." Soon after, the communicator fell silent. Bai Jing returned to the refrigerator, mechanically took out another nutrient paste, and was just about to stuff it into his mouth when he suddenly raised a hand to rub his eyes. No way. I knew it. If I transmigrated, how could I not have a cheat? In his field of vision, an extra screen had appeared bearing the title, "Minor hacks don't count as cheats." The content on it was all too familiar to Bai Jing. It was precisely because he had used cheats in a game that he ended up transmigrating. And this golden finger before his eyes was the very hack he had used in his previous life. Function Trial Zone. Auto HP Regeneration automatically restores 1 of maximum life per second. Note: free feature cannot be manually configured. Please unlock before attempting adjustments. Scrolling down, he saw more functions. Auto MP Regeneration automatically restores 10 of maximum MP per second. Note: please do not max it out. Remember, minor hacks don't count as cheats. Equipment Enhancement. No need to spend money with just a single ding. Unlock the joy of a tycoon. My 999 greatsword is already itching for battle. Skill Enhancement, comprehensively boosting range, power and values, recommended in conjunction with Auto MP Regeneration. Extremely mana hungry. So cool. Bai Jing felt reassured as he observed each function. Ever since arriving in this world and learning that he was destined to become the Alliance's coin and serve as the Tianxian baby, his heart had been at ease. He had not enjoyed a good night's sleep for even a single day. Now, armed with this golden finger, even if he never made a name for himself, he might as well crash headlong into a block of tofu. His gaze swept over the function area. A flash of regret shone in Bai Jing's eyes. If I could start over, I would choose the ultra-abnormal function. Compared to those outrageous hacks, this plugin's sole merit was its steadfast reliability. It insisted that a half opening wasn't counted unless it guaranteed unceasing output. Thus it lacked those extreme functions: no full-screen lightning, no thousand-fold instant kill, no full-screen health drain, as one would expect from a seasoned cheater. Bai Jing could only think that although others might revel in their exploits, their accounts would soon be compromised. With such systems, the more outrageous the functions, the faster the crash stability remained the true MVP. Damn it, how I regret this, he exclaimed. If I could start over, I would choose the instant kill. Fortunately, this fine-tuning plugin still had its merits. Even if he couldn't annihilate everything from the outset, securing an advantage at the starting line was still possible. He immediately intended to activate equipment amplification. If the gear's attributes were high enough, there was a chance for me, a level 1 God Slayer, to rise. Balance insufficient, please recharge promptly. A pop-up message appeared. Why the hell should I recharge? I'm already cheating, and you expect me to pay? Bai Jing was at a loss for words. He hadn't recharged. In the world of proper cheaters, hacks were patched without spending a dime. The problem was that when he transmigrated, the patch for this plugin hadn't been applied in time and he was lost. Recharge, recharge, recharge. Damn, I'm recharging. Bai Jing muttered curses as he reached for the recharge button. Instinctively he produced his communicator to scan, only to discover it had no code. A new message appeared: no valuable items detected, recharge failed, please try again later. Bai Jing was rendered speechless. Damn it, I still have 8,888 in my account. As a sacrificial pawn destined to become the Tianxian baby in his final month, each person received 100,000 Dongwon coins. It was meant to let them joyfully spend their final moments. But as he glanced at the upper right showing 0 essences, Bai Jing's brows furrowed. This isn't. You don't even want Dongwon coins, then what am I to recharge with? The housing was allocated, necessities refreshed monthly, and even travel was uniformly provided, the only valuable asset being those 8,888 Dongwon coins. Perhaps it was Bai Jing's issue that triggered a reaction from the golden finger. A new user guide appeared. Fluorescence recharging, please provide valuable items. 1. Energy types: energy crystals, Lingjia crystals, evil god crystals, star god crystals, etc. 2. Transcendent materials: extraordinary parts of cosmic behemoths, transcendent parts of void creatures, and transcendent items of Lingjia beings, among others. Bai Jing. No. I damn well have the ability to procure these materials. Am I merely a lab baby? Before him lay the materials he had only heard of: energy crystals, a super energy created by extracting a star's inner power capable of powering cosmic warships. Such items were certainly beyond the reach of a mere sacrificial pawn like him. Friendly reminder: the example was merely of high-grade currency. One could also recharge using lower-tier materials. For instance, nuclear crystals or the extraordinary parts of nuclear radiation mutated beasts. Damn it. You're not getting to the point. Compared to the aforementioned items, with enough effort there was still a chance to obtain these. Moreover, even if the Chunyao 3-star were absent, the upcoming battlefield would surely provide them. Take for example the Alliance's standard-issue Shanyo electromagnetic rifle, which runs on nuclear crystals. As long as one survived on the battlefield, acquiring several thousand nuclear crystals was nearly inevitable. Of course it was still somewhat troublesome. At the very least there was no legitimate way to purchase them. So many unusable functions, this is even more painful than my own demise. Muttering to himself, his gaze lingered on the only available experience function, auto-heal. The effect is mediocre, just mediocre, but at least it works. The moment he received the small plugin, Bai Jing sensed it immediately. At first only his abdomen felt warm, but as the ability persisted his entire body became enveloped in a soothing heat. It was akin to someone on the verge of freezing being suddenly embraced by a caring older sister. This function isn't as awful as I imagined. Feeling his stamina rapidly restored, even the post-cultivation lethargy vanished. Good heavens, this doesn't seem to be just a literal auto-heal, it appears to be an ability infused with a myriad of buffs. At the very least it restores both energy and heals injuries. Feeling that his muscles were no longer sore, Bai Jing recalled having experienced this effect only once, not long ago, when he ascended to the second floor. The old technician's massage had completely relaxed his muscles. This was exactly how it felt now. Who says this function is weak? It's simply marvelous. This was not merely auto-heal, it was as if he had been provided with a top-tier nutritionist, an elite technician, a premier healer. Moreover, the pace at which his vital energy returned far outstripped any nutritional ointment. In just 2 minutes Bai Jing had been fully revived, truly at full health. Moreover, due to his recent training, his health bar had even increased slightly. At this moment any disdain for auto-heal had vanished from his eyes, replaced by sheer fervor. While a nutritional ointment would require hours to reach its peak potency. Yet now in less than 2 minutes a complete body tempering, typically taking around 10 minutes, had been achieved. He could complete at least 5 cycles of training in an hour. Moreover, there was no worry of overtraining. The more Bai Jing contemplated it, the brighter his eyes shone and a slight smile tugged at his lips. At this pace not only could he reach the first stage of a martial artist, but even the second stage was within reach. Reaching the second stage would indeed place him among the elite on the battlefield, drastically increasing his survival odds. As for why he didn't flee. The entire planet was under the Alliance's control, with not even a spaceship in sight. To soar beyond Chunyao Star 1 would require at least a level 9 prowess. With such power there was no longer any need for the battlefield. Bai Jing immediately assumed his stance and began practicing the 77th generation martial path body tempering exercise. Upon beginning he immediately sensed a difference from before. Earlier, due to stamina limits, the first part was fine, but later he would grow exhausted. Now he was able to complete an entire set in one go with only a slight gasp. Yet the sensation of his life force surging was undeniably real. Who says this old martial art is garbage? This ancient martial path is fantastic. Bai Jing wished to test his limits only to find that he seemingly had none. 1 round. 2 rounds. 3, or even 5 rounds. From dawn till dusk Bai Jing trained relentlessly like a machine that, barring any malfunction, never knew fatigue. Several times he felt like stopping. Yet after each session, feeling that his energy wasn't completely drained, he couldn't help but try again, if only one could see his status. Most often visions would appear above Bai Jing's head: health bar length 1, health bar thickness 1, health bar width 1. Once again. And again. Changing posture, let's do it one more time. If someone had told Bai Jing in the past that practicing the old martial arts would lead to a state of oblivion, he would have cursed the other person as a reincarnated masochist. But now it seems he has truly become addicted. The principle of the old martial arts is to temper the body and break through limits. This process can hardly be described as painful but rather a mix of soreness, ache, numbness and itchiness. It feels like being covered in caterpillars with the worry of being stung at any moment. Clearly it is a very painful experience. Yet Bai Jing finds it immensely pleasurable. So pleasurable that he cannot stop. So pleasurable that he loses track of time. Even he himself does not know how long he has been practicing, only that his vitality has significantly thickened. If it were measured in blood bars, it would probably be enlarged and thickened at this moment. As Bai Jing was preparing to do it again, a broadcast from outside the window interrupted. Why not take up the Wu hook and collect the 50 stars of the eastern region? Today cut 1 star, tomorrow cut 10 stars, we must fight. Congratulations to Yuan Huahua for breaking through to the warrior realm permitted by the alliance government to reside in the Chuying district. This disrupted Bai Jing's thought of doing it again. His mind began searching for information about the Chuying district. As the alliance's cannon fodder star, it has 9 major settlement areas, each state containing 12 ordinary settlement areas. Each ordinary settlement area has at least 100,000 test tube babies. In addition to the ordinary version, there are naturally elite level areas. That is the Chuying district. The lowest entry requirement is to be a warrior. It is even said that the residents there have other cultivation paths. Aside from the favorable conditions, what Bai Jing is most concerned about is the mortality rate after going to battle. If the survival probability of cannon fodder for 3 years as one coming out of the Chuying district is 10. Being called cannon fodder is because of insufficient strength force to take on those exhausting, painful and dangerous positions. However, cannon fodder coming out of the Chuying district has the basic right to become a non-commissioned officer. At the very least, they can command 10 people. Those true geniuses can even become squad leaders or company commanders. If their talents are impressive enough to move those battle group leaders, they can be nurtured as officers, greatly enhancing their safety. It seems necessary to go to the Chuying district. Bai Jing began to plan in his heart. Military service is unavoidable. As for directly paying that exorbitant fee in Donghuang coins, almost no one is willing. What those corporations want to recruit are not old martial artists but those prodigies with psychic powers, summoners and mechanical talents. Such individuals will not go to battle, because their growth is far more important than that of a cannon fodder. And Bai Jing just happens to lack psychic talent. Naturally, he does not meet the recruitment standards. As for earning money by himself, repaying loans is even less possible. They have no intention of letting you repay the loan. If they make you repay, where will the soldiers come from? Forget it, I'll first break through to the skin refinement realm, enter the Chuying district and then consider other matters. Thinking about this now is premature. While planning in his heart, he picked up his phone from the sofa. He noticed a lot of messages. Aside from the class group, all the messages were from Qi Dachuan. 2 days ago. Looking at the timestamps, Bai Jing felt a bit confused. Didn't he just practice for a little while? How come the messages are from 2 days ago? Although feeling a bit lost, he still reached out to open the messages. Qi Dachuan, you little rascal are in big trouble. Qi Dachuan, high definition elven girls. JPG. Qi Dachuan, cool clothes beasted girl. JPG. JPG. Qi Dachuan, curvy and voluptuous with a big tail. JPG. Bai Jing scrolled down. There were dozens of photos, all unique. Looking at the exotic beauties, even Bai Jing couldn't help but exclaim. This is the interstellar era, this is the path to the universe. Ugh, the path to the universe is naturally for the future of humanity. Muttering to himself, Bai Jing felt emboldened, his fists clenched. He regretted not going along. Dozens of exotic beauties. Looking at those exotic beauties, Bai Jing immediately composed a message and sent it out. The reply came almost instantly. Bai Jing. Watching Qi Dachuan's messages escalate, he directly chose to mute notifications. His message was very simple. What else could you do besides drooling over the girls? Of course, test tube babies all have that capability, just at a normal level. But those exotic beauties are not at a normal level. Oh. Take a shower, eat something, then continue. Bai Jing felt a layer of particles forming on his skin, clearly a result of prolonged training. Adding to the time of Qi Dachuan's messages, he could roughly infer how long he had been practicing, a full 2 days and nights. Strangely enough, he didn't feel any discomfort during this time. Even now he doesn't feel hungry or mentally fatigued. This automatic recovery is really impressive. Bai Jing sighed. According to his current performance, the energy consumed during cultivation is less than the speed of recovery. In just this short time, the fatigue from cultivation has completely vanished. His condition faintly returned to full strength. But first I need to take a shower. I feel sticky and smelly, which is very uncomfortable. As he stopped, he could clearly smell the sour odor from his body. If he didn't wash, he might end up pickling himself. Every room has its own independent washroom. Bai Jing quickly shed his clothes and jumped in, starting to wash. But as he washed, he sensed something was off. It felt as if he was filled with life energy. As time passed, the feeling grew stronger. That sensation is something most boys will encounter. But now Bai Jing felt this sensation all over his body. After finishing the shower, Bai Jing felt as though he was filled with life energy, and this energy continued to replenish, giving him the illusion of being about to burst. No. Something is definitely not right here. Feeling the abundant life energy within his body, Bai Jing became a bit panicked. He hurriedly opened the small plug-in panel, clicked on automatic recovery, wanting to disable the function. Sorry, you do not have sufficient permissions to modify. Please recharge and try again. Bai Jing. What the hell, this is ridiculous. You can't turn this thing off. Damn. Bai Jing felt utterly numb. Practicing is fine, but stopping makes this feeling too uncomfortable. He even felt that the air he exhaled was infused with life energy. Bai Jing was undeterred, trying various methods, still unable to turn off automatic recovery. Of course, after a series of attempts, there was still some good news. That is, as that energy continues to increase, it will dissipate through the 7 orifices. He doesn't have to worry about bursting from the life energy. Good news, I won't die. Bad news, I'm filled with life energy every day. After trying various methods in vain, Bai Jing truly ran out of options. What can be done? Just practice. At least practicing still feels good. That feeling of swelling to the point of bursting is too painful. Practice. Practice to the limit. If it doesn't kill me, I'll keep practicing. Practice for 48 hours a day. In the midst of frenzied training, his strength advanced by leaps and bounds. After an unknown number of repetitions, he suddenly felt his skin tighten. With a crisp sound, the skin quickly aged and cracked, shedding from the surface to reveal fair and smooth new skin. The skin training is complete. A surge of joy filled Bai Jing's heart. Although skin training was the first step in martial arts, he had already reached a level where blades could not pierce and swords could not cut, and he possessed the strength of 1,000 pounds. If complemented by a suitable combat technique, he was already qualified to face some weaker cosmic races. Now that my skin training is complete, I can go for certification and conveniently receive the body tempering techniques for muscle training. The old martial arts required a long period of time, and to prevent some individuals from prematurely practicing muscle training and suffering injuries, the skin and muscle techniques were divided into 2 volumes. They correspond to skin training and muscle training. Moreover, I can now choose to practice a combat technique. Combat techniques evolved from the battlefield with only one purpose: to kill. Martial artists with techniques and those without are 2 types of people. Bai Jing wanted to improve his strength while he had not yet gone to the battlefield, ensuring better prospects. Just as he was about to take out his phone to book a ride, his outstretched hand suddenly stopped. He looked down at the pieces of old skin scattered on the ground. The old martial arts allowed the body to actively evolve through constant refinement. Can I continue to practice skin training? All cultivation methods revolve around 2 words: evolution. The methods of evolution may differ. It's like moving bricks on a construction site. Over time, one's hands will be covered in calluses. The old martial arts simply accelerated the Buddhist adaptation and evolution process through more reasonable methods. I now have abundant life energy at all times and need not worry about consumption. So do I have the chance to undergo skin shedding a second or even third time? This thought arose and became hard to suppress. He wanted to give it a try. If he could undergo transformation once, could he enhance his strength again? At my current speed, it will only take 2 or 3 days, and if it doesn't work out, I can always give up. Bai Jing muttered to himself, his body instinctively adopting the posture for body tempering exercises. He began to practice repeatedly. As he trained again, he quickly felt the familiar sensations of itchiness, pain, and soreness returning to his skin. This fueled Bai Jing's determination further. If there was a reaction, it indicated effectiveness. This was the greatest motivation. Of course, Bai Jing was unaware due to the limitations of the old martial arts. To complete a skin shedding within 10 years was a feat achieved by only a few, let alone multiple refinements. The duration of compulsory education might not even suffice for 2 times. However, the old martial arts encountered a freak like Bai Jing. He didn't care about the side effects at all. Others could practice twice a day and consider themselves diligent. As Bai Jing grew more skilled, he was sprinting towards 10 repetitions in an hour. After a day and night with a crisp sound, the old skin completed its shedding again. Bai Jing looked down at the pieces of old skin on the ground, clearly forming a human shape along with the enhanced strength. His eyes shone brightly at this moment. It worked, I've succeeded. He couldn't help but shout. Even if he couldn't accurately estimate this surge in strength, it was certainly several hundred pounds. Such a growth rate would be impossible even in the later stages of skin and muscle training. It seems I've discovered something extraordinary. Now Bai Jing was no longer in a hurry to exchange for the muscle training techniques, wanting to explore the limits of skin training. On the third day, he underwent skin shedding again, and this time his skin turned yellow, resembling a bronze color. On the fourth day, the transformation was complete. The skin color gradually lightened and strength surged, comparable to the first shedding. On the fifth day, on the sixth day, he could complete a skin shedding every day. Strength would always improve. Moreover, the skin became increasingly resilient. After 6 transformations, even with all his might, Bai Jing could only leave shallow white marks with a knife. After 6 transformations, the rate of progress clearly slowed down. He needed to cultivate for 2 days and nights to complete 1 transformation. Of course, the improvements from the transformations were greater each time, surpassed the effects of the first transformation. Bai Jing estimated that he now possessed several thousand pounds of strength. In contrast, an ordinary practitioner in the later stages of skin and muscle training only had a few thousand pounds of strength. Even at their peak, it would only be around 10,000 pounds. Bai Jing could sense this. The 7th time was clearly not the limit. He could continue to elevate further. After another 2 days, the 8th transformation was completed. The old skin shed this time was almost indistinguishable from that of a living person, the only difference being its slight shriveling. The progress has slowed down again. He felt the familiar sensations of itchiness, pain and soreness after completing a cycle, now significantly weaker. Clearly he was nearing his limits. Fortunately, there are still effects. Let me see where your limits lie. Bai Jing's heart was ablaze. Even if this time was slower than before, it would likely take only 3 to 5 days. He could wait for that. Train. Train to the point of exhaustion. I just want to outdo everyone. He was almost forgetting the taste of sleep, as every day he was full of energy and couldn't fall asleep at all. He was almost becoming the shape of the body tempering exercise. Master Martial Arts Association. He stepped into the flying shuttle. The layout resembled a luxurious car from his past life, extended and widened, equipped with sofas, refrigerators and other amenities. As he sat on the soft sofa, the driver of the flying shuttle smiled and reminded him, "Sir, you have a drink from 10,000 years ago, a bestseller available for free tasting." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing was clearly taken aback. A drink from 10,000 years ago. Still popular now. This must be tried. Saying this, he pressed the button on the armrest that represented the refrigerator, and soon a mini refrigerator slowly rose up, filled with a variety of colorful drinks. Happy water for fatty. Looking at the familiar color and the different glass bottle, Bai Jing was momentarily stunned. He didn't expect to encounter this here. He casually picked up a bottle. Pop. He opened it and poured it into his mouth. The stronger flavor made even Bai Jing unable to suppress a satisfied belch. The driver, noticing the situation behind him, chuckled and said, "Isn't it good? It's quite delicious. All of these are free as long as you don't waste them." The driver spoke again, but his gaze caught sight of Bai Jing's slightly flushed face, and he could smell a faint pleasant fragrance. Carefully comparing the taste with his memory, he concentrated on driving the shuttle. During this journey, Bai Jing's face became redder. Even the driver had to ask, fearing Bai Jing might faint in the vehicle. "Sir, are you all right?" "I'm fine, just feeling invigorated." Bai Jing waved his hand, indicating he was okay. 2 minutes after getting on the vehicle, he felt a surge throughout his body. "Then hold on tight, I'll drive faster." The driver seemed a bit flustered, as he certainly did not want a reserve officer to die in his shuttle. Otherwise he would be fined. The 10-minute journey was forced down to 4 minutes. After dropping off Bai Jing, he fled like mad, not stopping until he could no longer see Bai Jing. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. What the hell, how can a boy smell so good? So boring. You said there would be handsome guys here, but I haven't seen a single one. Oh heavens. Could you bless me with a handsome guy? At the reception desk, a girl in her early 20s with a bun hairstyle and a bit of baby fat suddenly stood up, raising her hands towards the sky, and shouted. As her voice fell, she caught a glimpse of a tall figure walking into the Martial Arts Association. This sudden change made the girl with the bun hurriedly sit back down, cursing inwardly. Zhang Yu, how embarrassing, what were you thinking shouting randomly? Remembering what she had just done, especially being seen by a man, her ears turned red. Lowering her head and not daring to look, she still adhered to the workplace etiquette and spoke in a faint mosquito-like voice. Hello, welcome to the Martial Artist Association. How can I assist you? Hearing this, Bai Jing also returned to her senses. I want to certify as a martial artist, she replied lightly. Certification as a martial artist, I'll arrange that for you right away. The girl with the bun was quite familiar with the process. She first contacted the examiner and confirmed that the testing room was ready for use. After completing these tasks, she secretly encouraged herself. It was impolite to keep her head down. Judging by the voice, he seemed to be a handsome guy. I've already checked for you. It will take about 10 minutes to wait before you can take the assessment. Please hold on a moment. As she spoke, she also stole a glance. The next second she was completely stunned. The newcomer was indeed very handsome, but why was she blushing like a teapot? Compared to the other person's face, her blush could only be considered slight blush. You can smile, you don't have to hold it in. I actually don't recommend it. Bai Jing. What, she instinctively asked. As soon as this was said, the girl at the reception lowered her head sharply and whispered it again. If you want to laugh, just laugh. Holding it in is not good for your health. Your face is turning red. After a brief moment of confusion, Bai Jing also reacted. This was the side effect of 9 skin transformations. Her skin used to be bronzed, but after being filled with life energy it was still not noticeable. After 9 transformations her skin was originally fair with a hint of red. After being filled with life energy it was even more radiant. Adorned with a beautiful beard, she looked like a character from a classic tale without needing any coloring. No one, just looking revitalized. Bai Jing retorted. Fortunately at this moment a burly man walked in from outside, calling out as he walked. Who wants to certify as a martial artist? Bai Jing quickly raised her hand to signal him over. Follow me, I'll take you there. The burly man walked ahead and Bai Jing quickly followed. The assessment is very simple. It consists of 3 parts. The strength test requires a punch power of 1000 kilograms. The second item is speed with a passing line of 15 meters per second. The third item is defense, which requires a cut test with the fangs of a low-level beast, and you must endure for more than 3 seconds to be considered qualified. The man was clearly not doing this for the first time. During the lead-up he didn't forget to explain the assessment process to Bai Jing. The two quickly walked into a room at the back of the Martial Arts Association. The man took out a form and was about to hand it to Bai Jing when he noticed her unnaturally red face. Furrowing his brows, he couldn't help but ask, "Are you okay?" "I'm fine," just looking revitalized. After several misunderstandings, Bai Jing had already accepted reality calmly. Upon hearing this, the man did not press further. However, he was calculating in his mind. He must give the front desk a severe punishment. He had heard that they liked to tease handsome boys. Seeing it today was too outrageous. Just look at how they had teased this innocent boy. Deductions from the bonus, he must deduct the bonus. Bai Jing quickly completed the form, and after the other party confirmed it was correct, she was led into a room. The room was simply laid out with only a punch power machine measuring several meters long and wide and 3 meters high. You have 3 chances, the score will be the middle value. The man in charge of supervision reminded her. 1 time is enough. Bai Jing currently had a punch power of at least several thousand. 1000 kilograms of punch power posed no pressure for him. The supervising man merely smiled silently. He had seen many young people who liked to show off. But often such young people. Boom! A muffled sound echoed. The number on the punch power machine began to climb rapidly. In the blink of an eye it broke through 1000 kilograms, only slowing down when it reached 5000 kilograms of punch power. Wow, this young man. Looking at the value gradually stabilizing at 5530 kilograms of punch power, the supervising examiner's eyes widened. As a staff member of the Martial Arts Association, he naturally knew more. To achieve such punch power in skin transformation, at least 6 transformations were needed, and the power skills could reach double. This level of strength already counted as a talent of the old martial arts. Do you need to hit again? Bai Jing asked as she looked at the number. No need, young man, are you interested? The man was about to recruit him into the association when he suddenly thought of the upcoming conscription this year. The other party was clearly this year's cannon fodder. There was no way to recruit him. He had to abandon the thought of recruitment. Yet he felt a sense of regret. 6 transformations. Even among the millions of new recruits he could be counted on 2 hands. What a pity. He sighed inwardly. If he had a few more years there might have been room for maneuver. Now with conscription so urgent, no one dared to take the risk to recruit an old martial arts genius. As for the 9-digit loan, it would be clearly more inappropriate to exchange it for a martial arts genius with limited potential. I'm in great shape and can continue the assessment. Bai Jing felt her energy. After delivering a punch, her strength was replenished before her fist could even be retracted. Naturally, she did not need to adjust her state. What surprised Bai Jing was that the supervising officer directly waved his hand. What are you assessing for? You've undergone multiple transformations, you've long surpassed martial artists of the same realm. Continuing the assessment is just a waste of time. I'll sign for you right away. Bai Jing did not expect it could be this way. Thank you, she said gratefully. The supervising officer waved his hand casually. Don't mention it, you can go to the front desk to collect your martial artist supplies first, and someone should come to take you to the Eagle Hatchling area shortly. Your martial arts medal should be mailed to you within 2 or 3 days. The other party kindly explained the next steps. After Bai Jing thanked him again, she took the proof and returned to the front desk. After handing over the proof for inspection, the girl couldn't help but take another look. But she quickly moved nimbly to retrieve an item from under the counter. It resembled a phone, a palm-sized black box. Sir, this is a port for the internal network of martial arts. Just complete the fingerprint and iris authentication to log into the martial artist intranet. As a newly certified martial artist, you can directly obtain the techniques for muscle training on it and also receive one type of combat technique for free. The girl at the front desk began to explain. Under her guidance, Bai Jing quickly completed the authentication. Perhaps seeing Bai Jing complete the authentication, the girl with the bun lowered her voice and said, "Hey, want to add each other as friends? I don't play with strange girls. Once we add each other, we won't be strangers anymore, there's a surprise." But her words were cut off by an irritable voice. "Zhang Yu." As the voice rang out, the girl with the bun trembled. Bai Jing seized the opportunity to leave with the martial arts intranet port. Once the person left, a hurried figure rushed over. "You are a staff member, not a demon of the spiritual realm. Look at how you've teased this innocent boy. Your bonus for this month is gone." At first she didn't feel much. But hearing the bonus, the girl with the bun wanted to retort. "It's unfair, supervisor, he's not blushing, he's just looking revitalized." "Listen to your ridiculous excuse, you even call it looking revitalized." Another month's bonus deducted. The girl with the bun. As Bai Jing stepped away from the Martial Arts Association, a luxurious shuttle landed right behind him. If the taxi-like shuttle was an ordinary vehicle, then the one before him was akin to the laborers of the shuttle world. With its streamlined body and heavy weapons resembling the artillery of his past life mounted on both sides, even without looking at the interior one could imagine its extraordinary nature. They even equipped it with weapons. In Shunia Star, cold weapons were somewhat acceptable, but hot weapons were strictly prohibited. Especially heavy military weapons. Bai Jing was certain that the machine gun that appeared to be an artillery piece was at least an electromagnetic cannon, and it could even be a spiritual energy or ghost energy cannon. Getting hit by such a thing, let alone being a mere skin practitioner, even a third-tier martial artist with fully developed internal organs, would likely end up severely injured from a direct hit. Just as he thought to make way. This clearly indicated that a significant figure was arriving. One should not expect the members of the Alliance capable of producing test tube babies to be a group of morally upright individuals. At that moment, the cockpit door flickered twice and suddenly disappeared. A young man in a suit appearing to be in his early 20s stepped down from the shuttle. The young man had a clear target, quickly walking a few steps directly towards Bai Jing's position. Bai Jing. Was a melodramatic plot about to unfold? Clearly the other party was not here to cause trouble, in fact, quite the opposite. "Mr. Bai Jing, everything is ready over here. We can depart for the Chuying district at any time. You are here to pick me up." Bai Jing could hardly believe his ears. A 20-meter-long luxury armed shuttle was coming to pick up an ordinary martial artist. "Yes, Mr. Bai Jing." The other party's attitude was very humble, clearly extremely well trained. Bai Jing took a moment to believe this fact. "Then let's go now." Saying this, he had already walked to the cabin door, where the driver of the shuttle stepped forward to help open the door. After ensuring Bai Jing was safely aboard, he returned to the cockpit. Upon entering the shuttle, one could only say that it was akin to a luxurious residence. Various furniture and appliances were present. Even the refrigerator, besides the usual sugary drinks, contained many high-end beverages and nutritional fluids. Sitting on a sofa made from the leather of an unknown star beast, Bai Jing still felt somewhat unreal about such treatment. This kind of luxury was probably unimaginable for even second-tier citizens. As a well-established Alliance empire with a history of over 10,000 years, it had long categorized individuals into various ranks referred to as citizen levels. First-tier citizens were mostly ordinary people, test tube babies enjoying basic treatment guarantees. Second-tier citizens had certain privileges allowing them to enjoy benefits inaccessible to ordinary people. Third-tier citizens were usually district directors at minimum. They not only received high-level resource subsidies each month, traveled in dedicated shuttles, but also enjoyed personal armed protection. As for higher levels, Bai Jing was unaware. He had never seen or heard of them. Of course higher-tier citizens certainly existed, but he as a mere cannon fodder would never have access to them. Mr. Bai Jing, we will provide food and beverages for this journey, which will take approximately 1 hour and 13 minutes. If you have any questions during this time, feel free to call us. Alright, I understand. Wishing you a pleasant journey. Even Bai Jing began to look forward to what the Chuying district would be like. In the basic resettlement area, the technology could only be described as decent. It likely wasn't much better than before his travels, not resembling an interstellar civilization. But as it appeared now, the resettlement area was merely the lowest tier of configuration, sufficient to ensure that test tube babies wouldn't starve or encounter accidents. As for cutting-edge technological products, only second and third tier citizens could enjoy them. Bai Jing initially intended to access the internal network for martial artists to obtain a body cultivation technique and select a combat skill. Before he could act, the long-forgotten communicator suddenly trembled slightly. Upon taking it out, he saw a communication request. Looking at the caller ID, Bai Jing smirked and directly chose to answer the call. Almost simultaneously, a loud voice from his memory appeared. Ji Dachuan Jingzi, I can't go on like this. If things continue this way, I'm afraid I won't make it to the battlefield. I'll collapse first. On the screen, a young man with a square face appeared, looking pale and with cracked lips. It was obvious he had been working hard for the past half-month. Something's off, something is very off. Which luxury suite are you in? As a fellow test tube baby, I could sketch the appearance of a resettlement room even with my eyes closed. This room before me is clearly not a resettlement room. Moreover, the resettlement area had very few entertainment facilities, and the houses were not overly luxurious since they were filled with poor test tube babies. Except for the alien girls who were acquired. There were plenty in the universe otherwise. You. As he pondered, a look of disbelief appeared on Chi Dakin's square face and he stammered, "Sorry, I didn't intend to pressure you." "You actually guessed it. Let me show you the beautiful scenery in the sky." Bai Jing just felt elated. All the hard work over the past half-month was just for this moment, right? Not working hard, huh? Looking for alien girls to have fun with, huh? Upon meeting again, you should call me Commander. Mr. Bai Jing, the cabin door has been opened for you and the energy shield is activated. As the sweet female voice sounded, even the sofa was pushed out of the cabin, allowing Bai Jing to overlook the scenery below from high in the sky. From high above, looking down, rows of resettlement areas appeared. It truly gave off a sense of a steel jungle. The square-faced figure in the projection had his mouth agape, speechless. No way, damn. You actually succeeded in your training. For a moment, Chi Dachuan seemed to lose the ability to speak, stuttering. Looking at the rows of resettlement houses below, he let out a wail. Damn it. Come down quickly, don't make me kneel and beg you. I can't do without you. Without you in the resettlement area, it's like a club without alien girls. Damn you. Looking at that expression, Chi Dachuan felt it was more painful than being killed. Bai Jing felt it was about time. Alright, stop whining. When we head to the battlefield, I'll give you a hand. Bai Jing had no idea if he could help, but he would do his best. Regardless, he had memories of growing up with this guy since childhood. If he could help, he would. Thank you, my foster father, I'll bow to you now. As he said this, he pressed the communicator down and bowed his head to the ground. Alright, we are brothers now. From now on, I am your dad and you are no longer an orphan. Upon hearing this, Chi Dachuan, who had initially wanted to bow, silently raised a middle finger. A foster father is still not enough. You actually want to be my biological father. As the two finished their banter, Bai Jing's tone became serious. You have half a month, train well. The more strength you gain, the better your assurance on the battlefield. This good brother was quite decent, progressing much faster than before. With high-end energy assistance, he might even be able to make a breakthrough. Alright, I understand. Have a safe journey, see you in half a month. Chi Dachuan put away his playful demeanor and responded. After hanging up, Bai Jing looked at the high-end nutritional fluids in the refrigerator. So these nutritional fluids are all mine, right? Please send them to the guy I just spoke with. Just as Bai Jing had guessed, the sweet female voice directly agreed. Yes, sir, arrangements have already been made to send it to him. They were all members of a team of daredevils, and having a little privilege at this moment was permissible. Of course, one should not go overboard. Half an hour later, Bai Jing lay on the genuine leather sofa crafted from the hide of an unknown star beast, holding a glass of chilled soda in his hand. His gaze fell outside the window, sweeping across the scenery. It seems the Alliance is in a dire situation. This chick star has also experienced large-scale wars. Bai Jing observed the landscape below. Most of it was scorched earth or desertified, with even a crystalline pit extending several hundred kilometers. It was clearly created by the weapons of a landing craft. The entire chick star was mostly a half-destroyed planet. Perhaps that was why it was chosen as a breeding ground for test tube babies. With such an attack, can I withstand it even if I become a god of war? Bai Jing felt a bit uneasy. This level of attack likely wasn't even the Alliance's limit. He had seen on the news that there had been a complete annihilation battle before. The Alliance had destroyed nearly 100 stars. This was the reason why the old martial arts were not taken seriously. No matter how strong you are, can you fly into space and punch through a battleship with an elbow strike? In fact, to some extent the old martial arts were far inferior to mechanized fighters. And mechanized fighters could be mass-produced. Those who practiced martial arts could not be produced in bulk. Of course, mechanized fighters were not omnipotent. The universe was too bizarre with all sorts of strange worlds existing. There were many star regions where advanced weapons could not be used. This is also why, despite knowing that the growth of old martial arts is slow, they still choose to educate test tube babies through compulsory education. The main reason is to provide them with some self-defense capability, and the cost is extremely low, requiring just a bit of time. Secondly, it is to filter out martial arts geniuses and send them to restricted technology star regions for missions. Mr. Bai Jing, please fasten your seatbelt. Shuttle T-11 is landing. Suddenly the sweet voice interrupted Bai Jing's thoughts. Landing? It hasn't even been an hour, right? He asked somewhat suspiciously. The sweet voice quickly began to explain. This landing was decided by the shuttle captain. The specifics are not yet known. Please wait patiently in the cabin and do not wander around. Bai Jing was somewhat unclear about the other party's intentions. Looking through the window, he gazed downwards. The landing area had many large and small pits resembling the surface of the moon, and the ground was red. About 3 minutes later, the shuttle came to a complete stop, landing in a deep pit. The hatches on both sides opened simultaneously. This made Bai Jing frown, not daring to be careless, and directly employed the internal circulation breathing technique gained from his 9th metamorphosis. He did not absorb the external air. He also did not dare to rashly leave the shuttle cabin. Warning, warning, alien DNA detected, insectoid race type half-insect. The situation here has been reported to the resident Alliance government. Please wait patiently for rescue. Do not leave the cabin. Bai Jing. Hearing the alarm made him feel numb. Others headed to the chick zone with no trouble, but he was only halfway there and had encountered an attack by alien species. It was simply absurd. However, he wasn't worried about safety. The 2 turrets on the shuttle were not mere decorations. Even if the alien species wanted to come in, they would likely have to expend some effort. Self-comforting. Before his voice fell, the alloy door connecting to the shuttle captain suddenly made a clicking sound and began to open from the other side. Unless the insectoid is inside the shuttle. Thinking of this possibility, Bai Jing felt his heartbeat slow for a moment. His gaze fixed intently on the cockpit door. It wasn't long before a familiar young man slowly walked out, and Bai Jing's expression changed. Damn, it's really an insectoid spy. The young man was still the same young man, but his suit was soaked in crystal clear saliva. With each step he took, a puddle of saliva dripped onto the ground. This amount of saliva was truly astonishing. Watching the slowly approaching insectoid, Bai Jing began to contemplate his strategy. Should he run outside or fight the other party inside the cabin? He didn't dare to gamble on whether there were other insectoids outside. Moreover, there was only one insectoid inside the cabin. From the name, it should not be a true cosmic race, but rather something akin to a dependent clan. And with the external situation unclear, the real cosmic race could be hiding. Thinking this way, the choice was obvious. The shuttle captain was desperately swallowing saliva and spoke somewhat unclearly. Don't resist, it would be bad if I hurt you. I just want to lick you, I absolutely won't harm you. As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Jing actually wished he didn't understand the Tunghua dialect, but he did understand. Old man phone subway. At this moment he had that expression. Yet he still suppressed his discomfort and asked a question. You, a long-hidden insectoid, why choose me instead of hunting those true geniuses? Looking at the other party's appearance, it was obvious he wasn't newly appointed as the shuttle captain. He had probably assisted in transporting many martial artists. They should all have been successfully delivered. Otherwise he would have been captured long ago. I have been lurking for 2.5 years with not a single mistake. If nothing unexpected happens, I will continue to lurk for another 2.5 years to 3. I used to think this way, but you are simply too fragrant. You made me dizzy, I couldn't control myself. Saying this, he slapped his right cheek with a loud clap. Hearing the other party's reasoning, Bai Jing felt as if his brain was about to shrink. What the hell? Do you even want to listen to what you're saying? I'm too fragrant. If I thought you had the potential of a god of war, I would have praised your good eyesight. But you just had to tell me I'm too fragrant, which made you dizzy. Damn. You really have me at a loss for words. With such a straightforward reason, Bai Jing was left speechless. You don't move around, I just want to lick you, I absolutely won't harm you. A half-insect began to drag its saliva across the ground, quickly approaching. Bai Jing was numb. He never imagined that after living 2 lifetimes as a human, the first being to want to lick him would be an insect. Moreover, judging by the other party's appearance, it was clearly not a mental licking but rather a physical one. Ha ha ha. When people are speechless, they can't help but laugh, and Bai Jing was no exception at this moment. Hug once, lick once. The half-insect shouted, closing in step by step. The entire shuttle was over 20 meters long, but the actual space was occupied by various furniture and items, leaving little room to retreat. Then let's do it. Perhaps with no way out and the adrenaline rushing, Bai Jing felt a surge of power throughout his body. He was the first to strike, kicking the other party in the waist. Bang! A muffled sound echoed. His foot did not feel like it struck flesh, but rather a hard shell. The half-insect that took the kick was not bothered at all. It tried to corner Bai Jing against the wall and do as it pleased. Its strength shouldn't be too strong at most peak physical training, just with a bit higher defense. That said, Bai Jing after his 9th molting had also become quite strong defensively. At least in the recent clash he felt no discomfort. Moreover, with the life force that was constantly regenerating. I'm going to take you down. His eyes sparkled with fierce light akin to a swift leopard pouncing towards the opponent. Bang! Bang! The two sides briefly clashed before quickly separating once again. The half-insect man in a suit had eyes that gradually turned crimson, with saliva dripping from the corners of his mouth onto the floor. Do not resist, I fear I might lose control and kill you. As the adversary's voice echoed, Bai Jing noticed that the other party's body seemed to swell, even the fitted suit was being torn apart. If one could see the form beneath the suit, they would notice cracks appearing on the skin as well. Come and kill me. Bai Jing raised an eyebrow. From the earlier probing, he already had an inkling of the situation. Both sides were of equal strength, who's the more arrogant one? Of course, at this moment he still felt something, sensing the impact of the punches, the ferocious force transmitting through his fists to his flesh and bones. So refreshing. Bai Jing murmured, a wisp of white vapor escaping from his nostrils. He had never felt that fighting could be so exhilarating. Moreover, due to the consumption during the battle, the feeling of fullness had vanished, leaving only abundant stamina and a surging desire for combat. Come on, let me see your true form, you insect. Watching the suit about to tear apart, Bai Jing beckoned with his fingers. Perhaps the term insect struck a nerve with the opponent. The half-insect man, who had been trying hard to restrain his emotions, lunged forward. It was like a beast roaring, echoing in his throat. We are the holy tribe. Not insects. As both sides clashed once more, this time neither held back. Fists and feet collided. The muffled sounds resembled blows on alloy. As the battle continued, the half-insect man's suit was shredded and even his skin began to crack, revealing the writhing dark brown shell beneath. Concentrated punch. Seizing a gap, Bai Jing exerted all his strength. He delivered a punch directly to the opponent's head. This punch caused the half-insect man's head to cave in and his neck snapped, hanging limply. You seek death. Perhaps it was due to the disguise being completely destroyed. The opponent clearly stopped pretending, accompanied by a ripping sound. Beneath that resilient human skin revealed the true form of the half-insect man. The opponent stood about 1.7 meters tall, entirely covered in dark brown shell, with a head resembling an antitorso similar to a human, yet possessing 2 pairs of arms. Human, I will utterly shatter your will and offer you to the queen. Enough nonsense, whoever avoids is a coward, come and fight. Bai Jing stepped forward, towering half a head taller than the half-insect man. The half-insect man seemed momentarily stunned, followed by a contemptuous laugh. Fight without moving. If I understand correctly, this means a battle where neither side moves and only attacks. Stop talking, come on. Bai Jing spoke directly. He was not to blame for resorting to such a tactic while the opponent was clad in a layer of skin. His combat skills were not as good as theirs. Now that the opponent had completely freed themselves from restraints, he feared he would be unable to keep up with them. Yet that octagonal cage fighting style could compensate for his lack of technique. Who told him he had never formally studied combat techniques? Dare you? Insect. Are you scared? He provoked once more. The half-insect man couldn't take it anymore and walked over immediately. Human, this is your greatest mistake, thinking you can stand against the great holy tribe. Stand firm. As they spoke, the two faced each other. Bai Jing casually picked up a cup from the ground. When the cup hits the ground, we begin, understood? Don't worry, I won't kill you, I'll offer you to the queen. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing did not respond. He directly threw the cup up, took a deep breath. Thud. Accompanied by the sound of it hitting the ground, both raised their hands, bang bang bang. A series of shadowy fists filled the space. Both sides evidently unleashed their full power. The only thing that frustrated Bai Jing was that he was at a disadvantage. The opponent had 4 arms. When he threw a punch he would have to take 2 in return. Of course there was also good news. He could completely defend against the opponent's punches even if a momentary breach occurred. His robust vitality allowed him to recover almost instantly. This boosted Bai Jing's confidence. 1 minute. Human surrender. Perhaps the queen will make you her male pet. 2 minutes. Human, if this continues I might not be able to refrain from killing you. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes later. Human, how is this possible? Regardless of the race, during the initial stages of cultivation the state of full power has time limits, especially in a super frequency state. At this moment both human and insect, especially in the confined space. High intensity explosion. Even cosmic races find it taxing after 10 minutes. Even the shell on the surface started to show cracks. It was evident that they were beginning to be overwhelmed. Sensing the opponent's attack frequency and speed gradually slowing, Bai Jing frowned. You worthless creature, is this all you can do? Insects are still insects. I am of the holy tribe. Nonsense, holy tribe, insect. Bai Jing continued to rain down punches without stopping, his mouth also chattering non-stop. You. At this moment the half-insect man was filled with regret. He wished he had been born with 2 sharp blades to stab this bastard before him. Feeling his stamina dwindling he began to entertain thoughts of escape. Planning to report Bai Jing, with such stamina and defense he would undoubtedly become a formidable enemy within the clan once he grows. This kind of intelligence would suffice for his return. Thinking of this he attempted to withdraw. Yura. Bai Jing's eyes brightened as he charged forward. Without saying a word he executed a powerful wall slam on the half-insect man. He swung his arms wildly, bombarding him without giving the half-insect man a chance to escape, even bracing himself to withstand the opponent's full power. After an unknown number of punches later, accompanied by a crack, a horizontal fissure appeared in the hard shell traversing half of its body. Ah, Yura, take my punches. Bang. 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 The shattering of the shell caused the half-insect man to panic, struggling even more violently, trying to push Bai Jing away and rush out. Are you even human or one of those races? He even began to think that this guy before him was not human, otherwise how could he possess such terrifying stamina and defense? Even those modified humans couldn't have such capability, could they? Only those truly powerful cosmic races could achieve such feats. Do not doubt, insect. Don't you know what I am? I am a purebred Alliance test tube baby. When these words came out, the half-insect man fell silent. What the hell is a test tube baby? The next moment he felt a pain in his abdomen and saw Bai Jing holding a string of intestines. The intestines of an insect are truly different. Look at this heart, it's all black as expected of an insect. What is this? Do insects even have kidneys? Bai Jing transformed into a curious baby, starting to dig into the half-insect man's insides. One must admit, the vitality of this creature was incredibly resilient. Even with its chest cavity completely emptied it could still hold on until Bai Jing grasped its head and forcefully ripped it off, concluding this unconventional battle. As Bai Jing pondered whether to smash open the opponent's skull to see if anything resembling a crystal nucleus could be found, perhaps it could charge his plugins, wouldn't that be a huge gain? A voice suddenly resounded from outside. Give up resisting, I don't want to say it a second time. Almost simultaneously 2 sounds of air braking erupted, followed by the heavy thud of something hitting the ground. Through the already open hatch 2 figures appeared on either side. Standing about 2 meters tall, clad in heavy battle armor, one wielded an energy greatsword while the other held a round fist-sized heavy hammer. They blocked the hatches on both sides. Hello, how are you? Bai Jing instinctively raised his right hand to greet them. However, he realized that his right hand was covered in the intestines of insects and hurriedly tried to switch to his left hand, only to find it was holding an insect's heart. The mechanical warriors fell silent. Clearly neither had anticipated such a meeting. Soon a voice from the air shattered the eerie atmosphere. Stop wasting time, just come in. This voice interrupted them. One of the hammer-wielding mechanical warriors finally spoke up. Boss, maybe you should come down and take a look yourself, something seems off. Looking at the figure holding the heart in one hand and the intestines in the other, he couldn't help but speak up. Hearing the voice from the communicator, the other side clearly showed some dissatisfaction. You can't even handle a simple task, now I have to intervene personally. As soon as he finished speaking, a sound of air braking echoed, immediately followed by a heavy thud. Unlike the other 2 mechanical warriors, the newcomer was only about 1.70 m, scruffy-faced, with a cigar the thickness of a thumb in his mouth. As he exhaled smoke, he pushed the mechanical warriors aside. Get out of the way, get out of the way. With the mechanical warriors clearing a path, he took a look inside the shuttle and was momentarily stunned. His gaze fell on the headless half-insect corpse and he uncertainly asked, "Did you do this?" "If there were no other people here, it should be my doing." Putting down the internal organs upon seeing the official personnel, Bai Jing's tense heart instantly relaxed, no longer having to worry about being ambushed by a swarm of insects. "It really was you." The voice of the middle-aged leader noticeably rose in pitch. The cigar in his mouth crackled and burned faster, revealing some confusion. Meanwhile, the other mechanical warrior directly spoke up. "Boss, this kid most likely has some issues. I say we just capture him and interrogate him slowly." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Jing wanted to slap the other person. "I've worked hard to take down an insect race spy and now you want to lock me up without any rewards." Very well, this aligns more with his impression of the alliance. But seeing the energy greatsword in the other's hand, Bai Jing decided against it. Why was this battle so arduous? One reason was his lack of proper combat training and the other was not having a sharp, suitable weapon. If only he had an energy sword, he could have taken down half-insect creatures 10 times in 3 minutes. Thinking about the advantages of equipped weaponry, Bai Jing silently resolved to strengthen his gear to level 999 as soon as possible. He wanted to see if a simple elbow strike could crush a battleship. As for now, sir, I am a very, very good citizen. The energy sword, though he didn't know its model, could definitely pierce through his skin effortlessly. Moreover, there was a war hammer specifically designed to break armor nearby. Upon hearing this, the leading man shot him a glance. "Alright, if I'm not mistaken, you should have practiced your skin training more than 6 times, otherwise you wouldn't have been able to defeat this insect." When they arrived, they naturally saw Bai Jing's information. They just didn't expect this guy to still be alive. The main purpose of their visit this time, naturally, it was to recover the luxury shuttle equipped with heavy machinery. This thing was far more valuable than a test tube, baby. "Actually, I've practiced skin training 7 times. Bai Jing hurriedly climbed up the ladder, not exposing all his cards. He truly didn't dare to challenge the higher-ups. What if they heard about 9 times skin shedding? If it reached 9 times, it would be a rare item. Quick, 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 let's get to the dissection table while it's hot. If that happened, he would really be finished. The current alliance was undoubtedly a true giant for him. 7 times skin training. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily distracted, but soon his gaze towards Bai Jing changed. At this time, no one was willing to recruit an old warrior. Such individuals, no matter how talented, had to face the battlefield. And on the battlefield there was no such thing as absolute safety. Even the captains of starships had seen casualties exceed 4 digits over the years. Not to mention the cannon fodder on the ground. "Kid, we'll send you to the fledgling area shortly. Since you killed a spy hidden among us, we can give you some rewards. What do you want?" After thinking for a moment, he finally spoke up, feeling a sigh within. Hopefully this bit could give this old martial arts genius a better chance of survival on the battlefield. "There's still a reward. Can I have a fully equipped Hawk Dragon rifle?" Bai Jing's eyes lit up as he quickly asked. "Kid, you're dreaming. Don't you see we're all using kinetic weapons? On the fledgling planet, all long-range lethal weapons, unless under special circumstances, could normally only use cold weapons." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing felt a twinge of disappointment in his heart. He originally thought that with a gun in hand, safety could be ensured. At the very least, he could dismantle the energy crystal for recharging. However, he didn't expect that the fledgling planet was so strictly regulated. Of course, Bai Jing didn't know that it hadn't been this strict before, ever since someone took an energy crystal and made a super bomb. After killing millions, the use of weapons that utilized compressed energy was controlled. Compressed energy under normal use was energy, but under abnormal use it was a bomb. Before Bai Jing could speak again, he saw the middle-aged man walk up to the mechanical warrior holding the energy greatsword and pulled out a dagger from behind him. "Boss, what are you doing? I spent dozens of points to get that." The middle-aged man completely ignored the figure behind him. "Your skin training is good, but your attack is too weak. This dagger is forged from a special alloy and can easily pierce through the defenses of low-level insects." Saying this, he tossed a dagger in sheath to Bai Jing. After doing all this, he no longer paid attention and began to take over the shuttle, preparing to return. Bai Jing, on the other hand, was playing with the weapon in his hand. The dagger was about 30 centimeters long, and as he drew it from the sheath, a cold gleam flashed. He immediately tested it on the nearby half-insect corpse. The dagger effortlessly pierced through the exoskeleton as if it were tofu. "What the heck, this is a good knife." Bai Jing's eyes lit up. If he had this dagger earlier, he wouldn't have needed to fight the other side for 10 minutes. Clutching the dagger in sheath tightly, he even ignored the gaze of the greatsword-wielding warrior. As for retaliation from the other side, damn. I'm heading to the front lines in half a month. You want to retaliate. Do you understand non-combat losses? As long as they find out, even if they can't wipe out 9 clans, 3 clans will do. As test tube babies intended for cannon fodder, in some respects they were not to be provoked. After all, they were born for battle for the Alliance. As soon as a death occurred, the Alliance would investigate thoroughly, leaving no room for leniency. It could be said that before going to the battlefield, test tube babies were almost in a state that nobody dared to provoke. Soon after, the other side completed the takeover of the luxury shuttle. Bai Jing also boarded their shuttle, heading towards the fledgling area. Can you give me that bug's head? Seeing that they were about to reach their destination, he gritted his teeth and spoke up. He had thought of trying to see if the bug's corpse could be used to recharge essence. Who would have thought the rescue team arrived too quickly, leaving him no chance to act? This is my first time killing an enemy. I want to keep it as a memento. Bai Jing had already thought of a reason. No sooner had he finished speaking than the nearby mechanized warrior snorted and couldn't help but laugh. The middle-aged man elbowed the mechanized warrior, causing him to stop and begin explaining. This is not allowed. The heads of alien beings must be brought back. Let me keep this as a souvenir for you. Saying this, he broke off one of the bugman's antennae and handed it to Bai Jing. Thank you. Bai Jing was overjoyed in his heart and quickly accepted the antenna, which was as thick as a baby's finger. Even though he didn't get the complete material, having a little bit to use as experimental material was already sufficient. With the item in hand, Bai Jing no longer looked at the others. His gaze was drawn to the scene outside the flying shuttle. If the settlement area resembled the apartments of his past life, then the elite area was akin to the luxurious villas of the wealthy. Especially from a high vantage point, he saw small estates evenly spaced apart. Bai Jing even spotted a gardener meticulously tending to the greenery. If I don't have to risk my life, this living environment is really nice. Even Bai Jing couldn't find any faults. Just then the flying shuttle suddenly slowed down and began to descend vertically. The middle-aged man beside him explained with a smile, I just checked, you have been assigned to estate number 9527. Thank you. Bai Jing expressed his gratitude again, his gaze falling on the estate he was about to move into. While it looked unremarkable from the air, it occupied at least 20 acres of land. It wasn't large, but it was definitely enough for just him. Before the flying shuttle had even landed, 3 figures were already standing at the estate's entrance waiting. As Bai Jing stepped off the flying shuttle, the 3 figures quickly approached with small hurried steps. Welcome home, sir, I am your butler. The one leading the way was an elderly man currently bowing with 2 maidens beside him. Bai Jing looked at the elderly man and the 2 young women. Even having lived 2 lives, this was the first time Bai Jing had encountered such a scene. Of course, he was not someone who would refuse the chance to enjoy the good things in life. Prepare a set of clean clothes for me and get the bathing area ready, I need to take a bath, Bai Jing stated. The elderly butler nodded in response, walking behind Bai Jing to guide him while also explaining the layout of the estate and its various functions. Under the butler's guidance, they quickly arrived at the bathing area. Seeing the bath that was several times larger than the communal baths of his past life in the north, Bai Jing immediately stripped down. He jumped right in. The stench of bugs from his body had long since become unbearable. Sir, I'll be waiting outside, just call me if you need anything. As the butler stepped out of the room leaving behind 2 maids, Bai Jing noticed that the 2 were different once they removed their maid outfit. One had a fluffy silver-white bushy tail. The other had pointed ears and bright eyes, looking pure and lovely. Aliens. Lost in thought, the 2 maids approached to help wash away the coagulated bug blood from his body. Bai Jing. Did they really think I was that unshakable? It wasn't until the sky darkened outside that Bai Jing emerged from the bathroom and the diligent butler was still standing at the door. Aliens are nothing to worry about, he said dismissively, sneering at the online comments. What does it mean aliens are not people? In response to such remarks, he could only say one thing: practice more. Naturally, after the intense battle, Bai Jing felt refreshed. Please give me a brief introduction, he glanced at the butler following behind him and spoke casually. The butler, clearly prepared, immediately began detailing the estate's situation. Sir, the estate is divided into residential, exercise and entertainment areas. He explained in detail what each of the 3 areas contained. As for the residential area, it was meant for daily resting, equipped with 2 alien maids to take care of his daily needs. Regarding the exercise area, in addition to the standard fitness equipment, it was also equipped with a combat room that housed combat-type robots. As for the entertainment area, it could only be described as lavish. Whatever you wanted to play, as long as it didn't violate the laws of the Federation, could be found. They even encouraged having children. There was no choice, the Federation was desperate for soldiers. The higher-ups would love to see several million recruits emerge in a year. Sir, the bed is already made and warmed, would you like to go there now? The butler suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing frowned. What time is it now? It's 1 a.m. It's only 1 o'clock, can I sleep at my age? Bai Jing rolled his eyes and said. He had indeed consumed some energy, but as his energy was depleted, it was also being restored continuously. The two balanced each other out. It was almost as if he hadn't expended any energy at all. Take me to the exercise area. But sir, according to my intelligent analysis, you urgently need sleep to recover your energy. The butler momentarily froze before providing an explanation. Looking at the perfectly proper butler, he realized why he felt something was off. Since their first meeting, it turned out he was a robot. Don't compare me to those weaklings, okay? That little bit of exercise was merely a warm-up. Feeling his gradually replenishing energy, Bai Jing couldn't help but urge. At this moment, the butler's artificial intelligence brain experienced a brief pause. They were connected to the butler network. The previous analysis was not an anomaly, but rather the case for almost all male individuals. This time the analysis issue clearly lasted a while. Please follow me, sir. After completing the analysis, a new piece of information was uploaded to the shared network. Under the butler's guidance, they quickly arrived at the exercise area. Bai Jing did not dive straight in. He asked someone to bring him the warrior's internal network terminal. He hadn't yet received the training techniques and combat arts. Meanwhile, in another estate, a muscular man was grunting as he worked the fields. Once the farming was finished, an elderly butler approached. Sir, according to the latest research, your timing lags behind the overall level. We have already prepared the sacred item for kidney replenishment for you. Upon hearing this, the muscular man clearly froze. Immediately afterward, he became enraged, his face turning red as he shouted. Nonsense. This scene gradually unfolded on a calm night as loyal, sincere, and diligent butlers presented sacred kidney replenishment items to their masters. Some even more dutifully helped book appointments with doctors. Through fingerprint authentication and iris recognition, the Black Warrior's internal network terminal projected a three-dimensional human figure like a projector. Welcome to the Warrior Network. It detects that you are a new user and has automatically directed you to the new user benefits page. As the voice sounded, the three-dimensional figure disappeared, transforming back into a page state. At the top of the page were bold red characters, "Welcome newcomer." To the right there was a row of flashing images, all advertising various warrior supplies. Bai Jing frowned. What kind of warrior network is this? It feels like a third-rate website. He looked at the enlarged and bolded new user benefits. He couldn't help but mutter. Of course, having the other party directly open the benefits network saved Bai Jing the time of searching. His gaze fell on the page first, claiming the cultivation method for the meat training section. Since it was standardized, there was no second choice. After claiming the body refining technique, he looked towards another area. The area for claiming combat techniques was glaringly bright. Unlike the body refining methods, there were many choices for combat techniques, with a full dozen to select from. Name: Tai Chi Fist. Type: Defensive Fist Technique. Description: an ancient martial art primarily defensive in the early stages with insufficient lethality, but when mastered it can balance offense and defense. Name: Ancient Tai Fist. Type: Offensive Fist Technique. Description: an ancient martial art focused on brute force with substantial lethality requiring a strong physique. Name: Military Dao Killing Fist. Type: Attack Killing Fist Technique. Description: a summary by modern military warriors aimed at killing enemies includes life-risking combat techniques. After viewing each combat technique, one could only say it was a blend of ancient and modern. There were fist techniques he had heard of from his past life as well as those recently created. Tai Chi Fist. It was theoretically the most suitable for his needs. It balanced offense and defense. However, this technique required time to cultivate, and only when mastered could it unleash its full power. Yet Bai Jing was in urgent need of a combat technique that could rapidly enhance his strength. Bai Jing's gaze silently descended, landing on the military Dao Killing Fist. Whether ancient martial arts had a 5,000-year heritage was uncertain. However, the military's battles against alien races definitely exceeded 2,000 or 3,000 years, accumulating far more combat experience. Moreover, can what a sect studies compare to what a military force calculated in the millions has developed? He immediately clicked on the full introduction. The more he looked, the more he liked it. This military Dao Killing Fist was not just a simple fist technique, it also included methods for exerting force and the training of weapon techniques. It was more like a fused combat technique. Do I even need to choose? He immediately selected to purchase the military Dao Killing Fist. Soon information popped up in the background showing two videos corresponding to the meat training section and the military Dao Killing Fist. He directly selected to play. Almost simultaneously, a man in military uniform suddenly appeared, standing directly in front of Bai Jing as if he were a real person. Bai Jing could clearly see every pore and hair on the man's body. Military Dao Killing Fist. The only intention is to kill. The man in military uniform began explaining various key points of the techniques and what to pay attention to as he continued to demonstrate. The projection was almost indistinguishable from a real person, allowing Bai Jing to clearly notice every technique and the traces of muscle movement. He quickly memorized the military Dao killing fist. In summary, this was a fist technique aimed at efficient killing. Of course, Bai Jing also discovered one issue: when facing familiar enemies, the military Dao killing fist could unleash 150 of its power. However, when facing unfamiliar enemies, those whose weaknesses were unknown, he could not even unleash 100 of his strength. Even so, this is enough. Bai Jing recalled the final technique. The life-risking technique. It forcibly activated muscle potential with chi and blood, unleashing 200 of his strength. I have automatic life recovery, so I don't need to worry about serious injuries. Therefore, this life-risking technique is deadly for others but perfect for me. With it, I can at least explode with 200 strength against anyone. So the advantage is mine. As he thought about this, Bai Jing nodded in satisfaction. With the enemy's strength not increasing if he improved by 200, it was naturally an advantage for him. Shall I just start practicing directly? He could accumulate proficiency and ensure better results in half a month. As for the meat training section, he could only say he would find time to look at it. After the battle with the half-insect man, Bai Jing realized his lack of combat skills. He feared that during the martial arts test he wouldn't even be able to unleash 100 of this Buddha's strength. Then I will practice the military Dao killing fist first and find time later to cultivate the meat training section. Bai Jing made up his mind. Just as he was about to start, his gaze fell on the severed tentacle. Almost forgot about you. He picked up the half-insect man's tentacle. With a thought, he reopened the recharge page for the plugin. He decisively chose to recharge. Detected inferior biological material. Would you like to recharge? After a successful recharge, you can obtain 0.001 essence. Bai Jing. Recharge. As his hand emptied, the essence count in the upper right corner also changed. 0.001. Looking at that number, Bai Jing couldn't help but laugh. I'm about to get rich. Although it was only 0.001 essence, he couldn't ignore the size of that tentacle. Moreover, this thing was cannon fodder on the battlefield. During large-scale battles, the death count was in the millions. One half-insect man corresponded to 1 essence. After a battle, just picking up corpses could probably yield several thousand essences. With this in mind, Bai Jing reached out and tapped the payment function area. Immediately another message popped up. Insufficient balance, please recharge in time. In addition, there was another prompt. 999 essences are needed to unlock the next paid feature. Seeing this information, Bai Jing felt even better. Now he even knew how much he was lacking. Just 50 essences weren't too expensive. If he was careful, he could gather them in 2 or 3 weeks after enlistment. Since he certainly couldn't gather essences recently, Bai Jing was too lazy to waste brain cells and refocused his attention on the military Dao killing fist. Next, I need to at least grind the proficiency to an introductory level and at the very least learn the life-risking technique. That 200 power increase was very tempting. In his view, anything about overcoming strength with softness was pure nonsense. The only way you can restrain me is if my strength isn't great enough. Just like practicing Tai Chi to the master realm, try to stop a battleship and see what happens. If you can stop it, Bai Jing would admit the prowess of Tai Chi. During the following time, Bai Jing fell into a frenzied state of cultivation. Unlike before, the steward appeared frequently. On the first day. Sir, you have been exercising for 10 consecutive hours. Would you like to take a break? Only 10 hours. Keep practicing. On the third day, sir, your body will have problems doing this. Please rest immediately. No, don't compare me to the delicate dogs outside, alright. This amount of exercise is barely a warm-up. As time passed, Bai Jing, to avoid being sliced up, still symbolically rested for an hour or 2 each day. Meanwhile, the two maids, having witnessed Bai Jing's diligent training, looked at him with a sense of relief from surviving a disaster. Their physiques were extraordinary, but there was still a person above them. Yet this individual before them, even if they were royalty, was far from their strength. In a certain manner, in the training area, a young man with a well-proportioned physique, his training outfit soaked with sweat, lay on the ground like a limp shrimp, gasping for breath to relieve his physical exhaustion. In the young man's eyes, there was only determination. I, Yuan Huahua, shall never be weaker than others. What others can achieve, I can achieve too. Even the fatigue in his body could not dampen the joy of breaking limits and gaining a new life. He might have sensed that the master of the manor had finished his training. The door was pushed open and a butler entered with 2 maidservants. The 2 maidservants skillfully began to massage Yuan Huahua, helping him alleviate his exhaustion. The butler held a tray with a portion of highly concentrated nutritional paste. Sir, according to your requirements, your training this time was far below your expectations. Perhaps due to extreme fatigue, Yuan Huahua experienced a brief moment of auditory distortion. Even though he couldn't quite hear clearly, he understood what the robotic butler wanted to say. He reached for the small bowl of nutritional paste which resembled ice cream and muttered, "Butler, I've already told you. I, Yuan Huahua, shall never be weaker than others. If I can achieve the top spot in training, then I can do it too." Saying this, he took large bites of the cool nutritional paste, preparing to finish it and rest for a bit before training for another hour or two. He was determined to solidify his position as first in training duration. As soon as he spoke these words, the butler who was serving him momentarily froze as if checking some information. "Sorry, sir, as your butler I should speak for you, but internal regulations require me to adhere to honesty principles. Your training duration is far from that of the first place, you can only be second. Moreover, with my cloud computing capabilities, if you do not have other opportunities in this life, you can only be second," the robotic butler explains, seriously, providing data to support its claim. Meanwhile, the bowl that Yuan Huahua was holding dropped to the ground and his eyes widened in disbelief. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I report that this person must have hacked into your backend and altered the data." The butler projected a leaderboard. The leaderboard information was very simple. It only included names and times. First place Bai Jing, today's training time 21 hours and 13 minutes. Second place Yuan Huahua, today's training time 11 hours and 31 minutes. Looking at that outrageous data, Yuan Huahua could only think that the other party must have tampered with the data. As a human from Blue Star, almost all habitable planets have a day adjusted to 24 hours, and Chao Star is no exception. Sir, the president has told us that willpower is the most precious thing for humanity. Whenever faced with adversity, as long as your willpower is firm, you will eventually break through challenges and welcome a new life. Listening to the robotic butler's voice, Yuan Huahua couldn't help but interject. "It's not. I know willpower is a good thing, and if cultivated to a certain extent can even lead to awakening. But for heaven's sake, it shouldn't be this outrageous, right? Look at this data, 21 hours. It's only 2114 now and he hasn't taken a second of rest." Sometimes he really wanted to pry open its mechanical head to see if its chip was burned out. Such simple common sense could be wrong. As this question arose, the robotic butler seemed to enter a state of malfunction. Countless cases told it that it was unreasonable for humans to engage in such prolonged high-intensity training. But the facts were in front of it, making it feel a bit overwhelmed. In a moment it actually went into a temporary shutdown. There was even a wisp of smoke billowing from its head. This scene startled Yuan Huahua. This robotic butler was worth quite a bit. "Wait, don't think too much, just send me the location and I'll personally go visit to find out the truth, right? User agreement, I have submitted your request. Once the other party agrees, it can proceed to obtain permission." During this time, even the tone seemed to have a slight stutter. Fortunately, it did not completely crash. "Then why go at all? I'm going to expose the fraud. It's impossible for them to let me go," Yuan Huahua said, somewhat angrily yet feeling helpless. Looking at the name at the top of the leaderboard, he began to mutter. "I, Yuan Huahua, shall never be weaker than others, but someone must be cheating. This can't count." Before he could finish his words, he heard the butler, who was almost glitching, begin to speak. "Sir, the application has already been completed. Mr. Bai has agreed and you can go to Manor 9527. I have prepared the shuttle for you." Yuan Huahua. "Wait, what? Agreed." He was somewhat baffled by the other party's actions, but still rubbed his fists, preparing to meet this hacker genius. At Manor 9527, in the combat room on a stage constructed of special materials, two figures were engaged in a fierce battle. Both sides were using military-style killing fists. The collisions between fists and feet aimed straight for each other's vital points. Bang! 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 If it were anyone else, such unrestricted combat would leave them bedridden for at least a few days. Even a single mistake could cost one their life. Yet Bai Jing felt nothing. Each time he was knocked back, he would rush back in at the fastest speed. During the beatings, his proficiency in the military-style killing fists was rapidly increasing. In 3 days he had mastered the 9 styles. This was all gained through real life and death combat. Hoo. After being beaten for 3 days, it's my turn today. Looking at the combat puppet that stood over 2 meters tall, its muscles bulging almost indistinguishable from a real person, a glimmer of competitive spirit flashed in Bai Jing's eyes. Even with the ability to recover vitality, such a godly ability made the 3 days actually quite enjoyable, at least better than the feeling of being entirely sore. But after being beaten for so long, it was false to say he had no temper. Military-style killing fist, 9th style blood ignition. As soon as the words fell, Bai Jing felt his heart suddenly pause for a moment. In the next second it was as if he had joined high compression energy. His heart roared like an internal furnace. With that surge of power every limb and bone felt an instantaneous increase in strength. The originally loose sportswear at that moment puffed up like a blown-up balloon. This feeling is incredible. The suddenly increased base strength made Bai Jing feel invincible. He looked at the combat robot towering 2 meters high. His toes dug into the ground, calves tightened, and with an explosive burst he instantly reached the combat robot, which was comparable to a perfected body refinement and masterful at military-style killing fists. Without waiting for the opponent to react, his elbow struck directly at the chest of the combat robot. That iron lump weighing over a ton was directly pushed into the air. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Jing unleashed a flurry of techniques. Crack! 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 In an instant the joints and weak points of the combat robot were struck one after another, completely losing combat capability. What technique! I only believe in brute force. Also feeling that his internal balance was achieved, the endless vitality just compensated for the consumption brought by the explosive power. Very good, the ninth should be renamed to Permanent Style. At this moment he felt a surge of impulse to showcase his skills, and he couldn't help but think of the alien race, glancing over at the alien girl waiting nearby. Quickly he turned his head away. Clearly they were not those aliens. A scruffy figure accompanied by 2 towering mechanized warriors entered a manor. It seems we have arrived late. The middle-aged man furrowed his brow as he sniffed the faint scent of blood in the air. The 2 mechanized warriors positioned themselves, guarding him closely. As they entered the front courtyard's garden area, a red glow flashed. Almost simultaneously one mechanized warrior raised a shield while the other charged forward swinging a great sword. There was no attack as expected. The mechanized warrior clearly saw the figure among the flowers, a half-burned robot. Alarm, alarm, we are under attack, please send immediate reinforcements. A muffled voice continued to issue warnings. At that moment the middle-aged man arrived, escorted by another, glancing at the mechanical creation on the ground. A household combat robot equivalent to physical training strength has been dismantled so easily. The opponent has some dangerous capabilities, be cautious not to stumble in the gutter. His gaze shifted towards the dark manor villa. In a daze he seemed to catch a fleeting shadow. After receiving a signal, the sword-wielding mechanized warrior strode towards the villa and kicked open the tightly shut door. Insects, I have found you. Come out and die quickly. A voice echoed from the loudspeaker. The villa remained silent. The greatsword mechanized warrior, receiving no response, entered the building like a wild beast, breaking down doors one by one. Whenever he spotted something obstructing his view he would not hesitate to slash at it. First floor. Second floor. Third floor. The mechanized warrior swept through the levels but found nothing. It wasn't until they reached the training area that they uncovered something. Boss, come here for a moment. Hearing this, the 2 did not pause and immediately headed to the training area. Upon entering they saw pools of blood forming incomprehensible symbols. At the center of the myriad symbols lay a figure flayed. This resembles the handiwork of some sort of evil deity, but there seems to be something off. The greatsword mechanized warrior spoke while his helmet immediately began scanning, collecting all information from the scene. Before he could compare notes, the middle-aged man had already approached the center of the symbols. He knelt by the flayed figure and pushed aside its hand. A small silver-gray hair fell to the ground. The advanced scout of the insects. The middle-aged man spoke, gazing at the steel-like silver hair. Upon hearing this, the faces of the other 2 mechanized warriors beneath their helmets changed drastically. How is that possible? Boss, are you sure about this? Both were evidently reluctant to believe it. They were calling them insects, but those insects could be regarded as pseudo-dominators in this universe. As a former soldier who had retired from the front lines, he knew how troublesome these creatures could be. Other cosmic overlords were like emperors, sitting high above, indifferent to the disputes of other races. Moreover, the most disgusting aspect of the insect race was their insatiable hunger. Their seemingly endless appetite turned them into excrement-producing machines. They kept dropping droppings across every star domain they passed through, and when they found a star domain suitable for growth, it wouldn't be long before the insect army would arrive. They would then turn the suitable planets into their granaries. Once they had drained all value from them, they would leave the now desolate planets behind. Continuing their search for valuable planets, they would release countless advanced scout eggs. These eggs would hatch and grow in suitable environments. These insects lack any exceptional combat power. Their only skill is transmitting information across star domains. Their astonishment stemmed from knowing the horror of the advanced scouts. They might not be strong, but they could summon billions of insect soldiers. As for those half-insect humans, they were merely spies created by the insect race through genetic programming. Their combat power was on an entirely different level. This situation is a bit troublesome considering the condition of this corpse. The time of death was not more than 3 hours ago. He analyzed the flayed body. And the host of the advanced scout won't die before hatching. Following this reasoning, they have 2 days left before reaching full maturity. While examining the flayed corpse, the middle-aged man began his analysis. This was somewhat good news for them. Almost simultaneously, the greatsword mechanized warrior did not hesitate and directly proposed, "I suggest we use the orbital cannon to thoroughly cleanse this area. As insects, they require a vast amount of nutrients to be born, so they naturally cannot travel far. Moreover, only 2 hours had passed at most." Seeing the wavering middle-aged man, the great sword warrior couldn't help but speak again. "Boss, if we sacrifice a few thousand people now, we can completely prevent the insect army from arriving. This is a worthwhile trade." Upon saying this, even the nearby hammer-wielding warrior did not refute him. Compared to facing billions of insect soldiers, losing a few thousand seemed trivial. Moreover, they are just a bunch of clones. The greatsword mechanized warrior was about to say something else when he was silenced by a cold stare. "Shut up. This matter is not something we can decide. I will report it truthfully. How it should be executed is not for you or me to decide." He glanced again at the greatsword mechanized warrior. He immediately took out his terminal, preparing to upload the information from the scene. However, upon seeing the no signal status, the middle-aged man felt his heart race. "Prepare for battle." No sooner had he spoken than several sounds of slicing through the air rang out. Fortunately, the 2 mechanized warriors were both experienced veterans. They blocked the incoming attacks, which were like quills from a porcupine. As the attacks missed, a series of rustling sounds emerged from outside as if many were on the move. "Boss, we will cover you. You take the message and rush out." Looking at the over 100 figures, the hammer-wielding warrior spoke. "We won't be able to escape if they can block our signals. There may be a traitor among us." The tools they were using were all of the highest authority. Only active military units could block their communications. Those who could procure such high-end goods would naturally have a high status. Just a bunch of miscreants. The greatsword mechanized warrior spat. At that moment, the half-insects had completely surrounded them, with more than a dozen figures stepping into the training room. Unlike the half-insects that Bai Jing had encountered, these half-insects had fully transformed. Some even crawled on the ground like insects. "None of you will escape. Your flesh and blood will be perfect nourishment for the saint." A dark green half-insect with arms like scythes and covered in compound eyes spoke slowly. On its shoulder was a creature exuding a silver-gray glow, resembling a caterpillar writhing and emanating intense hunger. "Saint, do not worry, you will soon feast on blood. Kill." As the blood-burning technique came to an end, Bai Jing felt as if his heart had been tightly gripped, causing a momentary stagnation of his blood accompanied by a wave of physical exhaustion. Sensing the long-lost sensation, Bai Jing's eyes brightened. The 9 cycles are truly rare. Before he could finish his sentence, it felt as though a spring had opened within him, unleashing the essence known as life energy. The fatigue of the body, the weariness of the spirit, and the injuries from the burdens began to heal at a visible pace. Bai Jing. He had initially thought to reflect on his struggles and re-experience what it meant to be tired. However, the recovery effect was too overwhelming. Then why bother resting? Let's dive right into practice. The 9 forms of military combat fist had already been mastered. In Bai Jing's view, that was sufficient. If it weren't for the desire to fully tap into his physical potential, he would have considered directly learning the 9th form. But as he began his training, he realized that the first 8 forms were actually about various techniques for exerting force, learning how to strike from different angles to inflict greater and more lethal damage. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Jing reluctantly learned them all. Looking back now, the results were quite good. With the existence of the 9th form combined with the techniques of exertion, he felt a significant enhancement. At present, when facing that half-insect man, he estimated he could deliver 3 punches that would knock the opponent down. It's a pity there are no living targets to practice against. Bai Jing wasn't fond of battling the training robots. He could not fully grasp the sensation of striking flesh where a misstep could lead to serious injury. He didn't even feel the adrenaline surge. Bai Jing understood that the metal lump wouldn't actually take his life, at most it would only cause him some injuries. This robbed him of the thrill of that adrenaline rush. Forget it. No need to think about such nonsense. In half a month there will be endless monsters to fight. Bai Jing couldn't be bothered to dwell on those thoughts. Now equipped with basic combat skills, the next step was naturally to continue increasing his stats. As long as the stats were high enough, any flaws in technique would no longer be flaws. He opened the 3-dimensional video on muscle training and began to gradually learn the movements. The difference with skin training wasn't significant, both involved various movements to circulate qi and blood within the body, continuously refining the muscles. After more than an hour, Bai Jing mastered the 36 forms of the muscle training techniques. He closed his eyes to recall the movements he just practiced and confirmed that there were no issues. Then let's continue to push ourselves, striving to refine the body to its utmost before leaving. It should yield a significant enhancement. Bai Jing began to feel a sense of anticipation. The ordinary skin training warriors could unleash about 1,000 kilograms of force. However, now his basic strength was already 10,000 kilograms. This was still without focusing on enhancing strength in the skin training realm. Once he exhausted his bonus potential, he should possess a foundational strength of 50 to 60,000 kilograms, at the very least barely reaching the level of Captain America. At that time I should be considered a qualified cannon fodder, he joked to himself. Just as he was about to continue his training, the robot butler who was supposed to be waiting outside the door suddenly pushed the door open and walked in. Sir, someone has breached the estate and is rapidly approaching the villa. Bai Jing. A line of question marks seemed to appear above his head. Without him saying a word, the butler had already projected a three-dimensional image. He saw several figures in the front yard running back and forth in a chase. Watching the person running in the lead, who was coolly spitting blood as he ran, Bai Jing remarked that amount of blood loss. Observing the limping figure, he felt an inexplicable familiarity. The robot butler dutifully magnified the image. As the person's face became clearer, Bai Jing instantly recognized the individual. That's the leader of the rescue team. Is he being hunted down? Isn't this the middle-aged man who gave me the dagger? Before Bai Jing could figure out what was happening, he noticed the robot butler's eyes suddenly emitting a red light. According to the laws of the Alliance, detecting the presence of the insect race obligates all citizens to assist in combat. Bai Jing. He already knew. Of course, upon seeing the half-insect man crawling behind, Bai Jing could guess this might just be the fate of cannon fodder. Saying that, he hurried towards the front yard, fearing that if he delayed, the middle-aged man would die right there. Aren't you going to lend a hand? Looking at the butler, whose eyes were glowing red, Bai Jing asked. Sorry, according to the regulations, household robots are not permitted to engage in any combat. Bai Jing chose to ignore this. Thinking about it, it made sense. One moment it was cleaning the table and sweeping the floor, and the next moment it was pulling out a chainsaw sword to attack people. A normal person would indeed find it hard to accept. If I can return this time, I will definitely take down the mastermind behind this incident. The middle-aged man cursed under his breath, but as he moved, blood poured from a gaping wound in his chest and his face turned ghastly pale. At that moment, a half-insect man with an arm like a blade charged in from the side, aiming directly for the middle-aged man's head. Just as the sharp arm blade was about to strike down, the man's movement suddenly changed, slashing into the empty ground beside him. Seizing this opportunity, the middle-aged man swung the energy greatsword he had tightly gripped in his right hand. With a whoosh, blood mist erupted and the lower half of the half-insect man vanished. Having accomplished that, he dared not pause and continued to charge forward. However, before the middle-aged man could take a few steps, a tearing sound echoed from behind him. He intended to use his abilities to shift his position, but just as he activated it, a sharp pain shot through his head. Poof! Unable to suppress a groan, the spear that should have veered off course pierced directly into his shoulder. The violent impact pinned the middle-aged man to the lawn. Damn it! I'm going to bite the dust this time. As he uttered this sentence, his already exhausted spirit began to fade and his eyelids gradually closed. Yet in his final moments of consciousness, he saw someone arriving. Moreover, he heard a voice. A wild energy greatsword. The speaker was none other than Bai Jing, who had just arrived. The first thing he noticed was the over-meter-long greatsword covered in a special force field. His heart raced. This was an energy greatsword. He quickly picked up the wild energy greatsword and didn't forget to urge the butler behind him to hurry. If we're not fighting, then let's not fight. Quickly get this guy down for rescue. Bai Jing did not want an official to die in his home. Otherwise it would likely implicate him. Two alien maids hurriedly dragged the middle-aged man backward. Warning detected. 8 half-insect men, please. You two step back a bit. Bai Jing had had enough of this robotic butler lately and was even contemplating whether to use the chaos to hack it apart. Having it nagging incessantly in his ear every day, he wasn't blind and could clearly see 8 figures surrounding them. You smell so good. A half-insect man resembling a praying mantis suddenly spoke with saliva dripping from the corners of its mouth. He glanced at the other creatures. Familiar ingredients. Looking at the great sword in his hand and then at the half-insect men, a thought crossed his mind. A message flashed before his eyes. Detected. Low-grade energy crystal conversion could yield 100 essence. Would you like to convert? Bai Jing's eyes brightened. 100 essence. Enough for him to unlock the paid features of the plugin. However, he was met with several half-insect beings drooling at him, eager to take a bite. He quickly suppressed the urge to recharge on the spot. The half-insect beings in front of him were clearly different from those he had encountered before. They were evidently more combat-oriented. Without a suitable weapon, it would be too strenuous. Moreover, the energy greatsword wouldn't just run off on its own. He decided to finish the fight before recharging. He silently made up his mind. Suddenly a series of sharp explosions rang out, causing his eardrums to ache. Following the sound, he saw a shiny silver caterpillar resting on the shoulder of a mantis half-insect. What the hell? Bai Jing felt a sense of familiarity but couldn't recall where he had seen it before. However, for a warrior, if I can't figure it out, then I'll just chop it up. Feeling the surging vitality within his body, he gripped the energy greatsword tightly and was about to strike. The mantis being, upon hearing the caterpillar's message, looked somewhat surprised, as if it had heard something incredible. Human, you possess great potential. Would you be willing to join my holy clan? As a cosmic race, they always spoke through strength. And while Bai Jing's power was lacking, the vigorous life force within him was comparable to many royal insects. If they could cultivate new half-insect beings using this kind of human genes, the mantis felt its blood racing. Perhaps the half-insect beings could become the next royal insects. At that time, who would dare to say that half-insect beings were a worthless race? With this thought, its compound eyes were filled with fervor. Only one thought occupied its mind. Capture him, they must capture him to serve the queen. As a man optimized, their clan's genes ascend to the royal throne and become the 13th royal of the Devourers. Looking at the young man gripping the sword, it quickly spoke. You must be careful. However, before it could finish, a voice interrupted. Rest assured, my lord, I can slay this kind in 3 moves. It was a half-insect being over 2 meters tall, covered in heavy armor with fists like meteor hammers. As it spoke, it marched forward confidently, eager to prove itself. Yet before it could take 2 steps, it was kicked down from behind and stomped into the ground. Who? It attempted to rise but was firmly pressed down. Turning its head, it saw a pair of indifferent compound eyes and the scythe-like arm resting on its neck. Everyone listen clearly, be extremely careful. Do not harm the opponent, you must capture him alive. Upon hearing this, the other 7 half-insect beings were directly stunned. To be cautious for us, aren't you worried about us dying? Are you afraid of the opponent dying? The mantis, feeling that this was not direct enough, reiterated. Remember, this is the key to whether our clan can become the new royal clan. If you make a mistake, you will be the eternal traitors of our clan. The other half-insect beings, though not understanding why they needed a live capture, realized that this matter concerned the fate of their clan. They naturally did not dare to defy. As for the individual involved, he completely did not understand. He only saw this group of insects chattering away using a language that was evidently insectoid. Bai Jing directly seized the nearest half-insect being and swung his energy greatsword. The opponent sensed the impending danger. Its lower body, resembling a centipede, quickly scurried away, narrowly avoiding Bai Jing's strike. At the moment the energy greatsword struck the ground, it created a pit a meter wide and several dozen centimeters deep. That was quick to dodge, Bai Jing remarked. Of course, he was also testing it out. It had nearly been able to slay a low-level second-tier spiritual energy master. It must possess some real capability. 9th style blood ignition. He took a deep breath. As a pure energy surged into his heart, the overwhelming power filled his limbs. That feeling of invincibility returned. Come, let's continue. Winner takes all, life or death. Fueled by bloodlust, his mind lost control as he boldly declared to the 8 half-insect beings. The mantis observed Bai Jing's state and couldn't help but smile. This technique burns chi and blood to enhance explosive power. Be careful if you survive the burst period. Just pin this guy down and bring him back to the clan. Within 10 years our clan will surely become a royal clan. Just moments ago it was worried about Bai Jing struggling and causing injuries. Little did it expect Bai Jing to be so fierce. Even knowing he was outmatched, he still fought to the bitter end. Such noble qualities. He is truly a man chosen by the queen. The mantis grew fonder the more it looked at him, wishing it could throw Bai Jing onto the queen's bed right now. No. Your gazes make Bai feel very uncomfortable. Bai Jing felt awkward all over, as if the group of insects was making him feel chill down his spine. He couldn't help but act. With the full amplification technique, as Bai Jing's speed suddenly increased, he charged towards the centipede being. The opponent's speed clearly lagged, and without a word Bai Jing struck with his sword. Under the collapse of its stance, half of the centipede's body disappeared. So strong. At the second tier, the half-insect's armor and defense would greatly enhance. Even so, it couldn't withstand the energy greatsword. No wonder this thing is the standard for mechanized warriors. Such kinetic weapons could stand a fighting chance even against second and third tier alien races. As for the 4th tier, those are individuals who have cultivated internal energy and can withstand energy fields. The power is just a bit too great. 1 essence turns into 0.5 in a second. Looking at the mangled corpse, Bai Jing felt a pang of heartache. The power was indeed immense, but it couldn't retain the spoils of war. All of this was precious essence. Of course Bai Jing was only thinking about it now, his body was already lifting the greatsword chasing after the other half-insect beings. You 7 against 1, why are you running? Come back and face me. Seeing the other half-insect beings keeping their distance, Bai Jing grew anxious. He couldn't help but shout at them from behind. The 7 half-insect beings ignored his insults and remained unmoved. Watching Bai Jing's furious expression, he thought who said insect races were vicious. 7 against 1 and they still dared not engage, perhaps they should be called the timid race. Damn, you're really so cowardly. Bai Jing cursed angrily. Meanwhile he was calculating how to provoke them into attacking. Suddenly, Bai Jing recalled the first time he had slain a half-insect being and thought of their queen. Whenever the half-insect beings mentioned her, it was clear they held her in great reverence. As the saying goes, when cursing someone one should dig deep into their ancestors, and for women one can freely express. Thus when cursing insects one should naturally center it around their queen. With this thought, Bai Jing felt like a genius. Looking at the half-insect beings that maintained their distance trying to exhaust his stamina, Bai Jing cleared his throat. It was time to showcase his talents. Your queen is nothing but a little slut, I damn her. A barrage of insults lasted for several minutes. By the time Bai Jing was hoarse from cursing, he glanced at the other side's emotions. What? You guys are sick. Not only were they not angry, but they also seemed a bit eager. Bai Jing felt as if he had seen a ghost. If anyone ever said that the half-insect being's taboo was their queen, he would spit in their face. My lord, the time is running out. A half-insect man said anxiously. Their mission had not yet been completed and the food for the Holy Sun was not prepared. Perhaps due to hunger, the scout insect perched on the shoulder let out a loud buzz again, urging the mantis man to act quickly. Kill Bai Jing to provide enough life energy for it. It could also complete its evolution and summon the army of the insect tribe. This time the urging effect was not very good. It seemed as if the mantis man did not hear it at all. A pair of compound eyes were entirely captivated by Bai Jing's figure. No wonder he is the man of the queen, such abundant physical strength and vigorous vitality. Truly mesmerizing. He couldn't help but exclaim. That was a human military combat skill capable of erupting for half a minute, which was already considered qualified. If it lasted a minute, that meant he was a deeply rooted individual. But for someone like Bai Jing to sustain for 10 minutes and still be lively was simply the perfect mate chosen by the queen. Chirp! The sharp buzzing echoed again. The scout insect from his own tribe urged for feeding once more. The mantis man moved, swinging his arm blade, but instead of striking at the enemy, he lightly grazed the body of the silver-white caterpillar. The scout insect buzzed loudly but saw the evenly cut silver-white body. He inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity. By the time he reacted, he had already fallen onto the grass. This sudden turn of events made not only Bai Jing but even the remaining half-insect men draw their weapons, aiming at the mantis man. You are seeking death, how dare you kill the Holy Sun? Do you want to betray the tribe? The half-insect man who had just been stepped on immediately questioned. Before he could finish speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his neck and dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. You. Suddenly erupting in violence, it was too horrifying, and the other half-insect men quickly distanced themselves. For the future of our tribe, only the dead insects can keep the secret forever. The mantis man slowly raised his head, a fierce look showing in his compound eyes. Before the other half-insect men could react, beams of cold light appeared, taking off heads one by one. In a matter of mere breaths, several second-tier half-insect men had their heads completely severed. Bai Jing naturally saw everything happening not far away. What the hell is this infighting? That mantis man is quite fierce. Looking at the corpses that were killed with a single strike, Bai Jing silently tightened his grip on the energy greatsword. What followed would likely be a fierce battle. Infighting like this was usually due to uneven distribution. The mantis man clearly wanted to monopolize this reward. In the next moment, the mantis man moved. Fast as lightning, he directly swept past Bai Jing, his sharp arm blade easily slicing through the body of the mechanical butler, swinging twice, reducing the butler completely to scrap metal. Damn it! How bold! Bai Jing could only complain a couple of times. You really cut down my butler. Just as he wanted to rush out to test whether the opponent's blade was sharper or if his energy greatsword was more powerful, the mantis man swiftly retreated, running wildly into the wild, completely giving Bai Jing no opportunity to pursue. Bai Jing! What's going on? Today's battle left Bai Jing utterly bewildered. First, the half-insect men, known for their ferocity, engaged in a tug-of-war, and then the half-insect men turned on each other. They killed their own comrades, leaving a ground full of corpses, and fled alone. So sudden. Looking at the distant enemy and the piles of cold essence on the ground, Bai Jing didn't know how to describe his feelings at that moment, but he knew that if he didn't act quickly when the rescue team arrived, it would be hard to deal with the black things. He looked at the half-insect man's corpse and directly jogged over. Such a complete cut at first glance, it's obvious it wasn't caused by the energy greatsword, it must be. Bai Jing felt a bit distressed using the small dagger he had obtained recently to cut the insect corpses in half, with one half polished by the energy greatsword to create the illusion that it was slain by the energy greatsword. As for the other half, detected low-level biological material conversion can yield 4 essence points. Would you like to recharge? Detected low-level biological material conversion can yield 6 essence points. Would you like to recharge? Detected low-level energy crystal conversion can yield 85 essence points. Would you like to recharge? Recharge, recharge, recharge. When essence was delivered to his door, there was no reason to refuse. At the very least, he should pocket the items first. Soon the manor was left with only a pile of half-cut corpses. After finishing these tasks, Bai Jing took a moment to check. Perhaps due to the mechanical butler going offline, all electronic devices in the manor were completely out of contact. Looking at the butler turned into scrap metal, he said, "Butler, why did you leave like this?" While squatting down, he silently chose to recharge frantically. He suspected that this guy had energy crystals not for just a day, but this thing was standard for the villa. He had never dared to touch it before, and now it was scrap metal. With something missing, what does it have to do with Bai Jing? Go find the half-insect men. No valuable items detected, please try again later. Hearing the prompt in his ear, Bai Jing's expression changed instantly. It turned out to be a pile of scrap metal materials. No wonder it sometimes lagged like a PowerPoint presentation. Although he couldn't extract another bounty this time, the harvest was quite substantial. To Bai Jing's surprise, that silver-white caterpillar, though not large, contributed 30 essence. And those corpses combined only yielded 33 essence points. Now Bai Jing's essence reached 148,001. He had become rich overnight. Bai Jing suppressed the impulse to spend immediately. There was still a big problem in the villa. He needed to deal with the opponent first and then think about how to utilize the essence. With these thoughts in mind, he was already walking towards the villa. With the help of 2 alien maids, the gaping wound on the opponent's chest, which was bleeding profusely, was plugged by some white gel-like threads and had stopped bleeding. After feeding some emergency capsules, they managed to pull the person back from the brink of death. Watching the middle-aged man whose breathing was gradually stabilizing, Bai Jing felt somewhat shaken. He knew in his heart that this was a trouble. To escape from so many half-insect men, he certainly understood their strength. Now that he had killed so many, his strength was only in the early stages of muscle training. He could not stand up to deeper scrutiny. Killing this man in front of him would be a good way to keep him forever silent. However, doing so might not solve the problem. If a person died in his villa and half-insect men died in the manor, there would have to be an explanation. Damn it, this is really troublesome. Bai Jing really did not want to think. He preferred to charge in directly. But now his strength was insufficient and he had no choice. You take good care of him and have someone take him away later. Bai Jing left his sentence. The biggest problem now was the huge gap in strength, so he would continue to grind until he met the requirements. Muscle training is just like skin training. You only need to keep practicing to continually improve. Bai Jing happened to be most familiar with this point. He immediately returned to the training area and began to practice the muscle training technique repeatedly. He could clearly feel his muscles evolving rapidly under the training, adapting and becoming stronger, which made Bai Jing somewhat addicted to cultivation. With a deep breath, he exhaled a cloud of turbid air as if activating a special switch within his body. The steam rose billowing out like a lifted steamer lid. If one could see the muscles beneath the jade skin, they would suddenly swell and then quickly tighten. A surge of overwhelming power erupted instantly. Bai Jing opened his eyes with some delight, feeling the surging power as he casually threw 2 punches, producing a series of muffled thuds. I must have increased a strength of 10,000 gene, and this is just the first refinement. Bai Jing could not understand whether it was due to his uniqueness or some other reason. His current strength far exceeded the level of muscle refinement. Moreover, he initially estimated that even if he squeezed his physical potential to the limit, it would only be about 50,000 gene of strength. It seems he would need to revise that estimate. A single arm with a strength of 100,000 gene is within reach. Wouldn't that compel Captain America to salute me? If he remembered correctly, Captain America's basic strength was around 25 tons. For a perfect level of muscle refinement, he would need at least 50 tons of strength. With just a casual punch combined with power techniques, he feared he could easily exceed 100 tons of force. Good heavens, I'd become the king of 100 tons, he couldn't help but exclaim. This old martial arts system doesn't seem to be bad. Aside from the initial cultivation being quite blood-consuming, its potential is not low. Since he could reach this level, it's likely that the higher-ups in humanity are aware of the potential of the old martial arts. Even so, the old martial arts had once been swept into the trash heap. It was only with the emergence of test tube babies that it experienced a second spring. There are probably things I don't know, or perhaps mechanical warriors can be mass-produced at a higher cost-performance ratio. Bai Jing couldn't fathom what the higher-ups were thinking and was too lazy to ask. What mattered most to him now was to significantly enhance his strength. He aimed to achieve the power to take down a main battleship of the cosmic races with a single elbow strike. Only then could he feel a sense of security. As he spoke, he suddenly remembered that the butler had already fallen. He felt a pang of regret and casually glanced at the time. About 12 hours had passed and he had completed the first refinement much faster than he had imagined. First, unlock the paid features and take control of the automatic healing switch. When Bai Jing returned, he pondered why the half-insect people looked at him with such unusual eyes, even seeming reluctant to harm him. He learned some information through the martial artist internal network. This peculiar race originates from the Great Devourer, also known as the True Insect Tribe. The main genetic source is a combination of insect and human genes. He was emitting life force every second, which to them was essentially a genetically superior super stallion male insect. His first encounter with a half-insect person left him wondering why they merely wanted to lick him instead of devouring him. They only wanted to capture him as a breeding stallion. As for what happened last night, Bai Jing speculated it was largely due to himself. The insect tribe is not united. They have many classifications, with the royal insect tribe alone having 12 branches and small tribes like the half-insect people being countless. He suddenly realized that a genetically superior, handsome, strong and responsible male insect could only lead to one outcome. It dawned on him that he was being targeted and he needed to enhance his strength quickly. Otherwise he might really be captured and used as a breeding stallion. Bai Jing felt a chill. If it were like a big-tailed beast girl or an elf girl, he wouldn't mind sacrificing his looks for the league. But the thought of that giant white insect as big as a house. This automatic healing must be turned off when not in use. Even if it's just a branch, it's still a true race with hundreds or even millions of members. The thought of the consequences of being captured was unbearable. Plugin activate. With a single thought, a paid feature area popped up before him. Automatic blue regeneration equipment enhancement skill strengthening. He could only unlock one. What a frustrating system. He seriously suspected that this plugin had come late because it was studying somewhere with a penguin and had just unlocked fragments. 50 essence could only unlock one function. For other functions, more essence was needed. Automatic blue regeneration isn't needed for now. The power of automatic healing lies in its conceptual nature. This thing even restores vitality. After all, it's a part of the health bar. That's why Bai Jing was able to complete the skin training so quickly. He first ruled out this option. As for the remaining two choices, equipment enhancement and skill strengthening, Bai Jing leaned towards the former. If he could truly enhance a full set of 999 gear, he would dare to fly into space and elbow the main battleship. Skill strengthening is mainly for grinding and making gold. After enhancement, a skill could cover the entire map, but it was not very useful at other times. Choosing one was clearly obvious. Would you like to spend 50 essence to unlock the paid feature equipment enhancement? With the pop-up appearing, a small window also popped up to introduce it. Friendly reminder: due to various reasons, this function may have slight changes. Each enhancement will consume a certain amount of essence, but the enhanced equipment will forever retain its enhancement level. Looking at this new prompt, Bai Jing frowned. What's the difference between this and the frustrating enhancement machines in games? Just as this thought emerged, another prompt popped up. Friendly reminder: enhancements will not fail as long as you have materials and sufficient essence. You can keep enhancing. Perhaps to make it more persuasive, the system directly showed Bai Jing the enhancement effects. The example equipment was his alloy dagger. Name: alloy dagger. Effect: sharp. Description: a standard weapon, quite ordinary. Name: alloy dagger 9. Effect: sharp 9. Description: a dagger graced by mysterious powers, possessing level 9 sharpness, capable of easily cutting through defenses of beings below tier 4. Name: lightning dagger 11. Effect: sharp 9 arc 2. Description: a dagger imbued with lightning with a small probability of triggering a lightning chain during attacks. What? This doesn't seem too bad. After reviewing the changes in the information, Bai Jing confirmed where the modifications lay. Firstly, he could no longer manually set enhancement levels. The instant 999 gear was gone. But the good news was that enhancements now produced additional equipment attributes. There were significant changes compared to the previous simple boosts to attack and defense. The bad news: he hadn't played yet and it was already gone. The good news: an entirely new version had been updated. The main reason was still comprehensiveness. In the game there are settings like skill ranges. Your skills must have a range to be enhanced, but Bai Jing noticed that all his military-style killing fists were single-target damage skills. Even if unlocked, he couldn't use them now. Confirm to unlock equipment enhancement. You have successfully unlocked the equipment enhancement function. Detected that you have become a paying user. Your benefits have been enhanced. Congratulations, your basic function automatic healing has been upgraded to LV2. Bai Jing. I must be hearing things. How could there be a LV2 level automatic healing in this world? Suddenly it felt as if two new gates had opened within his body and an overwhelming surge of vitality poured out. He had already adapted, but at this moment it felt like a swell again. His whole body swelled. The feeling of wanting to burst and explode re-emerged. Bai Jing remained silent, simply clicking on automatic healing, hoping to turn it off. The golden finger said nothing, only expressed gratitude. Congratulations, Mr. Bai Jing, you have become a paid user and unlocked a brand new level of automatic healing. Please enjoy it. Congratulations, Mr. Bai Jing, you have become a paid user and unlocked a brand new level of automatic healing. Please enjoy it. Bai Jing. No. You made me unlock the paid feature and I did. But you didn't mention that this automatic healing couldn't be turned off after unlocking. Feeling that vitality, he estimated that it was at least doubled. Automatic healing LV2 automatically restores 3 of maximum health per second. Thank you for your support. This is a little gift from the production team. What the hell, 3? Looking at the new value, Bai Jing felt his vision go dark. Just one made him feel as if he were on the brink of ecstasy. How could he even handle 3? It would likely overflow. The overwhelming life energy made Bai Jing's face look like that of a warrior, as if he were about to burst. If one was merely uncomfortable for his body. Then now Bai Jing felt as if even his cells were filled to the brim. Military Dao Kill Fist Night Style activate. As the blood burning technique activated, Bai Jing felt a stream of life force flowing, initially chaotic, now focused on supplying energy for the blood burning technique. Alright, now there's only 2 left. I must think of other methods. Bai Jing had decided to keep the blood burning technique activated. It could alleviate some pressure. Meanwhile, he pondered how to effectively utilize the life energy that was constantly dissipating. The best method was to consume blood. Just like the military Dao Kill Fist. Many techniques actually include some desperate explosive secret arts. Even those hostile alien races possess such things. It seems I need to collect more to avoid being so appealing. Even he could sense the alluring scent of life energy, let alone others. Only by achieving a balance of income and expenditure would he avoid detection. It sounded easy, but Bai Jing found it somewhat challenging. The Alliance had a fair system. Aside from mandatory education, everything else emphasized contribution in return for effort. Those techniques that consumed vitality and special items all required an equivalent value for exchange. I need to take it slow. I can only wait to devise my plan slowly on the battlefield. Realizing that he couldn't resolve the double-edged sword of automatic healing in a short time, Bai Jing shifted his focus to the enhancement function. With a thought, a new page appeared before him. It was a massive furnace that was currently burning, with the doors open, waiting for equipment to be thrown in. This must be from the game. Bai Jing felt a bit speechless. Although he had never used the previous enhancement function, he had seen its effect images. It was just like a list requiring only to fill in the blanks. Now this was completely a strengthening furnace from a certain game. Complaints aside, he had to admit that he was already feeling that kind of enhancement. He immediately took out his only piece of equipment. As he envisioned the enhancement, the alloy dagger in his hand immediately vanished while the icon of the alloy dagger appeared in the furnace. The previously dim enhancement button below was also lit up. 1 essence for a single enhancement. Seems quite cheap. He had just unlocked the new function and still had nearly 100 essences. He decisively chose to enhance. Your alloy dagger enhancement succeeded level 1. Your alloy dagger enhancement succeeded level 4. Your alloy dagger enhancement succeeded level 10. Bai Jing initially thought to stop at level 11, but he felt something was off. Enhancement failed, no special materials found. No way. Right. Bai Jing quickly found out how to use the enhancement. Below level 10 essence is sufficient for enhancement. Above level 10 enhancement requires extraordinary materials. For example, the electric dagger would need to add extraordinary materials with electric attributes, and upon successful enhancement he would obtain the electric dagger. If he added other types of extraordinary materials, he could also gain corresponding skills. No way. No way. Bai Jing stared intently at the enhancement furnace, his gaze nearly turning to strands. This was a treasure. It could even be described as a conceptual item. For instance, could he create a flying sword using telekinetic type materials? Or could he set a target direction from the start with closely related extraordinary materials, and whether he could materialize that mythical equipment? At the very least, he could enhance the Hawk Dragon electromagnetic rifle and add some special attributes. That could also increase its power. Gulp. Gulp. Bai Jing swallowed hard. He felt a surge of inspiration erupting in his mind, wanting to experiment right away. However, with the essences remaining in his hand, he couldn't support the experiment and could only choose the one most suitable for the current situation. He directly opened the martial artist's intranet and started searching. The alloy dagger could become an electric dagger, and naturally it could also become a telekinetic dagger, blood-drinking dagger, and so on. In the dark of the universe, a shabby spaceship was rapidly shuttling. Inside the spaceship, an event was taking place. Orcs standing 2 to 3 meters tall with bulging muscles and grey-blue skin were releasing boisterous roars. In the center of their attention was a platform where 2 figures were currently engaged. Gula gula. Gula gula. Gula gula. The orcs roared, igniting the ferocity of the 2 figures on the platform. The 2 figures clashed like wild beasts, locking hands and starting to wrestle. Seeing that neither side could determine a victor, they chose to separate. Almost simultaneously, 2 rusted metal rods were thrown onto the platform by other orcs. The 2 figures picked up the weapons without hesitation and resumed their fierce battle. As the fight intensified, the watching orcs erupted into excited howls. Gula gula. Gula gula. Suddenly, one figure slowed by a beat that rusty rod had already come crashing down on the opponent's head. Immediately, greenish blood splattered and the other side fell dead. As the battle ended in victory, the winner picked up the enemy's weapon and raised it high with both hands. The cheers of the muscular orcs below reached new heights. The entire warship was surrounded by high-pitched sounds. In the command room of the warship, a screen displayed the scene of the arena. These kids are really full of energy. A 3-meter turtle orc with blackish skin and sharp teeth smiled as he commented. Beside him stood a hunched old orc who spoke up to advise, "General, if this continues before we reach our destination, we might already have a batch of casualties. It's been too dull this journey. Letting these kids find some fun is fine, just 1 match a day." The orc general countered. Hearing this response, the hunched old orc sighed, knowing he couldn't persuade him. Changing his tone, he continued. "The high priest said that this time it's better to kill wrongly than to let one live." On Xunyang Star within the Forbidden Zone, a figure took out a glass-like spherical object from their bosom, emerging from a deep pit created by a battleship. As it was placed on the ground, several ripples shimmered across its surface. Shortly thereafter, a beam of light shot out, projecting the image of a room. From this perspective, only a black and white chair back could be seen. Perhaps sensing someone on the line, a cold, indifferent female voice sounded. "How did the task go?" The mantis person immediately knelt on the ground, pressing their head against the scorched earth. "Your Highness, this operation has failed." "Ah." Almost simultaneously, a voice of confusion echoed from the other side. But quickly, as if realizing the inappropriateness, the voice turned cold again. "Why?" "We successfully hatched the royal holy child, but there were some minor mishaps during execution." The half-insect person was about to continue when the cold voice interrupted. "Enough, failure is failure. I said long ago that hatching the advanced insect in the territory of the Human Alliance could never succeed. The Human Alliance is not what it was hundreds of years ago. Alas." At this point, it seemed they recalled some sorrowful matter and let out a gentle sigh. "Your Highness, I killed the royal holy child and I killed the others as well." The mantis person naturally would not hide it, slowly revealing the truth of the matter. With these words, the other side fell into silence. If it weren't for the muffled breaths, one might think the connection had dropped. A significant amount of time passed. Then a youthful roar filled with 3 parts childishness broke the silence. "What are you doing? What are you doing? If you don't want to work, just slack off. I didn't force you, did I? You got me into such a huge mess." In the image, a girl about 1.45 meters tall, barefoot, resembling a human, was cursing fiercely. Her emotions were clearly in a state of anger. Even the image her mother described was thrown aside at this moment. All she wanted was to vent. The mantis person seemed to have anticipated this, kneeling on the ground, listening quietly, not saying a word, waiting for their Highness to finish venting. "Damn it, I've really fallen into a pit of bad luck. How did I end up as a subordinate to someone like you? Oh my goodness. I've already killed them. As long as you don't say it and I don't say it, no one in this world will know." Stretching out their chubby little hands, they rubbed their pudgy face, finally calming their emotions. "In response to your Highness, there is one more person who knows." As a good subordinate, there were naturally no secrets, and the mantis person spoke truthfully. Almost simultaneously, a chubby-faced figure appeared on the camera. "Oh my goodness, I give you this position, I'll go beg for food. I can't stand it. I really want to hammer you to death." Looking at the always respectful mantis person, they felt frustrated with nowhere to vent. Perhaps because the stimulation was too great, they had completely given up. Sitting back in the Redan black chair, they said, "What other terrible things are there? Say them all to me." Seeing their Highness had vented enough, the mantis person continued. "Killing them is for the great cause of our clan. As for the third person, your Highness need not worry, that is the husband I found for you." Originally wanting to listen calmly, what was said was unbearable. She now only wanted to lash out. I really want to spray you with salt soda. I've said it many times, whoever likes that broken throne can compete for it in just an 18-year-old baby. I don't want to be bitten to death by my royal sisters. Thinking of the breakdown, she squatted down on the chair, hugging herself. Looking at the utterly dispirited princess, the half-insect person clearly was not going to give up and opened their mouth to mention the benefits of that position. But before they could say anything, a figure approached. Raising a finger, they angrily pointed at the camera. I don't want to deal with anything else. You need to come back immediately. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. As if recalling something, they quickly spoke. Perhaps fearing this subordinate wouldn't take it seriously, they added, the Beastmen have already passed and will arrive shortly. You must leave within half a month. Upon hearing this, the mantis person was clearly startled. The Beastmen are coming. Yes, they are almost at Chunyang Star. The perceptive humans have already left that planet. Your Highness, forgive me, I have more important matters to attend to now. After speaking, they cut off the connection and looked up at the recently escaped Chuying area. Gritting their teeth, they turned back. Knock knock. The door was knocked on. Come in. Almost simultaneously, 2 alien girls dressed as maids stepped inside. Bai Jing, who was in the midst of his cultivation, seemed unaware, still practicing his flash technique. The rising heat emitted from his body, and after finishing a full set, he stopped looking at the 2 alien maids. He remembered telling them before he started cultivating that they need not come unless called. Sir, someone is looking for you. The maid with a big tail quickly spoke. Did they arrive? Bai Jing knew he couldn't avoid it, but fortunately the visitor was slow, giving him time to grow. He now possesses strength comparable to a second-tier lifeform. Reminded of the previous incident, he thought to himself and spoke to the 2 maids. You go tell them he'll take a shower and come right over. Although always in a state filled with life energy, some white particles still appeared on his body. He didn't know what he would face this time. Perhaps this would be the last piece. Sir, we. The 2 alien maids stepped forward, clearly having some thoughts. But they were directly rejected. You don't need to serve me. After experiencing it once, Bai Jing could only say that cultivating was much more enjoyable. Can you understand the feeling that every time you practice there is a sense of reward? It gave him the same thrill he felt while playing games in an internet cafe during school, an experience he couldn't stop. Moreover, his current situation. Sigh. Bai Jing sighed lightly. Automatic recovery. Is there an enemy worthy of a fight? Now, even with all his effort in cultivation, he could barely reach a comfortable level. He'll turn off this broken function sooner or later. He said this out loud. Yet he had already headed to the bathhouse. After a quick wash, Bai Jing returned to the first floor area. Contrary to his expectations, there were not dozens of armed soldiers with Xianglong rifles. In fact, on second thought, as an ordinary first-tier martial artist, a random armed soldier wielding a weapon with disintegration power could take him down in an instant. You really are determined. A sigh interrupted Bai Jing's thoughts. He looked up to see a familiar figure, a middle-aged man with a cigar in his mouth puffing out smoke. Why haven't you left? Leave. I just woke up. The middle-aged man rolled his eyes, speaking with annoyance. He was also puzzled. After all, he was a special operations investigation team leader who had been missing for so many days, yet no one came looking for him. But thinking of the advanced insects, he had no interest in other matters. Bai Jing was clearly taken aback. He thought this guy had been picked up long ago, but didn't expect he had been unconscious until now. Come sit down, let's chat. The middle-aged man gestured toward a nearby sofa, inviting him. That's wrong, this is public property of the Alliance which every citizen can enjoy. Bai Jing wanted to argue but found it impossible to do so. According to the Alliance's regulations, a test tube baby could only enjoy basic treatment until the loan was repaid or military service was completed. As for the manor, now it was due to the martial artists. Even though the old martial arts had declined, they were still a step towards the extraordinary and would enjoy better treatment. Damn it, this heartless alliance, I will sooner or later. MMP flashed in his mind, but he still put on a sunny smile and sat beside the other person. Even though Bai Jing had never encountered such situations, he understood that having 2 mechanical martial artists protect him and obtaining kinetic weapons was no small matter. This somewhat disheveled guy in front of him must have a significant background. They even gifted a dagger, so he naturally had to be a bit more courteous. What if they gifted a powerful energy sword? Uncle. After a moment of hesitation, he finally managed to call out. However, before he could finish, he was sternly interrupted. What the hell do you mean, uncle? Who's your uncle? I'm 25 this year, damn it. He stood up directly from the sofa, clearly agitated. Bai Jing, on the other hand, appeared somewhat dumbfounded. 25 years old. Looking at the other person's half-bearded face and the somewhat haggard eyes that seemed to have endured hardships, Bai Jing thought he could believe it if he said he was 52. Although shocked, he expressed his understanding. In this broken place of the Alliance, treating people like cattle was normal. Ahem, it was a slip of the tongue. Brother, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Bai Jing quickly changed his tone, speaking with some apology. The middle-aged uncle sat back on the sofa, took a deep breath, and after an epic sigh he finally spoke. Alright, none of that is important. The next thing I ask is crucial and you must answer truthfully, he said with a serious expression. Seeing Bai Jing's smile fade, he continued, what about those half-blood people chasing me? Killed. Bai Jing replied nonchalantly. This was something that couldn't be hidden, it was better to accept it openly. Upon hearing killed, the middle-aged uncle let out a sigh of relief and took a few more epic breaths. A hint of gratitude for surviving after a disaster appeared on his face. Fortunately, that group of good-for-nothings still had some capability. They dispatched someone to solve the bug problem so quickly. As he spoke, the middle-aged uncle seemed to have realized something. Wait a minute. This isn't right. If someone really came, they should have taken me away. In their profession, they must see the living and the dead, yet here I am sitting comfortably. This doesn't align with their style of doing things. Who killed those half-bug people? His gaze fell back on Bai Jing. I did. Impossible. Your strength. I should know, or did I bring you here? The middle-aged uncle calculated the time. Bai Jing had only been here for barely 10 days and those chasing half-bug people were all second tier. Seeing the other person's attitude so firm, Bai Jing shrugged. Actually, they killed each other. As he spoke, he noticed the middle-aged uncle rolling his eyes, looking at him as if he thought he was an idiot. Internal strife. This left Bai Jing speechless. Look, when I tell the truth you don't believe me, whose fault is that? That's a great devourer renowned for its collective consciousness. Betrayal doesn't exist among them. The middle-aged uncle felt that Bai Jing was ignorant, making such ridiculous statements. But at this point he no longer wanted to question right or wrong, he just wanted to know one thing. Have you seen that silver bug that looks like a caterpillar? The matter of the advanced bug was too significant. A careless mistake could attract the Great Devourer's attention. Of course, this was also the greatest advantage of the Great Devourer. Various cosmic races had some personal grudges. Unlike them, they only cared about whether they could eat, and if they could bring biological matter, they wouldn't mind what race or background it was. Even other dominant civilizations, as long as they could provide biological matter, wouldn't mind nibbling on them. They didn't target any single civilization, they targeted the entire universe. Is it that silver palm-sized caterpillar? Yes, that's the one. Is it alive or dead now? Killed. After all, the caterpillar had been killed by the mantis people. He certainly couldn't go to the mantis people for a settlement. So Bai Jing accepted it without hesitation. This was all merit, and perhaps he could exchange it for some energy crystals. Killed. The middle-aged uncle repeated in confusion. Impossible, absolutely impossible with your abilities. But before he could finish, Bai Jing picked up the already dull energy sword from the side. I used this thing to chop it with one strike, there wasn't even a trace left. Looking at the now dull energy sword, the words that the middle-aged uncle had on the tip of his tongue were swallowed back, and he silently gave a thumbs up. No problem. What else could he say? Given the disintegration power of that energy sword in full power mode, it could break through the defenses of a fourth-tier lifeform. For a creature skilled in exploration and communication, that was more than enough. If you really dealt with it, I will definitely help you claim credit. Confirming that the advanced bug was indeed dead, the middle-aged uncle clearly relaxed a lot. As for the truth of this news, it no longer mattered at this moment. If that advanced bug were still alive, he wouldn't even need to punish Bai Jing. When the sky was filled with bugs, it would punish every stubborn person. Yet now he couldn't figure it out. Clearly the matter had been resolved. Why was no one coming to find him? Can I receive the reward now? Upon hearing about the reward, Bai Jing's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. This interrupted the middle-aged uncle's thoughts, clearly making him feel speechless. This was too eager. That might be difficult regardless of the merit. It all needs to go through processes which will take a few days. But he still explained. This left Bai Jing somewhat disappointed. If he couldn't get what was in his hands, could it still be counted as his? Of course he only thought this in his heart. On the surface he still had to shout long live the Alliance. This matter came to a close. Bai Jing also relaxed. Where's your martial artist terminal? Let me use it. The middle-aged uncle felt a bit uneasy and decided to contact someone to find out what was happening. Sure. He directly had the maid bring it over and handed it to Bai Jing. He saw the other person turn it on, projecting a three-dimensional interface and starting to operate. Bai Jing wanted to remind him that there was no signal in this area without the butler, but he saw that the network had already connected and logged into a website he had never seen before. It looked like some kind of private chat website. He saw the other person open a chat window and a pop-up call was sent over. Beep beep. It rang twice briefly. A young man with green hair and a strange hairstyle appeared on the screen. Damn. You're not dead. Upon seeing the middle-aged uncle, he appeared somewhat astonished. You're the one who's dead. After you die, I can live forever. After a brief outburst, the young man didn't retaliate but merely opened his mouth, then closed it, occasionally looking at the screen with he had the expression of someone wondering how he hadn't died. The middle-aged uncle wasn't foolish and instantly sensed that something was off. Where are you? What do you mean? Wuan brother, you can't blame us, you went missing and we all thought you. Shut up, what exactly happened? A fleet of Beastmen appeared in the Chick Star domain through some unknown means, expected to arrive in about 5 days, while the nearest fleet will take at least half a month. Damn. Damn. Almost simultaneously, two voices echoed. What was initially a spectator moment had unintentionally turned into a crisis. Are there others with you? The green-haired youth was taken aback. As the scene gradually shifted, Bai Jing appeared on screen accompanied by 2 alien maids. Upon seeing this setup, the green-haired youth turned pale. You haven't called, I don't know you, goodbye. No, never again. After saying this, he directly hung up and blocked the contact. Even though the call was disconnected, both of them remained immersed in the recent information. The orc fleet is coming. And they are heading straight for Chunny Star with no other fleets for support. The 4 people present felt a buzzing in their heads. There are thousands of bizarre beings in the universe and half of them are from the 2 northeastern domains. This is a popular saying among the civilized races in the universe. This includes the insectoid race, who dare to bite anything, and the orcs, who despite possessing advanced ancient technology still prefer to wield clubs. In the front everything is eaten, while in the back even angels get hit when they encounter them. That is a matter of life and death, also distinguishing the strong from the weak. It is said that every year more people die in private duels in the Orc Empire than in battles. It is easy to imagine what would happen if such a group of madmen landed on Chunny Star. Surrender is not an option. Because the consequence of being captured is to become cannon fodder in the beast arena. Until death. That orbital cannon should be able to target the orc battleships, right? Ultimately, Bai Jing broke the silence and voiced his doubts. If it's really ground to wear, then what's the point? With the current shipborne weapons, let alone a bunch of old warriors, even a few shots in the urban area would likely turn it into ruins. If this were the Imperial Star or the Eastern Huang 9 Domain Star, let alone a battleship, even a fleet could be taken down, but here it's... Wuan shook his head at this point. Even without finishing the sentence, Bai Jing understood. A test tube baby cultivation dish star, what kind of anti-air weapons could you expect it to be equipped with? The people on the entire planet combined are worth less than a set of orbital cannons. Bai Jing felt a surge of anger in his heart. According to the other end of the call, some well-informed individuals had long since left in a spaceship. Yet test tube babies like them didn't even know about the arrival of the orcs. This alliance is truly... Bai Jing clenched his fists but soon loosened them. As someone who hadn't even reached the second tier of life based on martial arts, his anger was of no use. It would be better to take advantage of the early warning and think about how to deal with the approaching orcs. Damn it, what terrible luck. Wuan was also feeling numb. He had thought that Chunny Star was safe, but who would have thought that the orc fleet would come again? Given his understanding of the orcs' style, by the time the reinforcements arrived there might not even be 1/10 of the reserves left on this planet. Wait, I'm not a test tube baby, I still have a chance to leave. Wuan seemed to realize something and began operating through the martial arts internal network. However, he still couldn't complete his plan. A banner notification appeared at the top of the screen. Wuan was momentarily stunned. Bai Jing leaned in to see what was happening. Warning, warning, Chunny 3-star has fully entered a state of combat readiness. All citizens, please do not leave your rooms. The local Alliance Government Guard will distribute weapons and equipment. Warning, warning, Chunny 3-star has fully entered a state of combat readiness. All citizens, please do not leave your rooms. The local Alliance Government Guard will distribute weapons and equipment. Oh no, it seems you can't escape now. Bai Jing said with a hint of schadenfreude. He had a deep disdain for those trying to escape using privileges, and now they were getting what they deserved. Wuan paid no heed to the teasing and instead muttered to himself. I can't stay here, I must leave this place first, if not I'll go to the Forbidden Zone. He had genuinely served for several years and understood that a surprise force suddenly appearing in a hostile area simply aims to achieve results. And the quickest way to achieve results is through a saturation strike on residential areas, which is one of them. Especially on Chunny Star, where rows of high-density housing make it even more cost-effective to strike. Kid, don't say I didn't help you. Listen to me and go to the suburbs. Keep away from this area. You can even head to the Forbidden Zone, but you must not stay here. That's all I have to say. May we meet again by chance. Wuan finished and hurriedly left this area. Almost as soon as he stepped out of the villa, 2 drones each half a meter long and wide flew in from above. Warning, warning, please do not leave the villa, please follow the deployment orders. The glaring red light combined with the slowly locking barrels turned Wu An's face pale. Look clearly, I am from the 4th Investigation Bureau, not a test tube baby. Boom. 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 The response he received was the sound of several dull cannon shots. This is the first warning, please return to your residence and wait for arrangements. If you continue to resist, there will be no mercy. The emotionless mechanical voice rang out again and the cannon barrel slowly rose, clearly locking onto Wuan. If he dared to take another step forward, it would no longer be as simple as targeting the ground. Even as a second-tier psychic practitioner, Wuan felt a surge of dread at the sight. One cannot reason with machines they are truly willing to fire. What terrible luck, why am I encountering all these rotten things? He cursed under his breath but still retreated back into the villa area. Seeing Wuan return, Bai Jing nodded lightly and said, it seems the local alliance government is serious this time, thankfully you didn't act rashly. You little brat, don't use me as a test subject. Brother, food can be eaten randomly but words cannot be spoken carelessly, you wanted to go yourself. Bai Jing retorted immediately. Of course he did have this thought in his heart, wanting to see what would happen if they didn't follow the agreement. Now he knew. If you don't listen, you will face artillery fire. He temporarily suppressed his urge to escape and turned to head towards the training room. It was now the 7th time refining his body. With some effort he should be able to complete the 9th within these few days. Bai Jing had a hunch. Once his physical body reached perfection, there should be significant changes. What are you up to, kid? Wuan couldn't help but ask as he watched Bai Jing leave. If we can't go out, we can't train. Damn, I realize you truly are a talent. The orc's big stick is right in your face, yet you still have the mood to train. What else to do if not training? Go out and face artillery fire. Bai Jing replied somewhat speechlessly. Did he really think those patrolling drones were just decorations? Only someone at the 3rd tier of life could possibly achieve a one-hit kill. If you can't achieve a one-hit kill on 2 drones, then be prepared to face the artillery fire from behind. Wuan, who was at a loss for words, became quiet, but he started to think about some things. Since those people already know, they probably won't be foolish enough to let the crowd gather together. Once the weapon distribution is over, they should be able to leave here. This time a lot of reserves are probably going to die. He sighed softly. Now they cannot even be considered reserves. Real reserves need to complete a month of pre-war training. The latest combat directive from the alliance government has been issued. All citizens must immediately leave their residential areas after receiving basic combat supplies. Please do not gather in large numbers. Soon several flying shuttles arrived with the latest orders, playing them on a loop to ensure everyone could hear. Not long after the shuttles departed, a loud thud of something heavy hitting the ground echoed outside. As Bai Jing was still in meditation, 2 maids cautiously entered the front yard. Confirming that there were no drones approaching, they lifted the airdropped cube and returned to the villa. Looking at the pitch-black cube, Wu An's expression darkened. He directly instructed the 2 maids, you 2 stay here. I will call that kid to unlock it. These dropped combat supplies were clearly bound to personal information. Wuan quickly ran toward the training room, feeling a bit anxious. He couldn't afford to be slow. He had thought the alliance government would make a quick decision, but to his surprise it took 3 days just to issue an evacuation notice. With only 2 days left until the arrival of the Beastmen's warships, time was running out. They were given only 2 days to escape. Even as a martial artist, how far could he run? He soon arrived at the door of the training room and was about to push it open when his movement suddenly halted. What kind of noise is that? It wasn't that Wuan wanted to hoard Bai Jing's supplies. Even if he did, he needed Bai Jing's cooperation to open the black box. He heard a series of clashing sounds from the other side of the door. What is that kid doing inside? He pondered cautiously, pushing a corner of the door open and peering through the gap. What the hell is this? Wu An's expression turned ghostly, his mouth agape. In the room, Bai Jing stood there. With each breath he took, the muscle fibers beneath his skin shimmered like golden threads, casting a faint golden light that illuminated the training room in an amber hue. But this was not what shocked Wuan the most. As a second-tier spiritual energy practitioner, he found that he could not penetrate Bai Jing's body with his spiritual sense. Bai Jing was like a solid rock, harmonized as one. No matter how hard he tried with his spiritual force, he could not penetrate Bai Jing's body. Is this the old martial arts? Wuan felt as if his worldview had been shaken. As a second-tier spiritual energy practitioner, he could sense a formidable threat emanating from Bai Jing. At that moment, Bai Jing moved. In the blink of an eye, he reached the door, smashing through it with a punch directly confronting the figure outside. Even though Wuan had already dispersed his spiritual force and was monitoring the situation here, the sudden punch heading toward him startled him. Boom! With a muffled sound, the punch struck the wall beside Wuan. He watched as a deep crater was created in the wall comparable to that of special concrete and swallowed hard. Calm down, it's me. The support supplies have arrived, we need to leave now. He quickly explained, fearing that Bai Jing would throw another punch. I know, Bai Jing replied flatly. In fact, he had already heard him before he reached the door. However, he was in a crucial moment of breakthrough and had to focus entirely on it. You know, yet you hit me. Wu An's eyes widened as he couldn't help but retort, peeking at someone practicing martial arts. It's light punishment just to beat you to death. While practicing old martial arts was indeed a slow grind, a careless mistake could lead to serious injuries that required hospitalization. Thinking about this, Wuan knew he was in the wrong and stopped arguing. Instead, he urged, we need to hurry. We only have 2 days. Once the Beastmen fleet arrives, they will likely use their shipborne weapons. The power of the shipborne weapons, even the weaker ones, had a damage radius measured in dozens of kilometers, with the impact zone extending at least hundreds of kilometers. If they move slowly, they could really be taken out by the aftershocks. Bai Jing didn't say anything further. With his recent achievement of reaching the peak of a first-tier martial artist, he had some self-protection abilities. He needed to run faster than anyone else, avoiding direct confrontation with the shipborne weapons. Plus, with his seemingly endless stamina, his chances of survival were quite high. Moreover, this breakthrough brought an unexpected surprise. Detected, you have gained a buff golden skin and jade flesh. In Bai Jing's sight, a glowing golden icon appeared. He could check the information as he approached it with his thoughts. Golden skin and jade flesh significantly enhances defense, increases toughness, and grants resistance to all spiritual energy attacks. His defense against both physical and spiritual energy attacks has now been enhanced. This was why Wuan, as a second-tier spiritual energy practitioner, could not penetrate Bai Jing's body with his spiritual force for scanning. Upon arriving at the main hall of the villa, he also saw the 4 black boxes. As soon as Bai Jing approached, a scanning beam shot out from the black box. Scan complete, identity authentication successful. Before the words faded, the black box emitted a series of mechanical sounds, slowly opening to reveal an equipment rack. It held 2 sets of armor, 2 1-meter-long military knives, and 2 combat backpacks. Seeing the meager equipment inside, Wuan couldn't help but exclaim, what the hell is this meant for a beggar? However, no one paid him any mind. Bai Jing had already reached out and placed his hand on an item resembling a black brick. Almost simultaneously, it felt as if countless insects crawled along his fingers, weaving through his body. In the blink of an eye, Bai Jing felt as if he had donned a black bodysuit. Feeling it carefully, it was quite comfortable and fitting. T9 nano combat armor effectively defends against sharp cuts and blunt force impacts, possessing self-repair capabilities. As a test tube baby, it was his first encounter with military technology. Although this was a product from hundreds of years ago, it was enough to intrigue Bai Jing. After putting on the nano combat armor, his gaze fell upon the military knives. He casually picked it up and played with it, finding it to have no special effects, just an ordinary alloy weapon. Its technological content was even inferior to that of the nano combat armor. With this equipment, we can only pray not to run into beastmen. It's no different from using a kitchen knife to cut through electrical wires. Wuan complained, yet he still put on the nano combat armor. At least it added some defense. In a real fight, even if he held nothing but a firewood stick, it would still provide a sense of security. As the two finished putting on their gear, Wuan took the lead and left. Bai Jing was just about to follow when his peripheral vision fell upon the 2 exotic maids. In recent days, he had learned quite a bit about the exotic races. Not all exotic races were enemies of humanity. In fact, many were vassals of the Alliance. Take these exotic maids for example. They were obedient because they were offerings. Their race had selected some beautiful girls to undergo instructional training in order to receive support from the Alliance. To put it bluntly, they were all political sacrifices. Forget it. He said, I'll give you a ride. Regardless of the circumstances, they had taken care of him for so long, and seeing them waiting there to die, he couldn't bear it. As for what others thought, Bai Jing didn't care. He was prepared to lend them a hand. Compared to others, he didn't need to worry about insufficient stamina. In fact, he had to be concerned about having too much stamina. This was just an additional burden for his training. What kind of style is that? At first, Wuan didn't notice, just casting a glance out of the corner of his eye, and was immediately stunned. He saw Bai Jing sprinting frantically, carrying one in front and another on his back while he was sandwiched in the middle. Of course I'm running for my life. Do you think I'm just running for fun? I know you're running for your life. I'm talking about those two. They're running for their lives too. You. Wuan felt a sharp pain in his chest from anger. Ever since becoming the captain, he had never faced such humiliation. If it were anyone else, he wouldn't even bother to remind them. Regardless, Bai Jing was his savior. Kid, I know what you're thinking, but sometimes not everything goes as one wishes. You must learn to let go. Better days are ahead. With the tone of someone who had been through it all, he continued to persuade Bai Jing to abandon the two burdens and escape quickly. Perhaps his words had been heard. Bai Jing's running suddenly came to a halt, bringing Wu Wen a sense of relief. If he could listen to reason, there was still hope. Meteor. Of course it wasn't that he listened. Bai Jing was looking at 3 fireballs in the distance and spat out 2 words. Meteor. What meteor? Damn it, that's an orc landing pod. Looking in the direction, Wu An's face turned pale. Simultaneously, among the 3 falling meteors, one broke away from the group, plummeting down at high speed. Its landing point was less than 100 miles away from them. To make matters worse, if they wanted to leave, they would have to pass through there. It's over, we really can't escape this time. From his past experiences, a strong landing pod like that would at least have orcs comparable to a human platoon. Orcs are different from humans. They are a naturally extraordinary race born with first-tier strength, and as long as they successfully reach adulthood, they will at least be at the pinnacle of the first tier. In a 100-strong orc team, at least half would be second-tier orcs. Let's go back first and think of other ways, Wu Wen suggested. But he was directly rejected by Bai Jing. There's no way to hide. The only chance to survive is to fight our way out. Are you crazy? Do you even know what you're saying? You can do it your way, I'll do it mine. We may meet again if fate allows. With that, Bai Jing no longer hesitated and continued towards the direction of the landing pod. He had his own reasons for doing this. The Eagle district was not small, and with just a few hundred orcs they could only spread out to hold their ground. With my current strength, if I encounter a few orcs, even if I can't defeat them, I should be able to escape, he thought to himself, increasing his running speed. However, soon someone caught up from behind. Who else could it be but Wu Wen? I owe my life to you, let's fight together and break out. Alright. With a psychic energy master assisting, their chances of breaking out increased. Meanwhile, Bai Jing focused his attention on the amplification enhancement function while running. There would likely be a battle soon. He wanted to see if he could amplify his set of nano combat armor. If successful, it would ensure safety later. As he summoned the burning furnace with a thought, the nano armor entered the amplification furnace. Since it was in standby mode, even the 2 maids hanging on him didn't notice anything unusual. He began to click the amplification button with his mind. You successfully amplified the nano combat armor blunt weapon defense 1. You successfully amplified the nano combat armor automatic repair ability 1. You successfully amplified the nano combat armor sharp weapon defense 1. He amplified it a total of 9 times. Looking at the new information before him, Bai Jing felt somewhat puzzled. Name: nano combat armor 9. Characteristics: blunt weapon defense 3, sharp weapon defense 3, automatic repair ability 2, ranged attack defense 1. Description: a basic combat suit developed by the Human Alliance government. He didn't understand why the alloy dagger only had 1 sharp attribute. Could it really have no advantages besides being sharp? Unable to figure it out and too lazy to continue thinking, he simply put this matter aside to study slowly later. The 2 of them ran for about 20 minutes. In the distance they saw a few hulking figures wandering towards them. This was Bai Jing's first time seeing orcs in reality. Standing 2 meters tall with muscular builds, grayish-blue skin, flat noses, and 2 pairs of fangs protruding from their mouths, each orc held a club thicker than an adult's waist. This is bad, it's an orc squad, Wu Wen said in a low voice as he looked at the 5 figures in the distance. If we don't run now, can you be sure there are no other landing pods arriving, or are you waiting for reinforcements? Bai Jing shook his head and replied softly. He then let the 2 maids down from his body. You 2 wait here for a while and don't make a sound. After saying that, his gaze fell back on the 5 orcs as he continued to analyze. We're lucky among the 5 orcs there's only 1 second tier. You distract that second tier 1 and I'll deal with the other 4. Once I finish, I'll come to help you. Are you sure? We have to take the risk, it's better than waiting to die. After a brief exchange, the 2 finalized their battle plan without any hesitation. They dashed out at the same time. Wu Wen charged directly at the second-tier orc. The 5 orcs, after a brief moment of confusion, quickly recovered, grinning widely and letting out bursts of wild laughter. Tightening their grip on their iron clubs, they charged forward. To prevent the second-tier orc from attacking Bai Jing, Wu Wen actively lured it away. Using his psychic powers, various stones and branches around him became tools, continuously striking the second-tier orc. Annoying bug. The second-tier orc swung its weapon wildly, trying to block the flying debris while roaring incessantly. Wu Wen ignored the insults from the orc. His main strategy was to keep it distracted. If I still had my psychic blade, I would have you skinned. Of course, he still had to complain. As a psychic energy master, he naturally had a specialized weapon. With that weapon, his combat power would multiply. But his psychic blade had been shattered by a mantis man. controlling various debris to strike the second-tier orc whenever the orc was unprepared. A cold glint would flash, delivering a sharp, "Do you dare?" "I dare not." Before the orc could finish speaking, Wu cut him off. This made the second-tier orc roar in frustration, but unable to break free from the encirclement formed by the debris. Confirming that everything was fine on his side, Wu's gaze shifted, worrying about Bai Jing. Orcs were notoriously resilient and tough-skinned. It was very difficult to kill them. Now, even facing 4 first-tier orcs, he had to expend considerable effort to deal with them. "Ah, no, you. What the hell?" Wu was filled with regret. If he had known that Bai Jing was so unreliable, he would never have agreed to the proposal. In such a situation on the battlefield, it was almost a certain death. After all, as the saying goes, 2 fists cannot fight against 4 hands, especially against 4 orc warriors of the same realm. Damn it, why did I owe this kid a life? I'll risk it. After a brief struggle, Wu gritted his teeth and unleashed his mental energy, charging directly at the second-tier orc. At the same time, he didn't forget to encourage Bai Jing from a distance. "Kid, hold on, I'll be there to save you soon." He was already closing in with a metal combat knife in hand, the power amplified by his mental energy. He pressed directly against the second-tier orc. Meanwhile, Bai Jing in another part of the battlefield faintly heard 4 words. "Kid. Save me." Bai Jing looked in the direction of the voice and saw a foolish mentalist engaged in close combat with an orc. Wait, it seems like this mentalist must have paid for his position. Even though Bai Jing was just a martial artist, he had learned a bit about special professions during school. Mentalists were more akin to mages, typically in a supportive role. They were supposed to manipulate various small weapons in battle, often able to take on multiple opponents. But the one in front of him was clearly a novice. He couldn't even hold his ground against opponents of the same level. Bai Jing had originally planned to test his strength, but he can only dismiss the thought saving someone was more urgent. He couldn't just watch the other person die. His gaze swept over the 4 orcs. "You'll do." He chose one of them simply because this guy looked the most annoying. Without any preliminary moves, he dashed forward. The orc, momentarily stunned, laughed scornfully and raised its rusted iron club, preparing to crush the small enemy before it. A whistling wind rushed past his ears. Bai Jing didn't pay attention to it. He simply raised his right hand and directly grasped the swinging iron club. This sudden turn of events caught the orc off guard. "Heart-piercing black tiger." Bai Jing uttered 4 words. In the next second, the orc felt a sharp pain in its heart and immediately fell backward. Bai Jing swiftly snatched the orc's iron club. Looking down at it, he couldn't help but grimace. "Looks like I used too much force." He saw a gaping wound in the orc's chest. Bai Jing had initially planned to strike the heart first and then swiftly snap the orc's neck, but he hadn't expected that the initial move would go unblocked. Gula! 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 The remaining 3 orcs, who had initially been watching, instantly erupted in fury upon witnessing their comrade's death, swinging their massive clubs. Bai Jing took a deep breath and retaliated with the iron club in his hand. Bang! At the moment of contact, the weapon in the orc's hand flew away and its arm was snapped instantly due to the sheer force. The swung iron club landed squarely on the stunned orc's head, splattering green and white matter everywhere. In the blink of an eye, the other 2 orcs' attacks reached simultaneously. Without a second thought, Bai Jing swung his arm wide, the iron club flying through the air. Bang! Bang! Accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, he knocked away 2 iron clubs, his attack power undiminished as he charged at the 2 orcs. The violent force swept across his chest without any suspense. It was as if he had strapped explosives to his chest, causing an explosion on the spot. "My current strength is at least 100 tons. My base strength is indeed about 50 tons, but I am currently in a blood-burning state, not to mention the added power techniques. 100-ton impact should be manageable." Bai Jing didn't dare to delay in finishing the battle and hurriedly rushed towards the other side, preparing to deal with the second-tier orc together. Sensing someone approaching, Wu felt a twinge of sadness in his heart but quickly suppressed it. Just as he had said before, most things in the world do not turn out as one wishes. As Wu pondered how to escape the battle and flee the area, a voice rang out behind him. "I'm here to help you." With the sound, a familiar figure appeared within Wu's mental energy coverage. Without waiting for the 2 to exchange words, a roar erupted. "Damn insects, I will crush you all." The second-tier orc was seen, its muscles bulging and its height increasing by several centimeters. Clearly, it had entered a berserk state due to the death of its companion. Wu saw this scene and thought of charging forward, but was suddenly grabbed by the shoulder, forcibly pulled back. "What are you doing, mentalist? Let me handle this." Bai Jing looked at the 2.5-meter tall orc, secretly rubbing his fists. He hadn't had enough fun from the previous battle. This big guy looked quite exciting. His eyes were filled with eagerness as the iron club swept towards him. Bai Jing chose to meet force with force. He was currently at the peak of the first tier, desperately in need of a strength test which would also help him understand what kind of enemies he could handle in the future. Bang! The two weapons collided. Feeling the tingling sensation in his hand, Bai Jing's eyes lit up. This is exhilarating. Bring it on. With that he charged forward, relying solely on brute force with no technique. Bang! Clash! Bang! They exchanged blows a dozen times. Just as Bai Jing was about to swing another strike, the second-tier orc retreated, repeatedly opting not to take the hits anymore as the frenzy of battle began to wear off. He then noticed that the second-tier orc's arm was slightly bent, with the area around its tiger mouth already cracked, its entire arm trembling. Feeling his own condition, his arm was slightly itchy, but there were no other injuries. Let's settle this once and for all. With that he lunged like a hungry tiger, swinging the large club fiercely. This time the second-tier orc showed no hesitation and immediately turned to flee. Block it! With that shout, the stunned Wuan snapped back to reality, unleashing his mental energy completely. The second-tier orc instantly felt a tremendous resistance and could not escape. As it couldn't move, Bai Jing had already arrived. The iron club swung down in a wide arc. Pop! It struck the orc's back from behind. Under the impact of raw power, even a second-tier orc couldn't withstand the violent force, and its chest exploded on the spot. At the moment of the second-tier orc's death, a streak of red light burst forth from its body, shooting up to the sky. After reaching a certain height, it exploded, revealing an orc's head. This is the orc death mark. We have to leave quickly. Other orcs are likely already heading this way. Wuan jogged over and explained the meaning of that exploding firework. Are you out of your mind? What time is it and you still want to bring along two burdens? I'm not taking care of you anymore, do whatever you want. With that he ignored Bai Jing and sprinted away. Watching the figure leave, Bai Jing immediately chose to recharge. Detected inferior resource orc large club gained 5 essence points. Detected low-grade resource incomplete orc corpse gained 15 essence points. Detected inferior resource fine orc large club gained 22 essence points. Leaving was certainly to cover up. He decisively recharged everything he could, and after finishing these tasks went to rescue the two maids. Not long after Bai Jing left, a 3-meter-tall orc arrived. Looking at the surroundings, a look of confusion appeared on its ugly face as it scratched its head. Where are the bodies of our warriors? The place where the death mark just exploded is right here, and it can even sense the lingering aura of the mark in the air. However, it couldn't find the corpses of its kin, leaving its not-so-smart head in a bit of a quandary. It was unsure whether to stay put or in which direction to pursue. Fortunately, before this orc could struggle, another orc arrived here. Caluoc, why are you just standing here? The approaching orc was distinctly different from the others. It was about 1.7 meters tall, with light green skin and adorned with numerous bone necklaces, even wearing bone accessories on its head. Priest brother, I came to provide support. Looking at the big fool in front of him, the orc priest couldn't be bothered to waste more words, glancing around and showing a hint of confusion in his eyes. He directly swung the stick in his hand. Unlike the other orc sticks, his resembled a club decorated with many skulls at the top. As he swung it, the skulls at the top rattled. The orc priest muttered under his breath as if reciting some ancient language. Soon a large amount of black mist surged on either side of him, and two figures suddenly sprang forth from within. Big dog. Seeing the sudden appearance of the creatures, Caluoc excitedly clapped his hands. Before him were two creatures about 1.2 meters tall at the shoulder, over 2 meters long, with their skins appearing flayed, muscles bulging, and dark red skin featuring 2 rows of densely packed small eyes on either side of their heads. Caluoc. Never mind, wait a bit longer. The words that were about to leave the orc priest's mouth were swallowed back. This fool in front of him was unreliable. Even if they caught up, it might not be for revenge, but rather delivering another one to the enemy. With other teams having bloodhounds leading the way, catching up was just a matter of time. Due to the peculiar nature of the death mark, only true elites would bear it, leading to a fully equipped orc squad arriving quickly. Moreover, they were all second tier. Tiggy, you lead them in pursuit and bring back the enemy's heads. Understood, priest. 2 bloodhounds dashed ahead while 6 orcs closely followed behind, heading in the direction Bai Jing had left. Although Wuan complained verbally, he still waited ahead for a moment until the two regrouped before continuing on. However, upon seeing Bai Jing's appearance, he couldn't help but grunt a few times in dissatisfaction. Bai Jing, on the other hand, couldn't be bothered to pay attention to him and silently increased the distance between them, beginning to calculate the gains from this encounter. 77 essence plus the 5 essence left over from before has pushed me over 80 now. If he included the orc club in his possession, this wave would yield over 80 essence. It was still faster to obtain essence by slaying alien races, and if the local government was still around, he could even receive a reward. Unfortunately, they had already fled. To expect more news would likely take at least over a month. As long as the orc warships hovered in the sky, this group would not show themselves. He controlled the amplification furnace and directly threw the nano-combat armor inside. Even though it hadn't truly served its purpose this time, who would complain about having higher defense? If it could be achieved, Bai Jing would wish to possess defenses capable of withstanding a direct hit from a starship weapon. Unfortunately, such matters were merely wishful thinking. You have successfully amplified the nano-combat armor blunt weapon defense 1. Blunt weapon defense 1. This wave is not a loss. Other than the orcs on the warships, the other orcs preferred using blunt weapons, which could be considered exclusive defense. Once the amplification of the nano-combat armor was complete, Bai Jing's attention shifted to his weapon. If his weapon was strong enough, it could also significantly enhance his power. He now had two choices. The first was to amplify the alloy military knife, and the second was to amplify the orc club he had looted. One had to admit, Bai Jing preferred the latter. Although the orc club appeared rough, resembling immature smelting techniques, its material was not inferior to ordinary alloys and might even be superior in some aspects. He now possessed raw strength, which was clearly more suited for heavy melee weapons. Then I'll amplify the orc club first and wait for an opportunity to forge a suitable weapon for myself later. As for the 10-sharp alloy dagger, Bai Jing directly abandoned it. In close combat under the same realm, a longer reach was undoubtedly advantageous, especially when cultivating inner energy to be able to project it. As long as the attack range was sufficient, a great advantage could naturally be gained. Moreover, Bai Jing had his own thoughts regarding this dagger. This was a 10-sharp dagger, and perhaps with the right extraordinary materials in the future he could cobble together a super-killing weapon. For now it was best to let it rest. Unless necessary, Bai Jing would not use it. Confirming that the orc club was in the blind spot of the two maids, Bai Jing focused his thoughts and directly threw it into the amplification furnace. You have successfully amplified the orc club weight 1. You have successfully amplified the orc club quality 1. You have successfully amplified the orc club armor breaking 1. After amplifying it 9 times in a row with all 3 characteristics reaching level 3, the 10th amplification manifested. Suddenly a pale purple light radiated from the amplification furnace. You have successfully amplified the orc club skull crusher 1. Can this also become a characteristic? Since it was a brand new version, Bai Jing wasn't quite familiar with the amplification methods, and it was clear that there were still many things he didn't know. At least this skull crusher characteristic appeared with a different flair compared to the other characteristics. Fortunately, equipment he amplified would generate an attribute panel. Name Orc Club 10. Characteristics: weight 3, quality 3, armor breaking 3, skull crusher 1. Description: this club seems eager to crack open skulls. Skull crusher doubles head damage to all living beings. Goodness, a good head certifier. Whether a good head gets hit and survives, Bai Jing would just admit it's a good head. He teased inwardly. Seeing that no one was paying attention, the weight of the orc club had noticeably increased, which was a pleasant surprise. For Bai Jing, it was now more suited for him. Glancing at Wuan, this guy was just focused on running, clearly not noticing his actions. Moreover, as a psionic, telekinetic psionic energy was not infinite. Typically, abilities would only be used during battle. At other times they would be retracted to restore vitality. After running for another 2 to 3 hours, Wuan, who was in full sprint, suddenly slowed down and looked sharply back. His brow furrowed even tighter. "What's wrong?" Bai Jing casually asked. Wu An's expression was evidently complex, possibly feeling powerless, and he merely let out a light sigh. He wanted to continue on. The Riddler really deserves to die. It's nothing, someone communicated with the spirit realm and released some things out. Perhaps noticing that Bai Jing was quite interested in this topic, and now that they had escaped danger, Wuan began to explain. The spirit realm has many definitions, such as the second world, the spiritual world, and the dark side of the universe. These are all meaningless. You just need to know one thing: if possible, never engage with the spirit realm, and even those beings that come from it are best kept at a distance. As he spoke, Wuan pulled out a cigar from somewhere and lit it for himself. After taking a few puffs, he continued. That cursed place is extremely sinister. If it weren't for the source of power for spiritual energy users, no one would willingly enter. Wuan recalled some unpleasant memories and took a deep drag of the cigar. After a moment, he changed his tone and said, "Of course you don't need to worry about that. To possess the talent for spiritual energy, one must have exceptional aptitude. People like you, ordinary martial artists, have been filtered out and lack any talent for spiritual energy." It's not that he's speaking nonsensically. Every test tube baby undergoes spiritual energy testing before school. Those with spiritual energy talent are assigned to the elite zone early on, even taken away to be taught by special instructors from a young age. Bai Jing is one such person who was filtered out lacking any talent. Perhaps feeling that he was being too blunt, Wuan smiled and added, "Having no talent for spiritual energy is not necessarily a bad thing. Do you know what we call the spirit realm in our circles?" What do you call it? Bai Jing played the role of the straight man. The cesspool. What? A cesspool. Bai Jing thought he must be hearing things. This name was obviously not a compliment. Don't be surprised, this is recognized by all spiritual energy users. Do you really think the spirit realm is a good place? If given a choice, I wouldn't want to enter it in this lifetime. Let's put it this way, there are many crises in the real universe like the insectoids and beastmen whose methods of attack still linger on the material level. But in the spirit realm, perhaps the moment you close your eyes and then open them, you are no longer yourself. The other party will assume your identity and continue living with your friends and wife. As he finished speaking, the cigar in his mouth visibly burned down, not reflecting the calmness in his tone. With the conclusion of this topic, the atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Everyone was just silently moving forward. Bai Jing was digesting the information he had just received. He increasingly felt that this universe seemed overly dangerous, facing the brutal attacks of cosmic overlords physically while also needing to guard against beings from the spirit realm mentally. Fortunately, as a rough-and-tumble physical fighter, he didn't have to worry about being displaced. The two ran for another 2 hours. Wuan was starting to feel restless. Wait a moment, the Beastmen definitely won't catch up now. Let's take a break and replenish our energy. To put it plainly, it's still a profession inclined towards mental enhancement. This high-intensity sustained explosive state is somewhat difficult to endure. Then let's take a break. Bai Jing felt nothing this level of exertion was negligible for his automatic recovery. You two prepare some food. The two maids immediately sprang into action, taking out some nutritional paste and a few seasonings from their backpacks and started preparing. Watching the two busy figures, Wuan felt a bit dazed. It gave him a surreal feeling that they were not escaping but rather camping in the wild. Since they were still within the attack range of the battleship's weapons, the two maids only used seasonings and instant food to enhance the flavor of the nutritional paste. They served it on a plate. Wuan didn't hold back, shoveling it into his mouth. Bai Jing, on the other hand, looked at the white sticky paste resembling solidified lard and had no appetite. He only took a couple of symbolic bites before sharing it with the two maids. It wasn't that he didn't eat, he simply preferred to have some junk food like fizzy drinks or spicy snacks. As for these high-nutrition, high-recovery foods, Bai Jing would only feel worse after consuming them. So during this period, unless necessary, he would just snack on various treats. While eating, Bai Jing suddenly thought of that 10-sharp dagger. Wu Gu, can I ask you something? He leaned in closer. This made Wuan, who had just finished eating, instantly alert. Even though they had not interacted much, he had a preliminary understanding of this kid's character. What is it? Just say it. Can you tell me more about extraordinary materials? You know, those materials with special energy. What are you up to? I just told you not to engage with the spirit realm. You really forget in an instant. Wuan was somewhat speechless. Extraordinary materials are produced very rarely in the universe. The real majority comes from the spirit realm. Perhaps due to the abundance of special energy, any being living there has a high probability of giving birth to extraordinary materials. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing was a bit confused. Extraordinary materials come from the spirit realm. Wuan couldn't help but chuckle at this statement. How can you know nothing at all? It seems they really don't teach you these things. He thought for a moment. What more could you expect from test tube babies? It's impressive they aren't illiterate at all. Most extraordinary materials originate from beings in the spirit realm. While a small portion can be obtained directly from there, the conditions are too harsh. One must be at least a 5th or 6th tier spiritual energy user. Of course there are some in the universe, but they are extremely rare and hard to encounter. He patiently explained further. After these interactions, Bai Jing suddenly realized that his 12 years of compulsory education were almost no different from not attending school. He truly knew nothing at all. Of course, the main reason was that the Chick Stars network was all localized, it couldn't connect to the real Dongwon Alliance's network. Now that he understood the source of extraordinary materials, he could start planning slowly. Taking advantage of the break, he asked a few questions. Wuan was happy to help answer them. About half an hour later, the two began to run again. The two had not left for long when 2 hunting dogs with dark red skin and small eyes densely packed on either side of their heads arrived. They sniffed around before quickly squatting down at the spot where the 4 had eaten. After another few minutes, 6 burly beastmen arrived with the leaders squatting down to take a look. The direction should be correct. The food unique to Dongwon seems to have been here about half an hour ago. It seems our direction is correct. Let's continue the pursuit, we should be able to catch up tonight. Another beastman spoke up. These beastmen confirmed that their direction was not wrong, allowing the 2 hunting dogs to continue the chase while they followed behind. Don't even think about it, even the lowest grade transcendent material holds immense research value, and given your present condition you simply cannot lay hands on it. Noting that Bai Jing had grown more taciturn along the way, Wu shook his head softly and said so. If the two of us survive this, I'll give you one. Despite their rarity, he was after all a second-rank Ling energy psion and still possessed some assets. Their current plight stemmed from their teammates abandoning them. They could not return to Bureau 4 to retrieve their spare gear. Really? Bai Jing had been lost in other thoughts, but at the mere suggestion of getting something for free he instantly perked up. The sight made Wu snort and laugh under his breath. From the first time I met you I knew you were shameless, of course I could still lie. Wu's teasing smile vanished in an instant as he turned sharply to look behind them. Through his Ling energy perception he clearly felt a sudden ripple of spiritual energy from the rear. It did not resemble a human presence, it felt more akin to the denizens of the Ling realm. What's wrong? Bai Jing meant to ask, but before the question left his lips a visceral revulsion rose within him. Even he sensed that something was amiss. Without waiting for Bai Jing to ask, Wu explained with a sallow face, "We're being tracked as prey." He had originally assumed the summoned Ling realm lifeforms were meant to hunt other humans. But that no longer seemed to be the case. Beastmen. Bai Jing replied, glancing backward. Apart from the overwhelming feeling of disgust, he could not spot any pursuing Sharin. Not only that. There may also be Ling realm entities. At the thought of transcendent material, Bai Jing's eyes brightened with eagerness. He could not help but inquire further. Is that Ling realm creature corporeal? He was not afraid of chainsaw maniacs or psychotic clowns. Bai Jing truly feared the likes of Little White Shoes and Little Red Shoes, beings that cannot be laid to rest by physical means. If it were the latter, he'd pretend ignorance and keep fleeing. He currently felt he had limitless stamina. At worst, if Wu grew exhausted, he would tuck him under his arm and carry on. It must certainly be corporeal. The Ling realm is peculiar, perched between illusion and reality, where both embodied life and energy-based life exist. In future, if you encounter Ling realm beings that cannot manifest physically, do not hesitate, run. The Ling realm has its own rules. The stronger a creature is, the greater the price paid to leave its realm. It is like the summoning practiced by human Ling energy summoners. Their methods are essentially equivalent: exchange, pay cross-realm fees and forge a pact with a Ling realm existence. The greater the power, the heavier the cost. Thus truly mighty beings always arrive as mere consciousnesses. Even partially manifesting in the flesh is a calamity. Then we're not running, let's stay and take them. Bai Jing decisively stopped and adopted a stance as if waiting for the Sharin to come to them. It was not arrogance. After the last encounter he had a clearer grasp of his present strength. Though he still ranked at first tier, his power could hold its own against many at second tier. With auto regeneration, upgraded nano armor and assurance club, it was nearly impossible for anything below third tier to kill him. Are you insane? How many enemies? How strong are they? You'd charge in without knowing any of that. Wu's head buzzed. Sometimes he wanted to pry open Bai Jing's skull to see whether it contained muscle. Despite his delicate appearance, the boy never bothered with strategy, he simply charged. Yet one could not deny Bai Jing's strength was almost inhuman. Fool! You think you're some battle-hardened veteran. If they keep chasing and you keep running, what do you expect will happen? You will exhaust yourself. When you encounter them again, you will be like a fish on a chopping block without the strength to resist. In that case, we should rest early, wait for them to wear themselves out, and then strike them when they are spent. Bai Jing could not recall where he had seen such a tactic, but it seemed sound. A long defense invites loss. A preemptive strike is the best defense. He agreed wholeheartedly. So they would hit them hard. There is some logic to this, but I feel something is off. For a moment Wu could not remember what felt wrong. Yet he agreed on one point: Ling energy psions simply could not outrun the Sharin, who were famed for their physical enhancements. Being overtaken was only a matter of time. Thanks. Wu seemed to have reconciled everything, believing Bai Jing chose to face the Sharin here to look after him. We're comrades who would risk our lives for each other. Such small matters need no thanks. Bai Jing did not know why he was being thanked, but it no longer mattered. The important thing was they had agreed to ambush the Sharin here. His essence would surge again. With some luck they might even drop a transcendent material to further bolster his equipment. Brimming with expectation, after arranging for the two mates to hide, Bai Jing found an earthen slope, lay prone and waited for the Sharin. He did not wait long. Before the Sharin could make themselves known, they detected two odd little creatures. In all his lives Bai Jing had never seen beings so bizarre in appearance. Blood-seeking demonic hounds. The lowest tier Ling realm creatures. They grow fiercer with each fight. After feeding on blood, their strength can multiply at peak, matching second-rank lifeforms. Wu knew this and lowered his voice to explain. The two blood-seeking hounds, having tracked to the spot, slowed and began to sniff the ground thoroughly. We moved together, try not to get hurt. Confident they could kill the two lowest-tier Ling realm creatures at once, they were midway through the plan when they realized the humans had vanished. After a brief search, they saw Bai Jing had already crept forward. Almost simultaneously the two hounds lifted their heads, their multitude of eyes fixed intently on Bai Jing. Damn! These things really inspire physical revulsion. Muttering the complaint, he launched into a run toward the two demonic hounds. Before they could turn tail, the Shorin club in his hand flew dozens of meters and came crashing down on the head of one unlucky beast. With a wet burst, the head split open. Before the second hound could flee, a fist struck, smashing the deformed dog's skull. There was no suspense, the second burst open as well. The whole encounter took less than 5 breaths. He crouched, drew a keen dagger, and began to cut into the corpse to see whether any transcendent material remained. Damn! This kid is a freak. Stop playing with the corpse, you brat. Those orcs shouldn't be far from here. Wuan was somewhat annoyed to see Bai Jing rummaging through the body. At this point, still thinking about extraordinary materials. Does he really think extraordinary materials are as common as cabbages? Creatures like the demon hounds die too quickly to ever evolve extraordinary parts before they are killed. Just as he was about to urge him again, he saw Bai Jing pry open the mouth of one of the demon hounds and forcibly pull out a tooth. He didn't need to shout this time. Bai Jing had already returned, tightly clutching the tooth in his hand. I sense a rich energy from this. It should qualify as extraordinary material, right? Bai Jing asked with some anticipation. In fact, he had already confirmed the information about the tooth through his special ability. Name: Bloodthirsty Fong. Type: extraordinary material. Quality: inferior. Effect: this is a fong that drinks blood, which may yield unexpected results when used to enhance weapons. Wuan stared blankly at the crimson tooth, completely stunned. The dense spiritual energy was unmistakable. It definitely counted as extraordinary material. But he couldn't understand how Bai Jing managed to extract extraordinary material from the lowest tier of demon hounds. Such rubbish millions are killed every year, yet he had never heard of anyone obtaining extraordinary material from them. First, there was no issue with the spiritual realm. Secondly, there was no problem with the blood-seeking demon hound. However, the issue lay with. His gaze fell on Bai Jing. The item is fine, but you have a major problem. Ah, what problem do I have? Your luck resembles that of a certain European emperor. The lifespan of the ancient European emperor is notoriously short, and the latter half of their life is often accompanied by misfortune. Bai Jing. What the hell is this European emperor? In his past life while gaming, he thought it was just a joke about Africa. And now the European emperor really. Bai Jing's body shook as he recalled something about plugins. With a thought, the main plugin page appeared before him, and on that page he found the current status section. Originally there should have only been one buff in the status bar, but now there was clearly an extra one. He touched it with his thoughts. The information for this buff instantly surfaced. Name: I am the European Emperor. Effect: increases 10000 probability of obtaining items. Description: this is the most sincere blessing from the development team, wishing you good luck in every draw. May the European Emperor be with you. Holy crap. Holy crap. Holy crap. Bai Jing couldn't contain himself and let out a surprised shout. What happened? What happened? Wuan thought something was wrong and quickly inquired, reaching out to check. Interrupted like this, Bai Jing managed to stabilize his emotions. He brushed off the hand that was reaching for him and quickly regained his composure, though his tone was laced with uncontainable excitement. It's nothing, I just thought someone was distorting the truth and spreading rumors. I clearly remember that the records about the European Emperor state that they have a very long lifespan. Wuan was left speechless. Just this. You're making such a fuss over this. What's wrong with you? Though he was speechless, he did find Bai Jing's luck utterly ridiculous. Extraordinary materials can be obtained even from killing demon hounds. At this moment Bai Jing looked at the newly added buff, his hand trembling slightly. He hadn't paid attention to it before because this was clearly just a gimmick made up by the development team. As for its function, everyone who understands probability knows that in games fate is often more reliable than probability. It was precisely for this reason that Bai Jing hadn't thought of it right away. It wasn't until today that he was reminded of this. He realized the development team had created such an entertainment buff. Unexpectedly, what was once garbage had now directly become the god of gods. This sudden surprise made Bai Jing instinctively recall and ponder whether there were any forgotten benefits. After thinking for a long time, it seemed there were only automatic healing in the European Emperor buff. Now he only regretted why the development team didn't create a few more empty buffs. He felt it was a pity. But having such an unexpected delight was still quite good. If extraordinary materials can be obtained from killing demon hounds, perhaps in the future he could find an opportunity to lurk at the entrance of the spiritual realm and kill a few. He might even become the richest in the universe. Unfortunately, he was a brute and couldn't enter the spiritual realm. No, the past is the past. I am who I am. Just because he has no talent doesn't mean I have none. I could still find an opportunity to test it out in the future. Resolutely deciding that he would test it once this matter was over, Wu suddenly interjected, "Put away the trash material, the orcs are coming." As he pointed, they saw 6 orcs, each about 2.5 meters tall, charging toward them, their auras clearly indicating they were all second tier. "There are 6 of them, this could be tricky. Should we just retreat? They can't chase us any longer anyway." After confirming the numbers, Wu began to have second thoughts. He was currently in poor condition and without a suitable weapon, unable to unleash his true strength. At most he could hold off 2, while Bai Jing would have to face 4 orcs. No matter how you look at it, a frontal assault was too risky. "Retreat. 6 orcs are not 600. Bai Jing said as he tossed his alloy military knife. "You can use this, I'll use this." He raised the orc club in his hand. At that moment a painful wail echoed. They saw one of the orcs kneeling on the ground, howling at the top of its lungs. Doggy is dead. Doggies are dead. Tigu the Great, we must avenge the doggies." Looking at the foolish orc kneeling down, the leading orc ignored it and began to scan the surroundings. The orc named Tigu seemed to sense something and suddenly looked up towards Bai Jing and Wu's direction. "Over there." He immediately led the other orcs to surround them. And that foolish orc wielding the oversized club pushed aside the others and charged ahead. "I will avenge the doggies." Seeing the charging orc, Bai Jing was too lazy to continue hiding. "You focus on ambushing, I'll hold them off hidden." As he said this, he lightly tapped his nano battle armor, which instantly covered his body like countless tiny black insects, even protecting his head. After doing all this, he immediately jumped out from the dirt slope. Seeing the sudden appearance of a dark figure, that foolish orc charged at him, swinging its club. "I've long heard that orcs are among the strongest in the universe. I will not yield." "Wu-un." As his voice fell, Bai Jing activated his physical talent, golden skin and jade flesh. There were no visible abnormalities on the surface under the black armor. "Return the dog's life." At this moment the foolish orc in the front, nearly 3 meters tall, loomed like a shadow. Bang! Bang! The 2 muffled sounds echoed almost simultaneously, causing the approaching orcs to noticeably slow down. The little bugs on the other side must be out of their minds to dare confront the big fool heathen. One orc couldn't help but exclaim. Although they looked down on the fool, no one denied the strength of the foolish orc, which was considered among the top tier in the second rank. In their view, the big fool had merely taken a hit on the left arm, while the blow clearly landed in the area of the person's head. "Big fool, stop playing around and bring that person over here." Another orc shouted out, but there was no response. Just as the other orcs were puzzled about what was happening, they saw a military knife pierce through the foolish orc's chest, revealing the tip of the blade. From Wu's perspective, Bai Jing was closely pressed against one hand to block the heavy club aimed at his head, while using the other hand to attack. The issue was that it had indeed blocked the blow. "It seems not as strong as I imagined," Bai Jing murmured, looking at the bewildered foolish orc standing at about 3 meters. At that moment Wu used his mental power to add another strike. "Get ready, let's take down one first." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai Jing no longer hesitated, a hint of excitement glowing in his eyes. In the next second the heavy club came crashing down on the foolish orc's head. The trait of the Skull Crusher activated. With no doubt the greenish-white brain matter splattered, followed by the orc falling back stiffly. "Orcs. Is that all they have?" Bai Jing spoke indifferently as he looked at the remaining 5 bewildered orcs. At the same time he picked up the wild orc club from the ground, gripping it in his left hand. Originally orcs looked down on humans, and with such provocative words almost simultaneously the 5 orcs seemed to go insane. "Gula! Gula!" they roared as they launched their attack. Come on, let me have some fun." Bai Jing felt his blood boiling at that moment, and he seemed to grow a few inches taller in this state. Watching the rapidly swinging clubs, he showed no hesitation and directly retaliated with all his might. Bang! With a loud crash, the weapon in the orc's hand nearly slipped away. Even though it was stabilized in the end, the arm holding the weapon showed slight bending and deformation. Due to the simultaneous attack of 5 orcs, Bai Jing couldn't land a finishing blow. With 2 heavy clubs in hand, he kept swinging them, hitting or blocking incoming attacks repeatedly. Even when he occasionally couldn't block one, he would endure it with his body. Under multiple layers of protection, there was only a brief discomfort, but with that terrifying automatic healing after taking a breath, he had fully recovered. After dozens of exchanges, the 5 orcs retreated in unison. If one looked closely now, they would notice that their arms had varying degrees of bending. The 2 weakest ones couldn't even hold their weapons anymore. The remaining 3 were not much better off, their arms trembling like sifted chaff, with their eyes twitching. It was a disgraceful humiliation. They were armed with their own weapons, yet they couldn't defeat the enemy. Come on, keep going. I acknowledge the intensity of the warm-up. We can move on to the next step. After taking a couple of deep breaths, Bai Jing felt the life energy within him fill up again, decisively continuing to invite battle. But this time, the 5 orcs seemed to have become mute, no longer responding. Instead, they lowered their voices and said, "Lord Tigu, that person's armor is too powerful, it can completely block our attacks. If we keep fighting, we might." Hearing this, the orc Tigu looked at Bai Jing clad in his jet black armor. He clearly remembered that the only difference between other humans and him was this set of armor. He couldn't help but marvel at how advanced human technology had become. This was not even as terrifying as those mechanical modifications. Suppressing the pain in his arm, he spoke in a low voice. "All right, I've memorized his aura. When we return, we'll find the priest and continue tracking this person." After confirming their intention to leave, the orcs turned around in unison. In a moment of disagreement, they began to flee wildly. This sudden turn of events left Bai Jing momentarily stunned, followed by anger. It was said that orcs are the most reckless race in this universe. This is so much fun, why are they running away without a word? Naturally, he couldn't just watch as these precious legs escaped right under his nose. "Bro, it's time to work." He knew he couldn't hold them back alone, but he had a psionic telekinetic master on his side. Almost simultaneously, Bai Jing had already chased after them. Meanwhile, Wuan also came back to his senses from the shock. It was such a strange notion that the orcs were scared. But he still used his mental power to forcibly restrain one of the orcs' bodies. As soon as it slowed down, Bai Jing swung the orc club. The trait of the Skull Crusher activated. With a splatter, the orc's head exploded. The two of them used this method to slay 4 orcs. By the time they reached the 5th, it had already escaped the range of Wu An's psionic coverage, and he could only pursue it himself. So there was still a telekinetic master hidden among them, those despicable Eastern Hu people. Feeling the pulling sensation disappear, Tigu also breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he casually glanced back, the sense of relief was instantly replaced by tension. Why are they still pursuing? Is this human insane? Tigu felt a wave of despair. Clearly he was the hunter, but how did his identity turn so confusing? Suddenly a sense of crisis washed over him. Tigu hurriedly dodged, and almost simultaneously a familiar orc club flew past him towards the front. Just as he evaded, he didn't have time to feel pleased. Still coming. Sensing the renewed threat, he turned sharply to find that this time it was a dagger. This instantly invigorated Tigu, who intended to swat the dagger away. He swung the heavy club fiercely. In his imagination, the dagger should have been knocked away. Instead, his club was directly sliced and the dagger followed through, cutting into his skin. In the moment Tigu was stunned, the dagger easily sliced through flesh and blood. Initially he thought it would end there since the dagger's handle was lodged outside, but the dagger slid down as if it had met no resistance. The problem was that one end of the dagger was still embedded in Tigu's body. He watched helplessly as his body was cleaved open, unable to stop even the bones from halting the dagger's descent. What on earth is this? Tigu stared at his body, which had been cut open more than halfway, feeling his head. He had witnessed too many unscientific phenomena today. At that moment, Bai Jing had already caught up. "Run, let me make you run." His face was twisted and the heavy club made a whistling sound through the air. The Skull Crusher trait activated. With a splatter. After smashing the last orc, Bai Jing felt somewhat relieved. He had nearly let the orc escape. His gaze quickly fell upon the 10 dagger. He had nothing much to lose, but he was surprised that this small object was so sharp. Indeed, it was a 10 sharp dagger. Can these two be combined? Thinking of the extraordinary material he had just acquired, Bai Jing's mind instantly sparked with ideas. But he still suppressed that thought. "Brother, will you go find those 2 maidens? I'll come to find you shortly." He dismissed Wuan and rubbed his hands together with excitement. This time the gains were clearly greater than last time. Perhaps after recharging he would unlock new features. He now understood that one could not simply judge the functions by their surface. Take the amplification feature for instance. There were too many subtleties involved, which made Bai Jing look forward to the next functional spectacle. Lost in thought, he continued his actions. He approached the half-sliced corpse of the orc and directly chose to recharge. Detected inferior resource orc's broken corpse gained 19 essence. Detected lower grade resource orc's club gained 21 essence. Detected inferior resource blood demon dog's corpse gained 2 essence. Not a single one was missed. Aside from leaving behind an orc's club, everything else was recharged. Is this blood demon dog really worth so little? Just moments ago he couldn't understand why Wuan reacted so strongly. Now he realized that the luck buff he had was somewhat miraculous. It's like suddenly pulling out a big gold bar from a pile of sand. If such low-grade items could yield extraordinary materials, then wasn't the drop rate for other spiritual beings in the spiritual realm 100? Doesn't that mean the spiritual realm is like a super dungeon for me? The only regret for Bai Jing was that he wasn't sure if he had any spiritual talent. The spiritual realm was very special, one could not enter it with a physical body resembling the mythological tales of souls leaving their bodies to enter. He wasn't clear on the specifics and could only wait for future attempts. After dealing with the battlefield, the essence count directly broke 200, reaching a historical high of 288 points. With a thought, Bai Jing wished to unlock a new feature. Sorry, your balance is insufficient, please recharge in a timely manner. The familiar prompt appeared again. It seems that to unlock again I need to multiply the essence count several times. I can only slowly accumulate essence now. Since unlocking a new feature was not possible, Bai Jing's gaze fell on the 10 sharp dagger. He finally understood the implications of this item. A level 10 sharp dagger was terrifying. I urgently need strength right now, the orcs are just minor disturbances. When that battleship arrives it will likely be a massacre. With the orc battleship still hovering overhead, any sense of safety he had just felt vanished in an instant. Then let's amplify it. With a single thought, the burning amplification furnace appeared and the alloy dagger transformed into an icon flying into the furnace. This time, in addition to the word amplify, there was also an add button next to it. He gently clicked. The materials for the bloodthirsty tooth appeared in the material bar. Bai Jing immediately selected the material and directly amplified it. Unlike before, a new pop-up window appeared almost simultaneously. Detected that you are amplifying extraordinary materials. This will consume 100 essence. Do you wish to continue amplifying? Yes. He confirmed again. The crimson teeth transformed into a liquid resembling blood, completely merging into the alloy dagger. The blade, which originally had a metallic shine, gradually shifted towards a scarlet hue. Congratulations, your equipment, the alloy dagger has evolved. Please choose one of the following traits. A friendly reminder, once chosen it cannot be changed. 1. Lifesteal. Each time you slay an enemy you will absorb their essence, slowly enhancing your own. 2. Bloodthirst. While in combat after slaying an enemy you can enter a bloodthirst state which can stack up to 3 times. 3. Blood drink. Using your own life force as sustenance you can continuously feed it, and upon reaching a certain level a bloodblade aura can be birthed. Looking at the 3 choices given. Originally spending 100 essence felt painful, but now it seemed this essence was well spent. Lifesteal is a growth type. Its effects are minimal in the early stages but valuable for development, so I won't choose it. With amplification in play, who would choose that? Bloodthirst enhances attack power and speed, but it can only stack 3 times. This is somewhat redundant for a dagger in future battles. This dagger would mostly be used for sneak attacks. If this feature appeared on a ranged attack weapon, Bai Jing would definitely choose it. But for this short dagger, no, I won't choose it. However, this third trait is simply tailor-made for me. It consumes my life force while allowing for a ranged attack. Congratulations, selection complete. The alloy dagger has transformed into the blood drink dagger. As the prompt sounded, he found himself holding another dagger over 20 centimeters long, crimson as blood. As soon as he held it, he could feel the life force within him being slowly drawn into the dagger by some force. He sensed a special energy being born within the dagger. It must be that blood blade aura. However, Bai Jing was quite dissatisfied with the absorption speed. Such stinginess, what can this little bit of life force do? Feeling the almost unchanged life force within him, Bai Jing couldn't help but complain and tried to cooperate with that force to operate his life energy. With Bai Jing's active cooperation, the charging efficiency nearly increased tenfold. That's more like it. He felt that feeling of fullness within him noticeably lessen and instantly became satisfied. Of course, he still tried to increase the output. After roughly 10 minutes of full power output holding the blood drink dagger, he suddenly felt a moment of clarity. His intuition told him that the blade aura had successfully condensed. This made Bai Jing suddenly interested. Hadn't he been idling around for 10 minutes just to try the blade aura? His gaze swept around. It quickly fell upon an irregular rock 2 to 3 meters high, 20 meters away. Aiming in that direction, he raised his arm and thought slash. With a swing of the dagger, a half-meter long scarlet blade aura was unleashed. It instantly reached its target, effortlessly slicing through the entire rock and even flying dozens of meters before dissipating. Watching the power displayed by the blood drink dagger, his eyes lit up. If he had had this dagger earlier, he wouldn't have had to go through so much trouble to deal with that last orc. He could have taken it down with a mere gesture. Moreover, this was only after nurturing it for 10 minutes. If he continued to nurture it for a few days or even months, could it unleash an even stronger blade aura? This dagger could indeed be my trump card. In a battle between 2 people, if one suddenly pulled out a Shenlong rifle, most would become wary. But if one pulled out a dagger, who would expect it to also kill from a distance? Bai Jing even thought of further strengthening it. The current blood drinking trait was merely the weakest level 1. The effects would only become more formidable later on. But thinking of the challenges ahead, Bai Jing decided to abandon that idea, preparing to save the essence for emergencies. Besides, the power of the blade aura was already sufficient to face most enemies. Confirming that there were no oversights around him, he carefully stowed away the blood drink dagger and prepared to meet up with Wuan. When he found the guy, he was having two maids prepare food for him. What the hell, where did you get this thing? Bai Jing's gaze was obviously not on them but rather on the three people not far away. He had thought that he had reaped considerable rewards this time, but it seemed a bit small-minded at this moment. Wuan, that bastard, was also a lucky star. What kind of expression is that, kid? Have you only seen wild energy swords? Haven't you ever seen a wild flying shuttle? Wuan said with a smile. Seeing Bai Jing's dazed expression, he felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. This is what you get for pretending in front of me every day. Looking at the brand new flying shuttle, which seemed like it had just rolled off the production line, Bai Jing couldn't help but roll his eyes. You should listen to the nonsense you're spouting. A wild flying shuttle. This is a luxury item in the Alliance worth at least 1 million Dongwon coins at the cheapest. Moreover, at this critical moment, having a flying shuttle is a different concept than running on two legs. Bai Jing said nothing more, merely tightening his grip on the two iron rods. He didn't believe there was anything sinister about it. Don't get too excited. I've already scanned this flying shuttle with my telekinesis and there's nothing abnormal. The only problem is that it seems to be smuggled goods. As Bai Jing gradually approached the flying shuttle, Wuan genuinely feared that this kid might suddenly swing the rods and smash something, so he hurriedly explained. However, this explanation left Bai Jing even more confused. Brand new. Smuggled goods. What unfamiliar terms. This isn't a developed new star or Joyu star. If smugglers brought something here, they'd probably lose their pants in the process. Wuan walked over to restrain the two poised iron rods, not forgetting to explain further. It's safer to use smuggled goods. Who knows how many loopholes are left in those regular ones. With this thing, as long as we don't act recklessly, we can rely on its resources until the Alliance fleet arrives. Hearing the explanation, Bai Jing gradually relaxed his vigilance while also pondering other thoughts. Let's just say, does a flying shuttle count as equipment? Now everything Bai Jing looked at seemed like equipment, wanting to enhance it somehow. Of course that wasn't possible right now. He could only wait for the situation to conclude and look for an opportunity to see if he could throw this thing into the enhancement furnace. Seeing Bai Jing gradually lower his guard, Wuan breathed a sigh of relief and approached the flying shuttle, continuing to introduce. This is a flying shuttle from the Titan group. Damn it, I've never even ridden one before. These damned aliens are truly wealthy. Listening to the complaints in his ear, Bai Jing began to examine it seriously. Unlike the two flying shuttles he had ridden before, this one was about 8 meters long, resembling a bullet with a blue-green coating. The technology used should also be anti-gravity engines. This is almost standard for civilian-grade flying shuttles. As the two entered inside, the interior could only be described as simple and elegant. There were no large bedrooms, only a lounge equipped with a refrigerator stocked with a large amount of nutrient paste and snacks. Since there are no issues, let's leave here as soon as possible. Confirming there was nothing wrong, Bai Jing reminded them, signaling the two mates to enter the lounge while they both entered the cockpit. There were no complicated buttons or steering wheels. As the two entered, a holographic projection appeared. It depicted a cute chubby girl. The moment the artificial intelligence appeared, it quickly focused its gaze on one of the humans. Hello, Mr. Bai. I am glad to serve you. Despite having the image of a lowly, her voice had an elegant tone. You know me. Bai Jing looked at the unfamiliar chubby girl, a row of question marks appearing above his head, recalling his memories, realizing he had never seen her before. An artificial intelligence. Before the AI could answer, Wuan beside him showed a look of shock. Is this your flying shuttle? He spoke with some vigilance. A test tube baby living on government assistance suddenly owned a flying shuttle worth nearly 10 million. This seemed problematic from any angle. Fortunately, Bai Jing was not put in a difficult position by this. The chubby girl smiled playfully and began to explain. Mr. Bai, this is our first meeting, but my previous owner showed me your photo. They gifted me to you and now you are my highest authority. By the way, the former owner asked me to convey a message. This is part of the dowry. At first, Bai Jing was still puzzled, wondering who would give such an expensive thing as a test tube baby. But upon hearing the latter part of her statement, he silently turned around to search for the iron rods. Where's my rod? Where's my rod? His voice was somewhat hoarse and his eyes were a bit red. This was the first time Wuan saw Bai Jing like this, but he quickly stopped him. Bro, don't get too worked up. You're still young, don't act impulsively. There's no shame in living off a rich woman. He hadn't finished speaking when he was abruptly silenced by a fierce shout. Shut the hell up. Seeing that fierce gaze, Wuan understood that Bai Jing was genuinely angry and immediately dropped the playful expression. Wait, don't be foolish. We can smash things after we're done, it's not urgent. We have 10 or so days, right? In the end, Bai Jing still didn't make a move. Now that they had a flying shuttle, the assistance was too significant. He could only endure for now and wait until everything was over before dismantling it. During this time, Wuan repeatedly inquired about the rich woman's background. Bai Jing remained tight-lipped, even threatening to open the hatch and throw him out when pressed. 2 days passed. The orc battleship was already visible on the horizon of the Chuying star. Meanwhile, in the command room, several orcs gathered together. Seated at the head was an orc general who looked at his subordinates below and slowly spoke. "Everything is usual, don't bother me." Mid-sentence, a nearby hunchbacked old orc began to cough violently and kept signaling with his eyes. This made the orc general somewhat displeased, but he still changed his tone and said, "Let's change the procedure this time. Have the tech boys get the behemoth cannons ready and shell all military zones and residential areas first. Then you guys take people to clean up those fleeing guys. Remember, this is an extermination battle, leave no survivors." Listening to this newly issued order, the dozen or so brawny orcs were clearly somewhat confused. This process isn't right. Wasn't it supposed to be a landing battle first followed by shelling? Why has it flipped today? Almost simultaneously, one orc couldn't help but stand up to say something, but before he could, he was met with a barrage of curses. "Do as I say, have the tech boys ready. I want to see this planet with no air defense capabilities in 2 hours." Although they didn't understand why the general had changed his mind today, they still followed the orders. While they preferred close combat, their technology wasn't bad. Attacking ground units wasn't an issue. They just didn't like doing it this way because they felt it diminished the true meaning of war. As the orders were issued, the orc battleship became unusually busy. 1 by 1 green orcs, about 1:3 to 1. 4 meters tall, moved about the battleship, and occasionally one could hear a flurry of chatter. If someone were in space, they would see rusty gun barrels slowly extending from the side of the orc battleship. After all, it has arrived. Wuan gazed at the projected scene where a massive warship appeared in the starry sky, his expression turning somewhat complex. Though he had known the orc warship was coming, the actual sight of it still stirred his emotions. Perhaps sensing its position in the starry sky, the camera in the image continuously zoomed in, and the warship, initially just a small black dot, gradually became clear. The orc warship slowly revealed its full form. Looking at the ship in the image, Bai Jing felt as if the filter had shattered all around. He even doubted whether it could actually move. It looked utterly horrendous. If one had to describe it, it would be as if a group of junk collectors used their hands to cobble together a carrier. Its size was hard to gauge, but it resembled a caterpillar that had been straightened out with an overall style. Super battle damage, ready to fall apart at any moment. Can this thing really cross star regions? Although the warship was already right in front of him, Bai Jing couldn't help but question it. Interstellar travel is extremely dangerous. One must not only face other civilizations but also endure various cosmic disasters. No matter how you look at it, this thing does not appear to be able to withstand such challenges. Orc technology is quite outrageous. It may look shabby but is surprisingly sturdy. As for the underlying principles, we scientists have studied them but haven't fully understood them. The final conclusion was a metaphysical repair method. Leave the broken thing alone and it will fix itself in a few days. Bai Jing suddenly felt that it was quite remarkable for humanity to have survived until now. Just look at the enemies they now face: the wish-granting orcs, the devouring and evolving insects, and the indescribable entities from the spiritual realm. These beings, if placed in a novel, would undoubtedly be the fated ones possessing invincible golden fingers. The more he learned, the more despair he felt. If Wuan knew Bai Jing's current thoughts, he would surely add a few words of advice. "Hey young man, you are still too young. You only see the 2 domains in the northeast, there is also the southwest." At this moment, a cannon appeared on the orc warship with a dense energy gathering, compressing and gradually concentrating at the cannon's mouth. The behemoth cannon. Thank goodness, no need to worry about the planet being blown up. Wuan observed closely and confirmed the weapon mounted by the enemy, instantly feeling relieved. Ship-mounted weapons are not frightening. What is frightening are planet-destroying weapons. The ongoing wars have led various races to heavily invest in offensive technology. As a result, planet-destroying weapons are now nearly impossible to counter. Naturally, they are not usually deployed. The primary reason for war is still resources. If you blow up a planet, all the initial investments are wasted and there are no benefits after the fight. At this moment, the cannon on the warship erupted with beams of light. As the beams passed through the atmosphere, they instantly split into countless rays. From the perspective of the satellite, rows of steel structures crumbled as if made of paper, collapsing in an instant, accompanied by the continuous descent of the beams. The settlement area had completely become a thing of the past, leaving only ruins. The attack was clearly not over as the main cannon of the orc warship slowly rose. A crimson beam shot out. It almost instantly crossed millions of kilometers. This time, even at the back of the Chick Star, one could still feel a slight tremor from the ground, and even the clouds in the sky seemed to be forcibly pushed apart. This shot was evidently explosive. It lasted only 2 or 3 breaths before ending, yet the damage inflicted was greater than the total damage caused by other cannons. Before Bai Jing and the others could ascertain the situation, the communication was abruptly cut off. "Sorry, Mr. Bai, we are currently in a state of signal loss." A chubby girl suddenly appeared wearing an apologetic expression. Bai Jing realized that the recent cannon fire had effectively thrown Chickstar's infrastructure back to primitive times. This is the downside of underdeveloped infrastructure. Without an internal network, all means of contacting the outside world have been completely lost. After this, I don't know how many people will die. Even Wuan, a veteran who has been on the battlefield, couldn't help but mutter softly, a trace of compassion flashing in his eyes. Unlike Wuan, Bai Jing had completely lost his sense of security. Having witnessed the power of ship-mounted weapons in this era, he even felt his beliefs wavering. Can a physical body really strike a capital ship? Or should he try mechanical ascension? Currently, Dong Huan, while not weak, is also quite strong. Having endured for this long sandwiched between two freaks, there is still something to it. Of course, according to the information Bai Jing has gathered, there are still quite a few options available in the interstellar era, such as ship captains, mecha engineers, and mechanical warriors. In fact, the old martial arts are quite good. Not to mention the first two options. The growth method of mechanical warriors is essentially modification, various transformations. As long as they can become stronger, it doesn't matter whether it is mechanical ascension or genetic mutation. The aim is to gain the most power in the shortest time possible. Just the basic modifications known to Bai Jing, like skeletal and muscular enhancements, are already the most fundamental types. The advanced versions include installing multiple hearts and lungs, adding organs from other races, and even those from spiritual realm beings. The two individuals who originally followed Wuan were like entry-level models, simply reinforcing their physical bodies with customized battle armor, possessing second-tier old martial capabilities. It is said that the strongest mechanical warriors now can reach an 8th-tier realm. But if one becomes unrecognizable, neither human nor machine, what's the point? After a thorough comparison, Bai Jing still felt that old martial arts were also quite good, especially paired with powerful equipment, or perhaps attempting to enhance current firearms. As the saying goes, marksmanship is also a form of skill, and ballistics is also a way. No one stipulates that old martial artists cannot use firearms. Then let's take it slow. Sooner or later I'll gather a full set of 999 equipment and see if I can smash a capital ship. While thinking this, Wuan also snapped back to reality from his sorrow. This place is still not very safe. We should find a place to hide for now. The orcs are likely to start a wild sweep soon. The typical number of orcs on a warship generally ranges from 10,000 to 50,000, not to mention the mysterious sacrificial orcs that can summon beings from the spiritual realm. At a minimum, there would be 50,000 orcs. Such a configuration attacking a human breeding planet is simply overkill. Not only Wuan found it hard to comprehend, but even the higher-ups of Chickstar couldn't understand. The orcs, even at the cost of using a warship, are determined to take Chickstar. What exactly are they after? The two reached a consensus and immediately piloted the hovercraft to search for a hiding place. On the backside of Chickstar. As the cannon fired, a series of tattered ships began to mobilize. Soon a large number of ships landed. One of the ships slowly opened its hatch and an elderly orc, somewhat hunched over, stepped out. "Great Priest, you should just stay on the warship. There is no need to get involved in this." A robust orc over 3 meters tall spoke with some helplessness. But as soon as he finished speaking, the hunched old orc struck the speaker's head hard with his staff. Bang, bang, bang. "I have lived long enough. It is time for my soul to return to the homeland of the beast gods. Let me do a few things within my capabilities." Saying this, he forcefully drove his staff adorned with skulls into the hard ground while muttering incantations. A massive portal over 10 meters high and 5 or 6 meters wide appeared. As this portal emerged, a crimson light suddenly illuminated from within. "My lord, is it really necessary?" the burly orc chief whispered as he looked at the portal leading to the unknown world. Even without having witnessed the spirit realm, he understood that the object before him was indeed a passage to that realm, a conduit for the monstrous beings of that world to descend. Before he could finish speaking, the hunchbacked old orc tapped him on the head with his cane, not forgetting to admonish him. "How is it not necessary?" In the world of humans, this move would be called a blatant conspiracy. His tone carried a hint of self-satisfaction, clearly pleased with his own scheme. The chief orc wore a pensive expression, as if trying to comprehend the meaning behind those words. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke again. Yes, you are indeed cunning." As soon as he finished, he was once again struck on the head. "Nonsense. That is called wisdom and remarkable intelligence." Perhaps realizing that this simpleton before him could not grasp the nuance, he thought for a moment and chose to explain. "With your brainless lot, you have no idea how many lives will be lost. But with this passage, humanity will likely abandon this planet entirely, even resorting to weapons to destroy it. What sort of place is the spirit realm? It is a cesspool recognized by interstellar civilizations. And now your home has acquired a sewage pipe discharging waste profusely, and within that waste lurk numerous mutated monsters. Furthermore, the spirit realm is not just home to monsters, there are true deities as well. If such beings take notice, let alone this insignificant fledgling planet, the entire human alliance will face grave troubles. What you need to do next is to kill swiftly, instilling despair, fear and terror in those humans. The more despair they feel, the greater our chances of success. As the hunchbacked old orc spoke, his body trembled with satisfaction over his plan. If successful, he could deliver a crushing blow to the human alliance before he returned to the land of beast gods. Alright, whatever you say, I'll get the lads moving right away. The chief orc scratched his head, unsure but indifferent as long as there was fighting. Gula! With a roar, the orcs who had just disembarked from the landing ship immediately gathered, forming a loose circle. Lads, kill for me. Destroy every living thing you see, crush them. Gula! 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 The orcs cheered, their enthusiasm ignited. Each picked up a large club, and from the ship bizarre vehicles were rolled out. These vehicles, reminiscent of off-road cars, bore the distinct style of the orcs. They were battered but functional, some even missing a tire, yet they still managed to drive. Bang! 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 Almost simultaneously, orcs began fighting over the vehicles. Sigh. The hunchbacked old orc let out a light sigh. How can we expect to achieve anything with this bunch? Though he said this, his hands were still busy, the cane making a clattering sound. The portal, which had fallen silent, suddenly erupted with a pack of bloodhounds. Follow them, they will lead you to your prey and bring back their heads. As the hunchbacked old orc spoke, the chief orc casually flung one of the orcs aside and seized the passenger seat, raising his arm to Gula! Gula Gula! The numerous orcs quickly found their positions, and those who couldn't fit climbed on top of the vehicle, finally completing the allocation. Following the pack of bloodhounds, they began their search. As the orcs departed, a vague shadow attempted to cross the open passage but was blocked by an invisible membrane. After several attempts, the shadow retreated back into the passage. A series of shabby vehicles raced across the wilderness. The orcs occasionally erupted in cheers. Chief! Chief! Over there! The orc at the wheel released the steering wheel and pointed at an area covered in thick grass. In the indicated location, a frantic figure stood up, turning to flee. But the sound of slicing air came from behind. A spear as thick as a human arm sliced through the air, piercing the fleeing human with precision. Put! Looking at the human impaled and the ground, blood oozing from its chest, the orcs in the vehicle erupted into hearty laughter. Gula Gula! As they passed by, one orc jumped out, retrieving a sturdy rope, tying one end to the corpse's arm and the other end carelessly to the vehicle. My lord, these humans are truly weak. How could such a race have survived to this day? The orc who had just finished binding the bodies couldn't help but speak as he looked at the dozen corpses being dragged behind. In the days since their arrival, they had gone from eager hunting to feeling somewhat bored. For those enemies who did not resist, they found no interest in the slaughter. If it weren't for the command of the orc general, they would have even lost the desire to hunt. Humans are like this. Aside from a few exceptional individuals, the rest are just expendable, like those who have no right to live at all. The chief orc spoke blandly. The hunting of these past few days clearly did not meet his expectations. If the prey did not resist, could it even be called prey? Stop the rambling. How many have we killed in these past few days? Seems like a few thousand, or nearly 10,000. When asked a question that required thought, the orc counted on his fingers for a long time before providing a vague answer. Hearing this number, the chief orc in the passenger seat immediately showed dissatisfaction. Only 10,000? I heard from other squads that they have hunted nearly 20,000 humans. We must speed up the process. If I lose face in front of the general, I will personally smash your skull. Is that true? No, this is a reward for you. If you lose face, I will punish you by making you sit in that damn office for 8 cosmic hours doing tedious work, and you won't be allowed to fight. Instead, you'll have to listen to human music and watch human television. The orcs who had been considering trying their luck turned pale at this thought. The idea of sitting in one place for 8 hours was worse than being killed. Rest assured, Chief, we will not let you lose face. They hurriedly promised. Just then the vehicle suddenly stopped and figures rushed out from all directions. Each one was clad in nano-combat armor, wielding alloy military knives. You can't escape only by resisting. Is there a glimmer of hope? Follow me and kill. One of them spoke, leading the charge. Several orcs, upon seeing the dozen figures rush out, were excited and nearly stood up. But they were suppressed by a voice. Stay seated, these humans are my prey, he he he. Before the words fell, the chief orc had already charged out. Like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, with each swing of his club he could kill a human. In just a few breaths, half had been slaughtered. The battle ended quickly, and those orcs who could not fight began to gloomily clean up the battlefield. Chief, we can't haul them all. If you can't haul them all, just leave a few behind. I don't know what the Lord wants with so many corpses. Hearing this, the orcs immediately abandoned 2 corpses, finished their work and got back into the vehicle, driving away. Come here, lend me a hand. Wuan returned covered in dust and grime, carrying an unconscious figure across his back. At his words, 2 maids hurried forward to support the limp form and guided it toward a makeshift cot nearby. See if he can still be saved, if not let him go. Wuan spoke plainly. He had originally set out to gather intelligence. On his way back, he'd found a man crawling helplessly along the ground, and despite hesitation chose to rescue him. The news he'd gathered was grim. He now even doubted whether the Alliance would abandon this planet outright. Under current conditions, Chubiao Star's foundational infrastructure had been utterly obliterated, even its most valuable expendable troops, whose losses had mounted catastrophically over recent days. By the time the Alliance fleet arrived, the planet might well be reduced to little more than an empty husk. And if his spiritual sense had not deceived him, that husk would be choked with sewage, filth, and decay. This reality compelled Wuan to question the Alliance's judgment and deepened his growing unease as foreboding tightened its grip upon his heart. Where's Bai Xiaozi? He asked offhandedly. One of the maids replied promptly. Master Bai has been cultivating without pause since he left. No wonder the boy is so terrifying. Indeed, it made perfect sense. Anyone whose flesh and sinew could manifest celestial omens was anything but ordinary. A pity though, he's a test tube child. Had he been born into one of the frontier expanding clans, his future would assuredly have reached at least 7th rank old martial cultivation. Reflecting upon the inherent constraints of the old martial path, he felt only sorrow. Abandonment was inevitable. The first 3 realms, flesh, sinew and organs, demanded painstaking decade-long refinement. Even for those gifted with extraordinary talent, mastery required no less than 15 years. In contrast, cyborg warriors needed only a single anesthetic injection, close the eyes, open them again. And even the least capable emerged as second-rank cultivators. Those with modest aptitude soared to 3rd or even 4th rank, transcending mortal biology itself. Beyond the 4th rank, however, true genius became indispensable, and survival demanded absolute recklessness. One's very life stance must shift, birthing divine inner chi, a force fundamentally distinct from mere physicality, for it either advances or recedes. Advancing from 4th to 6th rank demanded vast resources, spirit stones, rare flora from the spirit realm, enough to nurture the body until it could sustain abundant inner chi. Failure meant stagnation, and worse, rapid decline of essence, spirit and vitality, drastically shortening one's lifespan. Test tube children, inherently disposable, rarely surpassed the 4th rank. Thus every modern old martial prodigy who successfully broke through to 7th rank bore the backing of an interstellar dynasty. First 3 realms rely on discipline, middle 3 on supplementation, final 3 on fate. This maxim, widely echoed among old martial sects, lingered in his thoughts. Perhaps this boy carries immense celestial fortune, perhaps he truly will ascend to 7th rank. But dwelling on such distant hopes is futile. If we cannot survive this crisis and the Alliance abandons the planet, then no future remains at all. Upon entering a crude stone chamber, they found a lone figure stretching his tendons. Bai Jing moved with effortless grace, and not a trace of pain crossed his face, as though this arduous practice were as mundane as breathing. What a freak this boy is. Wuan muttered inwardly. Yes, the first 3 realms depended entirely on relentless training, but the agony was excruciating, especially at the outset. To endure that torment without crying out marked one as exceptionally hardened. Yet Bai Jing, his expression wasn't strained. It was serene. Almost blissful. It was downright uncanny. Perhaps sensing Wuan's arrival, Bai Jing completed one final stretch and paused. What's happening outside? He asked, voice calm and measured. The situation is dire. I suspect even if the fleet arrives, they'll likely abandon the planet. Wuan's reply came with palpable weariness, his spirit visibly dimmed. Even Bai Jing faltered for a moment, then swiftly recomposed himself. Such an outcome, after all, was hardly unexpected. Not because he possessed foresight, but because abandonment was woven into the Alliance's doctrine. It had happened before. And it would happen again. They had once raised nearly 100 stars in a single campaign, including flourishing newborn worlds. Our gravest concern now is that the Beastmen have opened a spirit realm gateway and are gathering corpses. If our deduction holds, they seek to widen the rift, to summon far more formidable beings from the spirit realm. Should that occur, saving this world will be impossible. Even the fleet's first act would be total planetary annihilation. Wuan voiced his deepest fear. Spirit realm gateways were impermanent, but with each passing hour and every sacrificial offering, their structure solidified. Once stabilized beyond a critical threshold, they permitted the descent of entities beyond mortal comprehension. When that occurred, the Alliance's sole response was total obliteration, followed by a century-long quarantine of the entire stellar sector. Owing to his lineage, Wuan knew more than most. During that 100-star cataclysm, a colossal gateway had torn open, and through it descended a fragmentary avatar of a spirit realm deity. Even if this crisis seemed smaller in scale, unchecked escalation guaranteed planetary detonation. So, we're doomed. Even Bai Jing's brow furrowed in consternation. Given the trajectory, orbital bombardment was all but certain. Even with infinite regeneration, he could never withstand a star-destroying weapon. He glanced inward at his so-called golden finger, all combat-oriented, none suited for escape. The sole potentially useful function was equipment amplification. Can that skimmer achieve interstellar flight? Impossible. Skimmers were engineered solely for intrasystem travel, unless you mean genuine military-grade models which possess limited jump capability. Wuhan dismissed the notion instantly. If it's possible, then it's enough. He recalled the skimmer could be enhanced, but level 1 augmentation alone required 50 essence crystals. 50 times the cost of standard enhancement. By that metric, reaching level 10 demanded over 2,000 crystals, and unlocking transcendent attributes would require 5,000 or more. Still, Bai Jing had no choice but to attempt it. If the fleet arrived intent on detonation, he stood no chance. Escape, however improbable, was the only path to survival. Let's do it. Bai Jing declared. Do what? Hiding serves no purpose, better to strike first. Wu-un. Have you heard yourself? 2 against 10,000. Before he could retort, another voice cut in, urgent trembling. No, absolutely no offensive action. Only by hiding can we cling to the faintest thread of survival. They turned to see a young man, his body swathed in nanofiber gauze, speaking with feverish intensity. The Beastmen are too strong. Our squad, over a dozen fighters, tried ambushing them mid-route. They deployed just one warrior, and we. His voice broke. Eyes squeezed shut, tears welled and spilled. Who is this? Bai Jing cast a questioning glance toward Wuhan. Picked him up en route, still breathing, so I brought him back. After all, he's kin. Wuhan replied, slightly embarrassed. Fine, hold down the fort here. I'll scout solo. Dragging deadweight is exhausting enough, I'd rather go alone. You cannot go. Doing so will only lead to more casualties. We can wait for rescue. Once the Alliance fleet arrives, we will be safe. The injured man, whose chest was wrapped in several layers, quickly spoke up to persuade them. He had witnessed the strength of the orcs, and even a dozen of them couldn't hold out for 10 breaths. If it weren't for the corpse-hauling cart, there would be no space left. He now. Glancing at the other person, Bai Jing remained silent. Sometimes not knowing means not being in despair. Waiting for the annihilation weapon to fall upon him and refine him in an instant would naturally not hurt. Wuhan didn't take the other's words to heart and directly expressed his stance. Who said my life is saved by you? Today I will accompany the gentleman to death. In the current situation, dying on the battlefield is better than being killed by my own people. Before he could finish his words, Bai Jing couldn't help but roll his eyes. You say he didn't say anything, yet you, a dignified second-tier thought master, struggle against a second-tier orc. I feel embarrassed for you. He retorted mercilessly. Wuhan, who had been joking around, suddenly flushed with anger and opened his mouth to refute. You're talking nonsense. I didn't have a suitable weapon. If I had one, I would. But you don't have one. Damn it. This matter is settled. You all hide and act. I'll handle the killing. Although Wuhan is a second tier without specialized weapons, his combat power is too weak. Bringing him along wouldn't be a help, it might even become a burden. Given this, it's better for him to go alone. With infinite stamina, infinite healing, and high amplification equipment. As long as he doesn't encounter a third-tier orc, he can kite them even if he can't defeat them. Moreover, even against a third tier, he still has trump cards. The blood-drinking dagger had already reached its limit. The bloodblade she released afterward could slice through even a third tier. Bai Jing picked up 2 orc clubs, strapped a dagger to his waist, and activated the nano-combat armor. After doing all this, he left the hiding cave. Watching him leave, Wuhan sighed softly. I owe too much. If this continues, how will I repay it? No, perhaps there is still a chance to escape. As if realizing something, he quickly took out the warrior terminal and began attempting to connect to the star domain network. As for the regulations, now that his life was almost gone, there was no time to consider such matters. It was unclear whether it was good luck or bad luck. Not far from leaving, he spotted 2 orcs. These 2 orcs were binding a human corpse with ropes. The orc in charge of driving immediately shouted. The orc in the back leaped onto the damaged off-road vehicle and picked up a bloodstained spear nearby. There's even a fool delivering himself. Speed up, let him run and we'll attack. The orc spear thrower spoke excitedly. He signaled his companion to move closer. We agreed that it's my turn to throw the spear next. The orc driver voiced his dissatisfaction but still drove closer. As the distance closed, the figure showed no signs of movement, standing still. Another weakling, how dull, I must kill another one later, this is too easy. The orc thrower couldn't help but say. No, we agreed each of us kills twice. If you kill another, that's 3. I'll let you this time. Though dissatisfied, he thought of how there were many more on this planet, so he wasn't in too much of a hurry. With only 30 meters left, he gripped his spear tightly, narrowed his eyes, and aimed at the distant figure. Goo! La! With a loud shout, the spear flew from his hand, making a whooshing sound. This time it didn't pin the opponent's chest as usual, but was caught barehanded by that figure. This sudden change startled the two orcs, followed by wild joy. Ha ha ha, this person is good, let me kill him. The spear-throwing orc jumped down from the vehicle with an iron rod in hand, rushing toward Bai Jing without a second thought. This made the other orc driving panic. No, this isn't fair, killing a human warrior shouldn't count as just one prey. Before he could finish speaking, a flash of silver light appeared. Looking at his companion, a blood hole had already appeared in his chest. Immediately after, the vehicle was pulled back violently by a strange force. It flipped several times in midair before landing back on the ground. The orc driver crawled out from under the seat, bewildered. He didn't understand how the vehicle suddenly flipped. Of course, he wouldn't have the chance to understand anymore. With a club striking his head, he met his end. Refining muscles, it's not about strength but control over the body. Meridians spread throughout the limbs and bones. Now only at the second refinement his control over the body had multiplied several times. When he achieves perfect muscle refinement, he might be able to react before his thoughts arrive. Unfortunately, the time given to me is too short. This time I escaped. I must find a remote planet and survive to become a martial god before re-emerging. Calculating the time, it hasn't even been 2 months. Even with a golden finger to assist, progress is still slow. Of course, this is for him. For ordinary old warriors, being able to reach the second tier in 10 years is a blessing. This thing. Looking at the super damaged vehicle in front of him, Bai Jing had a thought. Recharge. Detected special material mixture orc war vehicle gained 150 essence points. Detected lower grade resource orc incomplete corpse gained 14 essence points. Detected inferior resource excellent orc club gained 21 essence points. Damn, this thing is so valuable. Just a broken down vehicle, and the essence gained is equivalent to taking down a squad of orcs. It seems that with this amplification shuttle he might truly finish before the Alliance support arrives. Since this vehicle is so valuable, the tactics must change. Bai Jing's thoughts became instantly active. He prepared to teach the orcs a harsh lesson. After dealing with the battlefield, he glanced at the pierced corpse and sighed. Ignoring it, he turned and left. At such a time, resting in peace is simply a luxury. He couldn't afford to waste time on such matters. In the following days, Bai Jing focused on those car-owning tribes. Who knew that orc war vehicles were so valuable? In 2 days he recovered 5 vehicles. The prices generally ranged between 150 to 250 essence points. Of course, Bai Jing's actions had also attracted the orcs' attention, prompting them to send an elite squad to pursue him. They deployed an orc shaman, the wise one among orcs, who could also use spiritual energy. It didn't take long before he discovered Bai Jing's trail, bringing along 7 or 8 bloodhound dogs to chase. Bai Jing was currently facing a difficult choice. After days of effort, his essence had directly surpassed 1,000. Unlocking the next feature only required 500 essence points. Coincidentally, he had first stabilized the situation and observe. Even though he knew that according to the nature of the golden finger, skill enhancement would likely be improved, this was not the time to unlock it. Through the perception of Wu and a spiritual energy user, the spiritual realm passage has completely stabilized, and even in the past 2 days stronger beings from the spiritual realm have descended. If this pace continues, the allied fleet may not arrive in time, and terrifying beings from the spiritual realm will get here first. At that time, the allied fleet will not be coming for rescue. They were sent to kill the great demon. It could be said that the destruction of the Chick Star was nearly certain. Originally he thought being cannon fodder was bad enough, now he realized there was no end to how bad it could get. Falling behind by just a moment means instant annihilation by the planet-destroying weapon. To accompany the stars to their grave. Let's take it step by step. For now, there's no better method. The only option is to enhance the shuttle and hope to unlock the capability for interstellar travel. If that fails, then he would have to seize an orc spaceship. That would be almost as good as seeking death. Most of the active orcs are at first or second tier, but that doesn't mean there aren't higher tier ones. Based on the ambush experiences of the past 2 days, there is considerable differentiation among the orcs. There are still many at the 3rd and 4th tiers. However, such orcs typically hold important positions. For example, guarding the orc spaceship. Bai Jing was contemplating on refining the muscle strengthening technique to enhance his strength when an intense aversion suddenly arose in his mind, and this feeling was gradually intensifying. Is there A creature from the spiritual realm nearby. After experiencing the last encounter with the demon hounds, Bai Jing quickly deduced the cause. If it's demon hounds, there are probably quite a few of them. Bai Jing didn't know the principle behind it, but as long as he came into contact with or sensed the presence of creatures from the spiritual realm, he would feel discomfort in his mind. Suppressing this discomfort, Bai Jing quietly left his hiding spot, having chosen a high vantage point. He looked down below. He saw several demon hounds quickly approaching from different directions. It didn't take long before 7 or 8 vehicles followed closely behind the demon hounds. Each orc war vehicle had at least 3 to 5 people, and some had nearly 10. It was evident they were well prepared. This commotion is quite large just for me. This also indicated that the recent ambushes had made these orcs anxious. Standing on high ground, he quickly counted, primarily looking for any third-tier orcs leading the group. Good news, he didn't spot any third-tier orcs. Bad news, there was one orc he had never seen before. Among a group of orcs averaging 2.5 meters tall, a gnome orc about 1.70 meter stood out. Moreover, its unique and distinct style. That guy should be the orc shaman that Wuan mentioned. This is problematic. Bai Jing immediately felt it was somewhat tricky. From his understanding, orc shamans typically mastered spiritual energy, could summon basic spirits, and knew some spiritual techniques that could inflict negative buffs on enemies. Currently, he was relying on automatic regeneration. If he were cursed and suffered effects similar to severe injuries, it would be a major problem. Then let's first take down that orc shaman. A fierce killing intent surged within Bai Jing as he assessed the distance between the two sides. Almost simultaneously, the shaman, surrounded by numerous orc guards, suddenly raised his head and their eyes met. There! The orc shaman shouted loudly. That sharp gaze is too good. As a military-grade nano armor, it naturally came equipped with a camouflage feature that would automatically adapt to the surrounding environment when activated. Under normal circumstances, unless someone observed closely, it would be hard to detect. He was 300 to 400 meters away from the shaman, and he spotted him at a glance. This capability cannot be allowed to remain. Able to summon, track, and inflict curses, such a creature was more disgusting than a healer. Bai Jing reached for the blood-drinking dagger at his waist, and whether he could kill would depend on it. This time the number of orcs almost reached 3 digits, but the issue was that they were overly scattered, even coming from different places. He focused on the orc shaman. There, the number of orcs was the highest, with 3 orc war vehicles and more than 20 individuals. 2 horizontal, 1 vertical, that's how we do it. To prevent any accidents, Bai Jing decided to take the initiative to attack while the other orcs hadn't arrived yet. He would eliminate the orc shaman. Since he was already exposed, there was no need to hide. Picking up 2 iron rods, he charged forward. Watching Bai Jing's suicidal charge, the orcs on the 3 vehicles were visibly stunned. Not bad, you're indeed the human who killed our warrior. I respect that courage. An orc praised. More orcs rubbed their fists, eager for a fight. You 2 teams go ahead, but slow down, no, just stop. The orc shaman casually instructed, retreating quietly to the back, clearly unwilling to take risks. As a shaman who had served for 2.5 years, he understood the perils of this world. Gula! Gula! The orcs on the 2 nearby war vehicles roared, flooring the accelerator, increasing their speed by 1/3. This made the orc in the vehicle with the shaman a bit anxious. Shaman, why don't you stay here while we go? Immediately an orc suggested, only to be fiercely knocked on the head. Can't you think of anything other than battle? Isn't there a possibility that the kid wants to execute a decapitation tactic? He said with exasperation. So what? Another orc weakly responded. This nearly caused the orc shaman to faint from anger. Fools, all fools. Being with you all truly tarnishes my noble intelligence. Talking to you is simply a waste of breath. Protect me and let's retreat a bit further. Just as he wanted to scold again, he saw Bai Jing kick to a stop one vehicle, and he instantly felt a complete loss of security. Suddenly reminded of what the fleet commander said, this mission was significant as it aimed to eliminate a future great enemy of his race. This was a technique that could observe enemy information and must be learned by all. When encountering peculiar individuals, use this method to probe. With this thought in mind, the orc shaman didn't care about anything else and quietly mobilized his spiritual energy to cast the technique. Soon the surroundings changed. The world seemed to lose color, turning into black and white. And the towering orcs around him turned into small white dots or light green dots. According to the shaman commander, this represented the vitality of living beings. At the current level, the stronger the color, the deeper it was, indicating the greater potential of the being. The orcs surrounding him were mostly light green at most. There were no promising candidates. His gaze gradually shifted towards the direction of Bai Jing. Countless small white and green dots intermingled, and there were no other anomalies. As expected, I was overthinking. How could I casually encounter someone? Know this. How is this possible? The orc shaman didn't finish his sentence, his eyes fixated on Bai Jing. It was as if he had seen something terrifying. In the gaze of the orc priest there were indeed no other colored specks. This was why it failed to notice the anomaly at first. A cube. The orc priest thought he was hallucinating. Because Bai Jing's life force was not represented by specks but by a cube, and the color was as dark as ink. For a moment even standing on the war chariot made his legs feel weak. White, green, blue, orange, gold. Recalling the meanings of colors given by the chief priest, there was no black cube that signified anything. Great priest. Are you alright? One of the burly orcs, noticing the trembling priest, hurriedly asked. This voice brought him back to his senses. Looking at the pitch-black cube, he took several deep breaths. No matter what kind of monster he is, he must die. After a brief panic there came a murderous intent. If such potential were to grow, it could rival the deities of the spiritual realm. Thinking of this, the orc priest had only one thought. Leave. Get out of here. With the information about Bai Jing, returned to the camp and asked the general to take action personally. Go back, he shouted. This left the several escorting orcs momentarily stunned. Ha! They thought the priest had lost his mind. How could they leave after finally finding the ambushing thief? Did you not hear what I said? Turn around and go back. He emphasized again. Even though the escorting orcs did not understand, they still turned the chariot around and rushed back. As they left the place, the fear in the priest's heart dissipated considerably. Let the chief and the general deal with such a creature. He muttered softly, feeling a chill in his abdomen, and he stumbled forward. He did not understand what had happened. In the end, he only saw a war chariot that had been thrown out due to inertia, and on it only half bodies were spewing forth blood. Damn it, I almost let you all escape. Looking at the priest cut in half by the blood knife energy, Bai Jing said with some fear. Although he did not know what had just happened, he suddenly felt an unsettling sensation, and his instinct told him that if he did not kill the orc priest, he would definitely be in trouble in the future. Thus he spared no effort, even if it meant taking a few hits. He broke through the encirclement at the last moment and unleashed the blood knife energy. The results were astonishing, with a range reaching 7 to 8 meters. Great priest! The pursuing orcs, seeing the gruesomely dead priest, were clearly dumbfounded. How could the great priest who had been so cautious disappear in an instant? Come on, the annoying guy is gone, let's fight to our heart's content. Having dealt with the bothersome sixth one and ensuring he would not be stabbed in the back, Bai Jing turned to charge at the orcs, taking advantage of their confusion and directly killing several of them with the characteristics of a skull crusher. This brought the other orcs back to their senses, and their eyes turned bloodshot. Gula gula. Gula gula. Gula gula. In an instant the orcs fell into a reckless state, losing their sanity and driven only by the belief to tear apart the enemy before. Dozens of orcs directly surrounded Bai Jing, even trading injuries for injuries just to land a hit. This frenzied battle lasted for over 10 minutes before it ended. This time even Bai Jing paid a considerable price. Damn it, killing the priest actually gave the orcs a buff. If his defense had been a bit weaker this time, he would have been breached and ended up fighting while injured, ultimately being surrounded in. He suddenly felt too weak. He must continue to practice old techniques and finish the tempering of his bones as soon as possible. Of course, Bai Jing did not know that priests among orcs were originally rare existences. Even 10,000 orcs might not produce a single priest. Due to their scarcity, when a priest dies, the responsibility of the guards is immense. The outcome is imprisonment with no allowance to fight for the rest of their lives. Such orcs often meet their end by crashing into walls. In the orc culture of martial valor, those who die in such a manner are to be condemned to the pillar of shame. This leads to the fact that once an orc priest dies, they will go completely insane, entering a state of either you die or I die. It's happening. Putting away the already broken nano armor, he looked at the ground covered with corpses and several war chariots. Bai Jing's eyes sparkled. Replenishing these should be enough to enhance the shuttle. On the backside of Chick's Star Orc encampment. Great priest, should we change locations? I find this place unsettling. The chief orc looked at the corridor where strange figures occasionally tried to rush out and asked softly. What are you afraid of? With me here, can you still watch while you die? The stooped old orc said impatiently. His somewhat murky old eyes were looking at the corridor. Compared to when it first opened, the somewhat illusory portal had become more condensed, almost approaching solidity. The chief orc wanted to refute. You are almost returning to the land of the beast gods. If a fierce character appears, then let it die. But he had not fought enough yet. He did not want to die here. Perhaps sensing the cautious thoughts of the nearby orc, the stooped old orc revealed a smile. Rest assured, I can still hold on for now. Once I can no longer hold on, our mission will be complete and we can leave here. Then. The chief orc was about to say something when suddenly a series of sounds like metal clashing echoed. Moreover, the sounds grew closer. This made it quickly look toward the corridor where it saw a shadow over 5 meters tall struggling to squeeze out. A series of roars came from the corridor. Great priest, you should take 2 steps back, don't let yourself get. Seeing that the creature had already squeezed out most of its body, the chief orc furrowed his brow and picked up his huge club. He did not wait long. The shadow completely revealed its true form. Is this a war demon? Looking at the creature over 5 meters tall, even the chief orc, who was 3.5 meters tall, swallowed hard. Weapons were embedded all over this being, making a clattering sound with every movement, and even a golden red spear pierced through its. Even so, it had no effect on this monster before him. A perfect war weapon, a creation of the ancient overlord. The stooped old orc's eyes were filled with admiration, and he could not help but praise. At this moment, the war demon seemed to have adapted to the environment of this world, and its originally gray eyes suddenly turned crimson. It emitted strange sounds, and its muscles were coiling like a spring, ready to attack at any moment. This made the chief orc instantly alert. Just as the war demon was about to act, it suddenly turned its head to look back at the corridor, not pausing for a moment. It completely ignored the orc before it and ran in a certain direction. Soon a series of light footsteps echoed from the corridor, resembling a girl dancing gracefully. The previously calm stooped orc's face changed drastically. Retreat! 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 The orc leader was momentarily taken aback, searching for the old shaman's figure. Yet all he saw was a silhouette nimble as a monkey swiftly retreating. In an instant he felt a prickling sensation on his scalp, continuously stepping back, his gaze fixated on the passage. Perhaps it was due to what was about to emerge. The originally light footfalls became increasingly distinct, and if one listened closely they could even hear the faint girlish humming. Listening to that sound sent an inexplicable chill down his spine. Fortunately my speed is fast enough, I almost fell into the trap set by the old shaman. After retreating several hundred meters, the orc leader glanced back with lingering fear, confirming there was no danger, and let out a sigh of relief. Each time he called for the souls to return to the realm of the beast god, he always returned safely. Even the subordinates beside him changed from one to another. Now he somewhat understood. They were really fast. Even he, a 5th-tier physically enhanced orc, couldn't catch up. Looking up in the direction of the passage, it was obvious that nothing was emerging. It seems that old shaman is too afraid of death, a bit too anxious, mistaking it for some terrifying presence coming out. The orc leader shook his head, gently shouldering the large iron rod, and headed towards the location of the camp. As he walked, he shook his shoulders, muttering to himself, it seems I've really not fought in too long, my body is getting rusty. Once I return I must find someone to battle for 3 days and 3 nights. With that thought his speed quickened a bit more. Yet he still couldn't catch up with the old shaman's figure. He made his way back to the camp. Upon seeing the orc leader return, 2 4th-tier orcs immediately jogged over. Chief, you're back. They spoke while reaching out to help carry the weapon. However, as soon as the weapon was taken, one of them caught a glimpse of a human figure in a daze. Clang! The weapon fell to the ground, causing the orc leader to frown. What's going on? Can't you handle such a small matter? Startled by the reprimand, the 4th-tier orc quickly returned to his senses and looked behind the chief. It was empty, with nothing there. Chief, our job has been too easy, you don't even let us spar. Assuming he had just experienced an illusion, he didn't pay it much mind. What kind of human would dare to cling to their leader's back? Just thinking about it seemed impossible. The mission is almost over, we will be returning soon. Once we do, you can fight however you want. Perhaps feeling that the younger ones below were indeed restless, he spoke directly. Based on the size of the spiritual realm passage just now, the war demons had already appeared. In another 2 or 3 days they could leave. As for the matter of exploding stars, the Eastern Huang Alliance was much more familiar with it. By the way, where's the old shaman? The orc leader seemed to recall something and quickly searched the surroundings but found no trace of him. The 2 4th-tier orcs responsible for guarding were clearly a bit bewildered. One orc spoke up in confusion, isn't the shaman with you? Not back. How is that possible? If he isn't back, where could he go? The landing spaceship is here with us, he can't be on the other side of the planet, can he? The orc leader looked around again, searching once more. He truly hadn't seen the other, feeling puzzled. He couldn't understand why the old shaman had run off and not even returned to the camp. As he pondered deeply, attempting to analyze the other's mind through his own, he suddenly felt a chill on his shoulders and back, as if someone was pressing a block of ice against him. Strange, what's going on today? He said, shaking his shoulders while asking his subordinates to check if there was something there. Upon looking up, he saw 2 subordinates with their eyes wide open, staring at his back. What's wrong? What kind of expression is that? Being asked this, the 2 subordinates instantly snapped back to reality. Chief, there's a female human on your back. What are you joking about? The orc leader was immediately infuriated and amused. He had killed so many humans recently, if not 1,000 it was certainly 800. When he stood there humans would retreat 80 miles. How could there be a human clinging to his shoulder? If he weren't certain of their loyalty he would have smashed them with a stick long ago. There is. Really she is so strange. Not like any we have seen before. One orc whispered, fearful of startling the bizarre female. Nonsense. Do you believe I will make you sit at your desks? The orc leader was clearly becoming anxious. He felt nothing at all, just a bit cold. But he knew more than these subordinates. Thinking back to the old shaman's strange behavior and connecting it with the current situation. Even he felt his head buzz. Spirit realm beings. When? How come I have no sense of it at all? The orc leader reached back to grab, but he grasped nothing, which made him suspect it was a prank by his subordinates. Before he could say anything, a clear laugh rang out from behind him. He. A chill instantly spread throughout his limbs. At the same time he felt a sensation of life being drained away. In just a few breaths this 5th-tier orc leader began to feel weak. Quick! Hurry, grab her down, don't let her stay on my back. He immediately commanded his 2 subordinates to take action. However, when the 2 orcs reached out to touch they could only see the figure, their hands passing straight through. Chief, I can't reach her. I can't reach her either. After several futile attempts both orc voices trembled slightly. He. The laughter rang out again. The orc leader felt an icy chill enveloping him and the life force within him seemed to flood out uncontrollably. He could only watch helplessly as his life force drained away. In just over 10 breaths he had lost a significant amount of weight. Run! He shouted in the final moment. At the sound of his voice both the 2 orcs and the others began to scatter in all directions. Strangely, if anyone were to pass by they would see them stepping in place or circling around a specific area. Meanwhile the orc leader held on for only 2 minutes before turning into a shriveled blackened corpse. Within the entire orc camp merry footsteps could often be heard, accompanied by faint laughter. Ordinary orcs were drained in the blink of an eye. Moreover, in the opposite direction of the orc camp the hunchbacked old shaman also slowly came to a stop, his face full of wrinkles could not hide the panic within. This is terrifying. How long has it been since it appeared, and it has attracted such things? We can't stay here, we must retreat. Even though he hadn't seen the creature's appearance, one thing was certain. As a 6th-tier perfected orc shaman he was unable to resist the infiltrating power of the opponent. If he had hesitated for just a moment he would have met the same fate as the other orcs. I must notify the other teams, we need to leave now. Given the current situation, regardless of how the human alliance thought, he wanted to blow up this planet. Leaving it behind would simply be a super disaster. With that thought he raised his hand and once again constructed a spiritual realm passage. This time a creature resembling a warhorse emerged from within. The orc shaman mounted up and directly headed towards the other strongholds. Having gathered the essence, Bai Jing rushed back without a moment's delay. He feared that before he could return a fleet would suddenly appear overhead. Fortunately the worst did not occur. He successfully returned to the hiding place of Wuan and the others. What kind of look is that? Upon seeing Wuan even Bai Jing was startled. This guy still looked scruffy, but his eyes, once filled with light, now seemed dim and he bore an air of dejection. Looking inside the flying shuttle with jars and bottles both red and white. It was easy to guess why the other had become so despondent. You haven't even been hit yet and you've already turned into this pathetic state. Don't claim to be a veteran anymore. I couldn't help but curse. I don't know which word struck a nerve with Wuan, but he slightly raised his head to look at Bai Jing. There's no chance left, truly no chance left. You might not sense it, but for someone like me attuned to spiritual energy the feeling is too strong. As soon as the Alliance fleet arrives they will destroy this planet at the first opportunity. Remembering that recent feeling that had made his heart race he chose not to say much more, just wanting to enjoy the last moments. Then you just continue to enjoy yourself. Bai Jing couldn't be bothered to engage, he had come here to prepare for the shuttle's departure. He wanted to find a secluded place to amplify his power. Seeing Bai Jing preparing to take off in the shuttle, Wuan couldn't help but speak up. Don't bother, this model can't even enter space, and even if it could without proper equipment you'd only suffer a painful death. Compared to that, being swiftly obliterated by annihilation weapons is clearly a more comfortable way to die. Bai Jing directly ignored the others. He stepped directly into the interior of the shuttle. Mr. Bai. The chubby artificial intelligence appeared. Take off, go to a location. Bai Jing issued the command directly as he was currently the highest authority. The artificial intelligence immediately began executing the command. Watching the departing shuttle, Wuan gently shook his head. What are you messing around for? Forget it, it's normal for young people to be so stubborn. It's not that he was disheartened, the truth was just too painful. He used various means to contact everyone he could reach, including teachers, old leaders, and even family. These people had only one answer. Simply put, wait to die. At such a time, without any external forces to help, it was impossible to leave this planet. Moreover, the closest and dearest had given up, let alone others. Thinking of this, he directly downed the remaining half bottle of liquor. Relatives and family are unreliable, what else can I do? Wuan, already tipsy, suddenly sobered up as if he thought of something. He rebooted through the martial artist port and directly entered a special website. If it can't be done openly, then find a way secretly. His fingers tapped, quickly executing a series of complicated operations. Watching the success prompt pop up, Wuan smiled slightly. Ahaha, I'm truly a genius. In 2 days I will be able to leave this hellhole. Bai Jing was unaware of what happened next. With the analysis of the artificial intelligence, a suitable location was quickly found. He headed toward the shuttle, eagerly opening the amplification furnace. With a thought, the 8 to 9 meter shuttle transformed into a small icon and flew into the amplification furnace. At that moment, even Bai Jing felt a bit nervous. A shuttle is still a shuttle. Since its creation, it was never meant for interstellar travel. Amplifying to level 10, whether it could be used remained an unknown. Let's gamble a bicycle can turn into a motorcycle. He immediately clicked the amplification button. The surging amplification music played without any unexpected occurrences. Congratulations, you have successfully amplified the civilian-grade shuttle energy system 1. Congratulations, you have successfully amplified the civilian-grade shuttle armor system 1. Congratulations, you have successfully amplified the civilian-grade shuttle internal circulation system 1. With each amplification, Bai Jing's heart grew colder. It's not that the obtained traits were useless, it was just that they weren't what he wanted. Congratulations, you have successfully amplified the civilian-grade shuttle jumper 1. Suddenly a purple glow filled the furnace, which caught Bai Jing's attention. Purple trait. Without a second thought, he quickly clicked on the final trait. Jumper, accumulate energy to perform a short distance jump up to 1,000 kilometers 6. Are you kidding me? Bai Jing felt like blowing up the amplification furnace. Look at this lousy trait. Good news, it can jump. Bad news, it can only jump 1,000 kilometers. If within a planet, this distance is indeed considerable. But in the vastness of space between planets, he might never reach the next one in his lifetime. Looking at the newly manufactured shuttle, Bai Jing felt a twinge of bitterness. Since arriving in this world, he had been striving to survive. No matter how hard he tried, the outcome seemed destined. For a moment, even Bai Jing felt his Tao heart shatter, wanting to give up. If the shuttle couldn't leave this planet, what else could he do? Rob a group of 4th or 5th tier orc ships. Not to mention, if he could win, even if he succeeded, he wouldn't be able to operate an orc ship. Even with an orc war chariot. Lacking wheels is the least of its problems, some don't even have engines. Yet despite this, they still charge forward. If it were him, could he do it? Can I? I can't. But Bai Jing's gaze fell on the amplification furnace. This thing has one advantage: regardless of whether you are bound, once amplified, it belongs to you. Unless he voluntarily gives it up, he can sense a slight connection between them. Then let's go check it out, it's better than waiting to die here. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. After all, gaining 2 more months of time is still a profit. Even if he ends up killed by the orcs, it's still not a loss. Let's do it. Bai Jing made up his mind. As for going back to find Wuan, he directly gave up. He wasn't the other party's father, their only connection was that the other had given him a dagger. Recently, the debts owed should have been repaid long ago. Moreover, this was originally a gamble. As a 2nd-tier-old martial artist sneaking up on a group of 4th or 5th-tier orcs, whether he could succeed is easy to imagine. Of course, through understanding the amplification furnace. He didn't need to fight. As long as his hands could touch the other's ship, he could forcibly throw it into the amplification furnace. Then leave at the fastest speed. Looking at it this way, the probability of success clearly skyrocketed. Releasing the shuttle, Bai Jing directly entered the cockpit. Unlike before, this time the artificial intelligence had a more respectful attitude, and even the tone changed. Master, I am pleased to serve you. Master, I just detected a backdoor in the shuttle's internal system. I have closed it. My backdoor only requires the master to walk through. Bai Jing. Damn capitalism. Spending money and still leaving a backdoor, truly outrageous. He cursed inwardly. This is truly strange. I didn't want to encounter that group of guys, but now that I want to find them, they've gone missing again. Bai Jing used the functions of the flying shuttle to search for the orcs' traces. After searching for 2 hours in vain, not a single team was found. Logically, this group should be busy recruiting talent across the entire planet. Do you have any scanning or radar functions to help me find the orcs? He asked the artificial intelligence of the flying shuttle. Immediately a troubled expression appeared on its chubby face. Master, it's difficult to cook without rice. All civilian-grade flying shuttles are not permitted to install any radar-type devices. Bai Jing had only asked casually and didn't hold much hope. He continued to search rapidly for the orcs' traces through the ultra-clear camera. Another half an hour passed. He had no idea how many kilometers he had flown. The projected real-time map showed 2 or 3 disheveled figures. At this moment they were running for their lives. If it weren't for their distinctive appearance, Bai Jing would have thought they were other test tube babies. Strange, are there others hunting orcs? Looking at their state, he felt somewhat puzzled but didn't pay it much mind. Even if most of the people on this planet had left, there must still be some influential individuals left behind to bear the consequences of this incident. Bai Jing did not think he was currently the peak of human combat power on the Chuangneo planet. Those high-ranking individuals who were hiding must be protected by high-level mechanized warriors. Killing a few orcs should not be a problem. Please assist in identifying the surrounding environmental information and filter out all human information. After 10 amplifications, this flying shuttle equipped with artificial intelligence had clearly undergone significant evolution. Whether it was computational ability or intelligence level, it was even stronger than the previous cheap butler. Okay, Master, I am currently helping you analyze data to find humans who are pursuing these orcs. Streams of information flashed by as countless frames were recognized and filtered. Even though it was a clumsy method under the powerful computational power, the identification within a radius of several kilometers was completed in just a few breaths. Master, your task is complete and no traces of humans were found nearby. None. Bai Jing was clearly taken aback by this answer. Looking at the panicked orcs fleeing for their lives, he was suddenly confused. What about beings from the spirit realm or energy beings? Master, none were found either. Then why are these orcs running? Looking at the composition of this team, it was a very ordinary orc squad. There were no third-tier orcs. Since he couldn't figure it out, he decided to capture them for questioning, hoping to find out the location of their camp. With that thought in mind, Bai Jing picked up a nearby skull-crushing iron rod. Estimating the distance to the ground. Open the hatch for me. Master, the hatch is already open for you. As the voice sounded, the flying shuttle ceased its high-speed movement and hovered above the orcs. Bai Jing immediately leapt down from the high altitude. The attention of several orcs was clearly focused behind them, not noticing what was happening above. Before they could react, a shadow had already fallen from the sky, landing heavily on the front of the orc war chariot. The sudden force of descent abruptly altered their inertia. The war chariot flipped several times in midair before landing back on the ground. 5 bewildered orcs scrambled out from under the vehicle, their eyes filled with terror. However, upon seeing Bai Jing's appearance, the fear in their eyes quickly dissipated. Kill this brat. They raised their weapons and charged forward. Ha! Bai Jing didn't waste any time talking. He wielded both rods and smashed the skulls of 3 orcs. The remaining 2 attempting to flee were directly pinned down by him. I want to know some things. Can any of you help me answer? Unevolved monkeys, if you have the ability, just... One of the orcs, even with his face pressed into the ground, remained defiant. Bai Jing was always willing to accommodate such requests. Crack! Crack! The large stick in his hand gently crushed every inch of the opponent's skin and every bone. Even though they were born to love fighting, it didn't mean they didn't know pain. Especially this prolonged agony. To make the opponent endure a little longer, he crushed non-fatal area. I didn't expect such a request. You orcs have truly strange hobbies. Which of you 2 can tell me where your camp is located? Bai Jing inquired. As soon as he said this, even the orc whose body was mostly crushed forgot to shout. I can take you there. Before Bai Jing could persuade him further, another orc suddenly spoke up. This made Bai Jing's prepared methods go unused. The seduction this time was somewhat too smooth, but that didn't matter. First, he needed to know where the orc spaceship was. Then lead the way. Given the current situation, Bai Jing didn't care about anything else. Let's just go for now. As the orc stood up without resistance, Bai Jing was a bit surprised. But upon thinking about it, even the insectoid race with collective consciousness has traitors, let alone orcs. Well then, lead the way. Wait a moment. This orc didn't leave immediately. Instead, he picked up a nearby orc club. This made Bai Jing somewhat conflicted about whether to kill him outright or give him a lesson to lead the way. Fortunately, the other party did not make Bai Jing conflicted. His club was not aimed at Bai Jing, but rather at the comrade he had just fought alongside. Gula! He murmured softly. With one swing the orc's brain splattered everywhere. After doing this the orc looked back at Bai Jing. "I will take you to the camp, you can call me Guji." Saying this he directly discarded the orc club in his hand. "Wait for me a moment, don't look back, you wouldn't want to be turned into meat paste, would you?" Bai Jing said. Before his words fell, the flying shuttle, which had been in a cloaked state, briefly revealed its form. As for whether it had weapons, that wasn't important. "I will do as you say." Bai Jing quickly handled the resources, obtaining more than 200 essence. After doing this, he directly followed this orc to the camp. He didn't let it see, which was just a precaution, after all it wouldn't survive anyway. Bai Jing initially thought there might be some surprises on the way, but it was clear he was overthinking it. The journey was much quieter than the previous 2 days. There were no living beings in sight, not even a single orc. As they ran for several hundred kilometers, he also spotted a spaceship several hundred meters long. That dilapidated ship looked like it could fall apart at any moment. It was unmistakably an orc spaceship. This doesn't seem right. Using the magnification function of the flying shuttle, Bai Jing also noticed something was off at the distant camp. Suddenly the orc beside him burst into wild laughter. "Ha ha ha. Human, I admit you are strong, but you are doomed. The existence here exceeds your imagination." Before he could finish his words this orc raised his hand, forcibly twisting his own neck, and with a sudden burst he broke it almost completely. Bai Jing. What the hell, playing so ruthlessly? Even he couldn't react as the opponent's speed was too fast, showing no mercy. It was a gamble for his life. He quickly contacted the flying shuttle. "Come down and pick me up." Perhaps due to the amplifier furnace, as long as he was within 50 kilometers of the flying shuttle, he could communicate directly through thought. Almost simultaneously the flying shuttle that had been hidden in the sky began to descend slowly. He quickly boarded, standing once more in the cockpit. Unlike Bai Jing's reminder, the artificial intelligence had already completed the data collection from afar. Crystal clear images began to play. Even Bai Jing felt slightly uncomfortable upon seeing the images displayed. He even felt a bit nauseous. The other areas of the spaceship seemed relatively normal. Only the location of that strange portal was surrounded by piles of corpses, forming a hill of bodies. The ground had long been stained dark red with blood. At this moment, even with his mental preparation, seeing tens of thousands of corpses still left Bai Jing feeling uneasy. This was just the backside. If it were the other side of the Chunan star, he didn't even want to think about it. The race war. He. From contemporary history he learned that the number of deaths in wars within the Alliance exceeded 10 million each year. It was precisely because the territory was vast enough and had many cultivation star-like Chunan stars. Otherwise the Alliance might have collapsed long ago. These are too far for me. What I need to do now is survive and leave. I can settle the accounts in the future. He calmed his emotions. At this moment the artificial intelligence had also completed the data collection from the distant orc spaceship. A series of ultra-clear photos appeared. This is the bodies of orcs. Each image almost contained a black and withered corpse. From their appearance he could still vaguely discern the orc characteristics. Buzz. In that instant Bai Jing felt a tingling sensation on his scalp. A sense of inexplicable danger enveloped his heart. Go. He immediately issued the command. Almost simultaneously the already charged up flying shuttle darted into the spatial tunnel, instantly crossing a distance of over 1,000 miles. No wonder I can't see any traces of the orcs, they must have been wiped out by something. He recalled the earlier scene. Bai Jing felt a wave of fear wash over him. He finally understood why the fierce orcs would act as guides. It was a last desperate attempt to find someone to take the fall. Fortunately I reacted quickly, having preheated the flying shuttle directly crossing over 1,000 miles. There shouldn't be any problems. Even if he didn't know the mastermind behind it, they must be stronger than the orcs to annihilate an orc spaceship. He couldn't even deal with the orcs now. Damn it. Why am I so unlucky? What kind of messed up situation can I possibly encounter? He complained verbally, but in his heart he was already contemplating countermeasures. The only hope of escape lay within the orc spaceship. If he continued to wait, what would come would surely not be any proper support but the artillery fire of the Alliance. Just thinking about the gruesome aftermath of the orc deaths sent chills down his spine. Given the current situation, he could either wait to die or head to the other side of Chunan Star to look for other orc spaceships. However, doing so would leave him little time. Perhaps before he found a new orc camp the Alliance fleet would arrive first. After a brief moment of hesitation, Bai Jing ultimately decided to take a chance. After all, he had come to fight the orcs, it's just that the target had changed now. Let's give it a try, perhaps that terrifying being has already left. He comforted himself. But as soon as he said this, a very clear giggle unexpectedly emerged. This sound instantly made Bai Jing's hair stand on end and he gulped. "Did you hear the laughter?" he quickly asked. "Master, I did not detect any source of sound." This response made Bai Jing's heart race. That laughter had been too clear. It felt as if it was right next to his ear. He stood frozen, unsure of how to react. But that voice clearly had no intention of letting him go. It was even more excessive. The cheerful footsteps sounded like a girl dancing, accompanied by occasional laughter that felt as though it was right beside him. Self-check the flying shuttle for any other people or items. Suppressing the fear in his heart, Bai Jing issued a command to the flying shuttle. "Master, the self-check is complete and no anomalies have been detected." Hearing this voice, Bai Jing opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. At that moment he didn't even know which deity to worship. Before Bai Jing could think further, the footsteps had almost reached behind him. A chill as if lying in an ice cellar pressed against his back. This time, unlike before, he was not asking the artificial intelligence. He had already seen the true appearance of the other party. Just a side profile left Bai Jing dumbfounded. For a moment he didn't know what words to use to describe her beauty. He had never seen such a beautiful girl in 2 lifetimes. His gaze moved upward, landing on her headpiece. The phoenix crown adorned with a golden phoenix. Just one glance, Bai Jing's mind was flooded with melodies. The 18th day of the first month, a day of auspicious signs, raising the sorghum adorned in red 1 foot and 1 inch. Stupid brain, calm down. Bai Jing roared in his heart. His mind, however, seemed uncontrollable as lyrics of the melody poured out. Suck. He couldn't help but take a cold breath. He finally understood. Why the orcs were all dead. How could there be such a thing in the spirit realm? Although he learned from Wuan that the spirit realm was chaotic and filled with strange beings, ghosts were not uncommon. But it could be 3-headed and 6-armed, headless, or even half a body, or a mudbug on the ground. It just couldn't be in this current terrifying form. He. The laughter appeared again. This time the other party clearly couldn't hold back anymore. Bai Jing felt his neck being embraced from behind, a cold sensation pressed against his back. The chill on his back couldn't compare to the chill in his heart. This time he was likely really going to be done for. Perhaps sensing the impending outcome, he grew bolder. He reached out and touched the beautiful face resting on his shoulder. As expected, there was no obstruction and he passed right through. It was as if they weren't in the same world. This utterly extinguished the last glimmer of hope in Bai Jing's heart. Sigh. Unlucky, doomed. He sighed lightly. This presence on his back was clearly not something he could handle. He just didn't know what method she would use to send him on his way. Thinking of those dead orcs, they likely wouldn't rest in peace. Looking at the exquisite face within arm's reach, Bai Jing leaned closer. Come on, give me a quick end. I don't want to come back to this terrible world in my next life. Since arriving in this world, he either became cannon fodder or was hunted down, even being shelled. Living 2 extra months for no reason. A blood prophet. Holding out his neck, he allowed her to take him. Yet after waiting for half a day, he still felt that nothing was wrong. Bai Jing opened his eyes with some suspicion. He saw an exquisite face almost pressed against him. From her eyes he could even see confusion, puzzlement, and other complex emotions. Staring at the exquisite face that was about to come closer, Bai Jing dared not move. He could not comprehend what this beautiful bride who could kill without blinking wanted to do, and why she had not drained him dry yet. Moreover, viewing such beauty from such a close distance, it was indeed quite pleasing to the eye. It was just a pity that he could not touch her. They remained in a stalemate for half an hour. Bai Jing could no longer endure it. Even if she was beautiful, one could not just keep looking forever. That beautiful lady. Sister, if you're going to kill me, just make it quick. With you doing this, I fear my resentment will be greater than yours if I die, he said weakly. As soon as these words were spoken, the exquisite face that was so close frowned slightly, revealing a contemplative expression. Seeing her expression, Bai Jing was also bewildered. Logically, someone who could kill 1,000 beastmen in such a short time must value efficiency in killing. Yet half an hour had passed and he was still standing here lively and well. This shouldn't be the case. Could it be because of her beauty? As the saying goes, beauty is a feast for the eyes. With such handsome looks, when it comes time to feast, standing to the side could certainly attract a few more people's yang energy. Wait, yang energy. Bai Jing thought of the dead beastmen. They were indeed similar to the unfortunate souls from legends who had their yang energy drained. Looking back at the beautiful bride before him, her eyes had shown obvious confusion and uncertainty. She was still the one who could kill without blinking. The problem lay with him. With this thought, Bai Jing realized the oddity of the situation. According to past experience, after such a long time without release, his body should have been swelling, yet he felt no discomfort at all. In fact, he even felt relaxed. So that's how it is. I said no matter how beautiful it's still just a dish. How could I wait so long without eating? This automatic recovery function was somewhat absurd. Initially he thought it was just a simple recovery, but later he found it restored even his vitality. Now it seemed that it could even replenish his young energy. It truly was conceptual recovery. As long as there was a health bar, it would restore itself. Of course, this also allowed Bai Jing's tense nerves to relax. Good news, he wouldn't die. Bad news, this bride whom he could only look at but not touch treated him as a young energy ATM. This world is just absurd. Bai Jing couldn't help but curse. Every time it seemed he was met with something even more astonishing. But for now it could be considered good news. Helping to handle the excess life energy within him. Moreover, it wouldn't take long once he unlocked the next new function. Automatic recovery would likely undergo another upgrade. He had plenty of life energy. As long as he wasn't instantly killed, he wasn't afraid of continuous damage. Taking a brief moment to relax, Bai Jing began to contemplate his escape. This lady helped me kill so many beastmen, indirectly helping me eliminate various troubles. Now I just need to go receive my Beastman spaceship. But I wonder if I can forcibly bind it. Unlike the technology of the Alliance, Beastman technology relied on metaphysics. It was hard to say if it would succeed. Change target destination, returning to the Beastman camp. The jumper effect was decent, but it still required cooldown. Each use needed a 2-hour cooldown. Of course, as the levels increased, the cooldown time and crossing distance could also be enhanced. For now he could only fly back. The AI on the spacecraft quickly confirmed the position and planned the flight route. Master, please hold on tight, we're about to take off. As the voice echoed, the spacecraft started. Old High Priest, why are you so muddled? A burly beastman spoke. Beside him stood a stooped old beastman who appeared somewhat wilted at this moment. I don't know why that fool would run back to his own camp. He spoke with a hint of grievance. Knowing there was a terrifying presence yet still leading it back home. What a talent. Now it was a disaster. The entire 13th Tribe's Beastman squad was wiped out. They died so cleanly that even the landing ships hadn't been able to leave. It just so happened that their Beastmen lacked warpower, but what they needed were various spacecraft. Upon learning of the High Priest's actions, the Beastman general rarely became enraged. He had to get the spaceship back. It's not like it's you. Without spiritual talent, how can you sense the aura of that spiritual being? The chief Beastman responsible for this mission couldn't help but shake his head. Their clan's reputation would eventually be ruined by these priests. But because these guys had special identities, they still had to obey orders. This time you can't run. You must block that fellow at least until the tech boys have flown away in the spaceship. The chief Beastman said earnestly. Perhaps feeling that the last time had been too much, the old Beastman quickly expressed his stance. Don't worry, this time even if I have to return to the homeland of the Beast God immediately, I will block that fellow and buy you time. Halfway through his speech he sensed something. A glint suddenly flashed in his originally murky old eyes. Quick, the troublesome fellow has left. Let's take advantage of this moment to take off in the spaceship. In his perception, the intense discomfort pressing down on his chest suddenly vanished, which excited him. The other Beastmen, including the chief Beastman, quickly began to urge. Speed up, full speed ahead. They love to fight, that's true, but they weren't foolish. If they were outmatched, they wouldn't go to their deaths. In just a few minutes, the small Beastman landing pods landed. Almost simultaneously, over 100 figures began to spring into action, rushing towards the parked spaceship. Unlike the 2 or 3 meter tall Beastmen, this time they were clearly the tech-savvy youngsters among the Beastmen dedicated to repairs and creating technological products. It's a pity for these talented individuals in the clan to die in such a meaningless battle. The chief Beastman looked at the dried, blackened corpses on the ground, expressing some regret. After saying this, he cast a glance at the old Beastman beside him. He wanted to hit it back to the homeland of the Beast God. Perhaps sensing the gaze, the old Beastman quickly began to murmur. They are all warriors. I have prayed for them, the Father God will guide them to the homeland of the Beast God. Upon hearing this, the chief Beastman's mouth twitched. He couldn't be bothered to respond. They did not realize that just above their heads a camouflaged spacecraft was observing everything happening below. They are moving so quickly, we must stop these guys. Bai Jing felt a bit anxious. If the Beastman spaceship was really taken away, there would be no hope whatsoever. However, the power disparity between the two sides was too great. Charging in directly would almost guarantee death. Then let's charge in and snatch it. He steeled his heart. Bai Jing instructed the AI to calculate the best landing point. Let's see who can move faster. As the calculation was completed, Bai Jing did not hesitate at all and had the spacecraft fly directly over. Moreover, the biggest advantage of the anti-gravity engine was that it made almost no noise. Unless one actively exposed themselves, it was hard to hear anything. Compared to the Beastmen who still needed to run on two legs, Bai Jing's speed was obviously much faster. He reached the top of the spaceship first. Without pausing for a moment, he directly opened the hatch and jumped. What is that? The orc leader looked perplexedly into the distance where a figure suddenly leaped out from the sky. The old shaman orc beside him clearly knew more and his expression changed instantly. A flying shuttle, a human flying shuttle. That kid wants to blow up the spaceship, quick, stop him. This shout was almost a scream. If they couldn't bring the spaceship back, even if it didn't cost them their lives, their future days would surely be difficult. Upon hearing this, the orc leader sprang into action. In a single breath he dashed over 100 meters. However, the distance between the two sides was ultimately too great and Bai Jing made contact with the orc spaceship first. Without the slightest pause, he immediately summoned the amplification furnace, intending to forcibly drag the spaceship in. This spaceship is mine now. A smile flashed across his face as the spaceship shrank at a visible speed, eventually transforming into an icon and flying into the amplification furnace. As the orc spaceship vanished, Bai Jing continued to fall downwards. Fortunately, the flying shuttle that had been waiting nearby quickly approached and caught Bai Jing before he landed. Having completed this, he immediately ascended in height, wanting to rise up into the sky. The entire process took only 2 or 3 seconds. The orc leader, who had not yet arrived, wore a ghostly expression, staring dumbfounded at the flying shuttle ascending. Clearly, with its intellect, it couldn't comprehend the bizarre scene before it. Damn it, incomplete evolved monkey, get down here. The old orc shaman behind was obviously anxious. The spaceship was gone. The future was bleak. This forced it to start fighting desperately. Muttering a complicated ancient language, the surrounding spiritual energy rapidly surged. Almost simultaneously, a temporary spiritual realm portal opened. Immediately, a creature about 7 to 8 meters long, resembling a bird but covered in dense fleshy tumors, flew out from the portal. Get on, we can't let him escape. With a leap, the orc leader landed on the back of the monstrous bird. Not daring to delay, it discarded a spaceship, which was no small matter. It didn't want to take the blame. Catch up to that guy and we will offer you what you desire. The old orc shaman laid out the conditions. The previously floating monstrous bird suddenly turned its head to look, and in the next second a sharp piercing sound rang out. With its massive body, it gently flapped its wings, instantly crossing thousands of meters. Bai Jing, who thought he had succeeded, soon heard a prompt. Master, an unidentified flying object is approaching from behind. This forced Bai Jing to temporarily abandon his intention to examine the orc spaceship, quickly seeing the unidentified flying object through the camera. Covered in tumors, it was clear that it was not a creature from this world. Damn it, it'll blow up the spiritual realm sooner or later, he couldn't help but curse. Before he could finish speaking, a delicate face appeared on his right. Bai Jing. I want blow it up, I wouldn't dare to blow up your home. Regarding this person, Bai Jing did not wish to provoke her, he had enough troubles already and didn't want to seek more for himself. Before he could say more, he heard a series of alarm sounds ringing in his ears. Master, we are closing and we will be caught in 2 minutes. 2 minutes is enough. Without any hesitation, Bai Jing immediately activated the amplification. Relying solely on the flying shuttle would not be able to withstand the opponent's attack. This thing also had no weapon system, but the orc spaceship was armed. The burning furnace appeared and the orc spaceship materialized in icon form within the furnace. He reached out to click on the amplification. What the hell? Where did my huge amplification button go? Bai Jing was left dumbfounded. The amplification button was gone. But soon he discovered the problem. It was not a lack of essence, rather this was exclusive equipment. Sorry, detected that it is a race-exclusive equipment. Amplification operation cannot be performed. Damn it, how is this even possible? He finally understood why human scientists couldn't fathom orc technology. All of it was specialized weapons. It was a wonder if they could figure it out. This orc race is truly bizarre. He muttered a curse. He could only think of other methods. But soon another option appeared next to Bai Jing's amplification furnace. Unlike before, this time the option button was flashing in a certain pattern. Bai Jing curiously clicked on it. Apart from the bloodthirsty fangs, there was an additional strange, extraordinary material. What is this? He clicked on the information in confusion. But there was no memory of it in his mind. Name: red satin embroidered shoes. Type: special material. Quality: legendary. Effect: this is a pair of shoes that bears special power, almost as if it has a life of its own, wandering through the world. What is this? Looking at this peculiar material, Bai Jing felt somewhat bewildered. When did he obtain it? Wait, red satin embroidered shoes. He glanced sideways to see the beautiful bride looking at him with curiosity. Looking at her attire. She wore a phoenix crown, a red silk top, an embroidered red robe, a scarf draped over her shoulders, and a red skirt and pants. Yet her feet were bare. Her shoes. Why were they in my backpack? Bai Jing suddenly had a feeling that the curious look from the other party was akin to a thief looking at a shoe thief. Your feet are very beautiful. But the shoes are mine. He silently mumbled to himself. Since he was already entangled, being drained of yang energy daily, wasn't it fair to take some compensation? But soon Bai Jing's thoughts were interrupted by the artificial intelligence's reminder. Master, we are expected to be caught in 1 minute. Please think of a way the flying shuttle cannot withstand the opponent's attacks. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing coldly laughed inwardly. Even if they catch up, there's no way I'm returning what I've taken. I need to recharge. A thought sprang to mind. Immediately a prompt appeared before him. Detected special material mixture. Orc spaceship recharging could yield 33000 essence. Would you like to proceed with the recharge? What the hell, enrich? Bai Jing's eyes went wide. He didn't expect the spaceship to be worth so much. Future fortune tip 1. Recharge, recharge, recharge. Even if I die here today, I won't let them reclaim this spaceship. Congratulations. You have gained 33000 essence. Looking at the prompt before him, Bai Jing felt ecstatic. Overnight riches. This essence could unlock most of the paid features. Just as Bai Jing was thinking about going on a spending spree before potentially facing death, he noticed the beautiful bride behind him showing a displeased expression upon hearing the word death. This was also the first time she shifted her attention, looking at the three-dimensional image projected by the flying shuttle. In the image, a large bird covered in tumors was rapidly approaching. Looking at this ugly creature, the beautiful face revealed an angry expression. Hoof. A very soft scoff echoed, leaving Bai Jing stunned. This was also the first time he heard the beautiful bride make a sound other than laughter. Inside the hidden cave. They've come, we're saved. A voice of surprise rang out. A glimmer of hope appeared in the originally dim eyes. The information projected before Wuan could not hide his excitement. Arriving in half an hour, please prepare. I'm really incredible, even a situation destined for death can be turned around by me, ha. Unable to suppress a burst of wild laughter. He had thought he was doomed. Even his teacher and family had contacted him, and their response was to wait for death. Even the Alliance had given up on this planet, let alone the other minor factions. Just when Wuan was in despair preparing to face death, he suddenly recalled a saying circulating within the Alliance. Send your location, don't worry about whether we can come. It was originally a desperate gamble, yet who would have thought that they would actually respond? They would arrive on this planet in half an hour. Wuan dared not delay and hurriedly sent the precise location. Wait, there's that kid, I need to find him. However, the joy was quickly suppressed. He had not held out much hope for this plan, yet it turned out to be the most reliable. This caused him to miss the chance to inform Bai Jing about the possibility of escape. He thought about searching for him. You found help. The severely injured youth beside him showed a hint of shock. Through these 2 days of interaction, he naturally knew that Chao Niao Star was finished. Yes, I contacted a slave-catching ship. It will arrive in half an hour. Wuan calmly stated what he had done. Slave-catching ship. As a test tube baby, he was obviously unfamiliar with the term. Yes, they operate in the shadows, capturing humans and selling them at high prices to other races. Hearing this plain statement, the injured youth was greatly shocked. His gaze towards Wuan underwent a slight change. Was he going to sell himself as a slave? He's a ruthless person. You don't need to look at me that way if you don't want to just hide here. Don't worry, the star-destroying weapon won't hurt at all. For someone like this test tube baby who lived in the internal network, he was still somewhat naive. Wuan clearly knew more. The filth within the Alliance. Even the slave-catching ship might have shares from some big shot. His thought was simple: as a second-tier spiritual energy telepath, he might as well work to pay off debts. If he died here, there would truly be no chance left. I'll go find that kid and tell him about this. Wuan left these words and hurried out. In any case, surviving first was the key to having a future. Half an hour later, a mini spaceship appeared. Of course, this was compared to other ships that started at several hundred meters. Even the super mini type had an overall length exceeding 100 meters with a width and height of over 60 meters. As the hatch opened, a dozen figures emerged. At the forefront was a stout middle-aged man. Since Wuan had not returned yet, his first glance naturally landed on the injured youth. An injured second-tier spiritual energy telepath, this value needs to be discounted, not worth. However, before he could finish his sentence, a high-level modified mechanized warrior beside him could not help but speak up. Captain, this time we don't need to spend money, it's all profit. Almost forgot, after finishing this job I must find a chance to rest for a while. The middle-aged man was not embarrassed at all, his gaze sweeping over the three people present. The more he looked, the tighter his frown became. There should be others on this planet, right? If there were only these few people, they wouldn't even have enough for the fuel money. This is a cultivation dish star, there are many people, but right now it is occupied by beastmen. The injured youth hurriedly explained. Upon hearing that there were others, the middle-aged man almost did not pause and immediately began directing his subordinates preparing to get to work. A no investment deal. Don't say beastmen, even if the beast god came it wouldn't work. At this moment Wu Wen returned somewhat dejected. Clearly he had not found Bai Jing. Just as he was pondering how to continue searching, a mechanized warrior approached the few people and took out special collars, directly placing them around their necks. They were instantly restricted in their freedom. While the planet hasn't exploded yet, hurry, let's make a fortune and leave. The middle-aged man's eyes were filled with madness. If he weren't mad, he wouldn't ignore the Alliance's prohibitions and arrive at Chao Star to capture people. Soon the mini spaceship restarted. Activate life radar, set the lower limit, require at least first-tier life forms. Function activated, searching for compatible life forms. As the prompt sounded, the captain's room projected a map of Chao Star with red dots appearing one after another. Very good, this captain is bound to prosper. As for Bai Jing, he naturally did not know about the arrival of the slave-catching ship. He was busy dealing with the pursuers behind him. Kid, stop running, you can't escape. If you stop now, we might spare your life. A sharp voice reminiscent of scratching glass suddenly rang out. Looking at the projection, he could clearly see two figures on the back of the bulging monster bird, one of which was the leader beastman, who was ready to charge in at any moment and smash the flying shuttle. At this moment the bride on his back let out a soft grunt. With the sound, the previously pursuing bulging monster bird abruptly performed an aerial emergency stop as if startled. If it weren't for the elder beastman priest being prepared, they would have likely performed a free fall from the sky. If you let us fall to our deaths, don't expect any reward. They hurriedly warned, trying to stop the others' actions. Fortunately, the bulging monster bird quickly resumed normal flight but did not continue pursuing the flying shuttle. Chase! Why are you stopping? The elder beastman priest was furious. With such a high cost, the summoned creatures still wouldn't listen. Before he could finish speaking, the bulging monster bird turned its head, flashing a hint of anger in its eyes. This made the elder beastman priest swallow the words he was about to say, forcing a smile on his wrinkled face as he said, "Help us out, well, double the reward, but you must help us catch up." After a brief thought, the bulging monster bird flapped its wings and chased after them again. This also relieved the elder beastman priest. He wasn't afraid of high prices, he was just afraid of failing the task. Bai Jing thought everything was over, but when he looked again, he saw the bulging monster bird had chased after them again. Why are they chasing us again? They must have come to take my life, how despicable. While saying this, he glanced at the beautiful bride on his shoulder. As expected, the originally expressionless face gradually frowned, slowly turning a bit angry, pouting. In the next second, Bai Jing suddenly felt that the sensation on his back was off. The icy cool feeling had also disappeared. He hurriedly glanced with his peripheral vision. Wife was gone. There was no trace of the beautiful bride on his back. Is she going to take revenge for me? Bai Jing looked at the bulging monster bird behind him, which performed another aerial emergency stop, and without thinking he knew where his beautiful wife had gone. Due to her unique nature, he could only see the bulging monster bird struggling but couldn't project the figure of the bride. Don't you want the reward? Stop now. Suffering through a 360-degree rotation, the elder beastman priest hurriedly shouted. This time it was obviously useless. The bulging monster bird continued to spin in the air, seemingly trying to shake off something on its back. This behavior caused the two beastmen to suffer greatly. After persisting for a moment, they could no longer endure it. They couldn't care less about the spaceship. If this continued, their old bones would be shaken apart. Wait, let us down and we won't chase anymore. They shouted loudly. However, the bulging monster bird seemed to have not heard and continued spinning in the air, shaking its body. This made the elder beastman priest realize something was wrong. He quickly steadied himself while looking around. Sure enough, there was another figure on the back of the leader beastman. A human female. Gula. A roar of courage. The elder beastman priest kicked the leader beastman, who was already unable to move. This kick lost balance and directly kicked him away. As the leader beastman flew away, the bulging monster bird regained stable flight. This time, no matter what price the other party offered, it was unwilling to continue pursuing the flying shuttle. Clearly, it was also frightened. It's over. Not only did we fail to return the spaceship, but we also lost a leader. The elder Beastman priest felt the future was dark with no light in sight. Magnificent. Absolutely magnificent. Even Bai Jing couldn't help but exclaim as he watched the dramatic spectacle unfolding behind him. And in the process gained an entirely new appreciation for the stunning bride. This being was likely among the most abhorrent entities even within the spirit realm. That tumor-plagued monstrous bird was at minimum a 5th rank lifeform and quite possibly 6th rank. Faced with the breathtaking bride, such a creature possessed not the slightest will to resist. Let's go now. Full speed ahead. As if struck by sudden realization, Bai Jing urgently urged them forward. He longed only to flee this place as swiftly as possible. Who would willingly carry around a spouse both tantalizingly out of reach and lethally unpredictable? Master, please wait, preparing spatial leap. 3, 2, 1. For a fleeting instant the surroundings blurred, then vision snapped back into focus. They now stood over 1,000 li away. Did it succeed? Feeling no physical anomaly, his heart leapt with relief. The next moment, a sharp aggrieved huff pierced the silence. Bai Jing. He turned his head slightly. There she was, that same ethereally beautiful face, yet now clouded with unmistakable displeasure tinged with quiet resentment. As though gazing upon a faithless lover. Bai Jing. Hear me out. Ahem, tired aren't you? No need for formalities, draw on my young energy, it'll refresh you. He offered the invitation with an awkward smile. No wonder the tumor-plagued beast had recoiled in terror, even he trembled before such uncanny ghost-like mastery. Perhaps having understood his words, the radiant bride pouted slightly and leaned in. Immediately he felt his vital essence begin to drain. Bai Jing had no choice but to suspend cultivation of the blood-drinking dagger. And devote all his young energy to her. After all, she'd just repelled a lethal assailant. What harm could a little yang absorption do? Fortunately, his maximum vitality regeneration, 3 per second, was more than sufficient. For roughly half an hour the exquisite face beside him softened, eyes half-lidded, expression one of profound unguarded bliss. Witnessing this, Bai Jing's lips twitched faintly. Clearly, her enjoyment was intense. Certainly far more refined than any Orsish texture. After stretching languidly in evident contentment, the bride once again wrapped her arms around him from behind, pressing her body against his back. Whether illusion or truth, he sensed her form had grown noticeably less frigid. Once her active absorption ceased, the rate settled back to approximately 1 per second. Bai Jing resumed nurturing the blood-drinking dagger. Yet now joy eluded him. Though his gains were substantial, his final escape route had been irrevocably sealed. Who could have foreseen it? The orc vessel was a specialized weapon utterly resistant to his amplification. It feels as though I've accomplished great deeds, yet somehow achieved nothing at all. Bai Jing sighed inwardly. After all that exertion, glancing back revealed zero progress. It was profoundly disheartening. The sole solace left to him was the cold gleaming figure of 35000 essence crystals displayed on his interface. Keeping them serves no purpose, I might as well spend them now. If escape remained impossible, death was inevitable. Better to indulge while alive. With that thought, his gaze shifted toward the plug-in interface. Only 2 options remained: unlockable auto-regeneration and skill enhancement. He glanced briefly, then redirected his attention to the amplification furnace. He signaled the skimmer to find a landing site. Suddenly he wished to test the legendary material's amplified effects. No sooner had it touched down than he hauled the skimmer into the furnace. This time the amplify button remained active and the selection menu lit up. Upon opening it, only the crimson embroidered shoes rested within. It actually works. Muttering under his breath, he glanced at the bride clinging to his back, then steeling himself made the choice to amplify. Better to die and be reborn swiftly. Perhaps the next life would hold greater fortune. This world, after all, was irredeemably rotten. And held no ties worth preserving. Detected initiation of legendary material amplification. This operation requires 10000 essence crystals. Proceed. What? That expensive? Amplifying ordinary transcendent materials cost merely 100 crystals on first use. Yet this demanded a 100-fold increase. Such a staggering cost underscored the material's extraordinary rarity. Spanning at least 4 tiers: inferior, lower, middle, and upper. And likely exceeding even that classification. No wonder the radiant bride wielded such overwhelming power. She ranked among the apex predators of the spirit realm. Confirmed. The crimson embroidered shoes dissolved into molten gold, instantly merging into the interface icon. In that instant the once ordinary skimmer underwent a metamorphosis beyond reckoning. It became dazzlingly festive, resembling a bridal chamber. And precisely then, The stunning bride vanished from his back. Before Bai Jing could grasp what had transpired, 3 options materialized before him. Congratulations! Your skimmer has undergone transcendence. Please select one innate trait from the following. Note: selection is irreversible. 1. Psychic contamination. Upon activation, all living beings within a 20-kilometer radius fall into an illusory realm. Failure to break free within 24 hours results in soul annihilation. 2. Spirit energy adaptation. Hull attunes to spiritual energy, enabling autonomous recharging and automatic repair of damaged sections. 7. Spirit realm wayfarer grants the ability to traverse within the spirit realm. Note: while active, the vessel becomes impervious to physical damage and gains significantly enhanced resistance to spiritual energy. 7 distinct evolutionary paths lay before him. Each path was astonishingly potent, ranging from vast area psychic devastation to peerless defensive regeneration to outright dimensional transcendence into the spirit realm. Bai Jing could only whisper in awe. Legendary materials are truly terrifying. Spirit realm wayfarer. That option stirred deep longing within him. If cosmic departure remained unattainable, traversing the spirit realm might yet offer sanctuary. As 2 distinct realms, the residual shockwaves from stellar detonations could scarcely threaten him there. I choose option 7. As ever, survival alone guarantees a future. Upon confirmation. Congratulations! Selection confirmed. Your skimmer has evolved into the spirit realm wayfarer. As the notification faded, the formerly Azure interface icon transformed completely. And the skimmer itself underwent a radical metamorphosis. Once sleek and futuristic, it now towered as a 3-tiered ancient river barge. Every surface bore auspicious she characters or crimson drapery, so visually overwhelming that one glance instantly evoked a wedding vessel. Though its appearance had been utterly remade, its core functionality remained intact. Indeed, its energy capacity had surged dramatically. Truly splendid, 3 blessings in one. Gazing upon the jubilant skimmer, Bai Jing allowed himself a rare, genuine smile. Not only had he resolved the monumental complication posed by the radiant bride, but he now possessed a legendary tier vessel, one capable of departing this very planet. In that moment, all tension melted away. Everything was finally aligning toward prosperity. Bai Jing glanced at his remaining essence crystals. After brief consideration, he steeled himself and committed them to further amplifying the legendary vessel. The spirit realm, what is that place? Too many abominations dwell there. Caution is never misplaced. Congratulations! Spirit realm wayfarer amplification successful. Spirit realm wayfarer 1. This time the cost totaled to 0.0000 essence crystals, prompting an immediate warning: insufficient balance. Recharge required. This is the absolute limit, further amplification is impossible. Bai Jing deployed the radically transformed vessel. With a single thought, he instructed it to open the hatch. This time a wooden staircase descended slowly, taking far longer than before. Has it lost the ability to land directly? No matter, none of that matters now. First I must locate Chi Dachuan and the others. Previously lacking strength and connectivity, had been unable to contact them. Now, however, escape had become tangible. He still wished to extend a hand to save them if he could. Goodness, this modification is utterly thorough. Nas Bai Jing stepped aboard the skyship and entered its interior. He could not help but exclaim. Where the original skiff had possessed only a single deck, this vessel now boasted 3, and its internal volume had expanded markedly. And moreover, its interior design evoked an ancient bridal chamber, opulent, festive, steeped in auspicious red. Naturally, its core systems remained unchanged. Indeed, the interior fittings had grown even more refined and majestic. And Bai Jing strode briskly toward the command chamber atop the vessel. Though its aesthetic had transformed dramatically, every piece of advanced technology remained intact. And prepare for departure. Damn it. He issued the command as usual, and the artificial intelligence manifested instantly, though its appearance had undergone a radical metamorphosis. Crowned with a phoenix headdress, clad in a crimson silk blouse beneath an embroidered scarlet robe, draped with a radiant cloud scarf, and wearing a matching red skirt and trousers. And by the heavens, she's been reborn as a ship maiden. Gazing upon that beautiful, bewildered bride, who clearly had yet to acclimate to her new existence, Bai Jing watched as the moment her eyes fell upon him, she instinctively surged forward, eager to return to the warmth of his back. Bai Jing instinctively stepped backward. Yet after hovering midair for several seconds, the bride remained fixed in place. And her brows knit tightly, her expression one of profound confusion. She could not comprehend how or why she had become this. And noticing her immobility, Bai Jing's eyes lit up with sudden insight. Has she been bound? Or perhaps forged into a spirit vessel's guardian? And recalling mythic tales of vessel spirits, he surmised this resplendent bride must embody precisely such a being. unable to depart from the Lingjie Voyager yet fully sovereign over the starship itself. And perhaps sensing Bai Jing's barely concealed schadenfreude, the bride lifted her gaze, her glare sending chills down his spine. Her vermilion lips parted slightly. "And you, not clear distinct syllable escaped her lips, and the shock on her face deepened into pure astonishment. Hastily raising her delicate alabaster hands, she scrutinized them intently, then gently touched her own cheeks, her expression growing ever more stunned. And even her gaze, when it returned to Bai Jing, softened perceptibly. "You husband, no, nan, just like that a loquacious shipmaiden was born." Like a mute who had suddenly mastered speech, she poured forth words without pause, streaming unbidden, unrestrained. And this torrent continued for over 10 minutes. At last the beautiful bride paused her self-directed monologue, tapering off only to refocus her attention fully upon Bai Jing. Yet now her eyes held something deeper, layered, complex emotion. She had merely intended to absorb a little young energy, yet discovered in Bai Jing a true anomaly. And her taste surpassed even Guojiao Baijiao, smooth upon entry. And astonishingly swift in self-recovery, making him all the more irresistible. And what she had not anticipated, however, was that this man had somehow remade her into her present form. After a long silence, she finally spoke. "And hello, and thank you," and her voice, crystalline melodious, paired with her exquisite features, left Bai Jing utterly spellbound. He regretted it instantly. "And such a breathtaking female ghost, I've gone and transmuted her into a shipmaiden. What a wretched fool I am. And with current technology, specialized techniques, and an amplification furnace. Would crafting a physical body truly be so difficult?" And then he noticed, the ornate crimson satin shoes were gone. And that confirmed it, she was irrevocably bound to the Lingjie Voyager. Could you tell me where this place is?" And now fluent, the beautiful bride asked timidly, her expression taut with nervous anticipation, dreading refusal. Having suppressed his own base impulses, Bai Jing gazed upon this enchanting shipmaiden, and found himself brimming with questions of his own. "This is Chubiao Star, a cultivation crucible world under the Human Alliance. As for this vessel, it is the Lingjie Voyager. You likely know more about it than I do." The bride nodded quietly, then replied with a gentle smile, "And yes, I awoke with fragmented unfamiliar memories, chiefly concerning the operation of the Lingjie Voyager." Hearing this, Bai Jing was certain she had indeed been reforged into a vessel spirit, fully and permanently fused with the Lingjie Voyager. So much the better, they were now bound together, fate entwined. "And what is the Human Alliance?" and the shipmaiden asked somewhat bashfully. "That is difficult to explain succinctly. You might think of it as a supreme interstellar power, and what is a crucible world, and what is the cosmos itself. Whereas Donghuang," and thereafter the shipmaiden transformed into an insatiable inquirer, question after question cascading forth. And Bai Jing answered what he knew and frankly admitted his ignorance where he did not. They conversed for over an hour. And when it became evident she showed no sign of stopping, he gently intervened. "Later, once we connect to the external network, you'll be able to search for anything you wish. For now we have urgent matters to attend to." "Oh yes," and swiftly following Bai Jing's instructions, she began piloting the Lingjie Voyager, first returning to their hidden cave, searching for Wuan. But the cave held only scattered refuse, its occupant vanished without trace. And no matter. If fate denies us reunion, there is nothing to be done. At such a juncture, searching was futile, only chance remained. And without hesitation, Bai Jing directed the vessel to accelerate toward the opposite quadrant. He sought Chi Dachuan. N. Meanwhile, over 100 light-years away on Chubiao Star, a battle fleet, comprising a dozen escort vessels, raced through the void. At its heart loomed a colossal flagship, tens of kilometers in length, the undisputed centerpiece of the formation. Within its conference chamber, several figures had already gathered, even holographic projections shimmered into place. And seated at the head of the table sat an elderly man. "Now that all are assembled, let us discuss Chubiao 3. He gestured to another elder who cleared his throat softly before projecting a series of reports. "Esteemed colleagues, I too would wish to save Chubiao 3. Yet facts bear witness the world is irredeemably lost. And by the time we arrive, nothing can be altered." At that moment, the report materialized before them. Chubiao 3, Spiritual Energy Radiation Assessment Level 3. And projected to reach Level 4 within 24 hours, ushering in 6th-tier entities. I state with full responsibility, by our arrival, radiation levels will inevitably peak at Level 5, complicating matters beyond recovery. Therefore, I propose immediate escalation to the Alliance Deliberative Council to authorize planetary annihilation via stellar destroyer weaponry. And he turned his gaze across the chamber. "Approved and approved and approved," and almost in unison every senior officer aboard the fleet voiced assent. In their view, Chubiao 3 was already forfeit. Its salvage value was negligible. And moreover, mere participation differed fundamentally from timely arrival. They needed only file a report citing insufficient transit time. Thus the matter, and its attendant responsibility, would fall outside their purview. A pity, this crucible world forged at such immense cost by the Alliance, and the lead elder shook his head faintly, then directly established a secure channel to the Alliance Deliberative Council. Instantly a circular council chamber appeared, 10 figures seated around the table evidently awaiting this transmission. And elders, we regret to inform you Chubia 3's spiritual energy radiation has reached level 5. Even if we arrived, nothing could be changed. This is the 7th Fleet requesting authorization for stellar destroyer deployment, full planetary eradication, and from the opposing council chamber a brief murmur of deliberation arose. After approximately 2 minutes the reply came, clear, decisive and final, and granted. Captain, we hit the jackpot this time. Once we sell these goods we can afford a much larger spaceship. These people all wore collars around their necks. You are violating the rules of the Alliance, aren't you afraid of being caught? One young man, seeing the middle-aged man with a round belly and a friendly smile, couldn't hold back any longer and shouted loudly. Just as the words left his mouth, a large hand came down and struck his face. Rules. Our rules are the rules. With this slap half of his face swelled up and he fainted. Hey, take it easy. Don't kill him, these are all Alliance currency. He gestured for him to take them inside. Following the mech warrior they boarded the spaceship heading straight for the bottom level. There were no comfortable beds here, just cages made of alloy. At this moment over 100 people were already imprisoned inside. Don't talk to me about laws and regulations, you should be grateful to me. This planet will be destroyed in 2 or 3 days. I am saving your lives. As this news was announced, astonishment flashed across everyone's faces and some immediately retorted. Nonsense. The Alliance will not abandon us, we are legal citizens. Ha! Without any rebuttal the tyrant forced the group into the cage. Citizens. There are plenty of level 5 and 6 citizens dead in this universe, let alone a group of fake citizens. He was too lazy to speak to such ignorant beings and left after sending everyone into the cage. How could this? The Alliance would never abandon us. This is not true, it must be fake. In a moment some were breaking down while others wept. Of course some remained calm, quietly sitting in the corner without saying a word. If Bai Jing were here he would immediately recognize that one of them was his brother Chidachuan. He was much calmer than the others. During this time dozens more were sent in. Those captured were all at least martial artists at the skin refinement stage. There were even a few psychic professionals among them. This made the captain of the slave-catching ship grin widely. Ha ha ha, fortune favors the bold. If I don't get rich, who will? He had previously captured various slaves and even trafficked people, but this large-scale risk-free venture was a first and the quality was extremely high. He already envisioned a comfortable retirement after dealing with this batch of goods. Just as he was lost in fantasies about the future, a communication came through. Hurry up. The council has approved the use of planet-destroying weapons. What? Isn't it 2 days from now? The middle-aged captain was taken aback. This didn't match the news he had received. What 2 days? The 7th Fleet hasn't even arrived, they directly initiated the application for the planet-destroying weapons. On the other end of the communication someone said anxiously. The middle-aged captain dared not delay any longer, he knew the exact timing and came here knowing it was a matter of life and death. Ace, come back. We need to leave, the planet-destroying weapon is about to be activated. In order to hurry he didn't even bother with the slaves that had just been captured and not yet sent back. Soon the slave-catching ship departed from the planet. Inside the orc battleship it was still that orc general. I didn't expect humans to be so decisive, are they really going to destroy this planet? Looking at the encrypted information just received from the Orc Empire he shook his head slightly and immediately issued the order to retreat. Messages were sent out. The orcs who were still hunting quickly regrouped and headed towards the landing ships. Seeing the orcs retreating quickly, the humans being hunted erupted in cheers. The Alliance fleet is here. Ha ha ha, great. Those beasts are leaving. Once help arrives I will train hard and kill more orcs to avenge my brother. With the orcs withdrawing, Chick Star was experiencing a rare celebration. Many who were hiding cautiously emerged watching the sunrise. They finally revealed long-lost smiles. We won, we won. Some called out, some rushed to the resettlement area while others lay on the ground gazing at the sky and enjoying the peace after the disaster. Waiting for the arrival of the Alliance government. Indeed, it is still impossible. Bai Jing was at a loss. It is too difficult to find someone on a planet. Even with the legendary spaceship it wouldn't help. I just sensed that many lives have left. The ship girl suddenly appeared and reminded him. Have the orcs left? Bai Jing looked up at the sky and saw numerous ships flying at high speed, clearly belonging to the orcs. But he couldn't feel happy about it now. Sigh. He knew. The orc's departure signified that the human fleet was about to arrive. The time for this planet had officially entered the countdown. I need to find one more day. No matter if I find him or not, we must leave this place. Bai Jing thought to himself. Although he wanted to save this planet, his strength was too weak to stop the planet-destroying weapons. Is the use of the Spirit Walker ability ready? Bai Jing, feeling uneasy, inquired. There's no need for preparation, it can be activated at any time. That's good. Upon hearing this response, Bai Jing felt relieved. But before he could feel happy, the ship girl suddenly frowned. As if sensing something. A terrifying energy is approaching rapidly. It is expected that this energy can destroy this planet. After a brief contemplation, she spoke. This made Bai Jing, who was still thinking about finding someone, pause slightly. What did you say? He thought he had misheard. A terrifying attack is about to arrive. This attack is enough to destroy this planet. After confirming again, Bai Jing was clearly stunned. He looked up at the sky. There was nothing unusual. But he wouldn't think that the ship girl was talking nonsense. Planet-destroying weapons are indeed a type of superweapon whose speed has already surpassed that of light. Planet-destroying weapons. The fleet hasn't arrived yet. He understood now. The planet-destroying weapon had attacked first. No wonder the orcs retreated so urgently. They must have received the news. Bro, I'm sorry, give me some time, I will get you justice. Given the current situation, continuing the search was naturally impossible. We can only leave here for now. Estimated time until the attack arrives: 1 minute. The ship girl's voice reappeared. Prepare to activate the Spirit Walker, we need to leave. Bai Jing spoke. As soon as the words left his mouth, a special energy enveloped the entire spaceship. The material hull gradually became illusory, even transparent. Bai Jing didn't feel anything strange. This should belong to the protective effect of the Spirit Walker. In the blink of an eye, the special state transformation was completed. If someone could see the Spirit Walker now, they would find that the ship appeared like a dream or an illusion, able to see the colorful sunlight through its hull. At this moment, a huge spirit world passage appeared straight ahead. Charge! Before the words fell, the Lingjie traveler had already passed through the portal and entered the passage. Taking this opportunity, Bai Jing wanted to take one last look at Chunio star. What the hell? There was no warning. The planet, which was originally pocked and full of traces of war, suddenly had cracks crossing through it. Within the cracks, an energy mass was compressed. The next moment, an explosion occurred. Rocks, mineral veins, and even living beings were vaporized in an instant. A planet. It lasted only 2 to 3 seconds before becoming a thing of the past in the universe. Gulu. Quite a while had passed. Bai Jing finally regained his senses from the aftermath. He looked at the innocent-faced ship girl and instantly felt a strong urge to educate her with a stick. 1 minute. Is this what you call 1 minute? If it had taken even 5 seconds longer, there would have been another soul dying in the universe today. It accelerated later, not my fault. The ship girl, unable to withstand the gaze, weakly said. What a great acceleration, having you is truly a blessing. What could Bai Jing say? Yesterday she was a ghost and today she became a ship girl. No work experience can understand. What the hell? He only regretted that the other party had no physical form, unable to have a thorough education. Fortunately, he was lucky to have escaped in time. Otherwise, all his preparations would have been in vain. He took a few deep breaths to calm his little heart that had just been startled. Is this the Lingjie? Bai Jing curiously surveyed the surrounding environment. It was very strange and very bizarre. It felt like entering a mosaic world filled with chaotic and distorted light clusters. From time to time he could see distorted beings flying by, heading towards the newly opened passage. Soon dozens of variously shaped distorted beings gathered in front of the portal. Well, not quite. This is the passage, just a space influenced by the Lingjie, and cannot be considered the true Lingjie, but it does have some characteristics of the Lingjie. The ship girl explained. So that's how it is then, those. She pointed at the flying mosaics in the distance. That's because the rules here are very special. Everything becomes distorted, and of course the stronger the power, the less the influence. Once we fully enter the Lingjie, everything will return to normal. Perhaps due to luck, a moment later he saw a being that was no longer in a mosaic style. It was a creature with a human body and an octopus head, dressed in a raincoat, holding a fishing rod in one hand and a bamboo fish basket in the other. At this moment he cast the fishing rod, which accurately landed on a massive mosaic. Sensing danger, the catch struggled violently. But it couldn't shake the fishing rod even a little, and the next moment it was pulled closer. It was directly tossed into the bamboo fish basket. Bai Jing's eyes lit up at the sight. Extraordinary material, top quality. He looked enviously at the bamboo fishing rod and fish basket, wanting the ship girl to snatch it. Perhaps sensing someone was spying. The fisherman suddenly turned to look this way. He thought there would be a fierce confrontation, but to his surprise, upon seeing a massive building ship, the other party turned and ran without hesitation. Bai Jing was stunned. Is he fleeing already? Originally he had no concept of the building ship, but now it seemed that in the Lingji, although not able to move freely, safety was still guaranteed if one was careful. What realm was that fisherman just now? Bai Jing asked curiously. According to your classification of life levels, he should be a peak existence of the 6th rank. 6th rank. Yes, he should be much stronger than an average 6th rank belonging to the top tier of the 6th rank. Then you were before. I was also at the 6th rank, considered invincible among the 6th ranks, could fight weaker 7th ranks, and if I couldn't win I could still run. Now. He felt somewhat unaccustomed to becoming a ship and was not surprised by the ship girl's level. The main reason was still the information he had learned from Wuan and the Lingjie. The beings at 6th to 7th rank were a threshold. If the ship girl was at the 7th rank the moment she appeared on Chunio star, at least half of the planet would be shrouded in her negative state. The range can drain blood to understand. Moreover, the 7th rank already has the ability to traverse between planets. Because of this, when they discover 6th rank beings, they generally use extermination weapons. Taking a moment too late could cover the planet and spread disaster around. Just then a shrill eerie cry. He saw a 10-meter-sized mosaic monster flying towards him. Before Bai Jing could speak, he saw a smile of delight on the ship girl's face, and the entire Lingjie traveler accelerated instantly. Dare to block my path, I will crush you, she exclaimed excitedly. The next second the spaceship crushed over the creature, turning its 10-meter form directly into a mist of blood. Having crushed the opponent, her eyes curved into crescents, looking extremely pleased. This scene made Bai Jing's mouth twitch. Whose ship is operated like this? He was about to say something about cherishing her own body and not being so wasteful. Plop. The sound of something falling to the ground. Through the window of the captain's room on the top floor, he saw a bloody bone added to the ship deck. Bai Jing directly climbed through the window. Curious, he picked up the bloody bone from the ground. Name blood bone, type extraordinary material, quality medium, effect contains rich vitality, used for amplification, making soup, perhaps has good effects. What the hell, this can work. Bai Jing silently put the material into his backpack. In a few moments he returned to the captain's room and looked at those mosaic monsters with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Sorry, The ship girl seemed to realize that Bai Jing was still on the ship and that she shouldn't be so reckless, feeling a bit apologetic. Turn right and hit that one, don't you see it? Bai Jing interrupted directly. Ha! What ha, hit it? The ship girl somewhat helplessly attacked, still without any suspense. She directly crushed it to death. This time she didn't obtain any extraordinary materials. But Bai Jing didn't care. Didn't he see that in the passage there was nothing more than the mosaics? No extraordinary materials this time. Just keep attacking. After all, they were all a bunch of low-level beings from the Lingjie. Naturally they could not withstand the impact of the Lingjie traveler. He was even considering whether to find an opportunity to increase some offensive means. If he could install a high-powered shipboard weapon to unleash a powerful attack in the midst of the school of fish. He couldn't help but imagine how delightful it would be. Crush them. With the ship girl's cooperation, soon the extraordinary materials in his hand broke 10. Of course, this was also because those Lingjie beings had witnessed the power of the building ship and dared not approach. As soon as they got close, they scattered and fled. The voice of the ship girl echoed, "We are about to enter the spirit realm area." Bai Jing casually replied, his gaze drawn to a small pile of extraordinary materials before him. In just over 10 minutes he acquired more than 20 extraordinary materials, with at least half of them dropping into the void, unable to be picked up. If he had collected them all, the quantity might have doubled. What a pity the current spirit realm Voyager is still too poorly equipped. Originally he thought it was quite good. But after this experience of piloting, it felt significantly lacking, such as the absence of offensive capabilities and automatic collection ability. In the future all of these must be added. At that time, simply venturing into a layer of the spirit realm relying solely on extraordinary materials could make one a galactic tycoon. At that moment the speed of the spirit realm Voyager clearly increased. The surrounding environment, filled with mosaic monsters, flashed by in an instant. As he passed through an invisible membrane, his vision suddenly became clear. Is this the spirit realm? Bai Jing temporarily set aside the extraordinary materials, wanting to take a good look around. But he was stopped by a stern voice. Not allowed. As she spoke, the surrounding observation windows were covered by festive curtains, while the ship girl pouted, looking a bit angry. Ah. Why? Bai Jing couldn't help but ask. I'm afraid you'll go mad. The spirit realm has no shortage of pollution sources. Just one glance and you might not be yourself anymore. Hearing this explanation, Bai Jing thought of another matter. With a blink of his eyes, he imagined someone using his identity, sleeping with his wife, enjoying his life. If you want to see it, I can. Broadcast some to you. The ship girl thought for a moment and said. Although the spirit realm was filled with filth, most of it was still manageable. As she spoke, images began to project in the central area. It was like space debris floating around in the spirit realm. Just a few glimpses. Bai Jing saw some creatures that he had read about in textbooks. Moreover, these beings seemed soulless, endlessly drifting in the void. Without you, I would be just like them. In the spirit realm, apart from a few powerful beings, most exist in a state of confusion, acting purely on instinct. Listening to the explanation while watching the enhanced broadcast, Bai Jing quickly lost interest. This place seemed no different from the material universe, the only distinction being the excessive amount of garbage here. He could even see the products from other epochs. As he observed more, his mind felt like it was about to burst, and in a daze he could even hear someone whispering in his ear. I don't want to look anymore, turn off this thing quickly. Bai Jing did not want to close his eyes again, only to find himself replaced. Suddenly he thought of a question. Damn it! Wasn't he just living someone else's life? Shocked, he realized the filth was actually himself. No way. How could I have such thoughts? Bai Jing sensed something was off. The spirit realm was truly bizarre. Frightened, he dared not stay in the captain's room any longer. You should be able to navigate right in the spirit realm, he asked the ship girl. Yes, I will find the nearest node to return to the material universe. That's good. I'm going to the second layer. During my time in the spirit realm, I won't come out. Bai Jing hurriedly went down to the second layer, clutching a pile of extraordinary materials. Since this was a closed space, he didn't have to worry about seeing anything he shouldn't. The entire room was furnished with various living essentials, with a prominent joy bed over a meter long. Bai Jing casually sat down cross-legged. He tried to calm his mind, no longer thinking about those chaotic things. Only one thought remained in his mind. To activate the amplification furnace and boost some equipment. He still had quite a few pieces of equipment in hand. The Skull Crusher Club, the Bloodthirsty Dagger, and the Nano Combat Armor. He directly tossed the nano armor inside. This time the hull consisted mostly of inferior or medium-grade materials, predominantly from body parts. Among them, blood bones were the most numerous, occupying almost half of the total. Bai Jing chose one blood bone to see what attributes he could obtain. Congratulations, your equipment Nano Combat Armor has completed its transformation. Please choose one of the following characteristics. Note: once chosen, it cannot be changed. 1. Blood bone. Sharp bone blades can sprout from joints and other areas to kill enemies. 2. Blood armor. Absorbing sufficient blood can further enhance defense, automatic recovery ability, and provide a slight resistance to spiritual energy. Note: can actively use blood chi to accelerate recovery. 3. Bloodthirst. As more blood is absorbed, it can autonomously mutate in unknown directions. It seems none are suitable. With 3 characteristics displayed, none of them met Bai Jing's expectations. Just as this thought emerged, a crimson bone suddenly fell before him, the very material he had just used for amplification. This is good. I can see other materials and what characteristics they can produce. Unexpectedly, the golden finger was quite generous. Bai Jing did not mind the trouble and tried each one. To his surprise, he found a piece of extraordinary material that was quite suitable. It was a fist-sized pitch-black object, feeling somewhat like biological keratin in his hand, with a hard texture and great toughness. Name: carapace. Type: extraordinary material. Quality: medium. Effect: this is the keratin of a certain creature, but it seems to possess life, capable of self-replicating. When infused with high energy, it can shorten the evolution time. This thing is good, but I wonder which mosaic it exploded from. In the future, when I want to hunt, I won't know which kind to kill. This left Bai Jing somewhat helpless. With a thought, he received a prompt. Congratulations, the transformation of the Nano Combat Armor is complete. Please choose one of the following traits. Note: once selected, it cannot be changed. 1. Keratin hyperplasia. Forms a layer of keratin on the surface, continuously enhancing defense over time. 2. Keratin armor generates armor similar to an insectoid exoskeleton, enhancing strength and speed. 3. Life armor activates the vitality within, capable of evolving through continuous absorption of life energy, and can be perfected according to the host's will. Note: requires a large amount of vitality to catalyze. If it cannot be sustained midway, it will completely die. If he was merely pursuing enhanced strength, speed, or even lethality, the blood bone would already suffice. But this life armor piqued Bai Jing's interest. An armor that can continuously grow and be perfected according to the host's will is simply comparable to a specialized weapon. Compared to fixed options, this opens up many more possibilities for the future. Can it evolve into a biological mech? Bai Jing thought of the plots from novels in his past life. A biological mech. It possesses life for automatic healing and various equipment of a mech. This is definitely worth a try. The main material is just an outdated nano-combat armor. Even if the subsequent evolution is not ideal, the cost consumed would only be a few hundred essences and a suit of armor. Essences from monsters killed can be purchased within the Nano Armor Alliance's star domain. Then there's no need to hesitate. Let me see what this life armor is all about. With a thought, the enhancement was immediately completed. Congratulations, selection completed. The Nano Combat Armor has transformed into life armor. As the prompt appeared, a square object resembling a brick appeared before him. Unlike the initial form of the nano armor, this one was dark red and felt somewhat warm to the touch. The first impression was that this thing was alive. Soon it covered his entire body. However, it merely changed from the initial black color to a dark red armor with no change in appearance. Name: life armor. Traits: blunt defense 4, sharp defense 3, auto repair ability 2, ranged attack defense 1, life armor 1. Description: a peculiar armor that seems to be alive. If it weren't for the level 1 life armor trait, Bai Jing would have thought the enhancement had failed. Not bad, but how do I feed this thing? After feeling it on his upper body, it was no different from before, which made Bai Jing somewhat curious. The next moment it felt like it received a command. A sensation similar to having vitality drained resurfaced. But the efficiency was far inferior to before. In 1 second it probably didn't even reach 0. 1. I thought it would be impressive, but it turns out to be a little waste. Bai Jing was quite dissatisfied with this result. Before he could finish speaking, it felt as if it received some kind of stimulation. The sensation of vitality being drained intensified in an instant. Is it about to evolve? Evolved into nothingness. Feeling the gradually vanishing vitality, he initially thought it had begun, but it ultimately changed from 0. 1 to 0. 15. Bai Jing was left speechless by this result. At this rate, when could he evolve to a specialized mech? He even attempted to force-feed life energy. Unfortunately, it was like a cup of water: the more he poured, the more spilled out. It remained at a 0. 15 conversion rate. Forget it, you can evolve slowly. Bai Jing was truly out of options. He planned to wear it unless absolutely necessary. His thoughts then turned to other equipment. The first one being the Skull Crusher Club. After this period of study, he had gained some new insights into the enhancement function. For instance, enhancing with extraordinary materials would roughly reduce the essence consumption by 90. Naturally, the most he had in hand was Bloodbone. Bai Jing decided to try using Bloodbone. As soon as the Skull Crusher Club was thrown into the enhancement furnace, he immediately selected Bloodbone. Unlike the nano armor, perhaps due to different functional directions, the refreshed traits showed some changes. 1. Bloodthirst: the more blood absorbed, the more it can autonomously mutate in unknown directions. 2. Blood Courage: grows bone spikes, significantly enhancing armor-piercing ability, and continues to enhance basic traits as blood is absorbed. Includes traits: weight, armor-piercing quality, Skull Crusher. 3. Blood Bone Club: after breaking through defenses, enemies enter a state of blood infection. Note: reduces stamina, continuous blood loss with a small probability of mental hallucinations. Bai Jing instantly selected Blood Courage. This option might be relatively moderate, but the basic traits of this thing are impressive: weight 3, armor-piercing 3, quality 3, Skull Crusher 1. Among them, the increase in quality means an overall enhancement of the material. Of course, the main point is that Bai Jing wanted to use his blood to nourish the Skull Crusher Club. He prepared to unlock a new function. According to the production team's traits, automatic healing would likely require enhancement too. Cultivation probably wouldn't consume this much, some must be consumed from other sources. That feeling of bulging is too uncomfortable. He never wanted to experience it again. As he was about to become a second-tier warrior, the warrior in the bone refinement realm would likely undergo significant changes in blood as he awaited perfect bone refinement. Weapons nourished by his blood would surely be stronger than those nourished by the blood of other beings. He directly chose Blood Courage. Congratulations, selection completed. The Skull Crusher Club has transformed into the Blood Courage Club. After completing this, Bai Jing didn't stop. He directly consumed other blood bone materials, continuously updating the Blood Courage level. Blood Courage 3, Blood Courage 6, Blood Courage 9. As the level increased, Bai Jing also noticed differences in traits. From white gradually turning green to blue at level 9 and then directly becoming purple at 10 traits. With the enhancement completed, a loud clank sounded. A club measuring about 1.5 to 1.6 meters long, predominantly dark red, appeared with densely packed bone spikes on its surface. Bai Jing reached out and picked it up. It was noticeably heavier than before. Previously this club felt a bit too light for him. But now its weight was probably around 5,000 pounds. Moreover, as time goes on its weight would continue to grow. It probably wouldn't take long before it surpassed the weight of the Rui Jingu Bang. Of course the two were incomparable. The Rui Jingu Bang was impressive in its versatility. It could be used to pierce the heavens or transformed into a needle for embroidery. The great sage monkey blew out countless clones, each holding a Rui Jingu Bang. This is no longer a matter of weight, it is already comparable to divine abilities. Shaking his head, Bai Jing shook off these chaotic thoughts and took out the blood-drinking dagger, lightly slicing his arm. Damn, it didn't break through defenses. He could only relax his muscles and make another attempt. This time he did draw blood, but it flowed only a few drops before healing again. 6. Bai Jing realized that it was not surprising he had forgotten. Since awakening he had never been wounded, let alone bled. It was easy to overlook the true meaning of his automatic healing ability. This was quite awkward. The damage caused was less than the speed of recovery. If it doesn't work, I'll just go all out. I refuse to believe it won't work. Bai Jing mumbled to himself. The minimal bleeding only indicated the wound was small. Of course, before going all out again he should first upgrade the level of his automatic healing. With a recovery rate of 3 of maximum health per second, it would take over 30 seconds to fully recover. It was better to play it safe. He summoned the plug-in panel. The remaining essence was enough to unlock. Do you wish to consume 500 essence to unlock the skill enhancement function? Yes. The essence had been deducted. The previously dim skill enhancement function was instantly illuminated, accompanied by several prompts appearing before him. You have gained a permanent passive buff, Skill Master. Congratulations, you have unlocked the skill enhancement function. For details please check the page yourself. Detected that you have paid again. We have upgraded your benefit level. Congratulations, your basic function automatic healing has been upgraded to LV3. As expected. With the unlocking of the new function his healing also increased by 1 level. Automatic healing LV3 automatically restores 5 of maximum health per second. Thank you for your support. This is a small gift from the production team. As the prompts ended, an unusual sensation appeared within his body. It felt like 2 floodgates had just opened, releasing a continuous surge of life energy. It increased by another 2. It seems this function always raises it by this amount each time. Bai Jing shook his head lightly, enduring the swelling sensation, glancing at the new buff he had gained for free. Skill Master, all mastered skills are at maximum proficiency. Not bad. From now on I will truly be a martial genius, both in physical prowess and comprehension. This function is a permanent buff that will not disappear. Bai Jing recalled the 9 forms of military Dao Killing Fist. In an instant he recognized the shortcomings he had previously, even discovering new enhancement ideas for the 9th form, Blood Ignition style. Blood Ignition, activate. Before the words left his lips his heart was flooded with a massive amount of energy, and changes appeared in his body as his muscles swelled like those of an enhanced warrior. This was not the end. As the Blood Ignition style was activated, a layer of blood mist seemed to envelop the surroundings, and even his breath created a whirlwind. Bai Jing, originally over 1.8 meters tall, surged past 2 meters, and his previously slender physique now resembled that of a pumped-up martial artist. 3 times. The enhancement of my physical quality. Not bad. When learning the military Dao Killing Fist, having a normal enhancement of 1 times was already considered. Passing 2 times was rare in the entire alliance. Moreover, thanks to the Skill Master, he directly gained a 3 times enhancement. Even his body shape had changed. This level of strength was quite impressive. Originally the military Dao Killing Fist was a collection of combat techniques. Now with the Skill Master's enhancement he possessed strength, defense and technique in abundance. Simply put, I now lack nothing. If even the free enhancements are this powerful, then what about the main functions? The Skill Master was merely a bonus, the main focus was clearly something else. He directly opened the main page. There was no flourish, just 3 sections named Skills and Optimization Direction. The first 2 were straightforward. As for the optimization direction, there were various choices. 1. Efficiency increases cultivation speed, limited to cultivation techniques, can enhance direction, cultivation consumption, cultivation speed. 2. Intensity increases the skill's numerical value, limited to single target damage, skills can enhance attack, defense, speed, attributes, etc. 3. Range increases size, distance, range, limited to AoE skills. There were not many choices, only 3 main categories, each with detailed options. Are you trying to make me a martial ancestor of the stars? If the skill master merely grants me extraordinary comprehension to master anything, then this thing before me is a martial ancestor modifier. It could continuously optimize. If this continued, perhaps in the future elbowing a battleship wouldn't be a dream. He had never dared to imagine that before because he had witnessed high-level martial artists, grade 7. The strength displayed was not ideal. The only commendable aspect was their exceptional mobility and tenacious vitality. But these were enough for ordinary humans. However, facing those flying in the universe who could accurately strike from thousands of kilometers away, they were still lacking. They were even less impressive than psychic types. This was also the reason why, unless talents were particularly outstanding, interstellar families were unwilling to nurture martial geniuses. The consumption was no less than that of other extraordinary professions, but the value it brought was not high. As for dressing martial artists in armor, it was even less necessary. Because there was another profession. The mechanic. Compared to the decades of growth for old martial artists, they only needed 2 to 3 years of training to operate battle armor in combat. In short, no matter how you looked at it, old martial artists were relatively mediocre. Fortunately, I have an advantage, otherwise I would also be just another mediocre martial artist among many. The slow cultivation speed of old martial artists was a hard flaw. But now it seemed like there was a way to improve it. Bai Jing looked at the skills he could now optimize. What he urgently needed was actually just one thing: the muscle refinement technique. Skills are ultimately techniques, but as long as the numbers are high enough, even without understanding techniques, one can unleash greater power. He reached out to operate it. Since it was a cultivation type skill, there were only 2 options. Reducing consumption was unnecessary for him now; he could optimize that later when he established a force. After selecting the cultivation speed, an optimization button appeared. Bai Jing clicked it immediately. This optimization requires 10 essence. Do you wish to proceed? The pop-up showed the consumption, which was not much. He had to see the effect first. Optimizing, please wait 10 seconds. He patiently waited. Muscle refinement technique, upper part optimization complete, cultivation speed 1 Bai Jing. This, name muscle refinement technique. Entry cultivation speed 1. Description muscle refinement technique upper part. The information that appeared in his mind included a detailed process of cultivation. A quick glance revealed nothing much had changed. Perhaps due to the impartation, Bai Jing noticed some differences. The major movements had not altered, but some minor actions had changed. Since he knew the differences, he directly began to cultivate. As he entered the state, he felt the subtle changes in movements more clearly, and the muscle refinement speed did indeed improve a bit. About 10, but the consumption has increased a bit. Of course, this didn't matter to Bai Jing. He even wished he could consume 5 of his maximum health per second. Since it's useful, let's continue optimizing, striving for perfect muscle refinement as soon as possible. The essence consumed was not too much, enhancing the cultivation speed by 100 cost 300 essence. Bai Jing could bear that now. Normally he would need about 20 days to complete the muscle refinement. Now, without needing 10 days, he could finish 9 rounds of muscle refinement in 7 or 8 days. Calculating it, he was still making a profit. Bai Jing was not prepared to continue optimizing. It was somewhat similar to equipment enhancement. Moving from level 10 to 11 was clearly a hurdle, and the costs multiplied. Now it was sufficient. The main point was to understand the side effects of traversing the spiritual realm. Once inside, one could exit from anywhere, so it was necessary to reserve some essence as a backup. Who knows what kind of world awaits upon leaving? I was careless. The Blood Warrior staff has been fully enhanced, and I can't just let it sit idle, Bai Jing said with some resignation. He took out the bloodthirsty dagger again. Initially he intended to enhance it, but the blood-sucking effect was already quite good. He decided to go all the way, aiming for a level 10 blood-sucking, and upon reaching level 20 transformation he would replace it with new extraordinary materials. Looking at the dagger radiating a cold gleam, Bai Jing's lips twitched. The enemy hadn't caused him harm, but today he had to do it himself. He took a deep breath. A fierce look flashed in his eyes. With a thrust, blood gushed forth. A wave of excruciating pain surged, but this pain was quickly neutralized under the nurturing of life energy. Bai Jing simply did not pull out the dagger. He let himself bleed continuously. The bright red blood dripped onto the Blood Warrior staff and was instantly absorbed. It seems my hypothesis was correct. Now I can slowly nurture it. Once I achieve perfect bone refinement, the blood should also undergo transformation, which should expedite this process. As for changing equipment later, no one has stipulated that a warrior can only use one weapon. I can forge several. This process lasted about 2 to 3 hours. Bai Jing had no idea how much blood he had lost, yet the Blood Warrior staff showed no significant change. After a brief blur, its weight attribute changed from 3 to 4. This efficiency is a bit slow. I should cultivate faster. The amount of blood lost during this time required at least 3 digits worth of enemies to satisfy. He had only raised it by 1 level. The quality of the blood supplied by his body was still somewhat lacking. He would try again once it broke through the bone realm. Bai Jing directly began practicing the muscle refinement chapter. He rapidly enhanced his progress in refining muscles. After 10 optimizations, the details of muscle training had nearly reached perfection. Bai Jing estimated that if he continued optimizing, it might not just be about the movements anymore. For instance, within the body, even the cells. However, the cost was too great. It required 100 in one go. Due to the absence of any death threat, Bai Jing spent 7 consecutive days holed up in his room training. The muscle refining progress rapidly increased. After countless repetitions, a peculiar force nourished every major muscle in his body, accompanied by a surge of strength. This feeling. He carefully experienced it. With every casual punch, there was a sense of unity of thought and action, as if the moment a thought arose, his fist was already there. Moreover, it was only the most basic level. As Bai Jing exerted force, a torrent of power emerged. His fists and feet could unleash several times their usual strength. Given my current condition, aside from my internal organs, my bones are the only weak aspect. He initially thought muscle refining only strengthened his neural center, but Bai Jing now realized he was fortifying an entire system. Even his muscles were reinforced again. The conclusion was that both explosive power and defense had increased. Bai Jing worried that the bloodthirsty dagger might no longer penetrate defenses. Yet cultivation had to continue. The stronger one became the safer one was. Fortunately, I received the bone refinement chapter along with it, otherwise it would truly be difficult now. Bai Jing recalled the bone refinement chapter without hesitation. He directly used 300 essence to exchange for a 100 training speed boost. He wasn't sure if it was due to the overwhelming life energy, but Bai Jing found that the bone refining process would take about a dozen days without any pause. He immersed himself once again in training. As long as I don't die, I will ultimately become stronger. Because of the training process, the life armor was always in a worn state, allowing it to continually absorb sufficient life force. The evolution speed soared. In the first stage, it had noticeably become thicker and much more form-fitting, as if custom-tailored for him. If it were an ordinary warrior, they would have completed autonomous evolution at this stage. But Bai Jing was no ordinary warrior. He recovered 5 of his maximum life force every second. Aside from the consumption from training, the bloodthirsty dagger also left at least 2 of life energy unspent. There was no way around it. He force-fed it. Perhaps due to the stimulation of the rich life energy, the life armor, which had originally ceased evolving, began its second stage of evolution. Bai Jing was quite pleased with the anomaly of the life armor, as the utilization rate of life energy had increased by 0.1, reaching an astonishing 0.25. At this rate, he would soon consume 2 of life energy per second. He was only briefly happy before continuing to develop the bone refining frequency. He entered a state of oblivious training once again. If the ship girl hadn't interrupted by the time Bai Jing paused again, he would have already achieved perfect bone refinement. What happened? She asked, puzzled. Inside the room, the ship girl's projection appeared and replied seriously, I've discovered a node, shall we go out here? Hearing the implications in her words, Bai Jing replied irritably, just say it directly. My time is very precious, don't delay my training. What good is being pretty if your main body is a ship? TCH. It's nothing much. That node doesn't seem to exist naturally, it must have been activated by something. Like the Betrayal star. Exactly. Bai Jing became somewhat interested, but he remained cautious and prepared to check it out first. If there were powerful beings from the spiritual realm, he would directly abandon this node. This was to prevent encountering spiritual energy users immediately upon leaving the spiritual realm. Often the opening of a passage and the summoned beings were linked to each other's strength. In that case, I'll go take a look. The ship girl agreed. In the next second, she disappeared. Bai Jing, feeling somewhat uneasy, returned to the captain's room. The spiritual realm voyager was clearly changing direction. The ship girl, perhaps seeing Bai Jing arrive, immediately projected the appearance of the node. It was a point of light that grew larger as they approached. It wasn't long before they passed through some invisible barrier. The surrounding scenery morphed back into a mosaic style. Since we're going anyway, help me create some materials. Bai Jing's eyes lit up as he looked at the mosaic-style monsters. This was much more exhilarating than playing a game. What loot they dropped depended on luck. Oh. The ship girl responded, and her speed suddenly increased. The mosaic monsters here hadn't been touched. They not only didn't evade but even chose to attack first. There was no suspense. The spiritual realm voyager could not stop at all. Extraordinary materials 1111. Bai Jing muttered to himself that there appeared to be no formidable figures, only a clutch of small fry. To guard against encountering overly powerful Lingjia beings, he halted to observe whenever any drew within a certain distance. Near the exit, many monsters had gathered attempting to pass through the channel into the material universe. Only a handful managed to get out. The majority were held back at the far end of the passage. The shipgirl in a wedding gown looked pensive and agreed that there did not seem to be anything too powerful. The one who opened this channel likely was not very strong, at best third rank. Bai Jing was already tempted. The Lingjia was inherently perilous. One might stumble upon a terrifying presence at any moment. Compared to it, the material universe was unmistakably safer. Unless someone sought death by venturing into forbidden star systems elsewhere, the nature of Lingjia travelers meant that even ordinary 7th-rank forces could not detain them. After a brief moment of thought, he signaled the shipgirl to depart. As the Lingjia Xingja restarted, it smashed through and killed the monsters blocking the way. They soon reached the exit. The sudden arrival of a colossal creature set some of the lead beings into uneasy motion. A pink, vaguely 5-point starfish-like creature even launched an attack, spewing streams of strange energy. The strikes merely fell upon the legendary great starship and barely made an impression. The attackers boasted about Lingjia ship gods, convinced of their superiority. Bai Jing was amused by the assault. The shipgirl beside him bristled with indignation at their impudence. In former days, simply standing there would have sent the other beings scurrying away. The ship abruptly accelerated and charged in a straight line. In the blink of an eye, it reached them. Not only the pink sea star but the monsters milling at the perimeter met the same ill fortune. The weaker ones exploded on impact. The stronger survivors were slammed against the prow and battered against the channel. Constrained by the rules, these creatures could not depart and were reduced to fragments. With the obstacle cleared, the Lingjia Xingja lunged toward the nearest opening and without pause drove into the narrow passage. Somewhere on a planet, dozens of figures stood fully armed. At their center stood a Lingjia portal 2 meters tall and just over a meter wide. All attention fixed upon the gateway. One nonconformist man, his face pocked with piercings, watched the stabilizing portal with a persistent unease. He asked another figure anxiously why his heart was pounding and whether there might be a problem. Dressed differently from the others, a man in a black robe held a staff inlaid with transcendent material. Only his eyes were visible as he stole a glance. He reassured them that this was not his first time doing this, claiming the method was absolutely safe and would not summon any powerful Lingjia life, his confidence in his craft unmistakable. Before his words had finished, the Lingjia portal trembled. A panicked 2-headed monstrous bird burst forth and without even glancing at the humans tried to fly away. It attempted to take flight, but before it could act, 2 muffled thuds sounded as great nets of electrical current instantly engulfed the 2-headed bird. The current forced it into cries of shock, yet even so both heads kept turning back to look behind them. The scene could not be hidden from the assembled group. The psychic summoner, barely containing his excitement, warned the others. He called for everyone to be alert because something valuable was arriving. In an instant, a dozen or so net guns made of special materials were trained on the exit, ready to fire. It did not take long before a 2 to 3 meter spider streaked out, its body patterned with black markings and supported by 16 furry legs. Before it could assess its surroundings, electrically charged capture nets descended. Wrapped in several layers of netting, the giant spider could no longer resist. The nonconformist leader could not suppress a cheer as he inspected the captured prey. He declared that the Guiwan Moses pair of mandibles were likely made of transcendent material, a profitable catch. He turned to the psychic summoner and suggested selling the Guiwan Maju to the patrons, saying it would fetch far more than selling raw materials. The comment clearly piqued the leader's interest and he stepped closer, but the robed man immediately edged back a few paces. The robed man apologized for forgetting the rules and asked for clearer explanation, admitting this was the Chaolu gang's first time doing something like this and they were unfamiliar with the arrangements inside. Seeing that the man meant no double-cross, the robed man offered an answer. He conceded he did not know particulars, only that some wealthy patrons wanted excitement and had built an arena that collected various powerful individuals year-round. He lowered his voice as he listed what the arena accepted: Lingjia beings, insectoid clans, orcs, even allied prisoners. The information delivered as if too explosive to proclaim aloud. At that revelation, the nonconformist's eyes brightened and he could not help remarking that it sounded like the patron-style, endless life and death combat. Meanwhile, the others subdued 2 Lingjia creatures and locked them into special cages. The robed man spoke up, saying this should be enough for now and urging caution, for if they were discovered everyone would be implicated. He moved to close the Lingjia portal, but the nonconformist youth flashed a wicked grin at the proposal. He objected that since the portal was already open they should capture one more. The Chaolu gang desperately needed funds and would not short the robed man his share. Feeling dozens of gazes upon him, the robed man replied coldly that they could take one last creature and did not pursue the matter. At that moment, a youth watching the gateway shouted that there was movement and his cry rang out across the group. The others braced and looked on. The portal's reaction was greater than ever, the whole gateway trembling violently as if strained beyond its limits. After a moment, no monster appeared. Instead, the portal began to expand at a rate visible to the naked eye, prompting someone to ask what was happening. The robed man ignored the question and attempted to shut the portal, but he soon felt something strange. It was as if something held the gate closed. No matter how he tried to pull, it would not yield. For a fleeting instant the face beneath his hood went white. A troubling possibility occurred to him: the passage was not immutable. When met by a sufficiently powerful Lingxia presence, the portal could be forcibly torn open. He looked up to see the gateway suddenly forced wide and a vast crimson mass bursting through. Attack! He stared at the eerie vessel. The unconventional youth leading the group barked the order without hesitation. They only sought funds, not capture, and certainly not the descent of a formidable entity from the spirit realm. If that happened, not only would the Trend Gang be obliterated, but even their patron, his lord, would face imprisonment at best or total erasure of identity and rights, reduced to expendable cannon fodder. Boom! 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 A volley of man-portable rocket-like ordnance struck the uncanny tower ship in unison, attacks potent enough to grievously wound a third-rank lifeform. Yet the projectiles detonated midair, never even nearing their target. In that brief span, the grotesque tower ship had already fully disengaged from the spatial channel and now hovered serenely in midair. A sudden soul-deep tremor seized them, so profound that the Trend Gang members moments ago still firing froze in sheer panic. Their weapons clattered to the ground unnoticed. Of the 24 or so individuals, nearly half stood motionless, blank-eyed. That final flicker of hope in the black-robed summoner's heart guttered out entirely. Contamination. This was a spirit realm artifact imbued with corruptive power. Just the thought made his teeth chatter. Retreat, now! The unconventional youth shouted the command, his voice raw with dawning realization they were utterly outmatched. In an instant, even those stunned by psychic backlash were shoved into swift shuttlecraft and evacuated from the zone. Seeing the Crimson Tower ship make no pursuit, they exhaled in profound relief. Whether by design or accident, the black-robed spirit energy summoner was left behind, paralyzed, wide-eyed, gazing upward in mute fixation at the scarlet vessel above, neither fleeing nor attacking, simply watching. This scene did not escape Bai Jing's notice. Yet compared to the stranded summoner, Bai Jing found the planet itself far more intriguing. Though he had long heard of interstellar travel, this was his first arrival upon an alien world. Using his vessel's built-in sensors, he surveyed the distant terrain, only to find it starkly unlike the gleaming high-tech worlds he had imagined. Every horizon belched thick acrid smoke, even the air stung the throat. What infernal place is this? It looks worse than Chubird 3. Bai Jing muttered, exasperated. Chubird 3 had no sky-piercing exhaust stacks, and at least its atmosphere carried no foul odor. One breath here felt like inhaling an entire box of cigars. Even Bai Jing's refined constitution recoiled, making plain just how wretched this world's environment truly was. Ha! Why aren't you speaking? Bai Jing suddenly realized the normally talkative shipmaiden hadn't uttered a word. He glanced up toward the command console. There she floated, the familiar bride in crimson wedding robes, yet now encircled by cascading streams of data. Has she linked to the local network? Watching the torrents of information flow, it was clear she was absorbing the world's knowledge. He didn't wait long before she completed the foundational download. She turned to him again, eyes alight with delight and unmistakable excitement. I believe I've connected to your network. I've already gleaned some intel. Would you like to hear it? Skip the preamble, I'll listen if you speak. Bai Jing sighed, inwardly nostalgic for the days when his shipmaiden had been a silent bride. She hadn't always been like this. Ever since she'd gained speech, her words had multiplied tenfold, often laced with teasing barbs aimed squarely at him. Oof. This is a mining world primarily rich in yaeus and iron. It belongs to a level 6 citizen, though his precise identity remains unverifiable. Grumbling aside, she dutifully recited all she'd learned. But upon hearing it was merely a resource extraction planet, Bai Jing almost reversed course back to the spirit realm. As a raw material world, it possessed no interstellar vessels, meaning departure remained a serious obstacle. Better perhaps to continue drifting through the spirit realm and hope the next emergence landed him on a thriving advanced world. Sensing his reluctance, the shipmaiden voiced her counsel. I recommend you stay. Staying serves no purpose for me. Am I expected to mine or? Precisely. Mining. Have you lost your mind, or have I? You expect me to mine or? Bai Jing rolled his eyes. He, the current radiant son of martial arts, the future patriarch of the Tao, was being asked to dig in the dirt. Did he have no dignity? Besides, modern mining relied almost entirely on automation. Human labor was rarely needed anymore. Not literal mining. You need a legitimate identity. Since Chubird 3 has been destroyed, all embryo records from that world have been purged. By Alliance standards, you are now a blacklisted fugitive, unregistered, undocumented. A sly glint flickered across the shipmaiden's face as she grinned. That reminder jolted Bai Jing's memory. He was indeed a blacklisted fugitive. And this status was perilous exposure meant instant apprehension and a single grim fate conscription to the front lines as disposable infantry. Bai Jing. A strange sense of predestination settled over him. I wish to shed this identity, but there's no path forward. If escape proved impossible, his only recourse was to vanish onto some uninhabited world and cultivate in solitude until his realm ascended. Reaching 7th rank alone would guarantee eager patrons knocking at his door. I know a path, one guarantee to succeed. The ship maiden raised a single finger smug. Where did you get this path? Bai Jing stared bewildered. Only recently she'd been a mute bride, an entity of the spirit realm. How could she possibly possess alliance connections? Truthfully, I'm not sure myself. But now whenever I choose I perceive infinite streams of data, and I can open and read any of them. To demonstrate, she instantly projected a simulation data stream swirled around her, and with a light tap one bloomed into a visible message. Deadbeats asleep, hurry over. Dense torrents of data resolved instantly into legible text. She tapped again. 30 gene of Yaosan iron, minimum 500,000 Dongwon credits. Lower bids go elsewhere. Bounty assassinate trend gang leader, 2 million Dongwon credits. Urgent acquisition, live spirit realm entities. Contact privately, prices negotiable and highly competitive. Bai Jing gaped as each torrent dissolved effortlessly into plaintext beneath her fingertips. What sorcery was this? Where was the network firewall? Were such transmissions truly viewable unencrypted? The first message might be public, but the rest were clearly internal network postings. This was a heavily encrypted network, yet she breached it as if it were parchment. He'd assumed she'd merely become a ship maiden, now it seemed her nature ran far deeper and stranger. This network holds no barrier for me, even encrypted layers reveal their access pathways the moment I observe them. After another brief demonstration she added. Set the blacklisted status aside for now. Can you infiltrate the martial artist's internal network? I'll attempt it, but success is uncertain. Almost immediately Bai Jing witnessed something astonishing. With no prior credentials or input, she logged in and forged herself a top-tier administrative account. Every martial treatise, technique and cultivation manual within the network lay freely accessible, no cost, no restriction. What in the world is this thing? Bai Jing muttered, inwardly baffled. Being transformed into a shipgirl was already absurd enough, yet now it seemed that shipgirls were merely the most inconspicuous fragment of something far grander. To physically interact with data streams, what kind of phenomenon was that? A cybernetic specter. It made no sense whatsoever. How could a minor energy amplification give rise to such an entity? Were legendary materials truly this extraordinary? I've already infiltrated this intranet. That lowest tier badge looked unseemly, I've upgraded it for you. The shipgirl said with a playful grin. Before Bai Jing, a holographic projection shimmered into existence, the martial artist's intranet. Unlike his own account, this one bore a name rendered in iridescent pulsating glyphs. Every restricted post and locked function now lay fully accessible. Bai Jing was certain no account across the entire martial artist's intranet possessed higher privileges. There's no need for such extravagance. I only wish to gather intelligence and select suitable martial arts for cultivation. After all, everything online remained confined to the digital realm. His counterfeit identity could never withstand scrutiny in reality, thus he naturally forfeited all tangible benefits. Of course it's necessary, the shipgirl replied, immediately illustrating the distinction. This is the mid-tier access level you mentioned, and here lies the martial arts archive. As she spoke, the data coalesced into a storefront-like interface displaying countless ancient martial arts and combat disciplines. Then, with a single elevation in clearance level, the original library of over 20,000 techniques swelled by several hundred more, each newly revealed art markedly deeper, more profound and objectively more valuable than the prior corpus. But it did not end there. With 2 delicate taps of her alabaster fingers, the shipgirl elevated the account to its absolute zenith of authority. This time, dozens of additional martial manuals appeared, arts so transcendent they stood incomparable to all others. These were the supreme legacies of the old martial arts, so rare that even wealth could not procure them, nor any known path lead to their acquisition. This is merely the archive. Excluding ancillary functions, maximum clearance is indispensable. The shipgirl declared with solemn conviction. Very well. Bai Jing admitted, thoroughly persuaded. Compared to those final dozens of arts, the preceding tens of thousands were little more than refuse. If this cybernetic specter had breached the system once, she could surely do so again. Her capability warranted absolute trust. While the account remained unflagged, he would first scan for arts suited to his current cultivation stage. He bypassed selecting a foundational cultivation method. None surpassed the standardized regimen issued to all. Forged from the distilled essence of 100 schools refined over years by numerous old martial arts grandmasters. It stood as the peerless pinnacle of contemporary old martial arts practice. Why had these masters so willingly surrendered their lineage's deepest secrets? Why had unity been achieved so completely? Because naval artillery barrels pressed against their temples. Disobedience meant extinction, erasure of lineage, annihilation of sect. Thousands of years ago, interstellar ascension became the nation's sole imperative. Any obstacle faced immediate obliteration by heavy ordnance. It was precisely this resolve that enabled the human alliance to endure relentless assaults from several monstrous adversaries, surviving against all odds to the present day. These hold little practical value for me right now. He gazed upon the final dozen arts, not unusable but each demanded coordinated internal energy flow. Without cultivated chi, their efficacy dwindled below even rudimentary combat forms. Yet among them Bai Jing did locate one singular technique requiring no fourth-rank foundation. This artifact. Why does its description sound so unnerving? He murmured softly, staring at the magnified hidden manual before him. Name 10,000 forms, art, prologue, epilogue. School 10,000 forms, sect extinct. Type mental martial art. Synopsis: a closely guarded secret of a fallen sect. Legends claim successful cultivation enables early-stage chi momentum formation, progressing later to dharma manifestation. Note of 3700 recorded practitioners, 3620 failed initiation, 78 perished, 2 succeeded, 1 died, 1 descended into madness. A mental martial art. This was the sole mental discipline in the entire archive, and the first Bai Jing had ever encountered bearing such attributes. Having witnessed the perils of the spirit realm, he understood the paramount importance of mental fortitude. According to the treatise's preface, mere initiation would double one's spiritual capacity. Mastering even a single momentum would trigger exponential growth. Each additional momentum refined and condensed the spirit further, until legend-held mastery of hundreds could allow one to confront the malevolent deities of the spirit realm without flinching. An intriguing art, well suited to me though notoriously difficult to master. With his skill, mastery, talent, ultimate perfection remained assured, provided he first crossed the threshold of entry. For without initiation neither cultivation nor passive effects could activate. Shipgirl, purchase this for me. Bai Jing called out, pointing emphatically at the merit point payment interface. Since the display remained purely holographic, operational input required her intervention. Yet his shout elicited no response. Instead he watched the shipgirl, clad in bridal red, her eyes sparkling with sudden intensity, her hands blurring into afterimages. What are you doing? He drew nearer, voice edged with curiosity. She started abruptly, startled back to awareness, her face flashing an awkward smile before settling into serene composure. Nothing at all, I've simply discovered many fascinating things online. Unlike him, she perceived raw data streams directly, not rendered interfaces, thus Bai Jing had no way to discern her actual activity. Compared to that, acquiring the 10,000 forms art mattered infinitely more. Please purchase it for me, I lack the requisite permissions. She glanced over, radiant smile blooming, and snapped her fingers lightly. Your acquisition has been processed, please verify. Before the words fully faded, the purchase page dissolved and reformed as a confirmed transaction screen. Staring at the transformation, a phrase surfaced in Bai Jing's mind. When purchasing, enable airplane mode. The martial artist's intranet had quite literally become an exclusive internal marketplace. Anything else? I'll cover it all, don't hesitate. I'll support you. Hearing those words, Bai Jing furrowed his brow. Digital corruption ran deep indeed. How swiftly her demeanor had shifted. None at present, I'll continue searching. Naturally, Bai Jing felt no compunction. Every increment of strength he gained now amplified the future martial sovereign's power. This wasn't freeloading, it was credit extended on reputation. He refrained from studying the 10,000 forms art immediately, instead scanning lower-tier disciplines for viable options. As Bai Jing turned his attention elsewhere, the shipgirl focused on the data before her. To her, chaotic data streams resolved instantly into coherent, structured pages. At that moment she observed a forum thread. Its title read: Debate the future of old martial arts, who will first ascend to 9th rank martial saint. Black coffee chewer, need we even ask? Emperor Cities Lu Wuxian, 1st rank at 10, 4th rank at 13, 7th rank by 23. He'll breach 8th rank within a decade. Milk cap, fully endorsed. Post 1. Ancient Greek god of off-topic posts. Youth implies insufficient experience. I nominate Do Qiong, the Testuba-born warrior who fought 40 years on battlefields, whose accumulation rivals his. The entire thread erupted into fierce debate, factions forming, insults flying, escalating across thousands of replies, still raging, nearing physical confrontation, until a single message silenced both sides. New bride, bind those two together, they're still less than half of Xiao Bei's worth. Black coffee chewer. Ancient Greek god of off-topic posts. As he examined the low-tier martial arts, Bai Jing's brows furrowed noticeably. It simply did not meet his psychological expectations. It wasn't that these martial arts were weak, but rather that they were too specialized. Most of them focused on physical enhancement, with one aggressive martial art resembling the claws of an eagle, which once mastered would make one's hands resemble eagle talons capable of piercing through regular battle armor. For those whose physiques were not strong enough and who urgently needed a lethal technique, it was indeed a decent choice. But therein lay the problem. Bai Jing had achieved perfection from skin training to bone refining. Now even if he practiced just one martial art, his foundational stats would likely exceed his untrained state. This is the beauty of numbers. Regardless of its usability, if the training fails, I will first get a fundamental understanding, and if reaching full mastery proves ineffective, then I will use a modifier. Just because others lack talent does not mean my understanding is insufficient. If there is no path to walk, I will forge one myself. Without concern for its usability, Bai Jing directly purchased a set. He planned to cultivate it to perfection before proceeding. Shipgirl, help me clear the shopping cart. He selected a dozen different martial arts, including leg techniques, fist techniques, and palm techniques. Oh. Okay, I'll help you clear it right away. This time the shipgirl heard him. One hand waved out a shadow while the other helped Bai Jing clear the shopping cart. Seeing her busy, it was hard not to catch Bai Jing's attention. What are you doing? Nothing much, just engaging with current human knowledge. What you told me before was too one-sided. I'm learning about history. The reply was made without looking at Bai Jing, her hands never stopping. Really? Of course it's real, more real than gold. I wouldn't lie to anyone, especially not you, who is my... Stop. Bai Jing interrupted directly. What had this cyber ghost learned online? But that was not important. As the spirit of the Lingjie Walker, she would not harm herself. Knowing this was enough. As for harming others online, she would at most be a keyboard warrior, and there were plenty of those on the internet. One more or one less didn't matter. He planned to let her roam free as long as she assisted when he needed help. At all other times, Bai Jing was too lazy to care. Seeing that what he wanted had been downloaded, he prepared to learn it directly. After sending Bai Jing away, the shipgirl reopened that post. Chewing on coffee, the admin account is impressive. What a rookie name, it sounds like a stray cat or dog, perhaps even inferior to Docheon. Ancient Greek god in charge of water posts, right, first surpass Lu Wuxiang before you say anything. Within this distraction, the post had already accumulated dozens of replies. Without exception, they were all attacks, with some starting to insult directly. However, these people discovered that as long as they used strong derogatory terms, their messages couldn't be sent. Looking at the replies appearing before her, the shipgirl's brows curved, her eyes sparkling. She did not immediately refute, but checked the information of these two through the internet. After a casual glance, she instantly lost interest. Martial arts. She was unfamiliar with it. Yet she had tasted the yang energy of martial artists, and even those of different races. In her words, ordinary inferior beings. As for Bai Jing, as she thought about it, a hint of desire appeared in her eyes and her throat involuntarily swallowed. There was no cheapness, only an overwhelming taste that was insatiable, continuously flowing. If she could absorb it for 5 years, she could reach the 9th tier. Moreover, those with such vital qualities might find the 9th tier just the beginning. This was also why she felt something was off during the enhancement and did not resist. Her intuition told her not to resist. Perhaps little Bai in the future could become one of them. Even though she spent most of her time in the spirit realm in a daze, some memories were like imprints on her soul, utterly unforgettable. Little Bai, is that something you can call us? The shipgirl stretched her fingers, furrowed her brows, and muttered quietly. What is all this? Bai Jing looked at the projection before him, his head faintly aching. Other martial arts had dedicated instructors, even providing human models that taught step by step how to exert force and how to cultivate. They ensured that learners could master the skills in the shortest time. However, the myriad forms technique provided nothing but a string of text without a single illustration. Perceive with your heart all things in the world. Ha ha. Bai Jing finally understood why so many people failed to learn it, with only 2 succeeding, 1 dead and 1 injured. It was all this overly cryptic text. Not to mention reading it directly, even explaining it, could make it impossible to grasp. Moreover, he completely did not understand the meaning of the words. Of course, if someone could successfully cultivate this, it indicated some usefulness. He only needed to get started, the rest would be left to the skill masters who could naturally cultivate the complete form. As Bai Jing continued to look further, he gradually began to comprehend some of it. However, it was useless for learning and merely explained the types of forms. In summary, all things in the world have forms, especially fierce animals or deadly weapons. And each had different effects. All just empty words. What kind of immortals could those two have been to learn it? He couldn't help but scoff. Yet he still forced himself to read a few more times. Still, he had no clue. For now, there was only one mental martial art with no other options. Even asking the shipgirl for help with a search yielded nothing to enhance his spirit. Either this universe truly had none or these martial arts were not stored online but rather kept in paper form. Bai Jing leaned more towards the latter. This mental martial art likely appeared only because this sect had been destroyed and the difficulty of cultivation was exceedingly high. As for the myriad forms technique, he was utterly clueless. He can only set it aside for now and ponder slowly. Once he mastered even one form, the subsequent should be simple. He decided not to dwell on these thoughts. His gaze fell on other martial arts. This time as he opened it, a projection of a teacher appeared providing hand-in-hand instruction, clearly explaining how to exert force and cultivate. After just one round, 2 prompts appeared before him. Congratulations, you have entered the martial arts 18 styles of kicking. Your 18 styles of kicking are now perfected. Immediately followed were various techniques that surpassed the instructor's teachings. Looking back at that teacher now, there were numerous flaws. In a similar realm and equal strength, with just one kick he could defeat the opponent. Indeed, it's not my problem. I am still the future martial ancestor with unparalleled understanding. The issue lies with the mental martial art. Bai Jing even suspected it might be a curse from heaven. You a physical brute, what do you know about spiritual techniques? It's simply a desecration of the flesh. Bai Jing brushed aside these thoughts and continued cultivating other martial arts. In just one round, martial arts perfected. In just over an hour he completed the cultivation of all martial arts. The physical changes are minimal, but thankfully they are all optimized now, meaning the power can be enhanced. Bai Jing did not notice that everything from just now had been secretly recorded by a figure and was already uploaded. The title was quite simple. Little White, the number 1 in the martial arts universe. Such a brazen title is hard not to attract attention. In just a few seconds numerous comments appeared. Black Fear, what kind of nonsense, claims to be the best in the world. I'm just an apprentice and they let me eat for free, want to go viral. Wait. How come this is an admin account? The eternal runner-up in martial arts, there is no number 1 in literature, there is no number 2. The post went viral. Most people were just there to watch the spectacle. Among them a user named Gonjiao Coffee had already opened the video, but his face was full of displeasure. I want to see what this little white can do to compare with Lu Wuxiang. He prepared to pick faults and strike back. As for the admin account, who doesn't have one? When it comes to authority, Lu Wuwei truly fears no one. The video quickly opened. Lu Wuwei also noticed some issues. For instance, the location was completely unrecognizable and the opponent was dressed in a never-before-seen suit of battle armor. He couldn't even identify it through a search. It was obviously a new product from some cutting-edge laboratory. From this point it was clear that the opponent's identity was not simple, but thinking it over among the families supporting martial arts, which one had a simple background. The kick. After just watching the beginning, Lu Wuwei was already regretting it. How could this kind of trash compare to his brother? His gaze fell on the progress bar. He could only grit his teeth and continue watching, secretly vowing to get an admin account for retaliation later. However, as he continued watching, Lu Wuwei's expression gradually changed. This person. In the projection, the figure clad in bizarre battle armor was unfamiliar at first, barely completing a round. But as the opponent stood still for 5 seconds, the 18 kicks became extraordinarily sharp. He had only seen such fierce moves from his brother. Suppressing his inner unease, he continued watching. The first round was clumsy, pausing for a few seconds, but in the second round the martial arts directly reached the legendary level of perfection. Even with a critical eye he couldn't find any flaws. What is this person? If he can achieve perfection in a martial art in just one round, that's terrifying. He even had the thought that this person might be stronger than his brother, but it was quickly extinguished. Talent is talent, but it doesn't guarantee the future. In the entire old martial arts faction, geniuses are as numerous as carp crossing the river, but those who can reach the 7th level are few and far between. This person has a 3rd level perfect cultivation. Let's talk about breaking through to the 7th level first. Lu Wuwei was amused by his own thoughts, quickly calming his emotions. He directly obtained an admin account through some means. I admit his talent is decent, but he cannot compare to Lu Wuxiang. Moreover, if you provoke me using the admin account, I will report everything to the higher-ups. Just wait to be punished. Looking at the message he sent, Lu Wuwei felt very satisfied. The next second he was stunned. What is this? Due to your violation of regulations, your admin privileges have been revoked by Who's the Bride. Please visit the webpage below to fill out your information and complete the fine payment. Not understanding, he wondered how his admin privileges could be revoked when everyone was at the same level. Of course Lu Wuwei had no idea. It wasn't just him. One could even say this time it wasn't targeting a specific admin but all the admins present. All of them had their identities revoked by the ship girls. What level am I at to be compared with them? He muttered under his breath, looking at the remaining admin with a smile on his face. Clearly it looked much more pleasant. Just then Bai Jing also realized what was happening. Damn it, he was so focused on the zero-cost purchase that he forgot the big issue. He still hadn't solved the problem of being an undocumented person. What are you scheming with that smirk? Bai Jing felt a bad premonition looking at that mischievous smile, but quickly comforted himself. A mere cyber ghost couldn't cause any trouble, at most just engaging in verbal battles. Not at all. The ship girl said innocently. That's good. You just said you have a way to help me solve the issue of being undocumented, so hurry up and take action. Once he resolved his identity, he could travel openly on a starship. Although the Lingjia Voyager was very cool and fast, this thing was too dangerous. The Lingjia had too many dirty things. It was safer in the material universe. It's simple, it'll help you hack into the Household Registration Management Center and change your identity. But if you want to leave, you must take the bright and proper starship from here. Just like those funds of unknown origin that need to be legitimized, even if traced they are clean funds. After hearing about directly hacking into the Household Registration Center, Bai Jing thought that since it was changed, why not change it to an imperial capital or another administrative star? Then he would also be the lord of the capital, no longer a cannon fodder test tube baby. It's not that simple. The household registration review of these planets is very strict, and there are almost no loopholes to exploit. Either you are naturally from there or you must have enough capability to settle on these planets. With the information available online, the ship girl clearly knew much more. Most importantly, she had also discovered that administrative stars and the imperial capital not only had online archives but also physical records. This directly blocked the possibility of hackers modifying information. Moreover, resource stars were different. Especially like this one, which had a master resource star. The management of identity and household registration was quite chaotic. By modifying it, one could obtain an identity and then use that identity to go to other planets. Alright, then how to do it? Just list the procedures and I will follow along. Upon hearing he couldn't become the lord of the capital, Bai Jing still felt quite disappointed. You submit the report and I will approve the application. The ship girl proudly puffed her chest. Bai Jing. This mining star operates on an all-in-one card system. One card is not only an identity card but also a work card, even a health insurance card. Even leaving requires this card. There are quite a few undocumented individuals on this planet, most of whom have changed their identities to start anew. All you need to do is apply and I can directly bypass the review, and in a day or two you can get your identity card. This is also why the ship girl insisted that Bai Jing must obtain a card. Other planets might not require it, but this one does. Okay, let's do it your way. Bai Jing also didn't want to run around with the identity of an undocumented person. One slip-up could get him caught. It was better to spend some time on this planet and completely change his identity. It would also prevent future troubles. What kind of identity do you want? A mechanical engineer. Or a Yaojin mine worker? Yaojin mine. Is there a Yaojin mine here? Bai Jing was a bit surprised. Yaojin mines might not be great in terms of hardness and toughness, but they had a special ability. Spiritual energy suppression. It can suppress all spiritual energy systems regardless of whether they are human beastmen or even beings from the spirit realm. Moreover, it has a good resistance effect against spiritual energy. Of course, there are otherwise nearly 1 million miners wouldn't gather here. These people are all here to mine Yaojin. That's right. Bai Jing, drawing from his textbook knowledge, knew the characteristics of Yaojin mines. Apart from spiritual energy, they significantly affect various electrical components. With just a little more, the machinery would cease to function altogether. Plus, Yaojin mines are usually not too large, and most planetary lords would choose humans or humanoid beings for manual mining. The ship girl appeared to be deep in thought. Soon she completed the creation of a file simultaneously presenting Bai Jing with his new identity information. Name: Bai Jing. Place of birth: K511 Mine Star. Citizen level 1. Extraordinary path: old martial arts, 2nd tier. Direct relatives: none. Born in an old public restroom. Parents died during the turmoil. Changing the martial arts path to level 1 makes the 2nd tier quite conspicuous. Bai Jing pondered for a moment and made a suggestion. With so many people on Xiao Star, there was no need to work for a living. All they needed to do daily was study and practice the old martial arts. Even so, the probability of being selected was less than 1 of the total population. This mine star had a harsh environment and poor security. According to the ship girl's inquiry, a city formed by workers had more than a dozen gangs. People here would never leave the mine star in their lifetime. Except for a few who were legitimate technical support, most were criminals who had committed offenses not serious enough to warrant harsh punishment, merely sent here to mine. Chaos. That was utterly normal. The ship girl even found that behind these gangs were several glamorous high-level citizens. No matter when the presence of pests is inevitable. Moreover, humanity's situation was concerning, with significant troubles arising both internally and externally. It was already remarkable for the Alliance to maintain stable operations. As for the treatment of some criminals, no one paid much attention. They only cared whether the money they needed to pay each month would arrive on time. In such an environment, a young second-tier martial artist would be too conspicuous. It would be better to downgrade to first tier, which could surprise their enemies. I have completed the modifications as per your request. If there are no other requirements, I will finalize the file and create an access card for you. The ship girl said slowly. She merely offered suggestions and did not interfere with Bai Jing's thoughts. The current information is sufficient. Confirming that there are no omissions, it seems good. The current identity is only temporary with his growth rate, even if someone notices something amiss in the future. At that time, if they wanted to investigate him, they would need to weigh their own value. Ding dong. Arrangement. The ship girl quickly completed everything, extending her right hand to make an OK gesture. Expected completion within 1 to 2 days. She even helped to cut in line. As the issue of black market individuals was settled, Bai Jing also remembered the importance of Yao Jin. The rarity of this substance was even greater than that of ordinary extraordinary materials. If he could acquire some to upgrade his equipment, facing energy-based opponents would be easier, allowing them to first receive negative buffs. I need some Yao Jin, around 50 kilograms. Looking at the ship girl deftly handling her tasks, Bai Jing directly issued an order. What a joke. He was just a product of 12 years of compulsory education. How could he compare to the cyber girl ghost who could even hack into the martial artist's internal network? Searching for Mine Star information was simpler for her than returning home. Good. The ship girl responded, using one hand to handle her tasks while the other assisted Bai Jing in finding useful information. Data streams flashed in her eyes. It didn't take long. The ship girl completed the information screening for the entire planet. Yao Jin materials are quite unique. All their veins must contribute 90 to the Alliance, which cannot be obtained. As for the remaining 10, the owner of this planet needs to navigate relationships, leaving almost nothing behind. Clearly this cannot meet your requirements. The ship girl analyzed sentence by sentence. Initially it was thought that acquiring Yao Jin would require a hefty price, only to hear the tone of the other party shift. There is an old saying in Donghuan: gold belts for killing and arson. I have an idea. We can completely black eat. Eliminate evil and maintain virtue. Looking at her righteous expression, it was hard to understand how she could speak of black eating black so refreshingly, even achieving a sublime transformation. The corners of his mouth twitched, rendered speechless. Don't worry, to ensure you can kill with peace of mind and burn with assurance, I will select only the gangs that deserve to die. By understanding through the network, it's clear that humans are quite troublesome, especially the conscientious ones. To do something, one must first get over their moral hurdles. Fortunately, she was prepared, ensuring Bai Jing could kill happily and burn with peace of mind. With a gentle tap of her finger, information about a local gang appeared. Gang name: Brotherhood. Main members 3 people, 1 at 3rd tier, 2 at 2nd tier. Total gang members 52. Main criminal activities: murder, trafficking, adopting orphans under the guise of care, taking them to the mining area to enslave them until death, at least indirectly causing the deaths of hundreds. In addition to the main information, there were details about the gang members and their skills. Of course, there was one crucial point left. Based on all the analyzed information, this gang has been mining for over a decade. Apart from contributing most to the mastermind behind the scenes, a considerable amount has been retained, expected to start at 20 kilograms for retirement savings. Looking at the information before him, Bai Jing turned to the ship girl. Dealing with these people isn't hard, the challenge is how to wrap it up. Killing 1 or 2 is fine, but if doesn't suddenly die, the local authorities will surely notice something is off. Upon hearing this, the ship girl rolled her eyes and replied directly. Could I make such a basic mistake? These people are not even in the urban area, and we can directly raid the black mining area, which is also their headquarters. So are we doing this? Her eyes were filled with anticipation as she looked at Bai Jing. Yes, we are definitely doing this. Find a few more. I only have one requirement: they must deserve to die. Just as the ship girl had said, he also agreed with her previous statement. Having already killed so many beastmen, killing a few more bad apples posed no psychological burden. Moreover, if there are benefits to gain, so much the better. Understood. I have already found other black mining sites. These people are all deserving of death. Your first general requests to fire the opening shot. Soon information regarding several other black mining sites appeared. The ship girl stopped fiddling with her outdated network and instead excitedly prepared everything. She could always create the Lingjie Xingjia in the first instance. However, Bai Jing did not intend to let her take action. The less commotion, the better he could handle it alone. Do you have a way to become invisible or directly enter the spiritual realm and return when I call for you? You want take me with you? The ship girl looked shocked. The ideas she proposed and the information she gathered, yet in the end he wouldn't take her alone. This is the material universe, you'd better be careful or you might get caught and taken apart. Bai Jing replied somewhat impatiently. A festive ship was too conspicuous. The spiritual realm is your domain, alternatively wait a while longer until my strength increases, then you can play outside as much as you want. By the end of the conversation, Bai Jing felt a bit uncertain. The ship girl had remained silent throughout, merely staring at him intently. Ha! Man! She finally dropped a line and activated her special ability, preparing to leave. With Bai Jing outside, she could easily open her own portal back. She had refrained from opening it before due to concerns about appearing in an inappropriate place such as the enemy's territory. It was about to depart. The Lingjie Xingjia paused for a moment. Then a somewhat menacing great club was thrown down, landing heavily at Bai Jing's feet. After that, the Lingjie Xingjia plunged into the Lingjia. He shook his head with a trace of helplessness. As the Jian Yang encountered more and more things, her emotions had clearly become more human, no longer the cold string of code. Do not underestimate that the artificial intelligences in Alliance technology are merely programmed systems capable of solving most problems. Yet they remain artificial, unable to reach the level of data life. He reached down and picked up the Shuoyang Dabong. After being fed with blood over time, the club had undergone considerable change. Its quality had risen by 1 tier, its weight by 2, and even its armor piercing had increased by 1. The enhancement of its attributes altered its appearance, it was noticeably larger. He swung it casually a few times, it felt as if it had been forged for him. Very well, then let us depart. Bai Jing planned to amass enough Yaojin before the Yucatan arrived. Once he had the Yucatan, he would have the Jian Yang arrange a route and relocate to another planet. This mining world's infrastructure was sorely lacking. Why hasn't that one left yet? Bai Jing saw the black-robed man pass through the Lingjie and could vaguely sense his condition. He was a Lingning practitioner, barely at first rank. Before Bai Jing could decide how to deal with him, the other moved first. The Shuoyang Dabong in his hand was poised to strike when the man slid forward along a rail and kowtowed. He did not forget to shout, "I want to be the master's dog." Bai Jing was bewildered. The raised Shuoyang Dabong suddenly had nowhere to land. Should he smash him or hold back? "Master, if you help me avenge myself, I will give everything I have, my flesh, my soul." The black-robed man spoke again. Seeing him kneeling and unable to rise, Bai Jing grew somewhat interested. "Tell me your reasons. Why should I take you in? I am a Lingning summoner, I can open Lingjie channels, His voice grew faint. He had not stayed merely because he had seen the strange Lochuan, but because of the one who had disembarked from it. In a pulp tale, this would be a great demon of the Lingjie. Such an existence would never deign to concern himself with a mere summon. "I can offer my soul, my body. Beyond this he had no other reward. Tell me who you want me to kill." Bai Jing asked casually. "The Haichi Bang. If you help me slaughter them all, no, if you only kill their leader, my soul and body will be yours." Hearing the name, he felt a flicker of recognition. It was merely one of the many gangs. What a stroke of luck. Naturally, Bai Jing had never been one to take a loss. He already conceived of making the man work to repay his debt. A Lingning summoner is a rare thing. They were comparatively scarce. "Very well, I agree, but before that you must pay a little interest." At those words, the youth beneath the black robe hesitated not a moment and immediately began stripping. Bai Jing's face darkened. "Do you think this is a jest?" The flatness of Bai Jing's voice stunned the black-robed youth. Bewilderment flashed across his eyes, which then hardened into determination. "But I cannot give you my soul yet, I must watch him die with my own eyes." The last words seemed to spring from his very gums. "Open a Lingjie gate for me and summon some Shuan Machuan." He now had his resistance to fear raised nearly to full. He would not be cowed by boys. Rather than such matters, it was better to fetch something useful. He wondered what would happen if he raised the Inshua Bisho to level 20. "Ha! Master, must I draw close to the other lord to invoke them?" Perhaps thinking it too simple, he asked meekly. "Will you do it? If not, leave quickly so I do not regret this later." Bai Jing did not care about exposing his identity. Since his Shangning Jia could evolve, he had never removed it. It had even veiled his face. Once he stripped, who would recognize whom? "Oh," he replied. The black-robed youth began to construct the Lingjie channel. It was small but fully functional. Soon as Shuan Machuan appeared, its head bobbing and adorned with a row of tiny eyes. Before it could take in its surroundings, a blood-red club fell and shattered its skull in an instant. After that Bai Jing crouched and began to pry it open. The black-robed youth opened his mouth to warn that the Xuanxue Machuan produced no drops, but he stopped as Bai Jing pulled out a peculiar tooth. It actually works, continue. Holding the Shishueya in his hand, Bai Jing's face lit up. Entering the Lingjie was one thing, but Xuanxue Machuan were trash unless specifically summoned. They did not deserve proximity to the channel. Because of that he had flown this whole way without obtaining a single Shishueya. The Inshu Abyssho remained at level 11. He could force an amplification with essence, but it cost too much. Shishueya were truly not worth much. Bai Jing suspected he might be under an auspicious buff, perhaps a hidden special effect lay within. According to the Jian Yang's knowledge, since the Machuan first appeared, no one had ever obtained transcendental materials from them. Yet he could indeed acquire material from the corpse. Boldly speculating, the drop rate had increased 10,000-fold, not merely a probability shift but an emergence from nothing. To force creatures that should not yield transcendental materials to produce them, this could no longer be explained by chance. Sensing motion within the channel, Bai Jing had already sealed the exit. A Xuanxue Machuan had barely pushed its skull through when it was seized and pulled out. A casual kick ended it. The Shuayang Dabon could not siphon blood from Lingjie life. So he abandoned the idea and stood at the doorway, knocking each one out with a single punch, which was far simpler. With their cooperation they soon killed nearly 20 Xuanxue Machuan. The youth's black robe was drenched in sweat. Even so he bit his tongue and insisted on continuing the summons. Enough for now. Rest a while and we will continue when you have recovered. At those words the black-robed youth dropped to the ground, gasping. His head throbbed, the clear aftereffects of Lingning overload. Yet a smile touched his face. He had inched closer to his revenge. Bai Jing, indifferent to the youth's thoughts, found aiding the vengeance entirely effortless. They had only stopped because they had gathered 10 Shishueya, which in theory was sufficient to push the Inshu Abyssho into another metamorphic tier. At the thought he longed to try it. As for those gangs, amplification could wait. Glancing at the youth who had not been paying attention, Bai Jing summoned a Xingfu Lu. He tossed the Inshu Abyssho directly into it. Due to the fixed characteristic of the blood-drinking dagger's amplification, Bai Jing directly tapped the button. Your amplification of the blood-drinking dagger was successful. Blood-drinking 1. After amplifying it 9 times in a row, a different prompt appeared when leveling up from level 20 to 21. Friendly reminder: this material has almost exhausted its value. Do you wish to continue amplifying? Originally just a green characteristic, it has now completely transformed into a deep purple characteristic. Even the information showed some changes. Blood drinking LV10 nourished by Qi and blood internal breath, it can continuously improve the quality of the material. Once it reaches a certain level, it can give birth to a slaughter blade. Qi note possesses a pollution characteristic. Not only has the skill level increased, but it can also enhance the original material. Bai Jing had previously thought about whether to add stronger extraordinary materials to enhance the quality of the original body. After all, this item is made from common alloys and even its amplification uses the inferior bloodthirsty Fang material. He genuinely worried that one day he might accidentally break the dagger. Fortunately, as long as he continued to nourish it, its quality would increase. His gaze fell on the pollution characteristic, and with a thought a piece of information popped up. Slaughter blade Qi, formed by gathering intense slaughter Qi. It possesses a pollution characteristic, can pollute a warrior's internal breath, physical body, etc. Now it should be enough to threaten 4th tier warriors. Foundation 1. Of course, Bai Jing just took a glance and then put it away, quickly nourishing the blood-drinking dagger. He was preparing to conduct an experiment soon. Seeing Bai Jing finish his tasks, the young man in the black robe also stood up and followed. What is your name? My name is Air Shang. There was no concealment and he quickly spoke up. I can help you, but first I need to take care of my own matters. As long as you are willing to help me, I can wait. That works. The Black Tooth Gang is quite far from here. The nearest gang is the Brotherhood. Although it's called a gang, it's essentially just a group of garbage. As for the owner of this planet, it's impossible for them not to know that their mine has been stolen. With so many gangs, the black mines are merely tolerated. The legitimate businesses require a cut for the Alliance. The stolen mines do not need to be reported. Thanks to a local indigenous guide, Bai Jing avoided many detours. Soon he spotted a makeshift camp. The camp was quite lively at the moment. Where is that rat? Why hasn't he returned? Perhaps he was delayed by other matters. Just as the two finished talking, a flying shuttle approached from afar. It quickly landed steadily on a nearby open space. Almost simultaneously the cabin door opened and a middle-aged man dressed in a suit, looking somewhat shifty-eyed, walked down. Brothers, I'm back. Did you miss me? Of course we missed you. If you didn't return soon, the boss would have skinned you alive. He has been very busy lately and urgently needs labor. One person came forward to greet him. While speaking, his gaze turned towards the inside of the flying shuttle and saw 7 or 8 figures standing somewhat awkwardly. Upon feeling the gaze, they instinctively shrank back. However, his attention was drawn to one of the figures. There's actually a girl. How did you manage that? There haven't been many people recently. That one was given to us, so she doesn't count as a head count. The man referred to as Ratside while taking a puff of his cigarette. He didn't want her either, but lately there were no orphans, making it impossible to fill the gaps. At this moment, the only girl among the group timidly asked, "What do we need to do?" "We will definitely not slack off." Upon arrival, they sensed there was a problem, but as a group of orphans they had no means to resist and could only follow along. "Oh, you're quite obedient. Come here and I'll teach you what to do." He reached out to grab the girl but was dodged. Dare to dodge. The young man, initially smiling, suddenly wore a sinister grin as he grabbed her arm and forcefully tried to pull the girl down. This made the suited man frown. Enough. This instantly ignited new hope in the girl who had already given up. She struggled to look at the man who had brought them over, wanting to seek help. "You dare to mess around at this time? Whatever ideas you have, let's discuss them after the work is done tonight. Forget it, this life is simply unbearable, eating dirt every day in the wild." Hearing this, the young man also let go, but his mouth continued to complain. He looked at the somewhat frail orphans. "In a couple of days, let the boss pull some strings to bring in some normal people. These guys have slowed down progress too much." Clearly very dissatisfied with this batch of goods, the middle-aged man named Rat crushed his cigarette and shot back, "It's a business that shouldn't be seen by people. Those individuals are hard to control, just take them away." "Understood." After 2 days of conversation concluded, the young man pulled the girl and she no longer resisted, following like a zombie along with the others. The flying shuttle quickly took off again, rapidly leaving the area. They were clearly unaware that 2 pairs of eyes were watching from not far away. They have long been involved in the business of buying orphans. Someone reported it, but it was useless. In fact, the informant was found dead the next day. Looking at the distant camp, Air Shang whispered, "How is the recovery? Can you summon the blood-tracking demon?" "Yes." As he spoke, he opened the summoning channel, clearly wanting to help. Bai Jing looked at the 2 newly emerged demon hounds and pressed down on one of their shoulders. "Keep an eye here, don't let any fish slip through the net. As for them, help me lead the way." He had seen the tracking methods of the blood-tracking demon hound and was surprised by how quickly their identities had changed. It turned into his hunt. Of course they can understand simple commands. Then that's good. Such is the nature of beings from the spiritual realm. Whoever summoned them commands them. Let's go. The 2 blood-tracking demon hounds dashed ahead. Before long they reached the camp. A scream soon echoed. Looking towards the sound, they saw one of the individuals had been pounced on by the blood-tracking demon hounds, being torn apart, blood and flesh flying, but not fatal. Bai Jing had no habit of wasting. He directly utilized the waste, draining the blood of these individuals to provide some nourishment for the Blood Brave Club. Naturally, the situation here attracted the attention of other patrolling figures. These individuals were mostly former small-time thugs with not a single entry-level warrior among them. Not to mention Bai Jing, even the 2 blood-tracking demon hounds began to kill relentlessly. However, soon a figure full of killing intent surged out from the mine. "Who the hell are you?" The newcomer looked at the corpses of the gang members, his face pale, yet a hint of fear flickered in his eyes. "I am the embodiment of order, and heaven has sent me to collect you all." Bai Jing replied indifferently. His gaze fell upon the bulging area at the newcomer's waist. The newcomer was clearly taken aback by this remark. "So you're just a naive rookie, no wonder you dare to cause trouble here." Previously he was wary of the presence behind Bai Jing, but now it was different. A rookie, killing him would be easy. Once he confirmed the identity, he did not hesitate. He immediately reached for a palm-sized silver handgun from his waist, raising it in order to aim at Bai Jing. "Kid, today I'll teach you a lesson. Strength means nothing in this world, money is the absolute ruler. Dare to cause trouble here." Bang! As he spoke, he pulled the trigger. A flash of electric light zipped by and the bullet had already been fired. A smug smile appeared on the man's face. "You're really seeking death by coming here." Even though various firearms were under strict scrutiny, they had someone backing them, so using some electromagnetic guns was no problem. Even a regular electromagnetic handgun could leave a bloody hole in a 3rd-tier warrior. He wanted to see if Bai Jing was dead. If not, he would shoot again. Where is he? There was no sign of anyone in front. As he stood there in confusion, a voice unexpectedly chimed in from the side. "So cute and delicate, I like it." Just then he felt his hand go empty. The handgun had vanished. Looking over, he saw someone in strange battle armor playing with the electromagnetic handgun. It was clear that he was very fond of it. You. Don't mess around. If you kill me there will be no room for negotiation. When you shot at me was there any room for negotiation? Bai Jing said as he slowly aimed, quickly locking onto the opponent. Wait, I still have value, don't kill me. As he spoke he attempted to turn and flee. Put. The sound was very faint. It was as if someone had discreetly let out a fart. A bullet the size of a soybean instantly pierced through the opponent's chest, creating a hole the size of a fist. Goodness, no wonder so many people dislike practicing with larger guns, they prefer ballistic weapons. So small yet such power. Bai Jing's eyes lit up as he looked at the lifeless second-tier warrior. This thing looked like a toy, yet it possessed the power to kill or injure a second-tier lifeform. Of course this was only if one could hit the target like Bai Jing, who had perfected his muscle training, achieving a state of intent unity. While his speed might not be faster than a bullet, he only needed to be faster than the speed of pulling the trigger. This was also why he could easily dodge earlier. With a single thought, the electromagnetic handgun in his hand transformed into an icon appearing inside the amplification furnace. Name Hummingbird V-Type. Type miniature electromagnetic weapon. Description: this is a representative work of miniature electromagnetic weapons suitable for various environments, capable of penetrating 20 mm steel plates within 500 meters. That's enough for amplification. Bai Jing happily put the item away. He was now a man with firearms. The natural way of the Dao also applies to marksmanship. Ballistic paths are also the Dao. He squatted down and rummaged through the opponent's belongings. Soon he found a small box containing bullets the size of soybeans. This little thing can penetrate 20 mm thick steel plates. Holding it in hand, it was clearly something so small with such power. If there's a chance, I'll create a type of anti-equipment individual gear. Perhaps through amplification it could be used for ground-to-air combat in the future. After securing the bullets, his gaze fell on the entrance of the mine. Some mixed materials had been hastily constructed. There was nothing more to be said. Go. As the voice sounded, one of the bloodhound demon dogs immediately approached the entrance of the cave, slowly walking inside, its nose sniffing left and right. Woof woof woof. A series of urgent barking followed, and then came a very faint gunshot accompanied by the anguished howls of the bloodhound demon dog. Put. 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 More gunshots rang out and the demon dog ceased all movement. Perhaps realizing they were fully exposed, a voice emanated from within the mine. Friend, I do not wish to be your enemy. You can leave now and I guarantee there will be no repercussions for you. Of course, if you wish to attack, you may try and see if you can enter this passage. Through the voice and what he could see, it was clear that the opponent was hiding around the corner, also wary of the electromagnetic handgun in Bai Jing's hand. Bai Jing himself did not expect that a small black mine would have two electromagnetic weapons. If this were discovered, not only would he lose his life on the battlefield, but his family would also be implicated. It seems I have underestimated the value of Yao Jin. The mastermind behind this is quite insane. Bai Jing looked at the position of the opponent and knew that charging directly would not work. There was no room for evasion in the passage, and the bullets fired from the electromagnetic handgun were extremely fast. If I fail to dodge, I might end up with multiple holes in my body. I also want to be a law-abiding citizen. Why must you force me? Bai Jing sighed helplessly. He silently opened the amplification furnace. The Hummingbird V-Type electromagnetic handgun was already inside. The only way to resolve this awkward situation was one: to possess a stronger weapon. Congratulations! The amplification of the Hummingbird V-Type electromagnetic handgun was successful. Speed 1. Congratulations! The amplification of the Hummingbird V-Type electromagnetic handgun was successful. Penetration 1. Congratulations! The amplification of the Hummingbird V-Type electromagnetic handgun was successful. Power 1. Due to balanced development, Bai Jing found that almost all equipment had the same probability of enhancing their basic attributes. Like the blood-drinking dagger, it was simply an anomaly. 10 sharpness. Soon the 10th amplification was completed. Congratulations! The amplification of the Hummingbird V-Type electromagnetic handgun was successful. Charged shot 1. A green attribute emerged. It seems the probability of obtaining good attributes between levels 9 and 10 is significantly higher. In the last few instances he had gained stronger attributes at this stage. Name Hummingbird V-Type 10. Attribute: Speed 3, Penetration 3, Power 3. Charged shot 1. Type: electromagnetic weapon. Description: Who the hell taught you to modify a gun like this? Death penalty to be executed immediately. Please do not use in public places. You have violated the Alliance's laws. Goodness, even the type has changed. It had just been a miniature weapon and now it transformed directly into an electromagnetic weapon. I just don't know how powerful it is now. Bai Jing summoned the electromagnetic handgun. The appearance had not changed much. It remained small and silver-colored. However, its weight was noticeably increased. Palm-sized, it probably weighed over 10 kilograms. Has the material even changed? At this moment, the person hiding inside the mine seemed anxious and shouted outside again. I've already sent the message out. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. My reinforcements will arrive shortly. Listening to the voice from the other side, Bai Jing silently raised the electromagnetic handgun. Gone at the command, the blood-tracking demon hound immediately stepped into the passageway. Nit's footsteps unmasked a compact electromagnetic pistol abruptly extended from the far end of the corridor. Put. And several shots rang out in rapid succession. After confirming the enemy's position once more, Bai Jing decisively squeezed the trigger. Crimson flash vanished in an instant. Moments later, an explosion rocked the mine tunnel, followed by screams of agony. And perhaps due to sheer tension, the demon hound had not perished and instead dragged its target out bodily. Soon the hound emerged, dragging half a body behind it. And the shots had struck low, likely abdomen or waist, and though the man was a martial cultivator with extraordinary vitality, he still clung to life, barely breathing. Upon seeing Bai Jing, his eyes bulged wide, his mouth opened as if to speak. And only one word escaped before he exhaled his last breath. Even in death, his expression betrayed utter disbelief. How could Bai Jing wield such a high-yield electromagnetic weapon? And he had been sheltered behind a wall, yet the bolt pierced through, then shredded his armored frame as though it were parchment. Miniaturized electromagnetic arms were standard issue for frontline combatants, but weapons of this magnitude would warrant immediate deployment of the mechanized Martial Enforcers Mobile Task Force. This level of power should be sufficient to pierce armored vehicles, and the shot just fired had been merely a standard discharge. And he had even unlocked a unique trait, charged shot. It allowed 10 seconds of energy accumulation for maximum effect, significantly amplifying destructive force. In that moment, Bai Jing nearly abandoned the martial path altogether and embraced the apotheosis of machinery. If he could amplify his output enough to summon a full-scale mecha, or even a warship Enthan, even ninth-rank existences would retreat in deference. And of course, such a path remained only a contingency. Across the cosmos, countless realms forbade spiritual energy and banned advanced technology, yet none barred the supremacy of an indomitable physical form. And that singular truth ensured the martial path would endure, unbroken, unshaken. Even if I cannot rely solely on equipment, I can embed martial cultivators within mecha and why choose? Only children face binary options, they would claim all. Someday soon he would forge his own set, a stellar-class mecha worn like armor in its elbow, capable of shattering capital-class starships. And from the fallen foe he retrieved another hummingbird electromagnetic pistol and a small magazine of ammunition, then ordered the hound onward. The slain man had clearly been the gang's last remaining member. As Bai Jing advanced, the corridor's bend lay shattered, some sections already collapsed. Fortunately, the mine's primary structure remained intact, no risk of entombment. And woof. Woof. Woof, not frantic barking erupted, and at the far end a figure swiftly retreated into shadow. The blood-tracking demon hound lunged forward. And shrill cries echoed, not adult voices but those of children, prompting Bai Jing to issue urgent orders. He commanded the hound only to stand guard, no attack. And when Bai Jing arrived, he beheld dozens of grimy, hollow-eyed children, most aged between 12 and 16. Many clutched mining picks, their hands raw from labor. And don't kill us. We'll work, just give us food to eat. An older child, suppressing terror with visible effort, stepped forward to shield the rest. And sigh, and even Bai Jing could not help but exhale a heavy, sorrowful breath at the sight. Their condition spoke volumes. Most were ill, and the Brotherhood treated them as expendables, salvageable if convenient, discarded if not. And this was the interstellar age, how bitterly absurd. At times humanity deified its own, at others it reduced people to beasts. Such inequity was alas inevitable, and wherever humans gathered disparity followed. And who among you knows where they've hidden the Aurelian gold? According to Shipmaiden's analysis, Aurelian gold's rarity meant the gang dared not transport it back to the city, and so it was almost certainly concealed somewhere deep within the mine. Even if discovered, finding Aurelian gold inside an Aurelian gold mine seemed perfectly reasonable. And more critically, they simply lacked any means to smuggle it out. Among the dozens, many clearly knew, but before they could speak, one voice surged ahead, the same youth who'd stood at the front. I know where it is, but let them go first. I'll lead you there. Once you have it, I'll take my own life to keep your secret. Hearing those words, Bai Jing felt a pang, not of anger but of profound unease. And the Alliance's currency may have been worthless, but these lives were not. They deserved better than death here, better than treating existence itself as trivial. Neither these orphans nor the robed youth regarded life with reverence, only with weary indifference. Live if possible, die if necessary. Such deaths held no meaning, no weight, no dignity. And perhaps his past life lingered too strongly, a grand interstellar era, yet somehow smaller, poorer in soul than what came before. By all appearances, humanity's leap into the stars had yielded few clear benefits, yet abundant costs. And then lead the way. Thank you, and the youth bowed deeply, then urgently ushered the others away. At the commotion, dozens more emerged from deeper recesses of the mine, bringing their number close to 100. If you wish to change your fate, I offer you a chance. And Bai Jing gazed upon their soot-streaked, exhausted faces, and despite himself wavered. Even if he could not take them beyond this world, he could still aid them before departing, and by teaching them old martial arts. And these orphans were young, still malleable, still capable of forging new paths. Even if they left this place, most would likely return to orphanages, and though the Brotherhood might fall, new factions would rise: brothers, guilds, sisters, leagues. On worlds like this, gangs never vanished, they merely changed masks. And they were, after all, the velvet gloves of unseen masters, ready to be reassembled the moment their puppeteers willed it. Most orphans stared blankly, unable to grasp what a chance truly meant. And damn it, Bai Jing nearly lost control, his fury boiling just beneath the surface. Some births were cursed beyond redemption. Yet he forced his rage down and turned instead to the youth who'd spoken first. And I am not like the others here. Even if you escape, you'll be recaptured, lucky ones sent back to dig, the unlucky ones dead before next year. But I can help you, truly help, and he stressed the final words, firm, unwavering. And then he looked across the silent crowd, yet saw no flicker of longing in their eyes. Only hollow shells, walking corpses. And wait here. You come with me to retrieve it, and he withdrew the captured electromagnetic pistol and selected the most alert-looking child. He demonstrated how to fire instantly upon sensing danger. And watching him, the eldest boy visibly relaxed, knees gaze softening with genuine gratitude. Gratitude is premature, you'll learn it once we secure the Aurelian gold. And yes, Nan. So the two departed swiftly. Guided by the youth, they soon reached a side branch, where a shallow pit had been dug into the earth, revealing a cipher-locked case. And Bai Jing activated his interface to scan it. Aurelian gold detected, medium-grade resource. Yield 300 essence per gene. At the notification, he seized the case and withdrew without delay. Mine City. A flying shuttle swiftly ascended towards the wilds. Inside, a burly man in his 30s cursed loudly. Damn it, they've got the audacity to touch my mine. Beside him were two scantily clad women. Upon seeing the two women, the fire of lust in the man's eyes was impossible to suppress. Damn it, I'm really furious right now. With that, he reached out and began to roughly grope. Brother, who it hurts. As the words left her mouth, she received a hard slap. You think I'm giving you face? Coming out here and causing trouble. Having been interrupted like this, his mood soured. He checked the time and couldn't help but shout towards the shuttle, damn it, hurry up. If we're late, I won't let you off the hook. Yes, Master Hu. The shuttle's speed noticeably increased. After about 10 minutes, the location of the black mine was visible in the distance, but the patrol camp was devoid of people. As the shuttle hovered above the camp, the man known as Brother Hu immediately spoke, open the hatch for me, get back or I'll make you pay if you scratch my shuttle. In the next moment, the hatch opened. Brother Hu leaped down, landing firmly on the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. I want to see which little brat dares to mess with this place. They truly have a death wish. As he spoke, he walked towards the mine. Once inside, he spotted a group of filthy miners, which only fueled his anger further. Damn it, who told you to come out? Get back to work. If you delay my business, I'll flay every one of you. With that, he raised his hand and slapped a nearby orphan. At that moment, a figure dashed out from the side, lunging at Brother Hu with its mouth open. Ha! Brother Hu deftly sidestepped, evading the bloodthirsty bite. A fist came down next. Boom! The head of the blood-seeking demon hound exploded. A spiritual realm creature. He recognized the corpse on the ground as that of a blood-seeking demon hound. Could it be that a spirit summoner has arrived? A name quickly flashed through his mind. Summoners were rare in the realm of spiritual energy, not many in number. On this mining planet, there were only 2 or 3 who could be considered notable, and these individuals had no conflicts of interest with him. In fact, there were mutual benefits, so they shouldn't be causing him trouble. Damn it, what are you looking at? Get back to mining. Seeing the orphans still standing there, his anger flared up and he began to curse loudly. This caused the orphans to waver, turning back towards the mine. At that moment, footsteps approached slowly. Brother Hu turned his gaze. He saw a miner and a figure in armor. Due to the visor, he couldn't clearly make out the person's appearance. Out of caution, he spoke up to announce himself. Friend, what misunderstanding do I Xiao Hu have with you? Or did someone else send you to deal with me? He had received information from a whistleblower that this person had dodged electromagnetic bullets. Such strength could only be attained by someone of at least the 3rd tier. Pop! At that moment, a faint gunshot rang out. Xiao Hu's ears perked up, and just as he was about to evade, the attack had already arrived. Damn! He looked in the direction of the attack. It was a girl holding a miniature electromagnetic pistol. Seeking death. Xiao Hu lunged forward, slapping down towards the girl in the crowd. This strike was enough to crush skulls. Just as he was about to succeed, a hand appeared to block the attack. Are you the damned thing? Bai Jing spoke flatly, but inside he was not as calm as his tone suggested. He harbored a murderous intent, wanting to kill. Third tier. Interesting. Xiao Hu immediately retreated, creating distance before speaking. He could see that the previous electromagnetic bullet had indeed hit, but there were no wounds. It wasn't that the opponent had physically withstood it. If observed closely, one would see a translucent membrane surrounding the opponent. The previous strike had been blocked by that membrane. How afraid of death are you to be wearing an energy shield? Even Bai Jing didn't expect that a mere gang leader could afford such a thing. The last time he saw something like this was on television. Only those with esteemed status in the alliance would possess one. Of course, Xiao Hu's was likely the most basic model. Even so, its price exceeded 10 million. Moreover, once activated, it would burn money at a rate of 10,000 a second. You're not bad yourself, I've never seen such armor. Xiao Hu looked at the armor that resembled leather. A flicker of wariness flashed in his eyes, but it was quickly suppressed. Since we are both martial artists, let's resolve this the martial artist way. Bai Jing directly stated. A third-tier martial artist would at least have perfected their foundational skills or even begun internal training. Such a training partner was hard to find. He currently appeared to be a second-tier bone refinement practitioner, but with various enhancements his true strength was unclear. With such a good sparring partner, Bai Jing felt a bit eager. Xiao Hu said nothing, his gaze fixed on the girl who had just fired the gun. Give me that weapon. Bai Jing directly retrieved the electromagnetic pistol. As he approached, he lowered his voice and said, "You're quite brave, you did well. If it weren't for the opponent's extreme fear of death and the presence of an energy shield as defense gear, that last shot could have left a hole if lucky or resulted in instant death if unlucky." Thank you. The girl replied softly. Retrieving her pistol, Bai Jing tossed it far away. Now that there are no more sneak attacks, let's have a few exchanges. Sure. Confirming that Bai Jing no longer had the electromagnetic pistol, Xiao Hu readily agreed. He was confident in himself. As a former genius, having practiced skin refinement 7 times and flesh refinement 5 times, his strength far surpassed others of the same tier. In the same tier, he truly felt no fear against anyone. Facing a third-tier opponent, Bai Jing did not dare to be careless and took a deep breath. Blood ignition technique fully charged. Bai Jing felt as though he expanded his body, growing 2 sizes larger. A surge of power coursed through his limbs. Seeing that the opponent had no close combat weapon, he tossed aside the Blood Brave Club and charged in barehanded. This made Xiao Hu chuckle. You must not know my other title, Unmatched Iron Fist Xiao. He was once a bare-knuckle fighter. Coincidentally, I also have a title, they like to call me Martial Ancestor. Who couldn't boast? Bai Jing retorted. Then let's see who has the real skill. The two ceased their chatter and instantly engaged in combat. Xiao Hu clearly practiced 8 extremes, fist taking a fierce approach. Bai Jing also enjoyed a heated clash, skillfully employing various martial arts he had just learned. 1 second he was slashing, the next he was kicking. Even though Xiao Hu came from a background of underground fighting and had seen many martial styles, he had never encountered anyone like Bai Jing, who combined fist techniques, palm techniques, leg techniques, and even eagle claw techniques. The amalgamation of various martial arts made him break out in a cold sweat. Damn it, where did this martial arts freak come from? He was completely outmatched in technique. In just a few short moves, Xiao Hu was already struggling to hold on. He attempted to create some distance, but Bai Jing clung to him like a stubborn adhesive, relentlessly pummeling him. An endless array of martial arts secret techniques emerged one after another. The energy shield around Xiao Hu had not ceased yet, he was still drenched in cold sweat. As a fighter hailing from the underground boxing scene, he naturally understood the gravity of the situation. Without the energy shield, in just 10 moves. No, within 3 moves the opponent could take his life. Now when he looked at Bai Jing, his gaze was no longer one of caution but of fear. His exposure to martial arts was limited, yet he could vaguely discern that Bai Jing's style was exceedingly wild. Military killing fists, explosive kicks, chaotic footwork, eagle claw techniques, heartbreaking palms, and so on. If it were just one of these, he would consider it normal given the current level of mastery, but Bai Jing had clearly integrated these martial arts into a cohesive whole. He had formed a complete personal martial arts system. This meant that no matter what technique was used, the opponent could counter it with precision. Brother, with such impressive skills, why not join us? In 2 years I can offer you a position here, he said. I could even help introduce you to influential figures. Xiao Hu quickly spoke up. If this continued, he feared his energy would be depleted, and with Bai Jing's ferocious style he would be dead within 3 moves. Bai Jing did not respond, his fists and feet striking continuously, forcing Xiao Hu to retreat repeatedly, his complexion growing increasingly grim. Bang! He was struck squarely in the chest by a powerful elbow. Using the force, he stumbled backward, creating a distance of several meters. Is this what you call the unmatched Iron Fist? From now on it should be called the Flower Punch. Bai Jing was quite dissatisfied with this battle, even to the point of disappointment. Pressure. He felt no pressure at all. Or rather, after perfectly refining his muscles and achieving unity of intent combined with mastery of skills, his control over his body reached an impeccable state, augmented further by a flawless combat intuition. Bai Jing felt that even the strongest of the old martial association at the same level would only be able to endure a beating in his presence. If anyone else had said this, Xiao Hu would have certainly killed him. Now he dared not utter a word in retort, fearing he would be beaten to death. Brother, my boss is a figure of unimaginable stature. If you are willing, I can introduce you to him and you will surely receive generous treatment. Xiao Hu seemed to have not heard the earlier mockery, his face adorned with a sincere smile as he extended the invitation again. An influential figure. He. Bai Jing laughed silently. He had no idea what kind of influential figure would insist on having orphans mine precious ores for him. Regarding such individuals, he had only one remark. Nobles and ministers. Of course that was not the case now. Give him a little more time. When it came time to truly fight for humanity, he would certainly need to clear out the internal pests. That person's identity is not merely superficial but also. As he spoke, sensing it might be inappropriate, Xiao Hu closed his mouth, revealing an expression that suggested one should understand. What else is there? Bai Jing curiously pressed for more. At that moment Xiao Hu's face twisted with malice as he brandished a small hummingbird electromagnetic pistol. And you can go die. Pooh. 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 A barrage of electromagnetic bullets rained down upon Bai Jing's position. Bai Jing's figure moved like a spirit snake, swiftly evading. Even before the gunfire began, he had already shifted to a new position. It was as if he had activated a foresight ability. He always seemed to avoid bullets just before they reached him. What kind of person is this? Not just the orphans, even Xiao Hu, a third-tier martial artist, was dumbfounded. Dodging bullets he could understand, but avoiding continuous shots for over a dozen times was beyond his comprehension. He thought of a possibility. What is Yao Jin? A crucial strategic resource for the Alliance, trading in such resources encroaching on Alliance assets. In the face of these two charges, even possessing weapons was a minor offense. Looking again at Bai Jing's battle armor, which he had never seen before, a possibility emerged in his mind. An Alliance executor. This profession is somewhat like those in ancient times who wielded imperial swords. Execute first, report later, sanctioned by the Alliance. As long as it is later confirmed that this person indeed has issues, they bear no responsibility whatsoever. With this thought, Xiao Hu suddenly felt as though he had plunged into an ice cellar. He couldn't comprehend why, even with embezzlement of several hundred kilograms of Yao Jin or yearly, it would attract such individuals. I don't know, I surrender, I confess. Please give me a chance. After a struggle, he decisively sought to turn himself in. In this situation his boss would definitely not protect him. Yet he held various pieces of incriminating evidence against his boss. Perhaps he could still manage to save his life. I understand now. Whatever you want to know, I will tell you. Please give me a chance. As he spoke, tears and snot began to flow. This left Bai Jing somewhat taken aback. What was this guy? But soon from the tone of the other party he inferred that he had mistaken him for someone from a special investigation team. Even so, was it necessary to be this terrified? Since you recognize me, then just speak freely. Confirming that he was mistaken for someone else, Bai Jing openly admitted. As the saying goes, identity is given by oneself in public. This was a great opportunity to ask if there were any hidden Yao Jin. Thank you, I will definitely cooperate. Then Shui. Xiao Hu's heart leaped with joy. Just as he was about to reveal what he knew, a sudden beeping sound interrupted. Damn it! Bai Jing exclaimed. He swiftly dodged. Bang! Xiao Hu exploded from within, his flesh and blood turning to a gruesome mess. A remote bomb. Looking at the remnants of what was once Xiao Hu, Bai Jing's heart raced. Had he not dodged, he likely would have been blown away. My energy shield. Bai Jing hurriedly searched. The opponent had been blown to pieces. The situation had been too urgent. He hadn't had the time to see where his energy shield had gone. At that moment an inexplicable sense of crisis washed over him. Bai Jing looked up and saw a shuttle hovering in the distance, its hatch wide open with a figure crouched at the doorway. Holding some kind of firearm, every hair on his body stood on end as he slid to the side. In an instant a bullet whizzed past. It landed on a rock several dozen meters away, shattering most of the 3 to 4 meter white stone. Oh, such keen perception, it must truly be those guys. The figure behind the shuttle, clearly surprised, quickly stowed away his firearm, preparing to leave the area. Pooh. This kid must be out of his mind trying to shoot down a shuttle with a hummingbird electromagnetic pistol. With a slight shake of his head, he glanced at the two alluring women. Without a moment's hesitation, he tossed the shuttle aside and fired 2 shots at them. Confirming their deaths, he returned to the cockpit, ready to leave and report what had transpired here. Just moments ago he had only been verifying Bai Jing's identity. Now it was practically set in stone. Even if one's strength was not formidable, they could still evade a sniper from several hundred meters away. Only those terrifying individuals selected from among millions could accomplish this. But this guy clearly lacked the intelligence. He actually thought to use a hummingbird series against an airborne shuttle, especially from several hundred meters away. Beep beep beep. An unknown electromagnetic weapon has been detected locking onto us. Just as I was about to leave, a series of urgent warnings rang out. The man's expression in the cockpit changed. What the hell? The flying shuttle projected a silhouette. Who else could it be but Bai Jing? He only had a mini pistol in hand and no other electromagnetic weapons. A ridiculous thought flashed through his mind but was quickly suppressed. How could it be because of this hummingbird electromagnetic pistol? It must be a malfunction in the warning system. He preferred to believe it was a system error rather than that a tiny electromagnetic weapon could harm the flying shuttle. In this moment of indecision, Bai Jing had already completed his charge shot. The hummingbird electromagnetic pistol in his hand trembled slightly, feeling as if it might fall apart at any moment. He quickly aimed at the retreating flying shuttle and pulled the trigger. A streak of crimson energy instantly flew several hundred meters and struck the shuttle. Warning! Warning! The flying shuttle is under attack. The anti-gravity engine is damaged by 31 and the shuttle has sustained 21 overall damage. He gazed at the glaring red warning text and the damage report diagram. The attacker was momentarily bewildered. The Hummingbird series was originally designed for targeting living beings, and with any special alloy applied, the weapon's power would be nearly zero. It was like a rubber band piercing through a steel plate. How could this be possible? Has the Alliance's technology reached this level? Looking at the palm-sized weapon, such a size on the battlefield was simply a divine artifact. Its power surpassed that of the Shanglong rifle while being even more compact. We must leave this place. He hastily issued the command, clearly realizing the consequences if Bai Jing got close. Even the vicious dog raised by the boss was no match for him, let alone himself. Puff puff puff. The sound of continuous gunfire. Even if the subsequent attacks were not as powerful as the first, they could still penetrate the machine and cause damage to its internal components. Warning! Warning! The anti-gravity engine system is about to collapse and is performing an emergency landing. Accompanied by the voice, the flying shuttle descended rapidly, soon landing on a flat area. A series of attacks continued to penetrate the machine. Perhaps due to bad luck, the attacker accidentally sustained a wound in his abdomen, blood gushing out. Damn it, this is really insane. Finally understanding the weight of the two phrases within the Alliance. The tax officer has arrived. The executor has arrived. A true expert who could take the head of an enemy general amidst 1,000 troops. Seeing Bai Jing approaching, the attacker hesitated, no longer picking up a sniper rifle beside him, a hint of tenderness flashing in his eyes. Old pal, give me one last ride. Saying this, he pressed the gun barrel against his mouth and pulled the trigger. Boom. This startled Bai Jing outside, who quickly sought cover. He thought the opponent was shooting at him again. But after waiting a moment, there was no abnormality. As both sides found themselves in a standoff, Air Shang, the guy, might have heard the commotion and came over. With the summoned, 2 bloodhound demons were called forth. They dove into the flying shuttle and soon dragged out a corpse. This person had a gunshot wound in his abdomen, but it was clearly not fatal. The mortal wound was a shot from the mouth to the back of the head. Was this a suicide? Bai Jing was puzzled. Clearly there was still a chance. Why did the other party choose to end their life? Of course he did not know it was entirely due to the non-existent identity of the executor. These individuals were not only skilled, but their main job was interrogation. Falling into the hands of these people, it would be difficult to die. Hence he chose to take his own life. You go maintain order and don't let those orphans escape. Bai Jing said. Yes, my lord. Air Shang immediately began to execute the order, leaving with the 2 bloodhound demons. Seeing people had gone far, he then entered the flying shuttle. It was still a civilian flying shuttle and the layout was not significantly different. Following the trail of the dragged corpse, Bai Jing quickly found the spot where the other had committed suicide. Apart from the blood splattered all over, a gun over a meter long firmly captured Bai Jing's attention. A sniper rifle. Bai Jing swallowed. Who exactly is backing these guys? How could they obtain such military equipment? If they could get their hands on pistols, then sniper rifles are strictly controlled by the Alliance. Every gun has a serial number and each number is linked to an individual. If a gun is lost, that person's future is likely ruined. There's no other choice. Just the current sniper rifle, while it might seem exaggerated to say it could hit targets 800 miles away, it could easily kill second or third tier warriors within 80 miles. This kind of power poses a threat to certain existences second only to high-powered cannons. This is a jackpot. I've really struck gold this time. Bai Jing felt a surge of joy. He reached out and picked up the sniper rifle, which was about 1.5 meters long, colored pure black, equipped with the latest multifunctional adjustable focus scope and featured built-in intelligent assistance. Bai Jing quickly stored it in the amplification furnace. Soon the information about the firearm appeared. Name: Falcon 2 electromagnetic sniper rifle. Type: long-range sniper rifle. Description: the Falcon series sniper rifles have a maximum effective range of 50 kilometers and can penetrate 80 mm alloy plates within 10 kilometers, making it the most widely deployed sniper weapon in active service. It has an effective kill range of 100 miles. And this is just the basic attributes. Once enhanced, it can easily blow the heads of enemies 800 miles away. Bai Jing really wanted to take it out and give it a shot. However, given the commotion raised here, fearing that someone might come over, he decided to suppress this thought for now. First, let's leave this place. After rummaging through the opponent's flying shuttle, he found only 30 rounds for the sniper rifle. Each of these bullets was over 20 centimeters long. He could even sense a special power emanating from them, clearly infused with aurum. This meant that even sniper shots aimed at spiritual energy types would likely only have a few hundred meters of distance to react to the influence of aurum. This meant that for the Falcon sniper rifle it wouldn't take even a second. After tossing the items into the material warehouse of the amplification furnace, Bai Jing continued to search the flying shuttle. He found no other valuable items. His gaze fell upon the nearly scrapped flying shuttle. Staying here would only aid the enemy. Therefore, detected hybrid material recharge will yield 1500 essence. Detected small nuclear energy recharge will yield 3000 essence. Recharge, recharge, recharge. This unexpected joy is truly overwhelming. 3 hummingbird electromagnetic pistols and 1 Falcon sniper rifle. In the end, I even made a hefty profit in essence. This doesn't even count the aurum in the safe. No wonder they say that killing and arson lead to golden belts. If only this could happen more often. I can't even imagine how happy I would be. Under the organization of Air Shang, he quickly brought the orphans to meet up. Looking at these orphans, Bai Jing only felt a bit of a headache. Just now he had been caught up in the idea of teaching martial arts, forgetting that these individuals were different from him. Since leaving Shunyao Star, he had not eaten any food, relying solely on life energy to maintain his state. The orphans before him had no food and could starve to death in just a few days. A voice broke the silence. Following the sound, he saw a thin girl who opened her mouth to say something but hesitated, feeling a bit shy. She could only try to lift the object in her hand. She was holding a hummingbird electromagnetic pistol, which was likely what he had just thrown away. There was also something resembling a pendant. No way, Bai Jing reached out to take the items. Pretending to put them away, he actually tossed them directly into the enhancer furnace. Information quickly appeared. Name: Basic Energy Shield. Type: Defensive Equipment. Introduction: Civilian version of the shield developed by Dingxing Technology, effective against various firearms, equipped with automatic detection function. Energy status 30. Bai Jing had little hope for it, yet he was surprised that it was discovered by the other party. Moreover, this girl left a deep impression on him. It was she who had ambushed Xiao Hu. Air Shang, is there any place nearby where we can take shelter or hide? Here Bai Jing is not familiar with the area and cannot call out to the ship girls for questions, so he could only ask her first. Sir, there is not much here, but there are plenty of hiding places. There's an abandoned mine in the distance. As a place constructed under the leadership of the Alliance, it should last for several hundred years without collapsing, making it a stable place to reside. Air Shang quickly replied. This mining star also belonged to the old star, with abandoned mining zones all over the planet. Then let's head over there first. He had other matters to attend to and naturally could not take these dependents with him. The distance to the abandoned mine was not far, yet it took them over 2 hours to walk. There was no way these orphans were still children. Even so, none of them complained of fatigue. Once everyone was delivered to the abandoned mine pit, Bai Jing began to plan other black mines. The feeling of being able to eliminate violence and gain a little profit was somewhat irresistible. Because they had brought the camp's food with them, there was enough for these people to eat for a few days. Bai Jing planned to take advantage of this time to wipe out several other black mines. With the support of firearms, it should not be too difficult. After arranging these people, he hurriedly headed towards the other black mine areas, leaving Air Shang behind. Once they headed towards the Black Tooth gang, he would take him along. On a habitable planet within a manor covering hundreds of acres. In the study. Master, we just received news from below that Xiao was dead and our infiltrator has also died. An elderly man dressed like a butler placed a wineglass on the table and spoke. If he's dead, then he's dead, but Yao Jin cannot be delayed. Arrange for some people to take over. Yes, master. As the butler left, the study fell into silence. A ghostly figure silently appeared. What's the matter? Master, an executor is heading to K511 star. We haven't clarified which one yet. The person spoke in a hoarse voice, and as he finished, the man reclining suddenly shattered the wineglass in his hand and stood up. Why are those mad dogs coming here? His brow furrowed as if trying to recall recent activities. It could only be said that he had not done anything too outrageous or violated any rules. The main purpose is still unclear. This group of people has always been mysterious and very few in number. Alright, I understand, you can leave now. After the person left, he began to speak to himself. How could my small transactions attract the executor's attention? Could it be due to other matters? No matter how he looked at it, what he had done was merely the mistakes that most nobles would commit. It didn't warrant the executor's personal handling. The more he thought about it, the less certain he felt, and in the end he called the butler again. Stop all transactions recently. I must strictly crack down on any crimes on the planets under my control. No matter who it is, everything must be handled according to the rules. Yes, master, I will go give the order right away. On K511 mining star, the only city, Mine City. An old and a young figure were walking on the street. Master, what are we doing on the mining star? Is someone stealing the Alliance's resources? A lively girl aged around 16 or 17 asked. Her gaze was constantly surveying the surrounding buildings. Perhaps due to the mining star, the entire city appeared gray with red bricks and white walls as the main theme. It did not look like an interstellar city, but rather like an ancient style from years ago. Master, is there really nothing good to eat on this planet? Could this be the legendary food desert? Master, what does the special price for Honglang Man bathing mean? The girl kept chatting, finding everything fresh and asking questions non-stop. Walking in front was an elderly man about 1 meter 6 tall with sparse hair blowing in the wind, wearing a gray ancient-style training outfit. Watching the bouncing girl, he let out a long sigh. Master, shouldn't we look for the planet's leader? Can I take out my little blue? It seemed that the city was too backward, as the girl quickly lost interest. Her attention soon returned to her primary task. The old man brushed a few strands of his already sparse hair, looking over with some helplessness. No. The executor's equipment must be used according to regulations. Without any evidence, it cannot be used. He couldn't help but sigh lightly. He regretted taking on such a disciple. Master, master. The girl pleaded. All right, when it's necessary, I will definitely let you use it. With no other choice, the old man could only agree. Yay, master is the best. When we go back, I'll cook braised pork knuckle for you. The old man's mouth twitched, wanting to take back what he just said. But in the end, he suppressed it. The old and young wandered aimlessly on the street. If there was anything rare, they would take a look or buy it directly. Until it was almost dark, the two finally prepared to leave. However, the direction they left was not back to the ship, but towards the wilderness of the planet. Master, what are we doing? Since we're here, we can't go back empty-handed, right? Then what are we doing? The girl instantly perked up, following her master across the wild plains. They quickly arrived at a camp. Oh, did someone get here first? The old man reached up to stroke his sparse hair, examining the remnants inside the camp. These nobles are getting bolder electromagnetic sniper rifles and a type of powerful weapon I've never seen before, at least capable of shooting down a shuttle vehicle. This was the only thing he couldn't comprehend. Where did the wreckage of that shuttle go? According to the words of the shipgirls, he would undoubtedly obtain the identity card within 2 days. He planned to clear the surrounding black mining areas within this time frame. After settling the group of orphans, he would leave this mining star directly. Estimating the distance to the next black mining area, Bai Jing's mind was immersed in the amplification furnace. Other equipment could be set aside for now, waiting for future refinement when resources are abundant, but this particular item could not be delayed any longer. Basic energy shield, let me see your limits. A small gang was actually able to acquire electromagnetic weapons, which made Bai Jing cautious. Even if he could dodge bullets, he couldn't rely on dodging every day. As the saying goes, those who walk by the river will inevitably get their shoes wet. A single misstep could leave him with multiple holes if luck was on his side. If not, there would be graves on the ground. Congratulations! The amplification of the basic energy shield was successful. Shield 1. Congratulations! The amplification of the basic energy shield was successful. Energy 1. Congratulations! The amplification of the basic energy shield was successful energy efficiency 1. However, this time luck may not be on his side as no rare traits appeared. Name basic energy shield 10 type defensive equipment traits shield 3 energy 4 energy efficiency 3 description a shield that has undergone modifications receiving comprehensive enhancements energy status 100. Previously it could withstand a micro-electromagnetic pistol, now it should be able to withstand even the Falcon series of electromagnetic equipment. Now it was sufficient for his temporary use. However, this was still not enough. Bai Jing clearly was not prepared to stop his attention focused on the material warehouse. Upon leaving the spirit realm he had eliminated a batch of enemies, enriching the variety in the material warehouse. Of course, for energy type equipment the options had significantly decreased. There were many classifications of materials. Most of them were ordinary materials which had no significant advantages and were of a balanced type. Next were attribute types such as various elements and even mental attributes. Finally, there were materials containing certain rules. Bai Jing speculated that the little red shoes were among them. Despite not being particularly powerful, he managed to transform an ordinary shuttle into a creation capable of crossing the spirit realm. It even came with a data life form. Such materials were probably extremely rare in the spirit realm. This one could be worth a try. He quickly selected one from the material warehouse. It resembled a stone bead. He was unclear about which creature it had fallen from, but one thing was certain: it was a noble law-type lifeform. Name Ghost Eye Stone type extraordinary material quality medium description a material containing strange powers which will undergo special mutations upon use. Congratulations! Your equipment basic energy shield has transformed. Please select one trait from the following. Note: once selected it cannot be changed. 1. Ghost Eye possesses reconnaissance ability, can warn of spiritual energy attacks and material attacks, and has a certain degree of spiritual energy resistance. 2. Stone Skin, when activated it can generate a huge stone ball that fully envelopes the host. 3. Displacement, passively activated, all hostile gazes automatically distort what the enemy sees, and when the attack reaches a certain distance it deflects the attack. Excluding the second option, both the first and third choices are quite interesting. One provides early warning, the other offers automatic defense, and it automatically deflects enemy bullets. Especially the third one. What if this trait keeps upgrading? To his enemies he would likely appear as an indescribable existence. 3. Bai Jing selected directly. Having early warning capability was quite beneficial. With the hostile gaze of enemies falling upon him automatically distorting everything they saw, this would be an existence akin to a bug for those ambushers. Creating the illusion for ambushers was far more important than providing an early warning. Moreover, with current ranged weapons, if there were long-range bombardments he wouldn't even have time to react. Congratulations! The basic energy shield has successfully transformed into the displacement energy shield. As the notification appeared, a necklace appeared in his hand. However, the core had entirely changed, resembling an ordinary stone. Even the creator of the energy shield would not recognize it as an energy shield. He directly hung it around his neck. Then he allowed the life armor to cover his entire body, including the necklace. After completing these actions, Bai Jing let out a sigh of relief. After a period of relentless travel he finally saw another mining area. Unlike those who mined without permission, this location was clearly an old mining area that had been developed in the past. However, the number of guards here was greater than that of the Brotherhood. Moreover, the person in charge here was a true master of the refinement stage, with a chance to break through to the inner breath stage at any moment. He did not know if it was coincidence. From a distance Bai Jing saw a shuttle landing. Soon after, a man in his 50s or 60s walked out. This saves some trouble, this guy is actually here. This person was none other than the leader of the gang. He assessed the distance between them. Bai Jing's lips curled up slightly. With a thought, the Eagle sniper rifle appeared. In this new era, martial artists must keep up with the times. Marksmanship is also a skill. Looking at the Eagle sniper rifle in hand, he contemplated briefly but ultimately decided to amplify it once more. He had limited ammunition, so every bullet saved counted. He aimed to make such ambushes instant kills. Congratulations! The Eagle 2 electromagnetic sniper rifle amplification was successful. Shield Breaker 1. Congratulations! The Eagle 2 electromagnetic sniper rifle amplification was successful. Power 1. Congratulations! The Eagle 2 electromagnetic sniper rifle amplification was successful. Rapid Fire 1. To Bai Jing's surprise, he didn't know if luck had finally arrived. Two rare traits emerged directly. Shield Breaker increases damage by 500 against all defensive shields. Rapid Fire allows consecutive firing up to 3 bullets in quick succession. Bai Jing was speechless looking at these traits. This was simply a divine tool for assassination. Shield breaker targeted energy shields while rapid fire was even more outrageous. The last time he saw something like this was in a game, but the opponent was firing a Barrett. But his was a legitimate electromagnetic sniper rifle. Bai Jing felt the name might as well be changed to cannon. 3 times the additional damage increase. It could already threaten flying vehicles now. As long as he locked on, he could easily shoot them down. Using this to shoot at such a small Karami is truly a waste. Looking at the old man in the distance, Bai Jing couldn't help but mutter internally. However, he still took out the amplified Eagle sniper rifle, which had grown from its original 1.5 meters to over 2 meters. Its weight had nearly multiplied several times. It might have originally weighed over 100 kilograms, but now it probably weighed around 200 to 300 kilograms. It was only because of the current enhancement of physical strength among people that he could manage to carry this without much hassle. Curiosity piqued, he touched it and, imitating scenes from movies, lay down on the ground. Through the multifunctional scope he looked into the distance. Almost simultaneously a line of data appeared in his view, including humidity and wind speed. In addition, there was a small box. As Bai Jing thoroughly framed the old man within this small box, a prompt appeared in the scope. Locked on automatically. Send out the notice: halt all operations here. For the foreseeable period no one is to leave the mine. Dismantle these as well, either return to the city or hide in the pit like the miners until further notice. A young man relayed orders to the gang members. But Yi, the patrons have been pressing for speed. If we stop work now? A subordinate leader hesitated and asked. The youth known as Yi stiffened with anger. Do you not understand my words? You think these are my commands? These are the patrons' orders. If they say stop, you stop. What is the problem? The retort silenced him. The little leader fell silent. After arranging everything, the youth strode quickly to the nearby elder, his face now wearing an ingratiating smile. Lu Lao, the orders have been sent. It can be dealt with within half an hour, but when will we resume work? Do not ask what you should not ask. When it is time, you will be notified. The elder replied coolly without another glance. Once matters were settled, he rose and headed straight for his flying shuttle. He was clearly preparing to depart. Safe travels, Lu Lao, the youth called with a hastened smile, eyes fixed on him. Then in the next instant, the smile froze, disbelief etching his features as if he had witnessed something impossible. Only moments before he had seen the man leave. Everything had seemed ordinary, yet the man had suddenly vanished as if he had never existed. The youth, emboldened, stepped forward 2 paces. Then he staggered back, collapsing to the ground in shock, muttering curses under his breath. In his line of sight remained a pair of familiar lower legs standing in place, while everything above Lu Lao's calves had simply disappeared. A thunderous boom rolled through the air. Bai Jing, who had been sniping from afar, was equally stunned. Where did he go? Is a perfected Lianfu realm really this terrifying? I didn't even see how he vanished. They found themselves doubting reality. Was the gap in Lianfu realm cultivation truly so wide? Fortunately, through the adjustable scope they soon noticed a strange detail: the lower legs still stood, but above them there was nothing. This shot erased his body. The truth lay bare: the perfected Lianfu elder had not even had a chance to cry out, he was simply gone. Realizing this, Bai Jing traced the bullet's path through the scope and quickly located the impact point. 100 li away on a rocky hill lay a field of shattered stone, and at its center a crater roughly a meter across. With this kind of force, best not to use it unless absolutely necessary. This was no longer merely a sniper rifle, it had become a cannon. If the nobles discovered he possessed such a device, they would not sleep easy. If it is ever used again, there must be no survivors. If the Alliance found out, they would likely dispatch mechanized enforcers. Enough, put it away for now. He returned the device to the material store, drew 2 adorable hummingbird pistols, and quickly closed in on the camp. The recent upheaval had clearly left them disoriented. Taking advantage of the chaos, Bai Jing silently opened fire with black shots, dispatching a dozen gang members in quick succession. By the time the others reacted, it was already too late. They were cleaned out swiftly. Over 20 people in total fell in under 2 minutes, half of which had been spent on the approach. It could have been faster. He holstered the hummingbird pistols and, buoyed by his energy shield and confidence, strode into the mine. Miners were of course present. Unlike the underage orphans, most here were adults, though their condition was rough. At the sight of the unfamiliar power armor, many showed fear. Who knows where they hide their goods? Bai Jing's tone grew markedly harsher. Unlike the orphans, these men were all black registered. Many mined here hoping to secure legal identity through the gang. The Alliance's black registered ranks were chiefly made up of wanted criminals or deserters, at least some. Those whose planets had been destroyed had their files erased entirely. Chances were slim that many of them were decent folk. At that moment, Bai Jing's energy pendant warmed unexpectedly. He looked up at the assembled men. He saw several scarred or tattooed fellows suddenly raise their hands, making the motion of firing a gun. A peculiar expression crossed Bai Jing's face as he realized why the pendant had heated. Someone intended to shoot him dead. Without hesitation he opened fire on those evidently colluding black registered men, putting them down. That single demonstration made the rest instantly compliant. At least the energy shield returned to normal. Two of you lead the way. I want to see where your mine is. Me. I know too. He picked two from the crowd and pressed them to lead. Sir, it's here. Recent yields are kept here at fixed times. Someone comes to haul them away. Unlike a mere Brotherhood stash, this was a proper storeroom. He shot through the locked door. Inside were crates of Yaojin and other metals. Sir, may we come with you? One of the black registered men asked, clearly imagining Bai Jing to be some kind of interstellar pirate. Give me your reasons, Bai Jing asked, curiosity piqued. Sir, I served as a soldier, but I committed offenses, killed ordinary civilians, and am wanted. If you take me on, I still possess real strength. Bai Jing's eyes brightened as he listened. Another companion, thinking his comrade's record had impressed Bai Jing, hurried to add his own resume. I come from Bai Longyu Star. I once personally slew 13 rank 1 foes and even single-handedly killed a rank 2 orc. My situation mirrors his, wanted for killings reduced to this fate. To them, a man who had slain so many was undeniably ruthless. Such histories would be valuable to pirate crews or rebel alliances. With luck they might secure a post. As for why they were here, they'd been cheated, promised a year's assistance, but instead dumped in the mine, forced to toil for 2 years. If not for a novice stage 3 warrior stationed here, they would have escaped long ago. You two are admirable, Bai Jing said with a smile circling them before suddenly striking. He snapped both their necks. Don't get excited, dizziness is normal, death cures that, he said, incredulous that such recruits had walked straight into his hands. Yet dozens of miles away an old man and a young girl were traveling. Master, what exactly are you trying to? The girl couldn't help but complain. The old man, as usual, remained silent as if he hadn't heard her. Suddenly a thunderous sound echoed. The old man, who had initially appeared helpless, suddenly had a glint of brilliance in his eyes and instantly moved beside the girl. He grabbed the girl and quickly moved away. Master! What's wrong? The girl was confused about the old man's sudden reaction. The old man intended to pretend he hadn't heard, but perhaps due to his status he sighed and began to explain. You are a trainee executive officer. This is clearly the sound caused by an electromagnetic weapon. How can you even ask what it is? He spoke somewhat irritably, already regretting his decision. This girl might not pose a significant threat in the martial world, but she could ruin his reputation in the educational field. Having never seen such a naive person. An electromagnetic weapon of military grade. Does someone here plan to rebel? The girl instantly became alert. Even as an executive officer, the encounters with rebellions were few and far between, especially since the alliance was still at its peak. A single planet's turmoil could easily be suppressed by any army. The two quickly arrived at the source of the sound. The old man stopped to assess the situation and soon discerned the direction of the gunfire. Looking in that direction, they saw a camp that had been partially dismantled. You wait here, I'll go. Before he could finish, the girl had already dashed toward the camp, mumbling, Master, I knew you'd say that. I'll be careful. He intended to call out for the girl to stop, but sensing something, he turned his gaze toward the entrance of a mine. He saw a figure in unknown battle armor walking out. He seems to be following an old martial path. I just don't know who this person is. The old man chose not to approach. He could vaguely sense that this Bai Jing's true realm was not too high. His useless disciple, even if she was inept, had spent 2 years by his side. She had reached a level of practice and possessed an energy shield. Her life was still secure. It's just right, I also want to see if this girl has made any progress. He thought, remaining at a distance. Just after finishing harvesting, Bai Jing stepped out of the mine and saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl running toward him with enthusiasm. Instinctively he reached for his gun. But at that moment a voice suddenly rang in his ear. I may not know which faction you're from, but since we've met, let's have a spar with my disciple. If you win, there will be a reward. If you lose, you must give us the precious gold you have taken. Bai Jing's heart jolted. Yet he managed to suppress the tumult within him and extracted useful information from the words he had just heard. Which faction? This indicated that the other party had likely mistaken him for someone else. Even if he lost, it was highly probable that nothing would happen. Thinking of this, Bai Jing nodded lightly. He signaled his agreement, which brought a smile to the old man's face from afar. The foundation is well laid. I wonder which old fool's disciple has unknowingly aligned with me. Although they were executive officers, there were still many areas that required resources. Especially the executive officer battle armor, which was a real money sink. Relying on those meager wages would hardly be enough for maintenance. This gave rise to the tradition of earning extra income. Whenever resources were needed, they could just find a random planet and clear out some pests. Not only would their performance be completed, but they could also harvest some resources. The old man didn't expect to arrive late this time, allowing others to take the lead. Since I've encountered it, you certainly can't take it away from me. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The rules for executive officers were just like that. The capable rise, the weak fall. The same applies to resources. Those with ability take the larger share. Where did you get this armor? It's pretty cool. As they approached, the girl was instantly captivated by the life armor. At that moment, the life armor no longer resembled its original form but looked more like advanced tech battle armor. However, if she reached out to touch it, she would feel that the armor's texture was similar to leather. With a single thought, the life armor instantly became hard and solid. Bai Jing chose not to respond. In such situations, remaining silent was the wisest choice. The more one spoke, the more mistakes they made. It might even attract the attention of that mysterious powerhouse. So Bai Jing chose to take the initiative. Alright, you dare to fight with me today, I will let you know what it means to be the future female martial saint. As they spoke, the two had already engaged in combat. However, in this exchange, the girl instantly felt the pressure. She wanted to familiarize herself with Bai Jing's techniques and counterattack accordingly. But the opponent before her was extremely erratic in his moves, completely lacking any form. It seemed as if he was using whatever technique came to mind, making her feel quite frustrated. The old man, observing from a distance, noticed this clearly. Why are all the martial arts from the merit library, and yet this guy's proficiency? Isn't it a bit too high? Unlike the girl, he had been immersed in martial arts for over 100 years. Naturally, he could see all of Bai Jing's techniques. They were not just one kind of martial art, but rather a combination of more than a dozen. The most important thing was that Bai Jing could combine them in pairs, unleashing double or even triple the killing power. It seems simple, but the simpler something is, the harder it is to implement. This kind of martial talent, I wonder which old fool was so lucky. For a moment he felt a bit envious. He even considered secretly abducting him and then gradually instilling his own philosophy, making him his disciple. But before he could think further, his disciple cried out in pain, landing on the ground. I concede. Bai Jing cupped his fists in salutation. Wait, I just underestimated you and didn't dodge. Let's have another match. The girl panicked. She hadn't expected that on such a mining star there would be such a formidable opponent. The master was still watching from a distance. If she returned like this, she would probably face endless training in a pitch-black room without daylight. Thinking of this, the girl quickly launched another attack. This time Bai Jing was clearly displeased. In just a few moves he subdued the girl, controlling her with one arm. You've already lost. I didn't eat enough. Wait for me to finish eating and then we'll fight again. I will definitely win. The girl quickly retorted. Hearing this, Bai Jing's mouth twitched slightly. What a ridiculous excuse. With an unknown powerhouse present, he dared not act recklessly. He could only continue. Wait for me. Once I am fully satisfied, I will fight you again. The girl declared fiercely. However, just as she finished speaking and stood up from the ground, a sudden pain shot through her head. Standing nearby was an old man with thinning hair. Who else could he be but her master? You silly girl, losing is losing. Why must you be so stubborn? The old man reprimanded her with irritation. Who says I lost? It's just that I haven't had enough to eat. Her voice trailed off, growing weaker as she realized her own lack of confidence. The old man ignored his disciple and turned his gaze towards Bai Jing, his aged eyes sparkling with interest as if he were looking at a piece of raw jade. Even with the battle armor on, Bai Jing's excellent physique was evident. In a novel he would undoubtedly be a martial arts prodigy. The more he looked, the more he liked what he saw. Then he glanced at his own disciple, who was currently rubbing her chest and muttering under her breath. From her words it was clear that this girl had no idea how to cherish her own well-being. It really hurt. The energy shield could indeed block fatal damage, but it was manually configured. During the recent battle she had clearly adjusted the shield state. Senior, may I leave now? Bai Jing got straight to the point, unwilling to say more. He was genuinely afraid that saying too much would reveal his intentions. Upon hearing this, the old man retracted his appreciative gaze. Young man, your basics are quite solid, far better than this girl. It's a pity I didn't meet you sooner. Though he didn't finish his sentence, it was evident that a hint of regret lingered in his eyes. He regretted not encountering Bai Jing earlier. The girl beside him pouted, clearly displeased. Master, I'm still here. As soon as she said that, she received a fierce glare. How can you even say that? I've diligently taught you for so long and yet you're still not as good as him. When we return I will confiscate your snacks and toys. You are to practice diligently. You may not go out until you reach the 4th tier. Upon hearing this, the girl immediately fell silent, though her expression still reflected some dissatisfaction. Ignoring his disciple, the old man pondered and conjured a crystal the size of a baby's fist out of thin air. His face broke into a warm smile. Since you won, consider this a reward. Even without adding it to a materials warehouse, he could roughly deduce what this crystal was. It was an attribute-type extraordinary material. Bai Jing hesitated to take it. It would be one thing to be deceived, but if he ended up losing something it would haunt him for a lifetime. Based on the strength he had just displayed, it was likely that he was a 7th-tier martial artist. Such a level held considerable authority even in the Alliance. Don't be polite, what's yours is yours, he said as he directly shoved the crystal into Bai Jing's hand, his enthusiasm making it impossible to refuse. If you don't take it, I'll get angry. Thank you, senior, Bai Jing said. That's more like it. Martial artists of the world are one family. It's only reasonable for me to help you. Wang Chang's eyes sparkled with admiration once more. Thank you, senior. If there's nothing else, I will take my leave. Being scrutinized so closely made Bai Jing feel somewhat uncomfortable, especially since he had his own secrets, making him even less inclined to linger. He merely wanted to leave this place of troubles as quickly as possible. However, things rarely went as one wished. Young man, why are you in such a hurry? Why not stay and have some fun with me for a few days? Before meeting Bai Jing, Wang Chang had hesitated a bit, but upon seeing him his heart began to stir. As long as the shovel was wielded well, no corner would be left unturned. After just a brief moment of analysis, he had formed a general hypothesis. He had sensed something was off earlier, but now everything made sense. Bai Jing likely had not been formally accepted as a disciple yet. Perhaps he was merely undergoing some old man's test. These deductions stemmed from various martial arts observations. Most of what he had seen in the martial arts library was lacking genuine family lineage techniques. This suggested that the other party had neither started teaching nor accepted any disciples yet. Not having accepted a disciple implied he had no master. Why shouldn't he take on the role? Senior, I really have things to attend to, so I won't trouble you. Bai Jing was somewhat wary and wanted to leave quickly. Yet he couldn't decipher the old man's intentions as he chuckled. You have something. Why not tell me and I'll help you solve it? Bai Jing. The look on his face did not seem like someone who was lying. Meanwhile, the girl beside him had a moment of surprise before donning a thoughtful expression, as if she were trying hard to link her master's good deeds to this situation. However, it appeared that she ultimately failed. When she tried to speak, the old man seemed to anticipate it and shot her a stern glare, forcing back the words that were about to spill from her lips. There's really no need, it's just some trivial matters that I can handle myself. Bai Jing waved his hands repeatedly to refuse. You little brat, have you forgotten so soon? Martial artists of the world are one family. If you face difficulties, it's only reasonable for me to help you. Bai Jing was left speechless. He felt that the crystal he had just received was like a hot potato and he wanted to return it. Yet the old man offered no opportunity to do so. He even made it clear that he intended to help, while the old man still acted as if he didn't understand human speech, pretending to be oblivious. It was evident to him that the other party had some ulterior motives, and as long as he didn't achieve his goal, he likely wouldn't leave. Although he felt somewhat helpless, his mind began to become more agile. In a couple of days he would definitely still leave. Those orphans needed to find a good place, and he wondered if he could leverage this old man to forge some connections. Then thank you, senior. If you want to help, then let's all work together. The old man, who had previously acted as if he didn't understand, suddenly perked up. What are you being polite for? Martial artists of the world are one family. I see you, young man, just like I see my disciple, he said with a cheerful smile. Upon hearing this, the girl beside him pouted. It was clear to her what her master was thinking. He was being greedy for the other's body. How base. Yet since her master liked him, she dared not say anything. Of course, it was definitely not that he wanted a younger disciple. Silently trailing behind the two, the old man chatted away, boasting about his own achievements. He spoke of how he had single-handedly suppressed foreign armies. He mentioned how a stomp of his foot could shake the martial arts world. Besides these tales, Bai Jing also heard a new term: Alliance Executor. Moreover, this old man was a Silver Badge Executor. His rank was only lower than that of Gold Badge and Chief Executor, which indeed made him quite a notable figure within the Alliance. This made Bai Jing somewhat wary, even questioning if his identity had been exposed. But he quickly dismissed that thought. It had only been a short while. Most likely many people were still unaware that planet Chunyao 3 had already exploded, let alone anyone knowing that an unremarkable second-tier martial artist within that planet had directly brought the two of them back to the temporary residence of the orphans. Who are they? The old man hadn't said anything yet, but the girl couldn't help but interject, her tone laced with questioning. Still waiting for Bai Jing to explain. The only girl in the crowd was the first to speak up. Sister, please don't misunderstand, the big brother is a good person. He saved us and even ensured we had enough to eat. Upon hearing this explanation and looking at the other orphans, one could roughly deduce that her words were indeed true. The girl, who had initially been somewhat wary, now showed a hint of embarrassment. I'm sorry, it's just my occupational hazard. It's fine. Don't be fooled by this girl, she is a trainee officer. As long as she reaches the 4th tier and completes her battle armor forging, she will become a full-fledged officer. Bai Jing brought people here for this group of orphans. Without beating around the bush, he immediately laid out the ins and outs of the situation. During this time, the girl's fists were clenched and released repeatedly, her eyes filled with anger. How can there still be such things? The officials here must be tired of living. The girl swept away her previously foolish demeanor, exuding a killing intent. Meanwhile, the elderly man beside her looked on with a smile, even more pleased with Bai Jing. I wonder, senior, if there is any way to help these children. Feeling a bit uncomfortable under his gaze, she inquired. Do you want to address the symptoms or the root cause? Senior. How do you address the symptoms? And how do you address the root cause? The elder did not respond, instead flipping his right hand to reveal a palm-sized black token, which he then threw to Bai Jing. Use this to treat. Looking down at the token in his hand, there was nothing flashy about it, only 3 words. Officer. Senior, what is this? He wanted to throw it back. Aren't you looking to kill? This thing can help you, and even after you kill someone will applaud you for it. A meaningful smile appeared on the elder's face. Isn't this against the rules? Bai Jing did not want this identity. Being an officer was very special. Moreover, each one must go through rigorous selection. Just the elder's disciple alone, if he encountered others of the same realm, would likely be able to pin them down easily. Master, you are being too biased. I am still a trainee. A somewhat resentful voice from the girl interrupted. Giving a black iron officer token right after they met. How can you say that? This is prepared for you. Who would have thought you would be so unambitious? She shot him a glare as she spoke. With that, the girl fell silent. The elder's gaze fell back on Bai Jing. You can deal with those black mining areas, everything inside is yours and no one will find fault with it. At this point, he winked at Bai Jing. If it weren't for the certainty of being a test tube baby, he would suspect that the old man was his long-lost grandfather. To meet and receive extraordinary materials was one thing. Now he was given a black iron officer token directly, even being told he could keep the things for himself. He'll keep an eye on things here, you go do what young people should do. With the opportunity right in front of him, Bai Jing ultimately agreed. It would be difficult to shake off this old man in a short time. It would be better to take the chance to gain some benefits. Just as Bai Jing was preparing to leave, the elder spoke up again. You girl, go out with him and broaden your horizons and take care of your master. This young brother. Ah. You are allowed to use the officer battle armor in special situations. Guarantee the completion of the mission, and if anything happens to my junior brother, you can come ask me. The girl, who had initially wanted to refute, immediately stood at attention, solemnly promising. Bai Jing. Junior brother. When did I become his junior brother? Looking back at the old man, who was now smiling so wide he could barely see his eyes, Bai Jing's heart sank. He felt that something bad was about to happen. This guy was eyeing him. However, he was different from others, which meant he couldn't get too close to people in the future. Unless it was someone he could absolutely control. Come on, little junior brother, your senior sister will take you to see the world. As she spoke, she had already pulled Bai Jing away. Clearly very happy, Bai Jing ultimately did not refute. He also suppressed his preparation to summon the Spirit World Walker. For now, he could only take it one step at a time. He wasn't sure if a 7th tier could sense the existence of the ship girl. Little junior brother, call me senior sister and let me hear it. After leaving the mine, the girl resumed her lively demeanor, teasing him with a smile. Looking at Bai Jing's worried expression, she said, little junior brother, cheer up. The old man treats his disciples well, not to mention that his connections are incredibly strong. As long as you become his disciple, he can arrange the path for you in the future. She knew her master's intentions all too well. Though the old man often reprimanded her, taking this kid as a disciple meant he was her junior brother. No matter how strong he was, he still had to call her little junior sister when they met. Thus the girl was very eager. Soon the two entered a flying shuttle. This shuttle belonged to someone at the pinnacle of alchemy. With these two around, Bai Jing didn't dare to recharge in front of them, so he had to give up. What surprised him was that the permissions of this thing were virtually non-existent before an officer. After the certification was successful, he directly obtained the right to use the shuttle. And it was the highest level of usage rights. Once the two boarded the shuttle and set the automatic navigation, the girl launched another barrage of questions. Little junior brother, let me introduce myself. My name is Ji Shuayo, an Imperial Star person. This time I'm out to broaden my horizons, and when I return I plan to break through to the 4th tier. Bai Jing was surprised by this revelation. Imperial Star. Don't doubt it, I'm a genuine Imperial Star person. It's a pity to encounter you, you're so strong that I am completely no match for you. She felt a slight pain in her chest as she spoke. Bai Jing never expected that this silly girl before him was actually a rich beauty. In reality, those who could live on Imperial Star were typically not accessible to regular wealthy individuals, indicating that her background was not simple. This was not good news for Bai Jing. Often something not simple implied trouble. By the way, little junior brother, we have not exchanged gifts yet since we met, so please take this. As she spoke, she took out a crystal ring. A strong wave of spiritual energy emanated from it, confirming to Bai Jing that this was a piece of spiritual equipment. Such equipment could only be crafted by those with substantial spiritual energy. This is not good. Bai Jing tried to refuse. At that moment, Ji Shuayo explained in a calm voice. Inside is a 7th tier spiritual energy attack that can instantly kill any existence below the 7th tier. Of course, due to its special nature, it can only be used once. Stop being so wishy-washy, just take it since you are my little junior brother. As she spoke, she had already pressed it into Bai Jing's hand. Only then did Bai Jing notice something. This girl wore rings on half of her 10 fingers. Even though her aura was concealed, he could still sense that they should be similar to the one in his hand. Turns out she was a rich girl. Then it was nothing to worry about. Thank you. Bai Jing really wanted to refuse. However, a 7th tier sealing skill was too important to him. He could only remember this matter for now and repay it when the opportunity arose. No need to thank me, as I said we are family, so there's no need for such formality. Just make sure to cover me with your 7th tier shield in the future, okay? Ji Shuayo said casually. It was completely unnoticeable that she was a noble lady of the Imperial Star. Perhaps it was the gift that brought them closer together. Sister, can you tell me what an executive officer is? Bai Jing began to reassess this identity. A noble lady who could casually gift a 7th tier sealing equipment must have some unknown matters regarding her being an executive officer. There are actually quite few executive officers, only a little over 10,000 in the entire alliance. If there's any difference, it might be the privileges, like making unilateral decisions with the alliance's authorization. Moreover, all executive officers are not bound by the alliance's laws. Even if they make mistakes, they are judged by the Executive Officer Alliance. This is all I know. As for more details, I'm not too clear. My family only allowed me to have the identity of an executive officer. This is probably a very small circle. Moreover, from the current performance, they seem extremely united. Even if they break the law, they are not subjected to the alliance's legal constraints, being judged by their own organization. At this moment, Ji Shuayo seemed to think of something, her face filled with excitement. Besides these, it is said that the only true god in the alliance is also an executive officer. Upon hearing this news, Bai Jing's heart trembled. A true god. A being that could be called a god. That transcends the 9th tier, at least reaching the 10th tier. I just didn't expect that the Donghuan Alliance actually has a true god. By the way, this matter shouldn't be spread outside, little junior brother, don't talk about it carelessly. Ji Shuayo realized it belatedly and awkwardly stuck out her tongue. Rest assured, sister, you didn't say anything just now and I didn't hear anything. True gods are still too far away from me. I should just focus on upgrading steadily. With the flying shuttle, the two arrived at their destination in just half an hour. However, this time it deviated slightly from what they had imagined. By the time they arrived, someone had already gotten there first. As soon as their flying shuttle approached, a series of alarm bells rang out. Warning! Warning! You are entering a law enforcement zone, please leave immediately. Below, 3 law enforcement flying shuttles had landed with dozens of law enforcement officers capturing a group of miners and gang members. Perhaps it was because Bai Jing and the others' flying shuttle was too close. A dozen executive officers pulled out electromagnetic pistols, aiming them at the sky. At the same time, a voice began to shout. You have already affected law enforcement, please land immediately and cooperate with the investigation. Seeing those dozens of electromagnetic weapons, Bai Jing still felt a bit intimidated. He looked toward his senior sister. Let's go down, I want to see what they intend to do. Since his senior sister had spoken up, Bai Jing naturally wouldn't say much. As the flying shuttle descended, a dozen armed law enforcement officers had surrounded the exits on both sides, and one middle-aged man opened his mouth to shout. "People inside, listen up. Give up any resistance and come out honestly. If there's any aggressive behavior, I guarantee you'll be turned into a sieve instantly." Soon the cabin door opened. Two figures slowly walked down. However, this made the middle-aged man's brows furrow noticeably. His gaze fell on the flying shuttle. It was the Scorpion gang leader's shuttle, no doubt. Yet he did not recognize the two people who stepped down. However, recalling the orders given above to crack down on any criminal behavior, he decided to wait until this period passed. "I suspect that you two are related to the Black Mine. You need to come with me for an investigation now." As he said this, his gaze subtly glanced at Ji Shueya. It was this glance. In the next second, Ji Shueya's figure had already disappeared, reappearing right in front of the middle-aged man. With no flashy moves, she executed a deadly kick. With a crack, a crisp sound echoed, as if hearing the sound of a chicken being beaten. All the men felt as if they were hearing things. The middle-aged man, due to the pain, curled up like a shrimp. "You dare to resist violently? This is truly bold." Clearly he hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. Almost simultaneously, a dozen guns were already aimed at them. "Grab them all and take them back to the station. I'll make you understand the consequences of violently resisting the law." The intense pain made him unable to help but clamp his legs together. At this moment, a dozen law enforcement officers had already surrounded them. One of them pulled out two handcuffs, intending to cuff the two. "Junior brother, take out the token master gave you," Ji Shueyo said calmly, clearly confident of victory. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing also took out the black token. The previously aggressive crowd was clearly stunned, all looking at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was frozen in place upon seeing the pitch-black iron token, momentarily forgetting his pain. Immediately after came immense fear. The black iron executive token. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back and he trembled uncontrollably. Mister, it's a misunderstanding," he stammered. "Misunderstanding? You mean this is about destroying evidence?" "I believe you." Unlike Bai Jing, who was a half-hearted executive officer, Ji Shueyo had clearly been trained since childhood. She understood the intricacies involved. Every time there was a crackdown, some forces would always get in early. Either due to sudden inspections or some other small issues. These people would always make it through. Whenever the storm passed, they could leave without a trace within 2 days, returning to their positions. "Your Excellency, we are enforcing the law impartially. We received reports from the public and that's why we took action tonight," the middle-aged man quickly protested. Listening to this, Bai Jing looked towards the captured crowd. He saw a third-tier martial artist who was currently holding a lit cigarette. Most of the gang members weren't even handcuffed. Even those who were handcuffed were mostly the black miners. Perhaps sensing Bai Jing's gaze, the middle-aged man became anxious. "What are you doing? You can't handle such a small matter. If someone escapes, can you bear the responsibility?" He kicked a nearby law enforcement officer. "Sorry, Captain, we are short on handcuffs. We have already sent for more. Hurry them up." "I didn't expect such a serious issue to arise in our control zone. We must eliminate all criminal activities as quickly as possible." Even Bai Jing didn't believe it, let alone Ji Shueyo, who came from an executive officer background. The two just quietly watched the show without intervening until the performance ended. "Is the act over? Then it's our turn." As everyone's gaze was focused on Ji Shueyo, suddenly one of the criminals raised his hand and without any hesitation pulled the trigger of the hummingbird pistol in his grip. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in shock, quickly followed by panic. They witnessed an energy shield materialize around Ji Shueyo, blocking the recent attack. Almost simultaneously, the middle-aged man responsible for the capture suddenly raised his hand and opened fire at the gunman who had launched the surprise attack. The other law enforcement officers followed the man's lead. In just a couple of breaths, with the magazine emptied, not a single one of the nearly 100 black miners and gang members remained. After completing this, the middle-aged man spoke with an apologetic expression. "I apologize, esteemed executives. This incident is my negligence. I failed to detect that the villain still concealed a handgun. I will report the entire process truthfully and I accept any punishment the Alliance deems fit." Hearing such sincere words, one might mistakenly believe these individuals truly cared for the executive's safety. To put it plainly, the recent surprise attack was all prearranged. It could even be said that it was orchestrated solely to comply with regulations regarding the cleanup of witnesses. Now in the entire black mining area, those criminals had not even a breath left. Even if the executives had the privilege of acting first and reporting later, proving these individuals were indeed guilty post factum was essential. Bai Jing said nothing, simply observing the actions of his junior sister. Clap. Clap. As they finished speaking, Ji Shuao suddenly broke into applause. Her gaze fell upon the law enforcement officers. You performed splendidly, but please don't do that again. I fear I might laugh out loud. Esteemed executive, you are insulting our integrity. We are loyal to the Alliance and even more so to humanity. Perhaps due to the destruction of evidence, the middle-aged man gained confidence and began to retort. However, he was abruptly interrupted by Ji Shuao, who looked at him with a strange expression. Before he could comprehend the significance of her gaze, Ji Shuao suddenly snapped her fingers. The sound seemed to possess some kind of magic, causing the previously argumentative law enforcement officers to become dazed. Who is the mastermind behind this incident? Director Reagan Frank. Then who owns this black mining area? Or who ordered its construction? I don't know. We only follow orders. Watching the law enforcement captain honestly reveal the truth, Bai Jing couldn't help but glance at his junior sister. He had initially thought there would be a battle of wits. Who would have expected it to be a crushing defeat by equipment? Perhaps from the very beginning he never thought of engaging in a battle of brains and brawn. So it turns out to be just a small fry risking their lives for nothing. Just with the recent incident involving evidence destruction, every single one of them would be thrown to the front lines as cannon fodder. Moreover, they were knowingly breaking the law. This would add to their crimes. They would likely never return in this lifetime. As for whether these people would rebel when sent to the front lines, that was of no concern. Do they really think that the Alliance's technology is just for show? Not to mention these criminals, even those righteous test tube babies, would be injected with a special toxin before heading to the front line. Should there be any sign of defection or failure to follow orders, a new corpse would appear on the battlefield in an instant. Moreover, this toxin is well researched. In reality, one might die within 3 to 5 seconds. However, on a conscious level, this person would likely endure years of torment. The Alliance has more than just jujubes for test tube babies, they also have enough big sticks to ensure obedience. This was before Bai Jing and the others had officially entered the battlefield. Their chips and such had yet to be injected. Once injected, all test tube babies would trigger the nerve toxin upon leaving the designated area. Perhaps thinking that the small fry before them held no significant intelligence, Ji Shuao immediately cancelled the state of the truth spell. As they regained their senses, the group of law enforcement officers appeared visibly confused. The captain, however, clearly understood what had transpired. You are committing a crime. Such evidence cannot be considered valid. He shouted, clearly agitated. But as soon as the words left his mouth, he saw the girl's gaze, which was clearly that of someone looking at a fool. The previously heightened emotions cooled in that moment. Acting first and reporting later is permitted by the Alliance. The two principals do not belong to the same system. What they did indeed does not comply with regulations, but the executives only care about right or wrong, not the process. In a moment, the last shred of luck was gone. Esteemed executive, I report. Everything here was arranged by the director. I was merely following orders. As the law enforcement captain confessed, the psychological defenses of the others crumbled and they began to admit their punishments. Esteemed executive, I am willing to surrender all bribes received. I do not want to go to the front lines. Esteemed executive, I have elderly parents and young children to care for. I beg you for another chance. What surprised Bai Jing was that out of the nearly 20 members of the entire team, not a single one was innocent. Even accepting bribes was the lightest of charges. Perhaps sensing Bai Jing's silence, Ji Shuao spoke faintly beside him. Junior brother, the Alliance is so vast that it is bound to have its share of corrupt elements. The duty of the executives is to purge these vermin. Of course, you can rest assured the Alliance will always fight for humanity. You need not argue. Bai Jing did not refute. In fact, if humanity were willing to bow down, there are beings in the universe known as the favored ones. With humanity's talent, they could fully ally with a powerful race, but the Alliance did not do that, nor did humanity. He believed in this. Let's directly capture that director. Today we'll follow this lead down to see who the mastermind is. Ji Shuao said excitedly. The two first used handcuffs to arrest the law enforcement officers. These individuals did not resist. They clearly understood that with just a small handgun they could not harm an executive. Acting out would only result in quicker deaths. The arrest proceeded smoothly. However, since the two used a flying shuttle, they could not take so many people. Ultimately, they still used the law enforcement team's shuttle, but this time the prisoners had changed. Master, there is a change in circumstances. A figure presented a note which was very simple, containing only one word. Throw. Useless. A bunch of useless people can't even handle such a trivial matter. The palm slammed down on a desk made from some extinct wood, shattering it instantly. After venting, he issued a direct order. Proceed according to plan. Do not make another mistake this time. Yes, master. After the others left, the individual slowly stood up and gazed out of the window. Through the glass, a lush scene was visible, teeming with precious animals and plants. Mad dog, truly a mad dog. Even with such a small business, they come to bite a piece. Disgusting. In the mining city, at the top floor of the law enforcement building, a figure stood by the window gazing at the view outside. Suddenly a chuckle escaped his lips. His attention remained fixated on the night scene of the mining city. Being a dog requires the awareness of being a dog. Being abandoned is only natural. He murmured softly as if trying to convince himself, yet the anger in his eyes was undeniable and grew fiercer with time. 15 years. As he spoke, his fists tightened and the murderous intent in his eyes became impossible to suppress. Why should this be? He suddenly let out a roar. He had worked diligently for 15 years, completing every task with utmost care, not daring to be careless. Yet the reward was not a promotion but the burden of all responsibilities. Why should this be? He questioned again. A fiery rage burned within him, making it unbearable as his eyes fixated on the massive smelting furnace still in operation. Suddenly the man seemed to regain his composure. Taking a deep breath, he returned to his director's chair, though his eyes betrayed that he was not as calm as he appeared. Since you all don't want me to live, then let none of us live. I want to see whether you are formidable or the blade of the enforcer is sharper. As he spoke, he retrieved a handgun from the drawer. Unlike the Hummingbird series, this was clearly a genuine military firearm. But that was not all. As he stood up and walked towards the wall at the back of the office, he pressed gently on a hidden switch. A secret door slowly opened, revealing a small space filled with various equipment and weapons. Without any unnecessary words, he took down a heavy suit of armor from the rack, grabbed a massive warhammer from the wall, and finally picked up a large sniper rifle. If the enforcer dies, it will surely be interesting. With all his equipment secured, he boarded a private shuttle at the top floor, which took off in the direction indicated by the GPS. Though she seemed carefree in personality, when it came to work she immediately switched to a different demeanor. She quickly obtained information about the director through internal channels of the enforcer and projected it on the screen. Name: Reagan Frank. Place of birth: Black Wolf 2-star. Citizen level 3. Extraordinary path: 4th stage old martial arts, second life modification 4th stage. Biography: a test tube baby from Black Wolf star, a second stage old martial artist at 18, enlisted in the army, became a squad leader 2 months later due to his bravery, became a deputy platoon leader in 6 months and a platoon leader after a year. He served for 3 years and chose to continue serving due to his excellent performance, during which he broke through to the 4th stage and completed a life modification. Life modification status: skin, bones, right eye muscles. Summary: currently serving as the director of a law enforcement system on a certain mining star. Looking at the information before her, Bai Jing almost exclaimed. Us. To take him down. Just being at the 4th stage of old martial arts is already impressive, and he even completed modifications to become a mechanical warrior. This is simply a super boss. He possesses the advantages of a mechanical warrior along with the inner energy of a martial artist. However, sitting beside him is the Imperial Star's affluent beauty, which gives Bai Jing some reassurance. What a pity such a person actually. Ji Shuao lightly shook her head and sighed. Suddenly a series of urgent alarm notifications went off. Warning, warning, detected being locked on by an unknown weapon. Just as it sounded, the shuttle began to shake violently. Soon a holographic projection appeared. It marked the damaged areas of the shuttle. How dare they resist? It's been a while since I've seen someone so fearless. A glint flashed in Ji Zuyao's eyes as she spoke excitedly. At that moment the shuttle was attacked again. 2 strikes caused the shuttle status to fall below the red line, forcing it to begin emergency landing. Watching the continuous incoming attacks, Bai Jing wanted to pull out his sniper rifle and engage in a front door showdown. But what the hell? The next moment he saw a suit of armor suddenly appear before Ji Shuao. Technically it should be called a mech. However, the model was smaller, especially when compared to those behemoths that were tens or even hundreds of meters tall. The one before him was a miniature version. It stood under 3 meters tall with an overall blue-black color scheme. Isn't it handsome, junior brother? As long as you agree to become my disciple, you will have one too. The voice of the demon whispered in his ear. Bai Jing swallowed hard. Just from its appearance, this mini-mech was undeniably terrifying in terms of technological prowess. Moreover, its weapon configuration was remarkably luxurious. Both arms featured gun barrels and the right shoulder was outfitted with an automatic shoulder cannon. Junior brother, don't rush to answer. I'll take care of that guy first and you can tell me later. Ji Zuyao's voice rang out again. Immediately after, the mech began to unfold, revealing the cockpit inside. He lay down inside it and then a series of clicking sounds could be heard. The sound of closing. Each click felt like claws scratching at Bai Jing's heart, each sound digging deep into his. Wait for me to return. As the voice sounded, the hatch had already opened. Ji Shuiao rushed outside, and as soon as she exited, the powerful propulsion system behind her kicked in. She transformed into a streak of light flying towards the direction from which the attacks came. Watching her figure leave, Bai Jing silently wiped away the non-existent drool, his eyes ablaze with desire. To test the cadres with this. From what the other party implied, as long as one could become an enforcer, they would receive a set of their own battle armor. If I can get even the most basic version, wouldn't my super battle armor be within reach? In that moment, Bai Jing felt that life armor was no longer appealing. Life armor required gradual nurturing, whereas wearing this mech would double his combat power instantly. If the shuttle could amplify power, then naturally the mech could as well. He was shaken. He was restless. Bai Jing wanted it. A few seconds later, a series of intense explosions could be heard from afar. At this moment, the shuttle had also completed its emergency landing. Bai Jing took 2 steps at a time, rushing to the highest area. He took out his triple-shot sniper rifle. He adjusted the screen to see the distant scene. 2 figures were colliding, with countless energy attacks exploding. One of them was naturally his inexpensive senior sister. As for the other person, he was a towering figure around 2 meters and 3, his body robust beyond belief with arms thicker than a person's waist. What caught Bai Jing's attention the most was the opponent's body was covered in a faint white glow. Is this inner energy? This was the first time he had witnessed inner energy in reality. At this moment, Bai Jing noticed a detail. He saw his senior sister frequently reaching back, followed by countless rays of aurora. No wonder this inexpensive senior sister often feels the urge to touch her lower back during battle. It seemed she wanted to unleash a barrage of auroras at him. He couldn't tell if it was due to the opponent's overwhelming strength or the combination of old martial arts and mechanical martial arts unleashing greater power. Under the suppression of various weapons, the opponent surprisingly wasn't killed immediately. This was enough to demonstrate the opponent's tenacious life force and the wonders of that inner energy. The Executor battle armor lives up to its reputation. Reagan Frank gazed at the blue-black mech before him, unable to suppress his admiration. He had heard about it before, but this was his first encounter. What a pity. You must just be a trainee executor, right? If he were a formal executor, his foundational strength would be at least tier 4, and with this battle armor even a tier 5 opponent would be a challenge. Even though his old martial and mechanical skills had reached tier 4, facing a formal executor would likely lead to a quick defeat. Even now he was not feeling well. Some attacks were simply unstoppable. He could only rely on his inner breath to counter them. I just reviewed your file. If you continue to resist, you know the outcome, and it would be a pity for both you and the Alliance. If you give up now and come with me, I guarantee you can redeem yourself on the front lines. Ji Zuiao's voice echoed softly. She still harbored some hope for someone who fought for the Alliance. A pity. Reagan Frank replied, do you think people like you would feel pity? As he spoke, his inner breath suddenly surged, even enveloping the power hammer in his hand. He leaped fiercely, smashing down. Ji Shuiao immediately controlled the battle armor to retreat and create distance as the massive hammer crashed to the ground. The ground rippled like water. People like you have no understanding at all. To you, we are merely like house pets. While speaking, he slowly stood up, his white inner breath shining even more brightly, flickering like flames. Alas, Ji Shuiao sighed lightly. She said nothing further and summoned a spear over 10 feet long, grasping it firmly in her hand. If this is your choice, then die. Before she finished speaking, propelled by her engines, Ji Shuiao's speed surged. Like a knight charging into battle, she charged at him with her spear. Hypocrite. Reagan Frank uttered coldly. Looking at the rapidly approaching mech, he did not retreat but gripped the power hammer with both hands, pouring a massive amount of inner breath into it, turning the entire hammer white. Boom. With a loud roar as the two sides clashed, they quickly created distance. Almost simultaneously, Reagan Frank began to cough violently. His face turned pale in an instant and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Ha! Strong enough. But not enough to kill me. He looked again. This time Ji Shuiao was clearly not feeling well either. Her arm holding the spear trembled slightly. Even though the mech's strength was sufficient, she was still merely a perfected tier 3 martial artist, not yet having reached tier 4 to cultivate inner breath. It was only with the enhancement of inner breath that her executor battle armor could exert its maximum potential. Then let's give it a try. Ji Shuiao responded. In the next moment, she urged the battle armor again, attacking with her spear. As an executor, fighting above her tier was the norm. Moreover, she was a martial arts executor, and this mech was crafted based on martial templates. Technological weapons were merely for clearing minor threats. In addition, there were many types of executors, such as psionic systems and mechanical systems. Their mechs varied significantly. After 2 more clashes, Reagan Frank dropped to one knee, coughing up blood in large gulps, clearly at his limit. He looked utterly miserable. The violent collisions had caused his blood vessels to rupture, making him appear as if he had just crawled out of a bloodbath. Tell me who is behind you and I can make your death quick and painless. You should know the methods of an executor. Ji Shuao spoke coldly. She had already given him a chance. Seeing his prolonged silence, she completely lost her patience, slowly raising her spear, preparing to deliver the final blow. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Reagan Frank, who had been coughing and on the verge of death, suddenly stood upright. With lightning speed, he closed the distance in an instant. The power hammer in his hand, infused with inner breath, swung out ferociously. Boom! With a resounding crash, Ji Shuao was sent flying. Looking at the opponent, he had now grown to 3 meters tall with veins bulging all over his body. Reagan Frank clearly did not intend to let her go so easily. Like a specter, he swiftly closed the distance between them, swinging his hammer once again. Boom! In a moment of confusion, he managed to block the strike. 3 modifications. Observing the suddenly transformed Reagan Frank, surprise flickered in Ji Shuao's eyes. Unlike the previous 2 times, the third modification involved superpower organs, which granted a special ability upon completion. However, this thought was quickly dismissed. If it were truly the third modification, he would at least be tier 5, likely even tier 6. Such a person could not possibly be holed up on a mining star. It must be a black market modification. She quickly estimated her current strength. Comparable to tier 5. Ji Shuao did not hesitate, choosing to create distance to wear down his burst time. The incomplete third modification had the drawback of being short-lived, unable to maintain the superpower state for long. With this in mind, she ascended in height. However, Ji Shuao was taken aback as the opponent did not pursue her, or rather could not catch up. His gaze was fixed on the location where the flying shuttle was descending. Despicable. Not daring to delay, she quickly chased after him. If she took a beating now, at most her mech would be damaged. If he found Bai Jing, it would truly be life-threatening. Scatter beams. Turret locked on. Commands were issued one after another as shoulder arms and back-mounted launchers unfolded. A dense barrage of attacks rained down. However, the results were not significant. At the very least, they did not halt Reagan Frank's advance. He continued to run wildly. This scene, of course, did not escape Bai Jing, who was secretly observing. He was quite angered by the opponent's shameless behavior. I am not an executor, what do you want with me? He almost succumbed to the urge to give the opponent a 3-round burst. Given the current battle situation, the power of the bullets from the Falcon sniper rifle far exceeded that of the mech equipment. Now it was undoubtedly anti-mech equipment. Military enthusiasts know that anti-mech weapons might not work well against machines. But when used against people, they were undeniably powerful. So it's you, kid. Stop aiming and just shoot. Suddenly a voice rang out beside him. He looked up. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Chang, the silver badge executor, had appeared beside him. Looking at the rapidly approaching figure, he smiled and spoke. Seeing the sniper rifle exposed, Bai Jing decided to stop pretending. If real trouble arose, he would just deny everything. Auto-targeting activated. Muttering to himself, in the next second the familiar targeting box appeared. Soon the opponent was locked on. Locked on. Looking at the information that popped up without any pause, boom. 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 The originally calm Wang Chang suddenly froze, looking bewildered at the sniper rifle in Bai Jing's hands. In fact, from the very beginning, the target was never Ji Shuao. Someone who possesses a mech even before officially becoming an executor must have plenty of hidden cards. Killing her would be exceedingly difficult. Therefore, his target was another individual. Although he did not know who this person was, being with the executor meant that eliminating them would undoubtedly attract attention. At that moment, the entire planet would no longer be under the control of those individuals. With this thought, his super abilities began to strain his physical form once more. His strength surged again, and even the inner energy circulating within him felt as if it had been ignited, soaring like a white flame. The attacks fired by Ji Shuao, who was pursuing from behind, were completely ignored. He relied on his terrifying physique to endure them. Damn it, this kind of modification is clearly aimed at death. Once this state ends, even without lifting a finger, she will die. Ji Shuao gritted her teeth as she spoke, her mind already contemplating using her trump card, even if it meant sacrificing one she had to protect this little junior disciple. However, she quickly noticed a figure appearing beside her junior disciple on the long-range projection. So this is the new apprentice. She muttered sourly. The speed of the pursuit suddenly halted. With her master present, there was no way to kill Bai Jing, not even if an 8th tier being showed up. Executors are powerful due to their battle armor. And the innate battle armor of a 7th-tier-old warrior possesses enough strength to slay 8th-tier beings. She could only hide in the sky and watch how her master would handle the situation. What surprised her, however, was that her master did not take action. Instead, Bai Jing lay on the ground seemingly aiming. Looking at the somewhat familiar firearm, she felt suspicious. The Falcon series, its power is still insufficient. Before the words had faded, a brilliant flash erupted from the barrel, followed by the battle armor's alarm. Warning, warning. High-power anti-equipment weapon detected, please maintain a safe distance. At this moment, Ji Shuaya could not care less about the mech system warning. She was completely stunned. She witnessed 3 electromagnetic bullets that almost formed a line, instantly hitting Lei Jin Frank. The internal energy, which had already been strained and violently unleashed, should have been sufficient to resist most attacks, yet it was instantly torn apart by the assault. Then came the second bullet. It hit with a deafening boom. Blood erupted, bones shattered, and half of the body disappeared. The attack was still not over. Accompanied by the third bullet, the towering figure of over 3 meters was blown apart. Only a pair of legs, propelled by inertia, stumbled forward a few steps before collapsing. The entire process did not even take a second. A 5th-tier lifeform, burning its life force and having undergone 2 life modifications and 1 black medical modification, perished on the spot. Such speed. Such power. Even though she came from an Imperial Star family, upon witnessing the scene from afar, she was momentarily dumbfounded. Looking at the Falcon sniper rifle, a line of question marks floated above her head. Was this weapon meant for humans or for equipment? Such power with bullets fired almost simultaneously would be a waste to use against flying needles. Meanwhile, on the other side, with a single shot, Bai Jing felt invigorated. That mere muscle-bound devil was nothing to worry about. Beside him, the Silver Emblem executor Wang Chang stared at the Falcon sniper rifle, looking rather bewildered. He had said to clear the way for the sniper rifle, but he had not mentioned firing it. Was this thing's power even reasonable? Not to mention the rapid-fire capability. From the information currently available, this Falcon sniper rifle could kill a 5th-tier being without a doubt if it hit. Even for a 6th-tier being, dodging 1 bullet would be nearly impossible. Most likely they would have to endure the simultaneously fired bullets. It was enough to severely wound a weaker 6th-tier being. Furthermore, the capability for 3 consecutive shots was sufficient to destroy most energy shields. If the higher-ups of the Alliance were to find out, they would undoubtedly face the death penalty, and it would be executed immediately. Senior, this sniper rifle is quite strange. It seems different from others. I feel like I can't handle it. Looking at the silent old man, Bai Jing, despite feeling pained, gritted his teeth and spoke. He understood in his heart that with such power it was best not to be discovered. If found out and not turned in, he could only wait for the mechanized warriors to come after him. This gun is indeed peculiar, Wang Chang said casually, reaching out to take it and examine it closely. The internal structure was not significantly optimized, but what truly transformed this firearm was a special kind of power. It resembled the blessings from gods and also seemed like spiritual energy enchantments. Even the Silver Emblem executor could not explain why this gun possessed such immense power. Junior disciple, you actually hid such a treasure. A voice rang out. Ji Shuaya landed directly, exiting the mech. The moment she landed, she rushed towards the Falcon sniper rifle, her eyes sparkling. However, since the item was in the old man's hands, she naturally could not snatch it. At that moment, Wang Chang tossed the Falcon sniper rifle back. This thing is quite sensitive. Generally, it should not be used recklessly. For someone of his near-peak strength, it was clearly of no use. Moreover, after the recent assessment, the sniper rifle could not be mass-produced. This item was not a product of technology. It resembled the items of the neighboring orcs. Clearly a pile of junk, yet after some tinkering it could be used. He had even witnessed an orc spaceship that, despite lacking an engine, could still operate without any issues. One could say that orc technology was filled with absurdity. I cannot handle such a thing. He could not accept it from Bai Jing. The most challenging aspect of the sniper rifle was its acquisition. As long as it could be obtained and refined, it could be mass-produced. In front of a Silver Emblem executor, privately hoarding such a powerful weapon would be more than enough to lose one's head. With this thought, he turned his gaze towards the wealthy woman. Ji Zuyao's eyes lit up as she directly took the sniper rifle, which was even taller than her, while not forgetting to say, "This isn't appropriate." Although she said this, she had no thoughts of returning it. You've already given me such a precious ring. Compared to that, this is merely a trinket. This is the truth. 7th-tier beings are considered strong even in the universe. Moreover, when it comes to spiritual energy systems, often a single strike can cover a distance of 1,000 miles. To exchange for a sniper rifle worth hundreds of essence is simply a tremendous bargain. Since you are my junior disciple, I shall not be polite. Once you arrive at the Imperial Star, I'll arrange things for you. It was evident that Ji Shuya was very fond of it. With such great power and the ability to fire in succession equipped with this item and wearing the Executor's battle armor, she would be able to threaten 5th-tier lifeforms. Junior Disciple. Where did you get a junior disciple? Wang Chang suddenly spoke. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing was clearly taken aback. Could it be that he had overthought it? They had no such intention. Had he been overly sentimental? Before he could say anything, Ji Shuao interjected directly. Master, you were telling the truth. I am your closed-door disciple, how touching. Junior disciple, rest assured. If Master does not want you, I still have several senior uncles and aunts, they are all. As she spoke, she suddenly found herself at a loss for words. Woo-woo. Ji Shuao wanted to say something more. She saw Wang Chang showing a hint of apology. I have some matters to discuss with my disciple, please wait a moment. Saying this, he directly took the girl and left in an instant. Where they went, Bai Jing could not see clearly. However, it gave him a new perspective on martial arts. The old martial arts didn't seem as bad as imagined even the noble girl of the Imperial Star was practicing. Moreover, looking at this executive organization, there were likely quite a few old martial artists, which speaks volumes. Perhaps the old martial arts were not discarded due to slow cultivation. There may be things I do not know about. He was prepared to pursue a single path to the end. Of course, not going to the end was not an option as he lacked spiritual energy talent. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ji Shuao had already been released from her mute state. Master, I have already trained him well, why don't you just accept him as your disciple? What are you thinking? She said with some dissatisfaction. From their interaction so far, she was very satisfied with Bai Jing. I have set my eyes on this little junior brother. If you don't want him, just contact someone else. After all, he is still a junior brother. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang's sparse hair almost stood on end from anger. Rebellious disciple. I am at least a 7th-tier martial artist, a silver emblem executive officer, and I am eager to accept disciples. The girl rolled her eyes. Master, you are truly contradictory. You clearly want to accept disciples but still act aloof. Be careful of being outpaced by others and ending up as your disciple's uncle. While saying this, she did not forget to point at the sky. Wang Chang, who had originally wanted to say something, suddenly fell silent. Did he not want it? Bai Jing was indifferent. If he had just knocked his head on the ground, he would have accepted him long ago. Wang Chang simply voiced his inner thoughts. I also have a liking for this kid, but he is somewhat foolish and does not know how to seize opportunities. If he were just a bit more proactive, he would have already been your little junior brother. He was obviously somewhat helpless. He understood his master's thoughts perfectly. Taking the initiative to become a disciple is fundamentally different from being forced to accept one. Master, let's go back, I will help you with this. Upon hearing this, the two of them returned. Bai Jing was still waiting at the original spot, watching the two who suddenly appeared without a hint of hesitation. He immediately knelt down. Master, please accept your disciple's worship. He had just obtained some information through his weak connection with the ship girl. Regarding the executive officer, there were also some secrets. For example, special humans with extremely abundant vitality or astonishing recovery abilities. In fact, there were quite a few. In the executive officer system, they were among the most common. His automatic healing could also be relied upon. As for becoming a disciple, it was a decision made after careful consideration. First, executive officer martial artists mostly have secret techniques that are not publicly disclosed online. Second, in this world, one's background is paramount. A commoner finds it hardest to succeed. If the identity created by the ship girl only made him a pure human, then becoming a disciple would directly elevate him to a status comparable to that of a noble. Moreover, being backed by such a colossal entity as the executive officer allows one to walk freely within the alliance. Most importantly, he needed a stable environment for cultivation. Wang Chang. He was obviously taken aback, followed by an uncontainable smile. My disciple, please rise quickly, the ground is so cold. Bai Jing. Ji Shuao. Rising in response, Wang Chang looked on with a satisfied expression. He had not felt it before, but now that he was close and had a feel of the boy's bones, he realized how strong this kid's strength was. His physical quality was even stronger than that of Ji Shuao, whom he had meticulously trained. One was a noble girl of the Imperial Star, and the other, even if he did not know his exact identity, could tell that his background should not be too bad. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. Cough, cough. Ji Shuao beside him could no longer bear it and lightly coughed to remind him. This brought Wang Chang back to his senses. Since you have already become a disciple, there are some things I need to tell you. I am Wang Chang, a Silver Emblem Executive Officer. Besides that, you also have 3 senior brothers and 2 senior sisters. She is one of them. You happen to rank 6th, and barring any surprises you will be the closing disciple. He briefly explained the situation. All of his senior brothers and sisters were executive officers. In fact, one of them had already reached the Silver Emblem executive officer level. This configuration is quite rare in the entire executive officer system. Above them is the Golden Emblem, of which there are barely 2 digits. You can tell me any thoughts you have about the future and I can help you, Wang Chang said with a smile. For him, it was not necessary for his disciple to become an executive officer, it depended on his disciple's own choice. However, the executive officer profession is among those that rank within the alliance. Thus several disciples chose to become executive officers. Master, I also want to be an executive officer. Bai Jing immediately spoke. He sought a mentor primarily for a support system and secondly to acquire a set of executive officer battle armor. That thing amplifies power. It would be enough to bring about a qualitative change in his strength. Haha, since you want it, when we go back I will help you figure it out. When you break through to the 4th tier you can officially become an executive officer. Wang Chang laughed heartily, clearly more satisfied. What master does not wish for their disciple to inherit their legacy, especially one they hold in high regard? Alright master, you and the little junior brother don't act all lovey-dovey. We'll take our time once we've handled this. Ultimately it was Ji Shueya who could not hold back and interrupted the deeply affectionate scene. She even muttered in her heart. They had not formally accepted a disciple yet. Upon hearing this, Wang Chang collected his smile and directly pressed on this matter. This matter need not be investigated, there is no use in pursuing it further. Why not investigate? Ji Shueya played her role well as a mouthpiece, asking Bai Jing's doubts. Even if we investigate, that little resource won't affect the puppet masters. At most they will pay a fine. If it really comes to that, you will be thoroughly at odds with a high-level citizen. Strike the snake at its weak point, root out the weeds. If you cannot do it, then do not act for the time being. Saying this, he extended his hand and a projection appeared. Namely, Xin birthplace Yuxing citizen level 7 extraordinary path confidential biography, no position held. Even if Bai Jing did not know this person's background, just from that level 7 citizenship everything was clear. A level 3 citizen can own a territory and recruit private armed forces. The authority of this Li Xian is self-evident. Even Ji Shueya calmed down at this moment, no longer insisting on a thorough investigation. The Li family of Yuxing. She clearly did not expect that a small mining star could involve such a character. Master. Looking at this information, Bai Jing was about to inquire when he saw Wang Chang gently shake his head. You need not worry about retaliation, such a person will not make a fuss over an ant. In fact, he might even send someone to apologize personally. It was uncertain whether he sensed it or it was mere coincidence. He saw a small black dot in the sky rapidly descending, ultimately landing several hundred meters away. Soon several people walked down from above. The group consisted of only 5 individuals. Among them 3 stood at a towering height of 3 meters, clad in heavy power armor, clearly a trio of mechanized warriors. Unlike the director, these 3 had undergone 3 life modifications, genuinely possessing strength comparable to a 6th-tier life form. In addition, Bai Jing sensed a familiar aura emanating from one of them. A spiritual energy telepath. Their strength likely also reached the 6th tier. These individuals were evidently bodyguards. Walking ahead was a young man in his early 20s. Due to the absence of any anomalies, it was impossible to determine his cultivation path. I apologize, Senior Wang. This matter is the fault of my Li family. I did not expect to nourish some parasites. The young man at the forefront spoke with a face full of regret. Perhaps because Wang Chang did not respond, the young man's smile remained unchanged. Soon over a dozen individuals walked down from the spaceship. Senior Wang, I have investigated this matter thoroughly. These individuals are either the masterminds or high-ranking participants. We will not shield them at all. The group of over a dozen bowed their heads in silence. From the appearance of their uniforms, at the very least one was a deputy director. According to citizen rankings, they were all at least level 2, most being level 3. This was not the end. Soon a massive box was transported over from the spaceship. These are our Li family's apologies. Having reached this point, Wang Chang finally cast a proper glance at the young man. Li Zhe, the 4th son of the Li family. To think the senior recognizes me, I am truly honored. This matter ends here. You may return now. Then I shall not disturb you, Senior Wang. Upon receiving these words, there was no hesitation. He immediately led his group away. As they left, Ji Shueya approached the massive box. As it was pried open, the resources within were revealed. As expected of the Li family of Yuxing. Bai Jing glanced as well, though he recognized few. Half of the contents were radiant gold weighing around a ton. He had exhausted himself to acquire only a few dozen kilograms. Now they casually offered it by the ton. The gap between people was simply greater than that between man and dog. As for continuing the investigation, Bai Jing temporarily gave up. Now was not the right time. As the master said to cut the grass and eliminate the roots to strike the snake at its 7 inches. If one cannot strike a fatal blow, endless troubles will follow in the future. His strength was still too weak. He could only hope that the upcoming rigorous training would proceed more smoothly. You will be sent to the front lines to bravely kill the enemy, and there will come a day when you return. Wang Chang merely glanced over and spoke of these people's fates. In the current alliance, even a frog would be squeezed for urine. These level 2 and 3 citizens before him were all at least 3rd-tier lifeforms, with some even being 4th-tier. This could be considered a decent force. The over a dozen individuals said nothing and did not refute, as if they had already accepted their fates. Through the authority of the Silver Badge Execution Officer, soon someone took these individuals away to the battlefield. Without opportunities, they would likely carry their sins until death. As they sent the people away, Wang Chang retracted his imposing demeanor. Now that the people have left, you should reveal your true self. Aren't you tired of wearing armor every day? As these words were uttered, Ji Shuao also took an interest. Take it off, take it off, take it off. They began to cheer. Since he had already become a disciple, Bai Jing naturally would not continue to hide. Accompanied by a thought. The armor on his head vanished instantly, revealing a sunny and handsome face. Little junior brother, you have the potential for living off a rich woman. When you no longer wish to work hard, tell your senior sister and he'll find you an imperial star rich woman to marry into. Before the words had even left her mouth, his head was knocked. Ouch. What are you doing, master? He quickly covered his head and retreated to the side. How can you even say that? I just accepted a disciple and you want him to marry into a rich family. Is there such a sister like you? I was just joking, junior brother doesn't mind. She pouted in rebuttal. Too lazy to argue with this crazy girl, Wang Chang also began to assess Bai Jing. He had to admit the girl's words were crude but not unreasonable. With his appearance coupled with that excellent physique, it might truly satisfy marrying into a rich family. Not bad, quite spirited. He reached out and patted Bai Jing's shoulder. As he spoke, he also produced a black ring, placing it in the palm of his hand. This is a space ring containing 10 cubic units. This is the only one I have that is presentable. I'll supplement you with more when we return. As Bai Jing had anticipated, there were already spatial means in existence. He just wasn't clear if they were technological or spiritual. Upon receiving the ring, he almost immediately confirmed it. Spiritual energy creation. Thank you, master. Bai Jing respectfully bowed. Even though he did not know the value of this ring, it surely couldn't be inferior to a 7th-tier spiritual energy attack ring. This was a genuine expression of gratitude. He had only just become a disciple, yet he had already received many good things. Moreover, it appeared that barring any accidents, upon meeting several senior brothers and sisters, he would likely also receive gifts. Why be polite with your master? Just take it. Giving me face in the future is better than anything else. Thank you, master. Bai Jing still felt somewhat unaccustomed. Wang Chang did not press the matter, speaking with a smile. If you have no other matters, we should leave. Do you have anything unresolved? As a Silver Badge Execution Officer, he naturally would not be without matters to attend to. This sudden visit to this planet was simply on a whim, otherwise he would have left long ago. To his surprise, his perception was correct. He had acquired an excellent disciple. Delaying some time was worth it. Master, what about those children? A few of them have decent talents. I plan to take them away. In the future, if you want to become an execution officer, you will naturally need followers, so consider it an early investment. As for those without talent, I will send them to a safe planet, allowing them to live out their lives happily. Hearing this solution, Bai Jing thought it was quite good. As for completely rescuing the entire planet, that was simply impossible. Not to mention him, even the Alliance could not achieve that. There is no absolute fairness in this world. Being able to take them away was already the best solution. By the way, what about that spiritual energy summoner? Thinking of Ershang, he still needed to handle the promise made to the other party. No need to go, he will leave with us as well. A wild spiritual energy summoner is not often seen. That black-toothed gang. Just a bunch of ants. I have already dealt with them for you. Thank you, master. Other than this, Bai Jing truly did not know how to respond. This was hardly a master, it was more like a caretaker. He resolved everything Bai Jing needed to do. If you have no other matters, we should leave now. I seem to be an illegal resident. Even now, he had not completed the paperwork and had not received his universal card, so he was naturally illegal. Little junior brother, such trivial matters don't need to trouble your master, I will handle them for you. As long as it's not an imperial star, other planets are quite easy to process. Ji Shuao directly guaranteed. Let's go, junior brother. Well, take care of this matter for you on the way. Ji Shuao clearly held no regard for bureaucratic formalities. It seemed like a trivial matter, effortless, almost incidental. Relieved to see his master show no sign of disapproval, he exhaled softly. Yet a quiet helplessness lingered in his heart. This was the chasm of class. To obtain an identity card as an ordinary citizen, he would need a shipgirl to hack into the system, and even then only remote uninhabited mining worlds would remain viable options. His senior sister, however, could resolve it with a single word, no personal effort required. For the first time, Bai Jing truly felt the weight of power. As a mere civilian, he could not possibly alter the Alliance's entrenched reality. He needed status so elevated that even his most casual utterance would be scrutinized for hidden meaning. Then we'll take it step by step, someday perhaps even rise to speaker. Bai Jing mused inwardly. This cosmos, rotten as a cesspool, could not be saved by one man alone. Slow, deliberate progress was the only path, cultivating martial prowess, drawing others into the fold. Just then Ji Shuao raised her wrist, the device there resembling a chronometer projected a shimmering hologram. After a few swift gestures, a faint smile touched her lips. Master, everything is prepared here. The mothership confirms no complications, support vessels will depart shortly to rendezvous with us. With discipleship formally concluded, the tension she carried dissolved. She now stood with hands clasped behind her back, a serene aloof figure of cultivated mastery, while Ji Shuao drew Bai Jing aside for conversation. Junior brother, which world's identity shall you claim? Any except the Imperial Core is yours to choose. She meant to settle his concern without delay. Originally, Bai Jing had considered selecting an executive world to later explore its truly advanced civilizations, but ultimately he abandoned the idea. Senior sister, a newly developed world will suffice, nothing too elaborate. Executive worlds were desirable, yes, but every plot of land there had long since been claimed and partitioned. Any future expansion he undertook would inevitably spark conflict. Better than to choose a frontier world, sparsely populated yet rich in untapped resources. Very well, I'll find you a high-value frontier world. Frontier worlds varied greatly, some were pure resource satellites, others designated residential hubs. Most importantly, frontier worlds came with state subsidies. Before Ji Shuao could finalize her selection, however, the support vessel arrived. Unlike conventional starships, this craft tapered into a sleek conical form, reminiscent of a rocket yet vastly larger, over 20 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long. As the vessel settled, its hatch descended slowly. Almost instantly, several figures hurried down the road. Sir, command is pressing us, we must depart immediately. Reports indicate hostilities have already begun. They approached Wang Chang, directly projecting official documents onto the air. Engulfed by their urgency, Wang Chang had no time to attend to Bai Jing and departed swiftly with them toward the vessel. Fortunately, Ji Shuao appeared entirely unoccupied. She remained at his side as they boarded the support vessel, and within moments pierced the void of space. A thrill stirred in Bai Jing's chest. This departure bore little resemblance to his earlier crossing into the spirit realm. Junior brother, don't hold it against master, he had urgent business before this journey, and our detour here has further compressed his schedule. He won't have time for you anytime soon. Senior sister, do I strike you as that petty? Bai Jing withdrew his gaze, sighing faintly. Of course not. I only wished to clarify, instruction must wait until this matter concludes. They spoke as the vessel pulled away from the mining world, leaving its dusty surface behind, ascending fully into the star-strewn abyss. Gazing ahead, Bai Jing beheld the mothership, his senior sister's reference made real. It loomed colossal, measured not in meters but kilometers, a vast trident-shaped leviathan carved from obsidian alloy and starlight. Its scale defied estimation without terrestrial reference, yet its length and breadth each spanned multiple kilometers. This is Master's flagship, the Tai Shuahao. An exclusive vessel reserved for executive officers. And once formally inducted, every executive officer receives their own starship, granting full interstellar mobility. Ji Shuao gestured toward the distant giant, smiling. Bai Jing blinked, stunned. He'd expected armor. He hadn't imagined spacecraft were included in the welcome package. This executive officer rank was astonishingly, almost absurdly generous. Before long, the support vessel docked seamlessly. Wang Chang, having been absent for days, faced a backlog of urgent matters awaiting resolution. Shuao, take care of your junior brother for now. He paused midst-ride to issue the reminder. He's hardly a child. Watching his attentive master depart, Bai Jing couldn't help but sense a faint envy, though it vanished as quickly as it arose, replaced by Ji Shuao's radiant smile. Junior brother, I'll show you to your quarters first. Rest well, tomorrow I'll guide you through the ship. This voyage lasts over 10 days after all.
Thank you, senior sister.
Though fatigue wasn't pressing, Bai Jing still cherished the sharp clarity of a cold post-battle shower.
There was no rush.
Soon they entered the residential sector, and along the way Ji Shuiyao outlined the Tai Shui House essentials.
Crew exceeding 20,000. Capable of faster-than-light transit. And then another revelation struck him.
Even the most junior executive officers possessed the legal authority to raise private armed forces. Bai Jing fell momentarily silent. His senior sister, it seemed, was rather unconventional. Her disclosures arrived like scattered fragments, sudden startling bursts of revelation.
Wang Chang, for instance, commanded 2,000 troops under his executive officer banner. Do not underestimate them.
Every recruit had either survived elite battlefield crucibles or ascended to the third tier of life refinement. That was the true terror of the executive officers. A pity the Tai Shui army received new orders and deployed elsewhere.
Otherwise I'd have introduced you properly. No matter, we'll have ample time later.
Bai Jing felt no disappointment. Compared to such grandeur, simply possessing stable shelter and no longer fearing undocumented status was itself a profound relief. Now he wished only to cultivate.
To complete perfect bone forging without flaw.
Based on the effects of its first-tier full mastery would likely awaken an entirely new buff. Lost in thought, he found himself before a door.
After entering his identification, it slid open silently. Rest well, junior brother, I'll return tomorrow to show you around.
Yes, senior sister. After bidding her farewell, Bai Jing surveyed his surroundings. It was no opulent suite, merely a functional modest chamber, though the sheer number of rooms suggested spacious accommodations. Entertainment, daily amenities, and among them one feature captivated him most: a specialized training chamber.
Gravitational chamber. I assumed the Alliance lacked such technology, apparently.
He simply hadn't possessed the clearance to access it.
After a brief exploration, Bai Jing decided a shower would be his first order of business.
After washing up, Bai Jing casually sat down contemplating his future plans. He had already completed his apprenticeship and was backed by a great mountain ensuring stability for the short term. The journey thus far had been filled with immense pressure. One could even say that with a stroke of bad luck he could have easily become cosmic dust.
Skill is sufficient for now, what he lacks is the most fundamental strength.
It could be said that with the buff of being a master of skills under equal circumstances he could at least maintain an undefeated status. However, his current strength was merely at the bone refinement level, unable to showcase the true power of his skills. Especially after witnessing the director who, after activating his internal energy, could withstand various mech attacks with his physical body. Of course, even if he ultimately fell to his own 3 consecutive attacks, it did not mean that the opponent was weak or that their internal energy was insufficient. The opponent perished because their internal energy was still lacking. Moreover, the enhancement of internal energy was comprehensive, boosting strength, defense, speed, and even recovery. Only upon reaching the 4th tier could one be considered to possess the strength to counter current infantry weaponry. Life armor. Bai Jing reached out to take the life armor, now transformed into a cube, and carefully felt it. It was on the verge of completing its second stage of metamorphosis.
He had an idea. He wanted to integrate the life armor into the mech.
The life armor had the ability for rapid self-repair and self-adaptation, while the mech possessed explosive wide-area destructive power.
It's just a pity. I probably won't be able to achieve that.
Bai Jing pondered whether to continue nurturing it, as it would likely be eliminated in the future.
But he quickly made up his mind. Even if the absorption efficiency increased again, reaching an astonishing 0.3 per second, it would be impossible to fully absorb it. Even a slight leak from his body would suffice for the life armor to absorb.
With a thought, he had already donned the armor. As for the other equipment, Bai Jing planned to leave it for now and see later.
Especially the blood-drinking dagger, he wanted to find at least top-tier extraordinary materials for its use.
This 10 sharpness could not be wasted.
Then let's continue training and quickly break through to the 4th tier.
Bai Jing stretched his body, preparing to take advantage of the moment to train and expedite his breakthrough.
His gaze fell on the gravity chamber in the room.
I hope this thing can accelerate my current training speed. Even with an optimized 100 increase in training speed, it was still too slow, far below Bai Jing's expectations. Continuing optimization consumed too much, so he could only explore other methods to see if he could accelerate. Bai Jing quickly entered the gravity chamber. The entire room was covered in pure black material, not large in area, measuring only 5 meters in length and width, with a height of about 3 meters.
It likely detected someone entering. A voice soon rang out. Hello, welcome to the gravity chamber. Would you like to begin training?
Upon seeing the artificial intelligence, Bai Jing immediately relaxed and quickly issued his command.
Start with 1 times each session lasting 30 seconds. Help me select the maximum gravity for training. As the voice finished, Bai Jing could clearly sense some anomalies around him.
However, perhaps due to his strong physique, he hardly felt any intense sensations. He did not rush to increase the weight and directly began practicing the bone refinement method.
The weight in the room gradually increased. 3 times. 5 times. 10 times.
When it reached 10 times, even Bai Jing felt a slight pressure. This gravity chamber was clearly not just affecting the body but seemed capable of finely tuning down to every single cell.
Coincidentally, the optimized technique involved many micro-adjustments in the body. This isn't enough, keep going.
Immediately the gravity increased again, soon breaking through to 50 times. Bai Jing could feel a noticeable difficulty in fine control. But the training effects had clearly improved.
One more. Bai Jing noticed a problem.
His body, including muscles and skin, had a stronger pressure resistance. Even when exceeding 50 times, the pressure was not too great.
However, as it continued to increase, Bai Jing felt tiny cracks forming in his bones. Even though these cracks would be instantly repaired by life energy, they indeed appeared.
Goodness, this gravity chamber is truly a remarkable thing. If I had it 2 months ago, I would have at least reached the 3rd tier peak by now.
Feeling a rare dull pain in his body, he couldn't help but exclaim.
This was the gap in resources. Test tube babies would be thrilled to receive some high-grade nutrient solutions for several days.
Meanwhile, even slightly powerful factions possess top-tier training rooms often equipped with nutritionists, caregivers, and herbal bath specialists.
This state. While the efficiency is undeniably high, the effect of this gravity coverage is not solely targeting the bones. With just this short while of effort, if there were instruments to illuminate Bai Jing's internal organs, one would see numerous wounds appearing on them. There was no choice. Even after experiencing several enhancements, he had not yet completed the extraordinary transformation.
He could not be considered to have truly extraordinary organs. Even so, the time Bai Jing needed for training was significantly reduced.
What originally took 2 or 3 days was now shortened to about a day. 7 times bone refinement. With the success of the 7th practice, Bai Jing suddenly felt a surge in strength and vitality. Of course, this was merely an illusion. But it already had that semblance. If this were in those martial arts stories, I would definitely be a grandmaster level expert right now. He chuckled and teased. Without pausing, he continued his training. As for his senior sister, he had completely forgotten about her, engrossed in his own progress. As his bones were tempered, the new blood produced clearly contained some special power. The hidden vitality within him grew richer.
8 times bone refinement.
His vitality had reached the legendary level of vitality akin to Mercury.
In simple terms, Bai Jing's vitality explosion now was at least several times greater than before. One could even say that although he was below the 4th tier, his strength could absolutely rank among the top tier.
9 times bone refinement. Let's hope for a surprise. If not a surprise, at least give me a buff. Bai Jing began to feel excited.
After 3 days of absence, Ji Shuiao was a bit anxious. There was nothing to be done. Her recently acquired junior brother had slept for 3 days straight. It was clear that something was amiss. However, she was also worried that breaking down the door would disturb her junior brother's rest. My junior brother's life is of utmost importance. Even if I see everything, I'll take care of him. Standing at the door, Ji Shuiao mentally prepared herself. She took a deep breath. Crack! She directly broke the door lock and walked in. Upon entering the bedroom, she did not see her junior brother. Instead, strange sounds were emanating from the gravity chamber, reminiscent of roaring dragons and tigers. Iron blood, are you there?
At such a time, she did not dare to recklessly break the door, so she could only call out to the main program of the ship.
Almost simultaneously, a voice echoed in the room. Ms. Ji, how may I assist you? Can you detect the specific situation of the gravity chamber in this room? Certainly. All right, Ms. Ji, I have pulled up the surveillance footage for you. As the main voice echoed, a projection appeared. The screen displayed her missing junior disciple who had been gone for 3 days. Thankfully, this kid is fine. That startled me. Ji Shuiao let out a sigh of relief. As long as he was safe. However, her gaze instinctively glanced over, only to be met with some confusion. Isn't it strange for my junior disciple to practice this? At first it seemed familiar, but the more she looked, the more wrong it felt. This didn't resemble the method of practicing the dirty technique. As a martial artist who also trained in the universal bone technique, she could clearly see that her junior disciple was obviously practicing the bone refinement technique. Why is it the bone refinement technique? Isn't he supposed to be practicing the dirty technique? For a moment, Ji Shuiao felt her mind short-circuit. A terrifying thought emerged but was quickly suppressed. How could it be? How could he be a second-tier martial artist?
Her apprentice, a silver badge executor, a daughter of the Emperor Star Ji family, was struck down by a second-tier fighter. Ji Shuya felt her head buzzing. At that moment an unexpected change occurred. Bai Jing suddenly halted his movements, his body tensed, the muscles on him coiling like a great dragon, emitting a series of crackling sounds from within. Black-red blood oozed from his skin. The transformation wasn't over, his height abruptly surged to nearly 2 meters.
Is my junior disciple practicing martial arts? Ji Shuya was left utterly dumbfounded.
She knew that practicing could lead to growth, but not in such a rapid manner of growing 10 centimeters at once. Moreover, her intuition told her that the junior disciple before her was terrifying. At that moment Bai Jing opened his eyes, revealing a look of joy. The bone refinement had completely succeeded. Next he just needed to start practicing the dirty technique to naturally reach the 3rd tier. It could be said that the path from 2nd tier to 3rd tier had been cleared. As long as he practiced the dirty technique he would succeed instantly. Of course, besides that, like during the 1st tier, this perfect breakthrough also granted a new buff. Dragon muscles and tiger bones significantly enhances explosive power, bone density and blood quality. He carefully felt the changes. Besides the buff effects, there were also some passive effects. The muscles were perfect and the intent was unified. The bones were perfect and the blood flowed like mercury.
Can I still be considered a 2nd tier being now?
Even if he hadn't started practicing the dirty technique, Bai Jing felt that if he encountered his senior sister and unleashed his full power, he could take her down in at most 3 moves.
Wait. Senior sister. What the hell? How long have I been in here?
Bai Jing asked while nervously walking towards the gravity chamber's exit.
How could he forget about this?
He didn't know if others had the feeling of timelessness while cultivating. All he knew was that he had truly lost track of time while practicing. As soon as he opened the door, he saw a beautiful figure glaring at him.
Senior sister.
You're at the bone refinement stage.
Compared to being stood up, Ji Shuya was obviously more concerned about Bai Jing's level.
Yes.
He instinctively replied. Almost simultaneously, Ji Shuya rushed over, staring intently at Bai Jing.
How is it possible? How could you be at the bone refinement stage? This is impossible. I was always practicing bone refinement. I never said I was at the dirty technique stage. Bai Jing mumbled softly. But soon Ji Shuya reacted, her eyes filled with more shock.
How many times have you practiced skin, flesh, muscles, and bone refinement?
Unlike those who only knew about the early stages of the old martial arts, consuming their current blood limit and raising their limit, she knew much more. According to numerous top scientists from the Alliance, a conclusion was reached. Martial arts might be the closest cultivation method to the divine.
Repeated life transformations eventually lead to the sublimation of life.
However, this was merely theoretical. To this day, the strongest in the old martial arts hadn't even reached the 8th tier.
Just as Bai Jing wanted to speak, he was directly interrupted by Ji Shuya. Don't say anything. If I call master over, you mustn't say anything reckless. Saying this, she quickly began to call for Wang Chang.
Perhaps having never seen her disciple so anxious, Wang Chang quickly rushed over.
What's going on?
He looked puzzled.
Master.
Before he could finish his sentence, Wang Chang instantly understood his disciple's meaning. A surge of inner energy erupted instantly, covering the area where the 3 of them stood.
Now you can tell me what's the urgent matter that made you call me over.
Seeing that they were thoroughly enveloped, Ji Shuya finally let out a sigh of relief, her gaze falling on Bai Jing, revealing a hint of complex emotions.
You should ask your good disciple about this matter.
This statement made Wang Chang instantly tense up. Having just taken on a disciple, could there be some unspeakable secret? Feeling that gaze which seemed capable of penetrating flesh and seeing through the inner self, Bai Jing quickly spoke up.
Master. My senior sister asked me about the number of times I've refined to the 2nd tier. Even if she didn't ask, I would need to know.
Martial arts require teaching according to aptitude. Please specify the situation.
Wang Chang replied calmly.
9 times refining skin, 9 times refining flesh, 9 times refining muscles, 9 times refining bones.
That's the situation.
He actually knew there was probably some secret upon seeing his senior sister's expression, but Bai Jing still said it.
Since it was likely seen just now, continuing to hide it would be meaningless. It might even create a rift.
The originally calm Wang Chang was now frozen, staring in shock at his newly accepted disciple. If he hadn't reached a level where he wouldn't experience auditory hallucinations, he would have thought he was mistaken.
Master. Do I have a problem?
Bai Jing weakly asked. At this moment, Wang Chang's expression became somewhat complicated.
From now on, this matter is known only to the 2 of us. No one else can know. If someone asks, you just say 8 times.
Understood, master. Without refusing, he agreed on the spot. Perhaps thinking Bai Jing wasn't taking it seriously, he pondered for a moment before speaking directly. It's almost impossible for anyone in this world to achieve 9 times refining skin. The same goes for other realms.
Do you understand your current situation? Bai Jing. How could this be, Master?
I don't know what kind of opportunity you've encountered, but just don't expose it in the outside world. As for 9 times refining, it is considered impossible in the martial arts community. Over the years, many martial arts experts have attempted it, but lacking a certain opportunity, they could not advance further. I don't know what method you used, just don't speak of it. At that moment, Wang Chang felt somewhat troubled. If this secret were to leak even as a silver badge executor, he might not be able to handle it. The old martial arts world had already gone crazy. They wanted to find a way to break through the 8th tier. If they were to learn that someone had completed 9 times refining, there would definitely be those who would take action.
Understood, Master, I won't say a word.
He felt a premonition in his heart.
9 times refining was simply too monstrous. Skin and flesh awaken physical talents, golden muscles and jade skin.
Muscles and bones also awaken physical talents, dragon muscles and tiger bones. If this pace continues, skin and even 4th tier, 5th tier, 6th tier could continually give birth to physical talents.
This was truly terrifying.
You have just broken through. Stabilize your strength for 2 days before starting to practice the refining organs technique.
He couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. He had grown even stronger. This physical body alone could match the ordinary warriors with complete organs. Moreover, he sensed a very special power. With just these 2 aspects, this disciple before him could easily sweep through tier 3 life forms. Even he, a silver emblem executor, couldn't help but murmur in his heart, wondering how there could be such a vast difference in perfect level refinement.
Given the current situation, it wouldn't be an exaggeration for Bai Jing to claim he was a new species, a new humanity.
I will follow my master's arrangements completely.
Bai Jing did not resist and readily agreed. Moreover, he felt as if there was some new function within him that had yet to be developed. This was a perfect opportunity to research it over the next 2 days. Alright, after this period I will personally teach you, Wang Chang said. Just as his words fell, 2 anxious figures appeared at the door, pacing back and forth, afraid to enter.
If you have any questions, you can always ask your sister. Don't be swayed by the Li family if you can marry into your sister's family. Before he could finish, he was hastily interrupted by Ji Shuya. Master, if you're busy, you should hurry and leave.
Saying that, she hurriedly pushed Wang Chang away. She kept pushing him until they reached the door.
Once Wang Chang left, only 2 figures remained in the room.
Ji Shuya nervously lifted her head, first peeking into the hallway to ensure everyone had left.
In the next second, she directly closed the door.
Grabbing Bai Jing, she headed towards the bedroom.
Bai Jing. Sister. Isn't this inappropriate?
Even though he had a naturally thick skin, he felt a bit embarrassed at this moment.
As soon as he said this, Ji Shuya shot back with annoyance. Inappropriate, my foot. What are you thinking? She glared at him fiercely.
Bai Jing was speechless. What did you want to drag me into the bedroom for? What kind of place is the bedroom?
Don't you know?
Bai Jing was confused about what his sister wanted to do when he was about to ask her.
Holy cow.
The words that were about to leave his mouth were swallowed back, leaving only one thought in his mind.
You. Sister, don't mess around, this thing can kill people. Even Bai Jing's lips were trembling. There was no way around it.
He watched as his sister reached into her pocket and pulled out a 3-meter-long electromagnetic weapon with a barrel of nearly 100 millimeters. As cannon fodder, the first thing a candidate heading to the front lines must do is become proficient in using various weapons, even if they are uncommon, to ensure they can successfully launch them when needed.
Coincidentally, he recognized this more than 3-meter-long object and knew it was a genuine military anti-equipment weapon.
Look at your useless self, you gave your sister such a good sniper rifle, naturally I must return the favor.
Looking at Bai Jing's shocked expression, Ji Shuya felt a surge of satisfaction. Now you too can be surprised.
Bai Jing couldn't hear clearly what she said. He had already reached out to gently stroke at his cautious demeanor, as if he were touching some rare treasure, afraid to damage it.
He murmured softly.
Type 4 Triangle Dragon Electromagnetic Individual Cannon, one of the mainstream individual anti-equipment weapons in the Alliance, capable of penetrating 500 millimeters of special alloy at a maximum range of 100 kilometers.
Glug.
If the 3-round burst sniper needed to consider the shooting angle to threaten those heavy ground units, then this powerful item could take down a target with a direct hit.
It is a true anti-equipment heavy cannon.
It has left a significant mark in the history of the Alliance's wars.
If you like it, that's good. I put in a lot of effort to get this for you.
Thank you, sister, you are the best. Take care of it yourself. Saying that, she tossed it to Bai Jing. It felt somewhat heavy in his hands. He estimated it must weigh at least a ton.
Due to the various extraordinary paths humans have now, what originally required fixed artillery has been modified into individual equipment. The triangle dragon in his hand is one such representative. As he stroked this precious item, Bai Jing's mind was already spinning. This thing. Once amplified, how exhilarating it would be. Just then Ji Shuya waved her hand, revealing 3 boxes of ammunition. Little junior brother, let's be clear, you can't mess around with this. If you commit a crime, your sister will also be implicated. Saying this, she kicked the 3 boxes. Bai Jing's attention finally fell on the boxes. To his surprise, his sister not only gave him the triangle dragon but also equipped him with 3 types of shells. They are armor-piercing coverage and sniper shells. Although each box only contained 3 rounds, it was still sufficient. Thank you, sister, I will be careful. Saying that, he put away the individual cannon and ammunition. These are things that can save his life. The attacks within the rail can now resist. Seeing her little junior brother so happy, Ji Shuya felt good too. You don't seem to want to run around, so rest in the room. If you need anything, just call me. Having confirmed that her junior brother was not in danger and having delivered all she intended, she naturally had no desire to stay any longer. After saying a few words, she prepared to leave. Farewell, sister. Bai Jing personally saw her to the door. This was no longer just a sister, calling her a foster father would not be an exaggeration. A Tier 7 spiritual energy sealing equipment was given away just like that. He gifted a sniper rifle and she returned with a cannon. He was already considering gifting something else. After she left, Bai Jing couldn't even focus on cultivation. He summoned the amplification page. The triangle dragon had already transformed into an icon displaying its attribute panel. Name type 4 Triangle Dragon Electromagnetic Cannon Type Multifunctional Individual Electromagnetic Cannon Description: one of the mainstream individual cannons currently in service in the Alliance, capable of penetrating 500 mm of special alloy over a range of 100 km. Note: different ammunition provides different effects. I'll keep it for now. Bai Jing did not immediately amplify it. This item had somewhat dubious origins. Active military weapons are prohibited from circulation. He would wait to see his master's attitude. If his master didn't pursue the matter, it would truly become his own, and amplifying it later would not be too late. He put it back into his spatial ring. After finishing all this, Bai Jing's mood was still somewhat excited. A cannon. That was a cannon. He wanted to fire one. He quickly suppressed this crazy thought. What a pity I can't mess around here. Gradually he focused on himself. In fact, he had sensed something was off when he first broke through, and now upon careful consideration he had indeed found the problem. His blood was undergoing a slow transformation. Even though the new blood was clearly not yet in its complete form, it was already much stronger than his previous blood. He felt as if 1 drop of blood was worth 100. The source of a warrior's vitality mainly comes from their blood. At the current rate, once my blood transformation is complete, even if my realm remains unchanged, my strength should still improve somewhat. The more he researched the perfect refinement, the more he understood its terrifying aspects. If this continues, I might genuinely evolve to the point of being able to withstand star-killing weapons and strike at main battleships. Due to his master's instructions to consolidate his cultivation, Bai Jing did not rush to practice the refining technique but focused on studying the changes in blood. 2 days passed. If the previous state was akin to a drop of blood in a large basin of water, after 2 days it had accumulated to several hundred drops. The function of this blood is quite simple. While previously the blood could exert a power of 1, now it can at least exert a power of 10. Is it essence blood? He recalled the descriptions from novels, finding them somewhat similar. Is it due to the 9 times of refining? In the past 2 days he had also researched some materials. It was said that after 7 or 8 rounds of bone refining, the blood would undergo a strengthening. However, this process is completed in an instant or within a few minutes, whereas he was currently making continuous improvements. Clearly it was a situation that would only arise from perfect bone refinement. Of course, one thing could be confirmed: over the past 2 days new blood brings only benefits, no drawbacks. If that's the case, let's accelerate this process and see what changes occur after completely replacing the blood. Bai Jing took immediate action, guiding the life essence within his body to surge into his bones. Originally it would take 10 to dozens of minutes to produce a drop of essence blood, but with the influx of life essence it felt as though he had taken a powerful tonic. Almost every minute a drop could be produced. However, there was an upper limit. About 3 of the maximum recovery value was consumed. It's acceptable. Let's see what happens after creating new blood. As this process did not require constant control, Bai Jing did not need to continually focus on the blood within his body. He directly summoned the artificial intelligence from the spaceship. Through the internal network he obtained the technique for refining the organs. This time it's not the refining technique. A three-dimensional projection appeared quickly. Unlike before, this time the teacher sat down directly, eyes closed. A somewhat resonant voice echoed. The organ refining method is different from the previous two stages. The organs are too fragile and a small mistake can cause internal injuries requiring several days to recover. What we need to do is refine the qi and blood, continuously nourishing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Here's a general technique for refining the organs. Refining all 5 organs simultaneously requires a large amount of qi and blood, and the process is very slow. You can start by refining one organ first. Just as Bai Jing was about to practice, the doorbell rang. He got up to open the door and saw Ji Shuiyao standing at the entrance. "Junior brother, it's been 2 days. The master asked me to bring you something." She revealed a small cart behind her. On the cart were various transparent bottles resembling glass vials from his past life. "These are the auxiliary resources needed for organ refining. I'm here on the master's orders to explain them to you." As she pushed the cart into the room, looking at the dozens of mixed medicines, he couldn't help but think, how could there be no shortcuts? If he were to rely solely on slow accumulation, completing the organ refining perfectly would likely take at least 10 years. The two entered the living room directly. "Junior brother, organ refining is dangerous. We won't take on difficulty this time. We can practice in the gravity chamber later." She took out a bottle from among the many vials. The label read Julong Group Heart Protection Liquid. This wasn't the end. Soon she took out 4 more different bottles corresponding to the 5 organs. During this time, Ji Shuiyao continued to explain. "There is a shortcut to organ refining one at a time, but that will lead to a significant stagnation in the 5 organs afterward, causing future qi circulation to be obstructed. So truly gifted warriors never take shortcuts, they refine all 5 organs at once," she said while not pausing her actions. Like an old witch, she kept mixing the liquids in her hands until the final product had merged so many different medicines that Bai Jing couldn't even remember how many kinds were combined. The originally transparent liquid had turned completely dark green, accompanied by a pungent odor. "It's done. Junior brother, after drinking this organ protection liquid you can start refining the 5 organs." Looking at the mixed unidentifiable liquid, Bai Jing felt a bit hesitant. Though having a rich lattice backing was nice, the craftsmanship was a bit hard to commend. "You brat, don't be ungrateful. This is all good stuff that others would find difficult to gather." Ji Shuiyao shot him a glare, speaking. This made Bai Jing, who initially wanted to decline, have no choice. He had automatic healing. Poisoned. He should be able to detoxify. Thinking of this, Bai Jing reached out to take the 2-pound burning cup and without further hesitation drank it down in a few gulps. A strange taste filled his mouth. Fortunately, before awakening the golden finger, he had consumed nutrient paste for half a month, so he could accept it. As he finished the liquid, Ji Shuiyao displayed a satisfied smile. "It was worth it for your senior sister to personally help you concoct this. Now you can proceed to refine the organs. Remember the order: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys." Bai Jing suppressed the urge to vomit, directly starting to cultivate according to the tutorial, beginning with the heart. The qi and blood began to gather. Gradually it penetrated into the heart. Next he had to be extremely careful, slowly allowing the heart to absorb the qi and blood's power, completing the self-refinement. Just when Bai Jing was cautiously proceeding, an unexpected event occurred. The originally quiet essence blood seemed to respond. Suddenly the qi and blood transformed simultaneously and directly surged toward the 5 organs, entering evenly. The 5 organs that initially required careful nurturing and refining were now like gluttonous beasts, frantically absorbing the qi transformed from essence blood. What is happening? Bai Jing was utterly bewildered. He was still thinking about controlling it carefully, slowly nurturing it to refine the 5 organs over 2 days. Now he realized he might have underestimated it. "Junior brother, don't be discouraged. It's normal for the first refinement to be a bit stagnant. With more attempts you will succeed." Seeing her junior brother suddenly open his eyes, Ji Shuiyao wore a beautiful smile. What did it matter if he was a genius? Even the first attempt at controlling qi and blood for organ refining could fail. "Don't worry, during your organ refining period I will accompany you and ensure you have a steady supply of medicinal liquid." Ji Shuiyao hurriedly spoke, fearing her junior brother would become emo. But soon she sensed that something was off. She saw her junior brother's throat move, and then he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of blood foam mixed with tiny black impurities. The faint smile on her face froze at that moment. In his eyes there was only confusion, hesitation, and a lack of understanding. A row of question marks seemed to appear on his forehead. Ah! At this moment Bai Jing, who had completed the first refinement, was feeling the changes in his 5 organs as if a bridge had been established. If he were to describe it using the golden finger analogy: heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys, 1. Even he who had undergone numerous transformations could clearly feel the enhancement of his vitality and spirit, as well as the strengthening of the basic effects of the 5 organs. Especially the heart.
Originally, if it were 100 horsepower, it now directly became 300 horsepower. The hardware has been further strengthened. He mumbled under his breath, his eyes filled with fiery enthusiasm for organ refining. Ha! Listening to the strange sounds around him, Bai Jing opened his eyes with some suspicion and saw a beautiful face approaching. Fortunately, after experiencing the surprise attack from the ship girls, he had developed some immunity. Senior sister, what's wrong? As soon as he said this, Ji Shuya furrowed her brows. You are not human. After struggling for a long time, he managed to say this sentence, causing Bai Jing's expression to darken. Someone had gotten too close. If it were anyone else, he would definitely give them a piece of his mind. But since it was his wealthy senior sister, it was no big deal. Do you know what you just spit out? Maybe Bai Jing was too calm, which made Ji Shuya unable to help but speak. She looked down at the blood spittle. The impurities from within the organs. According to the refining method for impurities, I have already completed a session of refining. Having just read the tutorial, he naturally wouldn't forget. Do you know you? Whatever, why should I compete with you? Ji Shuya was instantly silenced. All words became pale and powerless in that moment. Right. Just one session of refining. It only took a little less time, just under 3 minutes, which is still thousands or tens of thousands of times faster than others. This is insane. For a moment she looked at Bai Jing with a complex expression, finally understanding a pretentious phrase circulating online. In the past she scoffed at it, but now she gradually found it reasonable. Heaven did not give birth to my junior brother. The path of martial arts is like an endless night. No, could it be the effect of my super invincible impurity protection liquid? As if thinking of a possibility, Bai Jing spoke up. Senior sister, what's the situation with the organs automatically absorbing qi and blood? Is this normal? Ji Shuyo. Is this normal? Is it normal? Suddenly she felt a sense of absurdity. Why is it that all the words you say, junior brother, are in Donghuan characters, but when combined I just can't understand them? Junior brother, I'll call master for you. This job was beyond her ability. It was better to let her master take a look. The gap between a genius and her kind of mediocre talent was so big that they didn't seem like the same species. Before long, Wang Chang hurriedly arrived again. Upon hearing what had happened, his expression management went out of control. He looked at Bai Jing with a mix of astonishment, confusion, and disbelief. Master. Just cultivate in your own way, our path might not be suitable for you. Wang Chang spoke with complex emotions. The cultivation methods discovered by countless people were now overturned by Bai Jing. The organs automatically absorb qi and blood for self-refinement. Just listen to this. How many third-tier martial artists' hearts have been pierced by this? Just think of what they experienced. A little more and their organs would be injured and they'd need 2 days to recover. Automatically absorbing. Is that even possible? After knowing Bai Jing's situation, Wang Chang quickly left while Ji Shuyo stayed behind. However, she no longer played the role of instructor and was responsible for creating the impurity protection liquid. This led to Bai Jing having no previous experience to rely on, forcing him to slowly explore by himself. On time, he could only focus on refining his blood essence. After reaching a certain amount, he temporarily took on the role of a transport worker. With a little boost, this blood essence would be divided among the organs and quickly absorbed. This led to Bai Jing refining the impurities at an astonishing speed. On the first day of cultivation, he directly completed 2 sessions of refining. As his organs grew stronger, the demand for blood essence increased. This slowed down his progress. Of course, compared to other impurity refining martial artists, he still managed to complete a session in more than half a day. The number of refining sessions kept increasing. This marked the first time Bai Jing had such a leisurely cultivation since he began. He only needed to sit cross-legged or even lie there waiting for the bone marrow to produce blood essence. Inside the captain's cabin, a technician came to report. Sir, we expect to arrive at the target location in 2 days. At the same time, he brought a piece of paper information, placing it on the table. At this moment, Wang Chang frowned, looking at the newly handed over information. He casually glanced at it and his expression became even more serious. You can leave now. After sending the person away, he sat down on the chair and looked up at the ceiling. If one got closer, they could hear some sounds. Why bother? Isn't living good? Why must you seek death through repeated actions? This time no one can save you. At that moment there was a knock on the door and Wang Chang instantly regained his composure. Come in. As the voice fell, a tall figure walked in with the door open. The newcomer respectfully saluted before speaking. Greetings, Lord Wang. I am the commander of the 2nd Regiment of the 3rd Division of the Donghuan Alliance's Daxia 79 Group Army Tai Quang, reporting for duty.
The visitor was 2.5 meters tall and had clearly undergone at least 2 life transformations. Sensing the presence of this figure before him, he possessed peak 5th tier strength. Wang Chang nodded slightly and got straight to the point. If you have any questions about this mission, you can ask now. Reporting, sir, there are no questions. The 2nd Regiment is ready for combat at any time. You may go now to rest. We will act in 2 days. Yes, sir. Tai Quan turned and left. Just as he reached the door, a bouncing figure pushed the door open and entered. Master Junior Brother has completed the impurity refining. Ji Shuai came this time to share good news. In just 10 days, her junior brother had completed the refinement of the 5 organs. Moreover, he had reached a realm that no one had ever achieved before. Upon hearing this news, even Wang Chang rarely revealed a trace of a smile. This is one of the few good pieces of news. Perhaps sensing her master's thoughts, Ji Shuai pondered for a moment before directly speaking. Master, those were the people from the battle group just now, right? It seems this matter cannot be resolved easily. Due to her experiences growing up, she understood what it meant to call in the battle group. Moreover, the person just now was clearly a mechanized warrior who had undergone life transformation. This indicated that they were not an ordinary group of soldiers. The opposing force was an extraordinary battle group composed of mechanized warriors. Such a force suddenly appearing in the internal area of the alliance was most likely to suppress a rebellion. It's not a rebellion, it's due to sect reasons. Wang Chang shot a glare at his apprentice and explained. Such matters couldn't be concealed. Even if he didn't say anything with Ji Zueo's background, she would still find out. Sect. A sect that worships the evil god of the spirit realm. Ji Shuai blinked. Sort of, I'm not sure which specific one, but they have already completed a blood sacrifice once. Upon hearing this, Ji Shuai could hardly contain her excitement. She looked eager to try. Master, let me and junior brother hone our combat skills. How can we grow if we only cultivate and don't kill enemies? Sure. Just this once, after this I. Ha! She had initially thought to persuade her master but did not expect him to agree directly. When the time comes, you can find Commander Tai and join a squad. Bai Jing resolved to temper his 6 viscera next. Having completed the tempering of the 5 organs, he was unwilling to stop and longed to continue. The chief reason was that his cultivation was progressing too smoothly. By continuously transmuting life quintessence into essence blood each day, the tempering practically completed itself. At the current pace, tempering the 6 viscera would likely not take much longer than the 5, perhaps on the order of 10 days. Bai Jing immediately summoned the warrior's intranet to claim the latter volume of the Zhangfu realm training. With time on his side, he resolved to finish the organs in one determined push. Junior brother, him back. At that moment, Ji Shuai, who had gone to report, came rushing back. After days of interaction, Bai Jing had formed a rough understanding of this wealthy senior sister's character. She handled matters with blunt casualness, not at all like a typical girl. She was extravagantly generous. He had assumed those protective organ elixirs came from their master, only to learn they were gifts from the wealthy senior sister. The 10-day supply of elixirs converted into Donghuang coins would likely amount to well over 10 million. Junior brother, we may have to accompany the battle group on a mission this time. Don't run off, stay with me. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's brow visibly furrowed. He felt reluctant to be sent on a mission. After so long, having finally found a steady life, he only wished to survive until he became a martial deity before returning to the world. As Bai Jing pondered how to decline, Ji Shuai lowered her voice and spoke. At your current cultivation speed, you will likely complete your organs soon and break through to the 4th stage of the inner breath realm. Master suggests we go. Your mech materials could come from this mission. The standard executor class mech is hardly worth much, but I've managed to gather intelligence. This is an evil god organization and there will be many materials to recover. There may even be high-grade transcendental materials that could help you craft a superior executor warframe. Bai Jing, who had been inclined to stay behind, instantly brightened at the prospect. He knew the basic model his senior mentioned, it was nowhere near as good as hers. Still, executor warframes had one advantage: with enough funds one could add custom modules and equipment at will. The refusal that had risen to his lips vanished, his tone shifted and he blurted, Senior sister, when do we depart? We should arrive in about 2 days. Here are the files, you can take a look. As she spoke, she projected the mission dossier. Bai Jing immediately began reading. Mission information: spread of evil god faith. Type: spiritual realm, evil god devotees. Synopsis: on Huaxiang 2 Nova, a large number of people have embraced a spiritual realm evil god, suspected to be a blood god, resulting in hundreds of thousands of casualties and the construction of special altars. Objective: completely dismantle this sect. Beyond the primary details, the dossier listed additional information: the members of the sect involved in this mission and the abilities those devotees possess.
Eternal Life sect can extend lifespan but requires vast quantities of human blood. Cloned blood ineffective, likely missing a key substance.
Ordinary devotees greatly enhanced regeneration at the cost of bloodlust and a tendency to lose reason. High-tier devotees possess powerful healing and can self-repair except when the skull is shattered or brain tissue destroyed. Fanatics can manipulate blood. Their blood does not clot, making them nearly immortal, and they can condense blood into sharp weapons. Accompanying these descriptions was a photograph clearly showing one of the sect's followers.
The photo depicted a figure with ashen skin, veins bulging across the body, an unnaturally hunchbacked posture, dark red eyes and rows of saw-like teeth.
The overall impression was grotesque, like a mutated creature. Senior sister, how many people will be assigned to this operation? Bai Jing asked.
A full-strength battle group, around 2,005 to 3,000.
That many?
Ji Shuao shot him a look and continued.
Of course, it's so large a smaller force couldn't resolve this.
This began with a minor sect. By some means the governor of that nova tacitly permitted their actions. By the time he realized something was wrong, it had already spun out of control. Devotees are present in nearly every city, which is why they appealed to the alliance for help.
Hearing the explanation, Bai Jing was stunned.
From the information available, a force of 2 to 3,000 would be confronting devotees that numbered at least a significant portion of the planet.
Yet considering the alliance's weaponry, a ruthless ground strike could resolve most of the issue. These 2 to 3,000 are not ordinary soldiers. They are a super battle group. Even the weakest among them have undergone one life modification.
Ji Shuaya added, as if recalling a detail.
Once she said that everything felt consistent.
A single life modification, provided the body endures, can elevate a person to second stage life. These were at minimum second stage cultivators.
With 2 to 3,000 of them all military trained, they were naturally in a different league from ordinary regiments.
I understand, senior sister. Call me in 2 days and we'll go together. Since it concerned his mech materials, there was no reason for him not to participate. Fortify your strength first. If you lack anything, come to me and I'll try to get you outfitted with a set, Ji Shuao said, patting her chest.
All right, senior sister.
The two chatted briefly. Once Bai Jing's participation was confirmed, the wealthy senior sister hurried away. As she had warned, war loomed and they needed to prepare equipment for the uncertain days ahead. After she left, Bai Jing intended to claim the advanced Zhengfu realm training method. Before he could act, a strange sensation swept over him.
Is this the onset of the second phase metamorphosis?
Bai Jing's eyes brightened. He felt the life armor transmit an unusual signal and sensed its markedly increased absorption of life force. It was clearly completing an evolution. This time the once soft leather-like outer layer began to sprout patches of scale-like material. Its color shifted from red gradually toward black. The rate of life force absorption suddenly climbed to 1%. A deluge of life energy poured into the life armor, accelerating the metamorphosis. 2 minutes later, as the process ceased, the life armor had been thoroughly transformed. The silhouette had not changed dramatically, but the skin was now covered in layers of fine scales and its hue had become pure black. Wearing it, Bai Jing felt the change most keenly. A subtle, almost imperceptible connection formed. The thought to look behind him sprang to mind. The scene before his eyes shifted abruptly to show what was behind him. He no longer perceived the suit as separate armor, it felt like his own skin. At a single thought, the scales merged into a seamless whole without impeding his movement.
Panel, he commanded, choosing to summon the interface.
Soon the information about the life armor popped up.
Name: life armor.
Attributes: blunt defense 6, sharp defense 6, automatic repairability 10, ranged attack defense 4, life armor 3, life scale 1.
Description: a peculiar armor that seems almost alive.
The basic attributes have nearly all doubled and there's an additional feature.
Bai Jing's eyes lit up.
Life scale: when activated with one's will, it can significantly enhance defense and can also be launched as a ranged attack.
Note: this doesn't seem to be its final stage. Wow, no wonder it's a growing piece of equipment. If enhanced, the life armor would probably require dozens of basic enhancements to reach its current stats.
The automatic repair directly boosted it to 10. Bai Jing instinctively drew out the blood-drinking dagger and made a deep cut across the armor.
It failed to block the attack, exposing his skin.
Yet the damage almost instantly completed self-repair. Why not use this as the core of a mecha? If it continues to grow, it could truly become a mecha where if an enemy shatters the defense, it would instantly restore itself.
I must try this out. Just because others can't do it doesn't mean I can't. If I can really create a mecha with self-awareness like a ship girl, it would only benefit me. In the future, I could even form an army of life mechas. Conquering the universe. Cough cough, but this is still too far for me. I need to continue nurturing the life armor.
Bai Jing tasted the sweetness of success.
He immediately began to channel life force into it vigorously.
A consumption of 0.5.
The future looks promising.
Confident that it could continue evolving, Bai Jing decided to observe the limits of the life armor. To see if it could grow alongside him. At this rate, by the time I become a deity, this thing will be considered a companion artifact. This thought made Bai Jing even more excited. Of course, this transformation of the life armor also reminded him of another piece of equipment. The Blood Courage Club. Due to not using it much recently, apart from absorbing some blood from 2nd and 3rd tier warriors during the last battle, he hadn't really fed it. Fortunately, unlike the life armor, this weapon wouldn't be starved. It will follow the battle group into the arena in 2 days. Even if I can only refine it 2 or 3 times at most, I should enhance the equipment first. Bai Jing planned to take this opportunity to replace all his internal blood. Due to constant consumption, the transformation speed had been too slow. He would use this time to complete a full blood replacement. He also intended to nourish the Blood Courage Club with his own blood. With that thought, Bai Jing immediately began to act, continuously extracting essence blood to replace the ordinary blood. In about a day's time, Bai Jing completed the essence blood replacement throughout his body. Wow, I haven't broken through in realm yet, but my explosive power surely has increased significantly. The most direct feeling for Bai Jing was his body was filled with power. What was originally just a hardware upgrade had now evolved, even the transport changing from a small cart to an aircraft delivery. Now I definitely have no rivals at the 3rd tier, only the 4th tier will tell once I face them. After a brief stretch, Bai Jing was still catalyzing his essence blood, accumulating more. He intended to use this blood to nourish the Blood Courage Club. Again, he plunged the blood-drinking dagger deeply in. This time he felt a clear resistance, but thankfully great strength yielded surprising results, creating a wound. Fresh blood flowed out, dripping onto the Blood Courage Club. Is this ineffective? After waiting a moment, Bai Jing was momentarily dazed as the Blood Courage Club did not absorb any blood. Just when he felt regret, he saw the Blood Courage Club on the ground slightly tremble. The next second, it violently sucked in. During this process, the Blood Courage Club continued to tremble slightly, making Bai Jing reminiscent of a child suddenly getting their favorite drink, so excited that their entire body shook. Good. As long as it can absorb, I'm not afraid of you sucking it dry. What followed was continuous feeding, and the foundational attributes of the Blood Courage Club began to rise steadily. Even the Cranium Crusher attribute broke through 2 small levels after a day's nourishment. At that moment, the Blood Courage Club trembled violently. Then, as if entering a sage's time, it allowed blood to drip onto it without further absorption. Is it full? Bai Jing was a bit skeptical. However, he still opened the information panel. Name: Blood Courage Club. Attributes: weight 10, quality 10, armor piercing 10, cranium crusher 5, blood courage 10, barbaric growth 1. Description: this is an exceptionally wonderful, extraordinary weapon. Don't let the Beastmen see it or they will go crazy. Not bad. All attributes except cranium crusher have reached 10. He also noticed the additional last attribute. Name: barbaric growth. Effect: after killing or injuring an enemy, it can plunder their vitality to nourish itself. Description: this is truly bizarre. Why does this attribute appear on a club? High-quality essence blood is impressive, even weapons praise it. This unexpectedly created a new attribute. Ridiculous. Just as he reached out to pick up the club, he felt its weight. Wow, this thing must weigh over 20 tons. With this weight, even an average 3rd-tier warrior would be dreaming to fight with it. However, after picking it up and casually swinging it a few times, Bai Jing was astonished to find that it was surprisingly easy to handle. One could even describe the feel as invincible. Good. With this, a single swing in close combat would confuse even a 4th-tier warrior. At that moment, the doorbell rang. An excited voice came from outside the door. Little junior brother, we will arrive at the target site in half an hour. Let's go wait by master's side. Coming. Bai Jing put away his Blood Courage Club and hurriedly exited the door. Let's go. The two rushed toward the captain's cabin. Perhaps due to the impending arrival, there were already quite a number of people gathered when they arrived. The two did not push forward but squatted at the periphery to wait. At this moment, Wang Chang was dressed in a set of unknown model battle armor exuding an invisible pressure. Everyone be prepared, we need to completely eliminate the polluted believers within 7 days. Just then, perhaps noticing the two hiding at the periphery, Wang Chang waved his hand. Only then did they step forward. Captain Tai, these two are my disciples, please arrange a landing point for them as well. He directly spoke. This. Tai Quang was immediately put in a difficult position. If something were to happen to the apprentices of the Silver Emblem Executor, he would have a hard time ahead. As he struggled with how to refuse, Wang Chang's voice rang out again. Just arrange the task's safety isn't your concern. Yes, sir. Tai Quang had nothing else to say and could only accept it with a stiff upper lip. Soon Bai Jing and his companion were led away toward a landing spaceship. As for the danger, even Bai Jing didn't consider it. It wasn't that he wasn't afraid of death, but how could he not take the wealthy senior sister seriously? Those rings almost filled both hands, and that said it all. This was just what was on her hands. The two were quickly taken aboard a small landing spaceship. What is this? A voice of surprise sounded. They saw the mechanized warrior who brought them over talking with a man who stood 2.5 meters tall, his face covered in scars. At this moment the man was looking towards them. It was unclear what they were discussing. Soon he walked over. You two don't run around later, just stay in line with us. Dalio, bring 2 sharpshooter rifles over here. He shouted to someone behind him. Almost simultaneously a muscular man over 2 meters tall approached with 2 rifles. Squad leader, what do you need these for? He curiously sized up Bai Jing and the others. Compared to their heavy armor-like battlesuits, these two were wearing nano armor. Generally nano armor is not as effective as heavy armor, but that's only under normal circumstances. True elites always wear nano armor. Moreover, the two in front clearly did not look like elites. You two just follow us and help with shooting. He handed the rifles to them, leaving Bai Jing puzzled as to why his senior sister seemed like a different person. She hadn't said anything until now. The two found a random spot to sit down. Unlike Chunia Star, where the Beastmen aimed for destruction, Grey Bear Star had invested heavily to be developed into a habitable planet. In such situations, unless a spiritual realm passage appeared, they would normally opt for landing battles to eliminate enemies through urban warfare. Is this the sharpshooter series? Looking at the rifle he had longed for, Bai Jing played with it for a while. However, having used a 3-round burst sniper and a Triceratops individual weapon, his interest in this rifle had diminished significantly. Curiously observing the soldiers inside the spaceship, he noticed that their battlesuits were clearly damaged with large areas of scars on their bodies. They were evidently seasoned veterans who had experienced war. After watching for a while, Bai Jing lost interest. Everyone else was closing their eyes to rest, and besides the squad leader, no one paid any attention to the two of them. No one yelled about why these two had joined the team. About 20 minutes later, a message projected before them while the squad leader's voice sounded in their ears. For this mission, we need to clear a space large enough for more ships to land. The projection displayed a piece of land. It was the landing point for this operation. It was an open flat area. At that moment, the landing spaceship detached from the main craft and rapidly descended towards Grey Bear 2 Star. Bai Jing looked out the window, observing the appearance of the planet. The ocean coverage was not high, but the forest coverage was quite significant. At that moment, his silent senior sister finally spoke. Junior brother, how about we compete to see who can kill more later? Though he couldn't see his senior sister's expression under the mask, he could guess that there was likely some trickery involved. He initially wanted to refuse but couldn't bring himself to do so. Ever since he became a disciple, his master had not taken care of him as much as his senior sister had. She provided him with various equipment and potions for free. Sure. He agreed directly. He decided to do it just to cheer up his senior sister. Alright, it's a deal. Perhaps due to the imminent landing, the mechanized warriors around began opening their eyes, checking their equipment. You two don't run around, stay with the team. The squad leader voiced his concern. Don't worry, Captain, I'll keep an eye on my junior brother, Ji Shuio replied. Her voice made the others refocus their attention. As the spaceship's hatch opened, the mechanized warriors jumped down one by one. Soon it was Bai Jing and the others' turn, and they jumped down with the team. Boom! 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 The sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed. A dozen mechanized warriors created numerous craters on the ground. Each of these individuals had equipment weighing over 2 tons. Compared to them, Bai Jing and Ji Shuio were almost like aliens. The spaceship did not land but returned directly. Almost simultaneously, figures appeared in the distance. They resembled those in the photo, hunched over with pale skin. What surprised Bai Jing was that the opponents did not immediately attack but instead yelled from afar, "You have trespassed into the domain of the great god of eternal life, you must leave immediately. If you resist, it will be seen as a challenge to divine authority." The response was an electromagnetic bullet hitting the figure, speaking from hundreds of meters away with precision. "You are challenging divine authority, my god will deliver punishment." It was clear that the shot did not completely kill the opponent. At that moment, a loud explosion suddenly sounded and a fierce wind swept around. Bai Jing. His sister, who had been silent beside him, had somehow pulled out a 3-round burst rifle and fired at the spot where the opponent had just been. He saw that the fanatic who had been shot through and was healing was completely blown apart from the waist up with the shot, with even his head blown off. Stop looking, talking to these guys is a waste of time. Eliminate the heretics, leave none alive. Ji Shuio said calmly. For the executor beyond internal matters, there was a responsibility to eliminate heretics and aliens. The dozen mechanized warriors snapped back to their senses. They raised their sharpshooter rifles aiming at the surroundings.
Outsiders, you have angered the god of eternal life.
The voice seemed to come from another direction, possibly due to just having been killed.
Ji Shuiyao decisively aimed her sniper rifle.
She fired another shot, taking down another fanatic.
After 2 shots, the world fell silent.
Almost simultaneously, a multitude of figures surged around them. These beings had pale skin, bulging veins, and rows of sharp teeth.
Without hesitation, everyone opened fire. The reason these creatures did not retaliate with firearms was simple: all human weapons had a program. That was an automatic detection device. Non-humans could not use them, and they could not lock onto allies, so they naturally could not shoot. That was the reason.
Every year so many test tube babies were sent to the battlefield, and there had almost never been incidents of shooting comrades.
Bang! 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 The sound of dense gunfire echoed.
Bai Jing also joined in, using the sharpshooter rifle to continually shoot at the approaching monsters.
Meanwhile, Ji Shuiyao used the 3-round burst sniper to look for new elite fanatics. Unfortunately, after being hit twice, the monsters did not dare to show themselves.
What terrifying regenerative abilities!
Even Bai Jing had to admit that these mutated humans were much stronger than before. As long as they weren't hit in the head, they could get back up in just over 10 minutes.
Fortunately, the sharpshooter rifle had sufficient attack power.
Moreover, these veterans were systematically clearing the area.
Can this thing be recharged?
Recently, the essence had been flowing out without any input.
He wanted to recharge some. Bai Jing temporarily suppressed the thought of recharging. He feared that such an act would be deemed too heretical and he might be shot down by these soldiers. The sudden disappearance of numerous corpses.
A classic style of the evil gods from the spiritual realm. Of course, recharging was still necessary. Being on the battlefield, how could there be no opportunity to recharge?
Raising the Xiaolong assault rifle in his hand, he pressed the trigger without letting go. Even though this firearm was not equipped with automatic locking for Bai Jing, who had undergone several transformations, it was exceedingly simple to control.
Almost every shot was a headshot.
Coupled with the almost aimless operation that was comparable to automatic targeting, he finished clearing his assigned direction ahead of time.
Having completed these tasks, Bai Jing unreservedly assisted others in clearing.
The continuous sounds of gunfire made it hard for anyone to ignore. The squad leader in charge of command clearly noticed. However, still engaged in intercepting the approaching evil god cultists, he could only remind them.
Don't waste ammunition, we probably need to hold this position for 10 minutes. Conserve bullets to prevent weapon overload. Electromagnetic weapons do have projectiles just smaller in size.
Of course, this applied to these mechanized warriors. Each person had specialized ammunition boxes at their hips containing at least nearly 1,000 rounds. Don't be fooled by the quantity if used recklessly. The Xiaolong rifle has a firing rate of 500 rounds per minute.
That would only last 2 minutes.
Hearing the continuous gunfire beside him, the squad leader frowned. He gestured to a nearby comrade to cover him and glanced back. He saw Bai Jing rapidly pulling the trigger, each pull resulting in the head of an evil god cultist bursting open.
It took less than a second.
He had killed 5 evil god cultists in that time. Even he who had crawled out from piles of corpses on the battlefield was momentarily taken aback. He had seen fast shooters before, but never someone who could shoot 5 times in a second and hit different targets. Confirming that Bai Jing wasn't wasting bullets, the squad leader ignored him and continued shooting to repel cultists from other directions. With sheer firepower, Bai Jing tore a hole in the encirclement of the enemy.
Junior brother, are you ready to go?
Ji Shuiyao, who had just finished a wave of fire support, turned to see that his side was almost cleared. It reminded him of the latest shooting games where enemies were eliminated instantly the moment they showed themselves.
I want to, but I don't have a chance,
Bai Jing replied. He found his shooting skills quite absurd. The sniper rifle he had used before was automatic, and he thought his accuracy was due to the locking mechanism. Now it seemed that was not the case. With a nearly thought-synchronized ability, sometimes his thoughts could keep up even after the bullet was fired, hitting and exploding the enemy's head.
Senior sister, can you lend me your Xiaolong rifle?
Bai Jing directly asked. He had noticed that his sister had her own arsenal with who knows how many weapons hidden in her spatial ring.
What do you want it for?
Forget it, I don't need it anyway. Ji Shuiyao tossed the rifle to Bai Jing without hesitation. She immediately raised 2 Xiaolong rifles aiming in one direction. She initiated a concentrated fire.
Even so, Bai Jing could maintain a 90 accuracy rate.
Junior brother, you. Ji Shuiyao was clearly shocked. While she had seen people wielding 2 handguns, seeing someone hold 2 electromagnetic rifles and almost achieve headshots was astonishing.
Junior brother, can I use them for a bit? Let me have some fun too,
she said weakly.
Sister, this is my talent. During the spraying of bullets he could still respond, which made Ji Shuya roll her eyes. However, she didn't say more and directly pulled out an electromagnetic firearm from her backpack. It was clearly a heavy machine gun type. She immediately pulled the trigger and the gunfire was even more intense than Bai Jing's, causing the squad leader to glance over at the two. In the next second he fell silent. He even cursed himself for being foolish. Their captain had kindly provided them with 2 mobile artillery units, yet he had just scolded the captain he truly should. Perhaps due to the overwhelming firepower, the attacking evil god cultists suddenly halted. Is this the end? Bai Jing looked around in confusion. The evil god cultists had begun to retreat. Continue to remain vigilant, wait for the main force to arrive. The squad leader immediately issued the command. Soon a dozen mechanized warriors formed a temporary defense line, observing the surrounding anomalies. Perhaps due to being a temporary team, the enemy had not issued any commands to Bai Jing and the others. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Jing used the automatic scope to look towards the distant city. The buildings, resembling large flat apartments from his past life, were densely clustered with no less than several thousand. According to the Alliance's regulations, these were all freely distributed to citizens. They were considered the most ordinary residences. He directly adjusted the observation distance to the maximum, continuously searching within the city. Soon his gaze was drawn to an object. Through the scope he could see that it was a massive entity nearly covering a building, blood red in color, occasionally jumping slightly. It resembled a heartbeat. At that moment the pustule-like object suddenly burst open, followed by a huge monster covered in a sticky substance, grotesque in form, appearing that bore a striking resemblance to the cultists. What is this? Attack on Titan. The height of this entity was definitely over 10 meters. Senior sister, a big guy is coming. Bai Jing quickly called out. Almost simultaneously Ji Shuya ran excitedly over. Where? Where? My sniper is already itching to shoot. As she spoke, she had already set up her sniper rifle, aiming in that direction. Upon seeing the 10-meter-tall giant evil god cultist, she was clearly taken aback. Wow, with that kind of size, the density of its body must be considerable. Furthermore, upon closer inspection, Bai Jing discovered that there was a faint red glow on the surface of that lifeform. It seemed to be something akin to internal energy. In a short span of time, close to 10 giants crawled out. Almost simultaneously, a voice approached from afar. You have provoked the majesty of the gods. My deity has descended divine punishment, and you will pay a painful price. As the voice echoed, the 10 giants seemed to receive the same command and rushed towards them quickly. Naturally, the squad leader could not hide the situation from his team. Looking at the rapidly approaching giants, his expression turned grim. They had not brought heavy weapons. The only thing that could harm these smaller giants was likely the energy blades equipped with a disintegration field on their backs. Prepare for battle. He immediately began issuing commands. A dozen mechanized warriors drew their energy weapons and activated their disintegration fields. This was the only way they could inflict damage on large lifeforms. We hold for 3 minutes. The main force will arrive with heavy weaponry. The squad leader's voice rang out. In the next second, they intended to intercept the giants midway. Bang! 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 Ji Shuya seemed to have found her outlet, continuously pulling the trigger of her 3-round sniper, landing powerful attacks on the small giants, directly shattering more than half of their bodies. However, these creatures possessed remarkable self-healing abilities, able to restore themselves in just a few breaths. This was purely a physical attack. Any substantial injury-inducing capability would hinder their rapid recovery. The effect is not significant. Senior sister, do you have any stronger ammunition? Bai Jing reminded. Those small giants may not have high combat power, but their absurd healing ability is terrifying. It's a pity I'm not at the Imperial Star. If I had someone make specialized bullets, I could suppress those small giants, but ordinary bullets won't do the job right now. Ji Shuya was at a loss. The power was certainly sufficient, but it couldn't target their recovery abilities. Firing more rounds was not very useful. Wait, I think I have an item that might work. Bai Jing suddenly remembered he still had a 20 dagger in his possession. That thing had a contamination effect. He just wasn't sure if it would work against these small giants. With that thought in mind, Bai Jing wanted to try it out. On the way, he hoped to collect some spoils. Senior sister, cover me. Leaving those words behind, Bai Jing dashed toward a group of shadows. He had already summoned the bloodthirsty dagger in his hand. As for exposure, he didn't care. He also had a 7th tier psychic spell on his ring. That was far more outrageous than the bloodthirsty dagger. Why did you follow? Just as he caught up with the others, the squad leader couldn't help but ask.
In his view, the other party's identity was not simple. Taking such risks was unwise. Moreover, he could provide fire support from the rear. I'm just testing some things, you don't need to worry about me. Even without Bai Jing saying it, they had no way to focus on anyone else. Not long after, the ground trembled slightly. They saw 10 small giants, each over 10 meters tall, rapidly approaching. Behind them, the sound of the 3-round sniper echoed. Bai Jing locked onto one of the small giants. With a swing of the dagger in his hand, a dark red blade aura erupted. The blade aura, spanning hundreds of feet, flew forth in an instant. The 2 small giants that were relatively close were directly severed in half. Unlike damage caused by electromagnetic weapons, the recent attack seemed to contain a special energy that prevented the small giants from self-repairing. It really works. Bai Jing was instantly delighted. Without any pause, he chose to fully nourish the dagger, accumulating the second blade aura. He silently took out the bloodthirsty club, ready to lend a hand as well. Bro, nice move. With 2 small giants instantly down, the squad leader couldn't help but shout. Almost simultaneously, these individuals had completed their assignments and charged forward. The heavy battle armor lit up, entering a special overload state. A peak second-tier mechanized warrior swung a power hammer fiercely, but it only caused the small giant to stagger slightly. Luckily, others raised an energy-wreathed battle blade and executed a jumping slash. In an instant, a mass of flesh was obliterated. However, such damage was nothing more than a scratch to these small giants. Damn it, we need heavy artillery for this. At that moment, Bai Jing moved, targeting another blood giant. He swung the bloodthirsty club down hard. The blood giant attempted to raise its hand to block, but the club shattered its palm and then with undiminished force slammed into its chest. The immense strength sent the blood giant staggering backward. The attack was not over. Bai Jing leaped to the head and delivered a powerful strike. The skull exploded instantly. A peculiar sensation arose. His internal vitality increased slightly. Bai Jing, looking at the bloodthirsty club in his hand with a bewildered expression. What do I need your trivial vitality for? That additional vitality didn't even amount to 1. Yet it undeniably existed. It can actually nourish the host. If I had known, I would have let it rot in the warehouse. However, given the current critical situation, Bai Jing couldn't afford to think too much. He lifted the bloodthirsty club and charged toward another blood giant. The club swung up. Vitality 1. Swung up. 1. In a matter of moments, he toppled another giant. Bai Jing also noticed a phenomenon. The blood giant struck by the club healed noticeably slower. Meanwhile, other mechanized warriors, even when using energy greatswords to forcibly dismantle flesh, did not affect their recovery speed. This thing forcibly deducts vitality. Although he didn't know what method these blood giants used to lock their vitality, the bloodthirsty club could break that balance. It directly forcibly deducted blood. The prerequisite was to break their defenses. Without breaking their defenses, one couldn't forcibly deduct blood. If that's the case, then this could be interesting. Bai Jing murmured. In the next second, the blood-burning state was fully activated. A wave of violent power surged into his heart, instantly spreading throughout his body. Bai Jing's form also underwent slight changes at that moment. Originally under 2 meters, he now reached 2.4 meters, expanding significantly. Standing alongside the mechanized warriors, he looked distinctly transformed, having completed a life modification. Huff! He felt the surging power within. Due to the enhancement in blood quality, even without optimizing the blood-burning state, his explosive power reached 6 times its original level. He took a deep breath. With one charge, he reached the front of another blood giant. 2 mechanized warriors were entangled, blocking the enemy's advance. Suddenly he felt a figure rush past him and then saw the 10-meter-tall blood giant being smashed away by a single swing. The giant's upper body exploded due to the overwhelming force. But it wasn't over yet. Bai Jing followed up with another strike, smashing the opponent's head. Vitality 5. Vitality 5. He felt the sudden surge of vitality within. He immediately poured all of it into the bloodthirsty dagger. Even so, the opponent was still slowly recovering. Bai Jing ignored it and charged toward another giant. Like a barbarian. Is this my junior brother? Ji Shueo, who was sniping from afar, was completely stunned watching the raging figure and its brutal combat style. She felt that her junior brother treated her exceptionally well. This was no human, it was akin to a celestial beast donning human skin. With the addition of this frenzied warrior, they successfully halted the onslaught of the blood giants. Moreover, they noticed that the blood giants were shrinking in size. The original version was about 10 meters tall, but it had now reduced to just over 8 meters. At this moment, Bai Jing was nearing exhaustion. He quickly completed another round of nurturing the blade aura.
Without any pause, he targeted 2 blood giants and unleashed his attack. 2 more were taken down, significantly reducing the pressure. How could this be? The blood giant, isn't it supposed to be nearly immortal? A figure in the distance was observing the battlefield. The person felt a buzzing in their head. According to the sex records, the blood giant is a special creature with its life locked in a certain unique state. This allows them, despite not being particularly strong, to easily exhaust 3rd or 4th tier life forms due to their ability to recover infinitely. But now not only had its size diminished, the blood giant, which had just been struck by that red energy, had not fully recovered. It was still heaving on the ground. Damn it! The humans are too fast. The figure raised their head to gaze at the sky, seeing dozens of spacecraft about to land. Among them were aerial combat platforms. Clearly the main forces of humanity had arrived. Master, we should retreat. A voice rang out. Once I perfect our sacred artifact, I will surely show you. Reluctantly they turned and left. The special object that once covered the entire building quickly turned into a puddle of water, ultimately falling into their palm. After completing this, the other party showed no signs of stopping. They turned and walked away. On the other side, with the suppression of the Blood Courage Club and the Blood Drinking Dagger, the remaining few blood giants could hardly stir up any waves and were shrinking even further. At that moment, the squad leader responsible for this area shouted, "Retreat!" Upon hearing this, even Bai Jing hurriedly followed the others to leave. As they retreated to a few hundred meters away, concentrated strikes appeared overhead. In an instant it covered the area where the blood giants were located. This caused Bai Jing to glance up, spotting a floating fortress. According to current reports, it was the Pang Bird 8 aerial combat platform equipped with offensive, defensive and reconnaissance capabilities. Any single one of them could provide accurate intelligence to all combat units, and its firepower was sufficient to match the shipborne weapons of a cosmic warship. Under full firepower, it could cover any city in firepower within a minute. As it hovered overhead, drones about 2 to 3 meters in size instantly took off, beginning precise scans to clear out the hidden cultists. This was also Bai Jing's first direct encounter with modern warfare. If the Alliance has this kind of firepower, what about the other races? Through learning, Bai Jing knew that since humanity stepped onto the cosmic stage, they had spent most of their time being elbowed by the 2 great civilizations. As for the last Orc battleship, to put it simply, he couldn't see what they used to withstand the torrent of human steel. At this moment, several mechanized warriors descended. Some followed the drones to eliminate any remaining threats, while others set up a temporary camp. Clearly they were preparing to establish a temporary stronghold here. Just then the senior sister walked over. Looking at the mechanized warriors who were making a fuss to build the stronghold, she frowned. Things seem worse than I imagined. Even if this planet is not completely fallen, a large part of its area must have succumbed. Unlike Bai Jing, who was naive and innocent, he understood that the use of aerial combat platforms often indicated the possibility of a prolonged war. Especially regarding the cultists of the evil god, these beings are difficult to eradicate. The Alliance has yet to come up with effective measures to deal with these cultists. Of course, some have suggested kill any believer of the evil god of the spirit realm. But implementing this is too troublesome, mainly because many ordinary citizens seek only psychological comfort. Under the drone scans, the hidden cultists around were quickly dealt with. At this moment, a figure descended from the sky. Unlike the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground, the newcomer landed almost silently like a leaf. Master! Master! The newcomer was none other than Wang Chang. Seeing his 2 disciples, a glimmer of relief flashed in his eyes. He had already seen their recent battle. Bai Jing's strength was already comparable to that of an average 4th-tier warrior. The terrifying destructive power was even stronger. I came here to discuss the situation with you. It seems we won't be able to leave in the short term. According to scans in space, nearly all the cities here have fallen. We need to completely clear out these cultists before we can leave. Would you 2 prefer to return to the Iron Blood or stay here? They both spoke almost simultaneously. We want to stay here. Ji Shuao had already reached the perfected stage of her internal organs, and breaking through was not that simple. Bai Jing's thought was straightforward. If they didn't seize the opportunity during the chaos, it would be more troublesome to gain benefits later. He had already attempted this. The converted cultists of the evil god could indeed exchange for essence, but the price was not particularly high. Ordinary ones only offered 3 to 5 essences. Then do as you wish. But let's be clear, I need to oversee the situation and can't look after you too much, so be careful. When he arrived, he sensed a strong energy fluctuation. Initially estimating at least a peak 6th tier with a small probability of being a 7th tier lifeform. He needed to deal with such existences. If they were allowed to attack, even a group of extraordinary warriors would suffer heavy losses. Every veteran was a treasure of the Alliance.
These individuals were almost all selected from numerous veterans undergoing life modifications and possessing rich combat experience.
Thank you, Master. Thank you, Master. Wang Chang nodded lightly. After giving a few more instructions, he left. At that moment, a commotion arose.
This made the three of them involuntarily look in one direction. They saw that the blood giant, which had just been completely obliterated, had formed into a human shape.
The previous attack had taken down a drone. These beings are quite interesting.
Wang Chang's gaze sharpened as it fell upon those blood giants, as if he could see through everything. Watching the others continue to attack while the blood giant still managed to recover, he eventually made his move. With a leap, he arrived beside the nearest blood giant. A white light dot darted into the blood giant's body. The previously rapidly recovering body exploded as if from an internal detonation. Wang Chang quickly fired off successive strikes. Soon 10 giants exploded one after another. After waiting for a moment, they did not resurrect. You two be careful, this cult seems to have indeed obtained something extraordinary.
After dealing with this, Wang Chang once more instructed.
The recent blood giants, if exchanged for ordinary 6th tier ones, would probably be beyond handling.
It didn't take long.
Voices echoed in the makeshift public channel.
Hello, hello, hello. The battle orders are now issued.
We must reclaim Grey Bear City 1 within 2 days, and this mission will be primarily undertaken by the 2nd to 4th Battalions.
The detailed map of Grey Bear City 1 has been distributed to all squad-level officers. Please check and review it.
The voice accompanied the announcement. Bai Jing did not expect that even he would receive a notification in his ear.
Pulling up the information, it was indeed the city map not far away. The entire Grey Bear City 1 was divided into 7 sections corresponding to A, B, C, D, E, F, and G.
7 zones for 3 battalions to attack. If it were an ordinary human army, it would be a pipe dream, but for a group of truly extraordinary veterans, this task was not too difficult. Most importantly, there was a super combat platform available that could provide considerable assistance.
Junior brother, the mission has come down, let's set off too. Junior brother, don't argue that you are simple-minded.
What is our purpose in coming here this time? To help the Alliance to rescue our suffering compatriots.
Haha, your bureaucratic jargon is impressive. Are you trying to get into the civil service?
Ji Shuao shot him a glance, saying this with a hint of annoyance.
In the next moment, a piece of information popped up.
A voice rang in their ears, their internal communication.
Of course we came here to gain benefits. How can we reap rewards by following a group of people? Do you not want your executive battle armor?
Or do you just want a basic model? Initially thinking that gaining benefits would take some time, he did not expect it to start right away. The speed at which the executive officer gained money left Bai Jing still somewhat unaccustomed. The private message was also quite simple. The Tiangong Group announced that it will fully sponsor the development of Grey Bear 2-star, with the first batch transporting 10 tons of dragon blood iron to assist in building the orbital system.
It even thoughtfully included information about dragon blood iron. Name: Dragon blood iron. Level: Alliance strategic resource.
Description: a dark red metal possessing hardness comparable to special alloys, capable of self-repair after being shaped and damaged, praised as an active metal and compatible with various special energies. Martial artist, internal breath 93.
11.
Main use: military technology. Civil use prohibited. As Bai Jing finished reading the information, Ji Zuyao's voice rang in his ears. With this dragon blood iron as the main material, combined with the radiant gold and other metals you acquire, your executive battle armor will be well equipped, and the rest will just be pocket change.
Sister can cover you if needed.
Bai Jing was left speechless. He felt touched.
Sister, tell me the location and we will set off now.
For such a good opportunity, one must seize it before others do, especially since it was for his own benefit. He could not afford to. Look at you, rest assured these materials are locked up.
It's not so easy to crack them.
Saying this, he still marked a point on the map. However, this point was different from others. The Tiangong Group's storage for dragon blood iron was actually located in Zone A. It was the central area of Grey Bear City. To reach it, they had to cross at least one zone.
Let's go, let's go, let's go.
With a wealthy sister backing him up, he feared nothing.
Just do it.
Just as the two were about to leave, they saw a figure approaching.
They recognized the person as the platoon leader responsible for the landing. You two, are you going to act with us or?
Before he could finish his sentence, he was directly interrupted.
Sorry, we have received other orders and cannot act with you.
Upon hearing this, the platoon leader's face revealed a hint of disappointment. Having witnessed the terrifying battlefield suppression power of the two, if they had these two, they could easily compete to be the first team to reach the central area. In this brief moment, the 3 battalions had already assigned tasks. In the outer 6 areas, each battalion was assigned 2 areas. Whoever cleared their area first would have the right to enter the central area.
The battle groups also had hidden benefits. For instance, performance was rewarded. Generally, whoever captured an area first could take some items from within. This was also a helpless measure. Just by looking at these people's battle armor, one could deduce the Alliance's supplies were not as plentiful as imagined. In many war-tattered battle armor, some even continued to wear damaged ones. If they did not take the opportunity to make some extra profit, how could they fight? Sorry to interrupt. The other party did not linger and returned to their team. Bai Jing directly followed the map, preparing to take the lead while these weapon wielders had not set off. Both of them were in excellent shape, running faster than an average flying shuttle. As they got closer to Grey Bear City, a strong acrid smell emerged. It resembled the scent of decaying blood and flesh. This made the two frown slightly. When they reached the edge of the city, they could see the situation inside. Blood was everywhere, and many torn and mangled corpses had already turned black and began to stink. Bai Jing decisively opted for internal breathing. The smell was too overwhelming. Alas, it seems this city has likely no survivors left. Ji Shuao shook her head, somewhat helpless. Sometimes, due to various reasons, the losses caused by humans might even exceed those on the front lines. This universe is simply too dangerous. One misstep could mean tens of thousands of people dying suddenly. Bai Jing also surveyed the surrounding environment. In fact, it was not much different from the places where test tube babies lived. They were all standardized housing, just upgraded from ordinary apartments to large open spaces. As for various entertainment shops, they were hardly seen. Even shops were a rare sight. In this era, people generally preferred online shopping with deliveries guaranteed within 5 minutes. There was no need to go shopping in person. Moreover, virtual shops could achieve effects similar to reality through consciousness headsets. With the addition of sensory devices, it was almost like the real world. Looking at the battle-scarred streets, Bai Jing suddenly felt a sense of crisis. There were only the two of them. How about upgrading our equipment? His gaze fell on the two Falcon rifles. He had just gone to replenish his ammunition to ensure a satisfying shooting experience. There were about 18,000 rounds in the spatial ring. He could definitely shoot comfortably. Sister, I heard that some spiritual energy professions can create special equipment with unique effects. Bai Jing suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, Ji Shuaya, without turning her head, replied directly, that's indeed the case. The ring I gave you, as well as these rings of mine, are all spiritual energy equipment. Moreover, besides spiritual energy equipment, there are other types such as blessed equipment, which are mostly left behind by powerful individuals, imbuing the equipment with some special abilities. Your dagger is a good example, as well as the sniper rifle I gifted you. In addition, there are also blacksmiths. These people seem ordinary, but the equipment they create can have special effects. The specific reasons can be referenced to the orcs, which cannot be explained by science. Among these pieces of equipment, orc gear is considered the most bizarre. It makes no sense at all. Without spiritual energy or special imprints, they can still produce outrageous effects using a pile of junk. Bai Jing suddenly had an idea in his heart. He even conceived the persona of a genius blacksmith. The daily struggle against the alien races to obtain that little essence was simply not enough for his current consumption. This is why there was no systematic optimization of martial arts. The consumption was too great, yet the improvement was not significant. If he could have the persona of a blacksmith and sell some equipment, he could exchange it for a large number of Dongwon coins to purchase the compressed energy used for those battleships. This should allow him to obtain a considerable amount of essence in a short time. Senior sister, I was just saying that if I seem to be a blacksmith. Before he could finish, Ji Shuaya, who was originally walking ahead, suddenly stopped. After spending these days together, she naturally knew her junior brother never spoke aimlessly. What he said was mostly true. Junior brother. You. I seem to be able to add some special effects to equipment, but the consumption will be quite high. Generally, it requires several days of rest to fully recover after each use. Since the conversation had reached this point, Bai Jing no longer pretended. Junior brother, you. Be a person. After struggling for a long time, he could only say this. From what he knew, the martial arts had achieved unprecedented accomplishments and had an extremely high comprehension. Such a talented figure in combat. You told me you can enhance equipment. To give the equipment special effects. Honestly, were you some great being in your past life and now you're starting to cultivate again? This is a template she had only seen in those light novels. Bai Jing did not continue speaking. With a thought, he had already dragged a Falcon electromagnetic rifle into the enhancement furnace. He directly chose enhancement. Congratulations. Falcon electromagnetic rifle enhancement completed, power 1. Congratulations. Falcon electromagnetic rifle enhancement completed, speed 1. Congratulations. Falcon electromagnetic rifle enhancement completed penetration 1. His luck was not too good. The first 9 enhancements yielded only common attributes. It was only on the last enhancement that a rare attribute appeared. Congratulations! Falcon electromagnetic rifle enhancement completed killing intent perception 1.
Killing intent perception, a passive effect that can automatically scan for enemies within the attack range. Note: cannot scan special hidden enemies.
Good. You're not even pretending anymore, huh? The effect of killing intent perception is quite simple.
It is somewhat similar to thermal imaging but with slight differences.
Killing intent perception can penetrate walls and ignore hidden objects. Originally Bai Jing wanted to show this to Ji Shuao, but now he felt it was inappropriate. After thinking for a moment, he pulled another rifle into the enhancement furnace. It was similar to the last time. The first 9 enhancements were basic with no rare attributes. Congratulations! Falcon electromagnetic rifle enhancement completed. Our thoughts are 1-1. As the prompt ended, he quickly opened this purple attribute. This time luck was not bad. 2 rifles, 2 purple attributes. Our thoughts are 1: automatic targeting, automatic firing, automatic ammunition replenishment. Bai Jing. Good lord. This is even more outrageous than the last one. It belongs to the realm of machine spirits. Just short of infinite bullets. Looking at the 2 absurdly attributed Falcon rifles in front of him, he felt somewhat speechless. Yet he still chose one of them. As the rifle with killing intent perception appeared in his hand, Bai Jing felt a slight change in his vision. He could see the enemies on the other side of the wall. Unfortunately, it wasn't proper X-ray vision.
Senior sister. Ji Shuao also regained her senses. The more outstanding her little junior brother was, the better her future life would be. What should she call him? My martial god little junior brother. My blacksmith god little junior brother. Heavens did not give birth to my little junior brother. The universe has been a long night. Therefore, she needed to invest more. The executive armor originally prepared for Bai Jing suddenly felt a bit imperfect. Someone as perfect as her little junior brother deserved something better. At that moment she saw her junior brother hand over a Falcon rifle. What happened to this gun? The exterior did not seem to have changed much, just slight alterations in detail. Although she did not understand, she still reached out to take it. However, just as she grasped it, she sensed something was off. Her vision suddenly changed. Looking at the street they had just arrived at, where originally nothing was present on the other side of the wall, hidden figures could be seen. From their hunched appearance, they were clearly followers of the evil god. Well, little junior brother, you said you weren't using X-ray vision, but now I've caught you using it. What else could this be if not X-ray vision? He could see enemies through walls. Wait, do you really have the abilities of a blacksmith? Soon Ji Shuao reacted. After all, a blacksmith. And it seemed that he was not an ordinary blacksmith. He could even add special effects to technological equipment. I don't even know if it counts. Every time I use this ability I need to pray sincerely, and this process may not necessarily succeed. With good luck I can succeed 6 or 7 times out of 10. With bad luck I might not succeed even once in 10 tries. Bai Jing said somewhat shyly. I originally wanted to mention it, but since this ability is sometimes reliable and sometimes not, I hesitated to bring it up. Looking at him, combined with his exceptionally high looks, it gave people the impression of a sunny boy who was not intentionally hiding anything. What does it matter? Those blacksmiths are similar to you and they don't always succeed either. Moreover, the effects they achieve are not as dominant as yours. With X-ray vision, even those reconnaissance vehicles would have difficulty penetrating the current concrete. Yet this rifle possessed effects comparable to those reconnaissance vehicles. If you have this ability, you should make good use of it and strive to create a perfect executive armor. Saying this, she also returned the Falcon rifle. Compared to this, she preferred heavy firepower like a 3-shot sniper. A rifle. Its lethality was still lacking. Let's first get the dragon blood iron, then we can study other materials. Ji Shuao waved her hand and prepared to speed up. Perhaps the earlier commotion had attracted quite a few followers of the evil god. Some even jumped down from the building, turning into a pile of mush. However, under their perverse recovery they quickly healed. Glancing casually at the approaching followers of the evil god, there were not even any high-ranking followers. They were all monsters coughing blood. Just one hit could kill them. Junior brother, it's time for your performance. Ji Shuao smiled and stepped back, leaving Bai Jing with enough space to demonstrate. Through killing intent perception, he quickly determined the number of evil god followers around. Just a few hundred. They dared to launch an attack. They probably did not know how formidable his gun skills were. He casually pulled out the unified thought rifle, one in each hand.
With the enhancement of killing intent, perception Bai Jing's mind became clearer and his thoughts flowed more smoothly. With a raise of his hand, bullets flew out. Bang! 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 In an instant, those followers of the evil god were instantly killed as soon as they revealed themselves, and even those who did not show themselves were killed. In just 10 seconds. Hundreds of followers of the evil god were all headshot without exception. This power of yours, Ji Shuao said helplessly. Even if it didn't reach the level of a 3-shot sniper rifle, it was still comparable to a regular sniper's effectiveness. Otherwise, it would be impossible to penetrate the wall and hit the hidden enemy. Generally, it would enhance the power slightly with a small chance of gaining special effects. Bai Jing explained. The acquisition of traits is entirely random. If one could choose traits in the first 10 levels, he would directly opt for a sniper rifle and add 10 to its power. The lethality could probably rival that of ground artillery. Unfortunately, this thing is uncontrollable. When we return, we can explore your ability. The position of forgers in the league is quite high. Even those top forgers are not inferior to the silver badge executives. The main reason is still its rarity. The total number of registered forgers in the entire league is probably only a few tens of thousands. Among them are many apprentices, and those capable of consistently producing special equipment monthly are likely only a few thousand. Good. The two continued to converse while delving deeper. With the ability to sense killing intent, there was no need to worry about ambushes. As they ventured deeper, the strength of the cultists of the evil god noticeably increased. Some higher-tier cultists appeared. Unlike those stooped cultists, these ones were all robust, as if overly nourished, though their skin color and sharp teeth remained unchanged. The league's response is quite fast. It hasn't been long since we arrived, and they've already sent people over. A cultist nearly 3 meters tall with 4 arms stood in the air looking down at the two surrounded. A glimmer of desire flashed in his eyes. Suddenly he raised his 2 right arms, gathering special energy. Instantly a blood-red spear composed of blood materialized. With a surge from his waist and back, it was as if a great bow was drawn. The target was the male among the two. For some unknown reason, just seeing him ignited a primal desire deep within. This feeling was reminiscent of what he experienced when he first joined the cult. Die. Whoosh. With all his might he hurled the spear, producing a loud boom. Put. It instantly pierced through the other's body, eliciting a painful howl. This sudden attack startled Bai Jing, who had just sensed the energy transfer pendant suddenly heat up and was still wondering where the attack came from. He saw a blood-red spear suddenly descend, ruthlessly pinning a high-tier cultist to the ground. Following the direction of the spear, he saw a familiar figure standing above. He was admiring his masterpiece, below his eyes filled with appreciation. Bai Jing understood that he was tricked by an illusion, causing a mismatch between what he saw and reality. Bang bang bang. He raised his hand and fired continuously. The enhanced power was enough to overshadow a sniper rifle. 3 shots fired. The fanatic who had been admiring his masterpiece suddenly had his head explode. The intense pain snapped him back to reality. Where did that attack come from? He had not seen the attack just now, it seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. As his head gradually healed, the scene below changed slightly. The human who should have been howling was now replaced by another cultist. What a strange ability, psychic energy. This fanatic was clearly perplexed, but he had confidence in his own strength. He jumped freely from the high building, landing steadily. He reached out each of his 4 arms, grasping a short spear. This should be the fanatic mentioned in the intel. Even shattering the skull couldn't kill me, and I can still conjure weapons. You two are quite brave. The 4-armed fanatic spoke blandly, almost like a human. As he approached, the primal instinct grew stronger. His intuition told him that if he drained Bai Jing's blood, he could evolve again and reach a new realm. Thinking of this, he instinctively swallowed. You two can come at me together, let me have some fun. He dismissed the other cultists and slowly walked towards the two. Don't rush. Just as Ji Shuaya was about to take out her executive armor, Bai Jing stopped her. Senior sister, let me handle this one. The previous experiment had already confirmed that the opponent might be similar to a blood giant. Even if blown to pieces by a high-powered weapon, he could slowly recover. Definitely a blood-locking ability. Fortunately, he had a big stick to forcibly drain blood. Looking at Bai Jing approaching, the 4-armed fanatic displayed a playful smile. You smell so good. As he spoke, his tongue flicked out like a snake, licking his lips. The desire intensified. So good. A familiar phrase. The last time he heard it was on the Chick Star. If he could see through the visor, he would see Bai Jing's face darkened. Taking a deep breath, he pulled back. Full throttle. All attributes surged. Gripping the blood courage stick, he charged forward.
Seeing the figure rushing towards him, the four-armed fanatic revealed a somewhat sinister smile. The 4 short spears whistled through the air. Bang! But they were directly deflected.
Master of skills, Bai Jing's proficiency with the big stick reached perfection.
In the moment of deflecting the short spear, he smashed forward.
Such attacks can't harm me, I am immortal. He clearly had no intention of defending against the incoming attack. At their level, it was hard to die.
The blood courage stick fell. The berserk power directly sent the four-armed fanatic flying, shattering his chest and splattering blood. His body uncontrollably crashed into a building, smashing through several walls before barely stopping. What a heavy attack! It already rivals those 4th-tier lifeforms, but it also means he can help me evolve again. He ignored the injuries on his body, a glimmer of excitement flashing in his eyes. The next moment he charged forward again. The short spear materialized and stabbed upward once more.
The outcome didn't change, he was still knocked flying by a single blow, most of his body crushed.
Again and again the four-armed fanatic suddenly stopped moving.
What did you do? Why has my life force diminished?
His recovery speed was noticeably slowing down and he felt a weakness. This feeling had never occurred since he became a fanatic. Bai Jing did not respond. He directly suppressed him with force. This guy's strength was at most comparable to those who had just entered the 4th tier. The only thing he had was that perverse recovery ability. This was thoroughly suppressed by the blood courage stick. Realizing something was wrong, he no longer hesitated. He turned to escape the battlefield. Seeing this scene, Bai Jing decisively chased after him. Senior sister, I leave this to you, I will take care of him. The opponent's speed was clearly inferior to Bai Jing's and he was quickly caught up, receiving a strike. It shattered most of his body. Before the opponent lost mobility and had not yet recovered, Bai Jing decisively activated the recharge function. Detected blood energy life. After recharging, you can gain 800 essence. Charge. A smile appeared on Bai Jing's face. The next moment a piercing scream echoed, catching him off guard. Under the power of the recharge, the opponent's body still recovered. However, it lacked a significant amount of energy and the originally robust physique shrank considerably. The fanatic was reduced to just over a meter in size, trampled under Bai Jing's foot. He was never a match, especially not now. At this moment the gaze directed at Bai Jing was filled only with fear. What have you done to me? Why do you possess such power? Are you even human or a god from the spirit realm? He threw out his questions without restraint. Bai Jing maintained a faint smile along with the blood-red club he raised. You smell so good. He spoke slowly. Following that, the club came crashing down, almost shattering all the bodies. He chose to recharge again. Detected blood energy life form. Recharge will yield 1200 essence. With the completion of the recharge, the opponent completely transformed into essence. After waiting for a moment to confirm the opponent was truly dead, Bai Jing felt relieved. It seems your immortality still falls short. The opponent should be similar to a character in a novel where every cell bears a seal allowing for self-repair. But luckily his recharge was a forceful plunder. Bai Jing suddenly thought of a question. If it truly was that domineering a plunder, then all notions of immortality would be meaningless in his presence. Even energy bodies could be forcefully plundered for recharge. This plugin seems to be indiscriminate. Any evil god, any star god from the spirit realm could have their energy absorbed. Now even blood energy was constrained. In future battles, breaking defenses could be followed by a forceful recharge, even suppressing energy backflow. This counts as a new tactic. Bai Jing thought this method was feasible. As he contemplated, he planned to hurry back. By the time he met Ji Shuayo, she would have cleared out the other high-ranking fanatics. The life states of these guys are quite strange. I'll collect some for experimental materials. Looking at the nearly 100 corpses of the fanatics, he developed some other ideas. After all, he had already established his identity as a forger. Now was the time to gather more essence. You can research as you like, but don't go too deep, the beings inside are quite sinister. Ji Shuayo naturally wouldn't refuse, but she still reminded him, rest assured, senior sister. I'll just research a bit casually, consider it a game. Saying that, she directly initiated the recharge. Detected a batch of low-level blood energy. Recharge will yield 2300 essence. This quantity was rather small. It could also be that the value of these fanatics plummeted after their death. With the recharge completed, the essence in Bai Jing's hand once again broke through the 10,000-point barrier. He prepared to close himself off to improve his martial arts after acquiring the dragon blood iron. Just then Ji Shuayo approached him mysteriously. With an expression that said, I see through you. Senior sister. Bai Jing felt a bit guilty. Could it be that this rich girl had some special ability to sense the surrounding corpses he had quickly refined?
You little brat, honestly confess, did the spatial ring also strengthen you? Otherwise how could you fit so many corpses? Bai Jing did not respond but silently pulled the spatial ring into the enhancement furnace. Perhaps due to being a spiritual energy type equipment, this time the enhancement consumed noticeably more essence, totaling 400 points. But he also obtained a completely new spatial ring. Named Spiritual Energy Spatial Ring 10. Features internal space 6, space stability 3, one-click pickup 1. Description: this is a spatial ring with one-click pickup functionality. He seemed to have become quite lucky lately. Another purple feature. Confirming that the spatial ring could be enhanced, Bai Jing did not pretend anymore and revealed it. He silently tossed the ring sealed with a 7th level spiritual energy spell into the enhancement furnace but received a prompt that it could not be enhanced. In fact, this was quite normal. The ring was merely a carrier, the real power lay in the seal spell. It was normal that it could not be enhanced. It was equivalent to a disposable item, not actual equipment. Senior sister, you figured it out, Bai Jing said, looking a bit embarrassed at being caught. As soon as he said that, Ji Zuyeo's eyes widened. How many cubic meters is your ring now? She quickly asked. Prompted by this question, Bai Jing sank into thought and checked his ring. It had indeed expanded quite a bit. The enhancement is decent. He extended a 6. What the heck, a 60 cubic meter ring? Little junior brother, you've hit the jackpot, Ji Shueo said with some excitement. But her excitement was premature. It's not 60, it's 610 cubic meters. Just confirming again. This time there wouldn't be any mistakes. It was indeed 610. As soon as he said that, Ji Shueo, who had been thrilled, was left completely dumbfounded. She didn't even have a ring of this size. In fact, such a ring was not even easy for her to obtain. The ring she currently used was only 300 cubic meters. This one had cost her a whopping 300 million Dongwon coins secured through family connections. The one in Bai Jing's hands, however, was probably worth at least 500 million. Little junior brother, turns out you are the wealthy one. She couldn't help but mutter softly. If he could establish a stable source for spatial rings, he could easily become a tycoon within the alliance. Unfortunately, there were fewer than 100 forgers capable of crafting spiritual energy spatial rings in the entire alliance. Moreover, the materials were relatively scarce, with only about 100 rings produced each year. Generally, as soon as they were manufactured, they would be reserved by others. Or rather, even before the rings were produced, their ownership had already been determined. She, with her status, couldn't even touch them. What a pity. When we return, you must help senior sister pray properly. Compared to those, her 300 cubic meter ring needed an upgrade. Ideally, it could reach 1,000 cubic meters. If one day she fell on hard times, selling the ring would ensure she would not have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of her life. After this is over, I'll help you. Bai Jing did not refuse. He even planned to not only help his senior sister after this mission but also to assist his master in enhancing his gear. After all, he had already established the identity of a genius forger. In the future, he would need the backing of these two when doing business. As long as you say that it's settled. Ji Shueo nodded in satisfaction. It was worth all her efforts over the past few days. The two of them continuously approached the central area. Perhaps due to the small number of people, they only encountered a few scattered fanatics but did not run into any large groups of evil god followers. They smoothly passed through Area C and reached the outskirts of the city center. Unlike other areas, Area A was filled with the branch buildings of various enterprises. The Dragon Blood Iron is locked in the insurance vault of the Tiangong Group branch. As long as we can unlock the vault before others arrive, everything inside will belong to us. As they entered the central area, it was hard not to notice the Tiangong Group building. Even though the city center had already fallen, the projector was still operational. It projected large characters. Tiangong Group. Faster, hurry up. If we're caught, we're as good as dead, urged a portly man. Ahead of him, not far away, 4 figures wielded massive engineering tools, cutting into a thick encrypted vault door. Boss, this door's security level is too high, we can only grind it down slowly, one figure replied, eyeing the shallow notch headcar. That's utterly unacceptable. If we walk away empty-handed while suffer catastrophic losses, our entire profit margin for this period would vanish. At the news that the door couldn't be breached, the portly man panicked. Had received intel, this planet had fallen and a major conglomerate had stockpiled strategic resources here. Had raced here without rest, driven solely by the dream of striking it rich. His informant had claimed 5 tons of dragon blood or lay inside, worth hundreds of millions of Dongwon credits on the black market. With that haul, his crew could disband immediately and retire in comfort. Damn it, I'll handle this myself. He snatched up a laser cutter, aiming to carve an opening. Yet even its searing multi-thousand-degree beam failed to warp the vault door. Its effect was inferior to mechanical cutting. Boss. Boss. Someone's approaching. The lookout rushed in, voice trembling with alarm. At those words the portly man flinched violently, his face twisted as if mourning a mother's death. This task force advanced too swiftly, as it already overrun all 6 districts. He instantly dismissed the cultists as utterly incompetent. They hadn't held out for days from command issuance to now they'd crumbled in under 3 hours. As the portly man hesitated, flee or gamble, he heard more. The lookout hastily clarified, boss, you misunderstood, it's not official forces. Just 2 people. Stunned at first, then enraged, the portly man slapped the messenger hard across the face. Idiot, why didn't you lead with that? I thought it was the task force. Turns out it's just some bold opportunist trying to snatch scraps. Most cultists had already been drawn outward to the 6 districts by the task force's advance. Damn it, since we arrived first, send them a warning. Tiangong Group's warehouse belongs to us. They may freely raid other conglomerates' depots. The central district housed dozens of skyscrapers spanning every industry. Such a concession struck him as extraordinarily generous. Go now. The man hurried off. Once alone, the portly leader barked again, no matter what methods you use, you will breach this vault within 4 hours, or you get no payment whatsoever. The messenger sprinted to the base of Tiangong Group's tower. Unconcealed, he drew the attention of Bai Jing and his companion, who mistook him for a cultist emerging from within. But upon seeing him, both froze. The man stood over 2 meters tall, clearly enhanced through biological modification. Assuming he was task force personnel, they were startled when he began shouting. Brothers across the way, this site is claimed by the Black Wolf. Please seek resources elsewhere. Black Wolf. Clearly not the current task force, but the name Black Wolf did ring a bell, a notorious faction born in the Black Wolf Expanse, self-proclaimed Black Wolf Corps. Brothers, please depart promptly. The Black Wolf pirates wish no conflict with you. Seeing no movement, he added more sharply. Hearing that, Bai Jing and his companion exchanged bewildered glances. So, they'd mistaken ruthless Expanse warlords for pirates. Pirates. Pirate syndicates were a distinct feature of the cosmos, found among humans and countless alien civilizations alike, mostly composed of deserters and desperate outcasts. Their trade centered on raiding passing starships, plundering vulnerable planets, trafficking contraband, and they dominated the galactic slave trade. Yet no one expected such audacity, to brazenly loot amid an active task force operation. Even though the planet had fallen, its assets belonged to the Alliance. 10 seconds, if you haven't left by then, the Black Wolf pirates will show you no mercy. His tone turned glacial as Bai Jing and his companion remained motionless. He raised an unidentifiable electromagnetic rifle, ready to fire on sight to kill them both instantly. Sometimes I truly marvel at your courage, daring to enter such perilous territory. With that spirit, you'd thrive in military service. Ji Shuao remarked dryly. These men were cowardly, yet dared infiltrate the contamination zone under the shadow of eldritch cults. And yet, they were not fearless, their ranks were filled with deserters and criminals. Almost simultaneously, the messenger reached the count of 5 and pulled the trigger. He aimed to strike first, but before his finger tightened fully, a bullet pierced his skull. My gun is faster than yours. Bai Jing theatrically blew across the barrel of his rifle. In any interstellar quickdraw championship, head reign undefeated, the synergy between mind and weapon was simply unfair. The sharp report of the Xiaolong rifle echoed unmistakably. Damn it, they've opened fire. The portly man cursed, glanced once more at the unyielding vault door, and made his decision. We're leaving now. Even if this gamble failed, survival outweighed capture. Escape meant he'd reclaim his losses and multiply them later. Just like that, his crew protested. At our pace, we'll crack it within 4 hours, guaranteed. After hours of relentless cutting, retreat felt unbearable, especially now that they knew the intruders weren't task force operators. If you want to die, stay. I'm gone. A deep unease coiled in his gut. Without offering choice, he pivoted toward an alternate exit route. Where do you think you're going? A figure blocked his path. Friend, we're cut from the same cloth. Take whatever's there, I won't stand in your way. You're surprisingly reasonable. Shame we're not cut from the same cloth. As a disciple of a silver medallion enforcer, I'm effectively a probationary enforcer myself. I mean, no quarrel, I haven't touched anything. It's all over there. Take it, freely. The portly man frowned. Gifts offered, yet obstruction persisted. Instantly wary, he heightened his guard. His energy shield flared to maximum intensity, preparing for treachery. Junior brother, I've just confirmed that each Black Wolf pirate carries a bounty of 1 million Alliance credits. Lieutenants fetch 5 million, captains start at 2 million. Ji Shuao spoke from behind. At her words, the portly man didn't hesitate, he fled. But Bai Jing was faster. 3 consecutive shots rang out.
Though the man activated his energy shield, the enhanced Xiaolong rifle's power overwhelmed it entirely. After 3 impacts, the shield dimmed, flickering, dying. Take one more step and your head explodes.
Don't blame me.
Bai Jing's calm words sent a shiver through the man's spine. He cursed his rotten luck. He still didn't know Bai Jing's identity, but the Xiaolong rifle alone signaled official sanction at minimum. The overweight man forced a hideous smile. You two, if you let me go, I will offer 6 million. For individuals like them, being captured meant being fitted with a restriction collar and sent directly to the cannon fodder camp. After a brief contemplation, he instantly thought to use money to buy his life.
Compared to this, I am more interested in where you got your information from.
Ji Shuao spoke up. Events involving cultists of the evil god are usually kept confidential. Yet now members of a pirate group have appeared. This clearly indicated that there was an insider leaking information. It's simple, we all purchase information on the dark web, and as for who it is, no one knows. He did not conceal it and spoke directly. Just then Bai Jing suddenly raised his gun and shot. The bullet pierced through the wall, hitting someone behind it.
Wait, I surrender.
Seeing his companion's gruesome death, the last remaining weapon wielder immediately panicked. He hurriedly dropped his weapon and stepped out.
Boss, save me.
He quickly glanced at the overweight man, hoping he would plead for mercy.
However, the latter was too concerned about his own safety to pay him any mind. Kill them all.
Ji Shuao stated directly. Their actions this time were not honorable. Leaving survivors was a significant taboo. Bai Jing shot the weapon wielder, already contemplating how to deal with the fat man. The other party suddenly knelt down and shouted, "Wait, I can tell you a secret that concerns the future of humanity." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing and his companion clearly did not believe him. What secrets could a pirate possibly have? They might have thought if he didn't reveal something explosive soon, he would truly lose his life today. He quickly spoke up. A month ago, wasn't there a test tube baby cultivation planet that was destroyed? You can verify this matter to confirm my words.
Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's heart jolted. There were many cultivation planets, but they didn't explode every day or month.
What the other party mentioned was clearly Chuzhong 3.
Moreover, I also know that the cause of this incident was due to the orcs.
He increased the stakes again. It was almost certain that the other party knew something, and he also put away the Xiaolong rifle. This made the overweight man breathe a sigh of relief. Ji Shuao did not respond, but obtained information about Chuzhong Star through certain means. What you said is indeed true, but a single cultivation planet concerning the future of humanity is a bit too grandiose. She clearly still had some doubts.
The number of cultivation planets averaged over 300. Destroying one would incur losses, but for the Alliance it wasn't considered significant.
They could produce a new one within months at full capacity.
This is true, and the information comes from the orcs. He was afraid of being killed and couldn't care about anything else.
It also comes from that orc high priest.
This time even Ji Shuao was moved, displaying a grave expression. Orc high priest.
Yes, it was his order, and there is only one target to destroy that planet. The overweight man emphasized again. Seeing her senior sister's expression, Bai Jing clearly understood that there was something more to this. He saw that his senior sister had produced a collar in her hand.
It was glowing red. If you say it really works, I can guarantee your safety. My surname is Ji.
The previously reluctant overweight man shut off the energy shield and put the collar on himself. This information was obtained from an old orc priest.
He didn't know what crime he committed and fled.
Wait, don't speak about this yet.
When we return, you'll explain it then.
Ji Shuao suddenly interrupted. She had a gut feeling that she might not be able to handle this matter. She was preparing to tell her master directly. With the collar in place, she clearly didn't care whether the other party would escape.
Junior brother, let's take the items first, then go back to find master.
After saying this, she directly walked toward the warehouse. Bai Jing was clearly very interested in the intelligence just received. Senior sister, is that orc high priest very strong?
Unable to help but ask, Ji Shuao paused for a moment before responding.
That old thing can no longer be described as strong. He is the closest existence to a deity in the material universe. Even the strong within the Alliance have proposed that as long as he can enter the spiritual energy world, he can become a deity there. The most terrifying part is that if this guy goes all out, he might truly be able to summon the true body of a spiritual world deity. In terms of spiritual energy, he is undoubtedly the first in the material universe.
Upon hearing this information, Bai Jing could only exclaim in astonishment.
The first in the spiritual energy system. Able to summon the true body of a spiritual world deity. There is quite a significant gap between deities and gods. If a deity's true body were to descend, it would spell disaster for the material universe.
After inquiring, Bai Jing became even more curious as to why such an existence was so intent on destroying the cultivation planet. He even had a thought in his heart. However, this thought was something he found hard to accept and could not bear. While he was lost in thought, the three had already arrived at the warehouse door. A warehouse built with special alloys mixed with special materials can withstand electromagnetic cannon strikes. Ji Shueyo looked at the door in front of her and began to explain. As she spoke, she took out a box-sized terminal from her spatial ring. Fortunately, we don't have to break through directly, we have this thing. A black box. This time it was the overweight man who was surprised, but upon recalling the identity of the person in front of him, he instantly felt relieved. It was just a professional hacking tool. It was difficult for them to obtain, but not for such a person. The next moment, the black box floated directly, aiming at the various interfaces. It began the hacking process. Even the highest level black technology would take at least half an hour to crack. The Tiangong group was among the top 50 technology groups in the alliance. Their strength was still quite formidable. At this moment, Bai Jing was somewhat disinterested in the dragon blood iron. He wanted to know more about why the orc high priest wanted to destroy Chuzhong Star. However, he couldn't ask directly, especially regarding such a terrifying existence. Perhaps if he asked, the other party would sense it. An hour later, the door still hadn't been unlocked. This made Ji Shueyo frown. This is really strange, why isn't it done yet? Did they upgrade the system? Just then, while Bai Jing was lost in thought, a voice echoed in his mind. You scoundrel, you haven't looked for me for so long. Are you having an affair outside? Upon hearing this, Bai Jing was taken aback. He felt puzzled about where the ship girl was. She was not in the material universe but still in the spiritual realm. But how did she communicate with him? Feeling carefully, he confirmed that the Lingjie traveler had not appeared in the material universe, not understanding what method the ship girl had used to convey the message. Last time he could only barely convey a rough idea through the connection. You scumbag, you smell of her perfume. It was my nose's fault. Bai Jing. If he suspected it was an auditory hallucination before, he was now certain. It was that surfing-loving ship girl. We agreed to be Sigma men for life, yet you're out there looking for someone else. Am I not flirtatious enough? Perhaps having been suffocated in the Lingjie for too long, as soon as she popped up, her mouth started chattering non-stop. Bai Jing's face darkened. Who let this girl out? At this moment, he had a strong intuition that even if the ship girl was exposed in the future, he could not claim to be her creator. How did you do it? Bai Jing found a corner and spoke softly. Just as he had guessed, the ship girl could not only speak but also hear what he was saying. It's simple. I first optimized the main network so that it could pass through the Lingjie barrier, then I found the nearest alliance network and hacked in, allowing you to hear me speak. Are you happy? Come give your sister a kiss. Bai Jing. Listening to her erratic words, he now really wanted to cut off her network. The ship girl, who used to be so cute, had turned into a total mental case since going online. Silence. No words. He didn't know whether it was good or bad for this girl to be lurking in the alliance network every day. At that moment, a somewhat irritable voice sounded. Damn it, this little black box is fake. It's been over an hour and the hack isn't complete. Ji Shueyo had gone from initially confident to gradually agitated. If it weren't for the certainty of the equipment in her hand, she would definitely have violently dismantled that special alloy door. The voice of the ship girl echoed again. Oh. It was meaningful, as if she had discovered some secret. Next. Bai Jing then realized that his life suit's internal system was out of control. A complete datasheet and a three-dimensional model of Ji Shueyo popped up. So you like this kind of thing? I disagree with this marriage. It might starve the little baby. Reaching out to try to control it, he found that the life suit system was affected, yet all other functions were normal. It was obviously the work of this cyber ghost girl. Be honest, I and her. Just as he was about to explain, he heard the ship girl's sarcastic voice. Ah, yes, I and her are just friends. I only see her as a sister. We were just drunk. Stop. Bai Jing hurriedly shouted to stop. What kind of sins had he committed in his past life to encounter such a creditor? After the sarcastic remarks, she still did something serious. Your figure is a bit lacking, but your family background is indeed solid. Xiaobai, you've also improved. You've hooked up with a rich woman. Saying this, she had already thrown out some information. All about Ji Shueyo. What my legion leader father, what my spiritual saint grandfather, what my vice president grandmother from Imperial Capital University, what my mother from a top 100 alliance company. This time even Bai Jing was shocked by this background. Moreover, this was just the surface, the closest people. Apart from these, the Ji family was also a long-established interstellar family. This senior sister's background is indeed solid. Even being teased by the ship girl, Bai Jing temporarily forgot about it. Alright, stop chatting with me here, help me crack the password.
As for the cyber ghost girl in the network, he really had no way to deal with her, even questioning whether there was anything in the entire universe that could target her.
He couldn't just shut down all alliance networks because of her.
However, Bai Jing took note of this grudge. Taking advantage of not having a physical form, she was teasing him.
Just wait. Woohoo!
I cracked it, junior brother, come help pack the stuff. Suddenly a cheer echoed. He saw the previously tightly closed security door slowly opening. Ji Shuao had already peeked inside through the gap.
So fast. How can a man say fast? I've already helped you search for 100 kinds of kidney tonifying recipes.
Bai Jing directly ignored her. Walking towards the warehouse door, as it gradually opened, he could finally see just how thick this door and wall were.
Almost 3 meters. No wonder it could withstand the attacks of an electromagnetic cannon.
As the warehouse door opened, the two also walked inside. Perhaps due to the exorbitant cost, the things stored inside were not many. A pile of dark red metal, a few password boxes, and some high-grade alloys, all at least class A.
If sold entirely, the materials alone would probably be close to $1 billion.
This does not even count the few password boxes.
Junior brother, hurry and pack everything up,
Ji Shuao urged. With the activation of an automatic picking ability, the materials and boxes in the warehouse were directly stored in the spatial ring. Let's go, it's not safe to stay here, we need to leave. Seeing that they had gotten their hands on the goods, they hurriedly took the member of the Black Wolf pirate group and left.
Bai Jing was somewhat reluctant to leave.
Now that his external device was fully loaded, he felt some regret about not cracking a few more stocks. Senior sister, how about we check other group warehouses?
He suggested after thinking.
Let's not, it wouldn't be good for us if we're discovered. This is already enough, especially since the fastest team can arrive in half an hour.
Ji Shuao immediately rejected.
Rules are rules, you can't rob things in front of the crowd.
Even if the Alliance doesn't say anything, the owners of the lost items won't be happy.
Bai Jing felt it was a pity. But thinking that the cyber ghost girl had already lifted her seal, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and caution was always wise.
Definitely next time.
This place is so strange. It's kind of like the divine realm of those deities. While evacuating, Bai Jing suddenly heard the ship girl say. This made his heart tremble again.
Oh no.
Could it be that stars are going to explode again?
Am I truly the real planet destroyer?
Why does it seem like wherever I go, stars are destined to explode?
What do you mean? Is another Lingjie passage opening? Without caring about anything else, he asked.
Not necessarily. Someone is trying to replicate the divine realm of a certain deity, but the methods are too primitive, only possessing some special effects.
It cannot be compared to those divine realms of the Lingjie.
Also, it seems they are forging some divine item. The specific situation cannot be sensed, but it can be confirmed that after success it should have 7th or even 8th order powers. The ship girl seriously felt it and provided an explanation.
Okay, I understand this matter.
Bai Jing was somewhat speechless. Could he be some kind of disaster star? Suddenly he thought of the fate of the chick star. His mood instantly turned sour. I hope it's not what I'm thinking. Even if humans are like grass now, I still don't want to.
It took several hours to go there. The return took less than 10 minutes. Fortunately, after listening to Ji Zuyao's advice, they did not pry into other companies' warehouses. Not long after they left, someone arrived at Area A.
They began to clear out the followers of the evil god from one skyscraper after another.
Where is my master?
Ji Shuao immediately found the camp leader responsible for guarding and inquired.
The Lord is on the platform.
After receiving this information, the two of them, along with the members of the Black Wolf pirate group, hurriedly boarded the aerial combat platform. Since everyone knew their identities, no one obstructed them. They were just briefly held up at the entrance and asked to wait a moment. Based on our analysis, this group of Eternal Life sect followers might be in the process of creating a divine offspring or forging a sacred artifact for the sect.
The reporting officer projected some information.
The entire city of Grey Bear 1 had almost been completely taken down. There were less than 10 survivors. From what they knew, most people had been captured rather than transformed into the lowest tier followers. This behavior could almost confirm that the other party was performing some kind of ritual. Most of those who had been captured had likely already become sacrifices. Sir, after our continuous analysis, we can roughly confirm that the headquarters of this sect is likely hidden in this area. As he spoke, he had already sketched out a forest and marked some suspicious points.
After listening to the reports from various departments, Wang Chang waved his hand and issued a direct order.
Within 2 hours, completely occupy Grey Bear 1 and then gather everyone to search for their hiding place. After issuing the command, Wang Chang also prepared to go and take a look himself.
Dealing with an evil god is a serious matter. If not handled well, it could lead to major trouble, even resulting in the destruction of the planet. He could not afford to be careless. After everyone left, his gaze fell on the two waiting at the entrance. "You two can come in. Why are you back so quickly?" Upon hearing this, the two hurriedly followed inside. Wang Chang's gaze then fell on the members of the Black Wolf pirate group. What is this? He already felt that something was amiss. Ji Shueyo did not speak immediately but looked towards the soldier stationed at the entrance. In the next second, an internal breath formed a sealed space, rendering it impossible to hear any sounds from within. "All right, you can speak now. If what you say is valuable, you might survive. However, if you lie in any way, the methods of the executor will make you wish you were dead." Upon hearing the word executor, the overweight man felt his legs weaken and sat down on the ground, his face turning pale. He had thought it was just the military, but it turned out to be the executor. "What right do I have?" "My lord, I will confess. I heard about this matter too. It was passed down by an old orc, and according to him there is a great terror on the destroyed planet. If not eliminated, it would be a disaster for the entire universe. The order to destroy the fledgling bird planet was also personally issued by the orc high priest." Upon hearing this, the three furrowed their brows. It's not that this news isn't important, but it sounds somewhat exaggerated. Such news might often circulate in the starry sky, claiming that the god of annihilation has been reborn or that the universe is about to restart. The overweight man swallowed hard and also realized that what he had just said lacked weight. It is said that the old orc defected because the plan failed and he was unable to kill everyone, with the group escaping. Even that fleet was slaughtered, and it was the orc high priest who took action himself. If you don't believe me, you can check the dark web, there should be relevant intelligence. At this point, Wang Chang's expression became somewhat serious. If what the other party said was true and it could make the orc high priest act personally, then this matter must be significant. Even the cosmic disaster had to be considered, whether it was true or false. By the way, there is one more thing I can prove that someone did escape. It was a slave capture ship. They were nearby that day and took away several hundred martial artists before destroying the Cultivation dish planet. Even my family's Lord Red Wolf bought a second-tier psychic energy master from them, and additionally 2 exotic women. Upon finishing, he quickly glanced at the expressions of the three. Even though Bai Jing was trying hard to maintain control at that moment, his expression management failed, revealing a look of shock. A second-tier psychic energy master. What a coincidence. This profession should be quite rare, and it seems this person has some background. If I hadn't been unconscious at that time, I probably would have been taken as well. This confirms that psychic energy masters are very precious, even that special faction is unwilling to give them up. It was almost certain. No wonder he went back to search and couldn't find the other party. He must have been captured by the slave capture ship. It was uncertain whether this was a good or bad thing. When the two met again, their identities would undoubtedly be exposed. However, Bai Jing had no choice but to take it one step at a time. His departure should not have attracted anyone else's attention. That was a piece of good news. No need to worry, the Alliance has noticed and is conducting a full-scale search. For a moment, Bai Jing felt a bit complicated. I will report this matter to Jin Hui or the chief executor. You both must not speak carelessly. Involving that orc high priest, he cannot afford to be careless. Moreover, this is primarily just a rumor. It is said that he can see 5,000 years into the future and 5,000 years into the past. Even because of this ability, he has helped the orcs avoid several major losses. As for this person, let's keep him locked up for now. Upon hearing this, the overweight man immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He survived. However, the matter was originally tricky and Wang Chang did not have time to focus on this. He needed to deal with the troubles on Grey Bear Star first. You two will continue training, or will you rest here? Master, I think I'm ready for training. Ji Shueao quickly said. Now that everything was in hand, there were no more interests left. Why risk their lives? Master, I want to go into seclusion for a while. This battle has been very beneficial to me. Bai Jing thought for a moment and said. Of course, he wanted to optimize his martial arts. He also planned to improve his 6 internal organs and complete the 3rd-tier transformation as soon as possible. At the same time, he discovered the lack of ultimate moves. The techniques he was currently practicing were still too ordinary, and in terms of combat enhancement, they were not as good as the combat techniques that came with being a skilled master. Alright, I will have the people from the Iron Blood to come and pick you two up. I need to stay for a few more days. Wang Chang nodded lightly, feeling that there was no problem. After arranging for the two, he left directly to investigate that mountain range. As the sealed room constructed by the internal breath vanished, the voice of the ship girl reappeared. Xiao Bai, where did you go just now? I couldn't find you anywhere. Is that really so? Bai Jing instinctively said. He did not expect that this internal breath could also block this chatty psychic girl. You suddenly disappeared and I couldn't find you even with instruments. That's truly amazing.
This martial arts of the 4th tier must be broken through. Soon they returned to the Iron Blood ship. Little junior brother, once we return to the Imperial Star, I will help you find someone to forge the executive officer battle armor.
I've left everything with you for now.
Ji Shui clearly didn't care much about those resources. She yawned and turned back to her quarters.
Alright, senior sister. Bai Jing naturally wouldn't be polite.
Just as he was about to leave, he saw his senior sister toss over a ring.
You promised when the time comes bring it back to me.
Sure. The ring tossed over was a spatial ring which he planned to return in a few days. Soon the two went back to their respective rooms. As soon as he entered, the ship girl eagerly spoke up.
This place is bigger than mine.
You've really got a new spaceship outside. The voice was pitiful, combined with a projection that looked greatly aggrieved. Bai Jing was somewhat speechless. In the film industry, without you, how could this little golden man act so well?
Alright, there are some things I need your help with.
Help me investigate who Hon Lang is.
Why don't you let your little mistress handle this? Why must I do the hard work?
Although she complained, her body was still quite honest.
Soon she helped Bai Jing gather information on the other party.
Name Su Jian, Hon Lang, gender female, birth Xuanqing, biography, the legitimate daughter of the Su family in Xuanqing, possessing an extraordinary talent for spiritual energy. She became a 5th-tier spiritual summoner at the age of 23, but due to family reasons she was implicated. While being transported to the front line, she defected and later joined the Wolf Totem pirate group with the codename Hon Lang and has hundreds of subordinates.
Dimensions 9170-92.
Comment: this woman looks like she can bear children. I approve of you marrying her as a concubine.
Automatically ignoring the last 3 pieces of information. A woman. Moreover, her status is not low.
Xuanqing is also one of the strong stars in the alliance, nearly equal in strength to Yuxing.
Didn't sit.
Correct. The next second, a projection of a woman over 2 meters tall with a score of 95 or above and looks possessing a devilish figure appeared.
Choosing a concubine. Enough.
Bai Jing could hardly contain himself.
This internet is toxic, old ma, please shut it down.
Look at how poisoned the child has become.
When working, focus on work.
If you continue to act up, don't blame me for being rude.
Perhaps sensing that Bai Jing was angry, the ship girl did not refute and projected a pitiful expression. Alright, when working just focus on work, don't mess around. At other times feel free.
He simply couldn't stand her pitiful look dressed in a wedding gown. Most importantly, he was worried about her growing resentment.
Can you pinpoint her location? Bai Jing asked.
This time the ship girl didn't mess around and directly started working.
It wasn't long before a projection of a room appeared.
However, this room looked a bit strange, shrouded in mist.
Where is this? Nothing further was said. There are too many planets in the universe, all kinds of places exist. Perhaps the smog there is quite heavy.
The Seagrave Triangle, the headquarters of all interstellar pirates. This is Hon Lang's room.
A room.
The next second, as the mist gradually dispersed, they saw an exaggerated figure lying in a bathtub with 2 maids helping her bathe.
Bai Jing instinctively wanted to look away.
However, he soon realized that the 2 maids looked somewhat familiar.
WC, aren't those my maids? They were just the maids from Choi Niao Star. He didn't expect to see them here.
Bai Jing originally thought to confirm whether Wuan was still alive. If not, he would ask the ship girl for help. To inform his family and friends.
Paying a price should allow him to return. Moreover, the ship girl would definitely leave no traces when doing such things.
At this moment, the curvaceous woman suddenly stood up, her face wary.
Who?
Although there was no sound, the lip movements were clear.
Shut it off, shut it off.
Bai Jing hurriedly stopped the ship girl's shameless behavior. The screen quickly went black.
My 2 little maids.
It's all that Wu An's fault for running around with them. If it weren't for him, he could have taken these 2 maids away. Wu An, you deserve it. When the opportunity arises, I'll let someone fish you out. At this time, let's set the level to 9th tier. With various equipment enhancements, I should be able to face the fleet directly. Even if my identity as a Choi Niao Star survivor is exposed, it won't be a problem.
Report your senior sister is taking a bath. Should we broadcast it? Bai Jing. Lowbrow. This is truly lowbrow. Behave yourself. Until I become a deity, I won't look for women or become a voyeur. If you mess around again, I.
For a moment, he didn't know how to punish the other party. This was the downside of having a pet with too high a level and a low-level host.
It simply wouldn't listen. I want to enter seclusion, don't disturb me during this period.
Bai Jing dropped a sentence and turned directly into the gravity chamber. Now his ears were finally at peace. In just a few hours he was almost driven mad by the ship girl. Where did all this chatter come from? If it doesn't work, find her a companion. Every day she caught him and tormented him. How could one live like this? Sigh. Bai Jing sighed softly. He hadn't expected that after she got in touch with the internet she would turn out like this. Now there really wasn't much that could be done. She was just a bit mouthy, but her work was done beautifully. Forget it, I won't think about this time. I can research martial arts. Bai Jing directly opened the plugin panel. With a thought, the skill optimization panel popped up. His current continuous outbreak was definitely sufficient. But he lacked a decisive technique that could determine the outcome in one move. This time he wanted to optimize a decisive technique. His gaze swept over a type of skill. Why not choose leg techniques? Compared to fists, legs can often unleash stronger power in terms of both strength and explosiveness. It could completely be considered a killing move. The kick technique he was learning now definitely wouldn't work. He needed something fast, high in damage, requiring minimal techniques. Even just one move would suffice. But it must meet the above two conditions. Can you help me find some martial arts? Bai Jing said helplessly. Without a cyber ghost girl, naturally he couldn't freeload. He. The ship girl merely chuckled coldly. Requirements: great power, fast speed, preferably with the ability to turn the tide with one kick. The response indicated that the other party was not too angry. Bai Jing immediately stated his request. Soon several martial arts options popped up before him. However, these martial arts surprisingly all required internal energy assistance. Fortunately, even without internal energy they could still unleash impressive explosive power. Then let's go with this one. After some selection he directly chose a type of leg technique. This technique was very simple, almost thoughtless. By channeling internal energy into one leg and circulating it through special meridians, it could unleash several times the power. Then let me see your limits. After making his choice, the teaching video played and Bai Jing began to learn. Due to it being just one move, after a few repetitions, this move appeared on the panel displaying the optimization options. In a certain mountain range, the interior has been completely hollowed out, with numerous cultists of the evil god gathering spontaneously here. Each devotee kneels on the ground murmuring an unknown language producing strange syllables. A newly arrived fanatic from outside puzzled asked, "Has our god not responded to our prayers yet?" They had sincerely prayed for nearly 10 days without any sign. If it weren't for the changes in their bodies granting them nearly boundless vitality, they would doubt if they had been deceived. It will happen soon. I have a feeling that divine grace is about to descend. In front of these fanatics stood a man clad in a blood-red robe embroidered with numerous mysterious symbols, wearing a mask resembling a demon. Unlike those distorted fanatics, he appeared almost like a normal person. As he spoke, the fanatic who had just asked immediately fell silent, a fervent glint flashing in his eyes. The god says our efforts are not enough, we need more. Beneath the demon mask, his eyes suddenly opened, revealing blood-red pupils that radiated a crimson glow, sweeping over the gathered devotees. My Lord Bishop, I will send someone to handle this immediately. I will ensure a perfect ceremony for our god. The fanatic left without delay. He rushed directly towards the group of lower-level devotees without a moment's pause. Manifesting sharp blades from his hands, he seized a lower-level devotee and struck down. Blood splattered first, then slowly flowed, quickly gathering into a prepared pool. With his example, other higher-level devotees began to imitate, swiftly and efficiently slaughtering the lower-level devotees with no resistance whatsoever. Even as the blades fell upon their necks, the devotees still wore faint smiles on their faces, as if they had gone to a paradise. Soon the blood pool was gradually filled and the entire space was suffused with a rich bloody scent. All of this naturally fell into the eyes of the evil god's bishop. Very good, very good. At this rate we can proceed to the next phase of the plan. Saying this, he stepped towards the blood pool and the other fanatics followed without hesitation. He knelt half on the ground, uttering inhuman syllables. These sounds reached the ears of the devotees, causing them to display expressions of happiness, with some even approaching the blood pool, voluntarily tearing their veins to bleed. Great God of eternal life, great God of life, great Lord of the Blood Sea. Countless names were recited, repeated endlessly. Once, twice, 3 or 4 times, hundreds, thousands of times. Even the bishop himself lost count of how many times he had prayed. This time it was evidently more successful. Moreover, despite many lower-level devotees being killed, the remaining number still exceeded tens of thousands. These people continually prayed, extolling the sacred names. Changes seemed to be occurring. In the divine realm of a certain deity, a hazy figure embraced 2 others, drinking wine brewed from blood and enjoying 2 muscular beasts engaged in combat. The 2 beasts were covered in various wounds and the makeshift arena was stained with their blood. Suddenly one beast seized an opportunity, tearing open its opponent's throat, slicing its abdomen and extracting various organs.
It chewed them greedily.
Meanwhile, the figure seated on the divine throne stood up abruptly, pushing aside two beautiful figures.
Reward.
Before the words had left his mouth, a blood-red light surged into the victorious beast's body. What was originally only a few meters in size instantly transformed into 100 meters under this power. As he was selecting a new opponent, suddenly a stream of fervent prayers filled his mind, accompanied by a surge of power.
Annoying. Block it.
He had no time to listen to prayers, he wanted to see rivers of blood. Just as he blocked it, a dense chorus of voices emerged in his mind.
Annoying. Block it. Block it. Block it. Again and again he tried to block, yet he couldn't eliminate the incessant voices.
After an unknown period, he finally gave up temporarily, putting aside his desire to indulge further. He grasped one of the prayer voices and rushed toward its source. He saw the culprits that annoyed him. They were insects unworthy of a place at the table in his divine realm.
His first thought was to exterminate them all. However, using his abilities across realms had already drained his strength tremendously. It was simply impossible to wipe them all out. Moreover, these insects reminded him of some unpleasant memories.
He had done this last time, killing a batch of them only for them to pray day and night.
They became even more excited.
After a brief daze, he slightly raised his hand.
A drop of blood formed at his fingertip, which he flicked away.
In the spiritual realm, a thumb-sized passage appeared, and at the moment of its emergence, the forces of both worlds triggered their rules. They continuously eroded this drop of blood. Once it fully escaped the spiritual realm and reached the material universe, only a trace of blood energy remained.
This essence immediately dove into the blood pool.
In the next moment, the originally normal blood pool suddenly generated a vortex, as if something was absorbing the blood.
God's blessing, the redrobed bishop exclaimed.
The other fanatics fell into a frenzy, some praying, some pleading, and others breaking their own necks to add more blood to the pool.
This process did not last long before the blood pool was back at the bottom, where a blood-red gourd about 30 centimeters tall appeared.
Holy object.
This is the holy object of the God of eternal life. A deity. A deity.
The ship girl, who originally intended to ignore Bai Jing for 2 hours, spoke with a trembling voice as if frightened. This made Bai Jing, who was researching a special move, feel a chill run down his spine.
What? A deity has descended. Was he having such bad luck? His tiny function didn't have a killing blow. Could this be considered a cheat?
This could only be considered assistance. There was no need for a fully leveled expert to step in personally right. The ship girl did not respond. Bai Jing could clearly feel through their connection that she was very scared, currently in a state of panic.
After quite a while,
she gradually regained her composure, though her voice still carried fear.
He hasn't descended. A certain deity merely cast a glance. I sensed it.
This was the first time Bai Jing had seen her stutter when speaking. As long as he hasn't come, he grasped the key point in her words. What was there to be afraid of if he hadn't come? Could he sense him across realms and forcibly erase him?
Just as Bai Jing thought to continue studying his fancy kick,
he heard the ship girl speak again.
No, no, no.
It seems the other party has thrown something into the material universe. That thing is on the planet below. Perhaps the item was too small, causing her not to sense it earlier, but as it grew, she also detected some unusual aura from the planet below. It must be the work of this cult of eternal life. They actually contacted the evil god of the spiritual realm. They have some means. Determining that no deity had descended, Bai Jing decided not to concern himself with these matters. Primarily, he couldn't afford to get involved. With this time, he might as well enhance his strength further. Striving to reach a level where he could elbow strike the main battleship, elbow strike the evil god of the spiritual realm, elbow strike the deity of the spiritual realm, elbow strike.
Wind Thunder Leg. This is the martial art chosen by Bai Jing.
Strictly speaking, it is a method of using internal breathing leg techniques. Once internal breathing is achieved, as long as it is circulated along the designated path, whether you are kicking, side kicking, spinning, or even flying kicks, you can unleash considerable power. When mastered, the Wind Thunder Leg can unleash strikes as thunderous as a roar, even capable of producing shockwave-like attacks able to injure enemies from a distance. Of course, this technique consumes a great deal of internal breathing. Generally, it is not used. Bai Jing stood up and casually kicked a few times.
It's a pity I don't have internal breathing. No, I seem to have something similar.
The blood essence transformed into vital energy, which is clearly of higher quality and might serve a similar function to internal breathing.
He thought and acted. His focus concentrated on one leg.
Due to his mastery of skills, he understood exactly which meridian to channel internal breathing through and how to exert force, reaching a level of perfection. With a thought, he initiated it. His right leg seemed to be enveloped in a layer of red mist. A surge of powerful energy emerged, causing Bai Jing, despite his current physique, to feel a vague discomfort.
I kick. A simple side kick. Boom.
Like a thunderclap, a whirlwind erupted in the gravity chamber. The air was filled with a burnt smell.
Bai Jing.
This explosive vital energy, although it cannot replace internal breathing, can unleash several times the strength in life or death situations. So why don't low-level martial artists practice meridian martial arts?
Although it cannot replace internal breathing, its power is indeed doubled. This is the disadvantage of being a mud leg.
If Bai Jing had been born into an interstellar family, he would understand the term source of life. The human body is referred to as an endless treasure, but this is merely a metaphor. Every martial artist has a finite amount of vital energy. If vital energy is damaged and cannot be replenished in time, the consequences may range from stagnation in strength to premature aging. It is fortunate that Bai Jing possesses unlimited regeneration, allowing him to disregard the consumption of vital energy.
Moreover, as an ordinary test tube baby having no access to advanced martial arts, he naturally won't have the idea of using vital energy to replace internal breathing.
Who cares? Since it has been confirmed that vital energy can temporarily replace internal breathing, let's amplify the intensity a bit and see where the limits of this martial art lie. Would you like to optimize the martial art Wind Thunder leg?
1. Intensity 2. Range 2 options. I can even optimize the range. Once I cultivate it, can I become a human-shaped wind machine?
While he joked, his eyes were solely on intensity.
Congratulations, you have completed an optimization Wind Thunder leg attack intensity 1. Congratulations, you have completed an optimization Wind Thunder leg attack intensity 1. Congratulations, you have completed an optimization Wind Thunder leg attack intensity 1.
A stream of information flashed before his eyes.
Soon a distinct notification caught Bai Jing's attention.
You have completed 10 optimizations of the Wind Thunder leg and gained the special feature traction.
Bai Jing.
What is this?
Traction when using the Wind Thunder leg. Immense pulling force is generated, restricting the enemy's movement at maximum. It can leave the enemy unable to move forcibly, taking a hit.
What the? Even Bai Jing was momentarily dumbfounded. What is this new feature?
Forced confinement. 100 lock-on technique. Can it be this cheeky?
He suddenly felt he was unworthy of the title of future martial ancestor. All this time he hadn't seriously improved his martial arts skills. From now on he must double his efforts in improvement. It clearly cannot be sensed from the surface, and Bai Jing decisively demonstrated it to see the effect. As he activated the ability, his right foot seemed to open a small black hole with a strong suction appearing. It felt like a level 13 hurricane had erupted. But this wind was blowing inward. Bullying a third-tier opponent is no problem.
However, it would be somewhat challenging against a fourth-tier opponent.
A free feature should not be neglected. He regained his composure and stood properly. Bai Jing's gaze fell once more on the skill. After level 10, each optimization required 100 essence. It still needed to be optimized.
Congratulations, you have completed an optimization Thunderous Momentum 1. Congratulations, you have completed an optimization Thunderous Momentum 1. Congratulations, you have completed an optimization Thunderous Momentum 1.
He optimized it 10 more times in one go.
The next time would require 2,000 essence.
This made Bai Jing give up directly. He opened the information introduction for the new feature.
Thunderous Momentum Charge Thunder Strike. What does this mean?
For these martial art features, Bai Jing was left utterly bewildered.
Damn Riddler.
At this moment, a piece of information suddenly flashed before him. You have comprehended a special state, Thunderous Momentum. After activation, you can enter a special state.
Bai Jing. Not this.
What is this myriad forms technique? Bai Jing was directly stunned. The technique he had never mastered. Had he just mastered it?
Thunder Momentum.
Feeling somewhat dazed, he still calmed down to sense the power he had just forcefully comprehended. As his body entered a certain special state, Bai Jing was struck by an absurd thought. He transformed into a bolt of lightning. He would shatter all darkness. A unique power spread throughout his body. At this moment, the voice of the ship girl rang out.
Damn, Bai, why are you emitting electricity?
Bai Jing was seen in that special state with his hair standing on end and arcs of electricity flickering around him.
Crackle. Crackle.
Unable to control himself, he began using vital energy to replace internal breathing and operated the Wind Thunder leg. Threads of electricity sparkled.
Intense tingling and pain surged in his right leg.
At this moment, Bai Jing's mind was filled with only one thought: kick it out.
This kick must be unleashed.
He followed his heart, delivering a simple side kick.
Boom. A loud explosion.
Even without any target, the shockwave he just created left the wall deformed.
The materials used to construct this room were special alloys known for their hardness and pressure resistance.
Beep beep beep. Bai Jing was startled awake by the alarm. Staring in disbelief at the dented wall, he remained somewhat dazed. Is the thunderous momentum this powerful?
Without any physical contact, just the compressed shockwave was enough to deform the alloy wall. If this kick were to hit an enemy, it would likely kill even a 4th-tier lifeform with a single blow. The power is considerable, but the burden is not light.
With Bai Jing's current physique, using the improved version of the Wind Thunder leg caused the capillaries in his leg to rupture, leaving it drenched in blood.
Of course, this is not much for his automatic recovery. Instant recovery.
Moreover, thunderous momentum is not a static technique, it is a standard dynamic technique that can only unleash its full power when in motion. Since it is a perfect version of the Wind Thunder leg, he also understood the problems involved. To unleash its full might, one must be in motion.
During this time, more momentum can be accumulated. The power can be further amplified. Junior brother, are you trying to demolish the place?
A figure rushed over in a panic. Who else could it be but Ji Shueya? First she saw the already deformed wall.
What have you done?
This gravity chamber is not cheap, master will be heartbroken. Just practicing some martial arts, I didn't control it well,
he said a bit awkwardly.
He hadn't expected this move to be so powerful. Never mind, so long as you're unharmed.
Ji Shueya gave a gentle shake of her head. The wall's deformation was minor, the gravity chamber remained fully operational. Once back in the imperial capital, a simple repair by any competent artisan would suffice.
You carry on practicing, I must redouble my efforts to break through to the 4th tier as soon as possible.
Clearly Bai Jing had unsettled her considerably. Understood, senior sister.
After seeing Ji Shueya off, Bai Jing found his heart difficult to still. The Wanxiang art had been mastered at last. He now sought to refine it, yet almost immediately he detected an anomaly. The art's manifested state felt strangely irregular.
Wanxiang art level 1. Cannot optimize the thunderclap stance.
Yet one truth resonated unmistakably within him: his mind had grown markedly clearer, his thoughts sharper and more agile. It was as though he had just awakened from a perfectly restorative slumber, his spirit vitality and mental acuity elevated to a new peak. My spiritual clarity has improved.
Fortunately, having already breached the art's threshold, once mastering further techniques would now proceed far more smoothly.
The path had been forged, all that remained was to widen and fortify it. No rush, for now I possess a decisive technique. Next comes strengthening my cultivation to reach the 4th tier, then generating internal chi to test the true Wind and Thunder leg technique. Though corporeal energy could indeed be employed, its resonance with the technique remained inferior to internal chi. Thus the Wind and Thunder leg's destructive potential still held untapped room for enhancement. Before that, however, Bai Jing resolved to first amplify his senior sister's ring. Lest he forget, amid rigorous cultivation he attempted the augmentation, but fortune proved unkind, not a single rare attribute emerged.
Nonetheless, the ring's internal space expanded manifold. Name: Spirit Energy Spatial Ring. Traits: Internal Space 7, Spatial Stability 3. Description: Standard Spatial Apparatus. Having reviewed the data, Bai Jing stowed the item away.
But this was only the beginning. 3 sealed crates tumbled forth from his own ring, the spoils retrieved from the Tiangong Group's vault.
He'd inspected them earlier, each bore encryption akin to a network key. Access required a password, yet he needed none. Shipgirl, unlock these. Let me see what lies inside.
By now the shipgirl had recovered from her earlier panic, reverting to her usual persona, a sardonic net-savvy digital sprite.
Such encryption. The human alliance truly has no future.
She muttered the barb lightly, then 2 seconds later a soft click echoed. One of the encrypted cases snapped open, revealing a fist-sized softly glowing cube resting silently within. What is this? Bai Jing had never encountered such an artifact, yet his material repository proved equal to the task, instantly absorbing it.
A notification shimmered into view. Name: Energy Cube Low. Type: Energy Source. Description: a rudimentary energy cube, even at its lowest grade sufficient to power interstellar travel for microvessels. Holy crap! A jolt shot down Bai Jing's spine. An energy cube. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap, crap, crap! He never imagined encountering one here. And not just any cube, one capable of fueling microvessels.
Even the smallest such vessel measured over 100 meters, yet demanded energy no larger than a clenched fist. This was merely the first crate. His gaze shifted to the remaining 2, his throat tightened, dry and tense.
Shipgirl. His intuition blazed fiercely. Today was a day of unprecedented fortune. Click. Click. 2 more crisp sounds rang out. As the final 2 cases eased open, even his breath suspended, lost to anticipation. Not an energy core. Alas, disappointment followed. Neither case held an energy core, only two unfamiliar artifacts. He immediately stored both in his inventory. A notification flickered forth. Name Thunder Beast Core. Type Transcendent Material. Quality Supreme. Description: a rare substance formed within the body of a creature embodying absolute lightning mastery. When used to enhance equipment, it grants a high probability of bestowing thunder-based attributes. A transcendent material. Having traversed the spirit realm, Bai Jing's perception of such materials had ascended markedly. Even a supreme-grade specimen stirred little awe within him. He felt quite simply unmoved. It paled utterly beside the crimson-forged embroidered shoes. Only materials of that caliber could truly stir his reverence. His eyes drifted to the second artifact. Name: Stone Key. Type: Unique Artifact. Description: a key to an ancient ruin. A key. This was even less impressive than raw material. Yet the haul from all three crates remained astonishingly rich, leaving Bai Jing torn. Though his senior sister had declared everything his, their value was undeniably immense. In the end, he could not resist asking. Her reply came swiftly. Keep them all. Your senior sister lacks for nothing. Compared to these, completing the reinforcement of my spatial ring will serve me far better. He wished to offer them freely, yet his senior sister's wealth rendered such generosity unnecessary. Pausing, his gaze settled upon the energy cube. It held no practical use for him. The spirit realm Voyager consumed spirit energy exclusively. Such cubes were irrelevant. Energy cube low detected. Refund yields 80000 essence crystals. Holy crap. Truly exceptional. Bai Jing's eyes gleamed. Without hesitation, he confirmed the refund, whereupon his account balance surged upward with dizzying speed. It soared to heights he had never before attained. A single energy cube, 80,000 essence crystals. For a moment, Bai Jing stood speechless, unsure how best to spend such staggering wealth. Wait, why did the Beastman starship fetch only 30,000? Did you skim commissions back then? He recalled the fledgling world starship, a complete vessel, yet sold for barely 30,000, while this lone energy source commanded 80,000. The answer was simple. Beastman technology. Those who understood. Its inner workings remained utterly unpredictable. Even the very concept of energy held no meaning within their engineering. Their great vessels sailed solely on waves of raw chaos. That 30,000 reflected only raw material cost. Any other species attempting to construct spacecraft from such components would witness immediate disintegration upon entering the cosmos. So defiant was it, not of spirit energy nor science nor reason itself. Compared to the Beastmen, even the insectoid race's biowarships qualified as orthodox technological marvels. Rather than dwell on this, perhaps I should consider how best to expend these 80,000 essence crystals. Meanwhile, upon a distant world, spherical entities composed entirely of pure energy gathered in silent confluence. A unique lifeform has emerged within the cosmos. I sense it too, a being of perfect evolution. True ascension. Find him, her. Emotionless voices resonated, each utterance drawing more voices into the converging chorus. Without exception, every voice issued but one imperative. Locate the newly born flawless entity. At that very instant, a primordial voice emanated from the planet's deepest core. This is our clan's chance to reclaim supremacy, and our opportunity to perfect ascension. I shall assign this matter to a worthy agent. Upon hearing those words, the clamorous realm fell instantly silent. Simultaneously, on a planet immeasurably distant, an ancient, long-abandoned facility awoke, its systems powering up autonomously. Countless elite instruments whirred to life. Scarcely any time passed before a solitary figure emerged from one device. Then two, then three. Hundreds, thousands of figures stepped forth in unbroken succession. 80,000. Let's activate the final plugin feature first. Bai Jing's gaze gradually settled upon the plugin's main interface, focusing on the sole grayed-out function, still locked and awaiting activation. Infinite Mana Regeneration. Logically, it seemed useless at present. Yet he had just come into sudden wealth, and within 10 days at most, or 2 weeks at longest, he would ascend to the fourth realm of martial cultivation and awaken internal chi. Would you like to spend 5000 essence to unlock the auto mana recovery function? Yes. As the essence was deducted, the function was successfully unlocked. A peculiar force surged within his body, like a newly opened sluice gate, distinctly different from auto health regeneration. It flowed like a crystalline stream, continuously cleansing his body, mind, and meridians. Congratulations! You have unlocked auto mana recovery. For full details, please visit the function page. Detected additional payment. Your welfare tier has been upgraded. Congratulations! Your base function, auto health recovery, has been upgraded to level 4. Auto Health Recovery LV. For restores 10 of maximum HP per second. It feels different, yet somehow unchanged, a strangely elusive sensation. Perhaps due to the absence of internal chi or any spiritual energy, this effect lacked immediate dramatic results. Had it not been for the constant soothing coolness permeating his being, he might have assumed the function had failed entirely. Either way, this feature was bound to be activated sooner or later, no loss here. Naturally, this upgrade also enhanced the auto health recovery buff, with its numerical value surging dramatically. Auto Health Recovery LV. For restores 10 of maximum HP per second. This time the enhancement was doubled. What the hell, why break the pattern now? Bai Jing muttered, exasperated. He had calculated that intensified training would balance out health consumption. Yet instead of the expected incremental 2 per level, it leapt directly to 5. His body brimmed once more with overflowing vitality. Fortunately, he remained perpetually in a special state. His resistance to such surges had long since strengthened. He resolved to acquire further enhancements later. The blood-drinking dagger life armor and blood-burning technique could no longer consume his surplus vitality. Setting those thoughts aside, Bai Jing prepared to amplify his cultivation when from the corner of his eye a strange icon caught his attention. A sharp note of surprise escaped him. Ha! What's this? There on the fully unlocked plugin panel nestled in the lower right corner appeared a simple circular icon bearing the character U, meaning entertainment. He couldn't recall this function ever existing in the plugin before. Perplexed, he reached out and tapped the icon lightly. Instantly, the interface shifted. Bai Jing's eyes flared with sudden brilliance. Appears to be an obsolete feature. The new interface offered only 2 abilities, buff and combat aid. He recalled the origin of this function. External cheat developers prioritizing stability constantly updated their tools to prevent account bans. These 2 newly surfaced functions were relics, features once discarded during past updates. Function 1, Random Buff. Effect grants a randomly selected beneficial buff. Description: consumes a set amount of essence to obtain 1 random buff. Note: entertainment function, buffs may be beneficial or detrimental. Duration 24 hours. Function 2, Combat Aid. Effect: summons a monster to assist in battle. Description: consumes a set amount of essence to summon a creature for combat. Note: entertainment function, summon strength varies, duration 10 minutes. Well, a minor plugin harboring legacy code so dense it's practically a mountain of technical debt. They didn't even clean up properly. Clearly the feature hadn't been removed, only hidden from the interface. Moreover, Bai Jing had never used it himself, he'd only heard of it from fellow users in other groups. Still, it was a boon, 2 new capabilities unexpectedly acquired. Gazing at the acquire buff option, Bai Jing could not resist temptation, he tapped it. Confirm expenditure of 10 essence to receive a random beneficial buff. Seeing the prompt, he breathed a quiet sigh of relief. It wasn't expensive, he could afford it. Yes. Essence deducted. Temporary beneficial buff granted, experience gain, efficiency 50-inch. Friendly reminder: this effect lasts 24 hours. Bai Jing paused, startled. Experience gain. That was the effect of a minor experience elixir in games. But what use did it serve now? This wasn't a game where one leveled up by slaying monsters. As the saying goes, practice reveals truth. Without further doubt, he summoned the holographic projection and entered the martial artist's intranet to begin studying the viscera tempering chapter. Whether due to heightened focus or enhanced spiritual sense, he couldn't tell. The lecture played only once, yet he had already memorized every critical point of the 6 viscera tempering process. The method remained consistent, using vital chi and blood essence to gently nurture the viscera over time. Let's test it, hoping this 50 experience boost is genuine. After mentally reviewing the entire tempering procedure, ensuring no detail was overlooked, Bai Jing began his cultivation. As for medicinal fluid, a 10 HP recovery per second equaled the finest celestial elixir. As Bai Jing guided his vital essence toward a single organ, his blood essence surged forward as if sensing an opening, flooding in with frantic intensity. First round complete. Tempering finished swiftly, faster than visceral refinement had been. Clearly the 50 experience bonus was taking tangible effect. Ha. With this ability, perfect tempering of both organs and viscera should take roughly 5 days, then I'll be ready to break through to the 4th realm. A surge of elation rose within him. In games, such buffs were effective only when applied via actual items. Randomly generated ones were invariably elusive, yet here, undeniably real, it accelerated cultivation itself. Only regrettable was its randomness and its fleeting 24-hour duration. 10 essence per use, not prohibitively costly. And all outcomes were beneficial buffs. Henceforth, each morning upon waking, he'd simply roll the dice, treating it as daily fortune-telling. While the buff lasts, I'll cultivate now, save essence research for tomorrow.
For the moment, Bai Jing dismissed the 80,000 essence entirely.
After all, it wouldn't sprout legs and run away, tomorrow would do just fine.
Next, the viscera tempering proceeded smoothly over the course of 24 hours. He completed 4 full rounds of visceral and organ tempering.
Moreover, he discovered the boost extended beyond cultivation. It also accelerated blood essence condensation by 50.
That very reason enabled him to achieve 4 rounds in a single day. When the buff expired, the acceleration vanished as if someone had abruptly pressed pause.
Damn. The abrupt deceleration left him deeply disoriented. He immediately reopened the buff interface and tapped Acquire New Buff. Essence deducted.
Temporary beneficial buff granted, defense 20. This time, however, fortune favored him less, yielding only a basic tier buff. Simultaneously, the acquisition cost quietly escalated from 10 to 100 essence.
Beside the Acquire Buff button, a small exclamation mark now glowed.
Clicking it revealed a message: probability of acquiring high-quality buffs increased. Surprisingly considerate, he murmured, then recalling the earlier acceleration, clenched his teeth and tapped again.
100 essence. Affordable. Essence deducted.
Temporary beneficial buff granted, experience gain efficiency 100.
Whoa, mid-tier experience elixir effect.
Fortune smiled once more, granting the same potent benefit.
Without hesitation, Bai Jing resumed tempering the 6 viscera. Aerial combat platform. Report: we have located the hideout of that group of fanatics.
A battle group warrior hurried over and projected a map onto the central screen.
Over the past few days, the battle group has carried out several operations and destroyed multiple hideouts. However, these hideouts were clearly intentional traps set by the enemy.
Even if they are breached, most of the occupants are low-level followers with only a few high-ranking ones.
Tai Quang, it's your turn this time.
Yes, my lord. Wang Chang immediately transferred command. He is strong in personal combat, while Tai Quang has truly fought his way through the battlefield to reach his position. Looking at the projected mountainous area, he quickly devised a battle plan on how to take down the enemy's stronghold with minimal cost.
1st Battalion, you will pilot the Qinghuan fighter jets and bomb this entire area.
With our current military power, we can threaten those inside the mountains.
This will also allow us to clear out lurking enemies and hidden traps at the fastest speed.
The strategy is to dominate with firepower.
Yes.
Soon several fighter jets over 20 meters in length took off from the aerial combat platform, heading straight for the target.
The other battalions will board the transport ships responsible for the cleanup after the bombardment. As for whether there are any normal humans inside, that option has been ruled out after several days of fighting.
Even the effects caused by the Eternal Life sect mean that even if there are normal people inside, they are unlikely to survive.
They would be imprisoned for life. They might even be secretly executed. Since that's the case, we will treat it as if there are no ordinary people. Soon the Qinghuan fighter jets arrived at their destination.
As the bomb bay doors opened, nearly 100 tail-spouting fiery missiles instantly drilled into the mountain. Immediately afterward, there were violent internal explosions. The entire mountain shattered under such an attack.
The low-level followers within perished under the sustained high-temperature assault.
Only those fanatics could barely withstand such an attack, and this was due to their unique characteristics. Inside the cave, the bishop in a red robe clearly sensed the incoming attack in advance. Almost simultaneously, he devised a corresponding countermeasure. He grasped an object that was neither gold nor stone, resembling a gourd. This gourd seemed to sense something, automatically opening its stopper and releasing a large amount of blood-red mist. With the enhancement of this mist, the fanatics inside the cave suffered almost no damage, with only a few unfortunate souls standing at the edges being burned.
Yet under the influx of the blood mist, they quickly restored their physical forms.
Of course, this attack nearly annihilated all low-level and high-level followers, leaving only fanatics behind. I didn't expect their response to be so quick and ruthless. The red-robed bishop murmured softly. He still held a trump card in his hand. The governor of this planet had initially intended to negotiate terms with the Alliance. Who would have thought a missile bombardment occurred directly?
That governor is likely dead under such an attack.
As the violent explosions subsided, the almost leveled mountain reappeared. A thick blood mist enveloped an area of several hundred square meters, making it hard not to notice.
Other battalions, prepare for battle. The enemy has extremely strong recovery abilities. We can use energy blades to target their depletion. Tai Quang's voice rang out.
He clearly knew that the Xiaolong rifles would have little effect on the monsters before them. If they can break their positions, they could wear them down given enough attempts. There are more than 2,000 of them here with ample supplies.
They are not afraid of a protracted battle. He. You humans are truly ruthless.
I still have the governor of Grey Bear Star in my hands while you are directly using heavy weapons.
The red-robed bishop spoke directly. He clearly knew that every blade of grass and tree here was under surveillance. At that moment a series of battle warriors descended from the sky. They directly surrounded hundreds of fanatics. This number is not large, but these monsters have been nurtured by the lives of several cities. Blood Iron. After Ji Zuyeo's attempts to break through failed, she also received messages from her master. The Grey Bear Star incident has reached its conclusion and is now undergoing the final extermination. This piqued her interest. Hundreds of monsters with terrifying recovery abilities. Fortunately, their conversion rate is relatively low. She had already watched the live videos. The battle is intense. The monsters are generally at tier 3, with some even reaching tier 4. Even so, within a battle group with high military proficiency, they still struggle to gain an upper hand. Little junior brother still training. This guy is truly the king of competition. Ji Shueyo looked at the lit-up gravity chamber and was left speechless. Her master has truly taken in a super competition king. Whenever there's time, he is busy competing. This is a burden for her. Other senior brothers and sisters have already set out, so they naturally don't have any pressure. Sigh, what a sin. After watching this grand show, I'll head back home to enter seclusion immediately. The conditions here are still harsh. Once she returns to the Empire Star, she must break through to tier 4 as quickly as possible. Just as she was about to inquire about the situation inside the Blood Iron main program, a series of special energy fluctuations appeared. Even she could sense a surge of life energy emerging in the room. This energy was still climbing. What? Ji Shueyo was completely stunned. She hadn't been here for just 3 days. Had her little junior brother completed the refining of his organs? Only after the internal organs have been refined can there be a life sublimation. This power might not greatly enhance his strength, but it will significantly boost a warrior's vitality. At this level, even if he suffers a fatal injury, he can still hold on for a long time. During this time, he can quickly complete repairs and fully recover. Of course, a fatal injury here refers to being pierced through the organs and sustaining severe wounds, not the situation of the director being shot 3 times remaining with only his legs. Injuries of that level, let alone tier 4, even tier 6, would die in such a state. It is said that the most extraordinary organ realm warrior, despite having half of his heart shattered and most of his body rotten, persevered for 2 days until rescue arrived. He underwent a life transformation and had a super heart installed. It is said that this individual is still serving in some military unit to this day. The organ realm undoubtedly makes one superhuman. At this moment, Bai Jing in the gravity chamber also completed his final transformation. Ha! Accompanied by exhaling the waste from his lungs, he could clearly feel the tremendous changes in his body. It was even more intense than the transformation brought about by breaking through flesh and bones. At the same time, he also gained the innate talent of the organ realm. Endless vitality. You possess an extremely strong healing ability. Fatal injuries are no longer fatal to you. After taking damage, you can automatically heal. With sufficient energy, you can heal rapidly. I'm afraid my only weakness now is my brain. For others it might take time to repair, but his 10 maximum life recovery provided ample energy. This allowed the repair process to undergo a qualitative change. Bai Jing drew out the bloodthirsty dagger and plunged it into his chest, piercing through directly. Instantly he completed self-repair. The recovery effect has become stronger. Previously, even if he could restore his maximum life, that state of severe injury would still cause him to bleed continuously. The recovery efficiency is certainly not as good as it is now. Even if his organs are shattered, he can complete self-repair in at most 2 seconds. Senior sister. What is it? And thanks to his breakthrough into the initial stage of the myriad form art, Bai Jing's perception had sharpened markedly, naturally detecting the stir beyond the door. Nji Shueyo's expression grew complex. And what had been mere suspicion moments before had now crystallized into certainty. Little junior brother, his viscera were fully refined. And he now stood at her own cultivation level. And how long had it been? Just weeks, barely a month since their first meeting, when he'd still been refining his bones. Visceral refinement complete, now leap spanning 3 minor realms and 1 major realm. And you're truly monstrous. And after a long silent pause, the words finally emerged, slow and measured. And you've achieved visceral refinement, haven't you? Given your aptitude, generating innate chi should take only a few days. And comparing oneself to others is a sure path to despair. And the lingering pride of senior sisterhood had vanished from Ji Shueya's mind. She was lucid now. And she simply couldn't compete. Not even remotely. And the two existed on entirely different planes. Yet there was one bright prospect, and my martial god junior brother. Once cultivated to full strength, wouldn't he stride unchallenged across the entire alliance? More funding. And absolutely more funding.
And upon returning to the Imperial Star, she would, even if it cost her dignity, secure for her junior brother a top-tier executive officer battle armor. Pure luck, and I suddenly felt an inner resonance and began cultivating. This time everything flowed effortlessly and the experience pills buff remained overwhelmingly potent. It had shaved 2/3 off his cultivation time. And the cost? Merely several hundred essence crystals. And this return vastly surpassed that of optimizing any cultivation technique, and his understanding of experience pills ran far deeper still. It was as if an insight overdrive effect had activated, not only accelerating cultivation but temporarily enhancing comprehension itself. And truly it bordered on a system-defying anomaly. Enough, you've quietly reached visceral refinement, yet speak of luck. Nji Shueo shot him a wry exasperated glance. She didn't believe him for a second. And an awkward chuckle escaped him. And then, as if struck by sudden recollection, he hastily retrieved his spatial ring and thrust it forward. And senior sister, yours. Already done. Nji Shueo's eyes lit up. She snatched it eagerly and slipped it onto her finger. And as her spiritual sense sank inward, she gasped aloud. 1,000 cubic meters. And junior brother, you're absolutely wonderful. In the next instant she launched herself at him, arms wrapping tightly around Bai Jing's neck, body bouncing with unrestrained delight. In that fleeting moment he finally grasped why the worship maiden had objected to this match, and reality and illusion blurred just slightly. And her brief euphoria soon faded. Ji Shueo quickly regained composure, her cheeks flushing faintly as she deftly changed the subject. And Grey Bear Star will soon be secured, the final fanatics are being purged. Would you like to observe firsthand? As she spoke, a holographic feed shimmered into view, showing legions of mechanized warriors methodically eroding the fanatics' vitality. And Crimson Mist. And Bai Jing's gaze sharpened at the swirling scarlet haze. Now rare and valuable resource, surely convertible into essence crystals. And even holding several thousand crystals, no cultivator ever deemed their reserves excessive. Senior sister, I've just broken through, I need live combat practice. Let's go have a look. Nit would be the perfect opportunity to test his newfound strength. His transformed physique could now sustain far more intense aggressive combat styles. Anne agreed, and swiftly they boarded a vessel and descended once more upon Grey Bear Star. Ha, we are undying. Immortal Na fanatic roared in triumph, only to be instantly reduced to ruin by energy weaponry. Over half his body disintegrated in an instant. Before further strikes could land, Crimson Mist surged from all around, coalescing rapidly to restore his shattered form. And the Divine General protects us, eternal life is ours. Eternal life and hours passed. Yet the number of fanatics below showed no sign of diminishing. The energy blade's dissolution fields remained effective, but the Crimson Mist was terrifying, seemingly inexhaustible, ceaselessly replenishing the fanatics' losses. After hours of relentless battle, the crimson-robed Archbishop, emboldened by endurance, spoke again. And you cannot harm us. Why waste time? Sit with us instead, grant our departure, and we shall never trouble the human alliance again. At that taunt, Tai Quang's brow furrowed. And despite countless battles fought, this was his first encounter with creatures that refused to die. For hours they had dismantled these beings again and again, yet true annihilation remained elusive. And Sir Nat that call Wang Chang slowly opened his eyes. Strike once more, lead it yourself. Eliminate them utterly in every state. And it wasn't reluctance that held Wang Chang back, it was the fleeting ominous aura he'd sensed earlier prompting him to await the unseen mastermind. That crimson-robed Archbishop possessed merely early-stage 6th realm strength, now could such power alone obliterate an entire star system? And something, or someone, was hiding in the shadows. Understood. And without hesitation a towering black combat mecha, 7 meters tall, materialized on the battlefield. Its dual arms gripped custom-forged energy warhammers, each over 4 meters long. As its dissolution field activated, it charged headlong into the fray. The captain and his squad have arrived, and dozens more mechas descended in succession, identical in configuration. And these were the true core strength of the brigade. Each could unleash peak 5th realm power. The captain's custom unit reached the apex of the 6th realm. And equipped with sufficient armaments, they could withstand frontal assaults from alien legions without faltering. You cannot kill us, why waste your effort? And the crimson-robed Archbishop watched the dozen mechas close and utterly unperturbed. In the next instant Tai Quang's blow landed upon a fanatic. And the colossal warhammer crushed him utterly, and the dissolution field flared to life. The fanatic emitted no sound before vanishing entirely. And this time, seconds ticked by, no resurrection followed. And so, it was merely insufficient output power. Tai Quang's eyes narrowed, grave and calculating. And the strike had succeeded, but that single blow carried enough force to threaten, even slay a 6th realm lifeform. Yet these abominations were merely 3rd or 4th realm entities. And such tenacious vitality demanded total eradication, even if it meant obliterating the planet itself. If these cultists of a fallen god spread unchecked, the devastation would rival, even surpass, that of an expanding spirit realm gateway. And indeed they already bore traits of anomalous spirit realm denizens. Kill, and drawing a deep breath, Tai Quang coated his energy warhammers in lustrous white and HE, and plunged into the maelstrom.
Ni's sole target, the crimson-robed archbishop. The crimson-robed archbishop.
And bold indeed, and he sneered. Then in the blink of an eye his form warped violently. Ni's height surged to 10 meters. 6 additional arms sprouted from his sides and a grotesque malformed head erupted from his spine. A peculiar gourd hovered silently above him, suspended in midair.
And thin ribbons of crimson energy, like living currents, flowed from it, nourishing his twisted frame. Elsewhere a hazy figure stirred, as if sensing the shift.
Na fingertip brushed the air. And instantly the scene before him dissolved and reformed. The new image revealed the battlefield, brigade versus fanatic.
Sitting in the landing spaceship. Today's random buff hasn't been drawn yet.
Bai Jing pretended to close his eyes to rest, but his consciousness opened the buff page.
Essence has been deducted, granting a temporary enhancement buff, acquiring the Brave buff.
Essence has been deducted, granting a temporary enhancement buff, acquiring a 10 attack lifesteal buff.
Both are combat type buffs.
Over the past few days Bai Jing has also studied this function. There are quite a few types of buffs. They can roughly be divided into 3 types: life, combat, and cultivation. Each also has a quality classification.
Take the Brave buff just drawn as an example. Brave Courage 30, Strength 30, Defense 30. This belongs to a high-quality buff. It is a composite type possessing multiple enhancement effects.
The lowest level merely increases attack speed and recovery effects.
These are single attribute buffs. Effects like experience efficiency belong to special effects.
I am currently less than 1 developed in this function, he murmured to himself. There are quite a few overpowered buffs in the game. Whether it can be drawn randomly depends on luck. Junior brother, we have arrived. A voice rang in his ears. Bai Jing also looked down through the window. He saw that the battle had reached a fever pitch, with both sides attacking each other, suffering casualties. Naturally, the most eye-catching were the mechs and the mutated blood giants. Those 2 massive energy hammers could shatter the blood giant's body with every strike, but the blood mist quickly repaired its body. This rate of recovery made even Bai Jing feel inferior. It was evident that aside from their recovery ability, these monsters were crushed in every other aspect by the soldiers of the battle group. At that moment a projection of an old man's figure appeared inside the spaceship.
Why are you 2 back again? Didn't you say you were going to enter seclusion?
Master, the junior brother has completed his internal organs and he wanted to test his strength, so I accompanied him here.
Wang Chang. What? The expression management of this 7th tier warrior completely failed. If he remembered correctly, he seemed to have only not paid attention to this disciple for 3 days. How did he achieve a breakthrough? For a moment even he felt a moment of daze.
Back then he took half a year to refine his internal organs and was praised by his master and senior brothers for having outstanding talent. This newly accepted disciple completed the refinement in just a month.
Moreover, it was an extreme refinement. What kind of disciple is this? He didn't even know what words could describe Bai Jing's talent. In the next second a glint of brilliance shot from Wang Chang's eyes. Very good, you little brat really gave me a big surprise.
There is an ancient martial arts curse that remains unbroken to this day, and now he saw hope for its breaking.
8th tier.
Even among the modified people some have reached the 8th tier. No one has reached the old martial arts level to this day. It's precisely because the old martial arts are unique, combined with the executive officer's battle armor, that they can fight above their level.
Otherwise there wouldn't be any traces of old martial artists among the high ranks. It's all thanks to Master's teachings. I haven't taught you anything yet, don't come at me with that.
Just cultivate well, and if you lack anything go find your senior sister, she has money. Wang Chang scolded with a smile, but his face was full of wrinkles from smiling. It was clear he was in a good mood.
Hey master, you're the master. Shouldn't you be the one to provide for us?
You little girl, you really don't know good from bad.
Master is providing you with an opportunity for progress.
If you don't want it, I'll contact your other senior brothers and sisters.
No, the junior brother is currently my investment project, I'll cover the costs.
Ji Shuya quickly interjected, interrupting her master's actions.
What a joke.
She had long recognized this investment project. If the senior brothers and sisters joined, wouldn't her shares be diluted?
This is a guaranteed profitable investment. Only a fool would refuse. Bai Jing. Alright, both of you be careful, it's time to wrap this up. Wang Chang raised his hand to interrupt Ji Shuya, who still wanted to say something. He slowly stood up.
Bai Jing then saw that the previously frail master was now reversing his age. In just a few breaths he transformed from an old man into a middle-aged man in his 30s or 40s. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe this was his master.
I'll go deal with that archbishop first. It seems I was being overly suspicious. Wang Chang's voice sounded again. He twisted his body, making cracking sounds. It's been too long since I've moved him, still a bit unaccustomed to this state. As he spoke, he slowly walked out of the aerial combat platform, lightly tapping his right leg. He completely vanished. When he reappeared, Bai Jing saw him from the window. A figure suddenly emerged on the battlefield that was in fierce combat. Who else could it be but Wang Chang? That's enough, you go deal with the other believers. Yes, my lord. Tai Quang let out a breath of relief. The previous battle seemed to have put him at a great advantage, but he alone knew that he hadn't dealt any fatal damage. The damage he caused was less than the speed at which the opponent could recover. The opponent could recover, but his mech didn't have this function. Once injured, he could only end the fight and conduct repairs. If you can't win, then change people. No matter who you bring, it's useless. You might as well let us leave. The deformed blood giant spoke. Continuing to fight would only leave him as a target. Annoying. Before the voice even faded, Wang Chang had already appeared in front of the opponent. With a casual punch, the nearly 10-meter-tall body of the redrogued archbishop exploded, turning into a cloud of mist. Only the gourd perched on its head sprayed out bursts of blood mist. The opponent's body repaired itself at an astonishing speed. So it was all because of this item. Wang Chang looked at the gourd. There was no mistaking the aura of the spiritual realm. That powerful presence must be emitted by this gourd. With the protection of my clan's sacred artifact, I am immortal. The blood giant had already reformed, revealing a proud expression. The most correct thing he did in his life was to pray daily. The second most correct was this gourd, which contained the power of the deities. Oh. Is that so? A playful smile flashed across Wang Chang's face. In this world, there really is no such thing as true immortality. If you can't kill it, it simply means your power is not enough. As long as one's strength is sufficient, even a deity must die. A trace of internal breath gathered, forming an illusory figure. A wave of pressure descended. Even the archbishop, who was currently boasting, fell silent, looking at the figure constructed by internal breath. As Wang Chang raised his hand, the figure also slowly raised its fist. Wait, I think we can still talk. As a fist descended, the body of the redrogued archbishop was constantly disintegrated and reassembled. His life force rapidly diminished at that moment. Watching the battle below from start to finish, his master's attack range was not large, but every punch could precisely inflict individual damage. This clearly belonged to a terrifying level of control over power. Moreover, that illusory figure, master, is at the peak of the 7th level, known as the illusory realm. It is said that the 8th level involves condensing a tangible image, but to this day no one has accomplished it, as even the current state consumes an enormous amount of internal energy. To condense a tangible image, the consumption would probably be dozens or even hundreds of times greater. Ji Shuayo explained, her eyes revealing a hint of longing. Even though there are no 8th level warriors in the old martial arts, the existence of the illusory realm combined with mechas allows the powerful warriors of the old martial arts to reach the 8th level. The true function of a 7th level illusory realm is to connect heaven and earth. It can act as a power amplifier for techniques. Without restrictions, one could flatten a mountain with a single punch. Unfortunately, no one can reach the 8th level. If the tangible image and mechas could be achieved, the old martial arts would be the supreme path in the universe. She muttered quietly. Her gaze fell on Bai Jing. If anyone had a chance, it would be her junior brother. Extreme body refinement. If one could achieve the 4th, 5th, 6th, or even 7th level illusory realm in the future, one would definitely qualify to challenge the 8th level. Suddenly, Ji Shuayo thought of something. It was an incident that recently occurred on the martial artist's internal network. Is Xiao Bai the number 1 in the world? Could this Xiao Bai be? I don't know which hacker god kicked out all the administrators, and to this day the martial artist's internal network still hasn't regained control. What's wrong, senior sister? Bai Jing asked with some suspicion. Nothing, Xiao Bai. Ji Shuayo replied softly. But she found that her junior brother had no reaction to the name Xiao Bai. This made her feel that she was overthinking it. The administrator's name clearly sounded like it belonged to a girl. But she wondered. Does that Xiao Bai have a junior brother with such extraordinary talent, one that has never been seen before? Senior sister, do you want to go over there? Seeing that his master had already suppressed the bishop, Bai Jing also wanted to make his appearance. The rest were just a group of 3rd and 4th level followers. They couldn't pose any threat to him. Go ahead, I'm just here to watch the show. Ji Shuayo immediately waved her hand, indicating her refusal. Alright, I will go by myself. After saying that, he jumped directly from the spaceship. Before he landed, his blood fury technique entered the explosive phase.
From a normal threefold enhancement effect, it instantaneously surged to tenfold. This was the result of his organs reaching perfection with his potential further enhanced. This time he didn't use the Blood Fury Great Stick. The main goal was still to test the Thunderstorm leg. The overwhelming might of the Thunderstorm aura entered its state instantaneously. Electric arcs occasionally leapt around him, even his hair stood on end. Given my current state, I could probably kick a 4th level opponent to death right.
Bai Jing moved casually. Not only was his strength enhanced, but even his speed was boosted. This was merely the foundational application of the myriad forms technique. Let me see where my limits are. He took a deep breath. Locking onto a fanatical follower being besieged. He charged out in the next moment. You can't kill me. The follower laughed wildly, completely unconcerned about being attacked. A burnt smell wafted through the air and suddenly a figure appeared in front of him. You. The fanatic was momentarily dumbfounded, having not seen Bai Jing's movements at all suddenly appearing before him. He was just about to retreat. A strong pulling force caused its actions to freeze for a moment. Thunderstorm leg. Bang. With no suspense whatsoever. The fanatic was hit as if struck by a powerful missile, instantly turning into a mist of blood. However, within the blood mist, electric arcs occasionally appeared, hindering the recovery of a body that could have healed quickly. Does it also have a heavy injury effect? He hadn't felt that kick at all. Because the overflow of his attack was too much. The opponent, being at the 4th level of life, couldn't withstand it at all. But this kind of heavy injury was clearly not enough to take the opponent's life, yet he hoped to take the opportunity to extract some essence. Don't mention now having 80,000, even 800,000 or 8 million, he wouldn't mind having more. Detected blood energy life. After charging, you can obtain 2,000 essence. Instantly the blood mist dissipated, completely unable to condense further, and began to vanish. The 5 mechanical warriors looked at the completely slain enemy, clearly still in shock, and even warily glanced at the suddenly appearing figure. I'm here to help. My master is Wang Chang. Bai Jing explained calmly. The 5 who were originally on guard immediately relaxed. So it's the esteemed disciple of Lord Wang. No wonder you could take down such a monster in an instant. Alright, I'll go support the others. Bai Jing did not stay any longer. He quickly locked onto his next target. A monster worth 1,000 to 2,000 essences. There were 200 to 300 here. If he could take down half, he wouldn't have to worry about essence for a while. He easily kicked down a few monsters. Bai Jing suddenly halted his movements. Wait a minute. Is that Thunderstorm aura? Is it really the myriad forms technique? It should not be limited to just the Thunderstorm leg. Even though this technique was derived from leg techniques, he truly comprehended the Thunderstorm aura. Thinking of this, Bai Jing once again entered the Thunderstorm aura. This time he did not actively guide it. That state still lingered. So that's how it is. It was confirmed. The Thunderstorm aura could be applied to any martial art technique. Its primary effects were acceleration and enhancement of power. With this in mind, Bai Jing took out the Blood Fury Great Stick. He attempted to apply the Thunderstorm aura to the stick. Soon electric arcs began to burst forth. Did I succeed? He was somewhat surprised. Originally thinking that the electricity was due to his body, it seemed that was not the case. The aura was not merely a state. It also carried some special effects. Does it relate to the spirit? Possessing a similar ability, that is spiritual power. Through spiritual power one could construct wind, rain, thunder and lightning, and even influence space. The more he researched, the more he felt that the myriad forms technique was not an ordinary martial art, it resembled a cultivation technique. It's no wonder that those who practice it find it difficult. Directly crossing from the material to the spiritual realm. It's surprising that ordinary people can successfully cultivate it at all. Those two who have succeeded in cultivation are truly impressive. The spirit alters matter. This is something that ordinary people cannot achieve even in cultivation novels. Thinking of this, Bai Jing wanted to see the limits of this Thunderstorm aura. ZZ. A large amount of electric arcs erupted. To others, Bai Jing was not holding a stick but a bolt of lightning. No limits. He underestimated the automatic healing and mana regeneration buffs. The enhancement of the aura requires energy and spirit. And he happened to have this. This thing is infinite. Directly upgrading from physical attacks to dual attribute attacks of both physical and magical nature. He immediately began searching for a target, wanting to test the power of this technique. He quickly locked onto the strongest one. Peak 4th level. This was the second strongest fanatic after the bishop. At this moment it was still easily handling dozens of mechanical warriors surrounding it. It could even occasionally taunt them. ZZ. Bai Jing moved. A trail of fire and lightning followed. Not just that fanatic, even those mechanical warriors noticed Bai Jing. They showed expressions of shock and confusion. Holding thunder. At this moment the Blood Fury Great Stick could be described as intimidating with electric light. A sudden thunderclap echoed. Everyone felt a flash of white light before them. The attack of the Blood Courage Club had already fallen. Ah! A strike shattered a large part of the body as electricity coursed through. A series of shrieks rang out. The fanatic collapsed to the ground convulsing. Even the recovering blood mist seemed to be restrained, gathering but restless as if influenced by some energy. Ah! Kill me! Quick, kill me! The fanatic on the ground roared. He could not feel the pain of the flesh, but this intense pain stemmed from the soul. That feeling of the soul being torn apart and electrocuted made him wish for death. Even self-repair could not be maintained. Bai Jing did not respond, raising the Blood Courage Club and striking twice. Directly choosing to recharge. Detected blood energy life recharge to gain 1300 essence. So little. Logically, based on the opponent's level, he should be able to gain over 2000. Now there was only a little over 1000 essence. This only indicated that the Force's attack was remarkably effective against these evil god followers. Or perhaps the Force acted like mental enchantment. An attack accompanied by spiritual assault. Moreover, these evil god followers were not truly immortal but rather had imprisoned their souls by special means, using the soul as an anchor to forcibly condense their physical forms. And with such an abundance of blood mist to supplement, they achieved continuous recovery. Thinking of this, he could not help but glance towards the distant battlefield. There was a gourd continuously spewing pure blood mist. That thing must be a treasure, right? This thought was quickly suppressed. What a joke! Even if it were a treasure, it was not something he could touch. It belonged to the evil gods. One misstep and he would be taken advantage of. With this time he might as well gather more essence. Bai Jing's attention fell back onto those fanatics rushing forward with a flurry of chaotic strikes. Then selecting to recharge. The amount of essence grew at a stable speed. Soon it broke through the 100,000 mark. Naturally, Bai Jing's actions attracted the attention of other fanatics. As soon as he appeared, the fanatics directly abandoned the battle and retreated towards the back. With their near-immortal abilities they were indeed fearless, but the sudden emergence of a being capable of killing them caused panic. They crumbled directly. Originally there was back-and-forth fighting, but now they retreated, gathering towards the location of the blood gourd. The cardinal in red was still being continuously erased and reformed. One thing was certain. The opponent's recovery speed had noticeably slowed. Even with the help of the blood gourd there were still limits. The once hardened mouth was now softened. Let us go and I am willing to pay a sufficient price. They had pillaged a lot of resources, initially thinking of taking them away. They just didn't expect Wang Chang to come so quickly. Wang Chang directly ignored them, maintaining his rapid extermination state, which made the cardinal in red somewhat furious. You can't kill us, we are under the watch of the god of eternal life, he will ensure our immortality. Of course this was merely a boast to bolster their courage. The confidence came from the gourd. He. The gods may be powerful, but they cannot intervene in the material universe yet. Wang Chang disdainfully remarked. To come out of the spirit realm even in 8th rank was quite remarkable. Let alone a god beyond the 9th rank. To summon one might require sacrificing half the universe. Or perhaps sacrifice that old orc priest. Only then could some weaker gods descend. Alright, we shall see, victory belongs to us, the Eternal Life sect. The cardinal in red said somewhat exasperatedly. But soon he saw the defeated followers gathering towards the blood gourd. Wang Chang did not stop them. He clearly discovered that all the blood mist originated from this gourd and more people could consume more blood mist. Master! Bai Jing jogged over. Looking at the evil god followers crowding together, he decided to give up. He could not see through that evil god gourd. For the sake of a bit of essence it wasn't worth continuing the risk. Just then the gourd that had been providing energy like an old workhorse trembled slightly. This did not escape the eyes of the crowd. Ha ha ha, my god has responded, you are doomed. The cardinal in red let out a mad laugh. This also caused those present to show a hint of seriousness. Wang Chang stood at the forefront, always prepared to summon his executor battle armor. The blood gourd trembled again. This calmed the remaining evil god followers. However, they did not notice that their own cardinal's expression was gradually turning grim. What is happening? My god! Do you have any instructions? Ignoring everything else, he hurriedly prayed in his heart. Still there was no response. The next second the blood gourd trembled violently. It stopped spewing blood mist. Without the support of the blood mist, the cardinal in red was instantly obliterated. Ah! Following that were the other followers. A series of shrieks rang out. Under Wang Chang's inner breath, apart from the body of the cardinal in red which was recovering slowly, the other followers directly vanished. What is happening? Holy artifact, where are you going? Looking at the departing gourd, he panicked. This was a chance for survival. However, the blood gourd completely ignored him, unwaveringly flying in a certain direction. Wang Chang's expression turned serious. In an instant his power reached the limit of the 7th rank, summoning the Executor battle armor. He punched towards the rapidly approaching gourd. However, even before the attack landed, the blood gourd vanished directly. What? Wang Chang looked vigilant. He did not understand where the opponent's sacred weapon had gone. Crap! Crap! Just then a voice of astonishment came from behind. He turned around sharply. He saw his future martial god disciple looking terrified as he tossed the gourd. Each time he threw it, the blood gourd would fly back steadily, landing back in Bai Jing's arms. Crap! Crap! What the hell is this? I'm a good person. Bai Jing felt this was a hot potato. Given the current alliance's attitude towards the spirit realm, let alone the level of the evil gods, even those 7th rank beings would explode a planet upon descent. Now the evil god relic wanted to follow him. Oh no, I have become the holy son of the demon sect. Almost simultaneously Wang Chang had approached, reaching out to grab it, but it was directly dodged. Even if Bai Jing directly grabbed the gourd wanting to hand it to Wang Chang, he would be shaken off. It quickly returned to Bai Jing's embrace. After several attempts, Bai Jing directly gave up. Master, do you believe me when I say I'm a good person? He spoke with a sort of helplessness akin to having yellow mud fall into his pants. This was truly the first time they met. They were not familiar at all. I believe you. Wang Chang's expression was somewhat serious. He did not expect such a massive oversight from a careless mistake. Why? Why? Why are you doing this to me? I am your follower. A roar filled with boundless fury. Accompanied by the sound, the opponent was ultimately annihilated. There was no response. Even the blood gourd remained steadfast throughout, fixated on Bai Jing. No matter how it was driven away, it would persistently return. Bai Jing felt a sense of helplessness. If you want to trade, we could do it offline. Did you think it appropriate to affix an artifact of an evil god onto me in front of thousands of allied soldiers? Given the current attitude of the alliance, the soldiers of those extraordinary battle groups refrained from attacking simply out of respect for their own master. Master, I have no way out. Bai Jing was already at his wit's end. They had fought and scolded, yet the blood gourd was like a sticky plaster. The two of them had exhausted all their means, but still were of no use against it. Let's leave it for now, I'll think of a way. Wang Chang was also at a loss. Yet he still tried to offer some comfort. You needn't worry too much, obtaining this item might not be a bad thing, it could even become an aid to you. Bai Jing nodded lightly but did not respond. He did know a few divine bestowers. They were either fortunate by chance or were chosen by birth, possessing some special abilities. But he also knew one thing: the goddess of life, the god of harvest, the mother of earth. Just listen to these titles, they are hardly of the same category. There are quite a few deities in the spiritual realm, though not 1,000, there are certainly several hundred, most of whom are low-level deities, while the top-tier deities can be counted on 2 hands. Due to just finishing a cleanup, Wang Chang had many matters to attend to and naturally could not accompany him. However, he did arrange for someone else to keep him company. Junior brother. Why don't we return to the Iron Blood ship first? Ji Zuyeo's voice rang out. Okay. Bai Jing did not refuse. Such a blatant act of subjugating an evil god's artifact caused most of the extraordinary warriors to grow wary and apprehensive. It would not be an exaggeration to say he was a thorn in their side. Still, it is as they say. Fortunately, he had a background. If he were an ordinary person without any connections, he would probably already be on the pyre shouting curses against this heretic as he burned. The two quickly returned to the Iron Blood ship. Originally, Ji Shueya wanted to follow along, but Bai Jing sent her away. The reason was that he wanted some peace. As soon as the others left, Bai Jing couldn't wait any longer. Ship girl, my little treasure, come out quickly, I have something to ask you. Naturally, no one knows the spiritual realm's matters better than the natives. This was also the reason he was eager to return to the ship and find a quiet place to inquire with the ship girl. It's rare for you to call me little treasure. For a long time you just called me an old hag. Hee man. The ship girl with her venomous tongue appeared just in time. This time Bai Jing found her voice quite pleasant. Quickly help me see how to deal with this thing, he said as he held up the gourd and pressed for answers. Why do you want to deal with it? This is a rare item belonging to the few that can be possessed in the spiritual realm. The ship girl asked, somewhat confused.
What is this?
The mark of a deity.
With this thing in the spiritual realm, it's not to say you can walk around freely, but who below the gods wouldn't show some respect?
What a load of nonsense.
If I don't deal with this trouble, it'll soon be nailed to a cross.
Oh, I forgot you are now a heretic.
The ship girl also regained her senses. Things had changed.
This place is not the spiritual realm.
The situations on both sides are exactly opposite. Divine blessings are quite difficult to handle. Most of those who can obtain them have been predetermined. The souls of the dead do not disappear but are guided into the divine kingdom of the respective gods.
Upon hearing this, Bai Jing felt his heart sink. He was truly being targeted. But I have a plan. Bai Jing.
He felt a sudden urge to dismantle the ship. A dangerous aura rose around him and his eyes narrowed. The ship girl, who originally wanted to continue teasing, instantly sobered up, cleared her throat and hurriedly spoke her strategy.
Actually, this matter is quite simple for you.
If you can subdue me, how could you not handle this little gourd? She was once a legendary being. If she continued to grow, she had the potential to become a deity. But the mistake lay in meeting Bai Jing.
Confused, she underwent an identity transformation. She became a ship girl.
Of course, she now had a new goal. What meaning is there in becoming a deity in the spiritual realm?
A true powerhouse should become a deity in the material universe.
Her words struck Bai Jing like a thunderclap. Slap. He smacked his thigh. Damn it, I was so focused on the terror of the evil god that I forgot the evil god is also a material. What a fool. He had been so preoccupied with how impressive the deities were that he failed to think it through. Fortunately, the ship girl reminded him. With a thought, the enhancement furnace page popped up. Bai Jing quickly found the culprit in the extraordinary materials warehouse.
Name: Blood Sea Gourd.
Type: special material.
Quality: epic.
Description: this is a special gourd born from a strand of a deity's blood merging into the blood of all beings. Basic effect: its interior blood sea does not dry up and can continuously provide essence life force. Seeing the material that appeared in the enhancement furnace, Bai Jing suddenly straightened his back.
Since it could be displayed in the enhancement furnace, it meant that his golden finger could suppress the other party. Naturally, it would stir no waves.
Watching Bai Jing's frown dissipate, the ship girl muttered softly, still afraid of deities.
You are even more sinister than the deities.
She thought of her own transformation process. Throughout the whole process, she had no power to fight back. Her abilities were considered super strong in the spiritual realm. The gap with those deities might just be the lack of sheer strength. Ship girl, keep an eye on the outside. I'm going to go into seclusion to teach this little deity a lesson so they know what it means to be a meat bun hitting a.
What it means to dare to send and I dare to take. Bai Jing waved his hand with conviction, sitting upright on the bed. His mind was completely immersed in the enhancement furnace.
He prepared to find a good vessel for the Blood Sea Gourd to properly entertain this guest from afar. Since it had come, why leave? As for holding an artifact of an evil god, Bai Jing did not care. The alliance was so vast, where could he not hide? His constant worry was his own safety.
All right. Preparing to take over the Iron Blood ship.
The ship girl's reply echoed in his ears.
Damn. Don't mess around, that's my master's ship.
Bai Jing hurriedly shouted. This was his master's spaceship. If you take control, whose ship would it be? The ship girl merely pouted, clearly just joking. Forget whether she could take control or not. Even now, the main program of the Iron Blood ship had been usurped. As long as she wanted, she could issue all sorts of commands directly.
Somewhere in a divine kingdom,
the hazy deity returned to their seat. As for what had just happened, it was merely a casual act. It was nothing significant. They simply felt that the other party was rather good. It would be a pity if they died.
Perhaps in the future they could bring more interesting shows.
Thus they gave him the blood gourd. Just as they were watching the battle below, the deity suddenly froze.
For the first time, a look of surprise appeared on their face. Oh. Then came an uncontrollable smile.
They sensed that their connection with the Blood Sea Gourd had been severed, the method extremely crude, as if it had been forcibly torn apart. Such a method indicated that the one who acted did not care about their attitude. This made the matter all the more interesting.
Congratulations, your equipment, the bloodthirsty dagger, has undergone a transformation. Please choose one of the following traits.
Note that once selected, it cannot be changed.
1. Blade of Life. Each strike is infused with vibrant life force, allowing for continuous recovery when embedded in a body.
2. Blade of the Blood Sea can condense a blade of blood during battle with size and quality depending on the quality of the blood.
3. Blood Plague Dagger. When manifested, it automatically emits a plague, instantly killing any lifeform below level 1 and placing all life within a mile under the Blood Plague curse. Note that this effect does not distinguish between friend and foe and is ineffective against mid to high tier lifeforms. 4. Blood Blade Gourd. The Bloodthirsty Dagger fully merges into the gourd, which automatically nurtures the Blood Blade. It can be accelerated by infusing it with Qi with a limit of 0.3000. 5. Blade of Blood Demon. By slaying enemies with the dagger, one can gain the Blood Demon will. Upon reaching a certain threshold, one can forcibly transform into a blood demon. Note that whether one is human or demon is just a thought away.
In the end, Bai Jing chose the 20 dagger.
With level 10 sharpness, it cannot be enhanced with ordinary materials. It must be well planned to take it further.
After various attempts, although options 1 and 3 seem rather peculiar, they are indeed the most suitable.
Others are not even as good as these two.
After merging with the life armor, to his surprise, it not only failed to absorb life force but also required life force to nourish the host.
This is truly ridiculous. As expected, I give up. It seems there are 5 choices but only one is truly suitable. Then let's go with option 4.
From the very beginning, the positioning of the dagger was for ambushes.
Moreover, he lacked the ability for direct confrontation. In most cases, when both sides had similar strength, the outcome would depend on who was more cunning.
Those who play their cards right often survive until the end.
3,000 Blood Blades. As long as the power is decent, it can only threaten beings of levels 5 and 6.
After a brief contemplation, he made a direct decision.
Congratulations, you have successfully chosen your equipment. The Bloodthirsty Dagger has transformed into the Blood Blade Gourd.
The Bloodthirsty Dagger disappeared, replaced by a gourd resembling jade blood red in color but only the size of a baby's palm.
So small.
Bai Jing was clearly taken aback. This was somewhat different from his expectations.
Name: Blood Blade Gourd.
Traits: Sharpness 10, Bloodthirst 10, Blood Blade Gourd 1. Description: I possess 3,000 Blood Fiend Blade energies. Dare to face me. Looking at the detailed panel, it was clear he had made the right choice this time.
This is not just an ordinary blade energy, it possesses contaminating abilities.
Against those with similar internal energies, its power is doubled.
But isn't this thing a bit small?
Bai Jing couldn't help but complain while looking at the mini gourd in his hand.
The next second, it seemed to sense the jest.
The Blood Blade Gourd, the size of a baby's palm in his hand, suddenly trembled slightly and rapidly expanded. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a form over a meter tall, its overall texture unchanged, but it gave off a menacing vibe.
Damn, this thing actually has a combat mode.
Bai Jing stared at the gourd in a daze.
If that's the case, it can't be used for ambush anymore.
Just as this thought crossed his mind, the Blood Blade Gourd seemed to sense it. It automatically floated in the air as if it were in automatic standby mode, requiring no input from Bai Jing. At this point, one could probably guess it could automatically fly and with just a command could instantly unleash a massive amount of blade energy. It is somewhat similar to a drone turret. One fires shells while the other unleashes blood blades.
If we talk about being uncanny, the latter is clearly more so. Why does this enhanced item seem to become more beast-like?
Looking at the Blood Blade Gourd that floated and automatically locked onto targets with no psionic fluctuations and no technological components, he couldn't help but murmur. Having dealt with a major concern, Bai Jing felt relaxed. He did not directly cultivate the internal energy techniques. According to the information he received from the wealthy senior sister, different schools have unique cultivation methods starting from internal energy techniques. At the same time, it also requires guidance from a master to avoid mistakes. Naturally, he didn't have to worry about harming his body, but since he had already pledged to his master and received so many benefits, he should help promote the sect. Thus, Bai Jing was not in a hurry to cultivate, waiting for Wang Chang to finish dealing with the issues on the Grizzly Bear Star before teaching him. He also learned about the distinctions within the middle 3 realms. 4th stage, internal energy: open the Dantian and begin storing and accumulating internal energy. 5th stage, opening of the acupoints: activate the Bodhis acupoints to tap into more human potential. 6th stage, connecting meridians: acupoints connect, revealing the extraordinary, opening the sea of consciousness. This is what Bai Jing understands at present. There's not much to say about the 4th stage. Starting from the 5th stage, there is a massive divergence in cultivation and numerous schools emerge. It somewhat resembles the ancient martial arts, where there are masters of fist techniques, leg techniques, and weaponry.
It's somewhat like specializing in one aspect. For instance, opening all acupoints in both arms. Henceforth, all cultivation will revolve around the arms. Alternatively, one can open some commonly used acupoints to enhance strength.
As for opening all acupoints, no one has achieved that yet, nor can it be done.
Opening too many acupoints can lead to chaotic breaths during combat or cultivation.
It is said that his master has opened around 270 out of 365 acupoints, placing him among the top 5 in the Alliance's martial arts.
The end of opening acupoints leads to connecting the meridians. With the meridians connected, the cycle completes. For Bai Jing, the most important aspect of this realm is the sea of consciousness. No wonder his master can effortlessly annihilate those monsters. It is likely that every punch and kick contains a mental attack. Moreover, there is an unavoidable topic in the middle three realms. That is resources. To generate internal energy, a large number of supplements are needed. Of course, this shouldn't be a problem for Bai Jing, but he still wants to put on an act. If I am to become an executor, I still need to prepare executor battle armor, a batch of loyal subordinates, and a spaceship. The ship girls definitely cannot be revealed to the public. Building my own team is necessary. The universe is so vast I can't do everything myself. Otherwise I would be exhausted. Just like the current alliance, enjoyment is always limited to a small group. However, establishing a team raises the issue of loyalty. Bai Jing really wanted to brand his subordinates with ideological steel stamps, but he was somewhat at a loss on how to do it. After thinking for a while, he was too lazy to ponder over it. Take it one step at a time. First, get the executor battle armor. Then enhance it. Boost my strength first. With strength, even if I go robbing, I will have confidence. Moreover, Bai Jing discovered something new. Assist in battle. This thing seems to last more than just 10 minutes. There is a time option in the summoning list, but the longer it lasts, the higher the cost. If the summoned monsters can be 100 loyal, then spending some essence would be acceptable. I really want to smash you, you've made my life hell. A somewhat immature yet angry voice echoed. The owner of this voice lay on the throne with a face full of despair. In front of her a figure knelt. If Bai Jing were here, she would immediately recognize it as the mantis man who wanted to send a car and was also looking to send a wife. At this moment its head was pressed to the ground, allowing the angry little feet to stomp on it. My life is so miserable, I don't want to be a queen and they refuse to let me go. Thinking of the threat she faced today, the slightly chubby girl trembled in fear. Lowering her head, she spotted the kneeling mantis man and burst into tears. Woo-woo. Originally the funding was limited, and yet you even sent someone a flying shuttle. I don't even have a shuttle of my own. She thought about saving and scrimping for resources, planning to take the chance to leave, find a place without any bugs knowing, and live as a rich landlord. Who would have thought a task would suddenly come up? Confused, she was forced to undertake a mission. As if that weren't enough, she wasn't even paid and had to use her savings to fund the task. She initially thought that if the mission succeeded she could bring resources back. Little did she know, not only did the mission fail, but upon returning this hateful guy also took a portion of her private funds. If it were just for the task she could have endured it. But this jerk was after a human, her enemy. This was aiding the enemy. If it were any other princess it would have been completely done for. But for her, she was left with only this one subordinate. The more she thought about it, the more her tears couldn't be stopped. Your Highness, I am not mistaken, I am investing in your future. I won't misjudge that person in the future. For the first time the mantis man spoke. Hearing this explanation, the princess suppressed her sadness and sighed softly. We must leave, we need to get out of here quickly. The elder sisters have gone mad. She originally planned to escape with her savings, but now her savings were completely decimated. Even so, she had to leave. In recent times a princess had already gone missing. The probability of her being dead was high. The competition among half-bugs was fierce. As long as it didn't affect the core, it was quite normal for a few princesses to die. Every new and old queen's succession was unavoidable. Sometimes only one queen remained in the end. Old servant has already prepared. The mantis man said again. Upon hearing this, the princess' eyes instantly brightened. Having a capable subordinate was indeed good. Soon she saw a boarding message. One glance. Two glances. Her eyes filled with tears again. Economy class. Even the Grand Princess had to squeeze into economy class. But thinking that if she didn't leave soon and was discovered by her elder sisters, she might be treated as sashimi. She couldn't care about anyone else. Go, let's leave now and leave overnight. She didn't want to stay in this sad place for another moment. She planned to hide this time. To stay hidden for a decade or so, waiting for her elder sisters to finish their killings before coming out. In just 2 days' time, Wang Chang had handled the mess on Grey Bear Star. Primarily it was about clearing and rescuing. Out of millions of immigrants on the planet, fewer than 1,000 survived the turmoil. Of course, the basic infrastructure was still relatively intact and investments remained. The follow-up would mostly involve continuing to relocate citizens to Grey Bear Star. As for that battle group, they were left behind directly, responsible for awaiting the arrival of subsequent personnel. This time only the Iron Blood was leaving. Upon returning they hurried to find Bai Jing. How do you feel now? She asked with some concern. Master, that gourd has changed, it has become like this. The problem needed solving, and Bai Jing directly took out the infant-sized gourd. It mainly underwent amplification. It was likely that even a deity wouldn't recognize this as its item. Wang Chang said nothing, reaching out to take it in his hands, his eyes clearly brightening. Strange, there isn't a trace of spiritual realm aura, this is quite odd. He marveled repeatedly. As a former vessel, logically, even if the energy was exhausted, there should still be some residual aura. But this gourd before him was like an ordinary jade stone, completely devoid of any oddity. After carefully sensing it, he confirmed there was no issue. Wang Chang also provided an answer. It should be fine, the energy inside has been completely exhausted. You don't need to worry about it. A deity might possess infinite power in the spiritual realm, but in the material universe, whether you are a dragon or a tiger, you must abide by the rules of the material universe. Moreover, that gourd was likely just a trace of power that was created. It had been erased by him so many times. This thing should ideally be discarded, don't carry it with you. No matter what, this was a divine artifact, who knows when it might awaken. Master. Now who would be willing to discard it? Just amplifying it once had consumed 20,000 essence. Comparable to amplifying a ship girl. If you want to keep it you can, but I am ultimately not a spiritual energy user. When we return to the Imperial Star, I'll have someone check it for you. If there is no issue, you can keep it then. Wang Chang, perhaps sensing Bai Jing's unusual behavior, thought for a moment and spoke. All right. As long as the gourd was preserved, it was fine. The two chatted for a while longer. Wang Chang instructed him not to cultivate for the time being and to wait until they returned before continuing, then hurried to the captain's room. The Grey Bear Star incident needed to be reported, and they had to arrange for timely transport. Once the people left, only Bai Jing remained in the room. The ship girl's voice rang out. Brother, good brother, can I have one too? A delicate voice sounded, giving Bai Jing goosebumps and making him shudder. What are you doing? If you have something to say, just say it directly, don't talk to me like that. Just give me one too, just like before. The ship girl was clearly coveting it. Becoming a deity. Who said one couldn't lie down to become one? Based on Bai Jing's amplification frequency, if she were to do this dozens of times, she would almost certainly achieve divinity. Do you think I don't want to? It's just that you can't meet people. Hearing that she only wanted to level up, Bai Jing felt helpless. Amplification required the main body to enter the amplifier, and currently the spiritual realm Voyager was still drifting in the spiritual realm. If summoned, it would surely be discovered by others. They would have to wait until later. You shouldn't hang out online all day, help me deal with some wild monsters when you have nothing to do. If he really created his own team in the future, there would definitely need to be a reward and punishment mechanism. Enhancing equipment would be a good start. Moreover, this was a technical task in the outside world. 99.99999 of cosmic civilizations could not achieve it. If it's work, then just work, what's so great about it? The ship girl dropped this line and logged off directly. Bai Jing shook his head lightly. Even if the other party didn't say it, he would still save some essence to enhance the spiritual realm Voyager. This was related to his ability to survive. Among the extraordinary professions known so far, there was not a single entity that could enter the spiritual realm. Survival must always be the top priority. Due to Wang Chang's instructions, Bai Jing did not rush to cultivate. This indeed slowed down his pace of life. The tasks he had each day could be likened to the duration of a power bank's charge. For 24 hours he charged the life armor. This fellow had already embarked on its third transformation. Additionally, the newly acquired Blood Blade Gourd could store 3,000 Blood Saber Chi. Thanks to the excellent foundation of this item, it made full use of all the life energy without wasting a single bit. All of it was transformed into Saber Chi. Bai Jing was somewhat helpless, unable to gauge its power. He certainly couldn't experiment on the Iron Blood ship. If any problems arose and he were sucked into space, even his abnormal vitality would face hardships. This universe is not merely about heat and cold radiation. If luck runs out, even beings of the 7th or 8th tier face the risk of falling. The thunderous momentum is quite useful. I can slowly study new techniques. Once he reached the 4th tier and birthed inner breath, all techniques would undergo a qualitative change. Bai Jing prepared to optimize some martial arts. He hoped to create a new momentum after learning akin to the Wind Thunder leg. Just as Bai Jing was about to let the ship girls invade the martial artist's intranet, someone knocked on the door. Wang Chang walked in. Now he had returned to his elder appearance, resembling a kind old man. No need to be so formal, just sit down. Seeing Bai Jing rise, he smiled and gestured for him to take a seat. Master. With his master standing, Bai Jing could not sit, he simply stood quietly waiting for Wang Chang to continue. He already had a premonition. He must have come to impart teachings. During this period I have been busy with official matters and neglected you. Today I just happen to have time to talk to you about the differences of the fourth tier.
The fourth tier focuses on nurturing the body, completing the refinement of skin, muscles, bones and organs through dietary supplements or large doses of nutrients.
When the body reaches a certain stage of sublimation, inner breath will be born. To complete this transformation, a lot of preparation is required as well as a thorough understanding of the human body. As he spoke, a projection of a human anatomy appeared in the room. It displayed the complete meridians, acupoint locations and the position of the dantian.
You need to memorize this completely. It is best to slowly explore the locations of your own acupoints, meridians and dantian.
Each person's is different. This is a task that requires attention to detail.
After finishing, Wang Chang flipped his hand and took out a book with an oilskin cover that had no title.
This is the method for cultivating our sex inner power.
You need to memorize its contents and understand its meaning before reaching the Emperor Star.
During this time you can ask me anything.
Bai Jing excitedly accepted the inner power text.
Unlike the previous body refinement techniques, this one was rare even on the martial artist intranet. Moreover, the few available were the most rudimentary inner breath techniques.
Although he had high-quality techniques that could optimize his skills, he wasn't foolish enough to ignore top-tier methods in favor of the most basic ones.
The consumption would only be greater.
Thank you, Master. No need to be so polite with me. Your breakthrough in inner breath is more important than anything else.
He patted Bai Jing on the shoulder encouragingly.
Rest assured, Master, I will not disappoint your expectations. For someone who had undergone multiple enhancements and mastered a type of momentum, understanding and memorizing was not difficult. Over the next 2 days, Bai Jing gradually clarified the acupoints and the position of his dantian based on the projection of the meridians and acupoints. To gain a more intuitive feeling, he directly took a silver needle and pricked it into himself one by one.
He even did not spare the dead points.
For someone like him who was constantly enveloped by life energy and possessed an innate talent for regeneration, it could only be said, a mere fatal injury was nothing to fear. This life-risking confirmation method allowed Bai Jing to explore nearly all 365 acupoints in just 2 days. This also led Bai Jing to discover some things. Even without inner breath infusion, simply pricking the silver needle into some acupoints could bring slight increases in physical strength.
Soon an event interrupted his exploratory thoughts.
Congratulations, you have created a secret technique. Please name it.
Bai Jing. Name unnamed.
Effect: stimulation of acupoints with a silver needle can yield physical enhancements.
Description: this is a secret technique with many magical effects, but unfortunately it is not yet complete. What the hell? Did I just create something from traditional Chinese acupuncture?
Bai Jing was somewhat confused. He had not expected that merely confirming the locations of his Bodis acupoints could actually lead to the creation of a skill. Of course, the impressive part was still the plugin. He had not thought of recording it. The plugin directly helped perfect it into a system.
Naming it Golden Needle Acupuncture Technique. Bai Jing casually came up with a name. He was quite optimistic about this secret technique.
Perhaps due to the transformation of the martial artist's body, stimulating the acupoints could yield different effects. It could even be said that the abilities and effects were numerous. It was somewhat like a random buff. Of course, just in terms of effects it could not compare to a true buff. But it indeed possessed many effects. From what Bai Jing could ascertain, it could increase the flow rate of qi in blood, enhance muscle strength and improve recovery effects, among others. If utilized well, it would be sufficient for 2 martial artists of the same realm to stand out and slay their enemies. Moreover, compared to the blood-burning technique, the side effects were almost negligible.
However, if subjected to intense stimulation, it would still burden the body.
Naming successful, you have mastered the self-created skill Golden Needle Acupuncture Technique. As the prompt ended, Bai Jing also discovered that this technique had appeared in the skill optimization list.
This meant that it could be optimized. I could try optimizing it.
As for the martial arts library and the martial artist intranet, most of the martial arts were paid.
If he could create enough martial arts manuals, he could definitely earn money effortlessly. Many things in the alliance still required spending. Being broke was not an option.
Then I'll record it first and wait until I break through the inner breath realm to test if the Golden Needle Acupuncture effect improves. Bai Jing was not in a hurry. The first step now was naturally to break through. Although he felt his energy, spirit and essence should be complete, enabling him to attempt meditation and enter that special state to birth inner breath. But he could not let down his master's good intentions. Moreover, he still needed to study the unnamed technique. Time passed by second by second. Bai Jing had nearly perfected his grasp over the inner breath text, being able to recite it backward. The terms and operational methods within had become second nature to him. Now he only needed to wait until he entered the Emperor's Star into the quiet room prepared for meditation to enter that state of unity of spirit and flesh, birthing the first wisp of inner breath, and he would become a fourth-tier martial artist. At this moment the voice of the ship girl rang in his ears. "There's a good show outside, do you want to watch?" "What good show?" "Let me see." As a human one could not avoid being curious, so he quickly inquired. The ship girl wasted no time. She bypassed the Iron Blood main program and projected the scene in space. There were two starships. One was in a standstill state, clearly having been attacked. As for the other, a skull was emblazoned on its hull. Unsurprisingly, it must belong to some pirate crew. The stationary starship clearly did not intend to surrender easily, as numerous beams of light shot out attempting to repel the pirate ship. However, layers of ripples appeared around the pirate ship, blocking all attacks. What? An energy shield. Bai Jing never expected that such a small pirate ship would be equipped with a vessel-grade shield. This thing doesn't come cheap. It starts at 9 figures. The stationary ship was obviously just a small merchant vessel and wasn't equipped with military-grade weapons. Unable to completely breach the energy shield, Bai Jing asked, "What is the background of this ship?" "It's an ordinary merchant ship primarily engaged in interstellar travel along with smuggling some sought-after goods." Just then a series of landing ships flew out from the pirate ship, quickly approaching the merchant vessel. Bai Jing no longer wished to watch. Unsurprisingly, this merchant ship was likely about to be robbed and taken away. If lucky, the family might pay for their release; if unlucky, they would likely be sold as slaves. Just as he was about to have the ship's AI shut off the visuals, knowing he had no capability to rescue, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. "Junior brother, how is your cultivation going? Would you like to go out and do a small mission?" Bai Jing was clearly taken aback but opened the door, revealing a puzzled expression as he inquired. What kind of mission could there be in interstellar travel? A pirate ship has been spotted ahead robbing a merchant vessel. Do you want to join in on the boarding battle? Due to the energy shield, using regular cannons to overload it clearly wouldn't work. But using heavy artillery was obviously a bit extravagant. In such situations, the usual approach is for personnel to storm onto the enemy ship and forcibly shut down the opposing energy shield before launching effective strikes. How do we get over there? We can't just take a landing craft, can we? If that was the case, Bai Jing would rather die than go. The pirate ship had cannons too. That's simple, Ji Shuayo said with a smile, extending her right hand. A quaint ring on her finger was emanating a faint glow. As she grasped Bai Jing's arm, an invisible wave of spiritual energy surged. In the next moment, the two directly vanished from the ship. When their vision cleared again, they found themselves in an unfamiliar place. "Who are you?" a voice rang out. A scruffy man was watching them with a vigilant expression. Bai Jing wasted no words. With a swift step, he quickly subdued the man. "Dizziness is normal." Crack! He directly snapped the man's neck. After disposing of the man, Bai Jing glanced at the wealthy lady with a hint of helplessness. "Senior sister. Knowing you have a 9th rank spirit saint grandfather, you didn't need to use a spiritual transfer ring for a forced boarding. Such an effect likely required a 7th rank spiritual technique. Don't be ungrateful, kid. Have you ever thought about where your good ships will come from when you become an officer? Don't underestimate the pirate ship. Though it looks shabby, possessing an energy shield saves several hundred million." Ji Shuayo said with a glance. "Do I lack this kind of thing? Isn't it all for my little junior brother? A spaceship isn't something you can just have. Currently, all shipyards in the Alliance are working day and night. Every ship, as soon as it leaves the factory, gets taken away. To get your own ship, the first thing is to pay and the second is to wait. With good luck, it might be delivered in half a year to a year. With worse luck, 3 to 5 years is also normal." "Thank you, senior sister." Not knowing the true purpose, since they were here, they naturally couldn't leave empty-handed. The teleportation of his senior sister was quite expensive. It couldn't be wasted. If they could seize this ship, repair it on a forge planet, and make some modifications, it could truly be useful. Moreover, even if all else fails, they could find a place to scrap it and convert it into essence. In any case, this deal couldn't be considered a loss. Let's take the energy shield first. This thing alone is worth 9 figures, Ji Shuayo said immediately. But soon trouble arose. The ship wasn't too big, but it wasn't small either. It stood a few hundred meters high and stretched several kilometers long. At their current speed, it would likely take a long time to locate the energy shield. Bai Jing felt a bit helpless. He directly donned his mask and contacted the ship's AI. "Send me the construction blueprint of this ship and the location of the energy shield." Almost simultaneously, a 3D diagram appeared along with the ship's AI's voice. So it turns out she's a wealthy and generous lady. No wonder you've fallen for her. Just moments ago they were chatting and suddenly the two vanished, startling her. But as a former spirit realm being, she quickly pieced everything together. Bai Jing completely ignored the voice in his ear.
He led his senior sister in the opposite direction.
During this time it seemed like he activated a form of X-ray vision, preemptively predicting and hiding whenever someone approached.
After walking for a few minutes they arrived in front of a sealed alloy door. Ah! Ji Zuyao's eyes widened.
She could sense intense energy fluctuations within it, must be the core of the shield. However, she didn't know that her little junior brother was navigating as if he were at home. He hadn't made a single wrong turn.
My ability gives me a pretty accurate intuition.
As Bai Jing spoke, he reached out and pressed against the alloy password door.
In the next second, with a click before Ji Shuya could take out her black box, the door was already open.
Ah! Are you at home? She instinctively said, a strange expression appearing on her face. Even if he were at home it wouldn't be possible to do so skillfully. Let's shut down this ship's shield first, Bai Jing said, not wanting to explain too much. The more he explained, the more loopholes he created. He just needed to wait quietly. His senior sister would naturally fill in the reasons for him. The room was not large. There was only a technological product the size of a generator currently radiating a bluish light.
With a thought from Bai Jing, he directly initiated a one-click pickup.
He forcibly stored it into his spatial ring.
As the energy source vanished, the shield flickered briefly before shattering with a loud bang.
Beams of concentrated laser struck the surface of the starship, creating holes one after another. The pirate captain, who was originally prepared to reap the reward, stared in a daze at the erroneous information displayed on the device.
Energy shield core not detected. Please install and retry.
What? Where's my shield? Where's my huge shield? As he tried to figure out what had happened, wanting to take people to check the situation, a red warning appeared again in the projection. Receiving captain's orders, shutting down the ship's energy core. Please do not move around.
Pirate captain. Who the hell am I?
Who the hell shut down the ship's energy core? As the energy core was turned off, the entire ship floated motionlessly in space, concentrated lasers continuously striking the ship's alloy,
causing varying degrees of damage.
Damn it. What on earth happened?
Where is Ahu?
After a brief daze, the pirate captain's eyes reddened as he shouted aloud.
No one answered.
The core problem was stranger than expected. First the shield core module vanished, then the energy core was shut down, leaving the entire ship dead in the water.
They kept taking the enemy's assault unrelentingly, and a sliver of madness flashed in his eyes.
Open the main cannon, destroy that merchant ship. The only plausible explanation was that a top-tier hacker hid within the merchant vessel. Not only had they hacked the ship's main program, they had also forcibly shut down power and shields. If they waited any longer, his ship would suffer damage. Ships that break must be repaired. So he tried to access the main cannon controls to aim at the merchant ship and render them helpless first. Then a glaring red message appeared. Sorry, you do not have permission.
Become the captain and try again.
The pirate captain, hardened by murder and plunder, stared at the prompt as if struck by a hot blade. His head buzzed.
I refuse to believe I cannot kill you.
Men, come with me to manually override the main cannon, blow these bastards to pieces.
Eyes bloodshot, he led 100 men toward the main cannon. Normally ship-mounted guns have two modes: AI control or manual firing.
The manual mode required many hands and was seldom used except on warships.
Hundreds of them rounded a corner together. A torrent of electromagnetic rounds poured out.
The dozens at the front, whether second tier or third tier, were cut to pieces instantly.
Damn. Ahu, it's Ahu. I always suspected him, he betrayed me.
Staring at his men turned into shredded flesh, the captain felt his rage boil up. He had never suffered such a loss.
Counterattack, strike back. They don't outnumber us.
At his command, pirates assembled crude electromagnetic guns from spare parts and fought back. But the moment anyone exposed a hand around, tore it apart before they could fire.
Time and again, any hand shown was wiped out in an instant.
Boss, their firepower is overwhelming, at least a few hundred. We can't hold a pirate with a shattered palm, cried, his voice cracking.
Nonsense, how many men I have on my ship do you think I don't know? How could the enemy possibly?
His voice trailed off into silence. He suddenly remembered that Sang Hu had brought many large crates supposedly for storage. Now he feared those crates hid the enemy within.
Damn it. If I can't have it, neither can you.
He muttered and darted off in another direction. In a life of piracy, he had long been ready for death. He had prepared himself so that if need be he would never be taken alive. As he rounded a corner, something heavy smashed into his chest. Even as a fourth-tier fighter, the blow ravaged his internal organs. He was flung backward, coughing blood in great gulps. Looking up, he saw a mech slowly advancing. At that instant his mind froze.
Sang Hu, he was an interstellar police officer. Damn it. Without a second's pause, he transmitted a message through his wrist device saying Hu is interstellar police, he's an undercover agent, kill him. The words rang out, and in the next second everyone, both aboard the ship and those boarding, heard the accusation. Faces changed. They loathed moles more than they feared the interstellar police. Meanwhile in the lavatory, a burly, fierce-looking man strained with a constipated expression. With a relieved puff, he relaxed into a pleasant expression. That muscle growth tonic was faulty. The man was a peak third-tier warrior, and after drinking it he had become constipated. He vowed to settle accounts later, this had delayed his work. Sang Hu is interstellar police, he's an undercover agent, kill him. Sang Hu. What the hell, I'm just taking a paid dump, do you want to get me killed? The man's face shifted in confusion at being branded an undercover agent. He wanted to leave but feared being shot, and so he gritted his teeth and hid in the toilet. Elsewhere, the mech stamped its foot on the pirate captain's chest and produced a collar. It snapped the collar onto him. Even so, the captain's eyes burned with rage. He cursed that he had not detected the traitors among his men sooner. So close, if I had detonated that thing you would all have died with me. He ground his teeth. Opposite him, the mech revealed a small cube in its hand. Heck, had you gotten past, you still could not have detonated it, Ji Shuao said coldly. Ji Shuao spoke lightly, though she wondered inwardly. Her junior disciple seemed to have opened some uncanny eye, anticipating every move the enemy made. With only the two of them, they had seized the ship. Even if hundreds had boarded the merchant vessel, their efficiency made it seem effortless. You treacherous scum. Nonsense, my brother would never betray us. You fabricate crimes without proof. Don't waste words on these traitors, kill them. In an instant, the other reinforcing pirates drew their guns and opened fire. A fierce gunfight erupted. Bai Jing, lying in ambush not far away, waited a long time, and seeing no one could not help but ask the ship girl what had happened. What's going on, haven't they arrived? They had an internal quarrel a moment ago. If you head there now, you should be able to finish it off. Ah. Bai Jing paused, then followed the map to the site of the firefight and found over 100 corpses strewn up. Only dozens remained alive. Bai Jing raised 2 Xiaolong rifles and cut down the survivors. How did these pirates end up fighting among themselves? He had expected such an encounter to be dangerous, but unexpectedly one wave of reinforcements had slaughtered another. After those 2 clashes, there were likely few living left aboard the ship. Next, they would move on to the merchant vessel. Half of this ship was already effectively theirs. All that remained was to mop up the other pirates. At that moment, Ji Shuao returned carrying a disheveled figure by the scruff. You contemptible scoundrels, besides planting moles, what else can you do? She kept shouting, making Bai Jing frown. You have an informant. You have an informant, the two of them asked almost simultaneously. You don't have an informant. You don't have an informant. Each assumed the other was behind it, yet neither knew the truth. Their gazes turned to the pirate captain as they assessed the scene. The pirate captain seemed to reach a conclusion. His eyes rolled back, blood spouting from his mouth. He died on the spot, choked by his own fury. It became clear there had been no mole at all. Everything had been born of his own paranoid suspicions. Inside the merchant ship, screams and cries echoed, accompanied by the sporadic sound of gunfire. A group of pirates had not only successfully boarded the merchant ship but had also begun to gain control of the situation, methodically searching the passengers. At that moment, an excited pirate jogged back, a smile he couldn't suppress spreading across his face. He hurried over to a warrior who had undergone life transformation. By Gu, I found something good. The intel was correct. This immediately piqued Bai Ge's interest. What is it? Before he could finish his sentence, shouts and curses mixed with the sound of a woman weeping echoed from the distant corridor. Bai Gu, the good stuff is coming, he said, quickly pointing in that direction. Whoa, we can pay you, please don't be rough with us. Whatever you want, our company will provide it. 7 or 8 beautiful girls crying like rain-soaked flowers were being ushered over by several pirates armed with electromagnetic guns. Is this all? Bai Gu, the burly man, frowned, clearly displeased. Just women. No matter how beautiful, he had seen plenty of them. These hardly qualified as good merchandise. Bai Gu, they are the adorable girl group. How could you not know? The pirate was somewhat surprised but quickly began to explain. What girl group? What do they do? He asked, suspicious, clearly having never heard of it. This left the pirate feeling helpless, but he continued his explanation eagerly. They are a very popular star group right now, a small team that can even go on the league's live broadcast. As he spoke, he noticed that Bai Gu seemed uninterested, and his tone suddenly shifted as he directly stated. Let me put it this way, on the dark web each person goes for 10 million. If you take them as a package, they can sell for 100 million. He pointed with a finger. Bai Gu, who had initially seemed uninterested, suddenly brightened up.
He didn't care about the girl group, but 7 people selling for 100 million was a solid deal. Take good care of them, don't let them get hurt or damaged. They are our cash cows. His attitude completely turned around. However, these words fell on the ears of the beautiful girls, leaving only despair on their faces. They could guess what kind of future awaited them. Are there any other groups? Boy bands, mixed groups, don't miss anything out. Bai Gu inquired. This was much quicker money than moving cargo. Bai Gu, they are somewhat famous stars, how could there be that many? The pirate hurriedly explained. Alright then, tell the others to move quickly. Take everything of value. For those without value, kill them. And while you're at it, loot all the valuables, don't leave anything behind. They couldn't tow the merchant ship away. This was the typical practice for most pirate ships, filtering out valuable goods and leaving the area as quickly as possible. The main reason was that their ship was too small to quickly escape while towing an interstellar vessel. As many pirates busied themselves moving goods and capturing people. Suddenly a message was received. Hurry back, forget the goods, return as fast as you can, some executive ships have arrived. Listening to their leader's voice, they didn't dare delay. They quickly gathered everyone. Take what they could and leave behind what they couldn't. Executive officers, how could we provoke such terrifying beings? They firmly believed the message and didn't dare to hesitate even for a moment. With hundreds of pirates, they hastily boarded their ship and headed towards their main vessel. They were unaware that all their actions were being monitored by a mysterious entity. Even the voice of the communication was constructed through special means. Hee, this is too much fun, they are so foolish, not realizing there's a problem at all. The ship girl was somewhat delighted watching all of this unfold. 3 landing ships quickly powered up. Damn it, this is so unlucky. Hurry faster. The lead pirate Bai Gu urged loudly. It was just a simple raid, yet encountering executive officers was a probability smaller than winning the lottery. Boss, we still made a decent haul this time. Although we didn't finish looting with that girl group and these well-formed women, we should still make a small profit. It's hard to come across a fat sheep like this and just leave. I might feel a bit frustrated, but I wouldn't dare to stay behind. Compared to this, life is the most important thing. As long as I'm alive, there will be opportunities later. If I lose my life, I lose everything. This time their return went smoothly, quickly docking with their ship. They also entered their ship without issue. Boss, we're back, we can start the ship and leave now. They immediately called out, urging to leave, but no one responded. Forget it, you all check the goods, secure what needs to be secured, and I will go find the boss. Alright, Bai Gu. Alright, Bai Gu. They were just about to start moving the goods when a figure suddenly appeared at the end of the corridor. In the next moment, bullets flew. Dozens of people fell dead in an instant. At that moment, a mech burst out from the shadows, firing a shot. Bai Gu was directly pierced through the body, lifted up. His eyes were filled with confusion, not understanding how they could be ambushed by enemies upon returning to their own ship. The mech showed no hesitation. It charged into the crowd, its large gun lightly pressed, piercing through a pirate's body. In less than 5 breaths, half of the hundreds of pirates had already been killed. The remaining ones were hiding inside the landing ship, trying to restart the ship to escape this nightmarish place. Due to the height of the mech, entering the landing cabin would be self-binding. Ji Shueyo did not hesitate at all. She exited the mech wielding a large alloy gun and charged into one of the ships. Bai Jing also moved quickly. He chose another ship. As soon as he entered, he was greeted by a hail of bullets. With his pendant shifting ability, he avoided all incoming shots. Puff, puff, puff. 2 Falcon rifles unleashed bullets. Each shot hit a head. Soon all the pirates aboard that ship were killed. After finishing these, Bai Jing exited and rushed towards another ship. This time he had eliminated most of the enemies. This was all under the support of his firearms. At this moment, the last ship suddenly powered up. In the next second, it flew towards the outside. Bai Jing was just a step too late. Ship girl, are there any innocent people inside? No, they are all pirates. In the next second, a 1-meter-high blood jade gourd appeared in his hand. Let's go. Before he finished speaking, the bottle mouth opened. After several days of nurturing, the gourd was already in a state of full power. This also allowed him to have an expectation of the power of the blood blade gourd. The blood blade gourd shook violently. In the next moment, a series of tumtor-long crescent-shaped blood-red sword chi surged forth. Bai Jing only saw the beginning. Behind it was a line formed by the blood blade. After 2 breaths, the blood blade gourd seemed to have finished venting, entering a moment of tranquility, no longer floating, and silently flew back into Bai Jing's hand, shrinking back to the size of a palm. Bai Jing's attention was completely drawn to that sea of blood blades. Almost simultaneously he had already caught up with the fleeing spaceship. What followed was a saturated assault. A multitude of blood blades sliced through the spaceship's outer shell, drilling into the interior, and began to wreak havoc. In just 2 or 3 breaths that landing spaceship had completely turned into space debris. It was reduced to shredded space debris. From the initiation to the end it took no more than 5 seconds. The landing spaceship was utterly pulverized. This power is enough to eliminate a 6th-tier lifeform. As for 7th-tier, Bai Jing could not be certain. This realm's power had undergone a massive transformation, no longer resembling ordinary beings. Self-assessment suggests it might be a challenge to threaten. However, it could still cause some suffering to the opponent. The blood blade carries a pollution effect. Once defenses are breached, the body and internal energy will be tainted. It requires time to slowly recuperate in order to recover. Putting away the blood blade gourd, Bai Jing felt an inexplicable sense of security in his heart. This thing is not a one-time use item. If fully unleashed, one could accumulate 3,000 blood blades in a day. The power is quite impressive. The automatic recovery has further improved and this time can continue to shorten. At this moment Ji Shuayo had already finished off the pirates and came down. Junior brother, come over quickly. This group of beasts has kidnapped many women and girls. She cursed as she hurried over. She saw that the layout was different. The spaceship contained large and small cages. Inside were several women with faces full of fear. At that moment a somewhat timid voice tinged with uncertainty rang out. Ji Shuayo. Who? Following the voice he looked over. Unlike the other cages, this large cage contained only 7 beautiful girls. One of the girls, whose makeup was running from tears, suddenly burst into tears. It's really you. I thought I was doomed. They wanted to hang us on the dark web to be collected as figurines by those old perverts. Whoa, I thought I wouldn't escape this time. I didn't expect to meet you here, you're so kind. The voice sounded somewhat familiar. Taking another look at the girl's appearance, Ji Shuayo, after a few seconds of brain freeze, finally reacted. You're Gu Yui. Aren't you debuting to become part of a girl group? What are you doing here? As she spoke, she felt someone nudging her with an elbow. What are you doing, junior brother? Can't you see him chatting with someone? She complained somewhat. Bai Jing raised his hand to support his face and pointed to the others inside the cage. Were you all captured? Even though she didn't pay much attention to the entertainment circle, she still knew some news. Most importantly, a girl from the Gu family actually became an actress. This incident had caused quite a stir on the Imperial Star. Gu Yui's face turned crimson, almost breaking into a stammer. Could you open the cage first and then we can talk? This scene now felt as if they were slaves being selected by someone. Oh, I forgot. Bai Jing had already approached. This door was just an ordinary alloy door. With a casual tug it was deformed. During this time he also appraised the girl group. I must say these individuals, in terms of looks and figure, if rated, would all have at least 95 points. Among them the familiar senior sister was even more outstanding. Describing her as having a devil's figure and an angel's face would not be an exaggeration. Thank you. As soon as Gu Yui stepped out, she wanted to express her gratitude. But she was interrupted by Ji Shuaya. It wasn't me who saved you. If you want to thank someone, thank my junior brother. A casual 10 or 8 billion isn't too little and a spaceship isn't too much. Bai Jing did not participate in the women's conversation. He merely opened the other alloy doors silently. Compared to the girl group members, these people fell short. They could only be described as somewhat good-looking. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. All those who were rescued were filled with gratitude. Thank you, brother. A somewhat childish voice rang out. Bai Jing nodded lightly, casually brushing it off without paying much attention. He merely glanced over and felt an inexplicable familiarity with the other person, as if he had seen her somewhere. But for a moment he couldn't recall where. Of course Bai Jing didn't dwell on such matters. After releasing everyone, he finally looked towards his senior sister's battlefield. At that moment his senior sister had her hands on her hips, unleashing her full firepower. You are from the Gu family. Is 10 or 8 billion too much? Is a spaceship too much of a condition? Is your identity insufficient to exchange for these? Are you underestimating yourself too much? If this doesn't work, I have another way. If you can accept it, this rescue will be free. Perhaps seeing Gu Yui with her head down not answering, Ji Shuayo suddenly shifted her tone. What? This time she did look up. My junior brother is the one who saved you. You can't expect anything without giving something in return. How about you take them to serve my junior brother for 3 years and this debt will be wiped clean? What do you think?
Bai Jing. Instinctively he activated automatic targeting, looking at several girl group members. Impossible, absolutely impossible. I can provide you with compensation, but it will take some time. Gu Yui bit her lip and replied softly. Seeing the difficulty on her face, Ji Shuao also revealed a hint of suspicion and tentatively asked. You wouldn't have really cut ties with your family, would you? There was no answer. Ji Xuyao's eyes widened in disbelief. To become an actress, she actually severed ties with her family. This person must be out of her mind. Even if they were to give everything, they shouldn't take this path. Clearly she wasn't thinking straight. The most troublesome. For a moment she suppressed the thought of helping her junior brother find a partner. Even if she were to find someone, it couldn't be this woman in front of her. She has truly lost her mind. The Gu family. Even if it isn't the top family, it is placed on the Imperial Star. As long as it is placed on other planets, after a few hundred years of stable development, it could almost become a family like the Li family from Yuxing. Moreover, this person in front of her actually severed ties. It must take a cerebral hemorrhage of at least 10 years to do such a thing. 100 million, that is my bottom line. If you want more, just sell us off. This deadline is 1 year. If I can't repay, then it'll become her. Like it was hard to get out. She hadn't finished speaking when she was interrupted by Ji Shuaya. There's no need for that, I'll give you 2 years. Just don't target my junior brother. As she spoke, she shot a glare at Gu Yui. Upon hearing those words, the previously angry and embarrassed Gu Yui suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with disbelief. No matter how one looked at it, she still flowed with the blood of the Gu family. She was also a somewhat famous star. Don't look at me with that expression, you didn't hear wrong. At that very moment the starship shuddered violently, as if something had breached its hull. Ji Shuaya's expression shifted instantly. Before she could react, a sharp pain pierced her skull. Ouch! She clutched her head with both hands and cried out. Before her stood a diminutive yet imposing elder, his face stern and unyielding. Master! Her voice wavered, laced with guilt. Wang Elder. Gu Yui, visibly anxious, hastily attempted a formal bow. Wang Chang's attention shifted toward her. Though faint a memory stirred, he recalled her as belonging to the Gu family. He gave a curt nod in acknowledgement, then in the next breath reached out to twist his disciple's ear. He had instructed her to conserve her spirit and vitality for an imminent breakthrough, yet instead of resting she'd brought her junior apprentice aboard and launched into combat. Sensing imminent danger, Ji Shuao swiftly stepped between Gu Yui and her master. Master, my bosom friend and I share a bond deeper than blood. Today my heart trembled with unease. My instincts screamed that this pirate vessel had to be seized. Little did I know, my poor friend. Wang Chang fell silent. Bai Jing likewise said nothing. Master, I bear equal fault, punish me alone. Bai Jing would not be ungrateful. His senior sister spared no effort on his behalf, armor-grade alloy starships, even conjuring visions of a future wife for him. Enough. This time I'll let it pass, but never again act so recklessly. Even as a 7th-rank martial artist he would have needed to fly across such distances. Spiritual energy, however, enabled instantaneous teleportation. That accounted for the slight delay. Fortunately no peril arose, the two remained in excellent condition, and by sheer serendipity they'd rescued members of the Gu family. His gaze drifted briefly toward Gu Yui. Thank you, master. Ji Shuao chimed sweetly. Were they all slain? Wang Chang offered no reply, only a quiet, detached remark. Master, nearly all are eliminated, Bai Jing answered without hesitation. Poof. A cold, disdainful laugh escaped his lips, then in the blink of an eye he vanished. Meanwhile Sang Hu, cowering inside the lavatory, curled into a trembling ball, paralyzed by terror. Ancestors, protect me through this trial. I'll burn cars, mansions, even foreign beauties for you upon my return. He whispered the plea inwardly, when suddenly the wall exploded inward. A figure materialized, seized his shoulder, and reality blurred before his eyes. When his senses reassembled, he found himself surrounded by onlookers. Mercy, great sirs. I'm an undercover agent, I'm innocent. He begged frantically, abandoning all dignity. So this is what you call slaying them all? Half-hearted, careless, how then shall you ever confront true monsters, those utterly ruthless and vicious? Wang Chang's rebuke rang sharp and clear. Both disciples bowed their heads, listening intently. As for the fugitive, Shipmind had detected him long ago. Sometimes one must commit minor transgressions, like an employee committing harmless oversights, granting leadership its rightful authority. Thus even mastery requires its due rights. After a measured scolding, and observing their sincere remorse, he acknowledged the operation's commendable execution. Even seasoned enforcers might not have fared better. Wang Chang's tone softened slightly. Return to the Imperial Star and reflect deeply.
You have 3 months to achieve breakthrough, or do not speak my name as your master.
Understood, master.
The condition was fair. Even ordinary martial artists required roughly this span, given proper preparation, to attain spirit-body unity. The Imperial Star naturally boasted the galaxy's finest resources. Failure here would truly disgrace the silver insignia enforcer rank.
This vessel shows promise. It may be refitted as a personal enforcer craft for one of you. He had anticipated their impulsiveness, yet this act was dangerously rash. Space was no planetary surface. A misaligned teleportation could mean certain death. That was the root of his fury. I'll dispatch the enforcer Forge Star to retrieve it.
You two may decide who claims the ship and how it shall be customized.
Master, please grant it to my junior brother. I already have a vessel prepared by my family.
Ji Shuao interjected swiftly. Then it shall be his. For most ship construction entailed long queues, but at their level of influence even celestial feats became possible.
Thank you, master.
Thank you, senior sister. Bai Jing expressed heartfelt gratitude. Though he'd met Wang Chang only sparingly, both master and sister treated him with unwavering kindness. His senior sister in particular embodied paternal devotion incarnate. Were it not for irrefutable medical records confirming his status as a test tube child, he might well have mistaken her for his own elder sister. Your martial aptitude is peerless, cultivate diligently. Wang Chang held Bai Jing in high regard, steady, grounded, unswayed by pride or haste, save perhaps when beguiled by his senior sister into ventures beyond convention.
Let us depart now. Authorities will handle this site.
As for the vessel, it will require 1 to 2 months for complete refit. After all, pirate ships were little more than haphazard assemblages. To transform it into a certified enforcer warship demanded extensive overhaul, yet with the enforcer's dedicated Forge Star restoration proceeded swiftly. But constructing a new vessel altogether meant joining the queue. As the trio turned to leave, Gu Yui steeled herself and spoke, "Elder, may we accompany you?"
Remaining here offered no sense of safety.
Granted, Wang Chang nodded.
The Gu family warranted respect.
Thank you, Elder. Their faces lit with relief. Moments later they boarded the Iron Blood class landing craft and departed. Once the others had left, a figure hidden in the shadows exhaled sharply, her face pale with lingering shock.
Ugh, what rotten luck.
I truly thought I was doomed. She was none other than the fugitive half-insect princess. Having believed escape assured her safety, she never imagined encountering pirates mid-flight.
Strapped for funds, even the mantismen couldn't afford passage, leaving her to board this vessel alone.
Ugh, my legs won't hold me. She tried to rise, only to find her limbs trembling uncontrollably.
The sheer terror had been overwhelming. Not only the enigmatic elder but also Bai Jing and Ji Shuao had left indelible scars upon her tender psyche. Cursed mantismen, they're entirely to blame.
Had they not taken charge so recklessly, I wouldn't be in this wretched state. And that scoundrel who seized my shuttle, no decent soul either.
Woe is me. She vented her pent-up dread through furious internal tirades, yet fortune held steady. No further calamities befell her.
Upon receiving orders from a silver insignia enforcer, the newly established Enforcement Directorate promptly dispatched 2 vessels to assume control, then began systematically evacuating survivors to the nearest habitable world. In the following time the journey was calm. After the previous sudden experience of using spiritual energy to transfer and bloodbath the pirate ship, a strict order was issued to prohibit the two from going out. They could only stay in the room reviewing and learning about various precautions needed for breaking through to the 4th level. It was obvious that they were preparing to complete the transformation at the fastest speed upon arriving at the Imperial Star, reaching the stage of unity of spirit and flesh where inner breath could be self-generated. During this time, Bai Jing further perfected the golden needle acupuncture technique, enhancing overall strength by 30 with minimal negative costs.
This was already the limit. Continuing to improve would require an expenditure of essence in the thousands.
Moreover, the golden needle acupuncture technique not only assisted in combat but also aided in the treatment and recovery of the wounded. It could be considered a comprehensive auxiliary technique.
Where are we now?
Bai Jing stretched his back. After conducting various attempts on himself, his understanding of his own body was not inferior to having completed hundreds of dissections.
Moreover, he might have reached a perfect state.
As long as Bai Jing wished, he could enter a state of ethereality, a state of selflessness. This should be what his master referred to as the unity of spirit and flesh.
I can already see the Imperial Star.
The voice of the ship girl rang out.
Almost simultaneously, a planet projection appeared.
From the perspective of outer space, there seemed to be no difference. There were oceans, forests, and clusters of buildings. However, Bai Jing's gaze was quickly drawn to some unusual celestial bodies.
The moon. There are many.
He saw that for some unknown reason the Imperial Star had several moons. Yet these moons were clearly not naturally formed. As a warrior, his intuition made him feel a strange sense of crisis just from looking at them, and his heart was filled with unease. A battle satellite. In the textbooks he had studied, he had learned about it. The Alliance spent immense resources and manpower to construct a type of satellite. It possessed top-tier technology for both defense and offense, ranking among the best of the Alliance. It could even annihilate stars. No wonder this is the Alliance's Imperial Star. I admit there are some things here. This time even the shipgirl couldn't help but exclaim. As a being in a special life state, she perceived more than Bai Jing. The battle satellite was merely the surface. The true killing move was hidden. It was an entire set of super defense lines using stars as carriers. Without the permission of the Imperial Star, enemies would be blocked hundreds of light years away. The hidden weapons beneath each star could be clearly calculated based on the nourishment she absorbed from the network. Other civilizations' fleets would face only death if they approached. Even a 9th-tier life form would only meet death upon arrival. To threaten the Alliance's Imperial Star, one would likely need to be of divine caliber, capable of causing star domain-level disasters. The Iron Blood quickly came to a halt, stopping several light years away from the Imperial Star. Not to mention the Silver Emblem Executor. Even a Gold Emblem Executor would require layers of reports to pilot their ship over, and permission was not guaranteed. To get there, they could only take a dedicated ship. Junior brother, we need to transfer to another ship to enter the Imperial Star. A dissatisfied voice of Ji Shuao sounded at the door. I've arrived, senior sister. Bai Jing directly opened the door and stepped out. He saw his senior sister clearly looking a bit unhappy. Senior sister. Isn't it nice to go home? He asked suspiciously. Upon hearing this, Ji Shuao glanced at him, pursed her lips. Once you reach the Imperial Star, you'll know what it's like. Oh. He didn't understand but would soon find out. Soon Wang Chang led the three of them away, with Gu Yuqi also following. The other 6 female members of the group were unqualified to enter the Imperial Star and could only remain on the Iron Blood or reside on a nearby Guardian Star. Just as they disembarked from the spaceship, a small team of 10 approached them. Hello, Lord Wang. Routine inspection. The leader was a nearly 3-meter-tall giant, clearly having undergone at least 3 life modifications comparable to a 6th-tier warrior. Looking at the others, the worst among them were peak 5th-tier levels. However, that was not the key. The key was the 2 colossal mechs, each about 100 meters tall, standing imposingly and exuding an invisible pressure. As an executor's disciple, he understood some intelligence. Mechs like these required their pilots to be at least entering the 7th tier in the illusion realm of warriors. Or they could be practitioners of psionic professions at the same level. Such a configuration was still for a Guardian Star. Moreover, these were deliberately displayed. The true killing moves were hidden. No wonder. Bai Jing muttered inwardly. There was a reason his senior sister was reluctant to go home. Even before entering the Imperial Star's domain, they had to undergo layers of scrutiny, and even the Silver Emblem Executor was no exception. Wang Chang nodded slightly. Immediately, several peak 5th-tier mechanical warriors took out a scanner and began to scan the group. This process lasted for several dozen seconds. The leading mechanical warrior forced a smile. Thank you for your cooperation. Everything is fine. The staff will guide you to the next available flight. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing also let out a sigh of relief. He had too many secrets and was afraid of being detected. Fortunately, they passed. He was already somewhat regretting coming to the Imperial Star. This inspection felt like a thorough examination, as if they were checking for hidden weapons. All right. Wang Chang nodded, leading the 3 through the heavy alloy doors. Just as they entered the fortress-like city, a smiling woman in a deep blue uniform approached them. Lord Wang, I am your personal steward for this trip. If you have any questions during your stay, feel free to contact me and I will assist you as soon as possible. As she spoke, she gestured for them to follow her to the registration area. Bai Jing then noticed that throughout the journey they only saw lights in the corridor, not a single person or item. They traveled through the corridor and boarded an unknown model spaceship. Bai Jing was speechless. Was it really necessary to come to the Imperial Star? With such a level of security, once they arrived, it felt as if a casual glance would lead to being flattened, accused of spying on Alliance secrets. While Bai Jing was lost in thought, he felt someone tap his shoulder. He turned to see Ji Shuao looking at him with a smile. How is it, junior brother? How is your experience of coming to the Imperial Star? Do you want to write a travelogue about the Imperial Star? She clearly already knew the process and wore a gloating expression. After laughing for a moment, she began to explain. We're among the lucky ones. Ordinary people wanting to come to the Imperial Star need half a year to file reports, another half a year to get approval, and yet another half a year for political reviews. And even after that they must undergo comprehensive inspections. Can ordinary people come here? Bai Jing seemed to discover something miraculous. Of course level 3 citizens can, but the process is very slow. Just going through the procedures could take a year at least. Ji Shuiao nodded lightly, saying seriously. Bai Jing. What an ordinary person. On Chunio Star perhaps only someone at the level of the director could reach this rank. Here one could only be an ordinary person. Bai Jing fell silent. It seemed he was a level 1 citizen. What did that make him? Bai Jing felt the fully sealed vessel come to a halt and could not help asking, are we there yet? Ji Shuiao replied with a teasing calm, junior brother, don't be anxious. One more rotation and we will have arrived. Ji Shuiao answered with a light amused smile. Bai Jing was rendered momentarily speechless. The passage remained airtight, no installations on the satellite were visible. A private attendant escorted them into a sealed chamber that from the outside resembled an elevator. The four stepped into the device. The attendant bowed slightly, wearing a sweet smile. Only after the chamber doors slowly shut did she straighten and exhale a long breath. Fortunately nothing went awry this time. Mission complete, she murmured, then retraced her steps. Attendants like her made several round trips every day. Is this an elevator? Bai Jing asked in surprise, mistaking the faint sense of weightlessness for an elevator ride. Such an archaic name. You are rather well read to know something from 10,000 years ago, Ji Shuiao teased. This is not an elevator. It is a Ling energy jumper capable of stable short-range teleportation. Before her explanation finished, the faint weightlessness vanished. The chamber stopped and the double doors slowly opened. Beyond the doors stood over a dozen men in suits. Bai Jing thought with silent exasperation, not again. He made a vow not to return to this imperial star. Clearly these men were not inspectors. At that moment a man in his early 30s, scholarly in appearance, lean as bamboo and clad in a Zongshan-style suit, appeared. As the four emerged, the man stepped forward. Lord Wang, thank you for intervening and saving my daughter, he said. Bai Jing recognized him at once as Gu Yudi's father. It was nothing, Wang Chang replied with a casual nod, unconcerned. The Zongshan-clad man produced a card. May I ask which one is by the young friend? Before Wang Chang could answer, Bai Jing felt his senior sister nudge him. This is the Lord's newly accepted disciple. Thank you, young friend, for saving my daughter. This is a specialty from our family, please accept it, he said, handing the card over. Bai Jing looked to his master, seeing a nod, he accepted the card. The Zongshan-clad man exhaled and allowed a relieved smile to spread across his face. Lord Wang, I will not detain you, there are matters I must attend to. Wang Chang nodded. With permission granted, the man went to lead Gu Yui away. She resisted faintly but was taken. Once they had departed, Ji Shuiao stepped forward. Let's see what the Gu family gave as recompense, she said, taking the card and examining it in her hand. Not bad. The card is not cash, but it grants an 15% discount at the Gu family's shops. Over time it will surely save more than 100 million, she observed. She returned the card to Bai Jing without much concern. Master'll go home first and then come find you, Ji Shuiao said. Ji Shuiao spoke, her gaze resting on Bai Jing. Before she could invite him, Wang Chang said calmly, your junior brother must come back to my training hall to prepare for his breakthrough to the 4th rank. He has reached his limit. Very well, they'll visit your home next time, Ji Shuiao pouted disappointed, then left in a flurry. Wang Chang smiled wryly and muttered that her madcap temperament remained unchanged. Wang Chang gave a bitter smile. He had hoped to temper her disposition, but the plan proved futile. Fortunately he had a new disciple to guide. Let us go to my training hall. Yes, master. As they left the Ling Energy Transit Hall, a flying shuttle pilot approached. Bai Jing cast only a glance. There was no escaping now. A crew-cut youth bearing an unmistakable military air came forward, saluted, then asked for their destination. The master and disciple boarded the shuttle and about half an hour later arrived at the master's training hall, an ancient complex built upon the mountain peak. They had scarcely disembarked when figures waited at the gate. Master, you're back, someone called. The newcomer stood 2 meters tall in indigo wide-sleeved martial robes. A scar about an inch marked his left brow bone, yet it could not conceal the righteousness of his face. At first glance he resembled a chivalrous hero from a wuxia tale. This is your senior brother Yu Qinghe, at the peak of the 6th rank and preparing to break into the 7th. He is temporarily residing at the hall. Greetings, senior brother. Bai Jing called obediently. The burly man across from him visibly froze at the salutation. Master, you accepted another disciple. I thought Ji Junior sister was your last disciple, he blurted, then immediately regretted the outburst. The remark drew a sharp retort and Yu Qinghe quickly began to explain. No, master, you suddenly accepted a disciple and I had no gift prepared. It's embarrassing, he said, a little sheepish. After all, he was senior brother, now with an additional junior brother, and no one had informed him. He felt aggrieved, pitying the junior sister. Such news should have been given in advance. Oof. If not today then tomorrow, gifts can always be given, Wang Chang snorted. Yes, master is right, I will make it up to the junior brother in a couple of days, the man promised.
He cast a glance at Bai Jing. The junior sister has fallen out of favor, someone joked, and it seems so.
Your junior brother is about to break into the 4th rank, prepare everything and strive to complete the breakthrough within 3 days.
Wang Chang did not mean to make things difficult, he was simply exasperated with the simpleton. Lacking both wit and social grace, possessing only brute strength, he was constantly coaxed into dirty, thankless tasks. Leave this to me. I will have everything ready tonight.
Take care of your junior brother, I'm stepping out for a while.
Wang Chang did not enter the hall. After saying this, he left in haste. Once the master departed, Yu Qinghe no longer hid his eagerness. He reached out and pinched Bai Jing's muscles, nodding approval as he did so.
Junior brother, your root bones are well trained. At my 3rd rank my foundation was not so firm.
Feeling the large hand upon him, Bai Jing went numb.
Confronted by an overfamiliar senior brother who grabbed him at once, Bai Jing felt helpless and anxious.
Senior brother, he called weakly.
Yu Qinghe seemed oblivious as his hand traveled from shoulder to calf before stopping.
Not bad, you have reached 3 rank completion.
Once I prepare everything you should achieve the breakthrough within 3 days, he declared.
He spoke with absolute seriousness.
Bai Jing fell silent watching the earnest senior brother. He appeared not to be the sharpest. Before he could gather his thoughts, a massive arm intercepted his neck and half-pushed, half-dragged him into the hall. He had no strength to resist. Fortunately, the senior brother took the master's orders seriously. He quickly prepared a quiet chamber and produced an array of auxiliary implements Bai Jing had never seen. After lighting an unfamiliar incense, he explained, this is calming incense. It stills the mind and makes it easier to attain the unity of spirit and flesh. First get a feel for it, there are plenty of these, he said, indicating hundreds of sticks on the tray to put Bai Jing at ease. Having finished these preparations, Yu Qinghe was about to light other supporting aids.
Suddenly he sensed that Bai Jing's condition was not right. As soon as the words left his mouth, Yu Qinghe quickly covered his mouth with his hand, trying to silence himself. The first breakthrough was relatively simple, especially when compared to the failure of the previous attempt to reach the 4th level.
However, therein lay the problem. Various potions and items to assist in the breakthrough had yet to be used.
How did he enter the state of the unity of spirit and flesh? For a moment Yu Qinghe wanted to flee.
If this breakthrough failed, wouldn't his master hang him up and whip him? But it was impossible for him to interrupt Bai Jing. Breaking the breakthrough state forcibly would lead to damage to his foundation. He would need to rest for a while before he could continue attempting to reach the 4th level. After a brief struggle, Yu Qinghe could only pray that his junior brother would successfully break through, otherwise he would face old punishments.
With no other options, he quietly exited the quiet room.
Then he carefully closed the door and hurriedly took out the communicator to contact his master.
To avoid disturbing Bai Jing, he went directly outside the dojo. Master, something has happened.
The junior brother has entered the state of the unity of spirit and flesh and has started to break through. There was no response from the other end of the communicator, only the sound of rushing air in his ears. After several breaths, a shadow descended from the sky. Yu Qinghe felt a chill shoot from the soles of his feet straight to the crown of his head.
Good, truly my good disciple, you're doing well.
Wang Chang's voice rang out. He was clearly a muscular man standing 2 meters tall, and hearing that voice made Yu Qinghe nearly cry. He wanted to shout that he was wronged. But he knew that at this moment nothing he said mattered. Only if the junior brother succeeded in his breakthrough could his crisis be resolved.
Wang Chang raised his hand intending to punch his eldest disciple, but he lowered it again before he could.
At this time no noise could be made for fear of disturbing the junior disciple's breakthrough.
This debt would be noted for later. Neither of them dared to enter the quiet room, worried about disturbing Bai Jing. They could only wait outside the dojo. For Yu Qinghe this felt like an eternity.
Guilt weighed heavily on his heart. At this moment Bai Jing was in an unexpectedly good state. There was no resistance at all. He entered a transcendent state, and within him it felt as if a stream was washing over his flesh repeatedly. After an unknown number of times, streams of cool air appeared within him. Bai Jing immediately controlled his inner breath and guided it toward his dantian.
This process went smoothly.
As that thread of inner breath entered the dantian, the inner breath born within his body began to actively gather.
The previously ineffective infinite recovery was quietly working now.
The continuous streams of inner breath gathered, beginning to fill the empty dantian.
I did it, he thought with joy.
He had completed the breakthrough, but he dared not be careless.
He continued to control the inner breath to fill the vacant dantian. This process was slow.
The main issue was that the automatic recovery setting restored to maximum value. Now the inner breath could only be counted by small increments, but it was good that it could continuously generate. Thus Bai Jing once again entered a state of self-forgetfulness, losing track of time. He had only one goal in mind: fill it all up.
Fill this empty dantian to the brim.
However, as time passed, Yuqing has suffered outside waiting.
Day 1, Master, the junior brother is destined to succeed. He will definitely complete the breakthrough. Day 2, the junior brother must be stabilizing his state. Day 3, he may still be stabilizing. Day 5, should I find a sturdy tree and hang myself up to spare my master from doing it? On the 9th day, Yu Qinghe wanted to break down the door.
This was abnormal. Who could break through for 9 days? But Wang Chang beside him brought him back to his senses.
He continued to wait. Master, why don't you just hit me? Your demeanor is making me anxious.
He felt the occasionally unfriendly gaze falling upon him.
Yu Qinghe gritted his teeth and said, "Heh." Wang Chang just snorted coldly, offering no words. But that sound was more terrifying than any words.
Hearing this, Yu Qinghe felt a chill in his heart. Would he be expelled from the sect because of the junior brother?
Junior brother, I beg you, please come out already.
If you can just break through, I'll let you have your way, senior brother.
This matter made even this non-believer start to pray.
I don't know if it was due to the intervention of some passing deity, but on the 13th day the tightly shut door was opened from the inside. A young man with a radiant complexion and spirited demeanor walked out. Seeing Bai Jing's state, Wang Chang also let out a sigh of relief. He had initially thought of borrowing some enlightenment fruit to help Bai Jing break through, but unexpectedly, before he could arrive, such a blunder occurred. "Master, I succeeded in my breakthrough," Bai Jing immediately announced joyfully. Inside his dantian, nearly half of the inner breath had already been stored. If he hadn't suddenly remembered that there were people waiting outside, he could have achieved complete inner breath in one go, preparing to break through to the 5th level.
Good. Wang Chang nodded with satisfaction.
At that moment, Yu Qinghe sat down on the ground, feeling somewhat dejected. "Eldest brother, what is this?" Bai Jing hurriedly stepped forward, wanting to support him. Just as he reached out, he was grasped by both hands, looking grateful. "Junior brother, it's great that you broke through. If you ever need my help in the future, just say so, I will never refuse." "Alright, you should go prepare as well. You've delayed for so long and still haven't broken through to the 7th level, you're really embarrassing me."
With that, Wang Chang spoke.
The eldest brother quickly left. The tension of this time had left him somewhat mentally exhausted, which was a major taboo for breakthroughs.
Once he left, Wang Chang couldn't help but reach out to probe.
Oh. He sensed the abundant inner breath within Bai Jing, and it even seemed to have reached the midstage of the 4th level.
"I'm sorry, master. I actually broke through a long time ago. I just thought I could refine a bit more inner breath while I was feeling it."
As expected of the extreme refining, even without using high-level medicinal herbs, being able to refine so much inner breath is truly terrifying. Wang Chang clearly felt that it was due to the extreme refining of the body that so much inner breath was produced. But in reality, it was Bai Jing's automatic recovery that provided him with limitless inner breath. It was only through this that he reached his current state in such a short time.
Breaking through is good.
In the future, before you reach complete mastery of the 4th level, you will need to drink a bowl of 10 full nourishing liquid every day to nourish your body.
If you only drain without timely replenishment, even your body cannot generate inner breath indefinitely. Wang Chang offered these instructions.
"Alright, master, I remember." As the foundation for future cultivation, the 4th stage of internal breath can be summed up in 2 words: nurture and refine. By refining the essence, energy and spirit through the body, one gradually accumulates the quantity of internal breath until it fills the entire dantian. Only then can one reach the perfect 4th stage. While it sounds simple, achieving this requires not only the daily intake of potent medicine but also several years of arduous cultivation at the least, or a few months at best.
This is the case for ordinary internal breath warriors.
For Bai Jing, however, he is no less than a human form of great medicine.
He automatically regenerates, returning the purest life energy, something ordinary medicine cannot achieve. Moreover, ever since the moment internal breath was born,
even if Bai Jing does not cultivate or refine, the continuous and increasing internal breath within him allows him to complete 4th stage cultivation in a short time. Furthermore, as the total amount of internal breath increases, the maximum recovery value begins to kick in, causing Bai Jing's refining speed to accelerate.
In just half a month, he had only filled half of the internal breath, and within the next 3 days his dantian was completely full. The 4th stage is complete.
Feeling the fullness of his dantian, Bai Jing murmured softly. Yet he felt an inexplicable unease in his heart. His intuition told him that if he broke through like this, he would likely regret it in the future.
No, this cannot be considered complete.
Bai Jing identified the biggest problem. He had not awakened his talent this time. What kind of completion is this?
There must be something wrong. Is it the quality that is insufficient?
Or have I taken the wrong path? He began to ponder where the issue lay, during which he also opened the skill optimization panel.
Soon he discovered discrepancies on the panel.
Unlike the techniques for flesh, tendons and organs, the internal breath refining method he was practicing presented an unexpected optimization direction. Internal breath refining method possible optimization directions.
1. Efficiency. 2. Strength. No wonder I didn't awaken my talent. The problem is likely here.
Previously the techniques could only optimize efficiency, there was no option for strength.
Now that there was, it could only be said that this internal breath refining method is not a top-tier technique. At least not here at the Golden Finger. Then what more is there to say? Let me see your limits.
There was nothing more to discuss. Since optimization was possible and he had the essence, this foundational matter naturally could not be taken lightly.
It should be invested.
Would you like to optimize the internal breath refining method for strength? A prompt immediately appeared before him.
He clicked it repeatedly.
He wanted to see where the limits of the internal breath refining method lay.
Internal breath refining method optimization complete. Internal breath quality 1. Internal breath refining method optimization complete. Internal breath quality 1. Internal breath refining method optimization complete. Internal breath quality 1.
He completed 10 optimizations in one go. Bai Jing quietly sensed the changes before and after, his eyes gradually becoming bright. An increase in quality may not be a good thing for others, but for me it's a great boon. A flicker of joy passed across his face. Automatic recovery does not consider whether the quality of your recovery is good or bad, it simply restores 10 every second.
High-quality internal breath is an overall enhancement. However, it takes a longer time and requires more medicine. But these concerns are trivial for Bai Jing. Confirming that it was more suitable for him, his gaze fell once again on the skill optimization panel. This is not the limit, the strength optimization direction can still continue.
Then there's nothing more to say, I want to see what can be optimized. He immediately chose to continue the strength optimization.
Internal breath refining method optimization complete. Internal breath quality 1. Another 10 optimizations went through. It was still quality. As he continued to choose strength optimization, a different prompt appeared this time. Would you like to perform a metamorphic optimization on the internal breath refining method?
This requires the consumption of 20,000 essence.
Damn. Looking at the prompt, Bai Jing became even more excited. 20,000 essence. This definitely promises something extraordinary. Optimize. With the deduction of 20,000 essence, this optimization did not complete immediately but showed a half-hour countdown.
Indeed a good thing, this is the first time I've encountered such a long optimization time. For the next half-hour, time felt like an eternity. Whether lying down or sitting, he remained anxious. He could only pace back and forth in the quiet room, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Soon the countdown reached 0.
A prompt appeared.
Congratulations on completing the optimization, obtaining an unnamed technique.
Name unnamed. Effect internal breath quality 20. Energy absorption 1.
Description: you can absorb all energy for your own use, refining it into special internal breath.
Damn. Bai Jing's eyes widened.
What is this energy? This does not seem like a technique from this world. Even if we say that even the gods of the spiritual realm cannot cultivate using all energy right.
Moreover, the term energy absorption is pure gold-colored, a term he had only seen on the spiritual realm's traveler. This alone is enough to demonstrate how extraordinary this technique is.
Fortunately, the cultivation insights were forcibly implanted in his mind like a divine revelation. Bai Jing did not need to study, he could dive right in.
He then entered the state of spiritual and physical unity once more.
This time the perception experienced tremendous changes. Countless colorful light points appeared around him, and as he guided them with internal breath, these light points were quickly drawn into his body.
Instantly they were assimilated by the internal breath. This does not seem like martial arts, I fear this is cultivating immortality.
Guiding the spiritual energy particles into his body, then refining them and transforming them into true chi, this is undoubtedly a cultivation template, right?
However, just thinking about it made Bai Jing even more excited. That is cultivating immortality.
Although even martial arts currently have considerable combat power, he tends to prefer cultivating immortality as he grew up listening to stories of immortals.
Naming it Chi Cultivation Technique. Congratulations on completing the order, you have created a new technique, Chi Cultivation Technique. Even if it is not considered cultivation now, following the current pace of optimization, it will surely come to fruition sooner or later.
Thinking of this, Bai Jing felt filled with determination.
He could keep working hard.
Moreover, according to the standards of the Chi cultivation technique, the internal breath within him was too thin and needed to be compressed and refined anew. However, Bai Jing could only condense a small portion at a time. In fact, even before he finished condensing, the 10 maximum recovery had already refilled his dantian. I truly am a genius successfully exploiting a bug. Confirming that he could do it, he immediately began to improve the quality of his internal breath.
In this tireless state, Bai Jing's life seemed to have accelerated.
Every day he simply condensed the internal breath. As the quality of the internal breath improved, the quality of the automatically regenerating internal breath notably increased.
One shot stronger than the 6 paths.
Once fully transformed, Bai Jing felt that the quality had at least multiplied several dozen times. This meant that his explosive power, defensive power, and all aspects reached a state far surpassing others of the same level, sufficient to threaten 5th stage existences in close combat. Bai Jing did not know how long he had been cultivating. It wasn't until he was interrupted by someone that he suddenly awoke. After these days of refinement, the internal breath in his dantian had become viscous, even showing signs of transforming into a liquid. As he opened the door to the quiet room, he saw his master standing at the entrance. "You brat, you are truly crazy. This is not how cultivation is done,"
Wang Chang said helplessly.
It had been a month since Bai Jing entered the state of integration of spirit and flesh, and aside from checking in once everything had been resolved within the quiet room, such a tedious and harsh practice had made even his master feel it was a bit too much. This time it was not intentional to interrupt.
It was because Ji Shuiao had also reached the standard and was about to enter the integration of spirit and flesh.
"Your junior sister is about to break through. Do you want to go take a look?"
"Let's go take a look."
Bai Jing felt the heavy internal breath in his dantian and was not in a hurry for the moment. He mainly wanted to share some successful experiences with his junior sister, hoping it might help her. Soon he followed Wang Chang to another quiet room. Ji Shuiao had arrived here early wearing loose short clothes. "I didn't expect I was still a step slower than you, but don't worry, I will catch up quickly." Ji Shuiao smiled slightly while pushing something on a small table.
"What is this?"
Bai Jing had never seen it before and was unsure what these items were. This confusion made Wang Chang, who had followed along, furrow his brows and speak with a grim face.
"You don't recognize these?" He sincerely shook his head. "Then that means you haven't used them."
He shook his head again. At this moment a hint of instability appeared in Wang Chang's breath, but it was quickly suppressed. "Little Bai, help your junior sister here, I have some matters to attend to." Saying this, he turned and walked out of the quiet room.
Once he left,
Bai Jing stared blankly at the various ointments, liquids, and spiritual fragrances on the small table.
"Junior sister, what are these for?" Upon hearing this, even Ji Ziao's breath became slightly unstable, her eyes wide and mouth slightly agape. "You haven't used them."
"I have used them," Bai Jing said as he picked up the calming incense nearby, casually igniting it and waving it in front of his junior sister.
"The others? I don't recognize them, I've never seen them."
He truly did not recognize them. The main reason was that Yu Qingha had just taken out the calming incense, thinking of letting the junior brother adapt to it first, and casually lit one. Then Bai Jing entered the state of integration of spirit and flesh. The other technologies and potent items had not even had a chance to make an appearance.
You. Sigh. Ji Shuiao opened her mouth, ultimately turning it into a light sigh. Comparing people makes one feel inferior.
But she quickly adjusted her mindset and state, reaching out to introduce each item to Bai Jing.
Tianju divine oil needs to be evenly applied to the skin. Dragon tendon ointment needs to be warmed by hand and applied to the large tendons on the back. Calming incense needs to be lit in a dish. 9 dragon nourishing liquid needs to be drunk directly.
A series of over a dozen special ointments and liquids, either to be drunk or applied to the body, and some even needed to be injected with a syringe.
Bai Jing.
The more he listened, the more confused he became.
Did I have these during my breakthrough?
He had thought that the calming incense was indeed a good thing, as just one allowed him to enter the state of integration of spirit and flesh. Only now did he realize that good things had yet to appear.
"I am sorry to trouble you, junior brother."
Ji Ziao's face turned slightly red, but she said it very seriously. This made Bai Jing first stunned. He then stepped back several paces, pressing his back against the wall.
"Junior sister, this is not good." Seeing Bai Jing's awkwardness, she couldn't help but burst into laughter. She then rolled her eyes at him.
"I just need you to help apply the ointment. I'm not concerned. Why are you so nervous?" Saying this, she had already bent down, lifting her clothes to reveal her snow-white back. "Don't be so fussy. My inspiration may vanish in a flash, and if I can't break through, I will hold you responsible."
Fortunately, it was not as imagined.
She still had clothing on her body, and Bai Jing also dared not be careless.
He began to apply the ointment, evenly following the earlier introduction. With his profound theoretical knowledge, whether it was locating tendons or various handling techniques, they were all perfect. Soon all the preparations were completed.
Only the 9 dragon nourishing liquid remained to be drunk.
"Thank you, junior brother, I'm ready."
Ji Shueyo sat upright, a refreshing sensation enveloping her, inhaling the calming fragrance in the air. She slowly closed her eyes. Bai Jing also smiled and retreated outside. As for imparting the cultivation techniques, he felt it was not the right time. His junior sister had already grasped the method of refining internal breath without an enlightening experience teaching her now would be a waste of time. It would be better to wait until she completed her breakthrough and share the optimized techniques that improved efficiency and intensity of internal breath refinement tenfold. Since they met, she had helped him a lot. He could not be heartless. This was already the top foundation within the alliance, coupled with the strongest investment power. Ji Zuyeo's breakthrough did not encounter any mishaps. In fact, it was much faster than Bai Jing. She only took half an hour to complete the refinement of a strand of internal breath and guide it to her dantian. After completing this step to fully leverage the effects of various ointments and liquids, she practiced for half a day, completely stabilizing her internal breath. At this moment, Wang Chang arrived, followed by a somewhat aggrieved senior brother. Master. Senior brother. Bai Jing immediately greeted the two in a low voice. Wang Chang gestured for silence, directly transmitting his voice to their ears. Don't go back yet, your junior sister is about to complete her breakthrough and there's something I need to tell you. Bai Jing did not respond but nodded lightly. He did not wait long. The door of the quiet room opened from the inside and a figure dashed out. I did it. I am now an internal breath realm martial artist. She raised her hands high and cheered loudly. Congratulations, junior sister. Congratulations, junior sister. As the voices rang out, Ji Shueyo also came back to her senses. There's no need for you to be polite, junior brother. After saying this, she seemed to think of something, glanced at her senior brother and couldn't help but chuckle. This must have been a lesson for him. How unreliable it was to only hand a calming incense stick to a junior brother. Such behavior was akin to giving a small handgun and telling him to confront an orc fleet. Even a poor martial artist would prepare at least one ointment or liquid for a breakthrough. Yet the junior brother only used a stick of incense. If he's not the one getting scolded, then who is? Ahem, Shueya, you go change your clothes first, then come look for me, I have something to discuss with you. Wang Chang said lightly. Okay, master. Ji Shueyo happily skipped back to her room while Bai Jing followed Wang Chang directly to the main hall. Indeed. His master's dojo was somewhat like a Taoist temple from his past life, only it worshipped the ancestors of this lineage instead of Taoist figures. Soon the two arrived at the ancestral hall. At its central apex stood a tall, imposing figure. He held a coiling dragon-mouthed spear and wore battle armor of unknown origin, his form drenched in dried blood. Though merely a statue, he evoked in Bai Jing the chilling illusion of standing before a god of slaughter. First kowtow to the ancestor. Hearing this, neither hesitated, they immediately bowed with solemn reverence. Meanwhile, Wang Chang recounted the ancestor's legendary deeds. Founding patriarch Pei Wuxiang, a 7th-tier peak martial cultivator and one of the Alliance's earliest pioneers, once slew an 8th-tier Orcish general with his bare flesh and blood. His spear drank the blood of countless alien races across the stars, earning him the honored title of Young Spear Saint. Later, he perished 8 centuries ago under mysterious circumstances. Having finished, he turned to his two disciples. There are matters I must tell you, how you choose to act thereafter is entirely your own decision. At those words, both Bai Jing and Ji Shueyo tensed instantly. Master, what is this about? Before the sentence could be completed, he raised a hand to gently silence them. The patriarch's demise stemmed from internal affairs within the alliance, or rather from certain individuals who orchestrated his fall. The greater your talent, the more likely you will become targets in the future. Ordinarily, a 7th-tier peak lifeform has never been known to succumb to natural expiration, certainly not within the alliance. Among other civilizations, however, natural death among 7th-tier beings may occur, likely only after exceeding 100,000 years. Humanity's alliance, by contrast, has ventured into the cosmos and embarked upon its great expansion for barely over 10,000 years. That falls far short of a 7th-tier lifeform's natural lifespan limit. Master, just tell us who we're up against. Give me time to prepare. Realizing the gravity of the revelation, Bai Jing abandoned pretense and spoke bluntly. Those words startled Wang Chang. He glanced again at his youngest disciple, his gaze shifting with quiet astonishment. No one knows, the incident implicated too many. Even we cannot identify the perpetrators, nor can other factions. I speak of it only to warn you both, stay vigilant abroad, never let yourself be betrayed from within. Bai Jing fell silent. You weave conspiracy, recount martyrdom, every sign points to a blood-soaked vendetta. Yet all you offer is a gentle reminder to watch your back. Bai Jing was utterly speechless. It seems you're the boldest of the lot, I hope you don't emulate your senior brother, Wang Chang murmured, shaking his head lightly. The very first words out of his mouth, who do we strike? Tell me now, left Wang Chang momentarily stunned. Yet one truth became unmistakable: this kind of disciple commanded his deepest regard. Who would not cherish a disciple whose loyalty ran so deep? Enough, we shall speak no further of this matter. You were summoned today primarily for the Enforcer examination. As the most esteemed and powerful cohort within the Alliance, membership demands more than mere strength. It requires successful completion of a formal examination to earn full Enforcer status. Bai Jing, though bearing an Enforcer token, possesses no official record internally. He remains invisible. Should any challenge arise, enforcement officers would swiftly move to apprehend him. I intend to enter you both into the examination 3 months hence. During that time I'll ensure your Enforcer armor is forged to perfection. 3 months, coupled with unlimited access to supreme medicinal elixirs, will elevate inner energy cultivation to mid or later stage proficiency. Such strength alone would disqualify ordinary martial artists from passing. Yet for a quasi-enforcer equipped with personal armor, even modest competence suffices to dominate every trial. That is the allure and power of Enforcer armor. My armor is finally being forged. Bai Jing's eyes lit up unmistakably. He had waited for this moment longer than he cared to admit, and now at last opportunity had arrived. Only your armor remains. I've secured the services of a top-tier mechanist. He will personally oversee its design and forging. Wang Chang nodded gently. He had spent recent days cultivating connections, finally securing the rare availability of a master mechanist. Master, I possess ample materials, including abundant yaogold and dragon blood iron. Bai Jing promptly detailed his reserves. He presented a meticulous inventory, even listing transcendent-grade substances. Wang Chang initially paid little heed until his eyes fell upon the transcendent entry and he stiffened visibly. Thunder Beast Core. Master, is it unusable? Bai Jing tensed. Such an artifact remained dangerously tainted. Its origins could be traced swiftly by any determined investigator. Why would it be unusable? I never imagined you'd possess such a treasure. An Enforcer's armor operates not solely on scientific principles, but also harmonizes with spiritual energy. Otherwise, how would spirit energy-infused armors even exist? The quality of your materials is commendable. Any deficiencies I'll remedy myself. For these next 3 months, devote yourselves wholly to cultivation. Wang Chang spoke while scanning the inventory when Ji Shuiyao suddenly interjected, "No, I'll cover the material costs." Whom? Wang Chang looked up. Under his gaze, Ji Shuiyao flushed faintly aback. I vowed to forge the strongest armor possible for my junior brother and have already engaged both a spirit energy artisan and a mechanist. She had yet to mention this. Wang Chang glanced at his disciple, then placed a firm hand on Bai Jing's shoulder. You boy, treat your senior sister well. This is no small favor. As a silver badge enforcer, even securing one top-tier artisan demanded considerable influence. Now 2 masters, spirit energy and mechanist alike, were jointly forging a single suit of armor. Such a feat could only be accomplished through the intervention of Bai Jing's grandfather, or perhaps some force even greater. Wang Chang could conceive of no other possibility. Even without grasping the full implications, Bai Jing inferred much from his master's demeanor. Senior sister. You're my true senior sister. I'll hear every problem you face. If it lies within my power, I'll do it without hesitation. If not, I'll bend heaven and earth to make it so. Bai Jing silently etched this debt into his heart. Should anyone ever dare threaten his senior sister, he would pluck each rotten tooth from their jaw one by one. No appeal would sway him. Junior brother, I've staked everything on you. Don't disappoint me, Ji Shuiyao murmured softly. Rest assured, senior sister, I guarantee your satisfaction. This disciple bore the future mantle of martial patriarch. With those words, I'm at ease, Ji Shuiyao replied, though she sensed her investment still fell short. She needed deeper backing. To secure top artisans, she'd not only enlisted her grandfather's authority, but drained her private coffers. She was now destitute. Yet she possessed one final stratagem: a circle of affluent female friends, wealthy beyond measure. She would recruit them as investors. She planned to contact them soon, perhaps raising 10 or even 80 billion credits. At current market rates, Bai Jing's armor would cost upward of 20 billion credits, enough to purchase a compact starship. Both of you, return now and resume cultivation. Wang Chang dismissed them untroubled. Given Ji Shuiyao's family standing, such sums were merely pocket change. Truly nothing more than spare change. Senior sister, wait. Bai Jing called out. Junior brother, regarding the executive armor, I need to contact the other party first to set a time and prepare the necessary materials. It will take a few days. Senior sister, you misunderstood. I'm not urging you about the armor. I've had some insights during my cultivation these past few days that I would like to share with you. Not only was Ji Shuiyao taken aback, but even Wang Chang, who was inside the room, was momentarily distracted, his expression becoming slightly unnatural.
He couldn't help but walk out and lightly tap Bai Jing on the head. "You little rascal, don't go messing around with your cultivation."
The internal energy refining method was perfected bit by bit by our ancestors and is among the top-tier refining methods in the Alliance. Despite what he said, he still reached out to check on Bai Jing's current situation, hoping his precious disciple wouldn't get into any trouble. As he did so, Wang Chang's brow gradually furrowed and his smile faded. Ji Shuya, who had initially felt there was nothing wrong, also began to sense something amiss.
"Master is the little junior brother, all right. Don't scare me, this is my life's investment project. You, Shuya, focus on learning from your junior brother. This is your chance,"
Wang Chang said before turning to leave. In the next moment, the door to the ancestor hall was tightly shut. Wang Chang stood there, his hands trembling with excitement, veins protruding, eyes wide, and breathing hastily.
"This kid. Is he even human?" He couldn't help but mutter once everyone had left.
Just from the results of his earlier probing, that quality of internal energy was already comparable to that of a 6th-tier-old martial artist. If he didn't currently require the refining method, this old man would want to learn it himself.
Slap. He knelt directly on the futon. "Ancestors, we have produced a true divine being in our lineage."
While mumbling to himself on the other side, the two had already entered the quiet room. Bai Jing's words were actually said deliberately for his master to hear. His body could withstand some hidden injuries without issue. He couldn't let his carelessness harm his senior sister. From the looks of it, practicing the qi refining technique posed no issues. Furthermore, the 10 efficiency and 10 strength of the refining method were unlikely to present any problems.
"Little junior brother.
You didn't really optimize the internal energy refining method, did you?"
Ji Shuyo asked suspiciously. "Just a lucky little optimization,"
Bai Jing said humbly, which immediately earned him an eye roll. The martial way never believes in luck. If one is fortunate, it means one has strength. With the skill of a master at hand, Bai Jing's understanding of the refining method reached a perfect state, making it easy for him to guide his senior sister. In just about an hour, through continuous guidance, Ji Shuya was able to practice the improved version. Of course, this was still because even after optimization it remained the internal energy refining method, unlike the qi refining technique, which was already on a different dimension. Even if he mastered it completely, teaching it to others would likely take years.
"How do you feel, senior sister?"
he asked, looking at her after she completed a refinement.
"Wow.
Little junior brother, you are truly amazing.
But this is fantastic."
Ji Zuyeo's eyes sparkled. It wasn't due to love, it was like a stock investor watching their purchased stocks hit their daily limit. This joy, this exhilaration is hard to put into words.
In a leap, she directly hugged her junior brother, excitedly bouncing up and down.
"This refining method is so powerful. Not only has the quality of my internal energy improved, but my cultivation speed has also doubled.
Now I am confident I can reach the 4th tier before the assessment."
"Senior sister, since you've learned it, I also need to continue refining my internal energy to reach perfection as soon as possible," Bai Jing said with a smile. These were all things his senior sister rightfully deserved. If the buffs could be granted to others, he would definitely give one to Ji Shuya. He owed her too much.
The executive armor was given by a rich lady.
The spaceship was taken down by the rich lady with him. Even the resources needed for his breakthrough were sponsored by her, although he didn't use them.
Rich lady's senior sister, well worth it.
After bidding farewell to his senior sister, Bai Jing returned to his own quiet room.
Once everyone left, Ji Shuya could no longer contain her excitement.
No longer sitting in meditation to refine her internal energy, she instead projected a chat box. Soon she found the most eye-catching one among many chats. This was a group with only 4 members. From the looks of the group, it was clear that no one had spoken in a long time. Ji Shuya guaranteed profit investment project. Contact me. Invest below 1 billion. Don't contact me.
As the message was sent out, there was no response in the group chat.
These crazy women, why is there no response?
Just as she was muttering, someone replied in the group. "Big Thunder is proud. Yo yo yo, who is this? Isn't this the young lady of the Ji family?
Not being an intern executive anymore, but turning to scamming instead.
Emperor Ru Yan, did she get hacked?
Recently hackers have been rampant and the martial artist intranet still hasn't regained control. Night owl and not bald, are you all crazy?
It's only 10 a.m. What are you doing awake?"
Looking at the exchanges in the group, Ji Shuya immediately recorded a video and sent it to the chat group. "Big Thunder is proud. Blah blah. Identification complete. AI synthesis. My snow yao is not that small." Originally, just having learned the optimized internal energy refining method, she was in a good mood. When she saw the new messages, she immediately broke down.
Pressing the voice button, she began a long 1-minute output.
Ji Shuya 1-minute long voice message. Ji Shuya 1-minute long voice message. Ji Shuya 1-minute long voice message. After sending several voice messages, the other party immediately surrendered.
Big Thunder is proud. I admit your real AI synthesis wouldn't be this unethical. Ru Yen Emperor, what investment? I've lost a lot lately. Damn Jiolong group stealing my hard-earned money.
Seeing the messages in the group gradually returning to normal, Ji Shuiyao naturally didn't forget the purpose of this. She's looking for investors.
Stocks are rising every day, so it's time to invest heavily.
Ji Shuiyao Master has taken in the little junior brother who has extremely high martial talent and a great chance to break the 8th tier curse.
Now is a great opportunity for investment. Big Thunder is proud. Aren't you the closed door disciple? Did your master take in another closed door disciple? And then came another open door disciple.
Ji Shuiyao, your mother. Big Thunder is proud. I'm in.
Ji Shuiyao, your mother. Thank you, Sister Yuan Yuan. I wish Sister Yuan Yuan happiness every day and eternal youth. Isn't this getting better?
After several days of arduous training, a piece of news appeared causing Bai Jing to pause his cultivation. Detected that you have randomly triggered this 10 times, gaining a 50 increase in experience acquisition efficiency. These days luck has not been particularly good, and the number of times he randomly triggered the experience pill buff has not been high, causing him to only meet the requirements now.
Indeed, my development of this function is still less than 1. At such a moment only a fool would choose no.
With the prompt appearing, a new status appeared in his status bar.
On the random buff page, an experience acquisition buff also appeared.
In addition to acquiring it himself, there is also a button below this buff.
Alright.
So this is how it works, huh? For this single attribute buff, whether used by oneself or gifted, it costs 10 essence each time.
Unexpectedly, this thing can actually be gifted to others.
Soon he understood the importance of this buff, even surpassing those material resources.
Experience acquisition is a conceptual buff.
In simple terms, when you cultivate, you are gaining experience, and when you practice skills, you are also acquiring experience. It can be considered a universal buff that has an effect on everything, whether in combat, cultivation, or daily life. It can be utilized.
It's equivalent to a 50 increase in comprehension as described in myths.
Just this point is sufficient to serve as a trump card for a force. Everyone gets a 50 increase in comprehension, and even the future unlocking of intermediate, advanced, and ancient secret medicine grade experience pills can further enhance the comprehension effect. By that time, each of his subordinates would possess astounding comprehension, making it difficult not to become a top-tier force. Impressive, but I need to see the specific effects.
Bai Jing wanted to find someone to test it.
This person had to be someone close to him. The first person that came to mind was the wealthy senior sister, but she was currently in seclusion and hard to disturb. Could he let his own master try it? Bai Jing was tempted.
It would also allow him to test if there were any level restrictions.
However, this ability made him hesitant.
This is no less than a divine blessing.
He had recently received a token from an evil deity, and now he could suddenly grant blessings.
This might make others think he was possessed.
Bai Jing temporarily suppressed the thought of granting blessings. There was no rush. He could wait until he finished his cultivation to discuss it. After several days of refinement, the quality of his internal breath was getting higher.
It had now completely transformed into a gel-like substance.
However, during operation it would not have any adverse effects and could instantly revert back to internal breath. Even now he had not reached his limit, which made Bai Jing somewhat puzzled.
Internal breath, what exactly is your talent? Continuing to cultivate like this?
I don't even have a clear idea myself. He even contemplated whether this realm lacked any physical talent. But he quickly dismissed that thought. Because the internal breath was still changing, which meant that now was not the limit. So it was time to push forward.
He once again fell into a frenzied state of refining internal breath.
With a 10 recovery of the blue bar, the quality of the recovered internal breath was getting higher. This also indicated that his thinking was correct.
Recovery only depended on fixed numbers, not quality. Next, as he continued to compress, the internal breath began to transform from a gel-like substance to powder piling up in his dantian.
If Bai Jing was not certain that he could continue to mobilize it and that its quality was even higher, he might have given up. Half a month passed and he still had not reached his limit. But with the random buff time refreshing today, Bai Jing temporarily stopped. Ever since he learned that obtaining the same buff 10 times could permanently unlock it, he had added another task to his daily routine, waiting for the buff to refresh and then acquiring it twice. Essence has been deducted and you have gained a temporary buff increasing attack power by 10. Essence has been deducted and you have gained a temporary buff increasing experience efficiency by 100. Oh, this time it actually triggered the effect of the intermediate experience pill. Bai Jing was momentarily stunned. The next second he felt a wave of clarity wash over his mind. Countless thoughts and inspirations surged like a fountain, constantly bombarding his brain. Wow, do these two experience efficiency buffs stack this powerfully? This was also the first time he encountered such a situation. Bai Jing did not dare to waste any time. He immediately began to stabilize his thoughts and think about useful ideas for the present. The first focus was on refining internal breath. It had now become fine dust. As soon as he thought about this issue, a bold idea suddenly emerged. If it can become powder, then it can become a pill. As this thought emerged, Bai Jing was momentarily stunned. Wow, could it be that I am truly a genius? He sensed that within his dantian a considerable amount of internal breath dust had spread, drifting like dust. He suddenly felt that this was not good and needed to add a restriction. Then let's give it a try. Bai Jing became inexplicably excited and immersed himself in refining, during which he attempted to gather the dust together. This time ended in failure. Bai Jing did not feel anything, as failure meant he could try again. After all, he had time. During this period he did not neglect the refining of internal breath. Thus, under the occasional boost of double astounding comprehension, Bai Jing's constraints on the internal breath powder began to show initial results. It was no longer in a scattered state. He even randomly constructed an irregular circle. What exactly is missing? It's just that final step, I just can't get them to coalesce together. Bai Jing murmured softly. He felt it as long as he could get past this hurdle he would attain a new talent. However, after trying various methods, the internal breath powder seemed to lack something and could not merge. Without constraints, it still scattered apart. After spending several days in deep thought, he once again acquired double comprehension. No, this should be lacking a binding agent. Just like kneading mud or dough without water, it naturally cannot blend together. The more he thought about it, the brighter his eyes became. What could serve as this binding agent inside his body or in the external world? Water. Naturally not. Only something intangible that could enter the dantian would work. Under the influence of a storm of inspiration, Bai Jing's eyes grew increasingly bright. Gradually a smile crept onto his lips. I understand, my ability does not need to rely on external objects. Within my body there exists the best binding agent. He murmured softly, directly following the thoughts in his mind to once again start merging the internal breath powder. This time, there was no dispersal. Instead, they began to stick together. This situation made Bai Jing suddenly elated and revitalized. It worked! I did it! Bai Jing's eyes turned red, breathing rapidly as he repeated this. Within his dantian, the powder had completely vanished, replaced by an irregular sphere. Clearly a product born from internal breath, yet some other changes were occurring. It began to exude an unusual aura. Not only is there a breath of life, but it is also imprinted with Bai Jing's own spirit. This is one of the two kinds of harmonizing agents he selected. One, the endless pure life energy. The second is the infusion of his own essence and spirit. With these two energy states combined, the internal breath has indeed fused together. Of course, it still hasn't reached Bai Jing's requirements. If someone could see the inner pill, they would find that it is not just an irregular sphere, but its surface is also rough and uneven. However, these issues are minor compared to the inability to condense. Even the automatic recovery would solve these problems. All that is needed is to continuously fill it with internal breath, life energy and spirit, and soon he will complete the ultimate leap, achieving unexpected results. This process does not require sitting in meditation. It only needs to guide the new internal breath and life energy to enter. It is time to go out and take a look. After so long, I don't even know if my executive armor and spaceship have been repaired. Bai Jing stretched lazily and chose to leave the meditation chamber. He did not see his master or his senior brother. It seemed that he was the only one left in the entire dojo. Strange, where are they? After searching without results, he became too lazy to look further. What could they be doing? They were most likely out. Thinking about this, he was also curious about the surrounding environment. When he rode the shuttle, the doors and windows were blocked by curtains, making it impossible to see the outside scenery. When he arrived, he knew that his master's dojo was on a mountain. He wasn't very clear about the specific environment, so he thought about looking outside. Thinking this, he walked directly out of the dojo. Standing at the mountain's peak, he gazed into the distance. Logically, he should be able to see far, but the Imperial Star is unreasonable. Bai Jing only saw distant shield barriers resembling bowls that not only could resist attacks but also ward off probing. He even discovered that the dojo possessed this function. Good heavens! No wonder it's the Imperial Star. This level of security is outrageous. Bai Jing shook his head helplessly, seeing only a small area within the dojo. Further out was shrouded by barriers. Forget it, continue to cultivate and strive to complete the transformation as soon as possible. It was rather meaningless to be the only one in the dojo, so he decided to keep practicing. Just as he was preparing to return to the dojo, he was about to step through the main door when he saw a figure quietly watching him with an expression that was quite unfriendly.
Bai Jing. The person opposite him was unfamiliar. Moreover, judging by the other person's demeanor, he didn't recognize him either. Please leave, my master no longer accepts disciples. The young man opposite him directly sent him away. As soon as these words came out, Bai Jing's eyes lit up. So it was his senior brother. That made things easier. Senior brother, he called respectfully. The moment these words left his mouth, the young man's expression changed instantly. Who is your senior brother? I've been too generous to you lot, and you still dare to make unfounded connections. Today I'll have your guardian come to collect you. Before the words fell, the young man transformed into a shadow, suddenly lunging towards Bai Jing. One hand raised, ready to knock him out with a palm strike. Bai Jing. Senior brother, it's a misunderstanding. I'm the master's disciple. He sidestepped and hurriedly explained. But this one action caused the young man's expression to show some anger. If you're going to lie, at least find a decent reason. I have 5 senior brothers and my junior sister is currently in seclusion. As for you. Listening to the other person's voice, Bai Jing felt a bit speechless. What is going on with his master? He took in disciples, but why didn't he host a grand banquet for 10 days, leaving him in a situation where even his senior brother doesn't recognize him? Watching the other person gradually reveal fluctuations of internal breath, he felt he had no choice. Senior brother, I'm sorry. Alright, you're here to cause trouble. You say what you want. Bai Jing no longer wanted to refute. Sensing that this senior brother's state was not too strong, he was at the 5th level. It was just the right time to test the results of his recent hard training. With this thought, Bai Jing no longer hesitated. The inner pill trembled slightly and pure internal breath surged out. His whole body was enveloped by white internal breath. Seeing this scene, the unknown senior brother couldn't help but burst into laughter. With internal breath not even at the 6th level, no matter how much he used, he had to slowly refine it back. Such a wasteful fighting style could only belong to his junior brother. Thinking this, he decided to resolve this person quickly. This time he wouldn't let the other party's family bleed heavily. He could not let him go no matter what. At this moment, Bai Jing's state changed again. Crackle. Crackle. Streams of electricity appeared. If it was just static electricity before now, Bai Jing had seized high voltage. Countless electric sparks erupted around him. The force of ignition. Internal breath. Feeling his transformation, Bai Jing's eyes brightened. In the next second, a trail of fire and lightning surged and reached the unknown senior brother in an instant. Simple punches and kicks. Bang. 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 The unknown senior brother was clearly an experienced fighter. After a brief moment of dazed, anger filled his eyes. So it turns out you are a rogue weapon wielder. No wonder you dare to cause trouble here. In his view, Bai Jing had undergone life transformation and even installed extraordinary organs, all with lightning attributes. The modification of weapon wielders was looked down upon in the old martial circles. The leap of life relies on cultivation, not on changing organs. Perhaps he had genuinely angered the unknown senior brother. The opponent's moves instantly became sharp. This suited Bai Jing's intentions perfectly. Engaging in simple combat, he felt no pressure at all. However, this made the unknown senior brother's face turn grim. Not being able to take him down was a shame for him. After a round of entanglement, Bai Jing gained an understanding of his current strength and did not want to continue fighting. He couldn't use lethal moves against his own senior brother. Senior brother, I am truly the newly accepted junior brother of the master. Hee, don't tell me you're a Dorlock disciple. The unknown senior brother scoffed, but he was also filled with doubt. Only after engaging did he realize Bai Jing's horror. He had no advantage in skill, even feeling as if a father was beating his son. This kind of suppression he had only felt from his master's senior brother and second senior sister. I have this as proof. Bai Jing immediately took out the executive officer's badge to prove his identity. But upon seeing the identity token, the unknown senior brother suddenly erupted. Deep down he believed it to a large extent, but as for the entry-level junior brother in front of him, he couldn't take him down before the master returned. Junior brother. I can only trouble you for now, I'll compensate you later. He thought silently, and at that moment, Bai Jing benefited from his strong spirit and noticed that the unknown senior brother's state had changed. The same moves he executed now had greatly increased in power and speed. It's due to the acupoint. At the 5th level of the acupoint realm, judging by his senior brother's appearance, he should have completed the opening of the acupoints in both hands. Senior brother, I apologize. Bai Jing had no choice but to show his true skills. Earlier he was just warming up. A large amount of internal breath was mobilized. What was previously just a covering all over his body like a layer of gauze, now Bai Jing was directly enveloped in white flames. The surging internal breath danced like blazing flames.
At this moment the unknown senior brother had a bad premonition. But he gritted his teeth and charged forward.
Cloud probing palm.
A white hand the size of 3 meters was constructed from internal breath slapping towards Bai Jing, but Bai Jing shattered it with a punch, and in the next second he was already close. At this moment there were no techniques involved.
Only overwhelming strength. Watching the technique being forcefully countered, Gui was left in utter confusion.
After all, he was a 5th stage cultivator. But the approaching fist left him no time to think about anything else, and he hurriedly opened his mouth attempting to stop it.
Wait a moment,
The words were not fully spoken. That fist gradually grew larger, revealing the burning inner energy within.
Gui swallowed hard, steeling himself as he forcibly mobilized his inner energy to resist.
As the fists of both sides were about to collide, suddenly Bai Jing's figure vanished, causing Gui, who was highly focused, to feel an ominous premonition.
In the next second, a sudden turn.
He was met with a smiling face. Just as he intended to raise his fist in retaliation, he felt a numbness and weakness in his entire arm, followed by a complete loss of sensation in his body. He began to uncontrollably fall backward. Bai Jing had long been prepared and directly supported the unnamed senior brother who was about to collapse.
You. What did Wu do?
The once charming young man now had a crooked mouth, drooling and speaking incoherently. Senior brother, please don't blame me. I had no choice but to use a little trick to control you first. Bai Jing was not in a hurry to release the acupoint's effect, worried that the other party would regain freedom and not listen to him, so he explained the situation first.
I am indeed a new disciple.
My name is Bai Jing. Senior sister Ji knows me. You can contact her later. As he spoke, he was about to release the other party's status. At that moment a flying shuttle quickly approached. It soon came to a steady stop in front of the dojo, and as the hatch opened, 2 figures descended one after the other.
Naturally, the first one seen was the drooling Gui. Upon seeing his master return, he was almost in tears from urgency.
4th senior brother.
Ji Shueya blinked, unsure if she could recognize him.
Seeing the return of her master and senior sister, Bai Jing felt no more hesitation. In a matter of moments he had released the other party's state. As the interrupted energy flowed back, Gui quickly stood up from the ground.
Master, he awkwardly called out.
He had not even defeated the newly admitted junior brother before being taken down on the spot.
4th senior brother, it really is you.
I thought someone was invading our territory and that junior brother had beaten you.
Ha ha ha.
Thinking of his senior brother's miserable appearance just now, he laughed heartily, not caring about his image.
Master, it wasn't intentional.
My senior brother didn't recognize me and he wouldn't listen to me, so I had no choice but to.
He originally wanted to clarify everything before his master returned, but unexpectedly he ran into his master coming back.
This matter is not your fault, it is his lack of effort in cultivation that kept him at 5th stage for such a long time. Wang Chang said this while glancing over. This made Gui lower his head, resembling a child who had done something wrong, feeling utterly aggrieved.
Is this a problem of my cultivation effort? Shouldn't this be the issue of that junior brother? I am a 5th stage mid-level genius with perfectly open meridians in both arms. With such strength, even on the Imperial Star I would be considered of mid-level standard. Today I was overpowered by someone at a higher level and was beaten without any ability to fight back. At that moment he could only lower his head and listen to his master's teachings. Everyone come in.
Looking at his former disciples and then at the recently accepted ones, Wang Chang suddenly felt as if he had picked up some inferior fruits in the past. He said this and stepped into the dojo first.
Following Wang Chang, they directly arrived at the ancestral hall. There is about a month left until the executive officer assessment. We need to go there first.
Moreover, your executive officer battle armor has completed its preliminary forging. To conduct further modifications you need to pass the assessment. This is also a rule within the executive officers and a regulation of the alliance. The most important thing is that the power unleashed after donning the armor at 4th stage far exceeds one's own realm. To encircle and suppress a fully armored executive officer, at least a battalion-level super combat team must be deployed. Of course, the initial machine differences are significant.
Some are forged with common alloys while others use rare alloys.
Master, I have prepared everything, but I have never dealt with mechas before. I want to familiarize myself with them beforehand. Right now the golden core in my Dantian only needs continuous nurturing to slowly transform without me having to worry about it.
Moreover, I truly have never piloted a mecha.
Let alone the executive officer battle armor. Even ordinary combat mechas can only be used by extraordinary soldiers. Like those test tube babies who have yet to reach the martial artist level.
On the battlefield, the equipment one can obtain includes nano combat armor, a dragon hawk rifle, and an alloy weapon.
This is considered standard gear. This time I came back to call you and take you to familiarize yourself with the battle armor.
Wang Chang said.
On the Imperial Star, this type of equipment is not allowed. Even if you take it out once discovered, the lightest punishment is a fine and the heaviest is treated as treason against the Alliance. Junior brother, your executive officer battle armor has already been made, but due to your identity it cannot be brought to you. Also, your spaceship is about to complete its modifications.
Ji Shueyo revealed some information. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's heart raced and he immediately spoke up. Master, I have already perfected my inner energy realm.
Staying here to cultivate is nothing but a waste of time. Why not let me go familiarize myself with the battle armor? As soon as these words were spoken apart from Gui, the other two were clearly taken aback.
Ji Shueyo beside him even let out a sharp gasp. Ah! Junior brother, you have perfected it. Your inner energy is perfected. She asked repeatedly. How long has it been? Just over a month.
Letting a martial path reach a major realm of perfection in such a short time would be considered bragging if spoken of. Even with various supplements, the human body is ultimately not a machine. It cannot absorb and refine constantly.
Good. As expected of my disciple. A smile appeared on Wang Chang's face.
In fact, he had anticipated this long ago but did not expect it to happen so quickly.
This is also good.
With a little over a month left, he can familiarize himself with the executive officer battle armor and learn some of his gunnery skills.
Since you are ready, let's set off now.
Wang Chang said this and was about to leave. Bai Jing and the others followed closely behind. Just as the three were about to leave, Gui felt a bit anxious.
Master,
You stay here to watch the dojo. Your senior brother has gone out on business.
He left this statement.
When he wanted to ask something more, the person had already left.
No. This isn't right.
When I came, I was told there was something important and I must come back, only to be told to watch the house.
Gui felt cheated.
He seriously suspected that he was asked to return because senior brother went out, otherwise he wouldn't have to come back. This is a true disciple. Even familiarizing himself with the battle armor requires accompaniment.
I never had such treatment back in the day.
He muttered a small complaint but still obediently stayed to guard the house.
When leaving, the scrutiny was not so strict anymore.
Soon they boarded the Ironblood. This time the target was a forging star. Of course, this was because Bai Jing's battle armor was quite special, consuming a considerable amount of rare materials. They also hired 2 forgers to collaborate on the forging. A standard version of the mecha could be forged in a military-grade factory. As an important industry of the Alliance, this forging star was not far from the Imperial Star, and they arrived at their destination 2 hours later. From a high altitude, the view was indeed remarkable. From space, the forging star appeared as massive structures. Some of the buildings were even mechanical in nature, resembling enormous mechanical arms and automated shipyards. Bai Jing even spotted the assembly of the Alliance's main battleship. Its size was probably hundreds of kilometers. This was the primary responsibility of the forging star. Large machinery combined with top-tier technological products all originated from various forging stars. Let's go directly collect your battle armor and we can find a place to practice slowly. Following Wang Chang, they boarded a landing spacecraft and soon landed in front of a gigantic building. Upon closer inspection, they discovered that this towering structure, nearly 1,000 meters high, was owned by a corporation.
Giant God Heavy Industries. Bai Jing whispered the name.
Next to him, Ji Shueya began to explain. Giant God Heavy Industries primarily focuses on warships and mecha, ensuring quality is guaranteed. As she introduced Bai Jing, the three walked inside. As they reached the entrance, they saw a man in his 30s approaching with a smile.
Gentleman, Master Tang has already instructed me, please follow me.
Saying this, he followed them into one of the floors of the building. They quickly arrived at a high-tech laboratory. Various types of battle armor were displayed, and Bai Jing even saw biological battle armor which looked like it was still in the preliminary testing phase. Not to mention mass production. An elderly man with most of his hair turned gray, muscular and spirited, looked at them.
Master Tang.
Even Wang Chang had to clasp his fists in greeting. This was the treatment of a forger. Stop with the formalities and just take your stuff and get lost. He pointed to a battle armor displayed in a distant showcase.
It was a dark red battle armor approximately
3.5 meters tall, equipped with small caliber automatic locking electromagnetic cannons on both shoulders.
On the back there was an enlarged and reinforced electromagnetic rifle.
In the right hand was a large alloy sword, while the back of the left hand was fitted with a retractable defense shield. This is the user manual. Take your stuff and get lost. Master Tang spoke directly, clearly displeased.
My apologies for bothering you, Master Tang, we will leave now.
Wang Chang apologized as he had no other choice. Asking for favors was like this. Moreover, this person truly had skills.
As for the reasons, he didn't need to think hard to figure it out. As a mechanical forger, he had actually collaborated with a psionic forger for this battle armor. If it weren't for the old chairman's personal orders, he would have never agreed. This was also the attitude of most mechanical forgers. They considered psionic forgers to be heretics. Coincidentally, those next door thought of mechanical forgers as stubborn old folks. Regardless of whether it was psionic or ghostly energy, as long as it could be utilized, it was fine. Every day they resisted this or that, and if they weren't stubborn old fools, then what were they? Besides the mecha, there were actually many modules available. However, due to the assessment requiring the basic mecha, they could not be installed now, but once the assessment was over, they could be installed one by one. This would allow the executive officer's battle armor to reach its complete form. Senior sister, how much did this battle armor cost in total? Bai Jing asked quietly. The mecha didn't cost much, probably around 500 million, but don't underestimate the devices inside. I've chosen the best available. The Jinwu 7 Energy Core. It can sustain the battle armor at full power for 3 days and nights of combat. Overall, it is primarily made of dragon blood, iron, red crow gold and radiant gold, with an internal energy matching degree of 99.64, which means there will be almost no waste of internal energy. Also, your Thunder Beast crystal core constructed through the psionic forger has created a special psionic array that, when activated, can directly release psionic lightning or enchant weapons with psionic lightning, providing special attacks against all energy defenses. And there's this. Ji Shueyo began to introduce each item. Not to mention Bai Jing, even Wang Chang beside him had slightly twitching eyes. This battle armor hardly resembled that of a junior executive officer. It could very well serve as a prototype for a silver badge executive officer. The more Bai Jing heard about the introductions, the more absurd it seemed. Initially thinking the entire set of battle armor cost 500 million, he quickly realized he had underestimated it. Just this prototype cost 500 million. This did not even include the subsequent mecha modules. Insufficient firepower. How about a focusing compression external system? This is a module that can automatically track or be launched from space. Once activated, it possesses the power to destroy nearly all ground installations. Even a small warship would sustain heavy damage if hit. Not enough defense. An energy shield amplifier. This is a circular device that, once equipped, can attach to the back of the mecha and will automatically detect attacks, activating the shield and consuming energy to enhance its thickness. Even a battle gun for the mecha is worth 100 million alliance coins. Don't ask, just know that its sharpness is enough to cut through the alloy plates of warships. Once Bai Jing understood all the capabilities of the battle armor before him, he felt a sense of confusion about how he would repay such generosity. Junior brother, this is the performance of your executive officer's battle armor. Even when you reach the 6th tier, you can still use it. Of course, when you break through to the 7th tier and make some modifications, you can continue to use it. As for your spaceship, it's in a bit of a mess. I've already covered the costs for you and it's undergoing major renovations. Bai Jing. Not only did the executive officer's battle armor cost money, but now he also wanted to cover the spaceship expenses. This was no wealthy lady. This was like having an old father. Senior sister. Bai Jing was momentarily at a loss for words. But such kindness, the gratitude for being recognized, must be repaid when the opportunity arises. Tonight I will arrange for a 50 experience efficiency. You brat, your senior sister has borrowed quite a bit of money for you. Wang Chang shook his head, feeling speechless. He had never seen such a foolish disciple. Not only was he spending his own money, but he was also borrowing money to help his junior brother. He even privately asked if she liked her junior brother. The girl answered no. She just wanted to be the sister of the martial god aiming to dominate the universe. Alright, since everything is in hand, I found a suitable place for you to get familiar with the battle armor. We should set off now. Directly taking the two away from the forging star, they headed straight for another planet. 3 hours later, the spacecraft descended on a planet full of lush trees. From space it looked like a plant planet. At this moment Bai Jing was entering the mecha. Self-diagnosis completed, system normal. Neural connection established. Starting up. Listening to the series of prompts in my ears, Bai Jing instinctively began to feel tense. The next moment the surroundings brightened. This sensation was surprisingly not much different from wearing a life suit. He tried moving his arms and legs, feeling no delay whatsoever. It was as if he had put on new clothes. Of course, Bai Jing suspected it was due to his unique circumstances. After a brief familiarization, he even took out a standard knife and swung it a few times nonchalantly. One could describe his current state as being able to command it as if it were an extension of his body. Junior brother, how does it feel? Came the voice of his senior sister from the communicator. Not bad, there are no adverse reactions and I've already adapted to it to some extent. I should be able to proceed to the next training phase. Then get ready, we're about to drop you off.
Before the words were finished, the hatch of the hovering landing ship suddenly opened and Bai Jing jumped down. Immediately the mech hovered in midair and slowly descended. At that moment Bai Jing caught sight of the natives of this planet through his vision. They were tall three-maternal creatures covered in deep green scales wielding various crude weapons. Perhaps due to the arrival of this unexpected guest, these green lizardmen were flicking their tails restlessly and some had even raised their arms preparing to throw. These are primitive species possessing only the most basic hunting instincts, the voice of his senior sister echoed once more through the communication channel.
Bai Jing understood what she meant.
In the universe there is a common understanding to certify whether a species is civilized.
Generally, civilized species do not engage in large-scale slaughter, though this does not include insectoid tribes and beastmen.
The possession of intelligence is one criterion. The second is whether they have the ability to reach space within 10,000 years. Failing to meet these two conditions, they are collectively referred to as primitive species. These species are no different from the livestock consumed by humans or other space species. Whoosh! 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 A series of spears were thrown. Oh! Bai Jing was somewhat surprised. The strength of these green lizardmen was generally at the second tier level, and there was even one reaching the third tier. However, such strength was still insufficient for him to adapt to the battle armor. I fear there may be other powerful life forms in this forest. With this thought in mind, Bai Jing no longer hesitated.
He prepared to unleash the true power of the executive officer battle armor.
A massive amount of internal energy surged from within, instantly covering the battle armor, bringing forth a special sensation. It felt as though the mech was a part of his body. The internal energy flowed without obstruction.
No wonder warriors can fight above their level with mechs.
Bai Jing casually swung the battle blade in his hand. A sharp blade aura over 10 meters long was instantly released, tearing through the bodies of several green lizardmen. The existence of internal energy helped reduce damage to the mech, and due to the special materials used in its forging, the operation of internal energy incurred almost no loss. The only thing to note was that the consumption was relatively high. Of course, this was in comparison to others.
Currently Bai Jing consumed 5 of his maximum energy per second, mindful of the current effects.
Roar! 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 The remaining few green lizardmen let out a mournful cry as if calling for something.
It wasn't long before
he saw the distant mountain forest being forcefully toppled by some gigantic creature.
Observing their trajectory, it was clear they were heading this way. Junior brother, the assessment task arranged by the master is coming.
Be careful. Ji Shuayo aboard the Iron Blood ship saw the situation through the projection. It was a gigantic lizard. This lizard had a pair of fleshy wings, its scales were dark green, and it measured 70 meters in length with a climbing height of over 20 meters. This was not a mechanical creation. In normal evolution, the more energy the body requires, the more terrifying its strength becomes. Roar!
A roar soon echoed.
The few surviving green lizardmen crawled and knelt before the lizard dragon.
Is this a green dragon?
Bai Jing was taken aback. This creature resembled the green dragons from novels. However, he quickly dismissed this thought, as its strength, body density, and energy reaction were astonishing. Perhaps due to the conclusion of their reporting, the lizard dragon turned its vertical eyes towards Bai Jing's position. It opened its mouth and a searing flame erupted. The flames directly covered a radius of hundreds of meters. The dozens, even hundreds of tall trees were instantly reduced to ashes under the breath. This works perfectly. It's just the right time to test the strength of my armor.
The flames came rushing in.
However, upon striking the battle armor, they caused no damage whatsoever. He could hardly feel any heat. Internal energy combined with battle armor is truly monstrous. The existence of internal energy directly elevated the attack resistance of the battle armor to an incredible state. Bai Jing estimated that even if he were hit by a triple shot from a sniper now, his defenses would remain unbroken. The main reason was still the exceptionally high quality of his internal energy. Coupled with the consumption of 5 per second,
his defenses increased dramatically. Your time to attack has ended, now it's my turn.
Before the words finished, Bai Jing shot forth like a white bolt of lightning, instantly covering a distance of several hundred meters. The alloy standard knife in his hand radiated the light of internal energy. As the thunderous might was unleashed, electric sparks flashed.
This isn't enough, bring it on.
The previously dormant Thunder Beast crystal core was instantly activated, and a massive amount of spiritual energy lightning enveloped the long knife. At this moment, the lizard dragon seemed to sense something.
It abandoned the other lizardmen, spread its wings, and attempted to flee.
However, Bai Jing was even faster. A streak of extreme lightning illuminated the sky. The blade light descended.
Put!
It effortlessly sliced through the green dragon's scales, tearing through flesh.
With this slash he directly severed a section of its wing. Perhaps due to the pain, the lizard dragon no longer fled with flames in its mouth that unleashed a torrent, incinerating everything around. Soon the area within several kilometers was engulfed in flames. Its few companions were reduced to charred remains. It searched left and right with its vertical eyes. Not discovering Bai Jing's trace, it thought it had dealt with the enemy and was about to drag its injured body away to find a place to recuperate. Suddenly a series of thunderous roars came from above. Roar! Looking up, it saw a nearly 10-meter-long lightning blade overhead piercing its eyes with pain, and it let out a roar of intimidation filled with fear of death. The thunder accompanied by the sound of tearing air. As the attack descended, that 70-meter-long body was torn apart by nearly half. Even so, Bai Jing noticed that the opponent's flesh was slowly recovering. This was the benefit of vigorous vitality. However, this recovery was far from matching Bai Jing's destructive speed. "I can unleash countless strikes, but you won't be able to withstand the second one," he muttered softly. The already dim blade was reignited with internal energy, and soon the lightning burst forth. Roar! The green lizard dragon, dragging its almost paralyzed body, attempted to flee, its eyes filled with fear. It was nowhere near a peak tier 5 life form. "Little junior brother. You are truly abnormal," Ji Shuiyao couldn't help but exclaim after watching the live broadcast and understanding the battle process. This is hardly a 4th stage internal breath. This is a creature with a life index reaching the pinnacle of 5th stage. In the hands of little junior brother, it couldn't even last 5 rounds. One side had its head severed and its body was mostly destroyed. The other side's mech was shiny, showing no signs of battle. Moreover, this is just the initial version. Various auxiliary modules, even the battle blade that cost 100 million to create, have yet to be equipped. If fully donned, Ji Shuiyao felt her breath quickening. Doesn't that mean with 4th stage strength one can threaten 6th stage life? What terrifying combat power this is! Suddenly she felt a sense of disorientation as the sex prodigy stared directly at the protagonist. "Senior sister, if I lack even this level of strength, wouldn't that betray your investment?" The cheerful voice of Bai Jing echoed in the communicator. This statement immediately caused Ji Zuyao's lips to curl slightly, feeling that the investment was worth it. If things continue to develop step by step, by the time he reaches 7th stage, even the master might not be his match. And the master is a top-tier powerhouse capable of threatening 8th stage life. As for someone like his grandfather, unless a cosmic war breaks out, he generally wouldn't make an appearance. Every strike is aimed at annihilating their clan and cutting off their lineage. The alliance has developed for so many years, deploying multiple 9th stage beings only once. That was the battle for survival. Through slaughter they secured a chance for the alliance to continue to exist, leading to the current alliance. "Senior sister, please tell the master that I want to continue practicing with the mech, and I want to see what my current limit is." Bai Jing spoke up. The 5th stage pinnacle is not his limit, he wants to confirm his strength at full capacity. "Okay, I will tell the master." Ji Shuiyao took a while to respond, as she was obviously busy. As for what she was busy with, naturally it was reporting to various stakeholders. This junior brother's initial version of the battle armor has already cost over $1 billion. The spaceship needs modifications, right? If you want money, of course you must make the stakeholders continue to invest. She wants to use other people's money to support her junior brother. After sharing her thoughts, Bai Jing's gaze fell on the corpse of the green dragon, which was quite the essence. But directly absorbing it might be a bit inappropriate. What's inappropriate? The strange behaviors he has recently displayed have probably already attracted the master and senior sister's attention. It's just that the two of them did not have a tacit understanding to speak up. Right now he needs to seize every opportunity to enhance his strength. Detected medium flesh essence recharge for 9,930 essence. So much essence indeed. Enhancing strength allows for quicker resource acquisition. This is just a 5th stage pinnacle. According to the information just obtained from the ship girl, there are quite a few lizard dragons on this planet. If he can take down a few, it would sufficiently enrich his small treasury, and even the executive mech and spaceship could benefit without enhancement. He thought that essence was needed everywhere. Recharge complete. Bai Jing headed directly to the next location. As for wantonly killing innocents, it can only be said that being born in the universe means there are no innocents. Weakness is the original sin. Let alone other races, the early alliance suffered greatly. They almost walked to this point on the blood and bones of their own kin. Not to mention sympathizing with other races. Let's go. As the engine powered up, Bai Jing swiftly flew in one direction. This time he aims to earn multiple enhancements of essence. Moreover, Bai Jing wants to release the ship girl, not to mention this fellow has recently harvested a lot of extraordinary materials in the spirit realm. He wants to see if there are suitable materials. By the way, enhance and boost his abilities. The ability to slip into the spirit realm is definitely a good means of survival. At this moment Ji Shuao was chatting excitedly. Ji Shuao, I'm not bragging about my little junior brother. The freshly released battle footage of him cutting 5th stage pinnacle with 4th stage is such power. Can you afford to lose your investment? Shouted out to me. As the message was sent. Almost simultaneously. Someone responded. Staying up late and not balding.
Staying up late and not balding. Snow White Yatsu, you're just praising your junior brother. No matter how strong he is, can he surpass Lu Wuxian, who is the true god?
You're just a beauty in the eyes of your lover. Staying up late and not balding, blowing every day in the group, and there are 2 fools who believed it.
Saying this, he also tagged the other 2 accounts.
Originally smiling, Ji Xueao's expression gradually turned serious and her smile disappeared.
Ji Shuao, Lu Wuxian reached 7th stage at 23. What strength dares to challenge my little junior brother? Staying up late and not balding, may I ask what realm your little junior brother is in?
Ji Shuao, 4th stage perfection, said loudly. Staying up late and not balding, heh? Looking at the group chat, Ji Shuao felt a pain in her chest from anger. She really wanted to confront the other party offline. Right now she hated Lu Chui the most. Just as she wanted to close the group chat and ignore this fool who didn't believe in her junior brother, she saw a private message pop up. Staying up late and not balding, how old are you? When you can't argue, you silence me. You can't take a loss, Snow White Yatsu.
Looking at the private message, Ji Shuao was directly stunned.
What the heck? She was just a bit angry she didn't silence the other party. Ji Shuao, nonsense, I never act as a permissions dog.
The message was quickly sent.
The next second a bright red notification appeared.
Sorry, the other party's account is in a banned state, unable to send messages.
Ah. What?
Ji Shuao was directly bewildered. Just a moment ago they were chatting. How did she suddenly get silenced and then banned? What kind of sin did her friend commit? Why is she being targeted like this?
Meanwhile, on the other side, in a secluded laboratory within a manor, a girl wearing a loose lab coat with dark circles under her eyes wanted to seek justice for herself.
She angrily rebuked the permissions dog. She had just sent a private message. She saw a bright red notification. Your account has been banned for spreading prohibited speech. Please visit the following website to appeal.
What the hell? Are you kidding me? What did I do? Answer me. In an instant,
both of her eyes were bloodshot from anger. She took out a portable communicator.
Snow White Yatsu, good, you're doing great.
Saying this, she started searching through her contacts and quickly found an interstellar phone number.
Without any pause,
she dialed it directly. Clearly it was a communicator capable of cross-star dialing, yet it currently emitted a busy tone.
Following that was a somewhat indifferent female voice.
Due to your violation of communication card usage regulations, your card number has been banned. Please visit the local service center to unban and appeal.
Ah. What did I do?
Listening to the voice coming from within, the girl with dark circles was stunned for a moment, and in the next second, as if she thought of something, she hurriedly dialed using another card.
This time she didn't choose Ji Shuao but called someone else directly.
Due to your violation of communication card usage regulations, your card number has been banned. Please visit the local service center to unban and appeal.
Still the cold banning voice. This left the girl with dark circles utterly stunned.
But she still tried one by one.
Chat software. No way. Registering an account to log in gets banned. The virtual network number cannot register at all.
After a series of attempts, she discovered something terrifying. She has been abandoned by the interstellar network. For anything requiring the network, as long as she registers, she is guaranteed to be banned.
This means she can't even escape on a shuttle. Heavens, what on earth did I do?
A furious roar erupted, accompanied by violent tremors of the ground, revealing a giant monster emerging from within a volcano. Measuring over 90 meters in length, its scales glimmered a dark red, resembling an enlarged lizard, save for a pair of fearsome horns atop its head.
No wings.
Observing the lizard below, which was noticeably different from the previous sighting due to the absence of its fleshy wings. Of course it had no wings, instead its physical strength was enhanced. Its life force was even stronger than that of the green dragon. The evolution of the beings on this planet was indeed peculiar. Externally they all appeared to be of the same race, yet their morphological differences could classify them as subspecies. The enormous lizard glared at the culprit that disturbed its slumber, roaring fiercely before unleashing a blazing fireball from its mouth without hesitation. Before the fireball could strike, a sudden explosion occurred, catching Bai Jing off guard with its unexpected shockwave. The explosive breath was undeniably powerful, comparable to those of antimaterial weaponry.
This fierce outburst was clearly a feint. The real attack was yet to come.
The dark red lizard leaped fiercely, flames erupting around its body as it raised a claw encased in magma to strike at Bai Jing. The sudden assault was nearly instantaneous. Even Bai Jing couldn't help but marvel at the instinctive combat prowess of certain lifeforms.
Unfortunately for the opponent, it struck against a wall.
Bai Jing merely adjusted his body slightly, and before the claw could descend, a shield manifested on his left arm.
Boom! The attack landed.
Bai Jing staggered back a few steps before regaining his balance. Its strength and speed surpass those of the green dragon, but its breath lacks destructive power.
This is a creature that relies on brute strength.
As he spoke, a fervor for battle ignited in his eyes. There was joy in ranged harvesting.
Yet the adrenaline rush from close combat captivated Bai Jing. Having just used a knife, now I will try my fists.
Bai Jing sheathed his standard combat knife. Channeling his inner energy, he concentrated it into his fists and charged at the lizard.
Roar!
The dark red lizard erupted in rage at the approaching small figure.
The two collided directly.
Both were forced to retreat a few steps.
Roar!
Unable to tolerate being bumped by the small bug, the dark red lizard charged forward again as soon as a little distance was created.
Come on, let's see if your scales are tougher than my fists. Boom! Boom! Boom!
They engaged in a pure brawl.
After several minutes of combat, Bai Jing realized a critical issue. Pure inner energy lacked sufficient destructive power.
Even if he could shatter the dark red lizard's scales against a fifth-tier lifeform's recovery, those were merely surface wounds. It could regrow new scales in mere seconds. For such a massive creature, I still need a weapon. Just as Bai Jing thought to draw his blade to end the battle, a flash of inspiration sparked in his mind.
Thunderous leg.
As he invoked the thunderous momentum, a rumble echoed. Bai Jing's legs radiated with lightning, each movement accompanied by crackling thunder. This instantly alerted the dark red lizard.
However, it soon took the initiative to attack. Its status as a dominant predator was not easily provoked.
This time Bai Jing did not engage Heaton.
He aimed to experiment with something new.
He sidestepped, positioning himself near the lizard's waist.
The well-prepared thunderous leg struck hard at the lizard's abdomen.
The immense force caused the nearly 90-meter beast to flip in midair multiple times before it regained its balance.
Roar!
Once it stopped, it gazed at Bai Jing warily. It sensed its injuries, realizing that despite the ferocity of the previous attack, the actual damage was less than before.
Not even its scales were broken.
Initial confusion in its eyes was soon replaced by excitement.
It recalled past hunts where prey's power would drastically decline when exhausted.
This small bug, after all, could not match its stamina. Understanding all this, the dark red lizard let out a roar, its muscles tensing as it prepared for the hunt. As soon as it moved its body, a surge of intense pain shot through its abdomen, electric arcs piercing through its scales and erupting on its skin. Opening its mouth, it did not exhale breath but rather dark red blood. However, that was not the most crucial part. The continuous explosions of lightning within its body rendered it increasingly stiff. It seems effective, though it hasn't met my expectations. Yet the immobilizing effect was something Bai Jing had not anticipated. Adjusting his strategy, Bai Jing gathered lightning energy at his toes and reappeared in front of the dark red lizard, delivering a casual kick. Initially it felt like nothing. But the next second a violent eruption of electricity ensued, followed by the acrid stench of burning flesh. The lizard spat out chunks of its own entrails. The dark red lizard's eyes shifted from ferocity to panic. Its physical strength did not equate to a lack of fear of death. Had Bai Jing been a sixth-tier lifeform, it would have turned and fled. Now, however, the display of an attack capable of damaging its insides made it feel a threat of death. At that moment, Bai Jing sensed a change in the scene before him. The massive dark red lizard transformed in his eyes, morphing into a visualization akin to a vascular diagram, allowing him to see the flow of energy within. Congratulations, you have comprehended a new martial art from the Golden Needle acupuncture technique. Please name it. Bai Jing's face displayed a peculiar expression at the prompt that appeared. Perhaps due to the 50 experience efficiency, inspiration frequently struck him recently. Now, even while merely mastering a mech, he could comprehend new skills. Is this the monstrous life of a martial ancestor? With just a 50 experience efficiency, it would only increase as experience efficiency stacked. It could truly reach the level of divine comprehension depicted in novels. He could grasp martial arts even while walking. To test this new skill, Bai Jing did not rush to attack but waited for the dark red lizard to recover. However, sensing the threat of death, the creature seemed hesitant to continue fighting, turning to flee as soon as it recovered. There's no way I'm letting you escape, my dear sharpening stone. Through that special perspective, Bai Jing could clearly observe the operation of chi within the creature. Without any hesitation, he sidestepped, lightly pressing his toes. Striking a specific node, the previously rampaging dark red lizard suddenly collapsed to the ground, convulsing as it foamed at the
It seems I underestimated the skill master. This function is truly monstrous.
The skill he had just comprehended, though it was his first use, typically required continuous accumulation to refine into a true martial art. But the moment this skill appeared on the panel, it had been forcibly perfected, achieving a complete level. With a single move it could take down such a giant beast, and the energy consumption was minimal. It seems I need to create martial arts more often. A bold idea began to form in his mind. With countless variations among people, he could tailor unique martial arts to counter every race. What others might not achieve, he should be able to accomplish with the support of the skill master. At that time he would truly be the martial ancestor. In the ensuing time, Bai Jing captured several creatures resembling lizard dragons, engaging in mech combat. With each battle the intensity increased, and he even began to take on 2 opponents at once. He could easily achieve kills now. This stirred an unsettling feeling within Bai Jing's restless heart. He longed to witness something stronger and to discover the limits of his current abilities. After a struggle within himself, he ultimately decided to challenge a 6th-tier lifeform to gauge the disparity in strength between them. With Ji Shueyao, the satellite from the heavens, keeping watch, he felt emboldened. He soon spotted an early-stage 6th-tier monster. However, this beast was not a lizard dragon. Instead, it stood about 20 meters tall with bulging muscles and a pair of fearsome horns resembling a humanoid creature.
It bore some resemblance to a baboon.
Junior brother, with your current strength you are capable enough for the assessment. There's no need to take such risks. I still have a trump card up my sleeve, Bai Jing replied, though he could sense the concern in his senior sister's voice.
If I can't win, I will retreat on my own.
Bai Jing gazed at the black gorilla, unable to suppress the agitation within him. He swiftly flew towards it. Perhaps it was the sound of his flight that drew the creature's attention.
The black gorilla looked up at him. Roar! Despite the volume not being loud, its voice resonated powerfully. A warning, perhaps.
Bai Jing chuckled, disregarding the threat as he charged fearlessly forward. In the next moment, the black gorilla had slowly risen, staring down at the provocateur. With its 2 muscular arms pounding its chest, it sounded like thunder. In the next moment, it unleashed a massive energy beam from its mouth.
What the hell?
Bai Jing had not anticipated that the creature would attack from a distance. His earlier scans had not detected any significant energy fluctuations.
This attack directly struck his mech.
The forceful impact drained a considerable amount of his internal energy. Had Bai Jing not sensed the danger and forcibly interrupted the nurturing of his golden core to unleash his full power, he would have fared worse. This initial exchange of blows was enough to damage the battle armor. No wonder it's a 6th-tier lifeform. Even in its early stages it's this formidable, Bai Jing couldn't help but comment. His resolve only intensified, and thoughts of testing his limits filled his mind. As the attack subsided, the black gorilla seemed momentarily stunned to see that the little bug was still alive. It then pounded its chest again and leapt, covering several kilometers in a single bound. Its fist came crashing down towards Bai Jing, who immediately pushed his mech to its limits.
If anyone were present, they would hear a tremendous roar. The mech's thrusters erupted with intense flames, and the boosters on his arms generated immense thrust.
But it didn't end there. The Thunder Beast core activated, enveloping his weapon with spiritual lightning. It was a strike infused with all his might, crashing down upon the foe.
Crack! A crisp sound echoed as the standard battle blade could not withstand such a powerful attack, shattering into pieces.
However, in the final moments it left a wound on the creature's body, revealing the writhing muscles beneath its scales.
So strong.
Apart from the extraordinary lifeforms among humans, the universe is filled with many such beings. These creatures might not rely on internal energy or spiritual power. Their trump card is their incredibly robust physique. With each level gained, their bodies could undergo tremendous transformations. Based on the observations made by the Alliance, there exists a cosmic behemoth, a tiger-like lifeform that spans thousands of kilometers and can withstand attacks from annihilation weapons. According to the estimates of scientists within the Alliance, all cosmic behemoths initially exist within stars, only entering the universe after achieving a certain level of strength.
They feed on stars.
Bai Jing suspected that the black gorilla before him was the juvenile form of such a star beast. Feeling discomfort in its body, the gorilla touched the area of its wound. In the next moment it hammered its chest with its arms as if to say, "Junior brother, hurry and leave. This creature is a juvenile of a cosmic behemoth.
It possesses a state of transcendence."
Ji Zuyao's voice suddenly echoed.
The black gorilla seemed eager to validate her statement. Suddenly a golden glow appeared on its surface, crackling with energy.
Being adept at harnessing thunder, Bai Jing could sense the biological electricity, though its color was somewhat unusual.
Crackle, crackle.
Like a malfunctioning lighter, the black gorilla sparked for a while before finally igniting. A streak of golden light enveloped its body.
Even the black scales began to transform into gold, and golden lightning flickered in its eyes. Bring me my big gun.
Bai Jing remained calm, speaking softly.
Even if he couldn't win, he was confident in his ability to escape. Now was the time to test his own limits. Crackle! The black gorilla, like a lighter running out of fuel, finally ignited. A golden light appeared enveloping its surface. Even the black scales began to turn to gold, with golden lightning flashing in its eyes. At that moment, the built-in scanner with a life value detector emitted an alarm. Beep beep beep. The enemy's life value is skyrocketing, reaching mid-6th tier, late 6th tier, peak 6th tier. In the blink of an eye, it reached the pinnacle of the 6th tier. What the hell? Who triggered this? Just then, a box resembling a sword container fell from the sky.
As it opened, a 3-meter-long spear automatically landed in Bai Jing's hands.
Bai Jing was taken aback. Roar! A roar resounded, as if reminding Bai Jing that it was about to attack.
Almost simultaneously, the golden gorilla moved. Its speed had increased several times. Even with assistance in locking onto its target, Bai Jing found it hard to keep up.
Boom!
The golden fist came crashing down. Bai Jing was sent flying.
What the hell, it's this fierce?
As he spoke, Bai Jing focused intensely, wielding the spear for the first time, but with the skills of a master. He possessed the foundational skills of a perfect marksman. He immediately thrust towards the golden gorilla. The creature clearly sensed the spear's sharpness and chose to evade. The fist came crashing down again. After 2 strikes, Bai Jing was fully alert. He had expected monsters to be docile beasts. But it seemed this one had hidden trump cards. Bai Jing suspected that this creature faced no rivals on this planet. Perhaps it was because of its undefeated solitude that it sat atop a mountain, lost in thought. Then it seemed to have foolishly presented itself. The golden fist slammed down. Bai Jing could only expend a significant amount of internal energy to mitigate the damage.
All right. You forced me to use my trump card. Ship girl. Jam all signals on this planet.
As soon as he said this,
the golden baboon let out an excited roar.
Its fists pounded down on Bai Jing like rain, and perhaps due to its exhilaration, the golden electricity surrounding it became even more dazzling.
Raising its fist, it intended to deliver a heavy blow to Bai Jing.
Suddenly, an inexplicable sense of crisis enveloped it, causing it to abandon the little bug before it. With a great leap, it attempted to escape the battlefield. At that moment, the originally calm sky suddenly rippled. Before the golden baboon could discern what was in the space, it saw a flash of red light teleporting before its eyes at a bizarre speed.
Furious, the golden baboon roared.
It raised its arms, trying to forcibly stop the strange object rushing towards it.
Primarily, that object was not very large, even smaller than the prey it had hunted before. This made it feel, I can do it.
The golden light on its body surged in arcs of golden electricity. Like a golden giant, the red strange object was already charging forward.
Its arms pushed against it. Bang!
A loud thud rang out, accompanied by a figure that was sent flying, blood spewing from its mouth. In the eyes beneath the golden lightning there was confusion and incomprehension. It seemed perplexed as to why the opponent, despite its smaller size, possessed such immense power. Report detected, a slowdown zone. The voice of the ship girl echoed.
But it can't slow me down, I will crush it.
Before the voice had faded, the Lingjia Xingqiu had already completed its turn and charged forward again. After being knocked away, the golden baboon had yet to regain its footing when it saw that the red peculiar object was once again flying towards it. Before it could dodge, the ship's bow had slammed into it.
Crack! 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 The violent collision pinned the golden baboon against the mountainside. No matter how it raged, it could not budge the Lingjia Xingqiu even a fraction.
Even due to the explosive impact, the golden scales on its skin began to shatter, oozing faint golden blood. Then Bai Jing saw the ship girl push the golden baboon down a mountain peak. This little creature can take a hit, but it has met me. I am invincible below the 7th tier, and it will trade one for one above.
Come again.
Seeing that the golden baboon had not been killed from the collision, even the ship girl was somewhat surprised. She had first-hand experience of how powerful her true form was in the Lingjia. A mudship's collision could, even at the 6th tier peak, cause injuries. Light injuries would result in blood vomiting, while severe ones would lead to material explosions. She had even encountered a 7th tier spiritual creature which had merely scratched the paint with a single hit. Half a day would allow for automatic repair. Even if it survived, the current state of the golden baboon was utterly miserable, with nearly all its scales shattered, its body drenched in faint golden blood.
It couldn't even manage to stand.
It could only watch helplessly as the strange object charged from above. The pride unique to a cosmic behemoth compelled it to struggle to its feet, once more raising its arms in a defiant stance. This moved the ship girl.
Facing death, still pretending to be tough. If not you, then who?
Bang! It was once again sent flying.
Even as the cub of a cosmic behemoth with its bones and organs mostly shattered, it had completely lost its combat ability. Mud ship mission accomplished, task complete, the ship girl declared. Bai Jing was not polite and immediately dragged it into the amplification furnace. After these few days of hunting, the essence had directly reached 150000. With time pressing, he dared not waste any and immediately began the amplification. Congratulations, amplification of the Lingjie Xingqiu was successful. Lingjie Xingqiu 1. Congratulations, amplification of the Lingjie Xingqiu was successful. Lingjie Xingqiu 1. After 2 consecutive amplifications, Bai Jing had to stop. Damn, that's expensive. The 2 amplifications had directly cost him 70,000 essence. Primarily it was due to the lack of matching materials. He could only forcibly amplify using essence to compensate. Whether there was another pair of red satin embroidered shoes in the Lingjie was uncertain. After completing the 2 amplifications, Bai Jing released the ship girl without hesitation, urging her to leave quickly. Hurry into the Lingjie, don't get discovered. The ship girl let out a delicate moan, clearly pleased from the recent amplification. Upon hearing that the modification was just completed, she wanted to return. Her tone carried a hint of grievance, like a beautiful bride waiting alone for her husband to return, only to hear, "I'm tired today, definitely tomorrow." Stupid man, don't think I don't know about your affairs outside. Even if you find someone else, they are merely my skin suit. Giggling. Bai Jing. What skin suit? He had long known that the matter of the spaceship couldn't be hidden. Moreover, as long as there was internet, it was impossible to conceal anything from this cyber ghost. However, the way this was said, the newly launched ship had directly become an old wine in a new bottle. There was a sense of dullness. Of course, after teasing, the ship girl still rewarded him. He saw a flurry of shaking and extraordinary materials piled together. After finishing all this, the ship girl did not pause even for a moment. She immediately activated her abilities and vanished into the Lingjie. Once the opponent had completely left, Bai Jing let out a breath of relief. When it came to navigating the Lingjie, it was best not to expose oneself. Bai Jing looked at the nearly dead golden baboon. Without hesitation, he shot it through the head and with another shot shattered its organs. Detected medium blood essence. After charging, can obtain 40000 essence. Not bad. Bai Jing hadn't expected it to be so valuable. Before transforming, it had only been at the early 6th tier, and this value was already quite high. Ordinary 5th tier peaks were all below 10,000. The few oversized life forms had high value due to their quantity. Typically, they would only be worth a few thousand. At that moment, a streak of light fell rapidly. Before Bai Jing could discern what it was, the object had already landed. Master. Looking at the gigantic mech over 200 meters tall, Bai Jing felt somewhat uncertain. What nonsense. Don't take such risks in the future, you still have a bright future ahead. Just after receiving the news, Wang Chang hurried over. He saw the enormous mech swiftly disappearing at an astonishing speed. In just a breath's time, it completely vanished before Bai Jing's eyes. Wang Chang landed steadily, his tiger-like eyes fixed on Bai Jing. He suddenly realized. The damage to the battle armor was almost negligible, but this time was still too risky. You brat, what should I say to you? Though I say this, I am still very shocked inside. Is this the body refined to its limit? At the peak of the 4th tier, controlling an executive mech, not only can it easily slay the 5th tier, but it can also escape unscathed before 6th tier beings. Is it really that much of a difference just from an additional round of refinement? He opened his mouth but ultimately did not scold him, only saying no next time. Understood, master. Bai Jing stepped out of the mech. This training had already achieved its purpose. The mech, after these days of high-intensity battles, needed maintenance and repairs. Little junior brother. A voice called out. He saw his senior sister rushing over in a flurry, immediately reaching to pull off his clothes. Let me see if you are injured, she exclaimed, lifting his shirt. Bai Jing hadn't thought much of it until 2 auxiliary lights abruptly illuminated while taking a photo. After being discovered, Ji Shuya was not embarrassed and explained, whether your spaceship can continue to upgrade depends on these few photos. Bai Jing. With the ship girl monitoring everything online, it was hard not to know. His senior sister's funds came partly from her best friend. A full 2 billion. Is that enough, senior sister? Should I take a few more? Listening to the conversation between the 2 disciples, Wang Chang felt helpless, thinking the world was going downhill. As the objective was achieved, Bai Jing's proficiency in operating the mech had already far surpassed that of his own senior sister. Continuing to stay meant only hunting some lizard monsters. Moreover, they needed to head to the executive officer headquarters and then proceed to the assessment location together. To avoid any unexpected incidents, they set off early. Now that he had time and felt safe, Bai Jing couldn't help but contact the ship girl. After 2 enhancements this time, how is your strength now? Having spent 70,000 essence, I should at least hear some response right.
My core strength has reached the 7th tier standard and I have also mastered some minor skills.
As he spoke, a projection appeared in the room. It resembled a panel pop-up. Bai Jing was certain it did not come from a cheat. Mastered skills: mental pollution, psionic adaptation, psionic manipulation, psionic elements, life drain, evil spirit descent. Bai Jing gasped. He quickly opened the ship girl's panel. Name: Spirit Realm Voyager. Traits: Energy System 3, Armor System 3, Internal Circulation System 3, Jumper 3, Psionic Walker 4. Description: this is a ship that traverses between reality and the spirit realm, possessing extremely unique powers.
It does not have the skills mentioned by the ship girl.
Are you sure you have mastered these skills? Bai Jing questioned. Of course, I have no benefit in lying to you.
Once those words were spoken, he believed. It seemed that traits and skills could coexist without conflict. Previously he had not awakened, possibly due to insufficient strength, but now that he had undergone a transformation, he automatically awakened the skills he should have. As he leveled up, he could continuously elevate his skills, even achieving effects akin to traits. It was just a pity that enhancing now was too expensive. Bai Jing still needed to reserve some essence for enhancing the mech. The reason he didn't enhance now was to maintain the appearance of fairness during the executive officer assessment. All assessors were required to use the initial armor. If they did not meet the requirements, they would be disqualified. Once he officially became an executive officer, there would be no such restrictions. At that time he could modify it as he wished. If he had the money, he could even open a silver badge mech at the 4th tier. Continue to help me gather extraordinary materials, I will need to use them later.
He instructed briefly before focusing on nurturing the golden core. By accelerating actively, he might complete the final step before the assessment. While cultivating, Bai Jing discovered a new ability or a method for summoning assistance after slaying a golden baboon.
Originally summoning required blind guessing, now there were several options.
1. Corrosive green lizard dragon. 2. Magma red snake. 6. Golden thunder baboon.
As long as I kill them, can I summon them? These monsters just happened to be slain on that planet and now he could summon them directly.
However, the price was a bit steep.
Summoning the 6th tier Golden Thunder Baboon for a short time required a consumption of 1000 essence per hour, and to summon it completely needed 80000 essence.
Damn it, I've only earned 40000 essence and you want 80000 just like that. So Blackheart. Of course, if given the option by the Alliance.
Spending 80000 essence to summon an absolutely loyal cosmic beast cub would definitely be worth it.
However, Bai Jing could not afford it now.
That 80000 essence was enough for him to enhance the Spirit Realm Voyager 1 or 2 more times. It could even allow the initial mech to complete at least 10 enhancements, reaching the level of integrating extraordinary materials.
No matter how he viewed it, it was not as good as using it to enhance his strength.
But this function is quite interesting. Being killed can lead to a summon. Or does it mean that after being killed one must recharge before summoning?
Some intriguing thoughts began to take root in his mind. However, to experiment he still needed to find an opportunity. Moreover, those guys were not easy to encounter.
Once I reach the 7th tier or possess 7th tier combat power, I can cultivate my own team.
For now I need to carefully investigate which races in the universe have the best talents.
The universe is filled with bizarre races, some of which possess astonishing talents. Some are born as 5th or 6th tier lifeforms and upon maturity can possess strength comparable to the 7th tier. There are also some that are born weak but have limitless potential, easily breaking through the constraints of their realms to reach high levels. Humanity is one such example.
Although most humans are just fillers, it cannot be denied that every era has those with extraordinary talent.
They have forcibly raised human aptitude to a level that ranks among cosmic races.
It would be best to summon such extraordinarily talented humans.
Coupled with the efficiency of experience enhancement, he could cultivate the most formidable fighters for the least amount of money. Of course, these were just Bai Jing's preliminary ideas.
Moreover, this consumption was enormous.
Just his master's iron blood had over 100,000 people living and working on it. Such a number was something Bai Jing could not afford at present. Even 100 essence was beyond his means. He could only continue to wait until his strength increased and he could obtain more essence gradually. I have a bit too much extraordinary material.
I need to process some low-level ones.
Bai Jing's mind sank into the material warehouse. The quantity of extraordinary materials had already exceeded 500. Most of them were low or medium grade materials, with high grade ones being extremely rare. In total there were only about 20 varieties.
As for using them for enhancement, it was temporarily unnecessary.
The only enhancement he needed now was the Blood Blade Gourd. He was somewhat dismissive of items like the Blood Brave Big Stick or even the Life Armor.
If it could continue to be enhanced, then enhance it. If it couldn't be enhanced, then forget it. Continuing to waste essence was not appropriate. With the essence he had, it was better to invest all of it into the mech after some time, as well as into his matching modules. Senior sister. There are some things I need to discuss with you. After thinking for a moment, he directly contacted his senior sister. What he needed to do now was to convert resources into strength. With so many extraordinary materials, he could easily sell them for tens of billions. Even if he used that money to buy energy cores, it would be a huge profit. It didn't take long to wait. Ji Shuao arrived with some confusion. Senior sister, I have a batch of goods I want to sell. Do you have any connections? What goods? If it's less than 10 million, just sell it as junk. It's not worth my time. Extraordinary materials from the spirit realm. Upon hearing this, Ji Zuyao's eyes lit up. Due to production reasons, these items were overpriced and often in short supply. How much do you have? Just a little. Bring them all out, it'll help you make the connections. Ji Shuao was not overly concerned. For extraordinary materials, it was natural to contact her best friend. Her research lab needed them. Good. Bai Jing immediately opened the spatial ring. A clatter. Then Ji Shuao stood there a bit dumbfounded, staring at the mountain of materials before her. Is this what you call a little? You better confess honestly, did you rob some psionic material lab? Even without a detailed inquiry, just a preliminary estimate revealed there were at least 300 or 400. Moreover, the variety was plentiful. Among them, the most were medium-grade extraordinary materials. This grade could be used by extraordinary professionals from the 4th to 6th tiers. The price would at least be in the tens of millions. Stinky junior brother, you are truly a rich man. Don't worry about these materials, I will help you handle them. I'll contact you right away. I can definitely sell them in the shortest time possible. Ji Shuao said, patting her chest in assurance while already opening the contact list. She dialed a number for her best friend. The number you have dialed has been disconnected. The account you are trying to contact has been banned. No information found on this person. Ji Shuao. Little junior brother, I have encountered a situation. One of my close friends has gone missing. Ji Shuao furrowed her brows, her expression slightly grim. Now reflecting on her experiences from a few days ago, she recalled that the other party had said she was silenced and even banned, but she had not taken it seriously. In their families, a mere phone call could easily lift such bans. But now Ji Shuao realized that her friend seemed to have truly gone off the grid. All her online means of contact were futile, and the known chat applications had also been deactivated. This made her somewhat uneasy. What's wrong, senior sister? Bai Jing had never seen his senior sister like this before and asked with concern. I don't know, one of my close friends seems to have been erased from the internet. All her accounts and phone numbers have been banned and I can no longer reach her. As she spoke, she also sent messages to the other two. Prompted by Ji Shuao, the other two snapped back to attention. It seemed they truly hadn't seen her online for several days. The key issue was the other party's identity. Her disappearance was quite normal and they hadn't thought much of it. Now gathered together, they realized something was amiss. In no time, the three used all their means of contact, but to no avail. They even called the Interstellar Network Company to threaten them, only to be told that the ban could not be lifted. Seeing his senior sister grow increasingly anxious, Bai Jing seemed to recall something. A total online ban. Unable to contact her. He instinctively thought of the ship girls. This individual navigated the internet with ease, facing no rivals. Junior brother, I will take the materials first. I need to handle some matters. After I finish, I will help you sell them. Ji Shuao hurriedly left, her face showing signs of urgency. It was no wonder she was worried. This situation was indeed suspicious. A top-tier spiritual researcher had vanished. Her family was unable to contact her. All right, senior sister, I'm not in a hurry. Bai Jing replied. Once she left, he directly contacted the ship girl. Did you do something wrong behind my back? He got straight to the point. The ship girl responded somewhat guiltily. No, you can't listen to those seductive and duplicitous people. How could I? Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's heart was already racing. Tell me, what exactly have you done on the Alliance network? Don't try to deceive me. Perhaps realizing she had been found out, the ship girl stopped hiding. I only made minor adjustments, such as removing all admin privileges from the martial artist's internal network and banning some foolish users. Explain in detail. Bai Jing's reprimand made the ship girl reply softly. I banned all posts and users regarding Lu Wuxiang and Do Qiong. They are no match for you. 6. Hearing this, Bai Jing couldn't help but laugh in anger. He somewhat understood why a single fan could be more harmful than a group of haters. You didn't expose my name, did you? Don't worry about that, I only used your pseudonym and didn't even reveal your face. Thank you, I guess.
Bai Jing said somewhat speechlessly. But this was already good news. From now on he couldn't be called Bai Tiandi anymore, he could only be called Jing Tiandi.
Let's not discuss anything else, unban all the users you have banned immediately. But they've already been banned, so don't bargain with me, do it right now.
Seeing Bai Jing truly angry, the ship girls silently began to operate. Soon a large number of accounts were unbanned and Lu Wuxiang and Dou Qiong, who had been erased from the internet, were also released. From now on, without my orders, you don't need to do anything, you can only be a spectator. Bai Jing issued a new command. It was understandable that he acted this way, the existence of the internet was too important for the Alliance. A lawless cyber ghost, if driven by any ill intent, could set the Alliance back decades or even centuries. Sensing the other party's aggrieved emotions, Bai Jing also calmed down. He started to offer words of comfort.
In doing this for your own good. Do you really think you are invincible? It's just that you haven't touched the core interests. Don't underestimate the current alliance. Based on Bai Jing's understanding, there was a special race in the universe.
They all ascended through machinery, becoming a unique state.
They possessed boundless longevity and an almost immortal ability.
Even such a race had been wiped out by humans in the tens of millions.
Let alone a mere ghost.
Poof.
With a cold snort, she directly ignored Bai Jing.
On a certain planet, most of it was desert and wasteland. Originally just an abandoned planet, suddenly several spaceships arrived.
The last signal was on this planet. Everyone commenced the search.
A man in military uniform issued the command. Almost simultaneously, a pile of scanning devices appeared, beginning a carpet search of the planet before them.
It wasn't long before
a soldier seemed to discover something and hurriedly shouted, "We found the entrance to the laboratory."
"Where?"
the commanding soldier quickly inquired. Almost simultaneously, large machinery began to dig into the ground, creating a passage to the underground.
After precise locking, they soon discovered the hidden underground laboratory.
With a forceful breach, nearly 100 soldiers quickly entered and began a thorough search. Before they could find anything, an excited scream rang out.
The internet! I finally connected to the internet again, boo-hoo. I thought I had been abandoned by the world.
The one crying was a girl with dark circles under her eyes, a spiritual energy researcher. The laboratory was located on an abandoned planet, mainly for easier management.
Moreover, to prevent attacks from other races, their research facility was secretly protected.
Unless they contacted the outside world themselves, no one would come. Being out of touch with the outside world for these days made her think she would die of old age on this planet. She had lost the motivation to conduct experiments, spending her days trying to find a way to contact the outside world.
"Miss Wu, we have received orders to bring you back."
The soldier spoke up. At this moment, the girl with dark circles had even darker circles, but her eyes sparkled astonishingly.
"I think I've discovered a special form of life."
Connecting her recent experiences with the current trending topics, her intuition told her that this was not something a hacker could accomplish. Only something that transcends data could easily crack the Alliance's network and the firewalls of supercorporations. As if she had figured everything out, she wiped her tears and began to work. "Junior brother, I've already secured buyers for those rare materials. Once we complete the evaluation, we can finalize the transaction." Not a few days later, Ji Shuiyao visited him again. She briefly outlined how the extraordinary materials had been handled.
"And thank you, senior sister."
"Have you found your best friend yet?" It wasn't out of personal concern, rather Bai Jing's information channels were severely limited, leaving him unable to grasp the Alliance's official policies.
Or rather, what malignant consequences this incident had triggered. Ni's only recourse was to seek clarity through his senior sister. "And I've re-established contact and located her.
It appears the hacker involved has been apprehended." Nji Shuio harbored no particular suspicion, yet her knowledge on the matter remained scant.
And whatever her junior brother asked, she answered without reservation.
"By the way, my friend, perhaps due to her prolonged disconnection, has developed some cognitive anomalies. Ever since her recovery, she's been obsessively insisting she's discovered a data-based lifeform." And Bai Jing had just begun to relax until those words struck him like lightning, sending his pulse surging instantly.
At this, Ji Shuiyao could no longer contain herself and burst into unrestrained laughter, then abruptly fell silent.
And this left Bai Jing both anxious and reluctant to press further directly. He could only wait patiently until his senior sister finished laughing. And her proposal was rejected outright by the Alliance, and she's now undergoing mandatory psychological evaluation. And senior sister, does a true database lifeform really not exist? And Bai Jing posed the question with deliberate restraint.
And upon hearing it, Ji Shuiyao's mirth froze mid-expression.
She extended her delicate porcelain white hand and gently pressed 2 fingers to his forehead. With her other hand, she touched her own brow. And how peculiar, by all accounts your cultivation level shouldn't cause feverish delusions.
How then did such utter nonsense slip from your lips? And Bai Jing's expression darkened, he was utterly speechless.
And fortunately his senior sister soon began to explain. And true database lifeforms are extraordinarily rare.
Surely you recall the race that attempted collective ascension. And they sacrificed their entire civilization, even forging pacts with eldritch deities, to achieve total mechanical transcendence. Yet they failed utterly. And even granted near-infinite lifespans, they bore irrevocable shackles.
Their existence was no true immortality, their souls inevitably decayed. Though the process is agonizingly slow, they are in essence marching toward extinction.
And rather than call them database lifeforms, I'd sooner label them electronic demons. And clearly intending to educate her academically unrefined junior brother Ji Shuayo projected a visual interface.
Their countless mechanized beings filled the screen, some even resembling household appliances warped into sentient machines bearing uncanny resemblance to the legendary Transformers. Yet these so-called electronic demons were legion, so numerous that their count ran into the hundreds of millions within the single. Among them appeared Alliance military hardware, mutated into grotesque electronic demons.
Bai Jing recognized several Xiaolong assault rifles transformed into predatory entities.
As you see, these are electronic demons, their genesis entwined with both the mechanized race and the eldritch deities of the spirit realm. They converge to spawn abominations, flesh erupting from metal scaffolding pulsing beneath living tissue. Worse still, electronic demons possess terrifying contagion. Within their radius every electronic device and technological artifact undergoes violent mutation. That is precisely why, despite the Alliance's staggering technological advancement, its path to transcendence remains rooted in ancient martial cultivation. And sometimes, the human body itself remains humanity's ultimate foundation.
Admittedly, traditional cultivators were also more cost-effective, but the core reason lay elsewhere. Once an electronic plague spread, even the most refined mechanized legions would be forced back into brutal close-quarters combat.
And worse, they'd have to endure enemy fire while doing so. And of course there's no need for alarm. The Alliance long ago developed countermeasures. Electronic demons are now exceedingly rare, though clearly one has remained hidden. In Ji Shuayo's estimation, the culprit behind this incident was almost certainly a top-tier data entity that had devolved into an electronic demon. Only one detail puzzled her: who, or what, was Xiao Bai. And the electronic demon seemed to revere this Xiao Bai with unsettling devotion. Her gaze flickered instinctively toward her junior brother, then dismissed the notion just as swiftly.
And no one who passed the D-Star screening could possibly harbor an electronic demon.
That single fact alone exonerated Bai Jing entirely. The D-Star screening was far more profound than it appeared on the surface.
And junior brother, conserve your energy. We're roughly 2 days away from the executor headquarters.
Understood, senior sister. And Bai Jing replied with a warm smile.
Just as Ji Shuayo turned to leave, a translucent interface shimmered into view before his eyes and consumed 10 essence to grant Ji Shuayo 50 experience efficiency.
Yes, and Bai Jing had already tested this ability. He didn't need to inform the target to apply the buff. And that realization granted him full confidence to deploy it freely.
Moments after stepping out, Ji Shuayo paused, startled. And why does my inner energy flow feel accelerated?
How strange, I wonder, am I secretly a martial prodigy?
She chuckled lightly and thought no more of it.
Not certain her junior brother was alone, Bai Jing, contacting the ship maiden for the first time since the incident came to light, spoke firmly.
You overheard our conversation. Cyberspace affairs are beyond your reach, remain grounded and vigilant. And if you truly crave freedom, wait until I elevate you to tier 10. Only then may you roam without restraint. Understood.
And the ship maiden replied meekly. And currently she could barely surf the net, she couldn't even send messages, let alone engage in heated online debates. Her tone was sincere enough, so Bai Jing said no more.
Nate already delivered his warning. If things went awry, self-preservation would be his sole priority.
Any threat capable of overwhelming the ship maiden was far beyond his current capacity to confront.
Stepping forward would merely add to their tally of accomplishments.
All he hoped for now was that time would gradually quell this storm.
Essence deducted. Temporary enhancement buff applied, fierce courage. And essence deducted.
Temporary enhancement buff applied, 100 experience gain efficiency. An unexpected bonus, beyond his daily buff selection. And this will significantly accelerate my refinement process.
Within Bai Jing's body, the cracks and pockmarks upon his golden core had markedly diminished, its surface smoothing as if under a celestial polishing technique. At this pace he would undoubtedly complete the golden core's metamorphosis before the evaluation.
I wonder what talent this round will bestow. Will it echo past blessings enhancing physical prowess, or instead awaken an inner energy affinity? Truly I'm eager to witness what emerges when a martial path built upon split-leg stances converges with Taoist cultivation. And seizing the dual experience efficiency buffs, Bai Jing channeled his full focus into restoration. His refinement efficiency surged straight upward. A few days later they were about to reach the headquarters of the execution officers. To Bai Jing's surprise, this headquarters was not located on any star. It was a super fortress created by countless technological products. Its length, width and height probably exceeded 1,000 kilometers, with countless advanced war machines lined up. Bai Jing even saw several main battleships in the presence of this behemoth. They were only worthy of being called escort ships. The Iron Blood quickly completed its docking. Wang Chang directly led the two into this super fortress. Junior brother, this is the main base of the execution officers, the true center of power within the alliance. This execution officer fortress is equipped with planet-destroying weapons capable of swiftly annihilating stars, he said, pointing towards the landing pad below. At that moment a recently returned warship was disembarking, more than 20 individuals clad in execution officer combat suits. These are internal inspectors. Perhaps some unfortunate fellow has caused a stir. As soon as he finished speaking, two figures were seen being pushed down from the warship. They are of planet governor level, not low in rank. No wonder so many execution officers are here. Following that direction, Bai Jing also spotted the two figures. After watching for a moment, if the Imperial Star is filled with nobles, then here are the nobles who have caused trouble awaiting the judgment of the execution officers. As they exited the dedicated passage, three figures approached. In the middle stood an elderly man, white-haired yet with piercing eyes, clearly a 7th-tier martial artist. The other two appeared younger, likely the disciples of the elder. "You old fellow, you're still alive." Their master punched the elder's shoulder, who unfazed laughed and replied, "If I were dead, I wouldn't be able to live for thousands of years. You must be living longer than an old tortoise." The two exchanged warm banter. The elder then turned to Bai Jing. "I know this girl, but who is this young man?" "My closed-door disciple," Wang Chang said lightly. However, upon hearing this, the elder was clearly taken aback, followed by a chuckle as he began to tease. "You old man, you said the same thing last time. Can't you manage one disciple without needing two to close the door?" "It's none of your business. I've only taken in 6 while you have dozens of disciples and still have the nerve to meddle in my affairs." As they continued talking, they began to bicker once again. After bickering for a while, one would never guess these two were silver badge execution officers. They seemed like two old rascals. All right, I don't have time to argue with you. I have important matters to attend to." Wang Chang actively ended the quarrel and brought up the main issue. "I remember there should be an execution officer assessment coming up. My two disciples need to apply. Is there still time?" Upon hearing this, the elder's gaze fell upon Bai Jing and the others. "No wonder you are willing to make an exception. Your two disciples truly have remarkable talent. Though I don't know when Bai Jing became a disciple, I still remember when the Ji family's girl became one." Enough with the small talk, let's get to the point. There is an assessment in half a month, but if I may suggest, I would advise waiting for the next one. The elder thought for a moment and cautioned. Without waiting for Wang Chang to inquire further, he continued, "This assessment task involves a purge against a biological ship's insect race. Moreover, this insect race has already begun breeding, absorbing nutrients from the planet. Their numbers have probably doubled by now." Upon hearing this assessment task, Wang Chang frowned. The difficulty of the assessment actually depends on luck. Tasks involving insect races or beastman empires are among the hardest to handle. With just one nutrient they can breed rapidly. Killing 10 on the first day could lead to 50 on the second, and within a month the entire planet would be infested. They possess unreasonable combat power. Individually they may be manageable, but in large numbers they can create super land battle tanks from scrap metal. They belong to the category that disregards science and reason. Wang Chang did not make a decision but looked towards his two disciples. "Master, I can manage. I will join junior brother." Hearing both disciples say so, Wang Chang naturally had nothing more to add. "Then please register us for the next assessment task." The elder opposite did not say much either. He had already made his point clear, and saying more would just be embarrassing. "Shall you take Lord Wang's disciples to handle the assessment application?" "Okay, master." The girl in her 20s standing behind agreed and followed behind. Under the guide of the other party, the assessment application was quickly completed. They were also given a piece of information and helped find 2 rooms. As for their master, he left with his friend. The task requirements were survive for 72 hours in a designated area or destroy the insect race's nest. This was the content of the assessment. The difficulty was not low. The insect race, in order to expand their population, would madly scour the surrounding energy and materials, with biological materials being their favorite. Of course, they were not expected to confront the entire insect swarm directly. Aside from them, there was already a super battle group accepting this task. The pressure on the front line should be borne by the battle group. They only needed to hold off a small number of the insect race. Familiarizing themselves with the assessment process, Bai Jing paid no further attention and continued nurturing his golden core. If it had been lackluster before now, there were no visible flaws.
However, Bai Jing could sense that while the surface was perfect, there were still many small cracks inside the golden core. Once these cracks were repaired, the transformation of the golden core would be complete. All the recovery and healing energy was injected into the golden core. The cracks were healing rapidly. 1 day, 2 days. Soon the time for the assessment approached. During this time his senior sister visited several times, but seeing Bai Jing was in cultivation, she did not disturb him. Bai Jing then through the door imparted experience efficiency buffs to the other party. As the last crack was repaired, the golden core within him became flawless and the internal breath in his dantian underwent slight changes at that moment. It felt as if he had taken another step forward. In terms of both quality and quantity, there was another transformation. This can no longer be considered internal breath, right? In fact, normal people also possess internal breath, but it is so weak that it can be ignored. The internal breath of a 4th-tier martial artist should resemble a small stream. While Bai Jing's dantian was just a small spring, his was like a raging river in motion, calm as an ocean at rest. My body is being nourished. Originally the evolution of his physical body had ceased, but now it began to evolve again, and it was a comprehensive evolution. Both physical body and internal breath are being refined. He sensed carefully. Did he even possess vitality? He initially thought he was misperceiving, but upon careful sensing, Bai Jing could truly expel the vitality from within his body through his internal breath. He could even carry his spirit. It was like a universal carrier capable of holding any type of energy. Bai Jing's attention gradually fell upon the newly awakened talent. A golden core swallowed into the abdomen. Your lifespan will be greatly extended. Your inner breath will transmute into an all-changing attribute. You will gain death resistance. When you verge on death, the golden core will carry you through the abyss. Bai Jing. What the? He felt no particular change from the extended lifespan. Cultivators already lived long lives. But that death resistance was utterly outrageous. He even entertained the thought of trying it, but quickly suppressed the idea for fear it might kill him. Even if one set aside the lifespan extension and death resistance, the mere transmutation of his inner breath would be a top-tier gift. The all-changing attribute meant he could wield any form of energy, even spiritual energy. Of course there was a drawback. Being all-changing meant being ordinary until one chose a path. What effects he would embrace depended entirely on him. Bai Jing first thought of the Thunder Beast crystal core, with that he could grant his inner breath an electrical attribute. Such an attribute was regarded as powerful in the current cosmos. How far it could be pushed would only be revealed through real The much-anticipated assessment had arrived. The insect race would make for a good whetstone. Just then someone knocked on the door. Junior brother, the assessment has been moved up. That war cohort has arrived early. Ji Zuyeo's voice called. Coming. As if on cue, Bai Jing rose and followed her to the assembly. Soon they stood before a warship. It was still a mechanized warriors cohort numbering 2,000 to 3,000. Only the cohort's banner had changed to Burning Fist. Junior brother, this is the Flame Fist cohort. Their hallmark is organ augmentation that allows them to unleash flames at the cost of reduced lifespan. As he listened, Bai Jing examined their gear. Their standard equipment was no longer energy greatswords but thermic melters, blades of blistering heat. Their firearms were not electromagnetic but chunky short-barreled weapons of 50 to 60 caliber, unfamiliar models. Bai Jing vaguely sensed that some incorporated spiritual energy modules. They could not be called purely technological creations. Even the heavy power armor was painted flamered. Time's nearly up, let us depart. As for the others, make them wait for the next assessment. The speaker was nearly 3 meters tall, probably a consequence of organ modifications, and radiated astonishing heat. Move out. With that command, a dozen or so examinees boarded the warship and departed the Executor Fortress, setting a course for a coordinate and engaging superluminal travel. Bai Jing and the others were confined to a room, forbidden to leave while the ship traveled. Senior sister, wasn't the augmentation of transcendent organs supposed to require a third stage? Thinking of the strange sensations on almost everyone's bodies, he could not help but ask. Who said that? It could be done from the start, but the bodily damage is severe. Losing half your lifespan is a mild outcome. In battle it can cause the body to collapse and result in instantaneous death. Hearing that explanation, he considered having a few superorgans installed. With his vitality he would surely endure. Coupled with his inner breath's effect, he could easily command multiple elemental attributes. Of course Bai Jing only toyed with the idea. He would never truly submit to it. Installing such parts was inferior to mechanical transcendence, then amplify with an enhancement furnace to 999. It was not comparable to installing those components. Perhaps because the assessment was imminent, the room remained quiet. Everyone kept to their own affairs. After roughly 2 hours of travel, the hatch was opened. You should disembark now, a Flame Fist mechanized warrior announced. They were soon led into a landing pod.
During this time Bai Jing noticed biological warships in space, creatures that resembled enormous caterpillars. This mission is difficult, why don't we join forces to raise our odds? As they neared the surface, one of the trainee executors suggested.
Sure. Count me in. Add me. Soon nearly all joined the impromptu group except for Bai Jing and Ji Shueyo plus another fellow hiding in a corner.
Lady please, the temporary leader of that group smiled and began, but he was interrupted before finishing.
Neither of us will join, you need not ask again, Ji Shueyo said with a glance.
The others did not press the matter and turned to the other fellow who also declined.
Do they expect the insect race to show mercy?
At a time like this they refuse to unite. Mind your own business, if they die it's not our concern. Just then the Flame Fist member responsible for the ship interrupted their conversation.
We've reached your drop point. You may land, we need to head elsewhere. He opened the hatch.
They were only tens of meters above the ground, trivial for fourth-tier beings. Bai Jing did not hesitate, he and his senior sister leapt down. The others followed in succession, perhaps because they had only just gathered. The small group did not approach them, instead heading off in another direction.
Junior brother, shall we fight or hide? Ji Shueyo asked after they landed.
I'll scout first and decide. Opposite them stood a race known as the Great Devourers who grew stronger by devouring. Bai Jing dared not charge recklessly.
Their landing likely drew attention.
Soon Bai Jing saw the first proper insect creature alive, a meter-long beast with razor mandibles like a magnified ant.
Is this the Kuriman brood?
It should be, Ji Shueyo agreed. The insect, sensing two figures and their contempt, immediately emitted a sharp burst call. The sound had great penetration, able to carry messages tens of kilometers.
As it rang out, sharp burst calls answered from afar.
This royal brood is not particularly strong, what matters are those with royal blood, the ordinary vassals possess only average combat power.
Indeed.
This was an insect royal line, but one of the weakest, a newly risen royalty whose foundations paled compared to others. Like ants, as the message spread, many insects arrived. Within a few breaths hundreds had gathered.
Senior sister, conserve your strength and be the finisher.
I'll deal with these bugs, Bai Jing said. He had long wanted to test his new inner breath.
Alright, I'll be your finisher, Ji Shueyo said with a smile.
These were basic insect soldiers, at most second-tier lifeforms. Meanwhile on the other side they had of course heard the piercing burst calls. Had two idiots exposed themselves the moment they landed?
Good thing we didn't let them join, someone gloatingly remarked.
Some felt a twinge of pity and suggested, shall we go take a look? We're all trainees.
Are you stupid?
An executor assessment is so rare, miss this and you'll likely never have the chance again in your life.
If you want to go, then you go.
Enough, everyone hold your tongues and mind our own business, the young leader said, quieting the crowd. He quelled the chatter and ordered them to take care of themselves first. A sharp insect cry pierced the air. The insect soldiers, as if taking an order, immediately began to encircle the two of them, intent on overwhelming their prey with sheer numbers. Senior sister, move back a little, Bai Jing warned. His inner breath surged to cloak his body and a thunderous momentum awakened around him.
A different sensation manifested.
Where before the momentum merely coated the surface of his inner breath, now upon contact with lightning even the core of his inner breath underwent a metamorphosis.
Crackling arcs of electricity exploded across his body.
Bai Jing became a figure of living lightning. Not bad, he murmured, studying the change with keen attention. The transformation caused no ill effect. At that moment a dozen or so insect soldiers launched attacks from different directions.
Let thunder come.
Before his words had even fallen, lightning flared intensely about him.
The insect soldiers, as if possessing a trait that attracted lightning, were pierced by the bolts and a dozen of them were obliterated in an instant.
Now that simply releasing my inner breath yields considerable lethality, what if I combine it with an inner breath martial art? Bai Jing watched the charred insect corpse's inspiration surging through him.
Then let's try it, wind thunder kick.
As his inner breath infused his limbs, thunder roared. A razor-white streak of light darted through the swarm as Bai Jing moved.
Boom! Boom! Boom!
In every moment one or several insects exploded apart. Ji Shueyo, watching from nearby, gazed at the figure dancing among the swarm like a sprite of lightning.
She was utterly baffled. This can't be right, is this still a martial artist?
One would understand lightning from a mech powered by a thunder beast core, but from a lone martial artist. You're not a spirit energy mage, so how can you unleash lightning? Ji Shueyo felt thoroughly outmatched and a little humiliated. Whenever she believed she had figured out her junior brother, he would overturn her assumptions.
Could he have undergone an extraordinary organ augmentation? Or is he of the spirit energy type?
The thought felt impossible even to herself. Spirit energy and inner breath conflict, they cannot be cultivated together. Biomechanical life modifications of mechanized warriors could fuse with old martial ways to enhance them, but every such modification demanded a long period of adaptation. Her junior brother's age made such modifications unlikely.
This isn't right.
Wasn't my junior brother supposed to be a martial god? How did he suddenly turn into a lightning archmage?
Ji Shuya grew more uneasy the longer she watched.
Producing lightning was one thing, many tools could do that, but Bai Jing's lightning felt different, as if it had always belonged to his body. If Bai Jing knew her thoughts, he'd probably smirk and say impressive. At this moment his golden core was wrapped in lightning.
It briefly assumed a lightning attribute. Such subtlety revealed the pedigree of a top household at a glance.
Senior sister, it's already dealt with.
Bai Jing halted. The clearing was complete.
He felt the golden core's change, his automatic mana regeneration and the newly restored inner breath had taken on lightning properties as well.
Does this make me a noble lightning mage?
He was arguably more absurd than ordinary spirit energy mages. They still had a blue bar, while he now possessed something close to infinite reserves.
Consumption was no concern.
Ji Shuyo hurried over and began to examine him without a word. No problem, he probably hasn't been modified, then why can you cast lightning? She muttered while probing.
Senior sister, I actually entered Wanxiang Gong. That control over lightning also stems from Wanxiang Gong, Bai Jing admitted.
Such a thing could not remain hidden. After a moment's thought he spoke plainly.
So you entered Wanxiang Gong. I always thought a mere martial artist couldn't be spirit energy. Wait, Wanxiang Gong?
Ji Shuyo looked stunned. It would be like claiming to be dual cultivated in both martial and spirit arts. Among old martial geniuses there was always one unavoidable art, Wanxiang Gong.
Its renown came from its ability to elevate mental strength. In later stages it could even transmute momentum into tangible manifestations.
The art was formidable, but so few ever succeeded that many in the alliance dismissed it as fabrication, pure wishful fantasy.
Its existence seemed as unreasonable as the neighboring orc empire or the insect swarms defying science and logic. I've only mastered one momentum, I haven't comprehended the second yet. Bai Jing offered the explanation. It would have been better if he had kept silent. His words left Ji Shuya momentarily shaken. Junior brother, don't say that outside, you'll get beaten to death.
And you're the first to truly enter Wanxiang Gong, she added, exasperated and rolling her eyes. What did he mean by having only grasped one momentum?
Was that even human talk? For someone to learn that borderline heretical art was mind-boggling.
As a daughter of a great house she had tried it herself and without exception failed. She knew how arduous it was, comparable to discovering an immortal art within wuxia techniques.
Want to learn, senior sister? I can teach you. I want learn only fools would, Ji Shuya replied, clear about her own limits.
Her talent was merely decent. Those with greater talent who tried either died or went mad. The art was too uncanny. Rather than study it herself she preferred to issue a bold warning. Bold move, my junior brother is a martial god, try touching me and see what happens.
Fine.
Bai Jing did not press the matter. Even if he perfected the Jinglei stay through the skill master he had little confidence in teaching it to others.
Above all, Bai Jing felt increasingly that this art did not belong in this universe. As Ji Zuyeo's jade-like hand occasionally pinched him her voice whispered in his ear again.
Junior brother, the more I think about it the more I feel you are some terrifying god reborn.
Do you have memories of a past life?
He had entered Wanxiang Gong and moreover had broken the old martial curse. He had reached a corporeal realm. No one had achieved 9 refinements of skin, flesh, sinew, bone, organs and entrails.
Are there no geniuses among humans?
No, there were many like Lu Wuxiang and Doqiong, top human prodigies.
Yet the junior brother's talent seemed beyond what ordinary humans could attain.
At first she merely thought there was a strong chance he would break through to rank 8. The longer she observed him the more certain she became that he could become a martial god. If such a person could not succeed then others stood even less chance.
How is that possible? I'm just an ordinary person. If I must claim something special it's perhaps that I'm handsome.
Bai Jing immediately protested. He truly wasn't lying, his past life had been that of an ordinary person. Just then a series of violent explosions rocked the field. It was clear the Lian Jiquan battle group had engaged.
Senior sister, I want to temper my strength. Will you come with me or wait here until the assessment ends?
This trial actually imposed no quota of kills.
If you survived to the end you passed. Of course surviving was no small feat. Insect patrols were cyclical. If a patrol failed to return to the nest within the allotted time stronger insect forces would arrive. These insect soldiers were all Shao Kalami. Go ahead.
Destroy all these insect corpses completely. Within the insect race there was no sentiment to them. The bodies of comrades were prime biomass. If hauled back those bodies could be reborn as new warriors.
I know.
You be careful. He had no real worry for his senior sister's safety. Bai Jing suspected that even if the planet were blown apart, his senior sister would likely remain unscathed.
That fully charged spirit energy ring made everything clear. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, never waste it. Bai Jing chose to convert the insectoid corpses here into refined essence, since keeping them would only risk empowering the enemy. Better to transmute them entirely into pure essence, let them burn brightly for him. Having done so,
Bai Jing immediately summoned his executor armor. Others might only deploy theirs in moments of crisis, but his suit could sustain relentless high-frequency combat all the way through the evaluation.
No mystery, merely overwhelming financial leverage. Self-diagnostic complete, system nominal. Neural link established. Initiating activation.
He finished suiting up in moments. Only then did Bai Jing ascend into the sky, surveying the region from above. According to mission intelligence, the swarm had discovered the planet barely 10 days ago.
Now, as far as the eye could see, the land appeared draped in a thick black velvet carpet, a hallmark of the insectoid's presence. They absorb energy and rare compounds directly from the soil. Any world ravaged by their kind is effectively ruined, recovery nearly impossible or requiring hundreds of millions of years. That is why sentient civilizations abhor the insectoids.
They are far more devastating than locusts, consuming not just vegetation but the very earth itself.
Found you. Bai Jing quickly located an insectoid aggregation site.
To maximize energy conversion efficiency, they constantly erected temporary hives.
Their energy was processed and refined.
What he had found was precisely such a temporary hive. Time to investigate and perhaps borrow some power.
He was curious whether the insectoid's uniquely refined energy could be absorbed into his own reserves.
If so, he would gladly engage in a little predation upon predators. Activating his executor armor, he flew forward.
Before reaching halfway,
a piercing chorus of insectoid shrieks erupted beneath him.
He instantly spotted the colossal fleshy mass over 100 meters tall, rippling with motion.
Then one after another, enormous pale worms writhed forth from the hive, their bloated bodies arching toward Bai Jing, each revealing specialized organs.
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
A volley of projectiles tore through the air. Bai Jing instantly deployed his armor's built-in shield to intercept the assault. The moment the projectiles struck the shield, a sizzling corrosive hiss filled the air, clearly laced with potent acid. Bai Jing now saw clearly what they had fired.
Oval-shaped flesh balls, upon detonation each spewed torrents of highly caustic fluid.
Such attacks will not halt my advance.
He accelerated decisively. Almost simultaneously, more fat-bodied larvae emerged, followed swiftly by swarms of winged insectoids.
These were smaller in stature, translucent wings, shimmering forelimbs sharpened like lethal spears, tails resembling scorpion stingers capable of rapid, precise strikes.
Within a dozen breaths, the massive crimson hive had ejected hundreds of airborne units. This troop generation speed is truly terrifying.
It reminded him of his instructor's grim counsel.
When confronting insectoids, first obliterate every nearby planet before engaging. Deny them any chance of reinforcement.
Watching the swarm close in at blinding speed, Bai Jing grasped with chilling clarity the species' monstrous adaptability. No wonder they reigned as a hegemonic civilization. Given ample resources, no race could ever overcome them. Yet you think this meager swarm can bar my path?
You underestimate me gravely.
He raised his arm, the Thunder Beast core flared to life. But this time was different. Only a sliver of spirit lightning was released, not to strike but to refine his inner chi.
In the next instant, his inner chi transformed, imbued now with the volatile essence of spirit lightning. Through the core's embedded formation, Bai Jing began gathering thunderous energy. A crackling sphere of lightning shot forth, then detonated amidst the airborne swarm.
This single bolt, consuming 10% of his mana pool, annihilated half the flying host outright.
Damn, it actually works.
Bai Jing's heart leapt as he watched the aerial swarm decimated in a single exchange. Moments earlier he'd theorized whether assimilating spirit lightning into his inner chi, then channeling it through his armor's formation, could yield long-range offensive capability.
Now proof stood irrefutable.
So, am I now in effect an infinite mana lightning sovereign? The Thunder Beast core could not discharge endlessly. Once depleted, it required absorption of ambient spiritual energy to recharge. Bai Jing, however, possessed limitless mana regeneration, eliminating the bottleneck entirely.
He lifted his arm slightly. 10% mana channeled into the formation.
A searing bolt lanced across kilometers, striking the airborne swarm.
In the next second,
his inner chi fully replenished. Had any observer been present, they would have witnessed a continuous unbroken line of lightning erupting from the armored figure, no pause, no delay.
Within mere breaths, the entire kilometer-scale aerial host was eradicated. This is exhilarating, no wonder every warrior dreams of becoming a spellcaster.
A remote artillery platform, enemies appear and vanish. Even more thrilling than dual-wielding the Zheolong rifles, those demanded trigger pulls. Now Bai Jing needed only raise his hand to unleash cascading lightning chains. High frequency alone would have been impressive, but this was area effect devastation. The anomaly left the hive itself visibly stunned. Clearly this was its first encounter with a foe whose killing pace outstripped its own reproductive surge, leaving a rare vulnerable gap in its onslaught. Bai Jing closed the distance without hesitation. Without preamble, he unleashed a torrent of spirit lightning bolts directly into the colossal hive. At that very instant, a gargantuan cockroach-like insectoid emerged, intercepting the barrage. Its massive antennae whipped through the air. Human, this planet was claimed first by our Cultivation swarm. Your actions constitute open provocation against the Cultivation insectoid dominion. A rasping voice echoed directly within his mind, startling Bai Jing momentarily. A speaking insectoid. This must be a true heir of the Cultivation royal bloodline. Common drones possessed no individual consciousness, merely obeyed centralized commands from the Hive Mother, fighting purely on instinct. Fine, I'll visit your Hive Mother planet tomorrow and declare that world was claimed first by the Alliance. This sector lay squarely within Alliance territory. No argument could erase that fact. This incursion was unequivocal trespass. Human, you are utterly foolish. Can't you tell I'm stalling? Its tone dripped with smug triumph. Before it could finish speaking, the hive began violently ejecting clusters of eggs, hatching midair. Each egg burst open, birthing new airborne units, distinct from their predecessors, their chitinous hides now etched with dense intricate patterns. Genetically engineered for lightning resistance. Bai Jing surmised instantly. This was the insectoid's defining trait, their capacity for real-time genomic optimization, forging battlefield-ideal killing machines on the fly. You perceived that, human? A modicum of cleverness indeed. The voice returned. I merely added resistance, not immunity. I'd hoped for full lightning immunity. Bai Jing replied, calm and measured. What do you mean? The Curaman King Bug asked, somewhat puzzled. But Bai Jing quickly provided the answer. Create some distance. Lightning bombardment. Even though the newly emerged insect race had significantly enhanced resistance to lightning, they were still rapidly losing numbers under the overwhelming power. Especially since they were clustered together. This resulted in a chain lightning effect. Soon some insects were turned to charred remains falling from the sky. It's not like they are immune to lightning. What are you pretending to be? Confirming that the attack was effective, they unleashed all firepower. They directly blocked the insect race's revival point, beginning to recklessly release spiritual lightning. Even the insect eggs that hadn't yet hatched were pierced. Some were paralyzed and unable to move. After being struck multiple times, the Curaman King Bug clearly also realized the danger. Its massive wings trembled as it charged toward Bai Jing, attempting to interrupt his spellcasting. Damn it, such powerful spiritual techniques, the innate abilities of humans are truly terrifying. Cursing inwardly, it thought that such long-range sustained magical attacks were something even the lightning beasts hatched through special means couldn't achieve. Originally it planned to wait until Bai Jing's spiritual energy was exhausted before striking. Now the damage inflicted had already exceeded expectations. If Bai Jing wasn't dealt with soon, it too would face punishment. Moreover, it had just received an order from the nest to return and counter the main forces of the human alliance. Bai Jing was clearly getting addicted to his role as a spellcaster. Seeing the enemy pursuing, Bai Jing chose to continue pulling away while releasing spiritual lightning, striking the enemy's revival point. After a brief chase, the Curaman King Bug showed signs of breaking. Pathetic little humans, besides running, what else can you do? It immediately began to taunt. Ah. Didn't you see? I can also discharge electricity. ZZZZ. Bai Jing now felt that one magic formation was far too few. When he returned, he definitely needed to install several more formations. You're bringing shame to your race, you cowardly trash. Do you dare to fight me? Bai Jing ran ahead with the king bug in pursuit. Spiritual lightning continuously struck the insect nest. After this period of output, the breeding speed had notably decreased. They were already injured. Just as the Curaman King Bug was at a loss for words, Bai Jing stopped voluntarily. He reached out and drew his standard alloy battle blade. This was mainly because he saw the insects transporting his spoils to restore energy. Even though the energy conversion rate was astonishing, there would inevitably be losses in the process. This made Bai Jing abandon the idea of being a happy lightning sorcerer. You still have some sense of racial honor, but that's also your fatal weakness, spiritual energy, human. The Curaman King Bug grinned wickedly. Its massive mandibles lunged toward Bai Jing. You dare to act so arrogant? After compressing its inner breath into the battle blade, it lunged forward with a flash of white light. Swish! The massive mandibles were cut apart along with a small portion of its body.
If the opponent hadn't sensed something amiss and shifted slightly, that strike could have split its body in two. Wait, you're not a spiritual energy human. You're a human warrior.
Bai Jing smirked. Congratulations, you got it right.
Here's an extra slash for you. Bai Jing took the initiative to strike. Lightning flickered.
This time he sliced open the opponent's body directly.
Even so, the Kuraman King bug was still alive. Despicable.
With such a foul mouth, you deserve a slash. Bai Jing stepped on the opponent's body and swung down again.
Only after slicing off its head did the opponent finally die.
It was at this moment that Bai Jing spotted a peculiar insect. It was a creature emitting energy, moving at an extremely fast pace.
Just emerging from the nest, it transformed into a blur flying towards the mother nest.
Compared to Bai Jing, its speed was noticeably slower.
He quickly intercepted it.
GG. This insect had a crystalline body, and while moving one could see the energy flowing within its shell.
A transport insect.
Bai Jing could only speculate. There were simply too many classifications within the insect race for anyone to know them all.
GG. Another urgent cry sounded.
Soon, using the radar scanning function of his combat armor, he discovered that many insects were rushing over.
Clearly they were coming for reinforcements. Looks like it's truly a good find. Bai Jing's eyes lit up in an instant.
He gripped his blade and accelerated with the Gale Thunder step. He then swung down with great force. To Bai Jing's surprise, he could distinctly feel the blade pause for a moment before cutting down. Such a situation had never occurred even when cutting the Kuraman King bug.
Fortunately, this strike successfully killed it.
As the constraints on it disappeared, the dissipating energy resembled liquid.
Recharge.
Detected special energy recharging will yield 60000 essence.
Wow. Recharge, recharge, recharge. Bai Jing hastily gave the command, delay even a second and the essence would decrease.
Recharge complete, gain 60000 essence.
He looked at the essence that had suddenly appeared. Bai Jing couldn't help but smile. This was no life-threatening assessment, it felt like he had entered paradise.
The earlier Kuraman King bug was only at the 5th level. Such a nest of insects was completely no match for him. On this planet there were at least dozens. If he could take out half of them, that would amount to nearly 1,000,000 essence. I didn't expect the insect race to be so valuable. Bai Jing thought it might be the energy harvested that was valuable. Normally it shouldn't be worth that much. Thinking of this, Bai Jing returned to the temporary nest of the insect race, choosing to recharge once again.
Detected flesh essence recharging will yield 1.7W essence.
Good, the insect race is truly a treasure. Bai Jing murmured to himself, completing the recharge directly.
He obtained nearly 80000 essence from a small nest. This was much simpler than laboriously hunting giant beasts. Besides, having bad luck could easily lead to being hammered down. Generally, the insect race wouldn't actively produce high-energy life forms due to the enormous costs.
They relied on a small number of elite insects to lead vast swarms into battle.
Moreover, the insect race was undoubtedly the most numerous in this universe. With 12 royal families alone and countless vassals, Bai Jing suspected that if he wiped out the insect race, it should sustain him in becoming a deity. Time waits for no one, I must accelerate the harvesting.
Bai Jing dared not pause. Every second wasted meant losing a bit of essence.
Meanwhile, the fiery fist began to take action, issuing combat orders in units.
Moreover, the insect race had clearly noticed these uninvited guests and had already begun to prepare for an ambush.
1st Battalion 3rd Company. Over 100 armed warriors discovered an insect nest. They could only carry out a carpet-style extermination, ensuring not to overlook any nests.
Squad leader, we are ready. We can begin the attack now, said a member of the fiery fist responsible for reconnaissance. Having closed in to within 5 kilometers, they could no longer conceal themselves, and the leading squad leader directly issued the order.
Everyone prepare to tear open a gap at the fastest speed. Our goal is to destroy the nest, not to kill the insects.
With the sound, many insects had already gathered. Soon both sides clashed. Those short, stout firearms fired as triggers were pulled, unleashing fan-shaped flames that instantly incinerated any nearby insects trying to approach. Through the automated scanning function of the executive battle armor, countless insects were quickly locked onto, swiftly gathering and approaching. The speed is quite impressive. They truly deserve to be the royalty among the insect race.
It is rather challenging to hide in the territory occupied by the insects.
This is primarily due to the black carpet spread across the ground, which mainly absorbs energy but also possesses reconnaissance capabilities. It can capture biological energy in real time. Therefore, Bai Jing had no intention of hiding, possibly sensing the arrival of the human battle group. The originally exposed insect nests directly concealed themselves. This made the search significantly more difficult.
Chirp! Chirp! Chirp. Soon the hunting team came into view. There weren't as many as expected. Altogether there were only about 70 or 80. However, the quality of these insects was evidently high, with the weakest being equivalent to third-tier lifeforms. Among the team there were even 2 fifth-tier insects. One was a crawling type possessing a heavy shell with 2 massive bulges on its back from which one could sense the energy it contained even when not yet deployed. The other was a flying type, but this one was somewhat different from the previous encounter. It was about 2 meters long, covered in fish scale-like armor with 3 pairs of transparent wings and 4 pairs of sharp limbs resembling curved blades. Of course, aside from these, all the insects here for the hunt unavoidably possessed considerable resistance to lightning, clearly optimized through genetic modifications to deal with him. Chirp. The leader insect of the crawling type let out a piercing shriek. Immediately a dozen or so long-range insects with bulging backs completed their charge. Almost simultaneously a barrage of attacks erupted. However, the ferocious onslaught one might imagine did not occur. What these insects launched were large white spheres. Before they could reach Bai Jing, they exploded in midair. Countless sticky woven white objects instantly unfolded, each measuring hundreds of meters in size. Goodness, they know they can run fast and are using this to restrict my movement speed. Bai Jing's internal alarm bells rang loudly. In his hand was an alloy battle blade infused with a massive amount of inner breath. In the next second, a brilliant flash of blade light tore through the net. Yet after being cut, the net seemed to possess a consciousness of its own. Although it had been severed, it gradually healed in midair. It reformed into a massive white net. Damn, no wonder it's on par with orc-level bizarre things, he muttered in complaint. Bai Jing dared not hesitate, wielding his battle blade. The blade light flickered like a shadow. He quickly tore a gap and dashed through. Not flying far before he spotted a swiftly approaching figure. The next second, several blade-like forelimbs slashed down fiercely, aided by acceleration. Clang! Bai Jing raised his battle blade to block the strike, using the opportunity to create some distance. Damn it! This is really troublesome. Before he could finish his sentence, the flying insect leader lunged at him again, while the insects behind had already begun their second round of long-range attacks. Bai Jing also noticed a large-bellied flying insect spreading out, attempting to surround him. Civilizations that can become dominant races indeed have their strengths. He was unsure how much of his battle information had leaked, but based on the last battle they had devised various hunting strategies. Such coordination was not something ordinary races could achieve. Typically, a fifth-tier insect after undergoing this process would have mostly turned into insect nest biomass, even contributing their own DNA. But fortunately, I also have my own advantages. Bai Jing did not pause. A prolonged battle would only expose more information. The next insects would only be more troublesome. What he needed to do now was to act swiftly. Command enter full power mode. A series of thunderous roars from the Jinwu engine resonated, unleashing a tremendous thrust. Bai Jing chose to abandon the lightning-infused inner breath and instead completely enveloped the executive battle armor with his inner breath. The flying insect leader launched another attack, this time even bringing along numerous underlings. From a distance, the sticky nets were launched again, reaching him in an instant. So they covet my body. Bai Jing roughly guessed the thoughts of the mother nest. He decided not to linger. With a blade in one hand and a shield in the other, Bai Jing felt a strong push from behind and instantly broke through the encirclement. He headed straight for the long-range cannon insects. Behind him, those half-insect humanoids were all cleaved in half, split into 2 segments. The fifth-tier flying insect leader twisted its body, and as it moved, it fragmented into several pieces. Phew! In the next second, he was already before the crawling insect leader, employing no finesse, just the battle blade slicing through armor and cleaving muscle. Before the opponent could react, its body was already split open. The remaining small kalami were swiftly dispatched by Bai Jing like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Now this is the romance of a man. This feeling of being pushed back is simply exhilarating. Even though there was some strain on his body, Bai Jing felt he could bear it. That state of super acceleration elevated his speed to a new height, combined with an incredible reaction time that allowed his mind to arrive before his body. Bai Jing felt that if he could switch to that billion-value firearm, he might really be able to take down a relatively weak 6th-tier insect. Detected flesh essence recharging will yield 25000 essence. He chose to recharge directly. At the same time, through this battle, he realized one thing: every time the insect race suffered a defeat, they would learn from it and undergo targeted evolution. This meant that if you couldn't keep up with this pace, you would eventually be hunted down by the insect race. Of course, those with sufficient strength naturally wouldn't need to worry about this. Unfortunately, Bai Jing's current strength was not enough to intimidate the branch mother nest. They would surely prepare quickly and launch another attack. Then let's see who evolves faster. If it were a series of battles where both sides grew stronger, Bai Jing was still confident. He could even say that his speed of becoming stronger would only outpace that of the insect race.
The other side still needed to comprehend targeted optimization while he could directly fill up on essence. Gear cannot be moved for the time being. I can only find ways from martial arts.
This damn assessment is really annoying.
The executive assessment only allowed for the use of the basic 3-piece set battle armor, battle blade and battle shield. Otherwise he could have gained at least 10 against equipment using the Trihorn Dragon's artillery.
If it delays my essence acquisition, I don't even want to be an executive anymore.
Of course Bai Jing was just saying this. The executive battle armor could only be used by executives. Personal use would be illegal and would result in being wanted throughout the universe. Having finally secured a stable cultivation identity and a powerful backing, he certainly did not want to lose that now. Then I can only delve into martial arts. Perhaps I can comprehend a new force.
He directly opened the optimization page. About right.
Bai Jing glanced down at his current panel. He had actually learned a great many martial arts, yet most of them were merely ordinary versions incapable of fusing with his inner breath to erupt in devastating power. He had already optimized them 11 times, forcing these once basic techniques to take a decisive leap. Naturally, this was Bai Jing's experiment, a measured gamble. The main purpose was to gauge the refined strength. If the results pleased him, he would continue to refine them, striving to elevate them to the level of moves like Fong Lei 2A, the Fong Lei kick,
Eagle Claw.
With inner breath poured in, the executioner armor extended an arm and condensed a colossal meter-wide Eagle Claw. It lunged out with brutal speed.
Unfortunately, there was no enemy to strike, so he tested its force. Then try to make a hive.
As Bai Jing prepared to take flight and resume his search, a bold notion sprang into being.
The insect race functions as a local network. Only kin may join.
If I summon them by way of my assist, who will they obey?
The thought was barely formed before it grew uncontrollable.
Bai Jing summoned the assist panel and quickly found the name of the insect he had just slain.
No. 9 Swift Razorbee. Its value paled compared to the golden baboon. Summoning it for an hour cost only 30 essences.
So cheap, Bai Jing decided to try it for an hour to test the waters. He wanted to see whether a summoned specimen differed from one hatched in a hive. As the essences were deducted, an insect abruptly materialized before him. It was the Swift Razorbee. The instant it was summoned, Bai Jing sensed something different, a barely perceptible connection.
Concentrating, he could even receive command information. Is the new biological material prepared?
He could not understand their tongue yet. With the Swift Razorbee serving as a terminal, the meaning became clear in an instant. He also noticed another problem. The Swift Razorbee had no independent consciousness. It was clearly a manufactured disposable.
Damn. It's truly become my shell.
Instinctively wishing he could see through its eyes, Bai Jing suddenly found another visual perspective overlaying his own.
The vision differed from his human sight. The ocular structure was crystalline in a distinctly insect way.
One glance made him nearly nauseous, and he hastily severed the link. At the same time, he detected a nearby hive.
As an insect terminal, it could sense its closest net.
These temporary hives also possessed the ability to issue orders and relay messages. Bai Jing intercepted a transmission. It came so easily.
There are no useless functions, only useless users.
The more he explored, the more he felt that the assist functionality was underdeveloped. He vowed to find time to research it. There might yet be surprises.
Lead me to the nearest hive.
With that command, the once-dazed Razorbee vibrated its wings and flew off in a direction.
Bai Jing immediately followed.
Guided by the mole within their ranks, he soon found a hive cunningly disguised as a thicket of shrubs.
Even scans failed to identify it as a hive.
The insect race had evidently pushed biotech to an astonishing degree. At that moment, several flying insects resembling Razorbees approached rapidly, filling the air with a chorus of buzzing that, when it reached Bai Jing's ear, translated into thought. Strange, why did that mission unit return on its own?
Some insects drew near, preparing to escort the shell back to the hive for inspection. Why would it return without completing its task?
Bai Jing was hiding high above and discovered that the cloak's detection limit lay at about 3,000 meters.
At that altitude, provided he did not actively emit breath, he would not be detected. Another find. This time I must strike like thunder and finish it quickly. He had considered condensing an inner breath technique but abandoned the idea.
Below the 5th stage, with the orifices recently opened, the release technique still fell short.
Instead, he resolved to stack spiritual energy into a lightning strike.
The spiritual energy array, a master's work, possessed charge compression properties. This was essentially a charging killing move. Bai Jing had never used it fully, treating it instead like a rapid-fire rifle. Now he wanted to test its limits. Watching the Razorbee dragged back toward the hive, Bai Jing raised his arm and began to accumulate energy, relying primarily on his inner breath.
Soon a compressed bolt of lightning appeared in his palm.
Bai Jing poured every ounce of inner breath into it, and the compressed lightning swelled. From the size of a basketball, it expanded to the dimensions of a small car. He pushed once more. The binding array began to show signs of collapse. Reluctant to hold it any longer, Bai Jing released the stored lightning.
A dazzling flash lit the area and struck the concealed hive.
Under such an assault, the ordinary second and third stage insects instantly perished. The fourth stage warriors barely lifted their heads before being reduced to charred remains.
The attack lasted barely 2 seconds.
When the lightning dissipated, the hive belched black smoke and dead insect corpses littered the ground. Bai Jing did not hesitate and plunged down. Detection then reported flesh energy, promising that this recharge would yield 78,000 essences. With the successful recharge, Bai Jing's essence balance surged past 200,000, pressing confidently toward the 300,000 mark.
Delicious, this feels incredible.
Watching the balance, his pulse quickened. The plan was sound: use spies to locate enemy hives, then strike hard and harvest a bounty of essences.
Summon. A dull razor bee materialized the next moment. As it linked into the insect intranet, a litany of roars and hisses flooded Bai Jing's mind. What is happening? Who is responsible? Damn it, is another royal house trying to frame us?
The hidden mother hive had sensed the anomaly and suspected the razor bee to be an enemy spy.
It feared a conspiracy to aid humans in locating the subhives.
Through the razor bee's perception, Bai Jing detected another nest, but this time the adversary had clearly prepared in advance. They soon discovered an unauthorized body. A voice echoed in his mind: "You have finally shown yourself.
Let us talk. After we evacuate this planet, I will concede part of our biomass."
Bai Jing did not reply. He understood their fear. Guided by a supposed spy, the warfleet would storm the mother hive.
The enormous mother hive could not relocate and would not withstand bombardment from space warships.
It was a guaranteed death target.
Damn it, I will broadcast this. Whoever your royal house is, you will pay. Throughout their entreaties and threats, Bai Jing remained silent.
Under the razor bee's perception, he soon pinpointed another insect nest. The swarm of insects below is transporting some corpses, among which are fragments of the executioner's battle armor.
It seems these must be the members of the current assessment. Bai Jing counted.
There were 5 damaged corpses brought back. It's also strange that these guys had such bad luck encountering the insect race's assessment. Not to mention these individuals, even he almost suffered a loss. Let alone a group of ordinary 4th-tier warriors.
Once we deal with this nest, I will look for my senior sister.
While he wasn't worried about their safety, these insect creatures were too disgusting. He hoped they wouldn't fail the assessment because of this. Otherwise his own master would be embarrassed. Just as he was about to condense and compress the lightning to clear this nest before him, a sudden surge of intense emotion accompanied by a piece of information struck him. The insects that had been dragging the corpses instantly went into a frenzy, with the flying ones heading straight for the sky. He saw that the insect nest surface was rapidly changing, producing a layer of several meters thick insulating material to envelop this subnest. If this thing hasn't consumed the universe completely, I would find it absurd. At first it was merely optimizing the combat insects, but now it was directly improving the insect nest. The speed of evolution was astonishing. How did other races manage to endure this?
Of course, Bai Jing had already moved.
With the lightning fully charged, there was no reason not to unleash it.
Z.
As he released it, it instantly struck the thick surface, incinerating the surrounding insects.
However, this time did not completely eliminate the opponent's rapid reproduction capabilities.
In the moment of withstanding the attack, it managed to complete the hatching of hundreds of flying insects. These were not melee types.
They opened their mouths, unleashing streams of plasma. Hundreds of them. Even Bai Jing couldn't completely evade. Fortunately, he had enough internal energy. He could certainly endure it. Hedon. Bai Jing braved the attack from the plasma biocannon, rapidly advancing toward the insect nest.
The automatic targeting turret on his shoulder also activated.
It began to clear out the more threatening insects. Eagle Claw.
A massive eagle claw appeared, instantly tearing apart several insects that blocked the way. The other was a battle blade that had been charged for a long time.
This battle had no sense of suspense. Bai Jing effortlessly harvested tens of thousands of essences.
After completing these tasks, Bai Jing still felt uneasy and decided to look for his senior sister. At the temporary command post, the leader of the Flame Fist battle group projected a battlefield sand table. At that moment, there was a point on the table.
Report strategic point 15 has been captured.
A communications officer responsible for real-time reports said immediately. As the voice faded, the 15th area on the virtual sand table turned into a green occupied zone.
If someone were there, they would be able to see it.
The entire Flame Fist was making steady progress. They were able to do this because of their understanding of the insect race. Although a subnest might not seem significant now, if another one of these appeared behind them, creating insects through rapid energy consumption could inadvertently deal a heavy blow to the entire battle group.
The extraordinary battle group differs from those ordinary human armies. Joining and completing body modifications takes at least 3 to 5 years. This is also why they cherish every member. It's quite difficult to replenish them. Quickly search for the location of this insect mother nest, and the speed of capturing these strategic points must be accelerated. The battle group leader glanced at the current situation, which was still fairly good. They would definitely be able to clear these nests within 3 days. Just then, the communications officer responsible for summarizing information was visibly taken aback upon hearing a report. But he quickly spoke up. Battle group leader, just now the 3rd squad of the 5th regiment reported that strategic point 24 has been slaughtered completely. With these words, the battle group leader was momentarily stunned. What? But he quickly located the position on the sand table. That area belonged solely to the 3rd squad of the 5th regiment, which was their task. Now, however, someone had beaten them to it. After pondering for a moment, he roughly understood what had happened. It seems that this assessment is likely to give rise to a few executioners. To achieve this with just basic equipment could only be those executioners. Even he couldn't help but exclaim. This is the insect race, not little cats or dogs. One misstep and even 5th-tier warriors would meet the fate of being dismembered. Now achieving the clearing of an insect nest with just basic equipment was enough to demonstrate their talent. Insect nest 21 has been cleared. Insect nest 24 has been cleared. The consecutive news made the battle group leader, who initially thought it reasonable, suddenly feel it was unreasonable. What? How did they do that? Could it be that they used special equipment? That was his first thought. Soon a series of photos were transmitted over. Observing the traces left on the battlefield, it was clearly a single person's fighting style. If they didn't rely on outside assistance, there must be a true genius among the executioners. Just then a sound reminiscent of insect wings flapping echoed. Moreover, the sound was getting closer. What is happening? The battle group leader immediately exited the temporary station and saw a swarm of insects flying in from the distance. He spotted several Cultivation king insects. This sudden change left him momentarily stunned. The war had just begun. How could the enemy launch a full-scale attack already? These insects have some nerve to show themselves. Elite squad, follow me to deal with these insects. With the other 5 regiments dispatched to clear the insect nests, the only remaining combat power here was the battle group leader's elite squad. Almost simultaneously, 100 mechanized warriors, each standing nearly 3 meters tall, formed a battle array. A few honored guards donned military-grade mechas. As the battle group leader, he directly piloted a 7-meter-tall mecha entirely crimson. He raised his arms and the rotary thermal cannon spewed forth high-temperature flames. These flames could easily turn even 4th-tier insects into char. However, the number of sudden attackers was too great. There were at least 1,000 of them. Moreover, there were dozens of Cultivation king insects among them. Due to the temporary camp being attacked, the other regiments immediately began to retreat. Humans, you have forced my hand. A mental wave emerged, clearly reaching the ears of the Flame Fist members. Entering our alliance's territory to harvest planetary resources is enough to warrant death. Fine, then let it be a fight to the death. Who is afraid of whom? In an instant, the battle was ignited. Boom! 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 The sounds of explosions reverberated. The thermal cannon continuously repelled the attacking insects, but these insects visibly enhanced their fire resistance as they approached. Even when hit by the thermal cannon, they couldn't be taken down in one blow. Humans, your strength seems to be more bluster than reality. The leader of the Flame Fist battle group did not respond. He had not anticipated that the enemy would suddenly launch a full-scale attack. This led to the layout not being fully established, making it impossible to mount an effective counterattack. Through the internal channel, he quickly obtained the location of his senior sister. Bai Jing hurried over without delay, only to see a swarm of insectoids clearly targeting Ji Shuao as prey, constantly harassing and attacking her. Damn it, seeking death. Don't touch my senior sister. Before the words fell, Bai Jing had already made his move. The standard battle blade erupted with a dazzling blade aura. Though it was a mech, it moved with grace as if wielded by 2 arms. Accompanied by a burst of blade light, dozens of insectoids were all slain. Junior brother, you came quite fast. I was planning to deal with them before regrouping with you, Ji Shuao said somewhat apologetically. Before Bai Jing could say anything, a voice rang out in the internal channel. Attention all evaluators, there are no further restrictions on the evaluation. The evaluation content has been changed to support. With the voice's arrival, the originally surviving evaluation tasks automatically changed, accompanied by a map that marked the destination of the current mission. Bai Jing frowned tightly. This sudden change in task conditions indicated that the Flame Fist battle group had most likely encountered some issues. The fact that even the executive officer's evaluation content could be altered showed that the problem was significant. At that moment, a familiar voice came through the channel.
Bai Shueyo, there's a problem with the battle group.
A large number of insectoids are attacking the temporary base and they urgently need support. In this critical moment, the use of spiritual energy rings is permitted. The voice was naturally Wang Chang's. Before he finished speaking, a new message arrived. Wang Chang, if you can help, then help. If you can't, then forget it. It clearly wasn't as urgent as stated in the channel. In fact, it seemed he was somewhat reluctant to let them get involved.
Junior brother, if you want to go, then go. I won't hold you back.
I'll just wait here for the evaluation to finish.
Before Bai Jing could respond, Ji Shueyo spoke first.
Senior sister, please be careful.
I'll go take a look. If I can help, I will. If not, I'll come back to find you.
Bai Jing considered for a moment and felt that he could go.
Besides, he could enhance the mech components and the Triceratops single soldier anti-equipment gear all at once.
After all this, he needed to find some suitable practice targets.
These insectoids were quite good.
Alright, junior brother, be careful and don't push yourself too hard. After a brief exchange, Bai Jing headed directly towards the support area.
However, he stopped
He directly found a hiding spot and opened the enhancement page. His eyes lit up with excitement. He had been wanting to do this for a long time.
The first thing that needed enhancement was naturally the mech. Your Equipment Executive Officer's Initial Mech Enhancement Successful Energy System 1. Your Equipment Executive Officer's Initial Mech Enhancement Successful Material Structure 1. Your Equipment Executive Officer's Initial Mech Enhancement Successful Overall Optimization 1.
He was just about to complete the 10th enhancement when Bai Jing suddenly saw that the materials that should have been in a locked state were now unexpectedly unlocked. Under normal circumstances, this function would require the equipment to be 10 to unlock.
Perhaps it's due to this mech. This was Bai Jing's guess. Mainly the enhancement cost for the mech was too high.
9 enhancements had consumed nearly 100,000 essence. He suspected that this thing before enhancement was equivalent to epic quality. It was actually understandable his senior sister was truly willing to spend money. The materials and the blacksmith were all the best available. Creating such a battle armor involved a tremendous material and manufacturing cost. Bai Jing reached out and opened the material warehouse. Only one frame lit up, indicating that only one material could be selected.
What the hell, this doesn't seem right.
Seeing the material's appearance, he momentarily experienced a mental glitch.
Life armor.
What is this?
Can this even be considered a material?
Or is it that you truly have life and feel that upgrading bit by bit is too slow, wanting to leap to greatness? After confirming several times, the icon was indeed the life armor that had recently fallen out of favor. Bai Jing just couldn't understand why this thing, which was clearly equipment, suddenly turned into a material. He had never seen this before. Looking at the life armor icon, Bai Jing hesitated briefly before selecting it directly. After all, it was practically useless now. The defense it could provide was even lower than his current physical defense. Since it could be used now, perhaps it was fate. With the selection made, a prompt popped up. Special material detected. Unknown changes will occur after enhancement. Do you wish to continue? Yes.
Just once.
Nothing particularly impactful should happen. As he agreed, Bai Jing saw a faint golden light appear. Then came the prompt.
Your Equipment Executive Officer's Initial Mech Enhancement Successful Life Metal 1.
Originally it didn't seem like much, but that faint golden hue spoke volumes.
What the hell, an epic feature. He quickly opened the panel's attributes.
Name: Executive Officer's Initial Mech 10 features Energy System 3, Material Structure 3, Overall Optimization 3, Life Metal 1. Unlike other feature colors, Life Metal was a faint gold.
This indicated that this thing was at least equivalent to epic quality.
Life Metal self-repairing, capable of absorbing various energies for rapid recovery and subtly optimizing towards the host's needs.
Self-repairing. I just don't know how effective it will be.
Bai Jing certainly didn't want to damage it now just to see the effects, as there would likely be a grand battle ahead.
He didn't want to go into battle with a broken mech. I'll wait to try it later.
Bai Jing initially thought he could enhance the mech to 20, but now it seemed he was overestimating. Just the 10 enhancement cost had already consumed 110000 essence. Bai Jing could only temporarily give up.
There were other pieces of equipment waiting for enhancement.
First, he took out the Blood Blade Gourd and enhanced it 3 times. From the initial 3000 blood blades, it could instantly store 10000 blade energies. But it consumed 70,000 essence.
Next came the other equipment. The $1 billion spear surprisingly provided some joy. Name Dragon Breaking Spear 10 features sharpness 4 armor piercing 3 material 3 description. This is a super spear. In addition, Bai Jing thought for a moment and included the other 2 components completing their enhancements as well. They reached the 10 effect. Name External Energy Compression Device 10 features efficiency 4 cluster 3 compression 3 description. This is a black technology grade mech component. Name Shield Enhancer 10 features energy saving 4 defense 3 energy absorption 3 description. This is a black technology grade mech component. After a round of enhancements, Bai Jing found that the larger the size the higher the cost, or rather the more advanced the technology the higher the enhancement cost. His 3-meter long spear ended up being the least expensive this time. It only cost 5,000 essence. This was still due to its large size. A regular large spear would probably only require around 2,000 essence to complete. It seems that the better the material the more it costs to enhance. Bai Jing previously thought the enhancement costs weren't that high. Now he realized he had been a miser, completely out of touch with real quality items. Mech. Combine. He shouted somewhat dramatically. The energy gathering device, nearly 10 meters in size, unfolded like a peacock spreading its feathers. The shield enhancer, a perfect sphere, quietly adhered to the chest of the mech. Bai Jing gripped the super spear, swinging it casually a few times. The surge of power made him want to shout out loud. I want to fight 100 of them. Let's go. Let me see if the insectoid armor is tougher or my spear is sharper. The optimized enhanced performance caused Bai Jing's flying speed to surge. In less than a few minutes he had already reached the destination. From high above one can see tens of thousands of insects besieging dozens of people. Furthermore, Bai Jing also noticed several teams struggling to fight their way through, attempting to tear a gap in the swarm. Rescuing the surrounded battle group leader was hindered by the overwhelming numbers firmly trapping them in the swarm's grasp, unable to break through. Bai Jing even discerned that this group of insects was deliberately trying to divide the humans, preventing them from gathering together. After a brief moment of contemplation, he formulated a plan. He immediately activated the energy convergence device. 4 intricately designed mechanical arms engraved with numerous spiritual energy runes unfolded from his backpack like spider legs. With his control, the tips of the arms began to slowly converge. The 4 mechanical limbs resembled blooming flower buds as Bai Jing transformed his inner breath into spiritual energy lightning, actively channeling it into the device. Through the 4 energy arms he continuously compressed the spiritual energy lightning. Given the current situation, even the unused Thunder Beast crystal core began to exert its power. The size of the spiritual energy lightning gradually increased, yet was constrained and compressed to the size of a basketball, outputting energy for a full half-minute. Within it contained the essence of thunder. Even Bai Jing could sense the impending danger. Feeling it was nearly ready, he proactively contacted the Flame Circle battle group below. I have been ordered to provide support. I will open a path for you so you can regroup as quickly as possible. As his voice echoed, a somewhat fatigued tone soon followed. Please mark the route. We need to gather at least a battalion's strength to break the encirclement. Understood. Bai Jing quickly marked a route. Upon receiving the route map, the battle group leader immediately spoke up. We are ready. Before his voice faded, he saw a dazzling beam of light descend. In the next moment it struck the swarm, and the violent energy of lightning instantly annihilated a vast number of insects, clearing a section in the blink of an eye. The lightning beam did not cease. Instead, it was man-controlled, rapidly cleaning up the insect horde. Charge with me. The battle group leader rallied, shouting loudly. The remaining members of the elite camp began to charge forward with all their might, thanks to Bai Jing having cleared a pathway. The insect horde reacted swiftly. Just as the area was cleared, swarms of insects began to rush in, attempting to fill the gap once more. Boom! 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 The heat-melting cannon roared. Even though these modified insects had strong fire resistance, they were still pushed back. In just a few seconds they regrouped with a battalion. Battle group leader. The captain of the 4th battalion rushed over. I am fine, continue fighting and let the others converge towards us. As he spoke, he lifted his arms once more and the rotary heat-melting cannon activated again. At that moment the beam of light vanished. The power is impressive, but is the consumption too high? Bai Jing felt somewhat helpless, having charged for half a minute, firing for only 7 or 8 seconds. Of course the power was undeniable. Those 5th-tier insects had no chance to even squeak before being slain on the spot. Such an attack was enough to threaten 6th-tier targets, but it required charging to use. Let's note this down. When we return, we need to find a way to acquire more backup energy sources. For instance, installing several more Thunder Beast cores. One is somewhat insufficient. Stowing away the external energy device, Bai Jing's gaze returned to the battlefield. From above it was clear to see that the strategic goal of the insect horde was unmistakably decapitation. As the battle group leader shifted, the formation of these insects began to change rapidly. Damn it, a bunch of insects are actually employing decapitation tactics now. Bai Jing felt somewhat helpless.
With a thought, the mech's hatch slowly opened. He directly summoned the Triceratops single soldier equipment. This device was clearly unsuitable for the mech, forcing Bai Jing to operate it manually. Fortunately, the initial model of the Executor had sufficiently good performance. Levitating was not a problem. Name Triceratops for Electromagnetic Cannon 10. Type Multifunctional Single Soldier Electromagnetic Cannon. Attributes: Power 4, Armor Piercing 3, Speed 3. Description: if you cannot control this, please cease your dangerous actions immediately. Currently he could only use cover rounds. As for the other types, they were clearly unsuitable for the current situation. With this in mind, Bai Jing did not hesitate, manually beginning to aim at the battlefield below. With clear targets wherever the insects gathered, he would strike. Whoosh! As he fired, even before Bai Jing could see clearly, the shell had already reached its position and exploded. Thousands of miniature armor-piercing rounds emerged. The insects, still unaware of the situation, simply raised their heads only to be pierced through their bodies and have their carapaces shredded. Afterward, the armor-piercing rounds exploded within their bodies. Put. Although the explosions were not as violent as imagined, the power was indeed astonishing. With one shell, at least hundreds of insects were cleared away. This was still due to their dispersed positioning. This senior sister truly dares to send anything. With such power, even the main defensive 5th-tier lifeforms would likely not withstand the sniper rounds. Roar! Roar! Perhaps due to Bai Jing's 2 sneak attacks enraging the commander of this insect swarm, an immediate command was issued. In an instant, over 1,000 flying insects rapidly soared towards the sky. Bai Jing did not hesitate, targeting the areas with the most insects. He fired 2 cover rounds, leaving none behind, emptying the chamber. Having finished these, he stowed away the Triceratops single soldier cannon and returned to the mech. At this moment, a swarm of swift blade bees arrived. Almost all were 2nd tier, with a few being 5th tier leaders. They take me quite seriously. But am no longer the same as before. Bai Jing took the initiative to strike, operating at full power, and instantly surged in front of a 5th tier insect. Before it could react, he swept his large gun, easily slashing it apart. Due to the extended attack range, Bai Jing wielded his spear with a fierce momentum resembling a human-shaped meat grinder. Within a 15-meter radius was a no-flee zone. In a moment, the corpses of these flying insects fell like dumplings. Long-handled weapons are indeed formidable. Is my gun a bit short? Amidst the slaughter, Bai Jing felt invigorated. This is how one should operate a mech. Holding a 10-foot-long battle blade is still too short. The large gun is merely the surface. Of course, its body alone is nearly 10 meters long, and with the enhancement of his inner breath, its lethality reaches 15 meters. At this distance, his attacks suffered almost no degradation. In contrast, for a long knife to achieve a 10-meter blade light, its power would inevitably diminish. Of course, this primarily depends on the quality of the materials and how well they match his inner breath. Thank you, brother, for your assistance. We have stabilized our position here. You can deal with those insect nests now. This is the location we have explored. The voice of the Flame Fist battle group leader rang out. In this brief moment, he had gathered 2 battalions worth of troops, directly blocking the insect horde's onslaught. Understood. Bai Jing felt a surge of joy. He did not expect such a pleasant surprise. In his sight, distinct insect nest locations were marked out. This was much faster than sensing through the skin suit. Indeed, good deeds are rewarded. In an instant, he no longer paid attention to the Flame Fist battle group. He prepared to seize the opportunity while the enemy was still engaged in battle to reap a significant reward. Whether he could achieve a great harvest depended on the present moment. Chirp! A 3-meter-sized beetle raised its head and waved its antennae, standing on guard. As if sensing something, it twisted its body and opened its massive jaws in a biting posture. But the enemy was clearly faster. In an instant it arrived, and the next second it was lifted up. Watching the struggling beetle on the spear, Bai Jing felt a slight tremor as his inner energy exploded within the creature. Having dealt with this scouting little bug, Bai Jing's gaze fell upon the insect nest. Perhaps due to the large number of soldiers that had been produced, this insect nest appeared to be smaller than before. Moreover, its resistance was significantly weaker. In just a few swift moves, Bai Jing cleaned it up thoroughly. Detected flesh energy recharge to receive 20,000 essence. Indeed. Although Bai Jing was prepared, the presence of so many high-level insects was likely a result of accelerated energy consumption hastily produced. Fortunately, there were still plenty of insect nests remaining. There was even a mother nest. If he could capture them all, although he might not reach a million, earning 200,000 to 300,000 essence was certainly achievable. With this thought in mind, Bai Jing headed directly to the next insect nest. It was evident that the insects of this warship were clearly fighting with all their might, as the subsequent nests offered almost no resistance.
The essence was practically free for the taking. He could obtain it just by approaching. He swiftly handled all the subnests and Bai Jing's essence once again surpassed the 200,000 mark. Only the mother nest remains. What a pity I don't know its location.
As the main consciousness of this insect swarm, it was the most well hidden. Even the Flame Fist battle group could not detect it. Come out. Kuliman Bug Trader. In the next second, Bai Jing directly consumed dozens of essence. He summoned a massive beetle with the bloodline of a king bug. This time he could clearly sense the emotions of the creature, which evidently possessed self-awareness. Help me find the location of the mother nest. Bai Jing attempted to give the command. The king bug, resembling a cockroach, flicked its double tails as if sensing something. Chirp. It soon provided a rough direction. Due to Bai Jing's previous actions, the consciousness of this mother nest refused to respond to any unfamiliar information. It could only search through the vague senses of the king bug. Without any hesitation, he directly had the double tails lead the way in deep underground hundreds of meters down. He saw a massive white fat bug whose back was covered in densely packed antenna-like hairs. It could constantly transmit information and receive external signals. Surrounding it were 7 or 8 transport bugs radiating energy. Damn traitors, once I return I will find you and eat you all up. The large fat bug murmured. It was clearly preparing to leave. The remaining insects outside could only delay the enemies now and could no longer encircle them. Fortunately, this time he still gained a lot of resources. Once he returned to the insect worship, he would submit some and have enough left for it to quickly recover its vitality. In 2 to 3 years, new kin could be cultivated again. By that time they would be able to plunder once more. Damn humans entangling on the ground and causing trouble in the sky. Feeling the information transmitted from the warship, it was told to wait for a moment. At this moment it was engaged in a firefight with the Flame Fist warship. However, waiting like this made the large fat bug increasingly anxious. An inexplicable sense of crisis lingered in its heart. It was hard to shake off. Just then it sensed some information. That guy is coming. How did it find me? Originally cursing, it was momentarily stunned upon sensing the guide bug. It had thought of all possible traitors but never imagined it would be one of its own. After a brief day's anger surged. Why have you betrayed the tribe? With a mental transmission almost simultaneously. It sensed the emotions transmitted back. Respect, fear, dread. Fear. Dread. These two emotions left it momentarily speechless. As the creator of this small branch, it had not injected fear genes into its offspring. Logically, it should not possess such emotions. Of course, nothing is absolute. Only when encountering truly terrifying existences would there be a tremor of the soul, such as the true supreme being of the insect race, the Great Devourer. This was the mother of all insects and the original ancestor of the insect race. Facing such an existence, it was not about whether there were fear genes but whether the soul could endure it. What are you afraid of? You are a noble holy race. This made it want to know the source of the traitor's fear, but the traitor on the opposite side continued to transmit feelings of fear. It answered no questions like a mute. Not good. Suddenly the enraged royal bug seemed to come to its senses. Twisting its plump body, it prepared to leave this place. Before it could escape, suddenly its eyes brightened. Looking up, it saw a beam of light shining into the dark underground. So many. Bai Jing's eyes gleamed. 8 transport bugs clearly contained a significant amount of energy. This time the harvest might truly exceed 1 million. Bai Jing did not expect that such a small assessment would yield such great rewards. But he still tightened his grip on the spear, preparing to deal with the large fat bug first. Damn it! He immediately wanted to leave this place. Bai Jing was unwilling. It had taken so much effort to find it. He unleashed a bolt of psychic lightning. It struck the fat body. However, such an attack could not break through its defenses. 6th tier. This level of defense clearly reached the 6th tier. Chirp! The royal bug did not leave. With a sharp explosion, several massive king bugs surged from other areas. These king bugs were all at the peak of the 5th tier, and the energy fluctuations emanating from them indicated they were injected with spiritual energy genes. You won't escape this time. In the next second, the blood blade gourd had already been summoned. 10,000 shots the blood blade was ready to unleash. A sense of crisis lingered in the heart. The large fat bug almost instantly made a decision. Chirp! A sharp piercing explosion sounded. The other Kiraman king bugs immediately lunged forward, almost completely shielding the large fat bug. Through the gaps one could see the other party desperately fleeing. Go! Bai Jing did not pursue, letting out a light chuckle as he gently patted the blood blade gourd. In the next second, the blood blade gourd trembled violently. Countless blood blades densely packed filled this underground space.
Those Kuraman king bugs known for their strong defensive life force only managed to hold on for a moment. As the blood blades passed, they were reduced to mere mush. Chirp! The large fat bug screeched in terror, trying to resist. But when the blood blade struck, it was as if a meat grinder was at work slicing off pieces of flesh. In the blink of an eye, more than half of its body was turned into mush. At that moment, the large fat bug, which had seemingly resigned itself to its fate, suddenly exploded from within. A shadow shot straight toward Bai Jing. The suspended blood blade gourd trembled again. The blood blades, which had yet to dissipate, suddenly turned and charged at the shadow. What is that? Bai Jing did not hesitate at all, thrusting the dragon-piercing spear first. You deserve to die for destroying my foundation. I will tear your body apart. A violent wave of mental energy surged. Then he felt a massive force at the spear tip, accompanied by a faint cracking sound. Looking again, the shadow had already retreated.
However, the surrounding blood blades had already closed in.
Only then did Bai Jing have the time to assess the opponent. It was a creature resembling a human, standing upright with two long double ponytails somewhat akin to a cockroach, about 2 meters tall. What is this?
A sexy female cockroach.
Looking at the creature that had suddenly emerged from the massive white bug, he felt a bit dazed. Having just missed the only opportunity for a sneak attack, he was once again surrounded by blood blades being rapidly sliced. Even with its 6th tier strength and comparable vitality and recovery abilities, under such an assault it not only gained nothing, it also suffered greatly.
The battle quickly came to an end. The sexy female cockroach held out for a full 3 seconds after exploding.
The remaining blood blades did not waste time, swiftly eliminating the transport bugs. After completing this, Bai Jing hurriedly chose to recharge. Detected a large amount of energy. Recharging will yield 750000 essence.
Recharge.
Looking at the pop-up prompt, Bai Jing's breath momentarily halted and he quickly chose to recharge. As the recharge was successful, the entire underground cavern, whether flesh or energy mist, vanished in an instant.
In its place lay over 1 million cold essence in his balance. He. Rich.
At this moment his expression was somewhat uncontrollable, laughing instinctively. This was the result after the opponent had expended a significant amount of energy. If he could have completed the kill before the attack, it would have yielded at least several million energy. This was just an ordinary bug queen that hadn't even reached the 7th tier. A creature like this one, in the insect race, even 100,000 essence was not uncommon. Bai Jing increasingly felt that just by killing bugs he could attain enlightenment and become a deity. This also illustrated the terror of the great devourer race. If it weren't for these creatures, regardless of who you were or what background you had, they would attack if you showed any resources. If targeting any civilization individually, it would be a colossal disaster. Perhaps even the Orc Empire would be troubled. Still, I need to be cautious. Bullying lower tier princesses is fine, but those higher ups are best left alone. As a member of the 12 royal families of the Great Devourer, there had never been a change of queen since their discovery, resulting in a large number of princesses below. This necessitated more resources from them. As for the source of resources, it naturally relied on their abilities to seize them.
Because of this, one might encounter bugs anywhere in the universe.
Bai Jing surveyed the battlefield again, leaving no detail overlooked. He also slowly maneuvered the mech, preparing to return to find his sister. This insect race would be eliminated given the death of their queen. It was only a matter of time. Just as Bai Jing had anticipated, in about 2 to 3 hours. The biological warship that had been confronting in space departed, and with the warship's fire support the remaining bugs were quickly cleared.
Junior brother, do you have some good news? Having reunited with the 2G, Shueya, noticing the uncontainable smile on her junior brother's face, couldn't help but ask.
Is it that obvious? This time the harvest exceeded 1 million essence and Bai Jing felt a bit lightheaded while walking.
You're almost grinning like a fool, only a fool wouldn't notice.
Upon hearing this, Bai Jing thought for a moment, lowered his voice and whispered something in his sister's ear.
He saw Ji Zuyeo's eyes widen in surprise.
Really? Of course it's true. Once we return, I'll help my sister with the upgrade, he said, nodding with a smile. However, what surprised Bai Jing was seeing his sister shake her head vigorously, continuously declining.
No need. I think it's fine as it is now, and your ability isn't 100% guaranteed. This will only waste your cultivation time.
Bai Jing's thoughts were simple.
He wanted to give back to his sister right now.
Helping to upgrade her battle armor, nothing too high, just a 10.
Moreover, her battle armor configuration wasn't too outrageous, it was only a few thousand essence. He could still afford it.
When he returned, selling those extraordinary materials would yield another batch of essence. For the time being, he probably wouldn't lack essence. He just didn't expect to be refused. Actually, sister won't waste much time.
Trust me, come to my room tonight. Well. Okay then. Seeing her junior brother's strong attitude, Ji Shuyo had no choice but to agree. The two continued aboard the warship Fist of the Blaze, returning to the commandant's fortress. Upon arrival, their master was already waiting. Master. Master. Looking at the two disciples, Wang Chang nodded in satisfaction. Well done. He praised them. At that moment another team approached, and among them one person was carrying a tray. Walking in the middle was a young man. Congratulations on becoming members of the Commandant. This is your identity token. As Black Iron Commandants, you can establish your private armed forces. Specific numbers and precautions will be sent to you via email. Before his voice faded, the two women carrying the tray walked up to them and lifted the tray. Bai Jing saw his sister take the Black Iron Commandant badge. Bai Jing also reached out to take it. However, he did not expect that a ceremony for the highest power center of the alliance would be so simple. 3 people, 2 trays, and this matter was settled. Master. Ji Shuya watched the figure depart, her lips parting to speak, yet before a single word could escape, Wang Chang anticipated her intent and smiled gently. What? Do you find the commissioning ceremony insufficiently grand? At these words, Bai Jing's attention snapped toward them. Logically, as a true authority with executive power, they ought at least to hold a formal commissioning assembly. Instead, the matter was settled among just 3 people. You two only see the number 3, but have you even considered who presides over this right? That individual is a Gold Emblem executive officer. To receive your commission directly from him is already an extraordinary honor. Wang Chang shook his head lightly. Bai Jing and Ji Shuyo harbored no particular objections, only ignorance. Upon learning that the so-called young man was in fact a Gold Emblem executive officer, both drew sharp breaths. They had never anticipated such stature. Gold Emblem officers stood among the most powerful figures in the alliance, its undisputed apex. I've never seen him before, Ji Shuyo murmured, curious. In principle, every Gold Emblem executive officer should be known to her, yet this one left no trace in her memory. It's unsurprising you haven't met him. He's currently in semi-retirement and rarely intervenes. Knowing his identity suffices, speak of it to no one else. Seeing both disciples nod in understanding, Wang Chang led them back aboard the Taishua, how clearly preparing to depart. Bai Jing meanwhile returned to his private quarters. He reviewed the privileges now granted to him. A cursory glance was all it took, then he burst out, damn. No wonder countless heirs of wealth and political power clamor to join the executive corps, the perks are simply staggering. First came the base salary, unremarkable on its face, 10 million credits monthly, barely over 100 million annually. To heirs of privilege, or even to Bai Jing himself, it meant little. Yet the real wealth lay not in wages but in invisible benefits. A single mission could easily eclipse that sum. Next came tangible welfare, access to all Alliance-owned forging stars where purchases incurred discounts and repairs were granted at a minimum 50% reduction. Such authority constituted only the foundational tier. The true core lay beneath a private armed force, 200 strong. At first hearing, the number may seem unimpressive. Yet this carried a concealed privilege: unrestricted arms procurement rights. One could purchase active-duty military hardware from any Alliance armory, subject only to registration. It amounted effectively to legal firearm ownership. Moreover, the composition of those 200 soldiers rested entirely upon personal capability. Indeed, one might even recruit 200 ninth-rank warriors provided one possessed the means. Provided it could be achieved, this was the highest authority granted. Secondarily, as previously noted, even criminal acts fell under executive officer jurisdiction. Local governments held no right to arrest or execute. It was in essence an open declaration: unless the offense was grave, consequences would remain minimal. No wonder everyone strives to join the executive corps. Even these baseline privileges are overwhelming. I can scarcely imagine what silver or gold emblem officers command. Bai Jing chose not to question his master further. Steady cultivation would suffice, he would ascend in time. Next, I require my own warship. Has the captured pirate vessel been repaired yet? Truthfully, he preferred deploying his Kanmusen, but her appearance was too conspicuous. Deploying her more than a few times would inevitably draw trouble. Just then Ji Shuyo knocked and entered. Junior brother, perhaps we should reconsider. I'll likely spend my days in quiet routine. Why don't you focus instead on upgrading your gear? Her status ensured she'd never be assigned perilous missions. Logically, exceptional equipment was unnecessary. Even fully augmented, her capabilities would pale beside a tycoon's mere fingertip. Yet Bai Jing saw clearly since their first meeting senior sister had treated him with unwavering kindness. He could not bear to be heartless, not when she had even taken on debt for his sake. Senior sister, our bond needs no such formalities. In the end, he retrieved his personal mecha, offered brief instructions, and departed hastily. With a single mental command he fed it into the augmentation furnace. Augmentation completed swiftly, at a cost of 59000 essence crystals. Name First Generation Executive Officer Mecha 10. Traits Energy System 4 Structural Optimization 3 Overall Optimization 2 Leap Enhancement 1. Description: A mecha modified through specialized augmentation. Bai Jing set the newly enhanced armor aside, intending to deliver it to his senior sister tomorrow or the day after. For now his thoughts turned to how best to maximize the remaining essence crystals. He summoned a document and silently typed a single line. Optimization pathway for Fat Ian Xiang. The recent battle had revealed that truth techniques forged from inner chi possessed formidable destructive power, rivaling even high-grade alloy weaponry. Indeed, sustained chi coverage across the body rivaled wearing full mecha armor. Take Eagle Claw Fist, it could effortlessly rend the carapaces of 4th or 5th rank insectoids. This reminded him of the 7th realm of martial Dao, Su Xiang illusory image. Though he had yet to encounter it, he dared speculate, could its purpose be to manifest Fat Ian Shangdi? Perhaps martial artists' inner chi proved insufficient either in quantity or quality to directly solidify such an image. Hence the Executive Corps mecha served as a clever workaround, granting 8th rank combat capability without requiring mastery. Martial arts today are fragmented, time to synthesize them. Bai Jing formulated a preliminary framework, a pseudo Su Xiang. Others failed because their inner chi reserves fell short, but his were ample. Even if he lacked capacity, now refined regulation would accelerate recovery. And his physical body. Bai Jing remained convinced untapped potential still lingered within his flesh. His corporeal form continued evolving slowly, fueled by an inexhaustible wellspring of vitality. With time, the life energy saturating his blood and flesh far surpassed that of peers at his cultivation level. He half-joked he might become the interstellar version of the Tang dynasty monk Xuanzang. Dual cultivation, body and inner chi, I will forge a new art. Of course this hinged upon one prerequisite: acquiring the permanent 100 experience efficiency buff. With only 50 efficiency, such ambition would remain unrealizable. Bai Jing's goal was simple: shatter warships barehanded, no armor, no inner chi, pure physical might alone. As for inner chi, he envisioned constructing Su Xiang capable of crushing capital class vessels barehanded. Had he been able to cultivate spiritual energy, he would have pursued all 3 paths simultaneously. Then I'll prioritize buff acquisition, it should take no more than half a month. Such matters demanded patience, steady, deliberate progress. Can Musen, prepare yourself. I'll soon seize an opportunity to augment you. His first priority was the Lingjing Xingjiahao. Augmenting mecha elevated individual combat prowess, but augmenting the Kan Musen would grant at least 7th rank and possibly 8th rank power. A vessel capable of both devastating offense and rapid evasion, and capable of autonomously hunting enemies when idle, offered unparalleled value. Augmentation of the Kan Musen ranked absolutely first. All other considerations would depend on how many essence crystals remained afterward. Soon Bai Jing received word his warship had been fully refitted and was ready for collection. A few days later, Bai Jing took the initiative to find Wang Chang. Master, have you encountered any problems in your cultivation? Seeing his disciple approach him, Wang Chang's spirit visibly lifted, his face breaking into a warm smile. Just as he was about to answer his disciple's questions and fulfill his duties as a master, he saw Bai Jing shake his head. Master, I have reached the 4th level of perfection and I want to learn the techniques for the 5th level of meridian opening. In the past 2 days, Bai Jing had confirmed that his golden core had reached the level of being completely unobstructed. He decided not to wait any longer and prepared to cultivate the 5th level techniques. Bang! Bang! 2 muffled sounds echoed. If someone were behind Wang Chang at that moment, they would see his hands tightly clenched behind his back. The recent sounds also originated from a pair of hands. Everyone was clearly stunned in place. 4th level of perfection. How long has it been? Is this truly a genius? His thoughts surged like a fountain, leaving his emotions unsettled. After a considerable pause, he snapped back to reality, looking at Bai Jing with a complex expression in his eyes. The speed of his breakthrough is likely unmatched by the 2 most talked about old martial geniuses online. It's simply incomparable. Release your internal energy, let me have a look, he finally spoke. Bai Jing obediently complied and a dense internal energy surged forth, gathering in his palm. Even though Wang Chang had not yet examined it, he already had an answer in his heart. The quality of this internal energy likely surpassed that of many 6th level warriors. Moreover, he could sense that Bai Jing's internal energy was ceaseless and in terms of both quantity and quality had reached the highest level. Very good, you have indeed reached the 4th level of perfection, you can proceed with meridian opening now. As he spoke, he took out an unnamed technique clearly related to meridian opening. This is our inherited technique capable of opening 300 major meridians. I only managed to open 270 of them, you can come to me for whatever you need next.
Opening meridians also requires a vast amount of resources. It can be said that every level, whether it's 4th, 5th, or 6th, requires an enormous amount of resources. This is also why it's hard to find 5th or 6th level warriors outside of powerful families. Even if there are some, they are likely from the military or certain organizations.
Alright, master.
Bai Jing respectfully took the technique. Due to the existence of the golden needle acupuncture technique, he likely knew better than anyone else the locations of the meridians. You should familiarize yourself with it.
Once you remember it all, I will explain the important points to you. Alright, master.
Bai Jing held the technique and was about to return to his room. His luck had been poor these past 2 days and he had not encountered the 100 efficiency he desired, leaving him somewhat helpless.
He could only take his time.
Just as he was about to return to his dwelling, he noticed another person at the door.
Senior sister, are you looking for me for something? My good friend has arrived.
Please check on those extraordinary materials.
If the price is unsuitable, I will find someone else. Hearing this, Bai Jing felt a mix of amusement and frustration.
Senior sister, you can handle this, you won't let me lose outright. It wasn't that he wanted to know those matters with her and her friend were all relayed by the ship girls. Both creditors were friends of hers.
Come on, let me introduce you to her.
Although she may not be suitable as a wife, her connections are quite good.
What?
Bai Jing was taken aback. The underlying meaning of her words suggested that there was someone suitable as a wife.
Follow me and you'll find out. She directly pulled Bai Jing away.
Soon they saw a warship arriving with someone quickly boarding a landing craft to come aboard the Iron Blood. Several individuals soon passed through the connecting passage and entered the Iron Blood. Bai Jing and his companion were there to greet them.
Shui Bai Yaozi, he shouted. Originally smiling widely, Ji Shui Yao's expression darkened.
In just a few steps she rushed up to the other party. She reached out to slap her.
No. Good friend, I was wrong.
The other immediately conceded, hurriedly begging for mercy.
Come here.
Although Ji Shui Yao stopped, she grabbed the other's hand and dragged her over to Bai Jing.
This is my junior brother and this is my childhood friend Wu Xiaojun.
Wu Xiaojun carefully scrutinized Bai Jing, her eyes clearly brightening. She extended her delicate hand, revealing a pair of dimples, smiling as she spoke.
Hello, my name is Wu Xiaojun. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Before Bai Jing could reach out, he was pushed down by another hand. Just knowing is enough, no need for a handshake. You don't know how much tech and hardship your hands have accumulated.
Wu Xiaojun. Hello, Sister June.
Bai Jing thought for a moment and decided to call out. Regardless of anything, she was still his senior sister's friend and he had to give her face. As soon as he spoke, Wu Xiaojun's dimples became more prominent and she smiled brightly, the only discordant note being her pronounced dark circles. Since you've called me sister, I can't let you suffer this time. The price will go up by 10.
It's just a 10 increase, you didn't even look at how much it was. You're being too greedy, Shui Bai. Shui Yao. Let it be a 10 increase.
She likely also thought the quantity was too much and the excess profit would be calculated in billions. Soon they brought these people to the reception hall. In the Orc Empire Holy City.
On a giant altar stood a 3-meter-tall orc with a full head of silver hair.
He looked up at the sky, murmuring unknown syllables while waving a staff in his hand.
The next second he saw a fleeting image.
It was an endless void and at the edges of the image were destroyed stars. In a daze he could hear the wails of countless races.
Put.
The silver-haired orc seemed to suffer a backlash, spitting out a mouthful of blood.
The future has not changed, my prophecy was wrong.
No matter who he is, he must die. Closing his eyes, he seemed lost in thought before soon shouting out. Immediately several massive orcs in golden armor arrived.
High Priest, what do you need us to do? This will guide you.
As he spoke, he took out a stone tablet and placed it in their hands.
Wherever it guides you, destroy everything you encounter.
Understood, High Priest.
Meanwhile, on a distant planet, a strange warship descended. Soon dozens of humanoid beings disembarked.
Perhaps due to bad luck, just as they stepped off the ship, a huge lizard suddenly pounced at them and it seemed that its massive maw was about to bite down. One of the humanoid beings had data streams flashing in its eyes. As it raised its arm, it rapidly reconfigured like liquid, transforming into a cannon barrel.
Boom! With a loud bang, the lizard was blasted away.
The humanoid being's arm transformed again, turning into a 10-meter-long battle blade which directly severed the lizard's head. Meanwhile, the other humanoid beings had data streams continuously flashing in their eyes. That great being has come, but it has already left. Emotionless with a mechanical synthetic tone, they confirmed that there was nothing they were looking for here, promptly returning to their warship and departing.
Go assist with the appraisal, any questions can wait until later. He dismissed the two attendants.
Wu Xiaojun could no longer contain herself, kicking off her shoes. She stretched barefoot across the plush sofa. Her lips kept murmuring in awe, "I truly believed I'd die alone on that desolate planet, yet somehow I survived." Ji Shuio had nearly scolded her for such unladylike behavior until she recalled her friend's harrowing recent ordeal and hesitated, leaving the reprimand unspoken. And those so-called departments within the alliance. Utterly incompetent. What transpired could never be the work of an ordinary hacker. When I requested funding to study this anomalous dataliform, no one would believe me. They insisted it was merely the doing of a common hacker, or worse, an electronic demon. Don't think I'm ignorant, but their actions bear no resemblance to either. Moreover, I've received credible intelligence. Certain ancient entities have clawed their way out of forgotten graves, and they too are searching for something. Perhaps encountering a familiar face unlocked Wu Xiaojun's urge to unburden herself. Yet even Ji Shuio felt a chill crawl up her spine. The more she spoke, the more wildly implausible her claims grew. Enough, you're unharmed, aren't you? Besides, I heard the Alliance granted you compensation. Just settle down and rest. She offered gentle reassurance. Wu Xiaojun sprang upright, bare feet planted firmly on the sofa. You wouldn't understand, but tell me, brother, can you fathom the burning thirst for the unknown? This is a lifeform born of pure data, never before witnessed in recorded history, far surpassing even the most advanced androids, a transcendent high-dimensional being. Grant me support and I will not only discover it first, I will capture it. Bai Jing gazed at the woman before him, her fervor bordering on frenzy, unable to reconcile her demeanor with the fact that she was in truth a preeminent psionic researcher. Yet one thing he could not deny: her intuition was terrifyingly acute. From mere contact and fragments of circumstantial evidence, she had deduced the existence of a cyber specter. That alone attested to her extraordinary talent. The unknown, a high-dimensional, a wholly new lifeform. With each phrase, Wu Xiaojun's body twitched as though swarming with unseen insects, her hands kneading frantically, her frame writhing uncontrollably. Junior brother, please carry on with your duties. Ji Shuio sighed softly, watching her childhood friend's rapturous expression, knowing full well her research obsession had flared anew. Unlike the others, this friend had cultivated a passion for inquiry since childhood. Coupled with exceptional familial resources, she had forged groundbreaking contributions in several esoteric disciplines. Senior sister, I'll take my leave now, please handle the materials as you see fit. Bai Jing wasted no time departing, chiefly wary that this elite psionic researcher might detect something anomalous about him. Brother, don't go yet. Let's talk a while. Just as he turned to leave, her voice called out. Bai Jing responded with a courteous smile and a polite refusal. Senior sister Xiaoju and I won't intrude further, I have pressing matters to attend to. Farewell. He bowed slightly and strode away without hesitation. Once the door clicked shut, Wu Xiaojun's gaze remained fixed upon it. Hey, don't even think about it. Whatever fantasies you're nursing, bury them, now. Ji Shuio gently but firmly redirected her friend's stare, her tone edged with quiet vigilance. Fascinating, far more intriguing than those other fellows. Wu Xiaojun murmured almost inaudibly to herself. Was I speaking to you? What on earth are you muttering about? Nothing much, just that your junior brother is rather handsome. Surely you wouldn't consider. Before she could finish, Ji Shuio clapped a hand over her mouth, prompting an immediate spirited skirmish between the two women. Bai Jing returned to his quarters and via their secure neural link issued a quiet warning to the shipmind. A formidable woman has boarded the vessel. Until she departs, do not interface with the Ironbloods network and no reply is necessary. He dared not gamble on whether her psionic sensitivity might pierce through to the shipmind's presence. Better safe than exposed. Having delivered the warning, Bai Jing turned his attention to the Qi opening manual and began reading intently. After several careful passes, he had committed every line and every critical caveat to memory. 365 major acupoints exist within the human body. A single point yields negligible martial benefit, but when an entire region is fully open, technique power surges exponentially. Per his master's instructions, priority should be given to acupoints aligned with one's prior martial path. Leg techniques focused on leg acupoints, palm strikes on hand and arm points, each synchronized activation dramatically amplifying combat prowess. Bai Jing sank his consciousness into the embedded module and selected skill enhancement. A 300 acupoint manual, fragmentary yet amenable to optimization. He had initially intended direct acupoint activation, but realizing its cap at 300 fell drastically short of his exacting standards, he opted to test enhancement instead. To his astonishment, it worked. Qi opening manual optimizable. 1. Structural integrity. 2. Activation efficiency. First, complete the framework. Then attempt opening. He maxed out structural integrity. 10 consecutive optimizations yielded no visible change until the 11th.
You optimized the chi opening manual acupoint capacity increased by 5. You optimized the chi opening manual acupoint capacity increased by 7. You optimized the chi opening manual acupoint capacity increased by 10.
Though no qualitative leap occurred, the ceiling has risen from 300 to the perfect 365, enabling full activation of all major acupoints.
Yet this was still insufficient, the structural integrity option remained active. Let me test your limits. Last time you gifted me the Chi Cultivation Manual. Now, show me what marvels you'll conjure.
Bai Jing thought, then resumed optimizing.
You optimized the Chi Opening Manual Technique Efficacy Enhanced. You optimized the Chi Opening Manual Technique Efficacy Enhanced. You optimized the Chi Opening Manual Technique Efficacy vastly enhanced. After another dozen iterations, the familiar prompt reappeared. Initiate transcendent optimization of the Chi Opening Manual. Cost 50000 essence crystals.
At the sight of the message, Bai Jing's entire frame stiffened, then surged with electrified alertness.
It's here. Without hesitation, he confirmed.
50,000 crystals were no longer prohibitive. Instantly, a 1-hour progress bar materialized.
It begins. Bai Jing waited, pulse quickening. Time elapsed. Another notification shimmered into view. Congratulations, transcendent optimization complete. You have forged an unnamed cultivation art. Name unnamed. Effect unlocks the body's hidden vaults, condenses acupoint realms.
Description: a profound cultivation method enabling full acupoint activation and the formation of self-contained acupoint realms.
Ha! Ha! Holy, this did not disappoint. Others open acupoints, I forge realms.
Who else among the 5th realm cultivators dares such a feat? Bai Jing realized with dawning irony he was drifting ever farther from orthodox martial cultivation. This bore no resemblance to legitimate martial training.
Who cultivates inner energy via chi cultivation manuals only to open realms, not acupoints?
From the newly imparted transmission, if acupoint activation is a trickle of water, realm formation is a torrential flood, further granting innate storage capacity for inner energy. Its cultivation methodology diverged fundamentally. The first acupoint to awaken must be the sure high cerebral sea, whose activation automatically fortifies soul force.
There's no better day than today.
Since it has already been optimized, I might as well start practicing directly. Looking at this impressive cultivation technique, Bai Jing found it hard to contain his excitement. At the same time, his mind raced to think of a name that would suit this technique. How about just calling it the Dong Tian scripture? Bai Jing suddenly realized he was terrible at naming things, and after racking his brain, randomly settled on one.
Naming completed. A prompt then appeared.
With the naming finished, Bai Jing began to take action.
After the last breakthrough experience, he found that he didn't need any fancy trinkets. What was the point of calming pills or the Jolong pharmaceutical?
Nothing was better than automatic health and energy recovery. Just those two kept Bai Jing in a state of full vitality every day,
perfectly meeting the requirements for his breakthrough.
Bai Jing casually sat on his bed, replaying the location of the first acupoint and the method of opening it in his mind. After confirming there were no issues, he immediately began to gather the inner breath from his dantian and split a bit of his spirit, focusing it on the location of the acupoint. Soon Bai Jing discovered a closed door.
Found it open for me.
A massive surge of inner breath rushed in, attempting to directly break through the acupoint. Initially thinking it would take some time, Bai Jing quickly realized the acupoint had opened. In the next moment, a stream of cool energy flowed from the top of his head throughout his body. It made Bai Jing involuntarily emit a comfortable sound. A sense of clarity enveloped him. As expected, the most difficult to open spiritual acupoint, just its activation continuously nourishes my soul.
This indeed helped Bai Jing immensely.
Recently he had been struggling with the Wanshan technique, worried he could not quickly enhance his spirit, but unexpectedly opening the acupoint could solve that.
But this Dong Tian scripture, while excellent, also requires time and resources.
In short, this technique needed to nurture each acupoint,
transforming him into an acupoint Dong Tian. Moreover, it required not only inner breath but also vitality and a bit of spirit energy. One could say,
even if this technique were to spread, it would be unlikely for anyone to cultivate it successfully. If someone truly succeeded in cultivation, they would probably be captured for dissection.
There must be something wrong with them. Either they are a cheat or a dark god. Nurturing acupoints is fine for me.
For others it might take a long time, but for Bai Jing there was no time to waste. Vitality surged.
Inner breath poured in. It was all about quantity and satisfaction.
Bai Jing began his intense seclusion training at home. Even when his senior sister told him to get some extraordinary materials, he didn't step outside.
He just left a message online asking her to help buy energy cores and then continued his cultivation.
As the nurturing time gradually increased, the acupoint also changed. At least the efficiency of nurturing the soul increased. After about 3 days, the acupoint completed its transformation, becoming a Dantian. Bai Jing could clearly sense it. The acupoint not only continuously emitted special energy but also formed a space somewhat similar to a Dantian, though small, about half the size. It could be filled up first. Oh crap. Just as he was about to act, Bai Jing noticed something was wrong. He saw the open sea of consciousness changing every second. 10 seconds later, the newly formed acupoint Dantian was already filled with inner breath. Its quality was undoubtedly comparable to that of a Dantian. This sudden change left Bai Jing momentarily stunned, followed by overwhelming joy. 365 small Dantians. These might seem insignificant. But what if they could recover 10 of energy every second? Achieving high inner breath is just around the corner, and so is the manifestation of the heavens and earth. He muttered, his eyes gleaming with excitement. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected this Dantian to be treated as a Dantian by the plugin. Originally, the quality of the inner breath was already high and the quantity was substantial. Once he opened all acupoint Dantians, the 10 of inner breath would be an astronomical amount. It could definitely support him in manifesting a miniature version of the heavens and earth. Damn it, with 100 experience efficiency, how come I still haven't unlocked it? Just one more step. Once this buff unlocks permanently, Bai Jing planned to enter seclusion. He aimed to produce a basic version of the manifestation of the heavens and earth and then slowly optimize it. Sooner or later he would achieve the ability to summon star matches at will. He. Bai Jing chuckled. Nothing compared to the power of strength. Especially in this dangerous universe. If he could truly summon mechs comparable to stars along with that 10 maximum recovery every second, he would probably be invincible in the material universe. Next, I will open all the acupoint Dantians. Saying this, he took action. He directly began with the second acupoint. This one was also related to the mind, and once opened it would similarly nurture the soul. Bai Jing only needed to split the methods and locations for opening these acupoints. They could definitely fetch a high price. Mainly because the current acupoints originated from the limbs and torso, and this head position was rarely heard of anyone opening it. The head was still too fragile, one careless move could lead to death. Next, Bai Jing immersed himself in the tedious life of opening and nurturing acupoints. Even so, he found it enjoyable every day. As the number of acupoints that could nurture his soul increased, Bai Jing's soul strength significantly enhanced, reaching the level of perceiving objects through walls. He could even achieve the legendary inner vision of ancient martial arts. This was all due to the benefits brought by the growth of his spirit, vaguely resembling the abilities of a psychic. Little junior brother. Ji Shuiyao pressed the doorbell and called out. Bai Jing, who was in a state of cultivation, woke up. Sensing the change in his spirit, he revealed a smile. Not bad, with 6 acupoint Dantians my inner breath reserves have tripled. He mumbled softly but still got up to open the door. Senior sister, what's the matter? He had clearly instructed her not to disturb him unless necessary, and her sudden visit likely meant something important. Junior brother, it's been half a month already. What do you think? Of course we need to go to the forging star. Don't you want your spaceship? She shot a glance at her careless little junior brother. To the forging star. So soon. Bai Jing was instantly delighted. His first spaceship in life was about to be in his hands. As for the ship girls, they originally started as space shuttles. Let's go, master is already waiting for us and there are some things he needs to tell us. All right. He hurriedly followed Ji Shuiyao out, seeing their master waiting. Before he could say anything, he noticed Wang Chang slightly tremble, a look of surprise on his face. You successfully opened the acupoints. I just opened them a few days ago. Bai Jing knew he couldn't hide it, so he spoke honestly. Master, I have something to show you. Does this help you? He thought for a moment and took out the locations and methods for opening the spiritual acupoints. This was his support. The stronger the support, the more stable his position. As long as he could break through to the 8th tier possessing combat power comparable to the 9th tier, he could walk through the alliance with confidence. I was curious about what this was before. I only learned after cultivating the acupoint chapter that this is also a diagram of acupoint distribution. Bai Jing casually fabricated a lie, all the while observing his own master with keen attention, watching the old man tremble with excitement, his hands and feet shaking, his breath growing ragged. Thighs. As a 7th-rank martial artist, he could instantly recognize the extraordinary value of the diagram before him, a complete map of cerebral acupoints. Master, I acquired this by sheer serendipity. Would it be of use to you? Bai Jing asked gently, jolting Wang Chang back to awareness. His gaze softened, turning complex and layered. Since taking Bai Jing as his disciple, he had offered scant cultivation resources and even fewer guided instructions. Yet Bai Jing consistently produced astonishing artifacts, this time even a comprehensive cerebral acupoint map. Though Wang Chang's own acupoints were concentrated almost entirely within his four limbs with only a handful activated in his cranium. It wasn't for lack of will, but rather the precise locations remained unknown to him. In that moment roles blurred who was truly the master and who the disciple. Xiao Bai, this artifact is profoundly valuable to me. Is there anything you desire in return? Even as a 7th rank cultivator, acupoint activation remained theoretically possible at 4th rank and beyond. Yet no one had ever achieved it. If master needs it, please take it freely. A patron must be nurtured, yet how could a mere 7th rank martialist suffice as such a foundation? I won't stand on ceremony, I have something you'll find useful. Wang Chang said nothing more. Between master and disciple, excessive formality bred distance. Little brother, what exactly did you give him? Ji Shueyo asked, curiosity sparkling in her eyes as she glanced over. A cerebral acupoint distribution map, so exhaustive could it possibly be complete? Indeed, it is the full cerebral acupoint chart. Let me verify its authenticity first, then transmit it to you both. Once confirmed, Ji Shueyo stood momentarily stunned. Who exactly is the scion of an ancient clan here? Her little junior brother's offerings grew ever more preposterous. An optimized refinement technique. Vast reserves of transcendent materials. Now, even a complete cerebral acupoint map. She felt absurdly like the provincial outsider. I happened upon it by chance, never realized its worth until now, Bai Jing replied with a light, easy smile. Whatever the case, the gift had been bestowed. Now all that remained was to see whether his master would apply himself diligently. Even without breaking into the 8th rank, enhanced cerebral acupoints would undoubtedly elevate his power further. Let's go claim your starship and settle this matter first. Wang Chang spoke, then led the way toward the Titan God Corporation's headquarters. Greetings, Elder Wang. I'm Lu Wei, your vessel's refit and repair are complete. Please follow me. A middle-aged man stood waiting, his face adorned with a practiced professional smile. Under his guidance they soon entered a colossal factory where in an open bay rested the very starship Bai Jing's team had reclaimed. Its appearance, however, had undergone a radical transformation, now stretching 400 meters in length and nearing 200 meters in height. 6 ship-mounted cannons bristled along its flight deck, not warship-grade perhaps, but more than sufficient to repel ordinary pirate vessels. This vessel has undergone full replacement of its energy core, hull plating, armaments and other critical systems, the technician began explaining. Bai Jing inwardly swore, a shell swap essentially, only the name remained. The energy shield was preserved, yet nearly every other subsystem had been comprehensively overhauled. It could sustain over 10,000 souls. If everything meets your approval, please sign here. With the briefing concluded, the handover commenced. Bai Jing stepped forward to review the transaction details. With a silver badge executive officer overseeing the process, deception was impossible. The entire transfer took barely 2 minutes. Gazing upon the colossal vessel before him, Bai Jing felt an indescribable swell of emotion. Months had passed since his arrival in this world, and at last he possessed a starship of his own. Brother, let's go aboard and explore. Ji Shueyo exclaimed, brimming with excitement. After all, she was the vessel's angel investor. Every plate, every circuit bore her investment. The three approached the airlock door, simultaneously a bright melodic voice chimed forth. Greetings, Captain, welcome home. Bai Jing blinked, stunned. That voice, could it be anyone but a ship spirit? She'd truly delivered on her word. She'd taken residence within the new hull. Outwardly composed, Bai Jing followed Ji Shueyo aboard. His vessel was a balanced design, armed for defense yet generously appointed with living quarters and even recreational zones. They entered the bridge directly where at the chamber's center a radiant holographic projection shimmered into existence. She was breathtakingly beautiful, a vision that arrested the eye at first glance. Clad in a phoenix coronet, a crimson silk blouse, an embroidered red robe, flowing rosy sashes and matching red skirt and trousers. Already exquisite, her attire, drawn from the classical garments of the Huaxia realm, imbued her with an ineffable, timeless. Wow! What a stunning AI, I'll demand this exact physique and aesthetic for my own future starship. Ji Shueyo's eyes gleamed, fixed raptly upon the luminous figure. Even she felt her pulse quicken. Fortunately, the being was virtual. If such beauty and aura belonged to flesh and blood, she would surely reign as the Alliance's undisputed goddess. Greetings. How may I assist you? The ship spirit smiled faintly, her voice warm and poised. Ji Shueyo gazed at the radiant figure and asked, do you have a name? Then instantly regretted it. To ask an artificial intelligence for a name. How foolish. As expected, the elegant AI responded with quiet dignity. Apologies, I have not yet been granted a name. Yet Bai Jing sensed perhaps wrongly a subtle undercurrent of melancholy in her words.
A shiver ran down his spine, he felt seen. She had no name. Impossible. Hadn't he already named her?
Then realization dawned. She'd addressed him instinctively, but a formal proper name had indeed never been bestowed.
Shall I name you? Ji Shuiyao's interest flared, only to be gently rebuffed.
The AI's gaze shifted, settled upon Bai Jing, and she spoke, voice serene and deliberate.
Regrettably, system analysis confirms you lack the vessel's highest authority, thus I cannot comply. And however, analysis confirms this gentleman is the vessel's supreme authority. Captain, would you bestow a name upon me?
Bai Jing fell silent. At that moment a soft holographic prompt materialized before him, bearing only 3 elegant characters in please name her.
Xiao Hong. Bai Jing casually typed a name and was about to click confirm.
In the next moment he saw that the confirm button had gained self-awareness.
Even with Bai Jing's current speed he couldn't keep up with the other party's pace. Bai Jing.
His fingers returned to inputting a name, deleting, pondering what kind of name to give. As soon as he thought of the cyber ghost opposite him, names of female ghosts popped into his mind.
Chu Renmei Nye Xiaoqian Shansuan Jinzi. How about you come up with one yourself?
Bai Jing realized that he truly had no talent for naming, and the names he came up with might not be to her liking.
My name should be given by you, Captain.
The ship girl said weakly, and with her beautiful face she evoked an inexplicable sense of protectiveness.
He. Bai Jing scoffed.
What was wrong with the name Xiao Hong?
She just didn't want it.
He internally complained, but still carefully considered, looking at her appearance and then thinking about her true form.
He input another name.
This time there were no unexpected issues and the confirm button was still there.
This relieved Bai Jing and he clicked it immediately.
Thank you for naming me. Hong Xiu will serve you. The ship girl beamed a bright smile, leaving Bai Jing momentarily stunned. There was no denying her beauty. Her aura wouldn't fade even after 1,000 or 800 years. It had that kind of charm.
Most importantly, there was that thrill.
She was a legendary ghost in films. What could compare to conquering this thing? The sense of accomplishment was immense. Junior brother, your artificial intelligence is so beautiful, and there's a kind of indescribable aura. Looking at the bright and charming ship girl, Ji Zuyeo's eyes sparkled. If it weren't for her spaceship not being built yet, she would have wanted to obtain this intelligent data no matter the cost. Moreover, she felt that this intelligence was different from others. But she couldn't quite articulate how it was different. Junior brother, shall we take a tour outside? Ji Shuiyo proposed. However, before Bai Jing could respond, Wang Chang reprimanded from the side. Nonsense, this is just a shell. To activate it requires a large number of skilled personnel. Of course, relying solely on artificial intelligence is possible, but artificial intelligence ultimately has its flaws. Currently, the main fleet of the Alliance, those products of cutting-edge technology, are all equipped with manual controls. It's no wonder the Alliance does this. They have learned their lessons in the past. For this very reason, no matter how many planets the Alliance currently has, they will always lack population. Even though combat robots are quite advanced now, the Alliance would not promote them on a large scale. A single electronic demon could potentially turn the robots into enemies. These are lessons learned through blood and tears. At that moment, Bai Jing's eyes lit up as he thought of some ideas that could significantly save labor costs. The feasibility still needed to be verified. Xiao Bai, you don't need to worry about human resources. I will think of a way to ensure you are equipped within a month. Thinking of his apprentice who had no connections, Wang Chang directly took on this matter. Master, should I leave my spaceship here on this forging star? He thought he wouldn't be able to drive it away, but soon realized he was overthinking. You don't need to worry about that, it just can't travel long distances, short distances are fine. Wang Chang replied with a smile. He was about to let his apprentice follow and leave this planet with the help of the Tai Shuihao. Suddenly Bai Jing spoke up. Master, I still want to buy some things here, it might take a little time. He was preparing to experiment. If possible, it could greatly alleviate the shortage of labor. Moreover, he also had the confidence to deal with mechanical rebellions. Standing before the electronic demon was the legendary ghost of the spirit realm, now the only data life, the cyber ghost. This configuration could handle those evil gods, and even if it couldn't, bullying the electronic demon would still be easy. He planned to buy some robots for experimentation. Mainly if this thing worked, it could amplify through essence, which would be cheaper than directly summoning those beings. Ordinary robots only cost a few hundred essence. Then let your senior sister take you around, I just transferred you 10 billion. If that's not enough, ask me for more. Wang Chang wasn't unwilling to give more, but the Alliance currency only circulated at the lower levels. Many times those precious resources are traded for goods. So he didn't have much Alliance currency in hand. Okay, master.
Bai Jing didn't mention anything about having money. It's perfectly fine for the master to give pocket money to the apprentice.
Looking at his senior sister, she had already spent 30 to 50 billion on him.
Shuaya, take good care of your junior brother.
I know, master, he's not a child.
Ji Shuao said somewhat sourly.
Having to specifically instruct him to buy things on the forging star, master had transformed into a doting mother.
Wang Chang then left on the landing spaceship, leaving the two behind. Junior brother, are you looking to buy weapons?
This was the only possibility she could think of. The weapons on the forging star were quite comprehensive. Moreover, since the junior brother was about to form his private armed forces, if he wanted to increase combat strength, he naturally needed to exchange for weapons.
It's not a yes or no, let's take a look first.
If he were to buy weapons, Bai Jing wouldn't purchase anything too extravagant.
Regular ones, once enhanced tenfold, would be quite powerful.
Most importantly, Bai Jing still hadn't decided what kind of crew he wanted.
It all depended on whether the robots could meet the requirements. If not, he would summon some alien races to serve as crew. The Alliance allows alien crew members but requires some procedures. Bai Jing needed 100 loyalty.
Spending some money, some essence, or even having slightly inferior qualifications was acceptable. The only requirement was 100 loyalty.
He needed the other party to be willing to self-terminate if necessary.
The two did not go to other places, directly arriving at the Titan Group building. Upon learning their intentions, a smiling salesperson immediately approached them.
Thank you for your patience, you can call me Fu Hai.
Please let me know your needs and I will recommend suitable models for you.
Once confirmed, I can also arrange for you to try them out.
I would like to buy some robots mainly for maintaining the spaceship, and I also need some mechanical guards. Bai Jing immediately stated his needs. The arms dealer did not hesitate at all.
He clicked on his wrist and soon projections of various robots appeared.
First, there were engineering models. This is our Titan Group's latest model of maintenance robot, capable of solving most spaceship malfunctions while also equipped with mining and construction functions. In the projection stood a robust robot over 2 meters tall with 8 mechanical arms that could easily switch various tools.
There was even a demonstration. It could weld and repair spaceships in space and could mine in caves, supporting operations on land, sea and air. How much is this per unit?
20 million each with a 100-year warranty excluding personal damage repair and compensation guaranteed.
I want 3.
Bai Jing felt that maintenance robots once enhanced should be quite useful.
Buying them would be considered an experiment.
Very well, sir.
Fu Hai swiftly completed the operation and projected the new product, a combat class robot. Compared to the maintenance class units, Jushan Group had clearly invested far more into this line. 3 distinct models appeared in the holographic projection alone.
Judging by their design, these were high-end models. Sir, please observe, this first model is codenamed Terminator. It masters all weapon systems and can operate any mechanical apparatus with precision. In its bare configuration, it possesses 3rd-rank combat capability. When fully equipped, it can eliminate 4th-rank adversaries and briefly withstand 5th-rank onslaughts.
Standing 2.5 meters tall, its frame bore silvery white circuitry patterns. Crafted with biomimetic synthetic skin, it appeared even more human than a standard mech warrior.
As the demonstration played, a live figure darted across a battlefield, dodging artillery barrages, seamlessly deploying diverse armaments and maneuvering heavy machinery with uncanny fluency. Its battlefield acumen rivaled that of seasoned veterans, and unburdened by fear of death, it surpassed them in raw effectiveness.
The base unit costs 30 million credits. Full configuration would run approximately 47 million. Bai Jing had watched with mild interest until his expression hardened into disdain.
Rubbish. Overpriced garbage. He spoke aloud without hesitation. Do you have anything cheaper?
Ji Shuao, standing nearby, misread her junior brother's tone as financial constraint.
Leaning in, she whispered softly, brother, no need to economize, I still hold over 1 billion credits. As for the funds from selling transcendent materials, they had long been allocated toward purchasing energy crystals.
Senior sister, it's not about cost, it's about suitability.
I intend these as expendable shock troops. Bai Jing offered the explanation plainly, not lowering his voice, clearly intending it for Fu Hai's ears. After a brief pause, Fu Hai gestured. The displayed combat robots instantly shifted to a new set.
This time the presentation felt markedly austere.
Where the Terminator exuded sleek cutting-edge elegance, these machines looked pieced together, scarcity of advanced materials evident in every joint and seam. Approximately 1.7 meters tall, they retained biomimetic skin, even more lifelike in appearance, but lacked the luminous spirit energy circuitry, confirming them as purely technological constructs. Sir, please observe, this model is named Veteran in early Jushan Group production.
It delivers solid combat performance, wields battery-powered weaponry, and can engage and defeat first-rank lifeforms in direct confrontation.
Fu Hai continued his sales pitch with practiced confidence.
Priced at 1.3 million credits. At those words Bai Jing let out a cold mirthless laugh. This was undoubtedly vintage, archaic, obsolete. To demand such a sum was audacious. Worse still, the phrasing betrayed deliberate ambiguity capable of eliminating. Equipped with electromagnetic rifles, even untrained humans could fell typical first-rank beings. These veterans were nothing but a trap, over-engineered, underperforming, and deeply flawed. As Bai Jing turned to leave, Fu Hai's expression flickered, alarm flashing across his face. He hurriedly interjected, "Sir, if the price is unsuitable, we may certainly negotiate." At that, Bai Jing silently raised 5 fingers. Too low. We'd fail to recoup production costs. Fu Hai protested, immediately, voice edged with urgency. Oof. Bai Jing scoffed once more, then turned decisively, escorting Ji Shuya toward the exit, ready to seek alternatives elsewhere. "Wait, sir, how much would you pay?" Seeing him truly about to depart, Fu Hai gritted his teeth and blurted the question as if surrendering a hard-won concession. 100 units, for now. Further orders will follow as needed." Agreed. After a tense moment of internal debate, he finally acquiesced. His grimace suggested profound loss, but Bai Jing knew better. Units slated for decommissioning were pure profit, each sale netted pure margin. He suspected these had been dredged from some forgotten warehouse corner. Yet he didn't care, the sole requirement was functional parity with ordinary humans. Anything beyond that was superfluous. Should necessity arise, he could always upgrade them later for standard civilian use. Bai Jing purchased nothing else except 100 Xiaolong assault rifles priced inexplicably high at 100,000 credits apiece. And even those were not fully configured, yet still denominated in alliance credits. He bought them anyway. The transaction concluded swiftly soon after he boarded his vessel, cargo secured. Once airborne, Ji Shuyo hesitated before speaking. "Brother, we could easily afford superior models." "Why did you?" In her view, capital was abundant, even if depleted investors stood ready. Acquiring these obsolete units seemed nothing short of reckless loss. Bai Jing smiled faintly, grateful that his senior sister had withheld criticism during the purchase. "Senior sister, have you forgotten something? For instance, your executor battle armor." "You mean the blessing?" Ji Shuyo had personally experienced its effect. Armor performance multiplied severalfold, its very material undergoing fundamental transformation. Bai Jing nodded. With confirmation, Ji Shuya fell silent. That mysterious force rivaled even the beast's most advanced technology. No material substitution occurred, yet efficacy surged dramatically. Even more astonishing, his own blessings occasionally altered substance at the ontological level. Such metamorphosis lay beyond the beast's reach. Their method relied on enveloping materials with unknown energy, forcing superficial mimicry of native properties. His blessings, however, enacted true dimensional ascension of essence. "Hongxiu, prepare for departure." Having secured all firearms and automatons, Bai Jing issued the command. "Brace for atmospheric egress." As the vessel lifted from Forge Star, Bai Jing turned to his sister. "Senior sister, please inform Master I intend to cultivate aboard this ship." Ceding control to Hongxiu carried inherent risk. He preferred caution during the transition. Not out of distrust toward Master, but toward the crew aboard his master's vessel. Too many eyes, too many variables, too great a chance of compromise. That was precisely why Bai Jing insisted on forging a cadre bound by absolute unwavering loyalty. "A trivial matter, I'll relay it to Master upon return." Understood. Soon after, docking with the Iron Blood was complete. Only then did Bai Jing grasp the staggering scale of his master's flagship. It dwarfed his own vessel by at least tenfold. Once mooring procedures finished, Ji Shuyo departed. The moment she was gone, Bai Jing's gaze settled upon Hongxiu's holographic form. "What? I never coerced you into naming me, you volunteered." Flustered by his stare, she murmured softly, almost apologetically. Bai Jing rolled his eyes. Volunteered. A name rejected by consciousness simply couldn't be selected. Still, he harbored no resentment, only lingering unfamiliarity with sentient data life. Why hesitate to bestow a name upon this humble servant? Have I earned no merit, only toil? In the next instant, Hongxiu's avatar adopted a heartbreakingly vulnerable expression, wide-eyed, trembling, utterly wronged. "Enough, tell me, do you like the chassis I acquired for you?" He opened a storage crate. Inside stood a weathered, decades-old robot, its joints faintly tarnished, its optics dimmed with age. "Step in, try it on." Bai Jing watched quietly, eager. Hongxiu. A sovereign data spirit, a cybernetic phantom, her inaugural physical vessel. A 50,000 credit decommissioned relic. No, this is not right. Even if I can't get a full body customization, I should at least get a silicone one right. You. Red embroidery furrowed her brow, a look of disdain on her face. Moreover, this model clearly had a male physique. I'm just curious, what are you thinking about every day? Let me see if you can control it. From now on you'll be responsible for the maintenance and upkeep of this ship.
Bai Jing was somewhat speechless.
What the hell is a silicone body? What are these cyber ghosts doing online? Oh. Red Embroidery weakly responded.
With a thought, she saw the combat robot successfully boot up and quickly walk out of the box. She reached out to look at her palm and waved it casually.
How many can you control like this? Bai Jing asked.
I'm not sure. I should be able to control a few thousand, tens of thousands, maybe even hundreds of thousands.
Hearing the given numbers, Bai Jing's eyes twitched violently.
The difference was too great. Fortunately, it was already confirmed that this skinsuit could be worn and controlled.
Of course, to prevent any accidents, even the industrial robot was let to be tested by Red Embroidery.
With the other party exerting force, over 100 robots began to move simultaneously.
It seemed completely effortless.
These robots are so poorly equipped they are even weaker than those first-tier warriors, Red Embroidery complained.
This kind of gadget couldn't fully utilize her advantages. What do you know?
Each of those things costs 30 million and I only spent 50 million for 100 of them. Bai Jing casually selected an old soldier robot. With a thought, it was tossed into the augmentation for
name Bionic Combat Robot.
Description: this is a combat robot that would make people laugh out loud if taken out. Please do not release it to avoid embarrassment.
Indeed, it's trash. Fortunately, Bai Jing was mentally prepared.
He began the augmentation directly.
Your Bionic Combat Robot augmentation was successful. Overall optimization 1. Your Bionic Combat Robot augmentation was successful. Overall optimization 1. Your Bionic Combat Robot augmentation was successful. Overall optimization 1.
After a series of 10 augmentations, Bai Jing was clearly stunned.
This was the only piece of equipment apart from the blood-drinking dagger to have received 10 identical attribute enhancements. Name Bionic Combat Robot 10. Characteristics: overall optimization 10.
Description: after special power modification, performance has greatly improved with the limit defined by unknown life.
The panel didn't show any special changes. It could only be released for observation. With a thought, a person standing
1.8 meters tall and with a strong physique suddenly appeared. This. Not only had the performance been optimized, but even the bionic skin had been improved.
As long as it wasn't disassembled for inspection, it was almost indistinguishable from a normal person. Moreover, this time's expenditure was 200 essence.
Ship. Red Embroidery, quickly test how this robot performs, he urged immediately.
Upon hearing this, she took over. As soon as she took possession, she sensed something different.
This is good. Of course. I know this is good. Now tell me what makes it good and be thorough about it, Bai Jing replied irritably.
Just a moment, let me organize my thoughts.
It wasn't long before a piece of information appeared in projection form. Improved model material strength 15 times, neural transmission speed 10 times, explosive power 5 times, flexibility 10 times.
This is just the literal data.
Red Embroidery spoke up. If I were to control it at full strength, it should have peak tier 3 reaction speed, equipped with a Hawk Dragon rifle capable of killing tier 3 opponents.
If it's an improved version, if there are enough of them, they can threaten tier 5. Hearing the data provided by Jing exclaimed, wow. Isn't this more powerful than a mechanical warrior? As far as Bai Jing knew, life modifications required tens of millions for the first time, and subsequent modifications could cost hundreds of millions to complete.
Yet he spent 500,000 alliance coins and 200 essence to obtain a peak tier 3 combat strength.
This was simply a bloody profit.
With such extreme control, how many can you manage? He asked the same question again, wanting to see Red Embroidery's limits and also to have a number in mind.
This time she didn't answer immediately but began calculating.
I could control about 1,000. The main issue is that my main body is in the spiritual realm, which causes transmission delays.
I need to predict the enemy's moves in advance.
If my main body were here, I could directly issue commands and I should be able to control at least 10,000.
Bai Jing's mouth twitched. 1,000.
Typically a battle group consists of 2,000 to 3,000 people. These weaker battle groups are usually tier 2 or 3. To form a battle group, the alliance needs to invest elite veterans for life modifications. After the modifications, they also need to adapt to achieve optimal conditions. From finances to personnel, it takes at least 2 to 3 years to build a battle group. The expenditure would likely be in the billions. This is because purchasing equipment is done directly from the military, allowing for significant discounts. Moreover, all he needed to do was release Red Embroidery from the spiritual realm. He only needed to invest 5 billion alliance coins and 200 million essence. He could assemble a super battle group with a headcount of 10,000. With such numbers, encountering a testing hive means that each person with an ally combat blade could cut through from south to north.
eliminating all the insectoids.
As for high-end combat strength, it could be further augmented. There is even the possibility to make up for high-end combat strength through support functions.
It's making me want to unleash an army.
Even in this era, coordinated teamwork can still unleash astonishing combat strength.
Just based on the combat style of mechanical warriors, a 5-person squad can easily kill thousands of low-level insects.
Even when facing tier 4 insects, they could potentially take them down through cooperation. And red embroidery has only augmented a few times so far. When the frequency of augmentations increases, the number of controllable units will undoubtedly soar.
By then 100,000. 1,000,000. 10 million. Even 100 million.
Regardless of how it turns out, Bai Jing has already laid a solid foundation for his future.
As long as there is enough essence, he can easily raise an army of 100,000.
Even later, through spies, he could steal the blueprints for those higher-end robots and have red embroidery build them herself.
No, the premise is that these things can undergo 10 complete optimizations. Bai Jing reacted and quickly continued augmenting. 100 units only cost 20,000 essence.
As the augmentations continued, Bai Jing didn't know if it was a bug or if the robot was just like this.
Subsequent augmentations were all complete optimizations without exception, all 10 overall optimizations. Alright, this will be my dedicated machine from now on.
Bai Jing prepared to order another 100 units from the other party to make a round number.
With a private armed force of 200 people, it would be complete.
They acted directly. It wasn't long before they delivered it to him via spaceship. Bai Jing didn't even have to go pick it up himself. During this time, he even had the optimized version of the old soldier appear in front of Fu Hai, and the other party was completely unaware.
Even the newly acquired veteran robots were not spared. Each underwent the enhancement process once.
Naturally, their primary function remains supporting spacecraft maintenance and repair. Since the credits in essence have already been spent, might as well enhance those engineering robots as well. In short order, the enhancements were completed. Name: Multifunction Industrial Robot Traits, Full System Optimization, 4 High Precision Operation, 3 Rapid Execution, 3 In Description, a top-tier robot integrating maintenance, servicing and mining capabilities.
It seems the veteran robot truly was an anomaly.
As with previous enhancements, no trait recurred 10 times consecutively. Each of the 3 multifunction industrial robots randomly received 1 trait level across the 3 attributes. According to parameters obtained from Hongqiu, performance metrics had increased several-fold at minimum, and high-precision operations were now fully achievable.
Bai Jing glanced over, finding the traits intriguing.
They could serve not only for repair but also for creation, capable of fabricating technological artifacts under precise control.
Hongqiu, I have an excellent assignment for you.
Bai Jing suddenly smiled warmly.
And yes, go ahead. And locate schematics for defensive equipment, prioritizing safety, then fabricate them manually using these 3 robots.
Ever since learning that Hongqiu could simultaneously command vast numbers of robots, Bai Jing had realized her potential remained vastly underexploited. This cyber specter required careful, gradual refinement. Now was the time to assess her capacity for autonomous learning and fabrication.
Very well. What kind do you need?
And Bai Jing smiled faintly and patted the transformed veteran robot.
Don't ask me, your sole directive is the ultimate objective. How you achieve it is entirely your own endeavor. And arm them all, how you accomplish that is up to your research and ingenuity.
He immediately assumed the role of a hands-off overseer, primarily to observe whether this data-born lifeform could through self-directed learning ascend to the intellectual caliber of humanity's foremost scientists. There was another reason this would consume her time and energy, sparing her from aimless online browsing and absorbing haphazard low-quality information. Hearing Bai Jing's assignment, Hongqiu's delicate eyebrows furrowed, evoking for him the most frequently uttered word among pre-cosmic humanity.
Exploitation.
Nit felt as though she were being exploited by capital.
And work diligently, excellence will be rewarded with advancement soon. Bai Jing remarked coolly.
Her brow had barely nodded in grievance, thinking her master utterly heartless, when in the next breath her face blossomed into radiant delight.
And Captain, please command me without restraint. She promptly opened countless network windows to begin studying.
Perhaps still restrained by his earlier words, she refrained from attempting to breach elite faction databases, instead focusing on publicly accessible knowledge and repositories of small to mid-size enterprises.
Keep up the effort, you'll reap abundant rewards.
And watching Hongqiu brim with renewed vigor, Bai Jing finally acknowledged how unwise it had been to expect free labor before.
Rewards demanded reciprocity. And to simply open one's mouth and demand endlessly, how could that possibly suffice? And did they not understand the grueling effort he expended battling monsters?
Once he confirmed Hongqiu had begun systematic learning and building her own knowledge base, Bai Jing turned his attention to planning his next steps. And the energy core I purchased through Senior Sister's connections should arrive shortly.
Once recharged, essence levels will surge again. And Bai Jing's reasoning was straightforward. With sufficient essence, he would locate a remote uninhabited planet to perform a major upgrade on the Lingjie Traveler. His target, level 20. Upon achieving this, Hongqiu's capabilities would inevitably undergo a substantial leap.
Additionally, he needed to finalize the Executor Armor and the Dragon Sundering Spear alongside developing the Heaven and Earth Manifestation Technique.
These objectives required urgent completion, ideally before reaching the apex of the Fifth Realm. Executors enjoyed privileges, but bore responsibilities too. Even junior-ranked ones like himself were mandated to complete one official assignment annually. Naturally, loopholes abounded. The well-connected finished theirs in 2 or 3 days. The powerless often labored for months, or even a full year, on a single task. All depended on one's backing. Fortunately, on this count, Bai Jing considered himself adequately positioned, likely qualifying for self-selected assignments. That granted him considerable operational latitude. His resolve was absolute. He would undertake such missions. To speak plainly, this wasn't duty.
It was sanctioned appropriation. An annual stipend of 1 or 200 million credits.
What could that possibly accomplish? Every bloated criminal under custody possessed fortunes far exceeding that. A single mission easily yielded years' worth of salary, casually pocketed en route. Such practices had long solidified into unwritten norms among executors. Even silver badge executors like his own master couldn't evade them. Resistance was futile. Refusal risked marking one as aberrant. Sigh. Why must you force my hand? All I ever wished was to be an upright, impartial executor, and with worship maidens at his side, alliance corruption appeared to him as naked as bare skin. He would maximize returns, not through theft but through preemptive investment, thus contributing more profoundly to the alliance. Having previously briefed senior sister, Bai Jing remained undisturbed aboard his vessel. He resumed cultivating the Dongtian scripture and opening acupoints, his strength steadily ascending. Several days passed. As usual, Bai Jing opened the buff interface to test his luck for the day. Essence deducted. Temporary buff acquired 100 experience gain efficiency. N essence deducted. Temporary buff acquired all speeds increased by 20. N.
Detection: you have drawn this buff 10 times randomly. Spend 10000 essence to lock it permanently.
Finally, it took long enough.
And muttering wryly, he spent 10000 essence to lock the 100 experience efficiency buff.
Upon successful locking, the interface instantly displayed the mid-grade experience pill buff.
The cost per use surged from 10 to 100 essence, though duration remained unchanged at 24 hours.
Now that this buff is secured, it's time to begin. And Bai Jing felt inspiration surging within his mind, almost overwhelming in its urgency.
Yet his gaze fell upon Hongqiu, still immersed in study, and a bold idea emerged: if data-born life possessed sentience, could it receive buffs too?
Without hesitation, he attempted it.
At the thought's inception, a prompt materialized before him: apply 50 experience gain efficiency to Hongqiu.
Holy SHT. And Bai Jing gasped repeatedly, so loudly that even Hongqiu, deep in study, looked up in puzzled curiosity.
This actually works, absolutely incredible, and he murmured inwardly, then stepped before Hongqiu's holographic projection, raising a hand silently beneath her questioning gaze.
I decree be quick-witted and perceptive. And I decree be keen and studious.
And with those two declarations, the effects of both basic and intermediate experience pills instantly manifested upon Hongqiu.
Hongqiu. Her beautiful face tightened as her brows furrowed, her gaze locked unblinkingly onto Bai Jing. Have you ascended to godhood? After an awkward pause, those words finally tumbled out.
In her mind, only a being wielding divine authority could accomplish such a feat. Moreover, the boon Bai Jing had bestowed upon her was extraordinary, truly unparalleled. It elevated her entire state, propelling her to a far higher tier of existence.
Even an ordinary deity would likely be incapable of achieving this. In that instant,
her gaze toward Bai Jing shifted, from astonishment to profound complexity, then to anxious uncertainty.
Am I now obsolete? Will I be cast aside, without even a share of the estate?
Sensing Hongqiu's turbulent emotional tide, Bai Jing felt both exasperated and amused. What drama for Ascension Starship?
Guess. He said it lightly, calm, enigmatic.
A man must always preserve an air of mystery.
I won't guess, I'm studying now. Do not disturb.
A thick wave of existential dread enveloped her. On the holographic projection, a vertical sign abruptly appeared: do not disturb, intensive study in progress. Bai Jing shook his head gently, faintly amused, but made no move to interrupt her drive. A healthy dose of urgency was after all beneficial. This world was perilous, and every increment of strength meant another layer of security. In time, he would no longer oversee mundane affairs, private armaments, logistics, administration, personally. What he needed now was not merely a glib talkative vessel but a true steward, one who could manage everything seamlessly and comprehensively.
To handle trivial matters with diligence, yes, urgency was welcome. Bai Jing turned and walked away.
This ship clearly bore the unmistakable imprint of his senior sister's meticulous care.
Though modest in size, it was flawlessly equipped, even featuring a dedicated cultivation chamber.
Its simulated variable gravity offered real-time physiological analysis and delivered incisive actionable guidance. Of course, Bai Jing himself had no need for such amenities. What he intended to undertake was across the entire alliance a task unmatched by any other. He stilled his scattered thoughts and drew a deep, steadying breath.
Let us begin with the art of heaven emulating form.
This time I need only take the first step, the rest will evolve gradually. Who among mortals has never dreamed of grasping stars and plucking moons from the heavens?
As he entered deep focus,
both his golden core and Dantian cavern surged in unison. A torrent of energy flooded over his skin, yet even this overwhelming flow fell short of his ambition. Yet under the amplification of 150 experience efficiency, insight came swiftly, its origin rooted in ancient cold weapon armor.
Chainmail. Scale armor. Even wicker armor.
Through intricate weaving and medicinal soaking, their defensive capabilities were dramatically enhanced.
Bai Jing's first hypothesis: could inner chi itself be woven to weave a nascent form, to drape the newly forged armor over the executor-class battle frame? Let us test it.
For Bai Jing, experimentation was the sole path forward.
Success, once recorded on his interface, would unlock the master skill system's full potential, guiding him through any impasse. With a single focused intent, strands of inner chi coalesced, intertwining layer upon layer.
Fortunately, Bai Jing had recently opened over a dozen acupoints and spirit caverns, greatly augmenting his spiritual awareness,
granting him exquisite control over his inner chi.
His hand's weaving was completed swiftly. Upon his right palm shimmered a translucent veil of white inner chi, superficially indistinguishable from ordinary chi coverage. Yet closer inspection revealed the truth. The entire palm was sheathed in countless filaments of chi, each no thicker than a human hair, interlaced and solidified with crystalline precision. Their density was so immense that at a glance no difference was apparent, yet beneath that seamless surface lay a chasm of disparity. Even by Bai Jing's own refined perception, its defensive capacity had soared. This woven armor could withstand standard electromagnetic rifles with sufficient inner chi reserves. Even sustained automatic fire pressed directly against the temple would leave him unscathed. Even unmodified infantry-grade weaponry, he was confident he could absorb its full impact provided his entire body remained fully armored.
The principle is sound. Now I must convince the interface to recognize this as a legitimate martial art.
Bai Jing stroked his chin thoughtfully, then summoned fresh inner chi from his dantian to continue weaving. As coverage expanded across half his torso, fatigue set in, his mind straining under mounting cognitive load.
Even if perfected, this technique would be inaccessible to most.
This half-body scale armor of inner chi was sheer brute force engineering, elegant in effect yet brutally demanding in cost, defense gained only through prodigious expenditure. An average 4th-rank martial artist, for instance, could sustain such a formation on the hand alone for perhaps 15 seconds, before total depletion. Only Bai Jing, blessed with limitless chi regeneration, could wield it so extravagantly.
I'll pause for now. First I'll open more acupoints and spirit caverns, broaden my reservoir before resuming.
As he spoke, he activated today's 150 experience efficiency bonus and plunged into cultivation. Under that enhancement, the rate of acupoint and spirit cavern activation accelerated markedly.
13. 15. 20.
He surpassed 20 in rapid succession. His current chi reserves now approached tenfold those of a peak 4th-rank cultivator. Coupled with exceptional chi quality, surpassing even many 6th-rank experts, his long-stalled martial path reignited.
Weaving resumed steady and deliberate. Once acknowledged by the interface, effort would inevitably yield its due reward.
Then let us press onward, complete the full-body armor in one decisive surge. Owing to inner chi's intrinsic properties, the armor possessed virtually none of the traditional drawbacks, only pure unadulterated advantages.
With abundant spiritual clarity and an inexhaustible wellspring of chi, the formation advanced steadily.
The armor coalescing over his skin grew increasingly complete, its only distinguishing feature its milky white hue, otherwise indistinguishable from mastercraft physical armor.
Days passed.
When even the soles of his feet were sealed beneath the chi armor, a notification finally flashed before his eyes.
New martial art detected and archived, unnamed. It is done.
Bai Jing's eyes blazed with sudden brilliance.
Before he could even navigate to the skill enhancement interface, a sharp jarring sensation struck his skull like a hammer blow.
An avalanche of martial expertise crashed into his consciousness, a tidal wave of technique, timing, and instinct. Even his formidable spiritual awareness was momentarily overwhelmed, his head throbbing as though it might burst. Yet this very intensity confirmed the art's staggering potency.
Captain, are you all right?
Even Hongxiu, deep in study, sensed the disturbance and turned her voice laced with concern.
At that moment,
Bai Jing snapped his eyes wide open, his irises blazing with preternatural luminosity, and a fierce unrestrained elation lit his face.
Not only am I fine, I've never felt more invigorated.
If his approach emphasized sheer volume and relentless execution. The master's skill system embodied true mastery, refined, efficient, and utterly dominant in technical execution.
The same technique,
requiring 100 inner chi from him, demanded only 50 from the master's skill system, while simultaneously granting 100 defense and 100 structural integrity as passive enhancements.
Please name your martial art.
The prompt reappeared. Bai Jing took a quiet breath, settling his exhilaration, and fixed his gaze intently upon the newly manifested martial art dossier.
Name untitled. Effect conjures a full-body armor.
Description: through skillful weaving allows internal breath to possess greater strength.
Bai Jing's eyes lit up.
The effect might be modest for now, but he knew that a towering skyscraper rises from the ground. Without a foundation, where would the skyscraper come from? Now he only needed to gently tap on the skill enhancement page.
As for the name, he'll just call it the Overlord Armor for now.
As the words fell, a prompt immediately appeared. Naming successful. Overlord Armor has been recorded. Bai Jing took a quick glance and soon found it in the list.
Just as he imagined.
He only needed to set the beginning, the rest would be left to the skill masters and skill enhancements. The Overlord Armor could be optimized in various directions.
1. Strength. 2. Efficiency. 3. Range.
This was the first time he could enhance 3 major aspects within a martial art.
Strength is self-explanatory.
Efficiency simply refers to consumption. Naturally, Bai Jing was most curious about the range.
What kind of directional changes would arise from such optimization?
With this thought, he could hardly contain his eagerness. After all, it wouldn't consume much essence, so he might as well max it out.
You optimized the Overlord Armor once range enhancement 1. You optimized the Overlord Armor once range enhancement 1. You optimized the Overlord Armor once range enhancement 1.
With 10 optimizations in one go, Bai Jing immediately chose to activate it. A sudden clarity surfaced in his mind. The size, style, and form of the armor could all be determined at will. It could reach up to 4 meters.
Or even when fully unleashed resemble an ancient armored general proportionally magnified.
Not bad. I was still worrying about how to cover the executioner's armor, and 10 optimizations solved it perfectly.
He was very satisfied with the optimization results.
His gaze then fell on the other 2 options. With 10 optimizations, the cost of optimizing other routes would rise somewhat. But the price was still acceptable.
After all, it was the initial optimization. Then let's continue. You optimized the Overlord Armor once strength 1. You optimized the Overlord Armor once strength 1. You optimized the Overlord Armor once efficiency 1. Soon 20 optimizations were completed.
Adding 1 consumed nearly 100,000 essence.
But the results left Bai Jing very satisfied.
Taking the giant version of the Overlord Armor as an example, consumption was reduced by 50 while overall strength was elevated by at least 2-fold.
Moreover, he unexpectedly awakened a new ability. To be precise, it resembled a gear.
Level 1 initial version, the Overlord Armor had minimal changes. Level 2 significantly increased thickness, able to withstand stronger attacks.
Upon activation, it expanded a circle as if inflated. In this state,
Bai Jing aimed his sniper rifle at his forehead. Firing 3 shots was no problem. To break through his defenses, he needed at least a 6-shot sniper.
Moreover, the shield-breaking effect would need to be upgraded again. With my current defensive power, it's hard for anything below level 7 to injure me.
The increase in combat power was uncertain, but his health bar had successfully thickened, enlarged, and lengthened.
Below level 7. Far ahead.
For a moment, Bai Jing wanted to find someone to practice with, preferably at level 6. He immediately stretched his body, making a sound, and after his muscles relaxed, he walked out of the training room.
Almost simultaneously, he heard Hongxiu's cheerful voice. Captain, you've finally come out.
What's up?
If there's something, just say it.
He glanced at the projection and couldn't help but exclaim in his heart.
Why does this female ghost now exude an aura of scholarly sophistication, giving off a vibe of a learned maiden?
How much information has she absorbed? I've mostly learned that theory by now, and I want to put it into practice. With the 150 experience efficiency boost, her already exceptional data life opened a new realm, allowing her learning speed to reach a terrifying pace. Even Bai Jing was momentarily stunned. Almost ready. Even with mid to low level technology, how much the Alliance likely doesn't know. Perhaps sensing his doubt, Hongxiu straightened her chest and back, looking as if to say, yes, I've completed it. Right. After I studied military technology, I found out you were in seclusion, so I casually studied industrial technology and agricultural technology. Listening to her rapid-fire categorization of technologies, Bai Jing felt a sense of disbelief. Who exactly has unlocked what? How long was I in seclusion? Did you empty the Alliance's knowledge base? Even without those cutting-edge technologies, it was hard to defend against this versatile individual. She had even learned about breeding and caring for sows. In a daze, Bai Jing seemed to see a line of text emerge above Hongxiu's head. Military Technology Master, Industrial Technology Master, Agricultural Technology Master. That title filled the entire screen. These were not even the most significant aspects. If she could control robots, she could achieve automated production through her own operations. I hope I won't inadvertently create the ultimate boss for the Alliance. Even he couldn't help but ponder in his heart. How long has it been? At most a dozen days, and she has mastered all mid to low-level theoretical technological knowledge. Looking at her expression, as long as the materials are ready, she could initiate fully automated production at any time. For the first time, Bai Jing looked at Hongxiu with a complex expression. But he still spoke up. If you need anything, contact my senior sister and have her purchase it for you. Is that all right? But initially focus on experiments, don't waste resources. Thinking for a moment, he added, scientific creation requires a significant amount of funding. It could even be described as a bottomless pit. I'd better take it easy with my small frame. Alright, I will make sure to spend the money wisely, and I won't let you down. Saying this, she extended a finger. As long as the materials arrive within a month, I can arm 200 robots to the teeth. She even directly made a military vow. Sure, if you can do it, then 1 month later will be your upgrade time. Bai Jing said without a hint of embarrassment. He would be rewarding her anyway, so it was a win-win. Then I'll go get busy, call me if you need anything. Looking at the projection, Bai Jing felt a bit complicated. Now that he calmed down, why did it feel somewhat familiar? It was somewhat like the Zerg model, possessing a collective consciousness where a Zerg queen could command a trillion-strong swarm to fight. Now though, Hongxiu was still a bit lacking as her level increased. The number of robots she could control would only increase. I feel like I might have accidentally unlocked some remarkable limiter. To him, Hongxiu wouldn't harm her. But for the Alliance and other civilizations, this was a hidden bomb that could explode at any moment, killing a large number of people. With Hongxiu's existence, even if she were killed, it couldn't be recklessly discussed. In fact, if one day something accidentally went wrong, the entire universe might become quite lively. Pa. What nonsense, novels are quite harmful. Generally, novels depict it this way: when the protagonist is killed, the protagonist's subordinates seek revenge on the entire world, dragging the whole world into destruction. At that moment, a chat box popped up. Looking at the icon, it was his senior sisters. Ji Shuao. Ji Shuao, what do you need these things for? Saying this, she also sent over a list. Bai Jing glanced at it and understood in his heart. The list was filled with basic materials, but of various types and categories. Hongxiu was preparing to build her own production line from scratch. Otherwise, so many basic materials wouldn't be necessary. He glanced at the total price. Just over 200 million. Not too expensive. Consider it an investment. He directly asked his senior sister to make the purchase. The sooner they arrived, the better. Although Ji Shuao didn't understand what her junior brother wanted to do, she used her connections to buy according to the list. After finishing these inquiries, Ji Shuao said, "Junior brother, don't just focus on cultivation, come out and play a bit, balance work and rest." Attached to the message was a photo. Swimsuit. JPG. Bai Jing opened it and took a look. Quite ordinary. It must have been hard on his senior sister. Clearly a swimsuit, yet it gave off a childish vibe. At the same time, Bai Jing noticed that the spaceship had stopped flying. It had landed at a spaceport. From his current perspective, he could see a planet composed of 70 water. This should be a vacation planet primarily focused on entertainment. Good. Now that the initial version of the law of heaven and earth had formed, all that was needed next was a large amount of essence for improvement. Spending a day or two here would be fine. Consider it a holiday. After experiencing spiritual energy teleportation once more, when he walked out of the teleporter, he saw Ji Shuao waiting at the door. Holding 2 cups of juice, she waved at Bai Jing when she saw him. He walked over and casually took a cup, glancing around but not seeing Wang Chang, so he casually asked a question. "Where's the master?" "Don't ask things that kids shouldn't ask." Ji Shuao replied with a roll of her eyes. "Bai Jing." "Whom?" He glanced at her, wondering if she should reconsider her own situation before saying that. Of course, such thoughts could only remain in his heart.
He had a sense of the situation. An entertainment planet without some adult themes couldn't truly be called an entertainment planet.
Not to mention here even the chick star had more, let alone a place like this. As for experiencing some local customs, Bai Jing directly suppressed that thought. He shouldn't create trouble for unfortunate girls.
With his current monstrous physique, he would be seen as a troublemaker if he went over.
Junior brother, the energy core you wanted should arrive in a couple of days.
Ji Shuao, who was sunbathing, reminded him. This made Bai Jing's eyes light up.
He was already thinking about returning the same way, waiting for the energy core to arrive and then finding an opportunity to go to a remote planet
to help Hongxiu complete the augmentation. Thanks, senior sister. If you need any help, just let me know, I'm at your service,
he replied with a flattering remark. However, this time Bai Jing was surprised to see his senior sister sit up.
You know, I really do have something I need your help with.
What is it?
Help me beat someone up. If anything happens, I'll take the blame,
Ji Shuao said with bright eyes, her lips slightly curled. From the looks of it, it seemed like she had been planning for a long time.
Senior sister, that's your mistake. We don't need to be so polite between us. Who are we beating up?
Do you want me to break all his bones, just his limbs, or just his arms and legs?
Hearing Bai Jing's fierce words, Ji Shuao was obviously taken aback.
But she quickly suppressed her surprise and said, well, no need to be so brutal.
That person is the brother of my good friend. Just help me teach him a lesson. He's your friend's brother.
Bai Jing felt it was a bit troublesome. Such family-related matters were best avoided. Being too light wouldn't have an effect, and being too harsh could strain relations.
Yes, that kid actually wants to pursue me. Do you think he should be taught a lesson? Bai Jing.
He couldn't help but sigh at the diversity of species. His senior sister indeed looked quite good, but with an ordinary figure one might mistake her for a buddy.
Fine. What do you want him to look like after the beating? Just tell me.
With a rich senior sister speaking up, how could he refuse? Her friend wasn't his friend.
He took on the task. Just as he was about to speak,
he saw a video call appear in front of Ji Shuao. As it connected, a beautiful woman was seen tossing her hair, and upon realizing the video was on, she waved her hand.
Shuao, I'm almost there. Where are we trading?
Before she finished speaking, a figure squeezed in from the other side.
Sister Shuao. This was a boy about 15 or 16 with a youthful face, his eyes filled with clear foolishness. Bai Jing understood. No wonder. He thought.
It turned out to be just a kid.
Junior brother, it's this little brat.
Quickly put on your battle armor, and when he comes over, give him a good thrashing,
Ji Shuao said.
As soon as this was said, the boy on the other side froze in his smile. The girl, however, shot her a disapproving glance and said impatiently,
Shuao, you really don't scare my little brother, Bai Jing.
And he had to wear the executor's battle armor. This little brat would probably cry for a long time after one punch.
For the first time, Bai Jing found it tricky. Moreover, it seemed the other side was the delivery person.
But since his senior sister had said so,
just as Bai Jing was in a dilemma, not knowing what to do, he saw the boy on the other side's eyes grow determined. If we fight, then let's fight. I won't lose. Before Bai Jing could say anything, Ji Shuao hurriedly added, little brat, don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you defeat my junior brother, when you grow up, he'll be your girlfriend.
As soon as these words were spoken, the boy's eyes lit up. He quickly began to ask, really?
Absolutely, but you need to defeat my junior brother in a fair fight,
Ji Shuao said with a smile. A gentleman's word is his bond.
A promise is as heavy as a mountain. Seeing the two complete their verbal agreement.
As both sides finished speaking, the girl on the other side then smiled and said, this time you'll really become my sister-in-law.
Let's hear you call me sister.
I forgot to tell you, my little brother has already broken through to the 4th rank and forged a set of spiritual energy flying blades.
Hearing this, Ji Shuao remained unconcerned. Oh, and then?
Your little junior brother is only a 4th rank warrior right now, he probably hasn't even gone through the armor's adjustment period.
Oh, and then? You should understand what a complete set of spiritual energy flying blades means, right? Oh, and then?
Good, you little Snow White Yowzi, just wait for me. The girl with long black hair was quite angry, leaving a fierce remark before directly hanging up the call. As the communication was cut off, Ji Shuao muttered, a small spiritual energy telepath, yet he wants to fight my little junior brother. I suggest he gather a team and come back to grind. She knew better than anyone how strong her little junior brother was.
Not to mention a 4th rank, even a 5th rank spiritual telepath with appropriate spiritual equipment wouldn't be able to take down her little junior brother.
This led both sides to believe that they would win easily. Bai Jing, overhearing the conversation, started to feel some interest. A spiritual telepath. Moreover, a fully equipped telepath. He had never fought one before. It would be a good experience. Ji Shuao, having calmed down, felt a bit regretful. Not because she was worried about losing, but because she felt this deal was a bit unfair. She had put herself on the line while the other side had contributed nothing. He. Soon a smile appeared on her face. She felt it was feasible. A day later, Bai Jing was pulled along to the airport. After a short wait, they saw the energy jumper light up and then extinguish quickly. A group of people walked out, with the leader being the best friend of his senior sister. "Hey, over here." Ji Shuao waved her hand and called out. The group approached. As they drew nearer, Bai Jing could see the newcomers clearly. The person was about 1.75 meters tall, with a figure that commanded respect and a face that rivaled the beauty of the finest embroidery, exuding a certain charm. It was like a mature older sister with an alluring charm. Even Bai Jing couldn't help but steal a few more glances. Just as he wanted to take a third glance, a figure blocked his view. "Are you the stumbling block on my road to love?" A somewhat childish voice rang out. Following the voice, he saw a pair of naive, innocent eyes. Stumbling block. A strange expression crossed Bai Jing's face. "What an impolite little brat today, I'll show you what a chasm is." "Yes, stumbling." The childish face replied earnestly, but before finishing, someone tapped him on the back of the head. A sultry voice sounded from behind. "Xiao Hao, who taught you to speak like that? Apologize." As she spoke, the mature older sister nodded apologetically while pressing down on her brother's head, urging him to apologize. It was evident that the older sister had a strong bloodline pressure. Although her expression showed reluctance, he still obediently offered an apology. "I'm sorry." Bai Jing didn't mind much. Just a brat, a good beating later would suffice, no need to bicker over it. He smiled and nodded as if accepting the apology. The senior sister then began introducing the two sides. "This is my junior brother Bai Jing. This is my best friend Lu Ruyan and her brother Lu Ruhao." Before she finished speaking, Bai Jing suddenly looked up and instinctively asked, "Who?" "My best friend Lu." Ji Shuao looked a bit puzzled, not understanding why her junior brother reacted so strongly. Bai Jing. Perhaps the reference was outdated, as the other party clearly didn't know the backstory. But one must admit, the Emperor Ruyan has been rich, poor, loved, hated, vicious. Yet never ugly. The Emperor Ruyan, terrifying indeed. As for the person before him, her identity, wealth and status were all impressive. "Hello, little brother, please take care of me in the future." Lu Ruyan gracefully extended her delicate fair hand with a smile. "Hello." After a brief handshake, she quickly retracted her hand. This made Lu Ruyan raise an eyebrow, glancing at him but not saying anything. Just then Lu Ruhao, clearly unable to wait any longer, spoke up. "Come on, let's have a match and see who is the chosen one for Sister Shuaya." As he spoke, he took out a box resembling a backpack from his spatial ring and slung it onto his back. Since Bai Jing's spiritual power had completed its initial transformation, he sensed the stake within. Inside were a number of handleless flying blades, each about 10 centimeters long. Each one radiated a wave of spiritual energy. This should be the complete set of spirit energy flying blades the other party mentioned. Before Bai Jing could say anything, Ji Shuao spoke up first. "This won't do. What if you little brat don't admit defeat if you lose?" Upon hearing this, Lu Ruhao's face turned red, not sure if out of embarrassment or anger, and quickly explained. "Impossible. I Lu family's direct descendant, how could I not admit defeat?" He wanted to say more, but Ji Shuao interrupted him directly. "Empty words mean nothing, put it in writing. You must sign and put your handprint on it for this match to proceed, so I can feel at ease." As she spoke, she waved the paper in front of him. Before he could see it clearly, she handed it directly to Bai Jing. "Junior brother, you sign first." Looking at the pen being handed over, Bai Jing felt a bit helpless, but he still signed and pressed his handprint. After signing, Ji Shuao didn't rush to hand it over. Instead, she spoke up. "Xiao Hao, you better think it through. Once you sign, you can't have regrets, not even if you cry. Sister advises you not to act impulsively. You'll still be able to call me sister later, but if you lose." At his age, full of youthful fervor, how could he handle such provocation? His mind heated up and he directly agreed. "I sign." Of course, the main reason was his confidence in his own strength. What surprised Bai Jing was that Lu Ruyan didn't stop him, merely watching the drama unfold with a smile. Quickly finishing the signature and handprint, Lu Ruhao originally wanted to hand it over but was directly rejected. "Not so fast, let your sister sign one too. I don't trust you, little brat. If you lose, she can hold you back." "Shuao, you're going too far."
At least he's my little brother, can you show some decency? Less talking, just sign behind your little brother as a witness. Ji Shuiao didn't reply, giving off the vibe that if you don't sign the contract won't count. Fine fine. A bit helpless, Lu Ruyan casually glanced over the contract.
Being a close friend, there was nothing unusual, so she signed directly. Upon receiving the contract, the senior sister immediately kept it safe. She smiled and said, let's go, I've already booked the venue.
You two finish your match first, then we can discuss other matters.
Bai Jing initially wanted to ask about his energy core, but before he could say anything he was pulled away. This time it was just the four of them, as the other people had been sent back to the battleship by the Lu siblings.
As Bai Jing and the others entered the combat room, Ji Shuiao approached her best friend.
What do you think of my junior brother Ruyan?
Just a kid, what else could he be? Lu Ruyan replied indifferently.
Among her circle of friends, she was the oldest at 26, while Bai Jing was only a couple of years older than her younger brother. Not that young, you two aren't far apart in age, and as the saying goes, love grows over time.
What do you mean? Lu Ruyan became increasingly confused, looking at her with curiosity. It's nothing, you'll find out later. What a mystery.
She muttered about her close friend while her gaze fell on the large screen where both sides had already entered the combat room. Lu Ruhao was surrounded by flying blades of spiritual energy, and there were round shields about 1 meter in size on his chest and back, obviously spirit energy equipment.
I'm ready, let me know when you're ready to start.
Bai Jing shrugged.
I'm ready too, we can start anytime. Beating a brat, he couldn't really use the executor armor, could he?
The effect of his current skill, the overlord armor, would probably prevent the other from even breaking through his defenses.
You're insulting me.
I know you're an executor, summon your armor.
Lu Ruhao said a bit angrily.
He felt disrespected. He was a 4th tier spirit energy genius mage. A 4th tier warrior fighting him without wearing armor.
Please respect your opponent.
Perhaps due to Bai Jing's indifference, Lu Ruhao shouted in anger.
Bai Jing.
What could he say?
Your request. I have agreed.
Watching the summon executioner battle armor, Lu Ruhao's eyes were filled with a fierce battle intent. As for its quality, it was of no importance. The spiritual energy blades were enough to tear through the battle armor.
This concerns Sister Shuiao, please respect me and bring forth all your strength. He emphasized earnestly once again.
This caused Bai Jing's actions, which were about to cease, to suddenly halt as he turned to face the prideful youth opposite him. Even his own senior sister was brought up. Looking at the beautiful, mature and charming older sister, it seemed she was also one of the investors. Forget it, forget it. Since my sister has brought in so many investments, I should at least give her some face. Bai Jing exhaled a breath of turbid air. His dismissive gaze gradually retracted, becoming serious as he immediately entered the battle armor.
Grasping at the void.
A 3-zhan long spear appeared out of thin air, caught by a mechanical arm. Lu Ruhao, who was already prepared, clearly showed a moment of daze, not allowing time to recover.
He saw countless fine lines intertwining on the executioner battle armor, covering the entire mech in an instant.
Then he watched as the mech donned a heavy armor. Even the face was adorned with a facial armor. Accompanied by a flash of red light on the face, Bai Jing's voice echoed again.
As you wish, make your move. Ultimately, he couldn't bring himself to strike first.
After all, he was the brother of an investor. Even if the money was not much, it still represented a sentiment. After quite a while, Lu Ruhao finally came back to his senses.
You.
Well, be careful. The words that were about to be spoken were swallowed back. Suddenly he felt that the other party's earlier actions were not insults, but now it was. Calming his emotions, he glanced at the sky above.
Sister and Sister Shuiao should be watching me.
I must fight with all my strength. Murmuring softly, 108 flying blades split into 3 parts with control.
Telekinetic storm.
Go. Before his voice fell,
a large number of flying blades shot out at incredible speed in an instant.
Bai Jing looked at the impending attack, somewhat surprised.
No wonder he speaks so boldly.
At this speed, a typical 4th tier would indeed only be seconds away from defeat.
Even wearing battle armor wouldn't help, because the neural reaction speed couldn't keep up.
Bai Jing did not move, swinging the large spear in his hand. In an instant, the sound of clashing echoed. No matter from what tricky angle the attacks came, he could block them with the large spear. The flying blades, which were fatal to a 4th tier warrior, appeared like toys before him.
You.
Lu Ruhao's eyes reddened slightly. The output of spiritual energy had reached its maximum. Even if one were foolish, it was clear the disparity between the two was vast, yet he felt somewhat unwilling. With a thought, the constantly attacking flying blades returned. I am not your opponent, let me see your strength. Watching that determined little gaze, Bai Jing sighed lightly and called out to his senior sister through the channel.
Senior sister, what should I do?
You can unleash your full strength.
My brother has defensive means.
A mature voice responded.
Then I understand. With the other party's permission, Bai Jing no longer held back. In the next moment,
the spear tip had already thrust out.
There were no grandiose moves, just a simple thrust.
Gather!
Lu Raheo shouted loudly.
108 flying blades collided with the broken dragon spear, attempting to forcibly change the direction of the spear's attack. No matter the flying blades or the telekinesis, let alone bending it, even altering its course was impossible. Every time the spiritual energy approached Bai Jing within a certain distance, it was as if it had sunk into a quagmire, making control exponentially more difficult.
Even the spiritual energy flying blades showed signs of instability. Realizing that he couldn't block it, he gritted his teeth.
All the flying blades erupted with full force, flying towards Bai Jing. At that moment, the spear tip easily broke through 2 layers of spiritual shields. He felt something resilient blocking the advancing spear tip. Looking at the incoming attacks, he withdrew the spear and swept it, clearing away all the flying blades.
The battle is already over.
Bai Jing's voice rang out. He saw Lu Raheo sitting on the ground in disappointment.
He had only felt profound helplessness during the battle. At that moment, 2 figures entered. Little brother, even if you win, the family won't allow you to marry Xueyao.
Losing now is fine, focus on cultivating, and in a few years we can find you someone better. Looking at her dejected little brother, Lu Ruoyan began to comfort him.
Upon hearing this, Lu Ruheo seemed to be stimulated.
He suddenly stood up from the ground.
I lost, so what?
Take good care of sister Xueyao for me.
I'll always keep my word.
At this moment, Bai Jing had already retracted his battle armor. He felt that this prideful fellow was not so unpleasant after all. At least he didn't cry, make a fuss, or hang himself after losing. As Bai Jing contemplated whether to offer some words of comfort and explain his realm.
As long as you 2 siblings acknowledge it, Ruoyan, let's not choose a date.
As the saying goes, there's no better time than the present. We can directly enter the bridal chamber today.
Upon hearing this, not only Liu's siblings but even Bai Jing was bewildered.
What did his senior sister mean?
Bridal chamber.
What bridal chamber? In the midst of confusion and misunderstanding, he saw the contract gradually unfold.
The contract, which should have been 2 pages, had quietly turned into 3. On the missing page,
there were several outrageous clauses.
For instance, Lu Ruoyan would be his wife and she permitted her younger brother to take concubines. What was this about providing an 88 billion dowry? In this era, even in his previous life, such a level of explosiveness could be ranked high. Lu Ruoyan was somewhat speechless. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Lu family. Her looks, figure, wealth and status were all unassailable. According to the conditions in the contract, it seemed she was to cling to someone as if she must marry the other party. An 88 billion bride price. And to allow taking concubines.
This wasn't a close friend, this was an enemy in disguise.
Trapping her thoroughly. Hess Snow White Yaozi. He was so exasperated that he laughed.
At this moment, Bai Jing had also finished reading the contract and was somewhat dazed.
Had he been sold as well? No way, this doesn't count. Lu Raheo panicked instantly.
Losing was losing, he simply was outmatched. But he couldn't allow his sister to lose.
What's wrong, Lu family's direct heir? Are you refusing to acknowledge it now?
Ji Xueyao said with a smile. The words that were originally on the tip of her tongue were swallowed back and she opened her mouth, unsure how to refute. Looking at her little brother, who was about to shed tears from being put on the spot, Lu Ruoyan shot him a speechless glare. I wouldn't mind marrying little Bai, but do you think that's possible? As the direct eldest daughter of the imperial Lu family, her status naturally wouldn't allow her to marry casually.
Of course, she was also aware that Ji Xueyao had concocted such a scheme with no intention of letting her marry for real.
Why is it not possible? My junior brother will be a future martial god.
Sorry, little Bai.
Right now, even 8th tier warriors are scarce and martial gods are 10th tier existences. Even if it wasn't explicitly stated, enough information was revealed in the words. We are all close friends, so I will invest another 2 billion for little Bai.
This matter is void.
After thinking for a moment, Lu Ruoyan smiled as she spoke. Before the words fell, he saw a flash before his eyes as something shattered under the internal force, turning to dust.
What contract? I don't know. You have a good eye. Investing in my junior brother will earn you big. Bai Jing. Lu family's siblings.
Bai Jing was feeling overwhelmed. His senior sister's way of soliciting investments was somewhat unconventional. Suddenly he felt that this money was a bit too hot to handle.
At this moment, A notification sound rang out. Your alliance bank has received 2 billion yuan. Lu Ruyan clearly had no intention of defaulting and immediately transferred the money. Listening to the money being deposited, Ji Shuiyao revealed a satisfied smile. Thanks to Sister Ruyan's generous support, let's go out for a meal and I'll treat you, junior brother. I can't accept that I haven't even gotten my hands on it yet. I've invested a total of 3 billion. If I accompany you. Ha ha. This time it's on the house. Ji Shuiyao waved her hand and said. Seeing that she was really going to drag her to dinner, Lu Ruyan spoke up. Alright, we still have things to do. The items have already been delivered to the Iron Blood ship, let's have a meal next time. It's a military order, you know. She added as a final remark. Originally wanting to persuade her to stay, upon hearing this her tone shifted. That's a pity. Once you're done I'll treat you again. After chatting a bit more, the Lu siblings hurriedly left. Once they were gone, Bai Jing felt a bit embarrassed to speak. Senior sister doing this. It's fine, Sister Ruyan is one of the richest among the rich, this money is just pocket change for her. Her family is the largest merchant in the alliance. With her status as a merchant living on the Imperial Star, describing her wealth as enough to rival a country is an insult. That's what she knows. The family's industries are spread across the entire alliance and even have dealings with the military. Senior sister, are there any uninhabited planets nearby? I want to practice my martial skills. The energy core has arrived. It's time to upgrade the Spirit Realm Traveler ship. Even though it's not yet the agreed upon deadline, would you oppose the boss giving out year-end bonuses early? Only a fool would refuse. Let me see. Ji Shuiyao projected a star map of the nearby area. She quickly pointed to a planet. This is an abandoned mining star not far from here and your ship can easily make the journey. Then tell the master I'll be back in a few days. No problem, just be careful. Don't worry, senior sister, I value my life. Bai Jing didn't pause. He first returned to the Iron Blood ship to retrieve the energy core, then entered his own ship. The conversation just now couldn't be hidden from Hong Xiu. When he boarded the ship, the destination had already been selected. Captain, we can head to K031 mining star at any time. Do you permit departure? Granted. Before the words fell, the energy core immediately output energy and the engine started. Woohoo, take off. With Hong Xiu's excited voice, the surrounding environment rapidly receded. Bai Jing then took out the boxes he had just obtained. This time there were a total of 5 boxes. Too lazy to unlock them, he directly had Hong Xiu forcefully crack them. Soon 5 energy cubes appeared. 4 low-level, 1 mid-level. This was all of it. Bai Jing did not pause. He directly chose to recharge. Detected energy cube low, recharging will yield 100000 essence. Detected energy cube low, recharging will yield 100000 essence. Detected energy cube low, recharging will yield 100000 essence. With the completion of the recharge, 400000 essence entered his account. His gaze fell on the only mid-level cube. Bai Jing initially wanted to replace it for the ship, but now he felt absorbing it for enhancement should be more suitable. He simply recharged it. Detected energy cube mid-recharging will yield 1.2 million essence. Recharge. With this recharge completed, Bai Jing's essence count reached a new high. Over 2.4 million. This should be enough for the Spirit Realm Traveler to undergo its transformation. Of course, he also had an idea that for Hong Xiu's transformation it wouldn't cost more than 1 million essence. As for the others, Bai Jing planned to allocate them all. Primarily for the Executor Battle Armor, Dragon Slayer Spear and Blood Blade Gourd. All along the way he was thinking about how to maximize benefits. Captain, we have arrived. Hong Xiu's somewhat excited voice rang out. It was as if she had anticipated something. Bai Jing, however, seemed to not have heard and instructed her to find a smooth place to land. Just as his senior sister had described, this was an abandoned mining star riddled with punctured holes. He casually found a patch of open land. Alright, stop pretending, summon your true form. Sensing Hong Xiu's surging excitement, he spoke directly. As you command. Spirit Realm Traveler has arrived. Almost simultaneously a passage opened above and a large ship appeared. As soon as it popped out, Bai Jing forcefully dragged it into the amplification furnace. Let me see the changes in the level 10 legendary traits. He murmured softly, already starting to tap. Amplification successful, Spirit Realm Traveler 1. Amplification successful, Spirit Realm Traveler 1. Amplification successful, Spirit Realm Traveler 1. After 6 consecutive amplifications it finally reached 10. He glanced at the essence spent, 50,000, which he could accept. An information panel had already opened with a thought. Name Spirit Realm Traveler 20 Traits Energy System 3 Armor System 1 Internal Circulation System 3 Jumper 1 Spirit Realm Traveler 10 Mental Pollution 3 Spiritual Adaptation 3 Spiritual Manipulation 3 Spiritual Element 3 Life Drain 3 Evil Spirit Descend 3 Description. This is a spaceship capable of traversing two realms, wandering between matter and energy and possessing considerable combat power. This is. Last time it was just the embryonic form of the skill. After this amplification it directly transformed into traits and the level reached 3. These abilities are not very clear against Tier 7, but below Tier 7 they are enough to annihilate. The specific effects will depend on Hongxiu's usage. The strength of skills is significantly related to the main body. Even if it's not Tier 8, it should be comparable to an invincible existence at Tier 7. Bai Jing speculated in his heart. Just as he was about to release it, he couldn't help but click on the material warehouse again. Now that he had completed a wave of transformations, he could choose another extraordinary material. He wondered if the other party had been slacking off during this time. Then Bai Jing saw a strange item. Name Executor Spaceship Type Special Material Quality Epic Description. This is a small spaceship capable of interstellar travel. Epic quality. He didn't expect his little ship to have such a high quality. However, this made Bai Jing feel a bit troubled. The appearance of this item means it's an amplification material. Bai Jing understood some restrictions regarding epic materials. In the entire alliance it belongs to the top quality. The spaceship reaching this level may be due to too many components and containing a lot of technology. Thinking about so much, I'll first see what traits I can obtain. If suitable, I'll take a gamble. If not suitable, I'll cancel it. With a thought, several options appeared before him again. In an unknown star domain. Inside a heavily damaged super battleship. The High Priest told me to destroy everything in our path. Are you going to defy the command? An orc clad in an unknown golden battle armor roared loudly, rebutting his companions. His eyes were filled with rage, even contemplating to slay those traitors. How dare he openly defy the High Priest's orders? As his voice echoed, the other orcs felt a headache coming on. They had long said that fools and stubbornness had no place in the team. Now we have a problem, right? Here the High Priest guides us to destroy this place. He roared, pointing at a certain area on the star map with his thick finger. Unlike other markings, this area on the star map was marked in glaring red. Even if they couldn't read, the rituals had taught them. Red equals danger, green signifies safe passage. We cannot go there, said the golden armored orc in charge. It wasn't that they couldn't go, but even if they were tied together it would be a death sentence. By chance he was the more intelligent one, understanding some of the symbols used by the orcs. The 6 symbols marked in red were quite simple in meaning. The human alliance's imperial star. In such a place, even if there were just 10 of them, if 100 or 1,000 came, it would merely increase the performance metrics of the Imperial Star's defense team. The stubborn one before him was determined to charge ahead regardless of anything. The other orcs were unwilling. Orders were orders, but only if they could be fulfilled. Ordering them to attack the Alliance's Imperial Star wouldn't even work with the High Priest present. No. Just as he was about to retort again, he saw the stone tablet tremble slightly, suddenly shifting from its firm focus on the Imperial Star. It landed on a water-blue planet. Although this planet was still within the Human Alliance's territory, it was on a completely different level compared to the Imperial Star. They could act fast enough to destroy it. Erlang, look, this is the High Priest's guidance. Stop arguing here, we set off now to destroy this planet. Gula. Gula. Watching the shifted guidance, the orc who had strongly suggested attacking the human Imperial Star ceased his noise. He nodded emphatically. The High Priest said we must follow the rules, we must adhere to the guidance. Hearing this, the other orcs were speechless and did not rebut. Arguing with a fool was no different from being a fool yourself. Set off, we will arrive soon. The damaged battleship began to fly swiftly. 5 choices have appeared before him. 1. Devour can be transformed into a devouring vessel while retaining its original abilities, chance of permanently acquiring traits. 2. Mechanical ship completely abandon spiritual energy and become a purely material spaceship. Upon selection, lose spiritual realm characteristics. Note, converts into proportional technological products. 3. Mechanical heart significantly enhances affinity to machinery, grants higher talent for technological creation. 4. Mechanical ascendancy can enlighten mechanical creations, giving birth to some intelligence. Note, the higher the technology level, the greater the difficulty of enlightenment, but after enlightenment more wisdom can be gained. 5. Assimilation possesses the ability to pollute machines, allowing other vehicles to gain resistance to the spiritual realm, significantly enhancing spiritual energy resistance with a small chance of generating intelligence. Goodness. No wonder its epic material. Aside from the second option, the other four are somewhat outrageous. Bai Jing sighed. Bai Jing was particularly optimistic about mechanical ascendancy and mechanical heart. The former could potentially give rise to data life again, while the latter could elevate the already terrifying technological talent of the red embroidery to a new level. As for the fifth option, it resembled an electronic demon, a red embroidery version. This truly presents me with a colossal dilemma. He desired all the other options, but regrettably he could only choose one. His gaze shifted back and forth among the choices. After a few minutes passed, he declared, "Then I choose option 1. Devour may not be the strongest, but it was undoubtedly a divine skill for the later stages." As his power continued to rise, the amount of essence required for each enhancement would be astronomical. Given the current situation, Devour could save a significant amount of essence while also providing the chance to acquire traits. If it were just these, it wouldn't be worth selecting. Based on what red embroidery had described to him in the past. She once encountered an ancient warship in the spiritual realm which appeared to be made of wood from the outside, but its spiritual energy radiation was enough to make 8th tier beings retreat. There were even metal ships among them. However, their styles all resembled those of ancient ships. If he could devour these mysterious vessels in the future, he would undoubtedly gain a massive amount of proficiency. He might even acquire legendary traits. Moreover, after selection, the other traits wouldn't completely disappear, they would merely become subordinate traits. Just like when a spiritual realm traveler reaches level 10, other traits also reach level 3. If Devour reaches level 10, it should also be feasible. Then I choose the trait Devour. Selection successful. Red embroidery has completed her transformation, mastering the new trait Devour. The icon's appearance did not change. However, 2 additional traits emerged. Trait Devour. Form 1 Executorship. Acquired subtrait Energy Shield. Lucky me, I gained a subtrait on the first try. Moreover, this trait correlated exceptionally well with red embroidery. As a ship capable of absorbing spiritual energy to replenish its power, as long as it wasn't under a destructive attack, she would almost have unlimited energy. I can drive it myself, but how can my ship drive itself? Bai Jing mumbled inwardly. He had infinite mana and the ship had infinite mana bars. No wonder it was his ship. Bai Jing released red embroidery directly. Continuing to amplify would only waste essence. Let her slowly devour and upgrade the ship. After all, it was already sufficient for his needs. Primarily, he still had other equipment waiting to be upgraded. Woohoo! The invincible me is back. A ghostly cry erupted. Immediately following was the expanded and heightened red tower ship. Its size nearly doubled. Transform into the appearance of the executor ship. Bai Jing spoke. He feared that if the transformation didn't succeed, he would have nothing to explain. Thankfully, his worries were unfounded. With a thought from red embroidery, the red tower ship changed rapidly. In 10 seconds, it transformed into the appearance of the executor ship. And due to red embroidery being at least equivalent to a 7th tier life form, her power surged drastically. Below 8th tier, it could run and fight. There's nothing unusual, Captain. Do you want to take a spin? Red embroidery invited warmly. She had long been pent up in the spiritual realm. Now that her true form could emerge, as long as she didn't actively release spiritual energy, she wouldn't be detected. Garlic bird, I have other matters to attend to. His attention fell on the executor armor. It was time for a transcendent transformation. What about the materials you've gathered these days? Show them to me. The next moment, a clatter of materials fell down. The quality this time was noticeably higher, but the quantity was somewhat lesser. Wow! Bai Jing immediately fixated on an extraordinary material. Where did you get this thing? Bai Jing asked, already reaching out to examine it. Over a meter long, jet black in color, its bamboo joints clearly visible. If it were merely bamboo, it would be unremarkable, yet atop it hung a slender thread terminating in a fishhook. This was unmistakably a fishing rod belonging to some obsessive angler. This? I don't recall. Anyway, if I can beat it, I'll fight. If not, I'll flee. Does it really matter who wielded it? Should I formally introduce you to? Hongshou's holographic projection furrowed her brow, clearly unable to place the origin of the object, and promptly abandoned the effort. Let me check its attributes. Materials of such unusual design tend to be of exceptional quality. In the spirit realm, the more bizarre and anomalous a material appeared, the higher its tier. Bones or teeth, by contrast, rarely exceeded low-tier quality. Name: Death Angler's Rod. Type: Transcendent Material. Rank: Supreme. Effect: infused with arcane power. This rod is fully retractable. A supreme tier material, this must have dropped from at least a 6th rank entity on the cusp of ascension, if not a 7th rank being. Retractable. Ah, there's the crux.
Bai Jing quickly identified the key feature.
In the next instant he activated the enhancement array and the Break Dragon spear vanished into it.
He had long deemed the weapon too short and feeble.
It needed lengthening, preferably thickening as well.
Upon selection the material vault opened before him, revealing the Death Angler's rod resting quietly within.
Well then, my great spear's fate rests entirely upon you. Congratulations! Your weapon, the Break Dragon spear, has undergone metamorphosis. Please select one trait below. Note this choice is irreversible. 1.
Never miss while engaged in combat. Lethality increases progressively over time if no decisive victory is achieved.
2. Snatch and grab on attack, a minor chance to seize one item from the target. 3. Unbreakable rod, unsnappable line greatly enhances structural integrity and enables full retraction extension. Bai Jing.
Even the Death Angler himself couldn't escape missing his mark, or snapping his rod, or severing his line, dead yet clinging to such absurd obsessions.
Absurd. Amidst his exasperation he weighed feasibility.
Materials above supreme rank were almost certainly legendary, but legendary materials were not commodities one acquired at will.
Could he fabricate them mechanically?
No, that would be wasteful.
With that much capital, refining through essence concentration alone could elevate him to level 30. Such an investment would yield only loss. Unacceptable.
For now the finest accessible materials remain supreme tier. Compatibility matters more than raw strength, at least for this stage. And yet its inherent strength was hardly negligible.
3. Break Dragon spear metamorphosis complete. Trait acquired, unbreakable rod, unsnappable line.
As the notification flashed, Bai Jing showed no sign of stopping.
He pushed the enhancement to its absolute limit. 20,000 essence points vanished and the Break Dragon spear completed its transformation. Name Break Dragon spear 20.
Trait sharpness 4, armor piercing 4, material integrity 3, unbreakable rod, unsnappable line 10, never miss 3, snatch and grab 3.
Description: an extraordinarily resilient spear capable of seamless extension and retraction.
Bai Jing casually drew it forth. Its original length of 3 zhang shrank to roughly 5 meters, clearly triggering the retraction effect.
Longer. Longer. Longer.
He immediately attempted control. With but a single thought it surged to 200 meters and kept growing. Perhaps due to its intrinsic nature, infusing it with inner energy accelerated the extension further.
Only at 1 kilometer did growth cease, its absolute limit.
Achieving such length demanded sacrifice. Structural resilience diminished slightly to accommodate it.
Shorter. Shorter. Shorter.
At his mental command it contracted to 40 meters. Their vague intuition confirmed it. This was the optimal balance. Length increased yet integrity remained unchanged.
A 40-meter spear, not bad at all.
A grin tugged at his lips, impossible to suppress.
After all, future enhancements would only raise the ceiling, perhaps 50-60, even a full kilometer.
All of which lay within reach. Weapons were not superior merely for their length, only those perfectly suited to their wielder held true mastery.
He swung it idly for a moment, then retracted it.
Now came the true challenge, the Enforcer armor. Given the choice he would have preferred legendary materials for enhancement, but such treasures were rare beyond measure. Who knew when the next opportunity would arise? For now he would settle for a supreme tier material whose properties harmonized with the armor, reserving legendary or even mythic grade materials for later refinements. His gaze swept once more across the pile of materials. Drawing from prior experience, he dismissed outright anything organic, bones, teeth, and other bodily fragments. He focused exclusively on the bizarre and inexplicable, perhaps one concealed legendary potential. Soon he isolated every truly anomalous specimen. Only 3 remained: an unnamed stone Buddha statue, faceless yet radiating uncanny serenity when held, a fragment of an unknown artifact, and a splintered wooden armor plate half consumed and stained with corrupted blood.
Name Buddha, heart of the nameless stone Buddha. Type transcendent material. Rank supreme. Effect embodies innate Buddhic essence, harmonizes profoundly with Buddhist cultivation.
Upon reading the description, Bai Jing nearly hurled the statue away. Integrating this would surely fill his ears with sutras day and night until he surrendered entirely to monastic vows.
And yes, even in this interstellar age monks existed.
Yet these were no mere contemplatives, they were martial monks, heirs to a vast ancient martial tradition. Even if unusable for himself, this artifact could fetch a handsome price from any temple.
So it's settled, I'm certain they'll be interested.
He recalled a venerable martial sect still active after millennia, undoubtedly possessing immense resources. He'd ask Senior Sister to contact them upon return and negotiate without mercy. Name tainted crimson bronze artifact fragment.
Type transcendent material. Rank supreme. Effect contains latent arcane energy, grants a minor chance to acquire the immortal trait.
roughly palm-sized, shaped like a bronze vessel's foot, marked with dried blood and intricate esoteric patterns. Wait, what is this? The range of materials retrieved from the spirit realm defied logic. And the higher the rank, the more chaotic and incongruous the finds became. Lower-tier hauls consisted almost entirely of biological fragments. But supreme-tier discoveries resembled an eccentric antiquities auction: fishing rods, ritual bronzes, stone Buddhas. Lucky I wasn't an archaeologist in my past life. What are these things? Grumbling aside, his hand already reached for the final, most peculiar specimen. Name: divine blood-tainted wooden armor. Type: transcendent material. Rank: legendary. Description: a suit of armor steeped in divine blood. Use: may bestow unique traits. What the? Bai Jing froze, utterly dumbfounded. Legendary tier material actually dropping. And those pitch-black stains upon it. Truly divine blood. Hong Xiu, where did you obtain this? Bai Jing urgently summoned her projection. She turned her gaze toward the object and frowned deeply. Let me think. I didn't slay it. It simply fell onto the ship. I just picked it up. Before she finished speaking, Bai Jing moved with lightning speed, shoving the artifact straight into the material vault. He feared provoking something unspeakably terrifying. Only after securing it did he exhale in relief. Next time, warn me before acquiring such things. Avoiding deities entirely remained his highest priority. If contact proved unavoidable, better to delegate to augmentations first. Even a living deity's relic had triggered forced enhancement. Lifeless artifacts posed far less risk and could be handled safely. Congratulations! Your equipment officer battle armor has undergone a transformation. Please choose one of the following features. Note: once selected, it cannot be changed. 1. Divine blood. Upon selection, the battle armor will possess an unknown deity's ability effect, unknown status unknown. 2. Battle will ignores any mental attacks below the 8th rank. My battle will conquers heaven, earth and gods. The battle will is unyielding, charging ever forward. 3. Indestructible significantly enhances all resistances, including attributes, spiritual energy and divine power. Bai Jing did not expect this. Such a grand epic material, yet only 3 options. How interesting. It was not hard to see. The 3 options corresponded exactly to the unknown deity, the Godslayer, while the last one was likely a characteristic of the wooden armor itself. It was precisely because it could counteract divine power that it was used to create battle armor. But I wonder, did this Godslayer succeed, or was he killed? Even if he didn't succeed, he must have injured the deity. From the quality of the wooden armor, this individual was not a deity. He should be a lower-tier challenger. 2. Battle will can enhance attack and defense, even equating to a famous blade. As long as the battle will in one's heart remains unextinguished, one can forcibly condense the body to remain unbroken. Moreover, it can also enhance attack and defense. Your equipment officer's initial machine transformation is complete, mastering the battle will characteristic. Still a 10-fold increase. The transformation was completed swiftly. This time the consumption reached 600,000 essence, second only to the spaceship. Glancing at the balance. 90 units. Immediately took out the blood blade gourd. No need for further ado. Fill it up. 300,000 essence was poured in. The data refreshed. Characteristic blood blade gourd 10. Effect: condenses the blood blade hidden within. Quantity 100,000,100,000. Perfect. With this significant enhancement completed, Bai Jing felt his posture straighten. With my current setup, I wonder if I can take on a 7th rank. At that moment, a wary voice from Hong Xiu rang out. Captain, something has happened. An orc spaceship is approaching. Before the words finished, a shabby, seemingly patched-up spaceship appeared on screen. Orcs. Bai Jing was clearly taken aback. This was certainly not the outskirts, this was deep within the territory of the Alliance. How could there be orcs here? Not many, but at least 6 of them are at the peak of the 6th rank, with at least 1 at the 8th rank and 1 or 2 at the 7th rank. He quickly sensed the situation inside the spaceship. In terms of numbers, about 10 or so. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared on screen and a massive battle spear slammed towards the orc spaceship. Before the attack could reach, a figure shot out from the spaceship. As the 2 sides engaged, ripples spread forth. Master. Bai Jing recognized the identity of that massive mech. And that orc, originally 3 to 4 meters tall, rapidly inflated after leaving the spaceship, reaching 200 to 300 meters in an instant. Law of heaven and earth. Bai Jing was clearly taken aback. He did not expect the orc to master such a technique. But soon dismissed it. The law of heaven and earth was certainly impossible, likely stemming from that kind of power he sensed.
In the moment of days,
his master had already engaged in battle with the opponent.
Hong Xiu, we need to leave.
Bai Jing suddenly recalled something. His senior sister was still on that entertainment star.
First we must rescue her before we leave.
As for his master, these orcs should not be able to hold him, especially since this is the territory of the Alliance.
Support would arrive soon.
His senior sister was the most important.
Captain, I think there's no need to. Hong Xiu began to speak. Before Bai Jing could say anything, a projection appeared.
If they do not change direction, the target should be in this area where we are.
Bai Jing.
The first thought that crossed his mind was that this mining star had not been fully excavated, hiding some treasure. But soon he felt something was off.
Orc Empire. This reminded him of the Chick star. The orcs coming out of nowhere and suddenly attacking a cultivation planet was unprecedented.
And now suddenly appearing here.
It was hard for Bai Jing not to think too much. It must be aimed at me. As if resigned to fate. Moreover, it was also related to that orc high priest. Damn, I just want to live peacefully. Why do they force me?
His master was entangled by someone. Now he could only rely on himself and Hong Xiu.
At that moment, several figures flew out again from the entertainment star.
Some were dressed in bath attire and some still had foam on them. But all of them entered space directly. This indicated that these individuals were at least 7th rank.
This made Bai Jing, who wanted to escape, momentarily taken aback. Almost simultaneously, these individuals had already made their move.
2 figures charged out. They were the 2 hidden 7th rank orcs.
Gula.
These 2 orcs were clearly a bit confused.
How did so many powerful beings suddenly emerge from an unknown human alliance planet?
Logically speaking, 1 8th rank orc, 2 7th rank plus 10 6th rank peak would be enough to sweep a non-governing planet. But now they were attacking an unknown planet. Out popped a silver badge officer and 3 7th ranks. If it weren't confirmed that this was a green safe zone, they would have thought they went the wrong way.
Let's go. Looking at the battlefield blocked by their companions,
the remaining golden armored orcs immediately chose to pilot their spaceship towards the target location.
One of the 7th ranks tried to block them, but was desperately held back by 2 orcs. Had no choice but to give up.
After all, there were no 7th ranks left in the spaceship. And at the 6th rank level, as long as it wasn't a cultivation star, there were plenty on any normal planet.
Even if they went to other planets, these orcs wouldn't gain any advantage.
Might as well join forces to deal with these 3 first.
Hong Xiu. There are no 7th ranks inside, and even if there were, I could take them. Alright. Bullying people too much, just watch me take them down.
Having just completed an upgrade, he was looking for someone to practice on, but did not expect the enemy to deliver themselves to his door. With Hong Xiu providing support, there was no escaping this fight.
The equipment officer battle armor was summoned.
As he lay down inside,
he immediately entered a special state.
It felt as if countless voices were roaring in his heart.
Destroy them.
If he had been considering running away just moments ago, at this moment Bai Jing had only one thought left.
Fight. The dragon-breaking spear appeared out of thin air. He reached out and grasped it, followed by waiting. Today I will kill some 6th ranks to whet my appetite.
He did not wait long. As soon as the orc spaceship arrived, they actually discovered Bai Jing's presence.
Without any hesitation,
these orcs clad in golden battle armor jumped down from the sky, heavily landing on the ground. I found out that these orcs belong to the Imperial Guard. Only the Orc Emperor or the High Priest can mobilize them, and their weakest are at the peak of the 6th rank. Plus the weapons in their hands, it's said to possess strength that can threaten the 7th rank.
Looking at the intelligence provided, no wonder.
So that's why I hadn't learned it. It turns out to be at the Imperial Guard level.
Such things also exist on Imperial planets. It's said to be within the Imperial City.
The Imperial Guards from the opposite side have really come out. Bai Jing was completely speechless. Perhaps in my previous life I must have disturbed the grave of the Beastman High Priest. They are able to chase us this far.
Human Alliance Executor, Black Iron level.
A burly Beastman glanced over, not taking it seriously.
Erlang, go and take down that human.
The others get the powerful treasures ready and install them properly.
He immediately began issuing orders.
At the same time, Bai Jing saw other Beastman guards pulling out irregular metallic amalgamations.
With just a glance he sensed a warning. Hong Xiu, what are those Beastmen holding?
As soon as he asked, he heard Hong Xiu reply. Those are powerful explosive devices of an unknown force.
If there are enough of them, they can destroy a Bai Jing.
I only knew that this group of beastmen had unreasonable technology, but now I truly witnessed it. Those treasures look like a chaotic mix of metal. Yet they possess the power to destroy stars.
The Alliance has endured for so many years, it's truly pitiful. What about me? All right. I'll go take him down right now.
Soon a guard beastman replied. He also took out a thick shining golden club.
In the next moment, without any technique,
he charged forward, swinging the golden club down.
Bang! As their weapons clashed, Bai Jing stepped back but was unharmed. My defense is definitely sufficient, it's just that my power is slightly lacking.
If he had opened the arm's acupoint first, his strength should have been enough to deal with a peak 6th tier beastman.
But he had opened the head's acupoint first. I can hit. Lacking power, he relied on technique.
Almost simultaneously, Bai Jing took the initiative, the gun's shadow cascading like a waterfall. The guard beastman could initially block a few shots but soon could not withstand them. The gun continuously pounded against his golden armor.
After dozens of strikes, cracks began to appear. My armor.
The opposite beastman, seeing the armor that symbolized glory damaged, his eyes turned red, no longer defending. He lunged forward, swinging the golden club. Bai Jing decisively retreated, a strong premonition arose.
This shot would definitely break through. Die.
He created a distance of several meters. Accompanied by that word, the broken dragon gun in his hand suddenly surged, instantly hitting the guard beastman dozens of meters away. Seeing the gun barrel piercing through his chest, the beastman was clearly stunned. Shatter. Internal energy surged into the gun, violently shaking. The guard beastman's chest exploded and more than half of his body was obliterated. In such a severely wounded state, the flesh began to writhe, evidently attempting to reassemble.
Bai Jing was unwilling to let it be.
He lifted the gun and thrust it in. Injecting internal energy again at the wound, it exploded once more.
This guard beastman finally perished.
I told you last time the gun wasn't long enough.
This is how it should be. The extendable ability is too useful and incredibly fast.
The moment the enemy lost focus, the gun's tip would pierce through their body.
No pressure at all, send 2 more over. Bai Jing said. Immediately a wave of spiritual energy fluctuated. 2 beastmen preparing to install the powerful treasures were jolted awake.
They were a bit dazed but quickly saw the fallen Erlang.
Damn it, you actually killed Erlang.
Before the words fell, 2 figures simultaneously attacked. Still engaged in close combat this time, Bai Jing wasted no words.
Armor up. The effect of the Overlord armor activated.
He immediately targeted one of the beastmen and thrust his gun. This time something unexpected happened. He saw the broken dragon gun retracting when a transparent thread with a fishhook suddenly appeared. The target of the fishhook was clear. It hooked onto the golden armor of that beastman and yanked hard. The golden armor first blurred, then was pulled over.
What the hell?
Bai Jing caught it with his hand, a bit dazed.
What the hell is this?
The sudden appearance of the fishhook and line made him think of the ability to pickpocket. But this effect is too outrageous. It truly turned into a situation where the enemy was stripped of their armor. The beastman who wanted to attack suddenly felt a chill looking down. The armor was gone.
Looking again at Bai Jing's hand. What did you do to me?
Even with a muscular head, he was now filled with soul-searching questions. What answered him was the broken dragon gun. Without the protection of armor, it easily tore through his flesh, almost instantly achieving a one-shot kill. After doing all this, another beastman retreated repeatedly.
Gula! Gula!
He shouted a battle cry. Patterns appeared on his body, reaching a height of over 5 meters. What was most notable was the gray mist that surrounded him. Looking at the other party's state, Bai Jing recalled the signature ability of the Beastman Empire.
Mindless charge. Sacrificing intelligence for high defense, attack, and speed.
This was also the signature ability of mid to high tier beastmen.
Usually used in desperate situations.
It seems I put a lot of pressure on the other side, they are going all out. Bai Jing said as the afterimages of his spear flickered. That bizarre scene earlier made him want to see the probability of triggering the pickpocket ability. Thus he chose to focus on speed.
100 consecutive thrusts followed.
Just as Bai Jing thought that it was just luck and was about to give up, the strange fish line and hook appeared again.
This time, it hit that golden club.
Clearly held tightly, but with a gentle tug of the fish hook the club blurred.
In the next second it disappeared.
In Bai Jing's hand a golden club appeared.
This ability is a bit eerie, seems to be conceptual as well.
Even if it's not as good as Hong shows, how can concept abilities be weak? In future battles after a few hundred rounds the enemy would likely have to flee naked.
This feature is too evil, but I really like it. Bai Jing's eyes lit up.
If he had known that this pickpocket ability was so overpowered he would have chosen this feature. Even if he lost power he still gained joy. At worst he could spend another billion to buy a weapon.
What a pity now I can only use it passively. I wonder if there are any death anglers in the spirit realm. If there are I should get a few more.
In future battles it would definitely yield great results.
Thoughts whirled around. Another 100 attacks followed.
With the familiar fish line and hook appearing he completed the enemy stripping away their armor again. Without the defense of the Beastman's golden armor, even with that grey energy blocking, the broken dragon gun still pierced through. Accompanied by the shattering of the opponent's heart and brain tissue he achieved a triple kill. Your skill is too overpowered. Hong Xiu, who was observing from the air, seriously commented.
You flying ship don't know anything. Bai Jing shot back without good humor.
How can this be called overpowered?
Besides, this is just the beginning. In mythology there is a bracelet that is much more domineering than this pickpocket ability.
This one still requires to brush for probability. In mythology that bracelet casually.
Oh, good idea, can look into it.
Bai Jing felt that the equipment amplification function still has a lot of development potential.
Now that I have a thought.
In those novels from my past life, the protagonist's treasures and tools.
I will try each one.
Who knows, one day I might create a low-end version.
I'm truly a genius. Try it when you have the chance. If you can make one, it's pure profit. He noted it silently.
He would experiment slowly later. The early costs would not be great anyway. Tens or hundreds of essences were still affordable. This is how small expenditures achieve great ends.
Captain, why not leave 2 for me? Hong Xiu's voice chimed. Why keep those things?
No one knew exactly how these Shorin came into being. Above all, the Shorin Empire had never been defeated, so no one truly understood how these creatures reproduced. Whenever they appeared, the worst were always fully mature. No one had ever seen infant, juvenile, or even adolescent stages.
Their bodies are peculiar. I want to study them, she said eagerly. Hong Xiu spoke with bright excitement. Upon hearing that, Bai Jing realized this ship of all things harbored a biological researcher.
I'll leave you to release the remaining 5 together. With Hong Xiu present, Bai Jing wanted to see what the limits were. Almost simultaneously the 5 Jinwei Shorin were first stunned, then seeing their slaughtered comrade their eyes instantly flamed with rage.
Outnumbered, Bai Jing could not hold them off entirely.
At nearly the same moment a golden club came down, striking the outermost Bawangia.
The tremendous force shoved Bai Jing sideways for several paces. The strike did not pierce the Bawangia's defense. The armor's trait required direct shattering. Sustained concentrated attacks could not keep pace with Bai Jing's energy regeneration.
It was like a regenerating shield in a game, refreshing every second. Shorin Empire's guards.
Is that it?
Bai Jing's voice broadcast through the speaker. The 5 Shorin's expressions darkened and they unleashed even more frenzied assaults, practically switching to mindless mode. Bai Jing found he had no way to strike back. The good news was that his tortoise shell was absurdly hard, forcibly holding firm against the furious attacks of 5 6th rank.
This is not right.
After a while, 6 strikes per second, Bai Jing felt his combat approach differed from what he had imagined.
Shouldn't a great spear in hand sweep invincible?
How had it become that out of fear of death they had put everything into defense? At that moment one Shorin spat blood, its golden club stained red. As that club fell, Bai Jing's Bawangia shattered.
The other 4 Shorin brightened with glee and swung their golden clubs in unison.
Thud, thud, thud. This time the clubs were deflected. A streak of gold flashed across the mech's surface and Bai Jing was left speechless. The battle intent effect combined with the mech's indestructible property elevated the mech's intrinsic defense to an astonishing degree. Before the 5 Jinwei Shorin could strike again, a white streak passed and the Bawangia shield refreshed.
Captain, perhaps you should let me handle it. This way of fighting not only nauseates the enemy, it nauseates you as well.
Even Hong Xiu could not bear to watch. Forget depleting health bars, these 5 Shorin had not even broken the shield before Bai Jing's health. One Jinwei Shorin attempting to break the defense clearly used a life-consuming ability. After breaking through they found there was yet another layer. She did not care what others thought, she only knew that in games encountering this without getting banned left one bitter. The problem was that because of the Shorin's tight coordination, Bai Jing gained no advantage and only kept accumulating damage.
You know nothing, I was just warming up. The fight is only beginning, I will counterattack. Widen your electronic eyes and watch closely.
Bai Jing retorted on the spot.
Recording function activated, my lord, please begin your performance.
Watch closely. Before the words had fallen, Bai Jing silently produced a gourd. Facing 5 6th rank peak fighters at once was still too taxing. This was no longer something mere technique could compensate for. A disparity of raw power. Go. He tapped the gourd, it trembled and a streak of blood color appeared. Before the Jinwei Shorin could react, their heads were already flying high. Prepared in advance, Bai Jing finished them off one by one with his Polong Chang. The Shuaran Hulu's power had surged noticeably. He had used only a few dozen strikes.
He eliminated the 5 6th rank Shorin.
If fully unleashed, that power could likely slaughter hundreds of thousands of Shorin. Even if all were 6th rank, it could wipe out tens of thousands.
100,000 bloodblades should be enough to threaten a 7th rank, right? Bai Jing dared not be certain.
A 7th rank could traverse the cosmos with their body alone and undergo another metamorphosis of vitality. Even if their heart shattered or they were beheaded, they might not die immediately.
As long as sufficient energy were provided within a certain time, they could regrow a body.
This was why Bai Jing had long been reluctant to face a 7th rank. Life was too tenacious. He lacked confidence in truly killing such an opponent. If he failed to kill them, they would kill him.
Don't waste that spaceship either. Bai Jing pointed at the battle-damaged ship frame and spoke.
Ah. This. I can't bring myself to do it, Hong Xiu stammered.
Hong Xiu said with some embarrassment.
Through her sensing, she could clearly perceive that the small ship had no engine and no power source. Yet it could make cosmic voyages. If we devour the Shorin ship, perhaps we will gain a new trait, Bai Jing insisted.
He insisted on assimilation.
In the end, Hong Xiu relented.
Controlling the Lingjie Xingjia, she began the absorption, never ceasing to comment as she worked.
So strange, this is just a pile of scrap metal. What method sustains spaceflight? No matter how many times they scanned it, it remained rusted metal. Yet it could fly, could reach space. In this regard, it could crush 99% of species in the cosmos. Perhaps because it was an empty shell, the assimilation proceeded smoothly and finished in minutes. To Bai Jing's disappointment, no new form appeared, but a strange trait had been acquired.
Trait: I think this will work.
Effect: when you intend to do something, the firmer your conviction, the higher the probability of success, up to 100%.
Energy 100,100. Bai Jing was stunned. Even this could be absorbed as a trait.
He soon discovered, however, that the trait appeared to have a limited number of uses. It was like absorbing a kind of energy, usable but finite. Once the reserve was spent, it was gone unless replenished.
What's the matter? Captain, what happened? Am I unclean now? Hong Xiu asked anxiously. Indeed. Unclean.
Bai Jing felt conflicted. The ship's fortune bordered on the miraculous. How could it absorb everything?
It had even plundered the opponent's inherent divine art.
Although limited in uses, it was absurd. At worst, when they found Shorin ships in future, they could serve as energy reserves for Hong Xiu.
Ah. No. All right, enough, quiet.
Now I give you a task. Think carefully about something you truly wish to accomplish recently. Do not do other things for now, dwell on it daily. The ship was not large. Energy reserves were limited, so grand wishes would likely fail.
They would treat this as an experiment. Lately, I want to experiment with improving those robots.
Then go back and think it over several more times. What's the use of thinking?
Give me some blessing. All right.
Hong Xiu remained unaware that she had gained a new trait.
Another battlefield.
Even with a numerical advantage, killing an 8th level or 7th level orc is a challenging task. The 3 orcs are already showing signs of retreat. They are just waiting for their ship to return and then leave this place. However, no matter how long they wait, it never arrives. The delay is becoming too prolonged. At this moment, a powerful expert from the Alliance has arrived. Suddenly, a pressure descends. In the next second, a sharp spear transforms into a streak of light, instantly tearing through the defenses of the 8th level orc and sending its body flying.
In the blink of an eye, it is pinned to a meteorite.
No matter how the 8th level orc struggles, it cannot rise, as if it is sealed by some special power.
At this time, a 50 maternal mech arrives, surrounded by hundreds of various battle blades.
These blades share one characteristic: they are all handleless. With a thought from the opponent, 4 slightly smaller spears transform into streaks of light and are forcefully pinned to the limbs of the 8th level orc.
My lord.
Seeing the mech that is several circles smaller than himself, Wang Chang rarely shows respect. He recognizes this person, a 9th level psionic master, the president of the Psionic Master Association, known as the War Master. Although 9th level battles are rare, if someone enters the internal area of a faction, this agreement becomes invalid.
One cannot allow people to dance at the Imperial Star's gate. The 9th level does not interfere, only external wars.
For spy activities like this, killing them directly would not be a problem.
No need to be so polite.
How is the situation over there? All the high-level ones have been left behind, only a small ship has left, but I have already sent someone to track its location.
Just as he finished explaining,
a voice appeared in the channel. We have lost track of the other ship, it has vanished.
Wang Chang. This is a slap in the face. You go take a look and see if there was any oversight.
The voice from the other side sounded again.
Understood.
Wang Chang did not hesitate and directly flew over in his executive mech using the coordinates from when the other side vanished.
At their level, it is enough for short-distance flight.
Soon they arrived at the area where the ship had disappeared.
Scan for lifeforms.
As the scanning function of the mech was activated, a special energy covered the entire mining star.
Scan complete. A total of 1 life form and an executive ship detected. Executive ship. Listening to the voice report, Wang Chang was clearly taken aback.
How could there be an executive ship in this place?
Although he couldn't understand, he could speculate that the disappearance of the orc ship was likely related to the other party.
As a silver badge executive, he should go inquire about the situation.
Seconds later, he arrived above the other party. Before Wang Chang could say anything, a voice suddenly rang out in the channel. Master, why are you here?
The mech momentarily wobbled and Wang Chang stared at the gradually clearer figure on the screen.
Although wrapped in a layer of internal energy, it was still recognizable. The executive armor belongs to his disciple. What are you doing here?
He had always thought that his disciple was cultivating on the Iron Blood ship. But soon the questioning mood faded as he saw several golden armors.
These belong to the orcs. Did you kill them?
Luck was on my side. I managed to kill them using some tricks. Bai Jing naturally would not hide.
Killing orcs is a merit.
When he had no background, he had to consider, but now with a background, he was completely unconcerned about others' jealousy.
Wang Chang opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. If you could take down one, it would be understandable.
You slaughtered a team of peak 6th level orcs. Even an average 6th level armored orc would likely not be able to achieve that.
Well done, but you must not take such risks next time.
He spoke with a somewhat complicated mood.
The speed at which this disciple's strength was increasing left him bewildered.
As the realms advance, the gap becomes larger.
He only needs to know one thing: this is his disciple. Even if there are some secrets, it is normal.
Those who can reach above the 7th level are all exceptional talents, each with their own adventures. As long as Bai Jing does not go down the wrong path, he cannot be moved.
I did not want to, they forced me to.
Bai Jing also felt a bit speechless. He had been wandering around, yet the damn high priest still wouldn't let him go. Stop the nonsense, go back first and find your senior sister. A gift has been prepared for you there.
Wang Chang gently shook his head.
If others heard this, he would be lightly scolded.
Master, I will leave first, you handle things here.
Bai Jing had already stripped all the golden armors of the orc guards. He prepared to return to study them, hoping to see if he could supplement some energy. After completing these tasks, he immediately boarded the Spirit World Traveler and returned to the Iron Blood ship, eager to see what gift his master had prepared.
This kid's talent is becoming increasingly incomprehensible.
To this day, he still couldn't figure out what method was used to reverse slice a 6th level orc at the 5th level and even kill an entire team in one go.
There are clearly no psionic fluctuations here.
This indicates that the 7th level ring was not utilized. With a thought, a palm formed from internal energy found several corpses. This was killed with the Dragon Breaker Spear, and this is some kind of sharp blade. He roughly examined the wounds but could not discern much. However, this merit must be reported. What puzzled Wang Chang was that he did not find the wreckage of the orc ship and was missing 2 corpses.
Of course, such things happen frequently due to the peculiarities of orc technology.
Many times after a battle ends, the enemy ship or vehicle will lose effectiveness in a very short time. They will turn back into scrap metal. It is also normal for corpses to suffer damage during battles. After dealing with the matters here, he also prepared to return to report. The War Master is still waiting, so he naturally did not dare to stay long.
He turned and left. Meanwhile, Bai Jing on the ship discovered something else.
It was a stone fragment. With his appearance, the stone fragment directly floated its head, seeming to lock onto him.
What is this thing? This item was found inside the orc ship.
It contains a strong psionic trace of a powerful being, and the caster's strength is formidable. I am no match for them.
Hong Xiu explained.
Looking at the stone fragment, Bai Jing roughly inferred that the other party was using some method to track him.
The Beastman High Priest is truly ruthless. This is the 2nd time already.
Given the situation, it seems they might send someone to ambush us again. Even though Bai Jing still has some fire left in him, he feels an overwhelming anger. Unfortunately, his strength is too weak. Seeking trouble with the Beastmen now would be akin to courting death. At that moment, Hong Xiu evidently discovered something interrupting Bai Jing. This thing seems to require energy replenishment and periodically sends back messages while also being able to receive messages from the other side.
Alright, positioning, eavesdropping, tracking.
A small piece of stone has quite a few functions.
Suddenly Bai Jing thought of something and quickly asked. What is the temper of the deity in the spirit realm like? Is it foul? Hearing this bizarre question, Hong Xiu was somewhat confused but still contemplated before answering. Most have bad tempers, only a few.
Before she could finish, Bai Jing directly interrupted her.
The smile on his face couldn't be hidden.
As long as the temper is bad, do you know which deities' lairs or divine nations don't require too much strength? Originally puzzled and unsure of what her captain wanted to do, Hong Xiu soon came to realize.
Positioning, tracking, eavesdropping, and constantly transmitting location information.
Even the most good-natured deities wouldn't want to have surveillance installed in their homes.
The special state of the spirit realm enhances spiritual energy effects.
There is no need to worry about it being unusable. It can even scan 100 meters in the spirit realm compared to the original 10 meters and transmit information back.
Once it enters the spirit realm, it cannot come out.
Most importantly, all spiritual energy systems have projections within the spirit realm.
It is said this is tied to the soul. Because of this, they can absorb spiritual energy and master it. Generally, spiritual energy users would not intentionally expose their locations, because there is a risk of being devoured or assimilated. I once witnessed a deity's divine nation. Hong Xiu quickly thought of a suitable deity. Unlike other deities, this one's divine nation is somewhat different. Whether it is him or his subordinates, they are often in a state of slumber.
According to speculation, he likely commands the deity of sleep.
Then just throw it and try. Alright, I will give it a shot. Hong Xiu did not refuse.
Even if her strength is inferior to that of the Beastman High Priest, the other party's location is unknown.
She easily controlled the stone fragment, accompanied by a thought. A spirit realm passage the size of a palm was constructed.
Through the passage a distant light cluster could be seen, and in a hazy moment it seemed one could see countless figures, but upon closer inspection there was nothing. At this moment Hong Xiu controlled the stone fragment to fly towards that light cluster. As it was about to reach, she hurriedly severed the connection to this passage.
It worked.
There was a tremor in her voice.
That was the residence of a deity she actually threw a camera in. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Alright.
3 minutes in the east, 3 minutes in the west. I hope the Beastman High Priest can hold on. Bai Jing murmured with a smile.
Don't you like peeking? Hope you bring your recording while being beaten.
The closer it is to the deity, the more it indicates that it's not yet time, and if the god of sleep is slacking, that truly is a deity of the spirit realm. Perhaps in a couple of days we will hear that the Beastman High Priest died suddenly at home.
Today is a good day, yes, a good day. The previous frown was swept away and he even couldn't help but hum a tune.
At the same time he quickly approached the Iron Blood. He wanted to see what gift his master had prepared for him.
Senior sister, I'm back, where are you? At almost the same time Ji Zuyao's voice rang out. Stay on your ship for a moment, I will come find you right now.
Upon hearing this, Bai Jing decided to wait on his ship.
It wasn't long before Ji Shuao arrived, bringing with her 200 fully armed soldiers.
Sensing the murderous aura on them, it was clear they had just returned from the battlefield. Senior sister, who are they? He asked, somewhat puzzled.
Let them introduce themselves,
Ji Shuao said with a smile. Immediately a man nearly 2 meters tall and dressed in high-end custom power armor stepped forward.
Standing tall and proud, he shouted loudly, greetings, young master.
I am the commander of the 3rd Company 5th Battalion of the Iron Blood War Corps, here to report on orders.
Bai Jing.
Iron Blood is his master's war corps. It is his personal armed force. It seems this gift is the 200 Iron Blood warriors.
Moreover, they are all equipped with full sets of gear.
Just with these 200 plus individuals, if they were to be fully equipped in the outside world, it would cost tens of billions at the very least. Bai Jing noticed a formidable piece of equipment.
3 mechs 7 or 8 meters tall.
Unlike the executive mechs, the military mechs have clear regulations.
You wear what level of armor according to your rank.
In addition to most power armors, company commanders wear the mech codenamed Centurion. There are also the 1,000-man commander and the lieutenant. Above these are the general armor, martial armor, and king armor. Of course, aside from these restrictions, there are special armors such as the champion armor for winning duels or the first to kill enemies. These might get a custom version, also known as the champion armor.
The only requirement is to have defeated everyone in the entire war corps.
Having the champion armor means belonging to the most capable within the war corps. Nevertheless, these 3 are all of the Centurion model.
Even so, the official price of the 3 is approximately 2 to 2.5 billion.
Counting the gear and weapons of the others, the squad's equipment alone exceeds 100 billion. Bai Jing also discovered ground and air combat vehicles being transported onto the ship. At this moment he wasn't feeling touched. He was thinking about whether they could be sold as a package.
Over 100 billion. If all converted into essence, he could instantly establish a combat robot army. Yet there are only a little over 200 people.
Senior sister, you don't have a personal armed force yet, do you?
Or else. The main reason is that I don't feel secure.
Even if it was gifted by my master, human thinking is too complex. Who knows when someone might have thoughts of disloyalty.
Compared to humans, Bai Jing would prefer to form a combat robot core. Moreover, after amplification, the robots almost look indistinguishable from humans. This is a gift from my master to you, how could I possibly accept? Besides, I probably won't be going on missions in the future.
Ji Shueyo outright rejected. She originally just wanted a layer of identity. The main desire was to join the executors. As for having her own armed force, owning her own ship is not important to her. With this money it would be better to invest in her junior brother. Just then a voice appeared. Ji Shueyo clearly froze for a moment, then a hint of joy appeared on her face. Junior brother, I have some matters to attend to. You arrange these people. They are all seasoned veterans with rich experience. Once your personal armed force expands, they can be used to train newcomers. Bai Jing found himself in a bit of a dilemma. With so many people around, it was impossible to sell them off. After all, they were once the subordinates of his master.
The real problem was how to arrange everything.
Just the issue of a single red embroidery was already a challenge.
Walking along the river, one is bound to get wet. Exposure was only a matter of time. Thinking about this problem made his head ache.
Young master, if you're in a bind, we can also go out as mercenaries. That should be enough to sustain ourselves.
The squad leader spoke. It was certainly not easy to support such a group. From equipment to food and accommodation, the costs would be astronomical. Those with family backing were fine, but those without a background would generally resort to private armed groups to undertake mercenary tasks. However, in general this would be self-sufficient, but with bad luck annihilation was also a possibility.
You all stay for now, let me think about how to arrange you.
Bai Jing pondered and then said. Meanwhile, he was preparing to see if he could create a technique similar to a thought imprint. If he could ensure absolute loyalty, Bai Jing wouldn't mind having a squad of 200 armed fighters.
But if that couldn't be achieved, he would need to think of other methods. Soon the red embroidery controlled a combat robot to approach.
Please follow me.
Since the appearance was male, the voice also sounded masculine, and the others did not notice anything unusual. They followed the robot, preparing to head to the living quarters. At that moment the squad leader seemed to think of something.
By the way, young master, we also brought what you requested. It's over there and you can go sign for it.
Alright, thank you. You all take a good rest. You can also go to the entertainment star, all expenses on me, Bai Jing said with a smile.
That won't be necessary, we're not used to that kind of environment.
Just provide us with food and supplies, the squad leader forced a smile and explained. After speaking, he followed the red embroidery to the living area.
Once the others left, Bai Jing's attention fell on those boxes.
Before he could open them, he heard the voice of red embroidery.
Captain, on the left side, the third box, could you please help me open it? Thank you. What's inside?
He was somewhat puzzled but did as instructed. It was a 2-meter-tall box marked with the logo of the Tiangong Group. As the packaging was opened, the contents became clear.
Is this what you bought?
Bai Jing asked with some surprise, seeing a figure standing inside the box about 1.7 meters tall, both in appearance and physique extraordinarily exquisite and beautiful.
Like a work of art.
Soon the figure was controlled by red embroidery, and a voice that was sweet to the bone rang out.
Hello, Captain. Please feel free to whip me.
Bai Jing. It was clear what was happening. The person didn't like the previous skin suit and had now bought one for himself.
Moreover, Bai Jing also saw a line of small characters beside it.
It clearly stated household multifunctional robot companion type. Even without touching it, just looking at it, one could tell that this thing had smooth skin comparable to normal skin, even if it hadn't undergone enhancement.
I'm just curious. With so many models available, you chose this thing.
This was clearly prepared for an old lecher. What do you need this for on a spaceship? It seemed red embroidery had anticipated this scene and answered with poise. Because it's beautiful, the other models are too ugly. Besides, the internet says there's nothing that a good night's sleep can't solve. Looking at the arrogant projection, Bai Jing felt somewhat speechless.
What on earth? He wasn't really in need of women.
There was truly no need to find a robot as a girlfriend. Control this thing to my room and move the other boxes to your workspace. Other items, even though he hadn't opened them, with a cursory glance he knew what they were. They were indeed the materials his senior sister had someone buy.
Next, it depended on red embroidery's ability to arm the squad quickly. You really lust after my body. Red Embroidery showed a fearful expression and weakly spoke. Damn it, sometimes I really want to slap you, Bai Jing said with a laugh. What the hell? He couldn't possibly enhance it in front of everyone. Returning to his room was simply for convenience. Of course, this enhancement was quite smooth. The price was originally not low, and after undergoing a wave of enhancement it was almost indistinguishable from a real person, or rather by chance he had gained his first subordinate who could act alongside him. Name Multifunctional Household Robot Couple version 10. Features proficient in housework 3, overall optimization 3, Emperor's Suite service 4. Description: this is a robot that can be both a partner and a servant. The earlier parts were fine, but what the hell was the final 4, Emperor's Suite? As it was released, Red Embroidery reconnected and immediately received some strange poses. Indeed, a man's mouth is a deceitful ghost. You secretly transmitted so many poses and still dared to be hard-headed, a surprised voice rang out. Bai Jing felt a sense of helplessness as if yellow mud had fallen into his pants. Emperor's Suite service can harmonize yin and yang above and bring joy and pleasure below. I can do everything you want. But it must be said the service was light purple, which belonged to a very rare feature. Stop talking nonsense here, I've bought you what you wanted. If it doesn't meet the requirements, don't even think about upgrading again. Bai Jing immediately changed the subject. Once he said this, Red Embroidery immediately stopped her teasing behavior. Don't worry, I already have a plan in mind. Soon I will let you open your eyes wide and bow down before my pomegranate skirt. I'll be waiting. By the way, can I dismantle 2 of the armed ones? No. Bai Jing directly refused. The armed fighters were all those who had truly fought for humanity. He wasn't about to use them for human experimentation. Well then. Controlling the household made robot, it was uncertain whether it was learned from somewhere. With its buttocks raised and chest pushed forward, it looked odd. You better walk properly. And from now on you are my spaceship's exclusive researcher. Tell others to refer to you like this. As soon as she shouted this out, Red Embroidery began to walk normally. She felt that her earlier movements were somewhat inappropriate, but the internet said this was called seduction, which had a high lethality against men. But now it seemed it was of no use. Watching the figure leave, Bai Jing felt a headache. What kind of nonsense was she learning online every day? At that moment his senior sister sent a message. Opening it revealed a document containing a list. Stepmother skirt, nun outfit, see-through clothing, tight-fitting clothes, yoga pants, cheapo. Shiny stockings, fishnet stockings, knee-high socks, colored stockings, little white socks. Ji Shueya, what do you need these things for? Bai Jing. Ji Shueya, let's discuss these later. Come to master's side first, someone wants to see you. Bai Jing soon arrived at the reception hall. Besides his master and senior sister, a white-haired youth stood there. All eyes turned toward him at once. Before Bai Jing could grasp the situation, Ji Shueya rose, immediately walked over and introduced him with a smile. Grandfather, this is my junior brother Bai Jing, possessed of the innate aptitude of a martial god. As soon as those words left her lips, a gaze fell upon him, light yet piercing. Instantly Bai Jing's body tensed as though stripped bare beneath that scrutiny. Fortunately, the sensation struck swiftly and vanished just as fast. His senior sister's grandfather. 90-year spirit saint. Realization struck like lightning. Bai Jing froze, afraid even the slightest movement might betray him. Thankfully, no calamity followed. The white-haired youth nodded with a gentle smile and spoke warmly. No wonder my granddaughter wanted to adopt you, handsome in appearance, formidable in cultivation. His eyes brimmed with genuine admiration. Though he hadn't laid hands on Bai Jing, his divine sense had already appraised the youth's constitution thoroughly, comparable to the rising stars Do Qiong and Lu Wu. Indeed, even at the same cultivation level, neither could rival the young man before him. Having witnessed countless ancient martial masters across 9 tiers, he nonetheless acknowledged Bai Jing's exceptional talent. He had originally been furious, thinking his granddaughter was resorting to deception just to adopt such a handsome youth. He'd even planned to reprimand him sternly. Now, however, he found himself accepting the match. Greetings, grandfather. After a brief pause, Bai Jing addressed him directly. Calling his senior sister's grandfather cost him nothing and earned him an immediate response. The white-haired youth blinked in surprise, then burst into hearty laughter. You bold little fellow. Thick-skinned, yes, but fearless. Excellent, excellent. His fondness only deepened. Across the entire alliance, few dared stand upright in his presence, even after attaining the 9th tier. Yet Bai Jing, from the moment he entered, had faltered only briefly before regaining composure. None had ever dared forge kinship so boldly upon first meeting. Very well, very well. I am in fine health, here, take this trinket. With a flick of his finger, he sent a ring gliding through the air. Bai Jing reached out to accept it, then hesitated, preparing polite refusal, only to hear the elder chuckle again. You've called me grandfather, now you're family. Refuse and I'll break your legs. Thank you, grandfather.
The words he'd nearly spoken died in his throat. Instead he beamed and bowed.
A good child. The elder nodded approvingly. He rose at once. That's all, I merely came to visit my granddaughter.
I have other matters to attend to and shall not linger here. We respectfully bid you farewell, elder.
Wang Chang said, bowing deeply. Goodbye, grandfather. Goodbye, grandfather.
Stay safe, bring this young man home for the Lunar New Year.
I approve.
The moment the final word faded, the white-haired youth vanished from sight, leaving silence in his wake.
It took several long moments before the others stirred back to awareness. 9th tier.
Unaffected by targeted pressure, Bai Jing felt no particular discomfort, but that instantaneous vanishing defied his comprehension entirely.
Was it a phantom projection or a true avatar?
Xiao Bai, I've already submitted your case. You're exempt from missions for 2 years and awarded contribution points, checkable via the Executor internal network to redeem whatever you desire.
Wang Chang interrupted Bai Jing's reverie, outlining the administrative resolution.
Yet Bai Jing frowned faintly and asked urgently.
Master, are there annual limits on Executor missions? May I undertake more than required? His embedded module ensured he couldn't afford idleness, he needed to venture forth regularly. To uphold justice. To gather essence.
To fund his growing cadre. No formal cap exists, you could accept 5 missions yearly if you wished.
But it's unnecessary. Cultivation must remain your sole priority. Only upon reaching the 7th tier will you truly enter the Alliance's inner circle. Wang Chang counseled gently, already envisioning how he'd intervene.
Even 2 years hence he would leverage his authority to assign Bai Jing only trivial tasks, preferably resolved within a single day. Wasting such rare potential on menial grueling labor would be sheer sacrilege. Such duties belong to lower-tier executors.
Master, I still wish to temper myself.
Of course I won't slack, I aim to complete my cerebral awakening within half a year. By then I'll have mastered the cerebral awakening technique thoroughly, I'll personally guide you through it. Bai Jing remained silent. He withheld the truth that his cerebral acupoints were nearly fully opened.
Enough, don't waste time with an old man. Relax. There's no rush over 1 or 2 days.
He ushered them both out. Just beyond the threshold, Ji Shueya drew near. Junior brother, do those clothes you requested mean you intend to gift them? She asked, puzzled.
In a manner of speaking. Hearing this, Ji Shueya instantly perked up, then frowned with mild reproach.
Let me tell you, junior brother, how does one court a girl like that? Who gives such gifts to a proper lady? Even if she's shy, you can't be forward on first acquaintance.
Begin with unwavering restraint, later she'll come to you without prompting.
She sighed in exasperation. All those garments were pure attack speed enhancement gear, so obvious, so baffling. She shook her head, utterly speechless.
A blockhead, truly. Before Bai Jing could explain, Ji Shueya launched into another monologue.
I'll help you choose appropriate gifts, and I've already purchased these clothes for you. They'll surely come in handy sooner or later.
Bai Jing opened his mouth,
but found no way to articulate the truth. A certain cybernetic female ghost has designs on sleeping with me.
Each attempt to clarify failed. Finally he surrendered, utterly, irrevocably.
Sometimes he seriously considered severing that spectral woman's network connection.
The spirit realm. The divine kingdom.
Within this godly realm, whether human, fish or beast, every being drifted in dreams, each lost in its own reverie. At that very instant a shard of stone slowly lifted into the air.
Trembling faintly, it pulsed with spiritual energy, scanning, calibrating, confirming its present coordinates.
Meanwhile, atop the altar in the Beastman Empire, the Beastman High Priest chanted, complex guttural syllables rolling from his tongue as the vision before him sharpened gradually.
A mist-shrouded world emerged. Even with his immense power he could not pierce its veil at first glance. Indeed, something extraordinary. No wonder I deployed the Imperial Guard.
The High Priest sneered coldly, fully prepared. With sweeping gestures and increasingly intricate incantations, the image clarified further. Just as the target's location neared revelation, he vowed should the Imperial Guard fail he would act personally to strangle every threat to the Empire in its cradle.
Ha, ha, ha.
A chorus of rhythmic snoring rose around him. The High Priest paused, then dismissed it. Sleep, after all, was natural. Yet when he attempted to refine the vision once more, a violent surge of spiritual energy erupted.
Danger.
As a supreme diviner, dread flooded his heart instantly. In that dazed instant a colossal cloud materialized, and upon it a figure radiant as sun and moon appeared.
Agony lanced through his skull.
Without hesitation he slammed his staff down, shattering the primary scrying shard.
Pooh. Pooh. Pooh.
Despite his swiftness, the high priest staggered, his chest constricted, 3 gouts of blood erupting from his mouth before darkness swallowed him entirely. My realm is a significant flaw, for now I should just focus on opening my acupoints aboard the spaceship. Yet Bai Jing had to admit that such a combat style was a profound humiliation for both sides. The Wind Thunder leg can be utilized, but against the orc clad in golden armor the damage inflicted is limited. Even if I can't take down an orc guard with a single shot, I can manage to do so in 2 shots. It shouldn't be a 1 against 5 scenario where I cannot fight back. Thus my focus should be on training, developing new lethal techniques ideally adaptable to a spear. Of course Bai Jing had also considered firearms. For instance the Triceratops infantry cannon, but the result was that the extraordinary materials in my hands were unsuited. Primarily they are too ordinary, lacking any single attribute energy types. For example, the Thunder Beast core would be very suitable for firearms. However, such pure elemental lifeforms are rare in the spirit realm and can only be sought gradually. First I must enhance my realm, it is the foundation of everything. Had I reached the 5th stage's completion and opened all 365 acupoints, the previous battles would not have been so desperate. Defense alone is insufficient, I also need offense speed and mental acuity. I want to be a circular warrior. Having something on hand while also having weaknesses would be an insult, wouldn't it? Hongxiu, I am about to enter seclusion. Unless there is an urgent matter, please help me fend off anyone seeking me. Understood, Captain. Hearing the response, Bai Jing quietly opened the plugin and accessed the buff page. Experience efficiency gain of 50 has been deducted. Experience efficiency gain of 100 has been deducted. Very good, the barebones martial ancestor is online. I feel a clarity unfolding in my mind. Perhaps it is the continuous transformation of my mental energy that gives Bai Jing the sensation of growing his brain daily. Certainly this is a manifestation of strong mental power. Among numerous extraordinary professions, the mechanic consumes the most mental energy. The strong can control fleets while the weak can only manage a few guns, which is quite difficult. Bai Jing believed that if he fully opened all acupoints in his head, his mental power could reach the level of a mechanic. No matter how strong the mental power, can it surpass Hongxiu? Bai Jing gently shook his head. He himself is the foundation. As for Hongxiu, after amplification combined with her being in the material universe, how many robots could she control? Her response was, I don't know. Anyway, I feel that I can always control at least tens of millions, right? She even proactively requested to amplify some stronger units. Merely controlling those basic soldiers doesn't allow her to fully utilize her capabilities. I hope I won't regret creating such a super life form in the future. With the extraordinary psychic talents displayed now, being able to enter the spirit realm and possessing top-tier research skills, I can control robots in swarms. Moreover, the most important point is that if a sufficient number of robotic puppets are developed when the enemy is annihilated and reaches their den, they will discover that the strongest is not the machines but Hongxiu's true form. Oh cosmic neighbors, please don't target me, I fear Hongxiu will eliminate you all. Suppressing those chaotic thoughts. The downside of this experience boost is that my thoughts become incredibly active and a single thought can lead to a flood of ideas. If I can't control it, I might end up thinking wildly. Opening acupoints, let's go. As I said this, I began to cultivate. Unlike others of the 5th stage where opening acupoints becomes increasingly slow. Even after reaching 200 acupoints, the time required to open one can take several months. But Bai Jing does not have this worry. It can even be said that as the number of acupoints increases, the speed of opening acupoints only accelerates. There's no way around it, 1 acupoint is equivalent to half a golden core. Once he opens all his acupoints, he will have nearly 200 times the inner breath reserves, and the automatic recovery will still be at 10. At that time it will be sufficient for him to undertake some bold attempts. Bai Jing merely glanced over, allowing Hongxiu to continue observing by herself. Of course, having witnessed the other's scientific talent, he had begun to entertain some unconventional thoughts. For instance, establishing a technology company, occasionally engaging in business. With the talent Hongxiu has displayed, it is sufficient to rival an entire research institute. Moreover, due to her ability to control robots, a single investment could yield a perpetual source of income without the need for salaries. This is feasible, though the current products are still too few. We should wait a little longer. Personal platforms can be useful, but their potential is limited. Bai Jing had high hopes for the gravitational field. If it could be separated, it might be possible to create something like a gravity shield. Perhaps it could fetch a good price. Once I break through to the 7th level, I will give it a try. Within the Alliance there are many invisible rules. The greatest rule is background. Without a background, one cannot make progress. Even if his master is a silver badge executive and he has just recognized a grandfather at the 9th level, he cannot trouble them with everything. At the very least, one needs a certain level of strength. Additionally, Hongxiu's results are too few. She requires more time to develop.
Setting aside distractions, he refocused his attention on cultivation. The number of open acupoints was steadily increasing. 43. 44. 47. After completing the opening of 49 acupoints, a refreshing sensation suddenly emerged, flowing down from the crown of his head, continuously cleansing his soul. During this process, Bai Jing's mental strength underwent another transformation. With his eyes closed, he could see the entire spaceship accompanied by a single thought. A cup on the distant table began to float slowly, flying towards Bai Jing, gently landing in his hand. This is somewhat similar to a psychic energy manipulator. However, Bai Jing quickly dismissed this idea. Those manipulators use psychic energy to assist their mental strength to control objects, while he was currently doing so purely with mental strength. It resembled a forceful brick throw. What a pity I lack the aptitude for psychic energy, otherwise combined with my transformed mental strength it would be sufficient to make me a figure of prominence in the psychic realm. Of course, Bai Jing was merely speaking casually. Lacking psychic abilities also had its advantages. It was best not to get involved with the treacherous realm of spirits. Moreover, as the 49 head acupoints opened up, his spirit and soul were being nurtured at all times, continuously improved. Perhaps one day in the future, relying solely on mental strength, he could cover the entire universe. Additionally, Bai Jing discovered an issue: as his mental strength increased, his physical body seemed to be slowly growing stronger as well. The two sides appeared to maintain a mutually beneficial relationship. Regardless of who grew stronger, they could nourish the other's growth. Illusion. Reality. Bai Jing pondered the 7th and 8th realms. To this day he had been unable to break through, likely due to insufficient mental strength. Or perhaps the 8th realm is the product of the combination of inner breath and spirit. Only when one's spirit reaches a certain level can one take that step. Based on the current situation, the possibility is not small. The methods of opening the head acupoints are exceedingly rare. Bai Jing discovered that if he were a bit more ruthless, he could harvest all the warriors of the Alliance. A gold needle acupuncture technique could drive the old warriors mad. After learning it, one could roughly know the positions of all the brain's acupoints, even if they did not know the methods to open them. There would likely be many willing to trade for it. However, benefits also represent dangers. If one were to use this to cause trouble, even a 9th level expert might not withstand the pressure. If a hat is placed on the Alliance's development, all relations must take a step back. Why did so many ancient martial arts sects disappear in the river of history? It was precisely because they failed to adapt and fell victim to the iron fist of the Alliance. Sigh. A colossal entity like the Alliance could never unite as one. The gold needle blood acupuncture technique should be tested on a small scale first. Bai Jing wanted to research the thought steel seal. He aimed to ensure complete loyalty from his subordinates and then explore its feasibility through them. Moreover, his mental transformation gave him even more confidence. He aimed to create a type of spiritual secret technique. Bai Jing decided to seize the moment and attempt it right away. However, creating a secret technique that has never appeared before from nothing to something, even with experience and efficiency, brings a sense of helplessness. Spirit. Even the Alliance has yet to fully comprehend it. Not only the Alliance, but the neighboring clan that ascended as a whole would also not have survived without causing significant harm to their entire clan. Now they hide every day, waiting for death to arrive. 2 days later, Bai Jing gave up and proactively contacted Hongxiu. Do you know how those evil gods control their followers? It's through spiritual imprints. As long as you are strong enough, you can imprint it on their soul with a single glance, shaping them into your form. Bai Jing. If you want to control them, I do not recommend learning this because you won't be able to. It's better to study those sects instead. Hongxiu added another comment. But this statement brightened Bai Jing's eyes. Lay an egg. Even if this does not yield fanatical believers with some psychological guidance and suggestion, it might truly be possible to achieve the thought steel seal. Moreover, he could be far more generous than those evil gods. Those shameless evil gods might leave you empty-handed after 1,000 prayers. Whereas he could grant buffs at any time. Even if this buff lasts for 24 hours, it would still be sufficient to outpace other evil gods by several versions. However, this method is not suitable for strong-willed warriors. He feared that if he did this directly, these individuals would report him to the Alliance, labeling him as a pawn of the evil gods. The gods of the spirit realm are truly devoid of anything enjoyable. With this thought, Bai Jing cursed under his breath. He couldn't say that the previous generations planted trees for his benefit. Now there were no trees and they had dug a pit in the process. He had been severely disadvantaged. Captain, are you trying to subdue those people? I do have that thought. Bai Jing nodded lightly. If you truly want to subdue them, it's simple. Don't you know the 3 iron rules for men? Together we shared the same roof, endured hardships, and fought together. Hearing this proposal, Bai Jing felt somewhat helpless. It wasn't that he hadn't considered it, it was just limited to ordinary people.
As for these elite warriors, during this period of cultivation he had only focused on training. He had never gone elsewhere, let alone to an entertainment star for relaxation. He had been acting with strict military discipline all along. Finally he understood why his master's private armed force was called the Iron Blood Battle Corps. They were all made of iron. After a moment's reflection, Bai Jing smiled and said it might be worth trying to combine both approaches. People from military backgrounds almost always share a common trait: they revere the strong. So first he would find an opportunity to conquer them and then subtly change their thoughts from loyalty to the alliance to loyalty to. As for now, Bai Jing planned to continue his cultivation. Since he had decided to do this, he needed to ensure he had 120 confidence. Then let's continue opening acupoints. A 1 to 200 ratio should create a psychological shock for these warriors. Bai Jing once again immersed himself in cultivation. This time his speed was even faster, nearly reaching the level of opening 2 acupoints in a single day. Moreover, as the number of acupoints increased, the speed not only did not slow down but seemed to be progressing towards the ability to open 3 acupoints a day. With the opening of 81 acupoints in his torso, his life force became even more vibrant. If represented by a health bar, others would see their health bars elongated. Having completed this step, Bai Jing's health bar length increased by 1, width by 1, and thickness by 1. With the current robust vitality, it was enough to slay all life forms below the 7th rank. Coupled with his tyrant armor and battle intent amplifying his power, Bai Jing tragically discovered he seemed to be even more resilient. He felt as if he had grown beyond limits. This must be fate's design. The other 5th rank beings probably wouldn't have such an effect. It mainly was due to the heavenly nature of the cave-dwelling scriptures. It wasn't just as simple as increasing his mana bar. Even the originally negligible passive effects of the acupoints were maximized. Once he perfectly opened his acupoints, his physical body alone was enough to withstand 5th rank lifeforms. This was without any cultivation method. If he possessed a body refining technique, his physique would only grow stronger. He casually glanced at the ship's situation. Over 200 private armed personnel were still following their routine. What surprised Bai Jing was that Hong Xiu was actually not in the laboratory. He casually checked the latest information. No wonder the materials he previously purchased were exhausted. Now he was waiting for new resources. Moreover, some new items had appeared in the laboratory. They should all be new research products. Bai Jing did not inquire further. As the captain, he had to trust the Cyber King. Whatever was produced would undoubtedly not disappoint him. Once he completed opening his acupoints, it would not be too late to take a look. In the living area, over 200 men were sweating profusely. They were engaging in simple warm-up exercises. "Captain, when will we go on a mission?" a voice rang out. Upon hearing this, the captain at the front did not answer but frowned slightly. They had been assigned here for over a month and had yet to receive any mission. Every day consisted of basic training with plenty of supplies. Such a lifestyle made them somewhat uncomfortable. In comparison, they preferred using weapons to chop bugs, slay orcs, and cut down the followers of evil gods. As Bai Jing's private armed force, they had to comply with all arrangements. They could only pass the time through training and polishing their weapons. "Captain, why don't you talk to the leader about us going out on missions? We just eat and do nothing every day," someone immediately suggested. "Shut up, everything must be based on obeying orders." With this reprimand, everyone fell silent, perhaps feeling the weight of the words. Combat personnel who had been on the front lines for years suddenly found themselves in a state of idleness. Not only the subordinates but even the captain himself found it very uncomfortable. It all relied on their obsession with obeying orders to suppress this discomfort. "Once the leader emerges from seclusion, I will file a report." He finally added a reminder. On the Iron Blood, Wang Chang received unexpected news. The Orc Empire is gathering its forces. Even though there are constant skirmishes between several factions, they generally involve millions of troops. However, the news now indicates that the orcs are gathering their legions. If the news is true, the scale of this battle would involve both sides committing hundreds of billions. While this might not constitute a war of great magnitude, it would still be the largest conflict the Alliance has seen in nearly a century. Have they gone mad? Why suddenly disrupt the balance? Wang Chang clearly did not understand. On the other side of the screen was also an elderly man. The specific reasons are unclear, but some speculate that this news originates from the upper echelons of the Orc Empire. It was either the Orc Emperor or a command issued by the High Priest. The old man shook his head helplessly, knowing only that the orcs were mobilizing and repositioning troops. The true reason remained unknown. What about the Alliance? They have already entered a level 2 battle readiness alert, and large quantities of supplies have been transported to the borders. It all depends on what the Orc Empire intends. If they want to fight, then they can only fight. The Alliance actually does not desire war, having just gained a development opportunity. Starting a conflict would not only bring no benefits but also consume considerable resources. They are not as strong as the Orc Empire, a long-standing hegemonic power. Moreover, the surrounding neighbors are not very friendly. If a war breaks out, it is likely that others will join the battlefield. At that time it would be a two-front war. Thinking of this outcome, Wang Chang could only feel a headache. Why can't we just enjoy a good life without all this nonsense? He cursed. However, for the Silver Badge executives it was not much of an issue. Unless in a truly crisis moment, they generally would not be sent to the front lines. But one thing is certain: if there is a real war, all executives would likely be extremely busy. As the saying goes, when the cannon fires, gold flows. This has always been the case throughout history. Some individuals could see their worth multiply several dozens or even hundreds of times after a single war. Executives should focus on capturing these individuals. Also, the rear must be secure. The more warlike the period, the stricter the internal supervision of the Alliance. Prepare yourselves, we might be busy soon. The old man on the other end of the communicator reminded. Although these Silver Badge executives would not go to the battlefield, they still needed to contribute to the stability of the rear. They would most likely be stationed on several to dozens of planets to ensure that all resource allocations proceed smoothly. With the actions of the Orc Empire, the attention of all civilizations in the universe was directly drawn. There was no other choice. Large-scale wars had not been seen for quite a while. The kind of situation where hundreds of billions of troops were deployed usually occurred only upon the discovery of extremely rare resources. This led many factions to believe that the Orcs and the Alliance had discovered something valuable. The truth was that the Alliance had already conducted self-investigations, suspecting that one of their fleets or a private entity was concealing information about super resources. After a flurry of busy work, they found not only super rare resource planets but even ordinary resource planets were scarce. This caused the high-ranking members of the Alliance to angrily rebuke the Orcs. What a joke! There were no benefits. What on earth are you fighting for? However, the Alliance was no longer at its weakest. Since the Orcs had set up their formations, they could only face them. After so many years of development, it would just be a training exercise. Just as the White Spirit Cave was continuously expanding, a piece of news interrupted his cultivation. What is it? Are we going to war? Upon receiving this news, he felt somewhat bewildered. Moreover, it was against the Orc Empire, which made him ponder. Did he provoke Old Bai too harshly? Had they flipped the table against him directly? Why was there suddenly a declaration of war? Even if the scale of this conflict was not large, the military forces involved were likely to reach billions. For ordinary civilized races, this would be a war of extermination. However, for two superpowers, it could only be regarded as a minor skirmish. This time the Orcs are quite inexplicable. There are no resources or interests at stake, yet they suddenly gathered their forces preparing for war. Ji Shuiao expressed what she knew. After hearing this, Bai Jing appeared somewhat guilty. He wouldn't have caused the death of that Orc high priest, would he? If that were the case, it would indeed be good news, even a significant event for the Alliance. Senior sister, what do you need me for this time? Bai Jing interrupted the topic, unwilling to continue discussing it. Actually, it's nothing much. As the Silver Emblem Executive Officer, if a war truly breaks out, we need to ensure the stability of an entire star system. This time we are sent to inspect the supplies. Of course you want me to take action, just have your private armed forces assist me. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing quickly understood his master's intention. The time to gain credit had come. This was a job with almost no risk, one that could be completed with eyes closed, a perfect opportunity for merit. Moreover, he didn't need to worry, he just had to let the private armed forces cooperate. Senior sister, I have no issues here, they can set off at any time. He readily agreed. Alright, I'll inform the master first, then board your spaceship to the mission location. After briefly saying this, both sides hung up the communication. However, Bai Jing couldn't help but start thinking about the cause of this war. If the Orc High Priest really died, that would be great news. Reaching a being at the level of a demigod, killing it is extremely difficult. The last fall of a 9th tier was during the battle for the Alliance's foothold. Setting aside these distractions, he was now close to perfection. He intended to leave these matters to Hong Xiu. Hong Xiu, you handle this matter. Ha! What do you mean, huh? Don't you want to level up? You are already a mature assistant, you need to learn to share the burden with the captain. Alright. Work hard, would I let you suffer? After a round of encouragement, he continued his cultivation. Hong Xiu looked at the equipment on the workbench. Though she was a cybernetic ghost, she let out a light sigh. It seems like I took the wrong direction in my evolution. Ever since she learned to control robots, she had become a free researcher, free labor, and a free spaceship maintenance worker. Both capable and incapable individuals were involved.
Fortunately for her, these tasks seemed as easy as playing a game. Honestly, why does everything fall on me? This place would fall apart without me. She complained verbally while controlling a robot to the resting area of the mechanical warriors. She directly found the squad leader of these individuals. I just received news that you have a task coming up. You need to assist Miss G in completing it. During this period you are required to follow the other party's arrangements. Upon hearing this command, the other party's expression did not change, merely responding gloomily. All right. After the notification, Hong Xiu prepared to call the robots back. Currently the 200 robots were significantly slowing her down. Mainly there were too many research projects. More labor was needed, causing these combat robots to work around the clock, constantly assisting her with experimental installations. She wanted Bai Jing to purchase some more, ideally around 20,000. With this number, even if she couldn't exert her full potential, most of the important projects could still be carried out. Moreover, it should not be on the spaceship. It would be better to find a planet and build an underground research base. I hope the captain will agree. I only need 20,000 robots and I can provide him with a bright future. She muttered to herself. Just as she was about to leave, her gaze swept over the weapons in the hands of those soldiers and her artificial eyes flashed with discomfort. It was like a person with obsessive-compulsive disorder seeing something that made her uncomfortable. Just as she saw the door about to close, a hand directly blocked it. Is there something else? Chui Hu asked in confusion. Yes. She directly controlled her avatar and walked inside, her gaze constantly fixating on those weapons, each glance causing her discomfort. After a quick scan around, she felt as if her entire body was crawling with caterpillars. Perhaps her sudden entry had drawn the attention of several mechanical warriors. They did not understand what this little ship worker wanted to do. Your weapons are too inferior. Taking them out would embarrass the Lord. Hong Xiu spoke directly. Before her words fell, several mechanical warriors immediately stood up, their eyes showing a hint of hostility. Their weapons cannot be said to be the best, but they have reached an elite level, among which the Centurion model mecha is a particularly rare piece of equipment. Moreover, years of combat had given them a unique bond with their equipment. Sometimes they could even sense its emotions. Forget it, modifying each one would be too troublesome. To ensure you don't tarnish the Lord's reputation, he'll provide you with some new equipment. Consider this a supply for this time. Hong Xiu said, already controlling other robots to deliver the equipment. However, her words made these soldiers a bit displeased. But their good combat training kept them from showing their dissatisfaction, and they quietly awaited to see what a ship worker could produce. They didn't have to wait long before they saw two figures quickly approaching. Following them were 10 large spheres hovering in the air. This is a new product from our research institute, a personal platform. Due to limited production, we will equip you with 10 for now. She explained as she operated it. Chui, who standing across, quickly received the message. He glanced over it. The next second he clearly froze for a moment. The user manual just received. However, the functions seemed a bit outrageous. It could automatically follow, generate cover when needed, create a gravitational field, and even had an annihilation mode. With the provided configuration, can this really be considered individual equipment? Is the Alliance this wealthy now? Such things can be treated as personal gear. I'll give you 5 of these. Saying this, she took out a type of weapon resembling a laser gun, though it was somewhat different from regular laser weapons. Having served for decades, he looked at this strange weapon before him and found he had never seen anything like it. This is a spiritual energy firearm. Avoid using it unless absolutely necessary, as replenishing it can be quite troublesome. This is what Hong Xiu has been working on lately. Conventional electromagnetic weapons require projectiles. Energy weapons consume a tremendous amount of power and are not as enduring as electromagnetic weapons. She envisioned creating a weapon that is both powerful and long-lasting. However, she failed. The spiritual energy weapon was successfully crafted, but it still faced energy issues. If she was relatively close, she could assist in recharging it, but achieving that was quite difficult. Without her assistance, recharging a spiritual energy rifle would take 2 days. This pace was far too slow and did not meet her requirements. What she needed was a weapon that could fire infinitely with just a pull of the trigger. Unfortunately, she failed. Yet based on her failure, she made some slight modifications. It transformed into a weapon that no longer released bullets but could switch freely. What is this equipment? At that moment, Chui, who also noticed the information on the firearm in his hands. Name: multi-element spiritual energy gun. Projectiles: lightning chain, molten flame shell, icebind shell. Energy 5050. Notes: requires 2 days to recharge after each use. Even if Chui, who were slow to react, he found it hard to believe upon reading the information. Spiritual energy equipment. With his level of strength, he understood a bit more. The elements produced by spiritual energy possess special effects. They have specific advantages against life in the material universe. However, he was uncertain about the power of this gun. Hong Xiu wished she could present other items, but the other equipment was still in the experimental stage. Due to budget constraints, only 3 of each item were produced. She could only offer relatively mature products. Let's go with this for now. After this mission, I will upgrade your equipment. After these days of Bai Jing's timely guidance, her creative ability had reached a top-tier threshold, allowing him to spot numerous flaws at a glance. If anyone else used it, it would be the captain's private arsenal. Thank you. Shui, who expressed his gratitude. Whether it was the personal platform or the multi-element spiritual energy gun, they indeed enhanced the team's strength, especially the personal platform. It had capabilities for supply, offense, support, and defense. If a squad were equipped with one, their combat capabilities would surely increase significantly. However, such valuable items would certainly not come cheap, and he felt hesitant to ask for one. Now, without having done anything, he had already gained 2 new pieces of equipment. This was already quite a profit. Alright, after your mission you can come find me. Hong Xiu said again. She sensed that the modifications were not perfect. Especially with this guy named Shui, who has extraordinary organs while granting him immense power, also caused him constant suffering. Clearly this was a sign of technological immaturity. No, I can't keep looking for trouble. I haven't completed the task given by the captain yet. Hong Xiu grumbled. She retracted her gaze and controlled 3 robots to return, and the scene before her changed. A figure lay on the workbench. This figure was the upgraded version of the veteran robot. The capabilities of the master are quite strange. The modifications to the body are certainly ineffective and can only be achieved through external equipment. She had attempted to dismantle it, but the result was that the capabilities became ineffective. The materials had indeed been upgraded, but any disassembly would inevitably reduce its effectiveness. It was as if a theft prevention mode had been set. Hong Xiu tragically discovered that the main body could not be upgraded. Any slight modifications would weaken the capabilities of the machine. She had no choice but to approach it from other directions. A day later, Ji Shuiyao arrived on the spaceship. Under Hong Xiu's control, the Spirit Realm Voyager began its first cosmic journey. Fortunately, this target was not too far. Due to Bai Jing's seclusion, her senior sister also did not disturb her and instead practiced in her room. However, during this time she felt as if the spaceship had changed. After checking, it appeared identical in design and shape to the original. She could only tell herself that it was just an illusion. Previously she had only seen the blueprints. Several days later, the Spirit Realm Voyager successfully reached a planet. Ji Shuiyao, accompanied by 200 fully armed mechanized warriors, landed on the planet. This time the task was to inspect the medical supplies being transported to the front lines. Only a simple procedure was required. At this moment, anyone daring to tamper with resources on the front lines would be no different than lighting a lamp in a latrine. Moreover, they had brought 200 extraordinary warriors. Only someone with a hole in their head would choose this moment to show themselves. Just as Ji Shuiyao had guessed. From raw materials to the finished products, all reached a high standard without any issues throughout the process. Next, they only needed to wait for all medical resources to be loaded and transported away. At this moment, Bai Jing also reached a critical moment. He had completed the opening of the acupoints in his arms and legs, leaving only special locations. Bai Jing looked down. Second brother, do you desire to become stronger? The major acupoints were distributed all over his body without any omissions, naturally including that area. However, after opening this time, he would never be able to find a human bride in this lifetime. But having reached this point, Bai Jing could only charge forward with his eyes closed. Fortunately, this was the interstellar era and there were plenty of options. 361. Open. 362. 364. Steadily increasing. As the 364 acupoints simultaneously released inner breath, the last sealed acupoint burst open under the fierce impact. At that moment, Bai Jing felt a tightness all over his body. Immediately he became relaxed, as if shackles had been removed from him. An endless flow of power constantly nourished his soul and body. At this moment his strength reached a new high. That nearly 200 times the inner breath reserve allowed him to crush warriors below the 7th rank. His gaze fell upon the newly acquired talent. Human secret repository. As long as you are alive, you will continuously evolve. The 365 cave heavens will push you to reach new heights. What does this mean? This talent seemed rather strange. Bai Jing immediately began to carefully sense the changes in his body. Following that, his eyes suddenly widened, a glint flashing within. Is this a transformation of potential?
Through his understanding of the acupoint chapter 1, who can open 200 acupoints would certainly reach the 6th rank. Those with 250 acupoints had a 90% probability of advancing to the 7th rank. As for those with 260 acupoints, they would definitely enter the 7th rank. It seemed that this was not a coincidence, this was the nourishing effect of the acupoints themselves. If their acupoints can nourish, what height will my talent reach with these 365 cave heavens? At the very least, the 8th rank would certainly not become a stumbling block for me. Perhaps even the 9th rank. Is it straight to the divine realm? Now the 200 times basic inner breath made the transformation of talent seem unimportant. Even the divine realm was not the end. Feeling the changes, it was indeed continuously increasing his foundation. Given the current situation, even if Bai Jing did not cultivate, he would soon reach the 6th rank. It might be an exaggeration to say one becomes stronger just by breathing, but it wouldn't be far from the truth. This talent is more domineering than the last, it is the key to pursuing a higher realm. With the attainment of the 5th level's perfection, Bai Jing did not rush to exit the barrier. He directly accessed the martial artist's internal network. Now that Hongxiu the Great Calamity had ceased operations, the internal network had returned to normal. Of course, he no longer possessed his top-tier account. Fortunately, times had changed. As an executive officer and a disciple of a silver insignia executive officer, his status was significant. In this armory, aside from a few dozen top-tier resources that were off limits, all other martial arts and techniques could be directly accessed. In fact, the prices of these techniques and martial arts had always been relatively low. This is because these things were not particularly valuable. To put it bluntly, one could copy as many as they wanted, the only waste would be a few sheets of paper. Generally, executive officers would not choose the armory. Selling such knowledge meant that most people would be aware of it, making them easy targets during confrontations. Fortunately, Bai Jing did not have this concern. I want them all. His main goal this time was to refine his killing moves. The delay in creating the thought seal was due to the lack of spiritual techniques for reference. However, battle strategies and killing moves were different. The armory had collected a multitude of them, ample enough for Bai Jing to study and reference. Previously, he had refrained from learning due to his blocked meridians, which prevented him from achieving the desired results. Now all 365 of his celestial apertures were open. In this world, there was no martial arts that he could not utilize. Let's start with the spear technique, as it has great lethality. The primary reason was that the long dragon spear was of exceptional quality, capable of easily tearing through a 6th level physique. Other equipment simply could not match its effectiveness. Spirit Snake Spear. With the enhancement of experiential efficiency, Bai Jing easily mastered this spear technique. Moreover, the skill master effortlessly brought the technique to its pinnacle. A multitude of techniques appeared in his mind. Fortunately, he had undergone a mental transformation, allowing him to grasp such levels of knowledge in an instant. The Spirit Snake Spear primarily emphasizes agility with cunning attack angles. By combining it with certain major apertures, one can greatly enhance its penetrating power. This martial art was clearly mismatched with Bai Jing's combat style, but that was unimportant. After all, he intended to learn all the spear techniques from this collection. Consider it an experience. Mastering a spear technique often leads to unique insights, deepening his understanding of spear usage and aperture manipulation. Next, Bai Jing absorbed knowledge like a sponge, continuously learning spear techniques. Techniques like the 100 birds facing the phoenix and the military path killing God spear. Not a single one was left out. He completed the study of dozens of spear techniques, reaching perfect mastery. Even with a powerful mind, he found his thoughts swirling with the collision of various spear knowledge. His mind could hardly settle down. He began to experiment, deducing and integrating his own spear technique. For others this might require skill, but for me it doesn't need to be so fancy. I'll go for sheer power. Bai Jing directly absorbed the dozens of spear techniques and killing moves, merging them all together. With the nearly 200-fold internal energy explosion, he could unleash an entirely different effect. After completing this, Bai Jing whimsically named it. With the Tyrant armor in place, this spear technique shall be called the Tyrant Spear Technique. Just as he finished speaking, a message notification appeared. Creation successful, Tyrant Spear Technique. Holy crap! Bai Jing had initially pondered how to get the golden finger to acknowledge it, but he never expected it to comply so readily. It created successfully. Now the next step would be optimization. Would you like to optimize the Tyrant Spear Technique? 1. Strength 2. Efficiency 3. Range 3 options to choose from. This was something Bai Jing had not anticipated. Without hesitation, he directly opted for 10 times strength optimization. As it concluded, he felt a torrent of techniques flooding into his mind, entering a peculiar state. Images flashed before his eyes.
There were scenes of a white snake spitting its tongue, 100 birds facing the phoenix, a dragon emerging from the sea, and a heavenly dragon breaking through the abyss. The vivid imagery felt as though he had experienced it firsthand. Once the dizziness subsided, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. The earlier sight of the white snake was manageable. Although it was several dozen meters in size, it still resembled a normal creature. However, the later scenes of the 100 birds, the dragon and the heavenly dragon, had delivered a significant psychological impact on this 5th-level perfected child. The kind of pressure was something he had never encountered before. It was likely that even a spirit saint would only face the possibility of defeat. Is this due to the Golden Finger's prowess, or are these beings truly present? As he recovered somewhat, Bai Jing couldn't help but reflect on the earlier images. But soon he felt it must be the Golden Finger's incredible nature. Just the dragon was already comparable to a cosmic behemoth, enough to shatter the current record for the largest creature ever observed. Not to mention the heavenly dragon behind it. Bai Jing could only comfort himself that these monsters should belong to another world. The probability of encountering them in the future was low. His focus returned to the optimized tyrant spear. Holy crap! As he looked at the panel with new additions, Bai Jing was obviously stunned for a moment. Spear intent. He had never heard of it. But as he carefully sensed the effects that spear intent could bring, a shiver ran through his body. His eyes widened in astonishment. This doesn't feel quite right. The ability was actually quite simple. With the addition of spear intent, his attacks transformed from purely physical output to a dual output of physical and magical. This allowed him to directly attack the enemy's spirit. He could even induce a strong mental shock that could render someone a fool. Goodness gracious! Bai Jing found himself at a loss for words. Spear intent resembled the force of the myriad manifestations technique. However, one thing was certain: it was only beneficial for him with no drawbacks. As Bai Jing contemplated continuing his research to see if further optimization was possible, Hong Xiu's voice sounded. "Captain, I've discovered something." "What is it?" Bai Jing casually asked, not paying much attention. He was more focused on perfecting the tyrant spear. "I just checked in on the planet below. I've discovered some internal transactions." Upon hearing this, Bai Jing's actions paused noticeably. He opened the projection information and glanced over it briefly. There was an issue, but it was not a major one. It simply involved some greed for money. I found that they seem to be part of an organization studying some special things. According to the terminology within the Alliance, it should be called a star god. Hong Xiu began to explain. Within this intelligence report were numerous experimental records. The subject of these experiments was not a complete entity. It couldn't even be considered a star god, but rather an embryo. The medical products they were creating were sourced from this star god embryo. Let's not worry about this for now. Bai Jing did not want to meddle too much. Given their current scale, it was possible that the Alliance had a hand in it. He prepared to turn a blind eye as if nothing had occurred. Of course, he would still mention this to his master. "Don't meddle too much. I'll mention this to my master," Bai Jing sternly warned. He understood why this individual was so excited. To put it plainly, they were eyeing the experimental materials, wanting to seize the opportunity to acquire some star god samples for research. My lord," a voice called out. Looking in the direction of the sound, a lean middle-aged man jogged over holding something in his hand. He stopped when he reached about 10 meters from Ji Shuya. His demeanor was very respectful as he spoke. "My lord, the resource allocation has concluded and all goods have been packaged. Here is the detailed list for your review." As he spoke, he handed over a paper list. Next to Chui, who stepped forward, took the list, ensured everything was in order, and then handed it to Ji Shuya. How could one not know how much cargo was loaded? The entire process was supervised by mechanized warriors. There was no doubt about the goods. As that list fell into her hands, Ji Shuya paused for a moment. Looking up at the lean man, she noticed the flattering smile on his face. He said nothing, yet it felt as if he had said everything. Ji Shuya was contemplating the gains and losses of this transaction. The extra items on the list were obvious. It was clear what he intended to do. Using public channels for personal goods should not be underestimated, especially in interstellar travel. The costs involved are extremely high. Even if it was successfully delivered, in the end the profit margin would be very low. If luck ran out and they encountered interstellar pirates, they would lose everything. Such incidents happen every moment in the universe. Ji Shuyo did not speak further. She turned and left. "We bid you farewell, my lord." The others watched her go. The lean middle-aged man stood straight, took out a communicator and immediately dialed. "The connection is established. Load the cargo quickly and do not waste time." While speaking, there was no trace of flattery left in his demeanor. Understood. Before the words fell, the sound of machinery roaring could be heard from the other end, clearly transporting something. Upon returning to her temporary residence, Ji Shuiyao finally unfolded that list. As expected, it contained a card from an interstellar bank. It was an anonymous card with no password required. Money could be withdrawn at any time. Quickly, she used some methods to check the balance. It wasn't too much, but also not insignificant, exactly 500 million. The amount surprised Ji Shuiyao. With so much money, the value of the transported goods would certainly be higher. There was no way there would be a loss. Such situations are common within the Alliance. In this small territory, there was only one type of ship that even interstellar pirates dared not hijack. That was the Alliance warship, the transport vessel. Using public ships for private purposes is a basic operation. Seeing 500 million, I'll just pretend not to see it. After all, if something went wrong, she wouldn't be implicated. She was only responsible for the military's goods. Whether the extra items were on the ship was beyond her control. Another 500 million, what should I get for my junior brother? She quickly began to think about how to spend the 500 million. A traveler from the spirit realm. Captain. A sweet voice rang out. As Bai Jing had perfected her gun skills, she saw the door open and a stunning woman walked in. Just a glance was enough to lose interest. Even though the other party had beautiful legs in black stockings and a super short skirt, her heart was entirely unmoved. What could a spaceship do with this? Captain, your senior sister is taking bribes. Those guys have already loaded the goods onto the transport ship. Hongxiu twisted and turned without receiving a response, feeling a bit angry as she spoke. Upon hearing this, Bai Jing reacted. What are they transporting? The raw liquid of the star god, extremely valuable. She even projected a real-time image. The scene showed several people transporting large containers, each 2 meters tall and needing 2 people to embrace. In just a short while, 20 containers had been transported. My lord, this is stealing the wealth of the Alliance. This is regressive for the Alliance. As righteous enforcers, how can we turn a blind eye? Hongxiu spoke forcefully, her projected image displaying a small face filled with righteousness. Listening to these words, one could not help but be amused. Wasn't she just wanting him to take action and then take the opportunity to snatch a few jars of star god raw liquid? And now she was lecturing about righteousness. According to the rules, he currently had the authority to take action and seize this batch of resources. However, his senior sister had taken the money. This matter could only be treated as if he had not seen it. Why take the money? Seize the people and both money and goods would belong to him. No questions asked, just call it righteous enforcement. Just as Bai Jing was preparing to turn a blind eye, Hongxiu seemed to have discovered something and exclaimed, someone seems to want to intercept the transport ship. Bai Jing. Not possible. Do they think the family tree is too thick? Or are there too many people and want to clear their household? To touch the Alliance's transport ship now is akin to an old man eating arsenic. Are you kidding me? Just as she finished speaking, Hongxiu clearly anticipated that her captain would not believe her and directly intercepted the voice call. Boss, if we do this, will the Alliance let us go once this is over? We're not intercepting military supplies, we're just taking some illegal goods. Even if we lose them, those guys won't say anything. But that is a military transport ship. Little brother, you still have to practice. Do you really think we are pirates? Just don't act and no one will know. Listening to Hongxiu's voice, Bai Jing felt like a good person. The goods had just been loaded onto the ship and the other side had already received the news. It was hard not to suspect that this was black eating black. Perhaps there was a mole among them. Moreover, from the other party's tone, it seemed there were people even within the military. Let's do it. Opportunities are fleeting. Let's pull off a big score. Hongxiu chattered in his ear. Clearly she wanted the star god raw liquid. She had many experimental directions that required high energy and the star god happened to fit this characteristic. If it wasn't for the constraints, she would even want to take this score herself. You really are. Bai Jing was somewhat speechless. She was clearly a female bandit. As long as she had guns and money under her command, she could probably establish a second empire. Wait, what's the rush? Under normal circumstances, once the loading was completed, their task would be finished. The rest would be up to the military. It must be said that he had been moved by the female bandit. He even had a ready-made scapegoat. Not to mention, the star god raw liquid was definitely high-quality energy. Even if used for recharging, it would yield a substantial amount of essence. Moreover, it had various special effects. This matter is difficult, we need to think of a way to get onto the ship first. Just as Bai Jing was unsure of what to do, a communication came in. Looking down, it was from his senior sister. Junior brother, I finished here and will return soon.
Also, I just received news that the person in charge of this transport is an uncle I know.
Do you want to come along and meet him? Bai Jing. This isn't too good, is it? Bai Jing said. Would it be too presumptuous for me to follow along?
Upon hearing this, Ji Shuiyao immediately rolled her eyes. What's presumptuous about it? The other party is just a soldier under my father. Inviting me over is merely a way to curry favor.
If you go, you might even get an extra gift.
If Bai Jing hadn't heard it himself, he would have thought he was imagining things. The esteemed rich senior sister would actually do such a thing.
Bai Jing felt he was born.
Just look at how much his senior sister has changed to support him.
It's settled, then just come directly with the boat later.
Ji Shuiyao firmly decided this matter. After hanging up the call, she locked eyes with a pair of expectant gazes almost overflowing with desire.
Find a suitable opportunity, we can't act rashly.
Losing something like this would definitely not make the world aware of it. But those who dare to secretly sell the star god essence are certainly not simple characters. If we're to do this, it must be without a trace, avoiding any unforeseen complications.
Don't worry, I've already checked.
There are no strong individuals on that transport ship. The strongest is merely a 6th-tier extraordinary being.
With my current capabilities, I can easily create an illusion that will ensnare them. I will send the combat robots to handle it. It will be foolproof.
Hongxiu nearly patted her chest in assurance. All her final concerns vanished.
This isn't stealing from the Alliance, it's merely a case of black eating black. Even if discovered, the consequences won't be too severe.
Given the background, the worst might just be a verbal reprimand.
Next time, be careful not to get caught. They didn't wait long.
A massive spaceship detached from the space station, resembling a war fortress. Bai Jing also received an invitation to join them and immediately set off. Before long, as the docking was completed and they entered the enormous transport ship, the reception area already revealed his senior sister waiting.
This way, junior brother, she called out.
Bai Jing walked over immediately alone and without bringing anyone else.
Of course, this was what everyone, even the cameras, saw.
Under completely unrestricted conditions, another qualitative leap in data life was achieved. At this moment, the strength that should be displayed was evident.
As long as she wished, she could take control of the transport ship at any moment.
Of course she wouldn't do that. Such actions would completely infuriate the Alliance, and the consequences were beyond what she could bear now.
Unless she intended to hide in the spirit realm for the rest of her life. 30 modified veteran robots quietly entered the transport ship. Throughout the process, the central system of the transport ship detected no anomalies. This made Bai Jing feel relieved and relaxed. Ji Shuiyao seemed somewhat suspicious, casting a casual glance.
Bai Jing also realized, damn, I forgot the rich girl is a money manipulator. The 2 rings that were nearly full on her hands were not just defensive types, they also had a passive mind control resistance type. Crew members could hide through illusions while machines could modify their data.
Let's hurry, Uncle Zhang is still waiting for us.
Saying this, she directly pulled Bai Jing into the transport ship, taking a vehicle towards the captain's room. This made Bai Jing breathe a sigh of relief.
As long as it wasn't mentioned now, everything would be easy to explain.
As they left, Hongxiu also wiped a bead of false sweat. My skills are still lacking. This little girl is just too wealthy.
With her current grasp of mental control, even 7th-tier practitioners who were not skilled in the mental domain might be susceptible. Yet Ji Shuiyao seemed unaffected, clearly able to see the veteran robots.
This indicated her ring had at least 8th-tier mental resistance.
It seems I still don't understand the human alliance well.
I don't comprehend what it means to have a legion commander, father a spirit saint, grandfather a vice president, grandmother from Imperial Capital University, and a mother who was a board member of a top 100 company in the alliance. This was the first time Hongxiu felt that the information online might not be entirely accurate, and the gap was simply too vast. One can only say that for those ordinary people or regular nobles, the information online is relatively truthful. But for such ancient families nearly standing at the pinnacle of the alliance, the information online is very likely just wishful thinking. Those people are simply inaccessible. Thinking of this made Hongxiu feel that her captain was far too wise.
He didn't let her create chaos online.
She originally looked down on that black-eyed girl, but now thinks it's highly likely she would have been captured.
Locked in a small dark room being studied by others.
She suddenly shivered. I should keep a low profile from now on. The alliance is truly too dangerous. She murmured softly, simultaneously controlling 30 veteran robots to find the cargo warehouse, which was now locked.
Fortunately, the lock used by the other party was a technological one.
If it were a purely physical lock, breaking it would be quite troublesome. Now it only required a thought.
Hongxiu had already completed the password lock cracking, revealing one of the jars. I've struck it rich with these things. I will undoubtedly research stronger equipment.
Her eyes lit up as she immediately commanded the veteran robots to take action.
For this operation, Bai Jing even entrusted his spatial ring to Hong Xiu. It was currently worn on one of the robot's hands. Through Hong Xiu's control, jar after jar of Star God Essence was placed into the spatial ring. Once everything was packed, Hong Xiu had also finished counting. 30 jars. As for the value, it was incalculable. Star God Essence is exceedingly rare. Take the planet that just produced medical supplies, what was used was all diluted countless times Star God Essence. The recovery items produced still far surpassed those from other medical planets. After packing everything, Hong Xiu didn't dare to stay a moment longer. She controlled one robot to lock the password lock again and hurried back the way they came. The entire process took only 10 minutes. 9.5 of those were spent just traveling. There was no help, the transport ship was too large and the veteran robot's speed was still lacking. As they returned to the Lingjia Xingjia, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. The plan was very successful. The items were acquired. Feeling the 30 jars of Star God Essence in the spatial ring, Hong Xiu couldn't help but grin foolishly. She wished she could open a jar right now. Hold on, once the transport ship leaves I will begin. But I can think about how to apply it, making a list and experimenting slowly. She immediately started her actions. Even so, the 200 robots were not idle, continuing to be controlled by her to improve various items. As for the other side, after nearly 20 minutes of travel with a small vehicle, they finally arrived at the captain's room. "Uncle Zhang, we've come to see you." Like they were very familiar, Ji Shuiyao cheerfully called out. Before her voice fell, a young man in his 30s smiled and walked over. "I didn't expect even you, little girl, to have grown so much. The last time we met was over a decade ago.